After being cheated on by my girlfriend, I angrily chopped off my own legs, transforming myself into a voluptuous fat bug, blissfully enjoying the endless joy of reproduction. But I never expected that the ultimate task of becoming the queen of the bugs was to mutate everyone in front of the screen into facehuggers. Just as I was starting, I felt a bright green light above my head. It turned out my girlfriend was clapping for love with the neighbor, Old Wang. I planned to rush over and confront them, but unexpectedly, the window suddenly shattered, and a black monster appeared in the bedroom. Isn't this just the facehugger from the movies? Before I could react, I was used as a shield by Old Wang, who kicked me towards the monster, and the two of them quickly escaped amidst the chaos. I suddenly looked up at the drooling alien, and then felt a heat in my groin before losing consciousness. When I opened my eyes again, I found myself in a dark room, my body wrapped in a sticky substance. At that moment, I desperately realized that I had been parasitized by a facehugger. That despicable woman. I worked hard to support her, and my sincerity was met with betrayal. Even as a ghost, I wouldn't let her off the hook. Soon, amidst my cries of helplessness, the alien bug burst out of my chest. Just then, a blinding light suddenly erupted, and a cold system prompt appeared. Detected that your little buddy has been eaten by the alien bug. Binding queen system successful. This operation shocked me to the core. What queen or empress? Am I going to become Wu Zetian? At that moment, a huge mirror suddenly appeared in front of me, and I was shocked to see my appearance. I had become an alien bug covered in grotesque exoskeletons, with a tail nearly 2.5 meters long. Meanwhile, a system panel popped up with personal information. Name, Yuan Gu. Gender, female. Race, alien. Biological level, first tier worker B. Looking at the words female, I found it hard to accept at first. Becoming a mother was one thing, but to turn into an ugly alien creature was another. Just then, a new task was issued: escape the abandoned laboratory, with a reward of 1 evolution point for success. At the same time, my senses became incredibly sharp, and I heard various noisy sounds around me. It turned out that aliens have a special imaging mechanism, with a set of ultrasonic organs on both sides of their skull, and their brains also contain thermal imaging, electromagnetic wave, and pheromone receptors. It seems that this big alien head has quite a few tricks up its sleeve. Although I was in an abandoned laboratory, my limbs and tail were firmly restrained, making it difficult to break free even with the strength of the alien. So I had a sudden idea and began to rub the edges of the shackles against my wrist frantically. I don't know how long it took, but finally, my wrist wore a hole, and yellow-green blood splattered out. The handcuffs were corroded to nothing like sugar cubes in hot water, leaving only residue. Following the same method, it didn't take long for me to completely escape. With the help of various advanced organs in my brain, I quickly found the exit of the human laboratory. Just as I was about to leave, I saw a few syringes of anesthetic on the restraining device, and the system indicated that these were effective against all aliens. It seems I was indeed knocked out by this stuff, so I took some just in case it might come in handy in a critical moment later. To my surprise, the escape process went very smoothly. After all, the acidic blood inside the alien is highly corrosive, and even the thickest metal doors cannot withstand it. Along the way, the system notified me that the mission was completed and the rewards had been credited. The system also reminded me that I was currently in a bustling area and needed to be careful not to be discovered by humans. Otherwise, other lurking aliens would also be at risk of exposure, urging me to blend in and return to the nest as soon as possible. On my way back to the mother bug's nest, I was focused on how to take revenge on that couple. At that moment, the system conveniently popped up a new task. The host should catch them in the act and bring back a new culture dish for the nest, with a reward of 2 evolution points. Great! The system understands me. To avoid exposing my whereabouts, I entered the bedroom through the ventilation duct on the rooftop. At that time, the two were still on the sofa, whispering sweet nothings and saying a bunch of indecent things. With the aliens' keen senses, I easily captured their state. They were extremely excited and were secreting a large amount of hormones and sweat. Seeing this, I could no longer suppress my instinct to hunt. As the vent cover on the ceiling fell, Lu Royan and President Wan were startled on the spot. In their panic, they looked up and found a pink monster standing on the ground. Seeing my fierce face, Lu Royan couldn't help but scream, "Stupid woman, stop screaming and quickly block it for me." President Wang shouted angrily, suddenly pushing her forward, and Lu Royan crashed directly into my arms. It turns out both of these guys are not good people, but today no one is getting away. So I grabbed Lu Royan's waist with one hand while swinging my tail, directly piercing through Mr. Wang's right shoulder. Taking advantage of the two screaming, I swung my fangs and scratched their faces a couple of times, thinking to myself, how about we have an alien birth, buddy? It seemed like Mr. Wang heard my thoughts, and his pheromones instantly exploded. How could this so-called excellent Mr. Wang still be wetting his pants? Although I really wanted to pierce his heart on the spot, He is one of the few valuable hosts at the moment. If only I could lay eggs like the queen, then I could get rewards for having babies. What a great deal. Suddenly, the thought of becoming a queen arose in my mind. But that's definitely not possible right now. I'm just a low-level worker bee, not even a cannon fodder. Just as I was happily fantasizing, my already small brain suddenly felt a tingle. And then I heard a ethereal yet authoritative voice. My excellent children, quickly return to the nest with your prey. This was actually a hive communication, and it must be the queen who could address everyone. But soon I felt something was off. If information could be transmitted through the brain, then my recent thoughts would have been heard too, right? Just when I was at a loss, the system prompted that thoughts would not be spied upon. Hearing this, I finally breathed a sigh of relief and hurriedly left with the two of them. Taking advantage of the cover of night, I finally arrived at an abandoned mine on the outskirts. The area was filled with pheromones unique to the aliens, but before I could enter, a large alien blocked my way. This guy was at level 21, belonging to the second-tier warrior category of the aliens. Fortunately, the guard did not notice anything unusual, and I smoothly entered the incubation room. There were 20 alien eggs neatly arranged on the ground, and 5 humans wrapped in alien goo on the walls. At this moment, the system prompt sounded, indicating that the main quest was completed, and I received a reward of 2 evolution points, along with a prompt that I could participate in nest building to gain more experience. I looked at the 2 who were already scared silly, opened my pink mouth, and secreted a large amount of black slime from my oral cavity, then hung the 2 of them on the wall, wrapping them layer by layer like a spider, leaving only their heads and chests exposed for the offspring to come out. Other aliens also continuously brought back humans, and I worked hard to help my companions build the nest and gain experience. I don't know how long it took, but the wall was filled with dense cocoons. The nest building task was completed, and I gained 1 evolution point, raising my level to 17. This speed of improvement was as fast as flying, but it also indicated that the previous levels might be relatively easy to increase. At this moment, the queen's voice echoed in my mind, "Children, come and eat." Hearing this, I quickly followed my companions into the queen's hall. In this vast underground space, a gigantic alien queen was suspended, its head resembling a massive crown, while its lower body was a huge white sac, undoubtedly the ovipositor of the alien queen. I couldn't help but scan it with the system and found that the queen's level was as high as level 45. At that moment, the queen suddenly roared, and all the aliens immediately crouched down. I quickly followed suit to show my submission. In front of the queen, there were 5 equally tall aliens, resembling smaller versions of the queen, with levels generally reaching 33. These royal guards looked incredibly impressive. I specifically uploaded the phrase "I wish I could do that too" into the hive mind, wanting to see the queen's reaction, but unexpectedly, the queen had already had similar thoughts. "Children, although our nest has not yet grown, I already have more than 100 offspring, so I decided to select a new guard." The pheromones of some ordinary aliens instantly surged. LV Ching was named, but the message was sent in a group, and a few worker bees were left behind as well, while a few of them were a bit overwhelmed. The dozen or so warrior aliens over there that looked like they could fight were watching them with interest. Unsure of what the queen had done, Lu Qing discovered an unrecognizable pheromone and then passed out. It didn't take long for him to wake up in pain, and he realized that his unsightly 6 fingers had turned into 5 sharp claws, and his chest had been encased in a thick exoskeleton. "I am?" He hurriedly opened his personal page. Name, LV Ching. Sex, female. Race, alien. Rank, 21. Evolution, 20%. Bio rank, second order warrior, alpha. Awesome. I still don't know how to ascend myself, but I didn't expect the queen to take a direct flight. Thank you, Mother Superior. The crowd of aliens that had just ascended to warrior status prostrated themselves in unison, and there was a giggle from over there. Good, very good. I have not met such an interesting daughter for a long time. Mom is very optimistic about you. This alien, isn't it too anthropomorphic? Well, I hope you live to see the end, my alpha. Ha, did the queen just order herself? There was no other alpha but himself and the queen. Before he could smooth out the organization, the dozen or so aliens in the hall began to frantically attack each other. Oops, combined with what the queen had just said, he thought of how many birds kicked out their siblings when they were first born and enjoyed all the food themselves. In other words, this deathmatch is important and must be survived. Phew, a sharp tail spike slammed into his head, and if he hadn't been an alpha individual himself, this would have been a straight-up headshot. Though the alien was a natural hunter, he hadn't fully adapted to the body. If I can't fight, can't I hide? He ducked behind the forbidden guards in a flash. The forbidden guards tried to drive them away, but were stopped by the queen. Other aliens who wanted to pinch a soft target were deterred by the sight of the forbidden guards. Oh, good. The queen's approval came back in her head. She then let out a low growl, and all 5 of the forbidden guards retreated to the queen's side. It's a risk-free situation. In front of them was a hell of drawing. A dozen or so aliens fought each other. Some had their chests penetrated by tail spikes. Some had their skulls bitten through with their inner jaw teeth in close quarters. And even more grueling ones had their heads sliced off. And the ground was covered in yellowish-green blood. And the sand and soil were corroded, constantly emitting white smoke. Alien strikes with a deadly move. Even the fallout will leave you with a missing arm or leg. We're all sisters. Is that necessary? Keep going. With this determination, Lu Jin sprinted and stepped on the heads of the other aliens, leaping up and hanging onto the ceiling. The battle was raging below, and it was surprising that he hadn't been spotted. Let's see who's the unlucky one who's left behind. Found it. A blindfolded alien had come to the periphery to take a breather, and Lu Jin silently climbed above it, then free fell and heaved down, and before it could react, the inner jaw teeth poked at his head a dozen or so times in a row like a nail gun, then did the same trick again and went back to the ceiling. This alien blood is quite sweet. His mouth is covered in his own sister's blood, but he remembers apple-flavored Fanta. So much for the same old trick. And with the deathmatch, there were only 3 aliens left in the ground. Lu Jin swept a glance at them and realized that the levels were similar. It's time to join. He rolled down, and the 3 aliens burst into alarm, their tails twitching uncontrollably. These 3 are tired and dying, while they themselves are borderline obese, sneaking in by the way, and in a completely different state of mind. The other 2 wriggled together again, leaving a stronger one coming at himself, completely unflappable. He quickly sprinted over as well. But, I'm a slide shovel. Lu Jin slid sideways and fell to the ground in a way that was difficult for the alien to understand. Sliding underneath that other person, he extended his inner fangs with force, only to hear a poof, and the alien's tail was pecked off. Oops, if it weren't for these back tubes that get in the way, it would be possible to reproduce the perfect slide shovel. The alien was furious and growled as it charged, but without its tail, it looked slightly drunk. Lu Jin attacked quickly with his tail, and the alien dodged and actually planted a heel in front of him. Oh, goodbye, my sister. Without the slightest hesitation, he sliced off the alien's head with a single claw. The alien in the entanglement was distracted to watch, and was also a bit skeptical of life. But with this distraction, it was disemboweled by its opponent. Yeah, it's 2 for 2, sis. Sorry about that. Not allowing it any chance to catch its breath, Lu Jin rushed over like a bolt of lightning. The opponent reacted quickly and his tail immediately attacked quickly, while Lu Jin used his own tail to entwine with it, which left everyone with one less weapon. Ow dash. Lu Jin tackled it to the ground, and the other party's claws kept pouncing and scratching, leaving several scars on his head, but he didn't care. He brought his head slightly closer, and the other party's inner jaw teeth immediately popped out. Watching this moment, Lu Jin disarmed this deadly weapon with a swing of his right paw. It growled in agony. The next moment, with unwillingness, it was poked in the head by Lu Jin's inner jaw teeth. He became the last alien standing. Yes, my daughter, you are wonderful. The queen let out a low growl and a pink alien crawled over from the depths of the cave. What a strange fellow. Lu Jin looked at its information, and it was actually a drudge alien that had degraded to rank 0. The queen's righted itself, only to see something like resin oozing out of its belly, and the drudgery was them collecting it. The drudge is also too creepy to look like a lickspittle. Once the drudge had collected the gel, he came over and signaled for him to eat the resin. No dude, is this stuff edible? At that moment, the queen's gentle voice came back to his mind. Eat it, my daughter. It's a royal gel. Eat it and you're a forbidden guard. Chapter 3. I wanna be queen so bad. Ding, royal gel has been detected. This item contains a large amount of queen's DNA. The alien will be infinitely closer to the queen after consuming it. Evolve into a forbidden alien. Is that right? In that case, eat it. There seems to have been some kind of chemical reaction. The gel that was soft a moment ago is now like glass. But we have no problem with this tooth. But why is it so hard? After eating the royal gel, Lu Jin's body secreted a layer of transparent resin-like substance that wrapped it like a cocoon. 2 hours later, jabber jabber, Lu Jin broke out of his cocoon. Damn, this feels like a real treat. He clearly felt the body grow larger and a huge crown similar to a queen's grew on his head. His senses had also become sharper. There was an inexhaustible amount of strength in his body. Cluck cluck cluck. It was then that he realized that over 50 warrior aliens were gathering in the queen's hall. It seemed to be a class deterrent, and they only dared to let out muffled grunts. Children, this is the newest forbidden guard born in our lair, and she will lead you in the defense of the lair. I'll be damned. The queen is too open-minded. You mean all the soldiers are in my hands? Remember her, she's your leader. Forbidden 6. At this point, the aliens let out a fierce roar. This inaugural address, no less. Ding. Congratulations to the host for evolving into a warrior alien. Rewarding evolution points *10. and congratulations to the host for evolving into a guardian alien. Rewarding evolution points *20. Well, I told you, it's impossible to advance without a reward. Open the personal page. He can't wait to see his numbers. Name, LV Ching. Sex, female. Race, alien. Rank, 31. Evolution, 30%. Bio rank, 3rd order guardian, alpha. Skills, mimicry. Domination. The skill tree has been opened. The host can use evolution points to upgrade skills. Open the skill tree. Lu Jin was shocked to the fact that this densely packed more than 10 skills. Each skill should be upgraded 5 times before full. 1 level needs 1 point. 2 levels 3 need 2 points. 4 levels 4 points. 5 levels 8 points. This full level to when seems like all being an alien is still about the liver. He carefully looked at the skills, like speed climbing, tail spike sharp claws and such skills, at least 3 upgrades before there is a significant increase. 2 torturous. System, how is mimicry used? Ding, mimicry is a skill tailored based on the host's situation. The forbidden guards need to defend the queen in the lair, while the queen needs to spawn within the lair, and due to its large size, it is unable to go out. Then it will not be able to complete the system tasks, so the host can use the mimicry skill to mimic into other forms of aliens to go out. That's really true when you put it that way. I'm nearly 4 meters tall. I have to shrink when I enter the cave, and I'm most comfortable in the Queen's Hall. But we have to work. Ding! The alien iconography has been unlocked. The host can pick a favorite form of mimicry. Hey, good enough for me to conk out. He opened the icon and found that there were only 5 aliens that could be mimicked, which included drudges, worker bees, warriors and even queens, and one that was unlit. The queen of anthropomorphism? He thought of that dangerous idea again. What about domination? It's a skill unique to high-level aliens. Pheromones can be secreted at the crown of the head. The forbidden guards can control the soldiers. The queen can control all the opposite sex. The higher the level, the stronger the control ability. Good lord, what do these 2 skills mean? Is it a clear indication that you are pretending to rebel? Stress main. I remembered that this system is the queen's system. It seems that when the lair loses its queen, the strongest forbidden guards can evolve into queens. Himself as the alpha vanguard seems to have been punked. Ding! The main quest, the queen takes turns. Today it's my house, has been triggered. Quest objective, kill the queen and take her place. Mission reward, evolution points *20. Ding! The side quest, suppress the forbidden guards to prevent future trouble, has been triggered. Eliminate all forbidden aliens. Consolidate your position and prevent them from evolving into queens. The quest rewards evolution points *5. New skill, camouflage. Holy, what do you want? System? Just tell me straight if you want me to die. Assassinate the queen, you really dare to think. Ding! The host can choose to level up or upgrade their skills to complete the challenge. What a classic game of failed settlement language. Am I about to end the game on the 2nd level? Is it hard to attack the queen with soldiers? That's still a mouthful of little kids. System, come out and level things. If I die, you're gone too. Ding! The host is in possession of a Type XX-121 anesthetic produced by the Wayland Corporation, which the host can put in food can anesthetize the queen. Good lord, I took a little something in my own hand, so I'm waiting here. In that case, let's do it and just kill the queen while she's out of K. Lu Jin analyzed that her weakness might be in her head. Although the alien's head was very hard, the queen usually retracted into the slipper sack of her crown, which should be slightly inferior compared to other parts of her body. The level and evolution degree of all the aliens was only a little higher than the current class, meaning that without the aid of the system, they would evolve at a much slower pace on their own. So he raised his sharp claws, tail whip, and perception to level 3, and only to level 3 due to class limitations. Level 3 is always less than a scrape, though, in order to verify the conjecture, he also purposely applied for a competition with other forbidden guards, and the target was their head crowns, not expecting that his own claw went down, and the head crowns of the 5 old sisters were not preserved. Now all the aliens except the queen respected him. System, what's the probability of me killing the queen? Instead of replying, the system showed a picture in his head. The image shows him clawing and slashing at the queen's head with his sharp claws, but the 4 heavy blows stir up sparks but leave only a few marks, instead attracting other forbidden guards. Ding! Given the host's situation, the system can provide an effective program. Temporarily raise the host's sharp claw level to level 4, which can inflict effective damage on the alien queen, consuming 40 evolution points. If he was on the same level as the queen, he should be solid, but the problem was, he didn't have that many points. No harm done. The system has opened interest-free lending for you. The host only needs to get points back later. Geez, system, you're great. Mooah. The plan is set. All that remains is to find an excuse. Drugs, sneak attacks, as long as you don't alert the guards in the back all is well. When it gets dark, he mimics a worker bee and travels through the concrete jungle of humanity. And somewhere in a dark alley, he sees a middle-aged older man who is sponsoring a student girl. Okay, you're it, Mother Superior. This is a human male around 40 years of age, a fine and absolute beauty. He prostrated himself in front of the queen and explained how humans were consumed. Although in the movie it seemed like the aliens didn't need to eat, he was well aware now though, that the aliens did need to eat, and while high polymers, iron flakes and even ores were sufficient for daily needs, it was nice to eat meat, and a lot of the time reproduction took precedence, and the prey was used as hosts. Very good, my alpha, what a good boy. Without question, the queen grabbed the man with all four hands and began to enjoy him. At that moment, Lu Jin also walked up to the queen, pure water dripping from his mouth. Silly boy, want a bite? No, 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 I'm content to look. He wondered more and more if this queen was a human becoming, wasn't she? The queen was satisfied with a rare feast, but after a few moments, the queen suddenly stopped moving. He slowly approached and noticed that the queen had an additional poisoning in her status bar. Your Majesty, you can't blame me for this. For wanting to be a queen so badly. Besides, I was human before. Swish, the sharp claws slashed down twice, and the queen's head was sliced in half like a watermelon, with green pus and brains oozing out of it. Ding! The main quest, the queen takes turns. Today comes to my home, has been completed. Ha ha, Master Dao, I've made it. Chapter 4, The Alien and Its Young Mother. The queen broke her head in her sleep and didn't even realize it hurt. This tense and exciting assassination made him feel a little unreal. In retrospect, this queen has been quite kind to herself. If it wasn't for the system requirements, it would be nice to be a forbidden guard here. But now that it's done, consider it the beginning of your transformation from human to alien. Carry on the queen's legacy. Be an amazing queen yourself. Mimicry. He took the form of a queen. Then the pheromones were dispersed in a big way, and the rest of the aliens, except for the forbidden guards, were now under their control. And the face-hugging bugs, a total suspension of parasitism. Being alpha and mimetic, his pheromones are extremely similar to the queen's. The forbidden guards rushed forward, but the sight of the two queens confused their minds. But what the hell? The queen's orders are absolute. Live one, die one, then do as she says. At Lu Jin's command, the forbidden guards returned to the nest. The worker bees, on the other hand, sealed the hole with a thick layer of alien glue. Next, one by one, the forbidden guards were called out, and he broke them down one by one. You monsters, even if your brains are good, are you better than me, a former human? When it comes to scheming, despite having a good relationship with them, they have a chance to become the queens as well. It's not at all reassuring that this forbidden guard wasn't born by himself. Now that the forbidden guards are dead, the lair is completely theirs. Ding! The side quest, suppress the forbidden guards to prevent future trouble, has been completed. The rewards have arrived, and the new skill camouflage has been activated. He read the skill description carefully. No way. Although it was an advanced skill of mimicry, he could disguise himself as a human. You can disguise it by ingesting the other person's DNA. It's simply a god skill, and it's handy to be able to resume your daily life, or bring an alien with you to wreak havoc. I can't imagine how awesome it will be in the future. System, camouflage, activate. Ding, the skill has been activated. The first time you use it, the system will construct the ideal shape for you. The normal optical view is loaded. Good lord, there's a newbie benefit? Looking good, that's a lifetime. As for the human view mode, it's not useful, but it's smooth to use. Lu Jin was wrapped in a glowing cocoon, and a minute later, she walked out naked. Hiss, this feels so weird. With her alien senses, she could perceive her appearance even without looking in the mirror. A pair of long legs such as lotus root joints, slender and thin, white and tender. The body is a bend of the moon, a fold. Head down, not see the foot. Jilan Yu standing, short and slender, more a head of smooth black long straight. I'm ing turning into a girl? After clarifying the situation, she realized what the system meant by ideal shape. Isn't that your favorite type of girl? You're living your own dream, aren't you? But it seems like it's not so bad to be a royal lady. Hey, who made you a queen? Ding, it has been detected that the host meets the conditions for evolution. Does it evolve into an alien queen? Yes. Lu Jin plopped down on the same ground where the queen had been before and reverted to his forbidden form, ready for this ascension. Click, click. Her exoskeleton continued to crumble until all of her epidermis fell off. She turned into a smaller gray queen. For the next 10 minutes or so, her body grew larger, then hardened, and finally became pitch black. This was the moment she finally became the alien queen. Ow. A growl filled with intimidation caused the aliens to prostrate themselves. She radiated pheromones that were uniquely the queen's, turning their absolute loyalty toward herself. Ding! Congratulations to the host who has transformed into an alien queen. Rewarded with evolution points *20. Does it open the main quest? Yes, the main quest has opened. Your ultimate goal, to become the alien queen, infect all of humanity, and make this planet your lair. Hearing this ultimate goal, Lu Jin couldn't help but shiver. Good lord, infecting everyone, this is not a little bit more difficult, and one has to go down the path of the big bad. Was trying to be a good neighbor. Open personal information. Ding. Name, LV Ching. Sex, female and male. Race, alien. Rank, 45. Evolution, 43%. Creature level, Queen of the Fourth Order, Alpha. New skills, camouflage, spawning, facehugger evolution. I can't believe it. I thought the queen was a lone female breeding, but I didn't realize it was a hermaphrodite. And on the evolution tree the queen is followed by the empress, with 2 unlit options further back. In that case, fulfill your duty as queen. There's nothing else to do, so why don't you lay a few eggs to relieve your boredom? However, it didn't feel right, so she transformed back into a Mikado and walked barefoot into the incubation room. After all, it is a major life event. The previous life has a family but no heir. This time, although it is a birth alien, but that is at least pro-life, she was followed by several warrior aliens, which had no choice but to act as temporary guards. Incubation chamber. On one side of the wall hung 7 or 8 anesthetized humans who had not yet been parasitized, while the 20 or so on the wall had long since had their chests broken. But there are 2 left. Bring these 2 back to me. It was spoken in human language, but the worker bees understood it. Back in the Queen's Hall, the duo was brought over, none other than Xin and Mr. Wang. That's odd. Why don't the facehuggers hug them? Could it be a backdoor system? Whatever. Just in time for your own children. Ahem. Lu Jin changed back to his original form and kicked the duo. Ah, where is this? Wake up. Caution woke up first, not forgetting to wake up her old lover. This push and shove of hers just touched the wound on Mr. Wang's shoulder, and under the pain, he woke up as well. Asterisk. This is. He let out a cry of alarm, but seeing this surrounded by monsters, he swallowed the latter half of his sentence hard. Xin saw the monster, but her attention was on LV Chang, who was sitting on one side of the former queen's head. LV Chang, why are you here? Where is this? But she immediately changed her attitude when she saw the way the monster bowed down to him. Husband, quick, save me, I don't want to die. It's all because he seduced me. I can't help it. Lu Jin laughed as he approached, and the surrounding aliens seemed to cackle along with him. He pinched his ex-wife's face. Honey, let's have a baby. Cushing didn't think to understand that. Instead, he saw a 6-spike sprout from his back, and his human skin was stretched out like glutinous rice paper. A huge alien queen just appeared in front of him. Ow dash. The growl was answered by the aliens one after the other. Kirshen couldn't take it anymore and screamed frantically. Scream. You'll have something to gag you in a minute. Lu Jin is really want to slap hoot this humanoid noise machine. After all, an alien head with sonar. Listening to women screaming is really annoying. Ignoring the stupid humans, she came to the queen's position and hung herself up as well. Not long after, she felt a tickle in her abdomen, and the 2-meter-long spawner had taken shape. Ding! The spawning function has been unlocked. Is it upgrading the related skills? Following the prompts, Lu Jin clicked the spawn point to level 4, and the effect he got was that he could spawn 20 eggs an hour, and the time it took to form a spawner was drastically reduced. This provided the basis for her to open nests elsewhere. It's coming. She just felt like her worries, memories and some obsessions were all packed into a pink bubble, and as the bubble was punctured by her tail spike, boo! It's all gone. Pink blood filled her brain and everything around her became lovely. Meanwhile, 5 alien eggs have been produced. Well, crap. So many sisters watching, and 2 humans. Surprisingly, she felt very shy that such a thing was actually broadcast live by accident. Luckily the aliens were understanding and kept their heads down, and those 2 just opened their eyes and kept yelling and screaming. How can a man become a monster, and lay eggs? Oh my Hong Xiuchuan. Without waiting for them to figure it out, the alien eggs had opened and 2 pale yellow face-hugging insects swooped down on their faces with precision. Hey, look closely, this little one is still quite cute, worthy of being my daughter, very healthy. I wonder if we'll get an alpha this time. Soon, 20 eggs covered the floor and the worker bees were sending the remaining 18 into the incubation chamber. Well, less life, better life, and reproduction will be the end of it for now. Lu Jin shook his body and separated from the white sac below. Ah, that hurts. She nearly didn't stand still. It also means that every time you leave the nest, you have to go through this pain. Gee, what a surprise. Being a mom really is all about that. The thought of a human giving birth relieved her, who was already a young mother. Her gaze grew tender as she looked at the larvae in the duo's chests. Boys, fight and strive. Strive. Don't let mommy down. Ku Xin, who had just turned awake, heard the giant beast in front of him speak in such a way, and was again frightened into fainting. Luckily, though, the chestbreaker started to move. Accompanied by the victim's pleasant screams, Lu Qing's first daughter was born. Wife, it's really hard on you, when you said you wanted a child, isn't this it? Even though you're dead, I'll raise her well. Maybe this is the best place for her loving wife. Come to mommy, little one. At that moment, the chestbreaker within the king's body came out as well. Seemingly understanding Lu Qing's words, the two chestbreakers swam and climbed up her arms. It's so cute, that little mouth. It's so much like mine. Despite having 4 hands, the first time she brought up a child, she still had her hands full. Daughter, you're the oldest. You'll be called Xin. And you, what's your name? There, Fufu it is. Chestbreaker nodded, seemingly accepting the name. Look at the panel. Name, LV Xinshin/LV Fufu. Sex, female. Race, alien. Rank, 1. Evolution, 0%. Bio rank, 0. Chestbreaker. Soon they were cocooning on the walls, and in no time at all, 2 adult aliens were born. Although they were just normal worker bee aliens, the end of their headshells had 2 small bumps like a crown. Not bad for my daughter. Kinda pretty. Lu Qing changed into a long black imperial sister again and caressed them from a human perspective. Well, Mom, I'm going out to run some errands, so you guys watch over the house, take care of your unborn sisters, and protect our home. Yes, Mother Superior. These 2 little guys seemed to have a higher intelligence than normal aliens because of their hosts, and the interaction with them was very satisfying for Lu Qing. She peeled a set of clothes off her host and left the lair, taking a cab back to the city. What a wonderful, human world. She took a big breath of fresh air while passers-by around her cast up strange looks. Despite being in a professional outfit, she was covered in slime. No one who stops by has a bad joke. Ha, another X-reversing pervert. Chapter 5. I want to be an imperial sister just because of the beauty of mimicry. Only being away for 3 days, Lu Qing felt that the earth had turned upside down. With the alien's perspective, there were sonar maps, thermal maps and human brainwave maps in addition to mirror images, so it was safe to say that stealth and ambushes were virtually non-existent for her. Despite transforming back into her human form, the alien retained all of her mobility, and just in case, she entered the home through the ventilation ducts. It was cleaned up by the way, so it can be used as a secret passageway later. When she got home, she took a shower and looked at her face in the mirror and she couldn't help but laugh out loud. Willow leaf brow like the spring breeze, pupils sheer water containing stars, and like peach blossoms fall blue pool, a smile of the eyes are letting the mind ripple, and the lips like cherries as small as full, the corners of the mouth slightly upturned, with a smile that seems to be there. Not to mention that the white and moist as jade, tender as a flower lotus root of the face. What a seductive redhead. Lu Qing himself looked dumbfounded, as if he had fallen in love with the young girl in the mirror. After taking a shower, I opened my ex-wife's closet, and it was full of sailor suits, Lolita, handbox, and professional clothes, but it was basically just not shown to Lu Qing. Che, Patty, if you don't show it, forget it. Now the clothes are mine. She changed into a fruity green low dress and looked innocent and sweet, but it's just, strangling and gasping for air. Eventually she changed into her sailor uniform. In looking at myself, like a JK on campus, if it wasn't for this imperial air, I wouldn't have been able to blend into high school. Missy, will you be my wife? The girl in the mirror looked at her and turned her anger into a smile. Yeah, we said we'd never part. Ha ha ha. Lu Qing squirmed grimly on the bed. Can't get tired of this narcissistic trick. In the afternoon, LV Chang, dressed in a JK, walked on the commercial street in the city center. The blouse that was held up accompanied her brisk steps, and her white and slender waist was hidden from time to time. A wave of greedy eyes slammed into her. Good looks are just so solid, but cool. People admired her as scenery, and she searched for a suitable host. As a seductive demoness, she wants to have babies with humans. Hey, pretty girl, want a facial? It's free. A man with a strange accent stopped her and pointed to the sign on the office building. Outrageous. A ruse that specialized in screwing over out-of-town students more than a decade ago is still being used today? She had encountered this in college, brought up for a facial and then sat back and asked for hundreds and thousands. The main thing is that there are a couple of tough guys inside blocking the door, so you can't leave without paying. Later, the students reported to the police. The money did not come back, and the matter was not settled. Really? Is it really free? Of course, we are free to experience. The effect is good as long as you give us publicity on the line, to ensure that no worse than the beauty salon. Seeing her falter a bit, the man gave a winning smile. Well, go check it out. As he went up to the 12th floor, behind a glass door, 3 little girls were reclining in chairs receiving service. Here, little girl, sit here. A young woman-like woman greeted her warmly. She lay down as well, getting a facial. Oh, first time. It's a scam, though. After a simple massage, the woman starts pushing thousands of dollars of skincare products. The yen map is generically too short. The final checkout actually went straight to 888. What? I thought it was free, but you need so much more? Hey little girl, that's not true. Did I say anything about free? The wash was free, and you got a massage or something. Fair trade. The man with the strange accent came up too. The three girls before were similarly screwed. This is not worth $900 ah. Roar, and what if I don't give it? Before she could finish her sentence, three large men blocked the door, a short stick snapping in their palms. A couple of young girls tried to compromise their money out of fear. Hey, slow down, I'll do it. Lu Jin stopped them and blocked in front of the big man. Come on, you guys hit me, I'll give you 80,000 if I don't you up. A few of the big men laughed. I've seen stupidity before, but not this stupidity. These thin arms and legs, 10 of them for nothing. Seeing that they were indifferent, Lu Jin then directly opened his mouth. Okay, you guys, women don't even dare to fight. Deserve to have their wives cuckold you and raise children for others. The guys immediately went red warm when they heard that, and as a pro, he certainly knew the power of that. But there's really something going on at home to make it so urgent. Stinking Mark, looking for death. The two-finger thick wooden stick smashed with the sound of wind. Lu Jin didn't even dodge, directly crossed his arms to block. Click, the stick stopped and snapped as if it had met an axe. Hiss, evil, get together and beat me up. Make her suffer. The remaining duo's big sticks landed on Lu Jin's slender body, but the result was unsurprising. The wooden stick shattered, and the three big men were like broken plastic bags that she gently lifted and heaved down. That's all you've got and you're still robbing? If you meet a bad-tempered one who speaks, you'll all be chopped up. If it wasn't so crowded, these guys would be good as hosts. Girls, let's go. The teenage girls, stunned, flocked to her and left the place of wrongdoing. Wow, sis, aren't you amazing? You're practically Superman. Sister, you're so beautiful. I can kiss you. Faced with the young girls embracing him left and right, Lu Jin was a bit unable to cope with it. It was a scene that wouldn't even exist in his dreams. Despite being a mom herself, her cheeks were still red. Okay, girls, break it up. Grow a pair. This time I'll cheat you out of your beauty treatments. Next time I'll cheat you into the red light district. The young girls couldn't help but wince, and indeed they did. A little bit on the hook and defenseless. Lu Jin didn't care if the humans died or lived. Except that reproduction was important right now, and it was best for the potential hosts to live. Humph, liar huh? Wait for me tonight. Being stirred up, Lu Jin came to the hotel and opened a room. I didn't match my ID in person and the front desk didn't ask much. She locked herself in her room and scrutinized the skills. As a queen then you need to get your breeding skills up first to ensure the survival of your children. She ordered the Facehugger to level 4, and the boost was more noticeable, with her speed and climbing ability rising dramatically, and her survival time rising from 5 hours to 12. But that's all for the next litter. Being in camouflage or mimicry, though, and being able to lay 3 eggs a day off the spawner is much safer than running around with huge eggs. Lu Jin lay on the bed, ready to pop. She felt a sensation that she felt every morning, but then she felt her abdomen being gently massaged as if a warm water bag had been placed on it, and it was very comfortable. Suddenly, she felt a wave of warmth rise upwards. Her limbs and bones felt instantly comfortable, and then the soaring body temperature gradually fell, leaving her with nothing but a sense of relief. Probably too tired, she took a nap and woke up to find 3 tan-colored eggs already on her bed. Well, that might be a little inappropriate, and if they find out, it could be a big mess. Are there any kids close to me? Help mommy with the eggshells. She patched through to the hive consciousness and got an immediate response. One could feel that it was her own daughter who had rushed to the door. Not long afterward, 2 very small aliens scurried out of the overhead ventilation ducts. The body shape is similar to that of a large dog except for the long tail. Boys, what's gotten into you? Quack 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 quack. They are a bit dull and can't complete basic conversations. Holy, why is my daughter stunted? Ding, alien icon, messenger unlocked. I see, an alien that parasitizes an animal would be this small, responsible for scouting, with a relatively low intelligence, but it would be perfect for a mimetic form. After 8 o'clock in the evening, Lu Jin arrived at that office building. She mimicked into a messenger alien and once again drilled into the ventilation ducts. 3 adorable face-hugging bugs were sprawled out behind her. These little girls are so gullible. Damn, that pretty girl is something. Che, if you're any good, you're still being ridden. Ha 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 ha. The 3 big men let out a laugh after a moment of mental triumph as they thought back to the embarrassment of the afternoon. Ha, that's crass. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go home. She flicked open the vent, hooked her body down with her tail, and while they were eager to return home, she violently yanked one of the big men into the ceiling's mezzanine, and the facehugger wasted no time in hugging him right in the face. The duo was also alerted when they heard a fluttering sound. Usually, I always do something wrong, but I'm afraid this is a ghost call. The two looked at each other and didn't dare to stay, preparing to run. Lu Jin, meanwhile, hung upside down and dragged the big man back into the ceiling in front of the other man. The last person was the one who was going to make her suffer a bit during the day. Seeing this bizarre monster also gave him an adrenaline rush and horror value. Ha 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 ha, don't run away, uncle. I want to have a baby with you. Lu Jin lay on the ceiling and uttered the words in an alien voice, frightening the man so much that he fled with a long trailing trail. Come on, Bauer, Mom will show you the house. Chapter 6, I'm going to give you babies. The man ran faster and faster. That speed is comparable to track and field runners. 12-story building froze and jumped the stairs to the outside. Given the right stimulus, humans have always been able to respond in interesting ways. Following the man, Lu Jin came to an urban village. Between the high-rise buildings, these 6 bungalows with their own small yards also stand out. It is said that when the development was in order to get more compensation money, the villagers sat on the land and raised the price. But later, for some reason, it was not settled. The man entered a small courtyard while Lu Jin lay on the roof of the house and eavesdropped. This place was evil. There was a large space underground, but she couldn't see the structure inside. Boss, I saw a demon, asshole. No sperm after the founding of the country. The 21st century is about science. The man known as the boss elbowed him hard. No, boss, I saw old Hu and old Lu dragged away by the monster with my own eyes. You saw what the monster looked like? Nope, didn't get a good look, just saw a dark shadow. Boss grinned. After so many years of doing bad things, he naturally didn't believe in strange powers, and he preferred to believe that this was revenge from his enemies. So, you're assuming that you were attacked by a monster? Yes, I'm assuming that what attacked us was a monster. Asshole. Assumptions are the mother of all failures. Our Tiger Claw Gang's face has been disgraced by you. The boss elbowed him hard again. The Tiger Claw Gang? Lu Jin has some impression. It seems to be a gang that has been a scourge for many years, and the top has suppressed it several times without success. Boss, we have surveillance. Just take a look. There's surveillance in a place like that? Obviously checked. What a mistake. Boss opened his computer and silently checked the surveillance. At this look, he also drew a cold breath. What can I say, man? After a few moments of contemplation, the boss moved away from the couch, and a secret door opened with a burst of red light inside, so the two of them dove in. No wonder. The land should have been bought by gangsters and the villagers took advantage and ran away while they set up a secret base here. Lu Jin dived into the house to check the surveillance. Fortunately, the image only captured a blurry shadow. I don't know if any of the images have been leaked, but I'm sure they'll be destroyed first. She bit her fingertip and a few drops of acidic blood fell as the computer was burned to a crisp. Next up is the secret base copy. But after further consideration, instead of going through the front door, she chose to enter the vent, a secret base she had some idea about. At the same time, she summoned 10 more worker bees from the nest and hid them in other compounds to prevent anyone from escaping. Guys, we're going to be in big trouble. In a lounge, 7 or 8 men in black suits were gathering around the boss. Do you guys know about aliens? The henchman looked puzzled. Wasn't that something from a movie? You guys think it's just a sci-fi movie? Boss deliberately lowered his voice, but Lu Jin could hear it clearly. This is a federal top secret. There were some monster attacks some time ago, but the media suppressed them, and my brother came into contact with the news on a business trip to the company headquarters, and I didn't believe it at the time, but I didn't realize it was true. The company he's talking about is none other than Empire, the super multinational corporation that dominates the 6 northern states, a combination of military, civilian, financial, and pharmaceutical companies. Boss, what should we do then? What to do? That thing showed up in the city. Our bunker is impenetrable. Hide out for a while. Eat, drink and be merry. Let the men do the work that's going to kill us. What are you afraid of? Just wait for the company guards to clean up and get out again. Lu Jin crouched in the vent. His heart was a little upset. This gang knew more than he did. She took a long look around the pipe and realized that it was called a fortress in name only. The exterior was a thick concrete and steel plate, making her own sonar and infrared useless. Inside, there's a full bathroom and kitchen, a food pantry, a recreation room, a disco for the rave crowd, and even a swimming pool. And she's in a pink house, in a Beauty and the Beast scenario, where the pheromones are high but the emotions are resentment and anger. Good lord, what I said during the day has come true here. In that case, no one is leaving today. Let you know that fortresses are breached from within. But the company seems to have gotten a hold of the cutting-edge movement, and that's a little dangerous. Ding, your daughter, LV Shinshin, LV Fufu has advanced to warrior alien, rewarded with evolution points *2. Yo, it's amazing. Our daughter is just excellent. It's only been one day and she's already advanced. Lu Jin was happy. I'm sure the two daughters were already at home wagging their tails, waiting for their mom to kiss and hug and lift them high. Ding! A large number of human hosts have been detected. The main quest, breaking down the fortress and expanding the nest, has been opened. Ask the host to parasitize all the humans here and establish a new nest here. The quest rewards evolution points *20. Just what I wanted. Lu Jin had a temporary guideline at this time. Only parasitize the bad guys and let the good guys off the hook for the time being. And with dark forces like this, even if there was a fatal case, they wouldn't go to the police. If it did get out, the people would only applaud it, and it wouldn't cause a public outcry. So the safety index of the Lair would be greatly increased. As for the good guys, think she's punishing the bad guys? Laugh your ass off. It's just dealing with crab shells before enjoying the crab meat. Unthreatening commoners that she could enjoy when she was in control. According to the traditional hunting method of the aliens, the power is usually cut off first, and then broken one by one. Which is fun, but someone might escape, and when they meet up with the daughters outside, they might not be able to make a mess. After all, blocking the door was a precautionary measure. And she hadn't expected so many people here, so she took human form again, changed into the clothes she had brought with her, tumbled down the pipe, and blended in silently. What are you doing? Ouch! She wobbled into a bearded man with a chef's hat on his head. What's wrong? Little girl want to do something happy? The man saw that she looked drunk and assumed that she was a guest or a technician here, and felt that he could take advantage of the situation handily. Do not want it. Here, hiccup, here are all the surveillance. I'm shy uncle, you are quite handsome. The man was stocky, with a high nose and pale blue eyes, rather like Mr. Football. Ajushi, do you want to have a baby with me? Hiccup but, I want a baby very much. Royalty, sailor suits, contrasts, the man was on fire at this point. Little sister, follow me, I'll take you around the surveillance. The storage room surveillance inside can be turned off. Oh, hearing this, Lu Jin's eyes lit up. It's true, the safer the place, the more dangerous it is. So the duo crouched on the floor to avoid the kitchen surveillance and made their way through the ingredient prep room and into the pantry. That's a light-hearted look. It doesn't look like it's been done much. He pried open a hidden compartment in the floor and pulled down a set of gates. No one usually looks at the surveillance in the storeroom, and turning it off won't be noticed, so we'll save falling evidence. This uncle is quite real. The storage room is also big enough to be quite suitable as a hatchery. Uncle, turn around. I'm going to undress. Fine, fine. I won't look. Had ha. LV Ching stripped off his clothes then mimicked into a worker bee alien. Cluck 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 cluck. Little sister, is it ready? Uncle, I'm going to watch. Oh, you. Turning around, the man saw only a dark, eyeless monster. It was drooling and staring at itself dead in the face. Ah, without waiting for him to call out, Lu Jin flipped him over with a claw, then exhaled a breath to mesmerize him. He was secured to the wall next, and the remaining facehugger that hadn't yet been parasitized had a new home. LV Ching did as he had done and tricked 7 or 8 more people into coming in. Although there were shelves to cover them, any more people would easily be exposed. And anyway, as the sub-hour had passed, she decided that it would be good to have a few more helpers before she used up her quota of 3 eggs for the day. Hoo-hoo, it's coming. Oh, just as she was surrounded by pink bubbles, she woke up suddenly. This is still 7 or 8 people watching, although fainted, but still strange embarrassed. But how does the feeling of being exposed make your heart beat faster? It's going to break. The 3 alien eggs slowly opened their mouths, and the face-hugging insects came out of their shells, and instead of flying towards the humans first, they climbed onto Lu Jin. Lu Jin, on the other hand, was looking at her little cutie with a smile on her face. My lovely daughters, go find your favorite hosts. Mommy has to go out to run some errands. Come back to help mommy when you're older, yo. With the queen's orders, the facehuggers each found a host, and before long, the newborn daughters would be her helpers. Lu Jin, on the other hand, put on his clothes and strutted into the lounge where the boss was. Even though it was a soundproofed room, she could still hear movement inside. Boo! She kicked open the heavy door with a sharp kick and walked in to meet the astonished gazes of the crowd. Why are you all looking at me? Sit down. She sat down on her but on the couch and crossed her legs. Boss, that's her. She's the one who beat us up. Asshole, shut up. Boss's elbow was late but arrived, getting knocked down by a soft little girl. You have the nerve to say that? I don't even have the nerve to hear it. What brings you here, young lady? Boss calmly sat down and poured her a glass of plain water. Here's the thing. I'm a private investigator, and I happen to be investigating you guys. And although I got nothing, I guess, I heard you guys talking about aliens. The boss sniffed and his face didn't change. How could he let a little girl make a scene in his own bunker? I just don't know what price this stupid woman will offer. What about me? Showdown. It's not profitable to be a detective. I'm going to join you. You know, I don't want to run into those monsters. I'm staying here. Wannabe, it's the can't beat it, join it trope. The henchmen sniffed and let go of their hands at their waists. I'm the leader of the Tiger Claw Gang, Hiromi Sato. I don't know what to call you? Hiromi? Ha ha, nice name. Don't call me Hiromi. Hiromi Sato's face turned red and she seemed to dislike her first name. Well, Mr. Sato, my name is Lu Chung. Well, MS. Louis, you have to know that we're a gang. What kind of money do you have to join us? Sato regained his composure and looked at her shapely body with a smile on his face as if he intended to make things difficult. I've told you about my stature, this guy. And besides, I know what you're thinking. I could have babies with you guys. I'm perfectly capable of being a birthing machine. The words shocked the crowd. What kind of tiger and wolf words are these? Yes, I want babies. Lots and lots of babies. Can you guys help me? Chapter 7, A New Lair. Evil to the house must have a ghost. These guys women see a lot of them. And the more outrageous ones aren't so self-absorbed. MS. Lou, what do you mean by that? What do you mean? Literally. What? Sato-san doesn't believe in my sincerity? She undid her bow tie and pulled down the zipper of her blouse, revealing her snow-white pink neck and delicate collarbone. Ha! Little girl, please behave yourself and get dressed. Although he's not a nice guy, he understands that you can't let the little head control the big head, and that you have to look like you're working when you're working. Okay, so we're in agreement? Of course. But my men are going to be watching you, and I can't trust you completely yet. You don't have to trust me at all. Mr. Sato. Click. Suddenly the house was dark. Ding. Your Scion Chestbreaker, Alpha, has cut off the power supply. Completing the Queen's quest and rewarding evolution points *1. The Alpha individual hatched out of the 3 later face-hugging bugs. The system made a special notification. Lu Qing tried to give it an explanation of the task, not realizing that this daughter had a high intelligence and easily did what none of the other sisters could do. MS. Louis, are you okay? Please let me see your hands. Sato was still staring at her from the darkness, and his men were pulling out their guns. I don't know how the big man described it that made them so scornful. Okay, I'm here. Holding her hands up, Lu Qing walked down the hallway to the emergency lights. Great. Pattering sound. There was a modest landing sound. The first alien to hatch had fallen into the crowd. Oh ho. Boss, help. The men wailed. Lu Qing saw it for real. This daughter was dexterous and had a measured hand, knocking the 3 to the ground in an instant. The rest of the people who saw the monster through the faint light outside were also scared out of their wits and their fear levels were pulled full. Oh, let this trend symphony be a little more atmospheric. Her long tail extended from her hindquarters, and with a flick she shattered all the nearby emergency lights. Lu Qing, you builder, you're the one who let the aliens in. Sato cracked up as if he'd figured something out. TSK. I hate it when people yell at me. Inside, the man flickers and the alien flies. Bang, bang, bang. Someone fired a shot. A bullet hit the wall and flew towards the door instead. Lu Qing grabbed the bullet with a single lift of his hand. It wasn't how fast she was, it was that her hands were hard enough. Aren't you afraid of hitting yourself with a ricochet when you fire at such close range? No one paid any attention to her. With a flick of her tail, she knocked all the guns out of their hands. This is an important host. If he dies from a gunshot wound, what's the point? And our baby girl just got shot twice. Poor kid. What's going on? Boss, what's going on with you? Before the bodyguard who rushed over had time to yell, Lu Qing hit on the ceiling and knocked him out with a swing of his tail. The area looked like it was covered in the dark shadow of death. 5 minutes later, the power switched to the backup line and the lights came back on. The room was a mess. 3 were knocked unconscious, 4 had their arms and legs broken, and 1 had his face corroded by spilled acidic blood, leaving only Sato sitting on the floor shivering, clutching his injured arm. You crazy woman, you think you can run away? He noticed the anomaly. The aliens in the room gawked, but had no desire to attack Lu Qing. My sweet girl, does it hurt? She moved closer to the alien and stroked its hard black shell. 1 bullet was caught in the exoskeleton of his chest, and 1 grazed his left shoulder, but the wound has healed. What's going on? Mother and daughter of God? Sato's eyes widened in disbelief at what he was seeing. Sato-san, you're wrong about one thing. I didn't put them in. I put them out. Sato? What? Can't figure it out? She moved her face closer to Sato. They, were born to me. With that, he exhaled a mouthful of mist and he passed out with both eyes narrowed. Sato would soon be the baby's host, and that was a question he didn't need to figure out. How's it going, daughters? Lu Qing connected to the hive, and the other 3 daughters had already hatched. Mother Superior. Mission accomplished. Led by the Alpha, they captured all of the wandering humans and took them to the storage room. The rest of the group gathered at the disco. uninformed. Go and meet them for a while. The intense music was still playing, and the pleasure-seeking men and women swayed and hissed, not realizing that danger was upon them. At this time, the aliens squatting on the periphery received orders to tease the members of the Tiger Claw gang above before leading them to the bunker. Lu Jin left 4 to guard the front and back doors, and the rest took advantage of the shaky lights and intense music to all climb up to the ceiling. Hey, what are you doing? On a couch, a man and woman were convulsing wildly. Race, human. State, extreme euphoria. Poisoning, hallucinogenic. These guys are skating? I asked you what you were doing. When a man sees a pretty girl hitting on him, he holds up a used syringe and extends an invitation. Little sister, want to try it? The package is cool. I'll let you suck it. LV Ching's slap hit the man's face, and his head directly spun around twice. Her cousin, a federal agent, was tragically killed in the line of duty last year because of a battle with the doctor, an unholy vendetta that she is not at all used to. Granted, having someone like that as a host wouldn't have much effect on her child, but it's really diabolical. She doesn't want her baby girl to suffer. She might as well doji it. The DJ, realizing that there was a disturbance, immediately turned off the music and grabbed a microphone ready to output a wave. That's when an alien fell from the sky and pouted him right out of it. The crowd was in disarray. They ran out screaming, found the doorway still blocked by vicious monsters, and ran back in screaming. At least there's a lot of people to wrestle with. Ahem. Good evening everyone. Lu Jin walked up to the stage and turned on the lights. After a moment of shaking, they saw the most bizarre image they had ever seen. A beautiful young girl, standing in danger and harmony with a huge monster. And I'm here. No offense, but just wanted to bring my daughter to play with you guys. She pointed to the roof. The crowd looked around, only to turn pale as they realized more monsters were lurking on the ceiling. No screaming or my daughters get mad and don't know what they'll do. Hearing this gentle threat, the crowd was silenced, afraid of touching the mold. Lu Jin's daughters, on the other hand, came down from above and drove the crowd into a corner for custody. Hey, do any of you skate? The crowd was silent, not daring to reply. She could also see that the state of the people down there was one of extreme nervousness or extreme fear. How does an ordinary person stay calm in the face of a cute alien? Well, if you guys don't tell me, I can find it. Lu Jin smiled faintly, and the aliens rushed into the crowd to yank out the people marked for poisoning. Guys, watch this. This is what happens when you suck asterisk. Remember that in your next life. As the words fell, the aliens either used their sharp claws or tail spikes to dry the dozen or so to pieces. No one attacked with their mouths. Lu Jin didn't want his good daughters to get into this kind of filth. Wonderful? No one replied, but it drew a roar from the aliens. The stupid humans actually started clapping and cheering. Ha ha, okay guys, back to the point. You, all of you, come have babies with me. The silence from the stage was deafening, and Lu Jin didn't care, instead pointing at the aliens. They, were born to me. The place, the disco, is great, the rooms are spacious, and it's perfect for a queen's residence. Lu Jin sucked in his breath as his body began to grow larger and larger, his skin falling to the ground piece by piece along with his clothes. Ow dash. She transformed into a queen and roared towards the crowd. Those people were scared out of their wits. Wasn't it a little girl who could control monsters? How did it become? Seeing something like this beyond cognizance, they were relieved instead, with easy smiles on their faces. Still, a number of people fainted. With the assistance of the worker bees, alien Queen Lu Jin once again hung in midair, and within a short time, a huge 5-meter-long mass of flesh proliferated from her abdomen. Under the terrified eyes of the humans, the alien queen began her formal spawning, and a nearly 1-meter alien egg was freshly laid like an egg bubbling with white mist. What kind of eyes are those? Old lady is working hard to give birth here. Don't you all avoid it? Still looking. It's your turn soon. As she spawned, she reflected on the day's catch, an alpha alien. A well-built alien, good as new. Come on, my alpha. Yes, Mother Superior. Alpha leaned over and prostrated himself. Lu Jin felt that this scene was déjà vu. She could always hear the simple hearts of her daughters. It wasn't like they were becoming human or had a system that wouldn't undercut them. Ahem, Alpha, you're the best of the sisters, so I'm going to name you. Hiss, what's a good name for it? Since it was born in an underground fortress, then your name is Lorelei. Thank you, Mother Superior. And you, come here too. She called for the alien that had been shot. Mom thinks highly of you too. You're so fast. Let's call luscious. In the time it took to talk and laugh, Lu Jin had laid 20 eggs, and the worker bees were carrying their sisters to the humans. The stupid human surveyed the strange egg, unsure, sensing the scent of a living creature, strange to the point of opening. The slime-covered facehugger crawled out quickly and pounced on their faces without mercy without waiting for a reaction. By the time the second batch of eggs was delivered, the chest breakers broke through the cage in just the right succession, and the panicked crowd was like a bizarre fountain of frantic praise. They knew the eggs would kill them, but looking away from the young girl who was already the queen of the aliens, they also knew that begging for mercy would be of no use. So, all you can do is watch the new face-hugging bugs pounce on your face. Even if you dodge it, you'll just live a little longer. This cycle of despair lasted for over 3 hours, and the disco was like hell on earth. Those who were still alive basically lost their minds, and some came up to make out with the busy aliens, but they had the wrong idea. Aliens don't hurt their hosts. Some have even taken it upon themselves to come closer to the face-hugging bugs in the hope that their ordeal will end sooner. The cycle of pain will continue. This steel fortress also became the first lair belonging to her. Chapter 8. What about the promised subterfuge? While the disco was a hell of a drawing, Lu Jin was immersed in pink bubbles. Alien queens spend their entire lives reproducing, but she wasn't going to. After 2 days, there was no longer a living soul in the lair. Replaced by her 200 were so lovely daughters. Ding! The main quest, breaking down the fortress and expanding the lair, has been completed. Rewarded with a reward of evolution points *20. It has been detected that the host's biological children have exceeded 200. Your level has been raised to 50, and the degree of evolution has been raised to 49%. You can still upgrade by giving birth. The number of aliens under the host's command has exceeded 300, and has unlocked the queen's exclusive skill, Royal Gel. The host can feed warrior aliens according to your preference to cultivate your exclusive forbidden guards, which can be produced once a month and can be stored. Here we go. Finally, we can train the forbidden guards. She'd long wanted to train her initial 2 daughters as forbidden guards to manage that lair, but once a month was too little, wasn't it? Granted, the queen only has 1 or 2 forbidden guards, but she's up to something big. Ding! The host can exchange evolution points for the number of royal gel outputs for 100 points. Black. 2 black. Even with his counterintuitive sensory organs, Lu Jin still felt darkness before his eyes. There's still famine ahead that hasn't been paid back, and this is going to be a bit of a loan, so you might as well get dragged down with you. For now, just stock up on royal gel. After another week, Lu Jin had stored more than 4,000 alien eggs within the nest. Boy, when a fated person mistakenly enters the nest and the children pour out, the whole city would be theirs then. Back at home, Lu Jin sensed something unusual. There were traces of rummaging in the house, and it seemed that a stranger had invaded. Downstairs, on the other hand, there were 2 suspicious men with guns on their belts hanging around. Oops, that should have been the sheriff. He himself, along with his wife and Mr. Wang, had been missing for more than 10 days, and it would be hell if no one investigated. Might as well stir it up then. Ding! The side quest, Muddy Waters, has been triggered. Cooperate with the sheriff's office to complete the investigation of the disappearance case. Rewarded with evolution points *2. Remarks, establish a good relationship with the sheriff. You can expand your network of contacts. Ding! A new identity message has been embedded for you. It's time to keep a low profile. And if you have the sheriff's umbrella, you'll be a fish out of water. As for the new identity, it's a bit bland. Ordinary 22-year-old recent graduate. Graduated from the local Rivono State Polytechnic like he did in his previous life, majoring in marine platforms. What do I know about this stuff? But, hey, there is also a hidden identity attached to it. Lu Jin's long-lost sister. She did have a sister, though, but she died at birth, which could be something to write home about. But the identity is ridiculously clean, like a ghost that appeared out of nowhere with no connection to what's around it. And the system makes a special note that it needs about 2 years of life experience to flesh out the background, or else it's easily recognized. The first order of business, then, is to get a job first and fudge your resume to deepen your presence. There's no rush on the sheriff's department side. People have been missing for so long anyway, it's not like it's a matter of days. And if you want to get more there, you need to lay the groundwork elsewhere first. LV Ching changed into professional clothes and then came to the job fair in the Civic Center, where college students are crowded, and the better companies are surrounded by water. The end of April is the time when freshers come out to try their luck. What's the matter? There's no job over 3,000? Graduate school is only 3,500. Not even a rag picker, right? Lu Jin couldn't help but feel that things are changing, and this college student is becoming less and less valuable. Little girl, 3,000 is already good. The minimum wage in Rivono State is only 1,800. Young people, don't have low eyes. The HR, who was benched on one side, said impatiently. He said something like this countless times and it's been scoffed at by job seekers. He is most displeased with the pretentiousness of college students. It is so difficult to take off the coat. 996 can embrace the same no-good life but the lab coat, most people had to wear it, I guess. Lu Jin wanted to dislike him when he heard this, but he saw that HR turned his anger into joy. Yo, isn't this my ex-boss Zhang Huihong? Why are you here at Boss Direct? How about it, classmates? We have a salary of 3,000 here. You can get a promotion and a raise after 5 or 6 years of work. 5 or 6 years? I'm afraid there will be no one left on the planet by then. Having said that, it wouldn't be right not to have a child with him. With a polite professional fake smile, Lu Jin handed over a resume. Zhang Huihan looked at the resume. His face went a shade of red and a shade of green, and finally smacked his lips. TCH, classmates, you this resume white paper like consider me as a secretary. 5 insurance and 1 gold half. 3 years later to mention the assistant. 5 years later when the manager. I see you specialized in the marine platform. I see that you do not want to suffer from that. Follow me to eat only meat asterisk. Do not suffer. On the time you want to jump ship to the marine company. This resume can also be hit. It's something that bosses say to every job seeker. In the end, she chose to join this company, which is a modest media company, but still very beneficial when utilized. But what she wanted was to get back at this streetlight boy, who had previously agreed to a 3,000 salary, but in the end he always deducted it on various excuses, and ended up with only a few hundred in hand. It took a toll on her. The next day, she started her entry-level job. A secretary's job is boring. It's just to help your boss organize documents, proofread materials, buy a coffee and bring a meal, or be a co-driver with weights. As per the boss's request, she wore a shirt and a step skirt with black silk heels at work, but the old boy hadn't done anything out of the ordinary at all, even though she sometimes stole glances at herself. That's not right, is it? You don't have any interest in this pure lustful girl who's been captivating the world, do you? What happened to the promised subterfuge? Isn't there something the secretary does? Nothing. It was like this for a few days in a row, and although he could have threatened him directly, Lu Jin wanted to catch the handle to utilize it in the long run. Finally, after a week she waited for her chance. The company received an order from a domestic video website, almost as a water army to do marketing numbers and so on. Zhang Huihong attaches great importance to the other side of the operations manager, so he and the other side of the operations manager about a drinking game. Lu Yiqing's job is to pour drinks and light cigarettes, and act as a narrator on the side. The manager was in his 40s, and although he looked all righteous, the way he looked at her always made her feel a chill down her back. Mr. Wu, how's your drink today? Zhang Huihong's face was slightly drunk and happy. Thank you for your hospitality, Mr. Zhang. With a beauty like Secretary Lu as my companion, I am having a very good time. At this time, Lu Jin has long understood everything. When the secretary which is not submerged, their boss does not come, is to let other bosses to come. Secretary Lu, want to play golf? The kind that costs 150,000 a ball. I can teach you. Mr. Wu stared at her thighs with a demented smile, while LV Qing was dumbfounded. The next time I get seconds I hope it's a high number. She politely declined and walked into his car on the boss's queue. Before leaving, Lu Jin came to his ear. Mr. Wu, I can give you a baby yo. Old Wu's ears are red, wanting to catch you, right? The beauty must want to progress as well, so hand her a room card. I'll wait for you tonight. At night after work, Lu Jin took a taxi to the next county for a barbecue, saw 2 punks who accosted and harassed people, so he went out to beat them up, and then was handcuffed by the local county police into the bureau. With all of her nonsense, she froze and inked her release until early in the morning, after which she went off to work in a hurry. And that night, Lu Jin's daughter sneaks into the hotel where Mr. Wu is staying and follows the vent to bring him back to the lair. The following day, the disappearance of a certain company executive was reported to the security bureau, and Zhang Huihong was the first to be summoned. While he confessed that LV Cheng and the victim may have had an inappropriate relationship, but Lu Jin took out the records of the barbecue in the next county, and the county police there gave a certificate of custody. He wasn't even there. What's so suspicious about that? In further days, the company's big clients would disappear inexplicably, and LV Cheng would show up that day in nearby cities and counties to sample the food and then pick fights. The sheriffs just assumed she was a strange, foodie, violent girl, and instead suspicion was directed toward their rival. Zhang Huihong was also made to feel anxious, and with the same aura as the death of an elementary school student, he naturally knew that the other party had some plans. Lu Jin, let's open up the sky and talk. Who exactly are you and what is your purpose? Stop hindering me. She also didn't expect the other side to come up with a straight ball without any test, so the play wouldn't have to be staged. All I need you to do is fake a resume for me, which is pretty much me working for you for about 2 years. That's it? Of course, it's hard for me to ask you to transfer the company to me. It wasn't a difficult task, but Zhang Huihong didn't believe that her intentions were so pure. Those people, did you kill those people? Sure. Zhang Huihong snorted coldly and pulled out the recorder in his arms. You're breaking the law. Turn yourself in with me. Lu Jin gave him a somewhat helpless look. Doesn't this guy realize how dangerous he is? How dare he threaten himself? Stupid. You might as well listen to what you've recorded. He turned on the recording, but all he heard was a noise. Ultrasonic interference. Old boy. Hey, where's the trust between people? How could a tender little girl like me kill someone? Right, just kidding with you. You actually want me to turn myself in. It's too much. At this time, Zhang Huihong back cold sweatsensen. Evil to the home must have ghosts. My big boss. I know you'll make this whole thing up. Just playing with you. But then again, I don't mind letting you evaporate is all. While looking calm, his fear value was actually climbing. In this regard, Lu Jin was satisfied. Although he could not hunt, the essence of hunting was to enjoy the fear of the prey. She leaned in close to the other woman's ear and flicked her lips. I don't mind having babies with you if you're good. In the end, Lu Jin got a resume with 2.5 years of work. With the preconditions completed, it was time to get down to business. So, she went to the Sogmunsten City Sheriff's Department. Miss, are you here to report a crime? Just fill out the form over there and wait at home. The police officer at the front desk glanced at LV Ching with a disinterested expression, and then swiped his cell phone while eating a donut. No, Mr. Officer, I've been abducted by aliens. Chapter 9, Bad. I become a good person. What the F***K? The police officer on duty immediately stopped being sleepy and led Lu Jin right into the parlor. Take your time. Miss, don't rush. I'm listening. He brought along chips and fat happy water and was ready to listen intently. Mr. Officer, I was taken by aliens when I was born. I've been living in a different dimension, and although I live with you guys, after a while, my existence is reset. Like playing a single-player game in an internet cafe. There's no archive. Seeing that the police officer was confused by what he heard, Lu Jin began to add fuel to the fire. After I was born my family thought I died young, so that passed, but I kept in touch with them. Only they didn't remember me, and as I grew older, the less this dimension bound me, until a recent event fixed my existence. What a deep dark fantasy. His eyes widened and he was already 8% convinced. As for why he believes it, it's thanks to the company's experiments over 20 years ago, when they were trying to develop unprecedented leapfrog technology, but inadvertently opened up interdimensional space, and 2 of the staff fell in and didn't come back. It caused no small amount of panic, and the population had a strange superstition about this weird technology. Miss, can you tell us what the aliens look like? Are they the EMT kind with big eyes and small bodies? No, they're beautiful, big, with long, round heads and long tails and black bodies. Hearing black, the constable couldn't help but smack his lips. Was this the state of Broad Isle? Seeing that the fire was still almost there, Lu Jin continued to flirt. Mr. Officer, you don't know, because of the aliens and the influence of space, my spirit has been infected as well. I was male before but my body grew to be female, even though I'm a woman. My mental gender is male. I have to wear women's clothes every day, and I'm very bothered by this passive transvestism. I feel like I'm a helicopter gunship. I'm sorry, bro, didn't know you were having such a hard time. After applying so many buffs, he finally believed that in this era, T0 was the king. I know you're upset, but, brother, you need to tell me what's going on so we can help you. Oh, I'm sorry. I was looking for my brother, but I couldn't get through to him and no one responded at home, so I thought something might have happened to him. After her coaxing, he gradually realized that the brother the strange woman was talking about was actually Lu Jin, who had disappeared more than half a month ago, and since the two had the same name, he even suspected that this person might be the embodiment of Lu Jin's second personality. Through the information comparison, the file of Lu Jin in front of her was not at all different from what she said, and her previous existence was very weak until she started working 2.5 years ago before she intersected with this world. He couldn't care less about the aliens, but this disappearance case involved such a troublesome person. If it was done well it would be famous. Brother, I'm sorry to tell you that your brother and sister-in-law disappeared a couple of weeks ago and are still missing in action. Investigations show that he disappeared on April 12th after his travel work was completed, and his wife disappeared the following day, and we have no leads at this time. But your sister-in-law had an unusual relationship with Wang Tianhe, the owner of Tianhe Entertainment Club, and he was the last person she saw before she disappeared. On the evening of April 13th, they entered your brother's house and never came out, and we have a preliminary suspicion that he did it, and we can search his house if we file a case now. Although he knew that Wang Tianhe was the victim, Lu Jin still earnestly asked the Security Bureau to investigate as soon as possible. Please ask for personal involvement. She wanted to call in a random daughter to feign an attack, show her strength by stepping in and helping herself, and then blend in with the Bureau as a matter of course. But that seemed a bit contrived and childish, like a middle-aged fantasy, and she dismissed the idea. Anyway, let's go check it out first and then find an opportunity to falsely accuse him. the police officer reported it to the authorities, and they really took it seriously. 2. Alien abductions, LGBT people. These multiple labels are perfectly typical and will help the mayor's re-election campaign. So a special investigation team of temporarily drawn elites was formed at light speed, in front of a villa in the city. Brothers, this is that Wang Tianhe's home. Wait and follow us, don't get excited when you see anything. Having learned about Lu Qing's situation beforehand, the temporary squad leader, King Billy, was careful about how he addressed her. And the windows of this villa are boarded up with steel, so there could be something unseemly inside. He knocked heavily on the door. Open the door. SMPD. We suspect you are involved in some major case. Please open the door and cooperate with the investigation. Called the door 3 times with no response from inside. Prepare to break. The officers in the back took out their door-breaking cones and were ready to strike when 4 burly men in black suits appeared out of nowhere. Hey, what do you guys want? Breaking and entering? The team ignored it and instead loaded their firearms, ready to respond to the conflict. Hey, gentlemen, calm down, one of our own. We're federal agents. The men in black tried to reach for their IDs, but the team reflexively aimed at the men in unison. Back up and get your damn hands out of those damn pockets so I can see your palms. No, you can't do that. We're on our own. We are employed by Mr. Wang Tianhe. The men in black were handcuffed and disarmed, and the crowd didn't have time to listen to them rave. What does a federal agent have to do with my SMPD? Arrested and tried all the same. After breaking down the door, the huge villa filled with a gust of stale, sickening air and not a hint of life. Captain, there's a body here. The team split up to search and found a bizarre body in the kitchen, only to see that the man's mouth was wide open, his face was full of blood, and his eyes had long been cloudy, as if he had experienced something horrible. His chest, on the other hand, was broken open with a large hole of more than 10 centimeters. Even the seasoned veteran police officers couldn't help but gag at the sight. What the is going on? The team's forensic pathologist cursed as he examined it. There are no visible cuts or splinters in the bones, as if they were melted by some kind of agent. The organs in the chest cavity show signs of severe cancer, and the body is highly decomposed, presumed dead for more than a week. Lu Qing was also in a cold sweat at this time. Wasn't this the way chest breakers were produced? But my own kids haven't been running around lately. Are there other aliens? Hey Mike, does this look like it was broken open from the inside? After being reminded by his teammates, the coroner also woke up as if in a dream. Grass, what kind of psychopathic murderer is this? Click. With the familiar vestigial feeling of a power outage, the room darkened instantly. Ow dash. After a strange scream, the hall flashed with a burst of light and the officers fired several shots, followed by their screams. Oops. The team quickly gathered, and since it wasn't total darkness, they vaguely saw a strange creature roaming quickly across the roof and among the furniture. Lu Qing also contacted the hive through the hive consciousness, but her daughters were dutifully lurking during the day. Ms. Lu Qing, please hide behind us. Don't panic, stay calm. At this point Billy was still doing his best to calm her down. She could see it clearly. This one messenger alien, but a bit larger in size than her own, tried to communicate and the other person didn't respond at all. Okay, if you're not my kid, you're not leaving today. The team was fighting and retreating, but the intense gunfire couldn't hurt it half as much. The police pistol was so powerful that it couldn't kill a person immediately by hitting them, let alone an alien. But instead, 2 more people were assassinated. For a while, the crowd was filled with fear of the unknown creature. Lu Qing, don't you want to die? The crowd drew closer to the gate, while the messenger hovered around there, so that no one could leave. And with all the people dead, instead of being able to mix with the Bureau of Investigation, he might even be blacklisted himself. So she walked down the hall and released pheromones to lure her opponent into attacking. The messenger aliens became hyper at the scent of this, abandoning the squad and climbing up the chandelier to spy on Lu Qing. You guys go ahead and leave me alone. Billy thought she was going to use her body as bait and couldn't rescue her without a fight. However, he saw the monster stretching out its long tail and was about to sneak in, but was yanked down by Lu Qing's vice-like grip. That's when he got a good look at the lurid monster's exoskeleton-filled appearance. The woman, though she looked soft, yanked the monster's tail around twice before tossing it over the bar by the wall. The marble countertops were smashed to smithereens, and both of these guys were outrageous. Turns out it was prepared. He thought that this little girl's story was made up, but he didn't expect her to come true. The squad exited the villa, having lost 6 men by now. Since all the other doors and windows had been sealed, they only needed to guard the main door to prevent the monster from escaping. And the monster was scared by the fight and didn't seem to have any intention of coming out. Get the company guard. Seeing that Lu Qing didn't understand, he explained, the corporate guard is actually C.S.C.R.S. Full name is Corporate Special Crisis Response Squad, and they're usually called in for things that can't be squared away. C.S. It was the first time Lu Qing had heard that the company actually had such a mysterious arm that it could even take on jobs dealing with aliens. Also, Lu Qing, thank you so much. Without you, our squad would have folded inside. How do you? You're such a good person. Lu Qing, it's bad. I've become a good guy. A few minutes later, 2 armored vehicles came roaring in. Hey, what's going on? I'm in the middle of a workout and you pull me over. Only a woman of 27 or 18 years old lazily stepped down from the armored car. She was shiny and sweaty in her yoga clothes. That's a little too flaccid, isn't it? Crap. It's XX121. It's a bit of a pain in the ass. She checked the officer's law enforcement recorder and actually did recognize the alien. Despite the cries of trouble, she was poised and full of herself, turning his head just in time to meet Lu Qing. Yo, little sister, let's go for a drink when you're done. Chapter 10, Corporate Dogs, Plagiarism. Heck, company dog. Lu Qing cursed. I'll come back to clean you up after my sister cleans up the monsters inside. Oh, she poked Lu Qing in the face, handed her a business card, and turned back to her car to pull out a large caliber rifle. Sheriff Billy, a pistol won't do against a monster like this. She then put on her night vision and strapped her hands into her gauntlets with an air of confidence. The woman's name was Bai Xiaohua, and she was the captain of the CSCRS Beta Squad, which specialized in dealing with various biochemical leaks. What kind of experiments are these damn companies running? Captain White, is it really okay for you to be unprotected? Billy, who had seen the aliens before, kindly reminded him, but White Blossom prepared for the assault with a faint word of no harm done. In reality, when facing an alien, it's not much use to do any protection without mech. Take me with you, little sister. It's dangerous in there. Don't come over. LV Qing wanted to get first-hand information, but the other side went only when she was a general police officer to make a statement. Good thing Billy has a guarantee. She can follow. In fact, company dogs don't care about casualties in general as long as they don't interfere with the mission. The raiders are 5 in total. Although they look impressive, behind the corridor in the northeast corner, the messenger alien was lurking in the darkness, staring intently at the group. 2 o'clock. However, the team had not wanted to see it, and came up with a warm greeting that sent it fleeing in all directions. Odd. The alien shell was able to shield heat source signals and regulate its own temperature to match the environment. Infrared detection was useless, in the face of an alien that was good at using the environment to lurk and camouflage. Shimmering night vision devices were also of little use, so it wasn't conventional night vision devices that these people wore. It was other devices. Then the lurking alien is like a young girl in a towel before a demented man. It also shows that the company has some knowledge and means of dealing with the aliens, which is not good. In case you expose yourself one day, this group of people will raid the house. Defensive formation. Continue to advance. Lu Qing followed them up to the second floor and began the intense and exciting room check. But the alien was already hiding somewhere on the first floor by now. Instead, 2 bodies were found in the bedroom. One of a young teenage girl and one of a middle-aged man with a shaved head. Again, the chest is broken open and highly decomposed. Although this young girl had died a horrible death, her expression didn't seem to be that grim, and she seemed to be enjoying herself a bit. Is this what a normal person should look like? This Wang family's eldest miss is playing really openly. Ha ha. I didn't think that at this time Captain White would still be in the mood to joke. Lu Qing glanced at a black booklet on the dresser, underneath which was pressed a note, the first line of which read "Suicide Note" in large letters. The note had a timeless script that should have come from this young girl. It's logical that being attacked by a face-hugging bug doesn't give you a chance to write a suicide note. Is she a reborn? Since it was dark in the house, she took the opportunity to slip the note into her pocket. The pamphlet couldn't be hidden, so she examined it. Above it are 2 large, stamped letters, "The Covenant," and below that, a circular coat of arms resembling an alien skull. It gave her a very uncomfortable feeling. Is this a relic of the dead? Hold it for me and look at it when you get out. At the captain's urging, the squad continued their search. No more bodies were found in the 10 rooms on the second floor, but there were about 10 people in the Wang family counting the maids. So where could the rest of them have gone if they were killed? Ouch! Lu Qing suddenly tripped over herself, at which point a diamond-shaped tail spike skimmed past her, and the broken team member was instantly zapped. Ding! A new breed of alien has been detected to appear. Second-order Sentinel Alien, Alpha, Level 21. Destroying the alien to obtain DNA fragments can open a new evolutionary path. That's right. She'd noticed the alien peering not too far away, or just the alpha, so she wanted to take advantage of the situation. But the victim was also rigid, holding onto the alien's tail hard enough that his teammates' long shots were able to focus their output. Under the saturation blow, the alien was shot several times and hissed as it ran away, splatters of acidic blood burning many large holes in the corridor. The team member was also ripped in half by the frenzied alien. Lu Ching noticed that this alien walked on all fours, and combined with the name, she estimated that this should be the advanced state of the messenger. This stuff is really corrosive. Looking at the golden statue that had been burned most of the way down, Bai Xiaohua said with palpitations. Lu Ching, however, was a bit puzzled. The alien's blood, although its composition was uncertain, but it was a component similar to fluorosulfuric acid, which had a very limited corrosive effect on gold. This alien's blood still has something like aqua regia in it, can't. On the other side of the golden statue, there was also a blue and white porcelain bottle, which was corroded away for most of its length, and many of the broken pieces of porcelain were still stained with dark green blood. Wow! Looks like it's the leftover aqua regia from the reaction between the fluorosulfuric acid and the porcelain tiles. To test the conjecture, she dabbed a drop on her finger and tasted it. Compared to the normal alien sweet-smelling blood, it was sour, spicy and bitter, and it was cool in the mouth, which was indeed quite like King's water. Ding! The DNA fragment has gained 30%. Hey, what are you doing? Don't ever touch it. Seeing her gawking at the shard, Bai Xiaohua tightened his grip on her slender wrist. If you touch it, you'll lose your hand. Lu Ching withdrew his hand and pretended to be in the clouds. Captain Bai, there are over a dozen members of the Wang family. I think they must have been hidden. Of course, XX-121 likes to nest, so it must be hiding in some hidden corner. Naturally, Lu Ching saw that there was also an unexplored space underneath the Wang family's house, and the entrance was in the study or recreation room on the first floor, as the two aliens were also hovering nearby. But inducing too much directness is also easily suspected. Then search the first floor too, just in case his house has a bunker too. Like Orphan Man, one press on the secret piano door and it opens. Why say also? As soon as the words left his mouth, Lu Ching felt that he had lost his words, but fortunately, the other party did not care. Of course I know he has an underground safe house at his house, but our goal is to clean up the leaking aliens, and we need to take care of that guy first. If you say so, then satisfy her. Lu Ching quietly released the pheromones. Though as queen, she can't control the other packs of aliens, and even gets attacked. After all, queens are in competition with each other, but she can release pheromones that cause the aliens' desire to attack, which makes it safe and quick to use on a small scale without spreading. In a few moments, the sentinel came sniffing around. The crowd set up in formation, still under fire, but the guy became incredibly nimble in this slightly open area, and his lightning-fast snakeskin walk actually dodged most of the bullets. Being shot a few times didn't affect its movements. Lu Ching consciously took 2 steps back, but the sentry leapt up and climbed onto the roof, then jumped down behind the crowd. This was a vacuum of bullets running out, and this guy definitely had a plan. With a flick of his tail, the sentinel's sharp tail slit the throats of the 2 team members, and then he opened his mouth and bit towards Bai Xiaohua. Good thing she reacted fast enough to shove the butt of the gun directly into the alien's mouth. At the very same moment, there was another hiss from behind him, and the previous messenger was close at hand. Rather, Bai Xiaohua did not panic. She clenched her right hand into a fist, and a half-meter-long wrist blade popped out of her armor, only to see a flash of cold light. Half of the messenger's head rolled to the ground, and the inner jaw teeth, which had lost their congestion of blood, slowly shrunk back. Taking this opportunity, she gave up her corner and dodged to let go as the sentinel lunged forward, only to hear a sound of gold and iron as its tail was left in half, and her wrist blades became like matchsticks. Lu Ching was secretly shocked on the side. This woman was too strong, wasn't she? If it is not the forbidden guards that have absolute size and strength suppression, worker bees on 1 by 1 is basically all for nothing. Get out of the way. Don't get splashed. The alien snarled in pain and actually flung the blood out with its severed tail. Bai Xiaohua rolled over and dodged a bullet, while the last member of the team was thrown in the face and died in agony in less than 3 seconds. Lousy guy. Bye. At this moment, Bai Xiaohua was enchantingly lying horizontally on the ground, pointing her gun at the sentry, while a grenade was hanging below her gun. With a bang, the grenade smashed into the sentry's head, followed by a burst of intense fire lighting up. Lu Ching only felt that all sounds were moving away from her. With a whiff of burning tires, the smoke cleared and all that was left in the ground were the pieces of the alien. Alright, next it's time to cop out. White, Captain White, your crew is dead. It's okay, there are plenty of reservists, but it's just cover. It's dead, but mission accomplished. Holy, this guy seems to be even more inhuman than myself. Although she herself didn't care about human lives, she couldn't afford to let her daughter go to her death as cannon fodder. Little girl, you are very good although did not help much, but also did not drag the foot. This kind of situation still keep calm or very powerful. Go, sister, take you to open the eyes. LV Ching, if you don't know how to flirt with girls, don't do it the hard way, okay? The two searched and finally found the secret door under the couch in the rec room. Are these people gophers? Why do they all love to dig so much? Bai Xiaohua threw in a signaling rod, and the dark red firelight flickered, and there was no abnormality. The safe house here was small enough that there would be no queen, and as things stood, there should only be 3 aliens here, with the others being used as food storage. Lady first, White Little Flower pointed at the dark passageway. Shameless, aren't you a woman too? Why do you let yourself go first? Knowing that she was defending herself against the remaining alien, the big deal would be to silence her later. Lu Jin walked down hard, through the passageway. Inside were 2 rooms inside and outside. The original survival materials had long been destroyed. The walls were full of alien glue to build up nests. Slippery. It's fine. It's safe. Seeing that Lu Jin was unharmed, Bai Xiaohua also came down, probably seeing the nest for the first time. Her eyes were filled with shock. Walking into the inner room, there were indeed 7 or 8 human corpses hanging on the walls, their limbs mangled and obviously not on. And on another wall hung a huge black cocoon with a long-dead monstrous alien underneath. Hatching failure? Are you kidding me? Whose kid is it? Is it a shame? How can we still be in the alien circle if this gets out? Green. Where do you think that alien is hiding? Could it be here? Bai Xiaohua's goggles had been damaged, and although she couldn't see the aliens, years of dealing with danger had given her an instinct. And Lu Jin had long since seen that a warrior alien had utilized this nest to camouflage itself perfectly, and was currently moving stupidly behind Bai Xiaohua, but she didn't want to talk about it. Instead she looked away. No way. There's no hiding place here. I guess they ran away a long time ago. You're right too. Bai Xiaohua suddenly stormed up, popping out his wrist blade with his left hand, and in one flash he stabbed the head of the alien that was about to sneak up on him. Ha ha, it's still my sister, I'm skillful. Learn it. Seemingly giddy with mission accomplished, she didn't notice the alien spit out a mouthful of gray mist. Awful. The alien didn't seem to have a strong anesthetic smoke effect because it was near death. Sister White, what's wrong with you? Lu Jin rushed to assist, and without showing any emotion, he also spat out a mouthful of gray mist. Now she passed out completely. This obstructionist is finally down. Or kill her. Think about it. As a C.S.C.R.S. elite captain, she had to catch aliens all over the world for research without her company. Not to mention that she was quite interested in herself, so she might as well take advantage of it. Now, go check out that sentinel alien first. Before it died for long, Lu Jin hugged its broken tail and gnawed on it. Crap guys, even the meat is this bad. Ding, the gene fragment has gained 100%, and a new evolutionary path has been unlocked. She glanced at the alien icon and sure enough, the sentinel alien was unlocked after the messenger, and the warrior alien could evolve into a sentinel as well. She then left the villa with Bai Xiaohua. While everyone was cleaning up the scene, she found a deserted spot to view the suicide note. The suicide note contained a few accusations against humanity, like the broken thoughts of a middle-aged girl, but the last line made her eyes widen. Destroy the tyranny of mankind. The world belongs to the aliens. The Lord will come down to me. Foolish humans, accept the divine punishment. Chapter 11, Worship of the Alien Cult. This girl is a little too abstract, isn't she? Are all rich kids like that? Still too full. She said the Lord is an alien. No wonder she broke her breasts and died instead of enjoying herself. Is she taking herself for a saintly mother? Besides, who in their right mind is a normal human being who would consider an alien a god? 15 minutes later, the company's aftermath team arrived, and all the alien limbs were recovered and the lair was torched. On the side of the road, on the other hand, were 21 black shrouded bags. The police department lost 6 men, the company lost 4, and 11 members of the Wang family were exterminated. Tragically, Lu Jin took out the pamphlet, opened the cover, and on the title page it was clearly written, Worship of the Alien Cult, Holy Covenant. Good lord, it's grown into a religion? These guys are sick as hell. She briefly read the first chapter, which dealt with origins. About 3 years ago, a certain rich merchant found a very large egg, and because he and his wives had no heirs, he brought it back as a gift, and that night the xenomorphic worm parasitized his wife, and he actually thought it was beautiful. So, early the next morning, the wife felt unwell, and by midday she had completed her duties as host. Instead, he thought the creature was a gift from God and even raised it in a crib. It turned out, not surprisingly, that the alien gnawed him up as food when it finished developing in the evening. This is the alien seance. Reading this, Lu Jin was exasperated and laughed. Away from Dapu. This group of people are all stupid X, right? On the way down are the rituals, which are divided into sacrifice, blessing and descent. Sacrifice requires the selection of a beautiful maiden who will become the host of the Facehugger after a day of fasting. The blessing, on the other hand, comes after the young girl has been parasitized and the priest leads the faithful in chanting hymns and prayers until the face-hugging worm breaks through the body. The final descent involves the selection of another young girl to share a room with the breastbreaker as the first meal after the alien formation. The notes are then that the maiden is better viewed, and if there's no suitable one, someone else will do, with quite a few accompanying pictures in between. Pervert. Whereas facehuggers, chestbreakers, and adult aliens are called the Holy Spirit, the Sun, and the Divine. Seeing this, Lu Jin is really clamport to live. How the stupid human dies is none of her business, but if she is born like this, she will definitely be laughed at by the other aliens for the rest of her life. Besides, it's 2024. Won't you get caught playing like that? Anything further on was about how awesome and perfect the aliens were, something she agreed with. Captain Bai, you're awake. She saw that Billy was delivering the task with the newly awakened White Blossom and patted over to him as well. I'm so sorry. I was careless. I didn't blink, so it's good to get the job done. Bai Xiaohua was chagrined, not knowing if he was ashamed of his dereliction of duty or if he felt stifled because he had been sneakily attacked. The alien's poisonous mist had some hallucinogenic properties and could give the host transient amnesia, but the sight of her melted wristblade made her remember those earlier events as well. 2 captains? Look at that too. On the principle that no one else should have an umbrella if she had gotten wet, she handed over the pamphlet. Billy came over and seemed interested as well, but his face darkened as he watched. Alien worship. Scum. Previously, he had only seen aliens in movies, and he had called out that it was too much, but he didn't expect to see the real thing today, and before the Security Bureau did deal with similar cult cases, but are pulling people into the gang, tell some heavy stories to make people worship monsters, did not want to be able to play so big, associated with the inexplicable disappearances. He seemed to be onto something. Lu Jin, it's basically certain that this Wang Tianhe's family are followers of the alien worship cult. They abduct people and even use their own family members to incubate aliens. Your brother and sister-in-law should be in dire straits. Bai Xiaohua, who had been full of unconcern, was also a bit worried at this time. Quietly give you a bottom, although it is not a secret, but now it is not appropriate to publicize. In fact, the alien attack over the years occurred more than a dozen. At first we also thought it was the company's experiments leaked, but I now think that it is this worship of the alien religion to get. Perhaps they and the company's senior have dealings. LV Ching also thought so arrogant must be backed by the forces behind. Not being one of the first aliens to invade the human world herself, though, made her anxious. I'll report to the company to send an agent undercover. I think you have a lot of potential. Would you be interested in joining the company? No. There are 3 things people don't do. First, they don't go into a black enterprise to be a cowboy. Second, they don't go into a company to be a traitor. And third, they don't go into a cult to be an evil demon. Hearing Lu Jin's words, Bai Xiaohua instead laughed out loud. She thought it was funny. The company dog and the cult were all on the same page. But it is true, although the cultists are heartless, but what they do is what they want to do. Corporate dogs are a different story. The vast majority of the time they are out of their depth. Without much more politeness, Bai Xiaohua left with the aftermath convoy. Billy, on the other hand, picked up on her words to solicit Lu Jin. How about that? With your skills you'll have no problem being a state trooper. Phobler. And staying on the force you might even be able to top the chief. Ha, Captain, you say that? By all means let me join. But I just need a temporary status like an advisor. After all I have shifts to go to. Or else it'll interfere with my contact with alien worship as well. It's okay, we can do it if you don't come. Not buddy? Billy froze, and she just said yes? That's a company that just turned down even the company. And she's going undercover to worship alienism? She didn't even have the heart to talk about it herself. And she actually took the initiative to mention it. Lu Jin, you're a ing angel. Seeing that Billy looked like a good liar, she put her foot down and handed him the suicide note she had hidden. Since we all know something about aliens, it would be to our advantage to hand them over instead. Billy read the suicide note and his gaze hardened. A raccoon of a hill. Wang Tianhe has most likely witnessed the Dao with his body or fled in fear of the crime. We'll put out a manhunt for him as soon as possible. Isn't that a windfall? I didn't do anything myself. I just gave a big hatchet job. They can't find Wang Tianhe again, dead or alive. This charge can't be taken off. Who let him have a good daughter? Packing up the scene, Billy and his group also left, only telling the public that there was an invasion by armed toughs and that the gunfight resulted in a gas leak, and so on. The people and the council eat it up anyway, and no one will come out and hold up signs and make trouble when it's over. Ding! The side quest, Muddy Waters, has been completed. Rewarding evolution points *2. Destroying the small alien nest. Rewarding additional evolution points *3. Good lord, you didn't even do it yourself. Just witnessing it counts as completing the mission. Lu Jin logically lived in his original home, and didn't have to sneak around after that. After a shower, She lay in bed wondering how she could get hooked up with the cult of alien worship. That's when the boss's call came. LV Chang, are you alright? The voice on the other end of the line was a little tense, having missed a whole day of work, but he didn't dare to rush it. Yo, you're expecting something to happen to me, aren't you? Which can? Haha, it's just that there will be an important client tomorrow. Well, why don't you come and be a chaperone? Just please be a common chaperone, please. Seeing that the other party was pleading so much, she agreed. After all, she wasn't a bad person. She started brushing up her circle of friends again, all of them showing her career and family, which made her quite bored. I'm a queen now, and I have over 200 daughters, so what are you going to compare me to? In the midst of her mental triumph, she suddenly received a private message and opened it to see a rather plain message. LV Ching student, today I cleaned up my room and found the little note we wrote back then. I feel like I had a great time with you, but time has changed and things are different. I'm just nostalgic, don't get me wrong. I'm happy that we used to be friends. Hiss, this is not high school that will be their own table. Lu Jin Ran well, even if the seat changed, but also always find a reason to sit with him, and later realized that she is like himself, but that time Lu Qing has been married. Now it seems that is not the first listen do not know the meaning of the song, and then listen to the song is already in the person. So she replied over, Lu Qing has died, I am her sister. When I was organizing the relics, I found a letter to you, we might as well meet. Chapter 12, The Priestess Who Fell into a Cult. After a good night's sleep, Lu Qing got up early. Now as an imperious girl, she was studying makeup, what with shadow relationships, features, and eye expansion. She knew none of it, but the good thing is that she is a natural beauty, and with eyeliner and eyebrows trimmed and mascara applied halfway through, she looks much more smart and capable. She didn't like too much heavy eyeshadow and flaming red lips, she felt that it had a sultry beach feel to it. Walking down the street, she took enchanting catwalks, attracting passers-by who couldn't stop lingering. She did like the feeling of being appreciated with high intensity, but try being an internet celebrity for a while. Ha, another day to charm the beings. Come to the company, the boss has been eagerly awaited. Colleagues do not understand why this new secretary so arrogant. Why don't you say that if you're pretty you can do whatever you want? Boss, what are you doing? Boss. Zhang Huihong returned to the office and began to organize the information for today, which was supposed to be the secretary's job. You're stealing my job. I get 3,000 a month from you. How does that make me feel? With that, he grabbed the papers. It's definitely not that she loves her job, but she always meets the odd person in self-publishing, and by keeping an eye out ahead of time, she always comes across useful ones. Sure enough, the client was Corino from the South, one of the few mega companies that could stand apart from Ampere. He asked for 2,000 customized sci-fi horror film cut strips. Commentary. Exploring the class of the video, citing a number of films, and the Alien quadrilogy is listed, but also a special note related to the video shall not be less than 200. Who would believe you if you said it wasn't a coincidence? After organizing the paperwork for a while, the client arrived at the office around 10 o'clock and a few people moved to the parlor. Mr. Su, nice to meet you. This big client named Su looked to be in his early 30s, and his eyes were full of hard eyes, making Lu Qing feel very uncomfortable. And Zhang Huihong's attitude was humble with restraint, and there was awe in the pleasing. It's not like that, even though it's a big client or a small leader of the company. The meeting began. Su no nonsense, directly gave a video 200 high price. As for the good income video will be additional money. You know, when LV Qing did it here before, editing a 2-minute commentary video only yielded $20, with no extra commission. Just because people are rich doesn't mean they're stupid, evil to the point of having ghosts. Between serving tea and water, LV Qing intentionally or unintentionally lifted her skirt, and people were hard to turn a blind eye to her long black silk legs. What Sigma men? However, Lu Qing glimpsed that this Mr. Su's tie clip somewhat resembled an alien tail, and the brooch on his chest was a Shoujin's alien head badge. If it wasn't for her uncanny eyesight, she probably wouldn't have realized it. Could this man be an alien fanatic? Some might, but 9 times out of 10 he's an alien worshipper. If he was secretly funding it on behalf of the company, Fobler would have to do nothing but stare. The meeting ended quickly, with the other party swinging for the fences and pressing for more. LV Qing's beauty is not useful at all, so why do you have to name yourself? After work was over, she skipped work directly to find Lu Jin Ran. In the end, it was Zhang Huihong who sent the customer away, but he was smug at this point. Mr. Su, how is the holy maiden I'm looking for? Not bad, it needs further development. Take your time. LV Qing and Lu Jin ran about an open-air cafe, and waited until the person came to realize that this old classmate does not seem to have been eroded by the years, still as playful and agile as a deer, but the face is tired. State, worry, sadness, fear, What's the matter with you? You look so bad. Did something happen to you? No, it's okay, I'm fine. Facing this beautiful woman who called herself Lu Qing's sister, Lu Jin Ran obviously didn't want to confide anything. Okay, here's a letter for you from my brother. Lu Qing fished out a worn envelope from his bag and handed it over. It also only has one sentence on it. Thank you for ever liking me. Lu Jin Ran also just released a smile. Previously, Lu Qing did write her a letter telling her heart, but now that he thought about it quite awkwardly, he tore it up and rewrote that sentence. There's no such thing as romance in the adult world. She added the story of her abduction by aliens, giving the other woman a sudden flutter, seemingly believing 8 points. The two then chatted about their high school days, and it seemed to Lu Jin Ran that this bystander had become a party to it, overlapping with the less reliable Lu Qing. That, Sister Lu Qing, I did, indeed, encounter something, but I'm afraid of dragging you down. Drag? Being an alien queen and being afraid of a drag? Didn't you go to all this trouble just waiting for her to talk? Sister Jin Ran, I have a lot of family behind me, and I'm a very reasonable person. If reason doesn't work, I still know some fists and feet. She lowered her voice to a whisper. Mostly, I have people above me. Lu Qing smelled a faint citrus aroma on the other party. Refreshing. Hey, Priestess Sama, it's time to go back. While being intoxicated, a gloomy male voice woke up Lu Qing. Sacrifice girl? This guy's looking for a fight, right? Just see Lu Jin Ran when he stood behind a man wearing a black suit. Behind him too there are two gnarled bearded men, holding a quite large aluminum alloy box. You don't want anything to happen to your family either. Just finish tonight's sacrifice and it will all be over. Ding! The side quest, the sacrificial daughter at the end of her path, has been triggered. Save Lu Jin Ran from the cultists. The quest rewards evolution points *4. Ha! Lu Qing was a bit helpless. This system seemed to know everything, but it was not humane, like a low-level human machine, not releasing tasks until the critical time, appearing to be dull. These people should be cultists worshipping the alien cult, and Lu Jin Ran was obviously chosen as a sacrifice. Ahem, what's the matter with a few of you? Can't you see we're chatting? Do you still want to forcefully rob people's girls in broad daylight? Lu Qing took 2 steps forward and blocked in front of these people. Beauty, this is none of your business. We're an existence you can't afford to mess with. 6. What a standard mongrel statement. Lu Qing couldn't see the contents of the aluminum box, but she found a familiar pheromone. This box is filled with face-hugging bugs. That's why these people are emboldened. Sister Lu Qing, go away. We can't afford to mess with them. Lu Jin Ran got up, her face filled with despair, and her beautiful eyes were already filled with tears. Please let me through. I really didn't mean it. I've quit teaching. Stop pestering me. The girl was somewhat daring. She used to peek at horror movies with her all the time, and when she came across something as hunted as alien worship, she really didn't have a chance to put herself together to see it. It's not too much of a stretch to say that she deserved it, but it would have been better to let her own daughter parasitize her rather than go with letting some facehugger from an unknown source get the jump on her. That's not good. You're the perfect candidate for the sacrifice. The gods have recognized you. You'll be the virgin. You should be honored. That said, who in their right mind would be happy to be hugged by a facehugger? The man knocked on the box, and there was a rustling and banging from inside. The chief hall master said that if you are unwilling, we will sacrifice on the spot. Lu Qing was a bit helpless. Is this not a terrorist anymore? Sister Jin Ran, let's go. These people are very sick. I'm telling you guys, don't be in this barbershop. I'm calling the police. The man seemed to hear something hilarious and let out a loud laugh. Ha 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 ha, ha 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 ha. Little girl, what are you talking about? A mere mole cricket is worthy of sanctioning a god? I'm an apostle of a god, an existence that is out of reach of you stupid humans. Ah, geez, it's a bit of a joke, isn't it? LV Qing felt a terrible headache. This person in the middle of the second disease into the brain said the words are really embarrassing. Even with him to stand together, all feel very ashamed. A moment to find and no one place to screw dead is good. This kind of thing is not suitable for the host. In case their own daughter in the middle of the second awakening, then the picture is too beautiful. What he didn't expect was that he opened the box without warning, and a dirt-colored face-hugging insect ejected and pounced straight onto Lu Jin Ran's face. She fought back, and the face-hugging bugs had gone so far as to not be able to help her. Lu Qing could see clearly that a tentacle was sticking out of the face-hugging bug's abdomen and had been trying to poke into her mouth. She recoiled a little at the sight of it. Whose kid is this? Why is he so ugly? Why was it so cute to see my own little cuddles at the time? Is this the family filter? Okay, almost. Lu Qing grabbed the claws of the face-hugging insect with both hands and gently removed it, then disliked it fiercely. Little Thane, snatching someone from me. Ha! Chapter 13, Rejecting Cults. Starting with me. The 3 cultists were a bit confused at this point. The first time I saw someone who could get rid of a face-hugging bug, it was the Holy Spirit. Seeing them like this, Lu Jin started to mess with his mind. No dude, why aren't you smiling? Scared? Or sad? Go ahead and laugh. Isn't your life ridiculous enough? Ha ha ha. The guy actually obeyed and laughed. His men, in turn, opened another box in the process. The face-hugging bug popped up directly onto Lu Jin's face like a spring. Ha 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 ha. Stinking woman. Thought you were more powerful. Just this? Lu Jin only felt a slippery tentacle rubbing against his face. Inverted Big Dipper. It's a little bit of primer and it's all gone. Xiao Bai Zaiji. If you dare to move one more time you're dead. Go, get me your lord. Hearing this, the face-hugging insect unexpectedly came down from Lu Jin's face and honestly lay down on the table without moving. The crowd fell silent again. You, how did you do that? Sis is the queen. Lu Jin didn't have any nonsense and directly threw the face-hugging bug in his hand into the face of the big man behind him. The big man collapsed with a scream. The facehugger on the table saw this and took advantage of the chaos by jumping and pouncing on the passerby. That's not good. She couldn't do that by letting her rival parasitize her. After all, she was still meeting herself. Sorry about that. Seeing the workers carrying the glass, she had an idea and then kicked the glass to break it. All the ones in front of us are out of the way. Broken glass flew everywhere, and Lu Jin lifted his foot and kicked a large piece of debris away. The sharp, broken glass spun and sliced the fleeing facehugger in half with a swish. Good death. A man passed by, seemed to be answering the leader's phone, did not hear Lu Jin's reminder. Acidic blood splattered him instantly. White smoke rose from his body and he fell to the ground wailing in agony. It's not me, it's the face-hugging bug. If you want to find it, go find the 3 cultists. Lu Jin shook his head and silently turned back to his seat. What? Scared? The man in the suit was reticent, standing off to the side like a schoolboy. Don't be afraid, he was burned by acid blood. It has nothing to do with me, okay? I am not going to kill anyone because I am good. You are kind, but what's wrong with him? The man in the suit pointed to the big man who was being held in the face. Oh, you say he of course I do not blame me. You also see, just hug face bug also hugged me. The result, gone. So well, she glanced off into the distance. The sheriff's department was already on their way. The classic aftermath of an appearance. This is the face-hugging bug's own choice. It does not like big can parasitize others. She tapped the man in the suit on the shoulder, who in turn sat on his ass. That's said as if it's outrageous, but then again, it makes perfect sense. Another wave of fervor rose in the man's eyes. Lu Jin, are you alright? Leading the way was Billy, and a group of officers got a little chill down their spines at the sight. Caught 3 cultists with dangerous creatures that have caused the death of a civilian. Clean up the scene. LV Jin gave out a bunch of orders, and the dumbfounded police officers finally got to work. The parties involved and the witnesses at the scene were all brought back to the station. Inside the interrogation room, the man in the suit only confessed that his name was Marshal Choi and that he was the parishioner of Nord-South in Sogmundan. Beyond that he didn't say a word. His entourage, on the other hand, fell with the wind and confessed quite a bit. They had come here on the orders of the city's chief hall master to capture the absconding sacrificial maidens and sacrifice them on the spot if the conditions were right. And the general framework of alien worship is similar to that of certain religious orders, with an archbishop at the top, surrounded by right and left protectors, and 4 great elders down the line, a bishop in each state, a chief parishioner in each city, and a parishioner in each district and county. Hearing this, Billy was anxious, and immediately looked for the director. The director heard this even more anxious. The fire even thought of swallowing the gun to kill themselves. The secretary is under 40 years of age, so he can easily get carried away with his bloodlust. He usually had an average reputation and hadn't been in cahoots with the mayor, but he had firmly supported himself this time, so Lu Jin also spoke out to comfort him. Director, such a cult group that harms the country and the people has secretly developed such a large force. Is your public security bureau on a diet? People are waiting for a swarm of aliens. What are you waiting for? You're waiting for a young model from a club? I think you should hurry up and kill yourself. Don't drag everyone else down with you. Knowing that LV Jin dared to wrestle with the alien, the director didn't dare to roll his eyes when he was scolded. Ms. Lu Jin, me what me? If you don't do it, someone else will. Seeming to find a step, he lowered his gun and calmed down with his head down. Hey, what are you looking at? Looking at my legs? Never seen stockings before? Don't you have anything else on your mind? Can't you do it, asshole? Well, hey, you can talk more if you know how. I love to hear it. Walking out of the office and thinking about the indisputable director, Billy decreed that the lines were drawn long. What can we do about this? We can't say we've got nothing. At least we're getting nowhere. On the other side of the detention room, Choi Shui seems to be bewildered and keeps chanting that he wants to see Lord Lu Jin. Considering that the chest breakers would be coming out at any moment, Lu Jin decided to meet them again. Captain Billy, why don't we start our undercover program here? Hey, what are you yelling about? Lu Jin walked in, and the officer made sure the door was locked and left. At this moment, Cui Shui and another big man directly knelt on the ground to greet them reverently. Lord Lu Jin, what's wrong with you? That's all you know how to say. Are you sick of it? For her part, she sat on a stool to one side with her legs crossed and her eyes full of scorn. From the outside, the picture becomes subtle. It seemed that she had gotten the facehugger killed so easily that these cultists worshipped her. Your accomplice is dying. Won't you help him out? The parasitized man wakes up and the countdown to his life begins. No. It would be an honor for him to give his life for the birth of a god, wouldn't it? Cui Shui looked at the man, and he could only nod with a sobbing face. Lu Jin just looked at them quietly. After 5 minutes, the man suddenly wailed, followed by blood splatter. With a sharp cry, the chestbreaker came out. Ha, little firstborn, come here. She beckoned, and the chestbreaker dutifully climbed up her arm. Hiss, ugly as hell, no better than my kid. This thing certainly wasn't born on its own, and worshipping alienism is clearly worshipping someone else's queen, an eyesore. With a flick of her fingers, she snapped the little guy's head off and tossed it aside like a torn sock. Those two men's eyes were filled with skepticism. This is a ing holy son, so casually sent? But the fire in Cui Shui's eyes was on the verge of spewing out. Lu Jin-sama, you're a god, aren't you? No, you're the god who rules over the gods, aren't you? Lu Jin was still looking at him expressionlessly. You want to come to us, worship the alien cult to see, you are guaranteed godlike treatment. The main quest, reject the cult, start with me, has been triggered. Penetrate the inside of the cult of alien worship and get hold of first-hand information. The reward is unknown. Sure enough, the mission triggered. But what's with the system? Forget about the diminishing rewards. Now they just don't even give them anymore. But it would be good to join them, to find a chance to take care of that queen, and to take control of the cult for their own future Lair expansion. Well, if you say so, I'll begrudgingly check it out. And I'll have a surprise for you guys too. Remember to stop by the hotel tonight and I'll get you high. Lu Jin dropped this inexplicable remark and left. After finishing these chores, Lu Jin thought about hanging Lu Jin Ran out to dry. At the moment she was drinking her coffee and talking to the policewoman. Counselor Lu, you're here, so I'll go. The policewoman gave them a meaningful look, then left with a smile on her face. Green, you are so awesome. At this point, she also believed the aliens. After all, when hugged by a face-hugging bug, humans were powerless to resist. She then went on to tell how she came into contact with the cult of alien worship, then attended the coven and was eventually chosen, and how she had recently been forced to make sacrifices, which had left her so burnt out that at one point she had wanted to cut herself off. In the opinion of Lu Jin, a bystander, she was voluntarily falling into an so adult, still as silly as a child. As if there was still a trace of attachment to her failed marriage, she developed a hint of protectiveness towards Lu Jin Ran. Never mind, she's an important host. It's normal to protect her a little, right? That must have been a great look on her face when she and I became the best of friends and took her into the lair. She convinced herself with this reasoning. Don't worry, these cultists won't pester you anymore. Lu Jin Ran nodded vigorously, then hugged her gently. Ding, the side quest, the sacrificial daughter at the end of her path, has been completed and the reward has arrived. Chapter 14, the Pope, play for money. Later in the evening, two men claiming to be from Corino's company came with a letterhead to bail out the arrested cultists. Billy was fired up on the spot and argued hard with the company dog. It's a good thing that his co-workers were afraid of what was going on and rushed to talk him down. Eventually a compromise was taken and they were given locators. Still, Billy's teeth clenched as he watched them sashay away. LV Ching only wanted to say that without King Billy, this security bureau would be disbanded sooner or later. And the eyewitnesses went home with hush money after some big memory disappearing act. And that's a perfect end to today's farce. After returning home, Lu Jin raised all his skills to level 4, include sharp claws, tail whip, and perception already at level 3. There's also climbing, speed, domination, acid blood, and the derived acid blood spray, acid blood sniper skills that have never been upgraded. She also only had 12 evolution points left. System, view personal information. Ding, name, LV Ching, sex, female and male, race, alien, rank, 53, evolution, 56%, creature level, Queen of the Fourth Order, Alpha, skills, domination, mimicry, camouflage, spawning, acid spray, acid sniper. Thinking about it, she was a bit twisted. Since the queens were in competition with each other, wouldn't it be fine to evolve into a queen herself? Although the system said that there is a queen, but the road to evolution is very difficult. The front upgrade fly, The back does not move like a mountain. Obviously forced Krypton said as previously agreed. At midnight, Cui Shui arrived at the hotel. Looking at the young girl sitting on the couch, he felt another twinge of worship, but in the next moment, he was refreshed. Only a facehugger slowly climbed up her shoulder, both front claws still ruffling the long silky black hair in what seemed to be an intimate interaction. Ouch! Stinky treasure! Don't do it! It tickles! The face-hugging insect sniffed and immediately jumped onto Lu Qing's lap. It tilted its body up and alertly surveyed the surroundings. Oh goddess! You are indeed God! Cui Shui excitedly. He can no longer taunt. Hold face bugs dare not hold her even if. Now actually get so close. This woman is definitely not small. Goddess, you are the alien god, aren't you? With you here, this alien worship is not to be treated. With that, he knelt down and kowtowed to the big head. She always had the feeling that the man was a little out of his mind. Hey, I like aliens too, so if you quit teaching won't you be putting the cart before the horse? Lift your head. Lu Qing hooked his chin up with his foot. A little surprise for you. Cui Shui only felt a fragrance and raised his head, but he saw a black shadow pouncing. 20 minutes later, he woke up slowly and knew what had happened when he saw the motionless facehugger beside him. But instead of being lost, he seemed more open. Alright, your holy child is already inside you, but I've made a deal with her that she won't come out for a while, so don't worry, you won't die. I don't know what he was calculating, but it was quite enjoyable anyway. But it was clear that the guy had been taken by her. After dominance was raised to level 4, Lu Qing could even directly intervene in the hatching of chestbreakers, and as long as a specific pheromone was released, they could lie dormant in the host for up to 2 months before being able to remotely guide the chestbreakers at any time through the hive consciousness. Don't talk to the top about me, understand? Also, don't do the mission from above for now. Listen to me for the time being, okay? Cui Shui didn't say anything, but just kowtowed his big head in that bonbon. Late the following afternoon, north-south, inside a church. Ahem, all you devout believers, do you also feel that this wicked world is at the end of its rope? That the corporations only have money in their eyes and don't care about the lives and deaths of the civilians? And that this world gives you nothing but despair? Yes, that's right, destroy human tyranny. Lu Qing's words incited the crowd of cultists on the stage. They don't care who is on stage speaking, as long as it fits that crazy doctrine, they embrace it. I know you're having a hard time, but it's not you who are at fault, it's the world. That's true. Corporations are in charge and ordinary people have to live like pigs and dogs. Our god, alien, is about to descend to save this wretched world. Will you be willing to sacrifice your hearts to be the god's coming? Willing. The congregants rose in unison and beat their fists hard against their chests. In Lu Qing's opinion, these people were just sick, but it's just the right time to show a miracle to take them in. Although the crowd was frenzied, they were no match for Hallmaster Cui Shui, who was kneeling to the side. He was bonking and kowtowing as usual, the corners of his mouth going up to the sky because he knew the big one was coming. Behold, the gods have not forsaken you, she will come down to earth and bring you the gospel. Click! The glass of the dome suddenly shattered and a dark shadow fell quickly. There was a bang, a gust of dust raised, accompanied by a chilling roar. Clad in heavy armor, the pitch-black alien appeared in the church like a god descending from the heavens. No matter how you look at it, our daughter is such a delight. The one who came was no one else but LV Qing's favorite eldest daughter, LV Xin. She and a few of her sisters had traveled all night to ambush this place just waiting for the mechanical seance. Mother-sama, these humans, are they to be brought to the sisters? What a sweetheart of a mom. LV Qing couldn't help but compliment. She had reached level 30 at this point, and her evolution degree had come to 30%, ready to evolve into a forbidden guard. It's true that an elder sister is like a mother. The eldest daughter didn't worry about this family much. Good daughter, you can choose a favorite to eat. No need to be polite with mommy. She didn't push back, and jumped right on the middle-aged man closest to her, nibbling on him nonchalantly. A mouthful of popcorn, so juicy that she just felt her mouth and tongue watering and her eyes watering, even though she didn't have any eyes. Lu Qing's daughters have never eaten a living person, and at best, they eat the host after breaking the murderous mold. That texture and flavor and hard to compete with a fresh middle-aged man. Instead, there was ecstasy, fear, and worry in the eyes of the religious. After all, if they weren't core members, they wouldn't be able to see the truly ferocious aliens, but it was a dream come true for them to be the sustenance of the gods. In the end, the frenzy of madness overshadowed all. Gentlemen, have any of you ever seen a human who can be so close to the gods? No. Have you ever wanted to be so close to the gods? No. Looking at the pious crowd under the stage, Cui Shui had a bold idea at this time. Has it ever occurred to you that the so-called alien-worshipping cult is nothing but a fraud who has conned us under the guise of a god? The stage was in an uproar. It was not something they had thought about. If they had thought about it, they would really be clowns. We are blessed by the true gods. We are the ones who are destined by heaven. I declare that the alien cult is officially established. Lord Lu Jin will serve as the Pope and lead us to expel some pagans completely, replacing the alien worship cult. The stage remained silent, and he could only look at Lu Jin for help. Thinking about what happened next, Lu Jin couldn't help but crook his mouth. Another shattering sound was heard as 2 worker bees and a messenger alien once again fell from the sky. It seemed like it was the first time they had seen so many people. They were all a little nervous, so Lu Jin had to touch their heads one by one to calm them down. By the gods, we shall be invincible. Cui Shuai's words finally ignited the passion of the congregation. The stage applauded and the crowd had tears in their eyes. Alien worship may have some kind of partnership with the gods, but this Pope here is close to many of them, so it's a no-brainer who to choose. Ding! The first stage of the side quest, Reject Cults, Start With Me, has been completed. Ha ha, this group is so good at fooling people, but cultists weren't good people anyway, so Lu Jin decided to blackmail them. Ahem, all believers, the real gods are standing in front of you. I'm sure that you will have already seen the future road to prosperity. Since we have to deal with the alien-worshipping cult, we have to do things in a low profile, how it was before and how it is now. False and subtle. Understand? The believers nodded, their eyes filled with clear folly, and Lu Jin was satisfied. We must secretly build up our strength and still preach in the future. And remember, the old, the weak, the sick, the pregnant women and children are not wanted at all. It wasn't that Lu Jin was kind-hearted, but these people's bodies couldn't support the growth of a chestbreaker, and if parasitized the odds were that they would die in the womb. Remember, we're here to do great things, and I don't like to fail, and while failure is the mother of success, well, do you know what the father of success is? Your Holiness, we are foolish, and we still need you to clear up our confusion. Marshal Choi stepped up again and played along with her. Okay, now transfer $100,000 to my pay money bookers. The other party didn't hesitate and just swept the code to pay. Pay money bookers arrived. $100,000. There, now you're a successful payment. It's still possible? The congregants instantly sat back and went so far as to scramble to transfer money to Lu Jin just to hear His Holiness bless him as the father of success. Ha ha ha, that's hilarious. This crowd. Lu Jin held back from laughing. The old stunt that has been dead for years has attacked her again. Me, the Pope, hitting the money, and it's amazing that anyone actually believes it. This toss-up is over $200. 000 straight up. Not bad for a cultist. People are stupid. But she was also thick, using the saliva from the alien's mouth to baptize the initial believers into the religion. Those people were as nervous as if they had regained their lives. Everyone, prepare yourselves mentally. I will take you to the relics of the gods. At that time, you will enjoy the same supreme glory as me. Chapter 15. I didn't realize I'd stabbed my own nest. Boss, this is the first time I've seen such a beautiful woman. Let us line up when you're done with it. Brat, what if I play her badly? This chick is from a cult, so I guess her brain isn't working well, and no one will find her if she dies outside. The air was filled with lewd laughter. Even blindfolded, Lu Jin could see that this was a group of young men in their 20s, really colorful. Just an hour ago, after Lu Jin had finished straightening out the alien cult, he was ready to go to the sheriff's department to discuss his next plan with Billy. I didn't expect a black van to come out of the middle of nowhere, and 2 men directly glued an ether handkerchief to her face. On the principle of watching the fun, she pretended to be dizzy and was taken away, and after an hour's ride, they arrived at a villa area. That's if we run into some weird nest, won't we have a new home again? Yo, you're hot. The man removed the black cloth that covered her face, the churlish and a little bit arrogant face. The few people who had not seen the world immediately cheered. Boss, this is too beautiful. Even if you play her to death, I'll do it while it's hot. What's going on here? It seems that being beautiful is also a sin. Hey, little beauty, don't listen to them. I can't afford to let you die, said the man with a wicked smile. I'm going to have to clean you up, and one day you'll be willingly kneeling here woofing. LV Ching can't help but curse. Put away the flavor. Yuhi and harmful public order and morals. Her hands and feet were handcuffed to the wall, and there were tiger benches and other instruments of torture on the opposite side of the room, so it looked like a professional torture dungeon. But why does this place look more and more familiar? You're Mr. Emotionless Gua? Egu. Good eye. The man immediately became excited when he saw that Lu Jin recognized him. Looks like you're in the same boat, so let's have some fun. When I was a student, LV Ching had seen this Mr. Was videos, all of which were things that hindered public order and morals. And the content was also very wild. She just thought that those actors were very professional. From resistance to submission, the change of emotions was very on point. Today it seems which is acting, all ing real. And this is a guy who often puts up a persona for himself, overpays for disciples, and likes to label people. That's what we're saying. How can you watch an adult video and get slapped in the face? It just so happens that we bumped into him today, so let's just clean him up along the net. Hey, slow down, mister. His hand was stopped by a drink before he could touch her. I'm afraid you'll get sick if you're touched by someone like that. I'm giving you 2 choices now. Stinking woman, do you know what kind of situation you're in? How dare you make conditions? A junior stopped her, but Gui was interested. Oh, I'd like to hear about that. First, get down on your knees and lick my feet right now and I'll consider making your death more comfortable. And second, I'll let you die in agony right now. Ha 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 ha. Indulgent laughter came from the house. Boss, has this woman lost her mind? Boss, let me do it. I'm a pro. Mister. Gui was also laughing as he took a horsewhip from the wall. Then his eyes were fierce. A dog in the district. Still want to turn over and be a man. I see you are. Before the words were out of his mouth, he froze. Only when Lu Jin gently tugged on the chain, the rivets nailed to the wall were ripped off, and then she pinched the shackles on her limbs like popcorn. Gee, my new stockings got scratched today, so you tell me what to do. The crowd was shocked to see the scene. Is this a human being? However, they still wanted to take down LV Qing with more than they had. Adrenal levels, high. Extreme excitement. Humph, boring. Behind her stretched out her tail and swept at the calves of these people, only to hear a few crunching clicks. These people were probably never able to stand up again. Lu Qing, there were times when I was really desperate and wanted to cut off their legs, but I couldn't be a host if I lost too much blood. And I was scared. Oi! Looking at Gua, who was glowering to one side, she kicked him over and then stood with her entire body on her chest. How's that for comfort? She crouched down and stomped hard on him with the heel of her shoe. No, beautiful. It hurts, I promise. Ha, evening spice. I gave you a chance and you didn't take it. Lu Qing wasn't bothering with him, but bit her finger to drip the green blood on him bit by bit. With a heartbreaking scream, her face finally eased. Gee whiz, human screams are still so wonderful. She looked at the minions, all scared and bloodless. Some even fainted when they locked eyes with her. Are we that scary later? She confronted the men here for a moment when she heard a whine from outside, followed by the door to the dungeon being slammed viciously open. 3 worker bee aliens surged in. My sweet girls, you're finally here. Lu Qing welcomed them and touched them. As ordinary aliens, they were excited to be caressed by the queen. Seeing these men sprawled on the ground, they immediately understood nesting. What a good boy, with a living eye. So she freed her hands with the intention of exploring the secret rooms in the dungeon. It was just a physical disguise that would not escape her. When she opened the secret door, she smelled a strange stench. The dark room was about 50 square meters, partitioned into 4 rooms by glass. In each house there were 2 young girls of fair or delicate appearance, bruised and battered, and hung with unnamable constraints, still grunting from the pain. It's pathetic. High hormone levels, extreme arousal, delirium. These guys are in bad shape too. Well, Mr. Was channel seems to have a personality correction section, where big families send their maids or concubines, and after a period of time they go back to make sure they are obedient and do whatever they are told to do. When she thought about it, she couldn't help but feel a chill down her back. Had her ex-wife also come? Everyone, I'm here to save you, and from now on, you won't have to suffer this anymore. After the new incubation room was set up, Lu Qing left the dungeon, standing on the roof of the building and looking out over the area. There were a dozen villas, though further away was farmland. That means this is a self-built house in the countryside. It is not customary in the north to build villas en masse if they are not villages or towns in the city, because they can't afford to do so either. But I think she's seen it on the news. Some villages engage in wire fraud, abductions, powder sales, and everyone lives in villas. If the people here are like that, they've made a fortune themselves this time. With great anticipation, she felt her way into a home. The room was lavishly decorated and there were 2 people lounging around. Instead, she saw a large basement with a dozen or so people in it, frantically making phone calls in front of computers. It's really electric fraud, isn't it? What a dedication to work at night. Several more homes were visited in quick succession, each with a basement containing either an electric scam or a pyramid scheme, and even 2 ice makers. It's really outrageous. Ever since the company came to power, there's always been a proliferation of these criminal gangs. They pressed on with no intention of caring. After all, the tax on gray matter is high. I thought I had set up a couple of small-time thieves, but I didn't expect to stab the old nest. Lu Qing returned to Mr. Guo's home. Although it wasn't spacious enough, it was barely enough as a temporary nest. So she took off her clothes, transformed into a queen, and began to breed new offspring. It wasn't long before the eldest daughter arrived with a dozen or so aliens. In the silence of the night, the wonderful wailing went on as the men and women of the village were built into their basement nests by the daughters of Lu Qing. Pink bubbles kept popping up in Lu Qing's head, and face-hugging bugs crawled in and out in batches. Finally, as the sun rose, the village of Sin went up in smoke, accompanied by the rising and falling of childish roars. Ding! A new nest has been opened. The host has spawned a total of 198 eggs this time. 164 hatched. Rewarding evolution points *8. Woohoo! Cool, oh! So many babies. Lu Jin walked alone on the countryside path, only feeling refreshed. Next, it's time to sow glory to the believers. Hey, Shui Shui, you pick 20 reliable congregants and come to Pingan Village in Windsor South Township tomorrow afternoon. There's something good going on. Chapter 16, where the magical creatures are. Back in the city, Lu Jin felt hungry. After all, after giving birth to so many children, the energy consumption was still very high, so she went to a restaurant that had just opened. After looking around, it never felt like too much, so she slammed the menu down. Boss, fry 1 book, and 2 pots of rice. Ha, how many of you are there? Little girl? Just me. The owner thought he wasn't awake and asked again, and the person did indeed want to fry a book, but the money is paid, so let's do it. An hour later, there were 2 large tables of assorted dishes, and the diners who had just come in were shocked by the bizarre sight, only to see Lu Jin holding a basin in one hand and a plate in the other, completely disregarding the image of a lady, like a gourmand, frantically drying rice. Really is to throw open the cheeks, ruffled open the back groove teeth, the inside suite opened, the small warehouse key unscrewed, the meal like the Yangtze River flowing water, the wind rolled up all poured into the stomach. Hiccup, Lu Jin burped loudly, and only then did the people on the scene wake up as if in a dream. This young man, and his meals are too big. The boss looked at Lu Jin and couldn't help but sigh. She's like a starving girl. She'd do well in an appetizer contest. Back at the company, the more Lu Jin stayed, the more bored he felt. How can I still work when I'm the queen of the aliens? So she dumped the papers in front of her and got ready to go out on a wave. Hey, Lu Jin, don't go. Zhang Huihong stood up with an air of determination. Say something, can't you see I'm skipping work? In fact, being in an office with Lu Jin made Zhang Huihong feel awkward. This woman is so evil. I can't wait for her not to come. Do you have time this weekend? Come on an errand with me. Hiss, okay. She was just about to say no, but when she thought about it, it seemed to be within the scope of the secretary's job, so it was reluctantly agreed. Leaving the office, she realized there was nothing to do. She had really been a social animal for a long time. Might as well ask Lu Jin Ran out. She got a week's vacation for being kidnapped anyway. The call was made and the person readily agreed. Within a short time, she took a bus to the city. Even though the storm was just 2 days old, she looked much better. She wore a pink bubble sleeve shirt with a high-waisted strappy skirt and a pair of her favorite rocking horseshoes for a landmine girl look. Sister Jin Ran, you're so cute. Lu Jin hurriedly went forward and gave her a big hug, then wrapped his arms around her slender waist and spun around twice. Ha ha, Green, you're so strong eh? Lu Jin set her down and surveyed those straight and white thighs. Sister Jin Ran, your legs are so long and you're wearing thick-soled shoes. That's too much of a cheat, isn't it? You're wearing heels too, so we're even. After what happened before, the two of them had gotten a lot closer, and interacting in such a way, Lu Jin Ran was in turn very joyful. She is very tall. The high school entrance examination measured 169, and Lu Jin transformed only 163. Even after wearing high heels is still half a head shorter than her. Why don't we switch? The two of them hit it off and simply sat down on the curb to take off their shoes. Passers-by's eyes glazed over at the scene. Sister Jin Ran, let's go. Good. Lu Jin took a few steps out, but he could not see Lu Jin Ran's figure, so he turned his head to look in confusion. She was seen to be gripping her skirt and standing in place with a slight inner eight. Ugh, sis, what's wrong with you? Green I can't walk. Ha, oh. Lu Jin suddenly realized that he could not wear high heels. In her naive and free nature, she really wouldn't wear this. As a girl, this is awkward. Sister Jin Ran, let me help you. Lu Jin turned around and held her hands, then slowly backed up, like teaching a toddler. Don't be in a hurry, go slowly. She always felt like she was going to fall when she walked though. In Lu Jin's impression, she was fond of catwalks and tiptoed like a cat. It's easy to fall if you wear high heels to pad your feet. Jin Ran's sister, do not tiptoe, the center to the back of the foot, the heel first landing. Lift the foot when the toes slightly raised. Do not step too big, the body slightly backward. Walk for a while, we'll learn. Just like that. Lu Jin held her and walked slowly on the street for a while, and she was barely able to walk normally. Green, what are we going to do? City walk is boring. Yes, Sister Jin Ran, don't you think a zoo date would be great? I've never been to the zoo before. Lu Jin Ran gave a start, thinking of her alien life also relieved. She smiled slightly and stood still again. It's so hard to wear high heels, no wonder they're called beautiful torture devices. And it's pretty hard for you to wear professional clothes to work every day. Why? Yes. Saying that, Lu Qing picked her up in a princess hug, while the latter blushed like a young girl in love. Woohoo! As if she had gotten rid of a wish, Lu Qing ran briskly against the anti-smiles of passers-by. The duo arrived at the much-desired zoo, which did not have much traffic as it was a weekday. Green, have you really never been to the zoo? No. Suffice it to say, I'm not too familiar with any of Earth's creatures, other than people. Lu Jin Ran laughed out loud, the words sounding somewhat comical. Guess, what kind of animal is this? She pointed to the tiger in the cage. Well, it's the big cat. Well, yes, tigers are indeed big cats. Lu Qing stared at the tiger for a while, but the guy turned into an alien-like appearance in her eyes. What the hell is this? Lu Qing shook his head, the same spotted tiger still in front of him. Did you give birth to a stupid child? How do you recognize a tiger as an alien? Green, what's wrong? Seeing her dazed, Lu Jin Ran touched her head with concern. Ah, it's okay, I'm a little scared of this tiger. I didn't realize you had moments where you acted like a little girl. Ha, apparently, in her eyes, Lu Qing was a cool girl who could scare the cult into shivering. Sister Jin Ran, you're just saying that. I'm just a weak little girl in the first place. Lu Qing also cooperated and clamped down. Ha 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 ha. They then watched wolves, leopards, and elephant giraffes. But these animals Lu Qing did not see the hallucination. But upon seeing the gorilla, she once again saw the alien. A bizarre creature with the physique of a gorilla and the exoskeleton of an alien. Lu Jin Ran, on the other hand, had been holding her hand thoughtfully, only feeling a little nervous about her first time seeing these animals. To relieve stress, the girls went to Hippo Park, but it was filled with an unpleasant stench. A few massive hippos were taking a dip in the water and lazily eating watermelon. Sister Jin Ran, what is this? This one, is called rhino. Oh, Lu Qing stared at the rhinoceros for a while, and its appearance gradually changed. The massive body began to cover itself in exoskeletons, and its head became bloated and huge, like a giant hammer. Siege, delayed, new target. A line of fuzzy words flashed in Lu Qing's eyes, and then they disappeared. What? She turned her head to look over and realized that there was a crocodile pond next door, and a strong urge arose in her and she walked over to it. The crocodiles were likewise sunning themselves lazily with their mouths open. When a crocodile saw Lu Qing, as if it was inspired by something, it even ran over with both legs on the ground. In this instant, Lu Qing once again saw something different, only to see that the crocodile became like a dinosaur, semi-upright standing there. It was covered in dark green. The exoskeleton was still crocodile-like. The head was smooth and elongated, but the front part of the head had a long muzzle, which was densely jagged, a change from the alien's small cherry mouth characteristics, and its tail extends from its body, with a very thick front middle section, strewn with pronged spines in all 6 directions, and a tailless end. Its tail, however, is nearly twice as long as its body. Hiss, am I getting paranoid? After seeing so many animal aliens, Lu Qing began to suspect that there was something wrong with his brain. Ding! A potential evolutionary path has been unlocked. Parasitizing a specific animal can result in a mutant alien. What? Hoping that the hallucination you're watching is a prequest? She hurriedly opened the alien atlas and found 4 more individual species below the evolutionary path. Jungle tiger alien, hunting proficient, powerful and explosive. Hippopotamus alien, burying his head and charging is suitable for siege. Extremely vital, slow to move. Ape alien, amazing grip strength and good at fighting. Killer crocodile alien, tail whip proficiency, incredible bite strength, and extremely strong exoskeleton. Note, mutant aliens use wild animals as hosts to gain additional abilities that feed back to the parent, but have lower intelligence and poor teamwork. That's not right, is it? If they're as brain dead as the messenger, all these traits of theirs will be for nothing. If you can't follow orders and rely only on your nature, you're a waste of time and a powerful alien. Hey, Green, what's wrong with you? Say something? Lu Jin Ran shook Lu Qing vigorously, which brought her back to her senses. Sorry, looking at all these animals makes me a little uncomfortable. Earth is not for me. Ha ha, what are you talking about? I think you're embracing hunger. Go eat something. With that, the two of them left the zoo with Lu Jin Ran's assistance. The fun time passed quickly, and after lunch, Lu Jin Ran had something to do at home and went back first, while Lu Qing took a taxi to the church. Chapter 17 The Path to Heaven. Your Holiness, the one you're talking about, Taiping Village, that's a bully village. Chui Shuai's words also aroused the congregation's concern. They may be in a cult, but they obviously can't play the bad guys with murder and fire. Don't worry, since the gods have descended. Are you still worried about a few bad guys? Lu Qing's words dispelled the crowd's worries. As far as they were concerned, the gods had set things right. Hey, Marshal Choi, are these people you found reliable? Of course, Your Holiness, they are almost devout believers. LV Ching grilled Chui Shuai in a whisper. Are they all old people? Of course, at least all of them have been in the church for more than a year, and you can rest assured that the bottom is clean, and that they won't be undercover agents of the police department or Phobal. He seemed to have seen Lu Qing's concern. After confirming that there was no mistake, the vast cult caravan set off, while the locator on Chui Shuai, after Lu Qing's interference, had already been transferred to the other members of the congregation. After 20 minutes or so, they arrived at the village of Taiping. There was no life at all in the big village. How can it be? I heard that the entrance to their village is patrolled by people with guns. Yeah, it should be pretty busy with them getting gray matter in and out of here. The congregants were murmuring, while Lu Qing raised his hand to signal them to be quiet. Crossing the Cockney Street, they entered Mr. Kwok's villa. Ah, what? What is this? The room had long been wrapped tightly in alien blue by the worker bees. Even the most fervent of the faithful were filled with horror at seeing a damp and dank alien lair for the first time. Hey, it's okay, this is the abode of the gods. Don't be afraid. Yes, Your Holiness, that's right, it's a relic of the god she said. Although he had already passed the gas, Chui Shuai's tone was still a little shaky, but the crowd calmed down and began to look around with cell phone lighting. This is the vessel of the Holy Spirit. Suddenly someone shouted. The congregants looked over at the sound and saw only several alien eggs that had been opened. The place had long since been cleaned up by the workpeople, and the eggshells had been deliberately left for them to see. My God, this really is a miracle. These people were thrilled to think that, in their position, they would not have access to such things. Alright guys, don't get so excited. There's more excitement to come. Lu Qing waved at them and opened a secret door. The congregants had no doubts and fishtailed in with Lu Qing. In the center of that dungeon, dozens of alien eggs were neatly arranged, with several on the periphery already open. Correspondingly, the walls are lined with hosts who have had their breasts broken. My God, there are 6 dead people here, which means that 6 more gods have descended? The congregants are excited again. Ow dash. A low growl came from within the dungeon, only to see the black gelatin on the walls suddenly peel away. Then a massive alien walked over. When the people saw that it was the god they had worshipped the day before, they knelt down again. Oh, Shin, you're hiding here. Are you sleeping? Hearing his mother's words, the alien actually curved his body down to rub his head against Lu Qing, and cackling sounds came out of his mouth, seemingly pleasurable. My precious, have you been a good boy lately? Mom, Shin has been here, sleeping. It seemed that because of the leveling up, her communication with her oldest daughter was becoming more fluid. Sounds like a 2 or 3-year-old. Lu Qing was so happy that he wrapped his arms around her and rubbed her head as well, then picked up her huge body and spun it around several times. Lu Xinshin was also happy because she was making out with her mom and kept making squeaky noises. The crowd was even more shocked to see this. Is this still a human being? Such a heavy guy can be picked up. And what kind of pope is this? Is this God's mom? The biological kind. But they were even more certain that by following Lu Qing, they were standing on the side of God. Ahem. Excuse me, everyone come over here and see the surprise I have for you. Lu Qing pointed at the eggs, and the religious realized that the so-called glory was being a host but there was no fear or cowering in their eyes, and they sought mercy by giving their lives for the gods. So the crowd gathered around. Those eggs seemed to have received some kind of signal and immediately opened their mouths. The facehuggers fluttered past one by one. There was no wailing, they just calmly waited for death. 20 minutes passed before the first congregant took a deep breath and woke up. An hour passed, and everyone waited calmly and torturously for the Holy Sun to break his chest. Ahem. Lu Qing glanced at Chui Shuai, who also hurriedly opened his mouth. Guys, how are you feeling? When no one answered, he continued. This is the glory that His Holiness has bestowed upon you, that the Sun is within you, but will not take your life, but live with you forever. Ha! The crowd was puzzled, and then they began to cheer. Long live His Holiness the Pope. Thanks be to the gods for the glory. Gratitude to His Holiness. From life to death and back again. These people were steadily CPU'd, and in their eyes, this was the new life and honor bestowed by Lu Qing. Through these chest breakers, Lu Qing was able to sense their location and observe their words and actions, so that if a traitor appeared he could be removed at the first opportunity, and in the parasitic state, his own daughter wouldn't attack them. After finishing his business and leaving the villa, Chui Shuai was still a bit unfulfilled. After all, he had been parasitized earlier in the day. LV Qing naturally saw it too and released a big move. You can pair up and look around the other houses. You'll be pleasantly surprised. 10 minutes later, the congregants ran out excitedly, the hands dancing as if they had grabbed a second sale item. Your Holiness. They were in tears and couldn't even speak properly. Your Holiness. Your Grace. Yes, it is. Only Chui Shuai was still relatively normal, but he also had red eyes. We have met the gods and gotten intimate with them. Yes, Since aliens don't attack hosts, cuddling should be fine as long as you don't annoy them. And this incredible experience made them feel as if they were on a path to heaven. Okay guys, let's get out of here. It's not safe. Messengers patrolling the outskirts sent word of a caravan several kilometers away headed straight for Taiping village. It must be the upper echelon of the group or a relative. After all, if the person who did the bad thing can't be reached, it's most likely karma. Lu Cheng didn't want to lead the crowd into a head-on conflict. The believers also hurriedly drove away. Now they wouldn't have any doubts about Lu Qing's words, and would just mindlessly follow orders. Back at the church, Lu Qing ordained Shui Shui as the godfather and became a shirker himself, and they were asked to share what they saw today with other believers so that they could make a picture book for evangelism in the future. After arranging these things, Lu Qing took a taxi to the Bureau of Investigation. It was time to do some summarizing about his undercover work. Bang! Before Lu Qing could enter the door, he heard a gunshot. The chandelier in the police hall was hit and fell to the floor and shattered. At this point Billy was pinning down a young police officer and his colleagues had taken the gun from him. Captain, what's going on? Seeing Lu Qing arrive, that young police officer's eyes instantly filled with hope. Miss Lu Qing, save me, help me kill him. He was being held down by Billy's death grip, his hand still pointing at the middle-aged man sitting not far away. No, what the hell? I was just passing by. Lu Qing, don't listen to him, it's fine. The young constable struggled frantically, and Billy had no choice but to punch him so that he could go ahead and explore shooting with the weekend. This chaotic scene made Lu Qing look confused. Lu Qing, it's okay, ha ha. Billy wiped the sweat from his head and gave an awkward smile. This kid said that the man is his enemy, and came up to be shot. This is not nonsense. We are the security bureau, is not a bandit den. A few minutes later, officers questioned the two men separately. The police officer with the gun was called Majestic, and according to him, his sister, who was dependent on him, was abducted from the street by this man 6 years ago, and has not been heard from since the report was made. That's why he's been working hard to get into the police academy, and that's why he's so excited about bumping into his enemy today. It's kind of a bummer. 6 years ago was when the company came to power to carve up the union. This kind of thing naturally goes unchecked. Lu Qing also felt that he was really sorry for his efforts if he didn't give him 2 shots, and the trafficker is even more outrageous, coming from the head. Just yesterday, he repeated his trick and abducted a little girl from the street, stealing a car in the process. When they returned to the lair, they found the girl sickly and died that night from an explosion in her chest, and their men had had a horrible night. The interrogating officers just assumed he was trying to get off with mental illness and didn't take it too seriously. Seeing this attitude of theirs, the middle-aged man roared hysterically. F***K, Sunny Beach, Mr. Officer, you've got to believe me. That chest-exploding girl must be a messenger sent by the devil. Chapter 18, Bait. The girl with the exploding chest? Hearing this, Lu Qing immediately understood. Wasn't this the chest breaker? Guess it's the alien-worshipping cult that's up to no good again. Billy, too, had a dark look on his face and immediately summoned the previous investigative team to take over the case. Captain, it's not looking good. This guy probably brought back a host that's been parasitized, and their people are probably becoming alien rations. Billy nodded. Better leave it to the company guard. We can't handle that kind of monster. 20 minutes later, following the man's instructions, Lu Qing arrived at the Warren Steel Factory in the north of the city. It's a historic steel mill, with over 100,000 workers at its peak, and a marketplace in town around it as a result, though it's been gradually deserted into a ghost town as the company came to power and forced the relocation of the steel companies out of the area. That's a good place to hide. The company's armored car had already been waiting at the entrance, and this time it was still led by Xiaohua. She was dressed much more normally this time, though, with tactical pants and boots, a dagger strapped to her leg, and an army green sports undershirt on top, which really carried the lightness to the end. This time she only had 2 people with her. There was only one alien after all. Yo, Green, you're here. Seeing Lu Qing, Xiaohua's eyes sparkled and he took 2 steps forward and pinched her face. I heard Billy say you subdued 2 face-hugging insects. Ah, awesome yo. I underestimated you before. Lu Qing seemed to smell a faint aroma, but it was more the smell of gun oil and an indelible scent of blood. It seems that she spends her days swimming on the edge of death, dealing with deadly leaks. Sister Xiaohua, what are you doing? It hurts. Oh who? What did you call me? I love it. At this moment, she was jerking Lu Qing off like a cat, and the smile on her face became more and more perverted. Egu, what are you doing? Little flower sister. Ha ha, okay, I won't tease you. Putting away his smile, Xiaohua also became serious. Green, I heard that you went undercover to worship the alien cult. Ah, how did it go? But they know that you're connected to the sheriff's department. Oh, it's okay, they don't care about that. Their attention is all on the face-hugging bugs, and there's a lot of social elites among them, plenty of human treachery. Of course she didn't say that she had gained their trust by invoking God and even became Pope as a result. They also have many internal factions. Some advocate that the aliens destroy humans and then they profit. Some advocate the complete destruction of humans. And some want humans to worship the aliens as gods and then coexist peacefully. This was what she had learned from Cui Shui, that there were many factions in the alien worship sect, such as the eradication, destruction, and coexistence factions, while her alienism was the survivor faction that advocated for captive humans, and letting the earth serve as a pasture for the gods. Looks like you're doing a good job. Do you want me to send agents to work with you? Although it was touching the doorway, but there was no substantial progress. Bai Xiaohua wanted to speed up the process. She nodded. It would take a long time to infiltrate the Norse cult. It would be better to fully support LV Qing, and as long as the bottom line was pretty much mapped out, it could be strangled by force. Sister Little Flower. What's that? Lu Qing pointed to the weapon station on the vehicle that resembled a rocket nest. We'll find out later. My sister will take you to catch Water Mother. Ding. Side quest. Clear the lurking aliens. Quest reward evolution points *20. So generous. 20 bonus points for one alien? Bai Xiaohua pressed the button, and the weapon station spun around as the rocket nest fired dozens of small warheads into the sky. The warhead unfolded in the air and was actually a small drone. In no time at all, they were spread all over the abandoned plant. Look, she pointed to the computer in her car, where a 3D holographic projection map of the steel mill was hovering in midair. Holy, is it still touchable? Lu Qing touched the map, and it could actually be rotated and zoomed. A lady can't be foul-mouthed. She touched Lu Qing's chin, her eyes full of anticipation. Vocal, this guy is Kashiko, right? It's the company's latest research project to go along with the real-time holographic maps of the drones, which are currently only equipped with C.S. C.R.S. I don't know what kind of technology was used, but Lu Qing clearly saw that in the steelmaking workshop. There was a young girl with a hole in her chest lying down, and deeper in the plant, there were 5 men with broken bodies. Hey, there's no alien to be found. Of course, it's only an optical and ultrasonic base detector. It's generally hard to spot aliens, only to determine environmental conditions, but having a complete map makes getting things done a lot more comfortable. Companies always like to screw around with useless technology. When it got dark, Bai Xiaohua set off with 2 of his team members, while Lu Qing followed behind. After looking around the steel mill and finding no sign of the aliens, all that could be done for the time being might be to collect the bodies of the dead. Lu Qing, on the other hand, was well aware that it was hiding in a corner somewhere, and that pheromone that didn't belong to her pack put her off. Sister Little Flower, I heard from the cultists that the aliens would attack people with high mood swings, similar to the psychology of a psychopathic murderer. Yelp. White Blossom grinned as if disgusted. That doesn't seem too hard to do. Green, you go be the bait. Ha, what's wrong with this guy? The team sacrifices to the heavens, and the mana is limitless. Looking at Lu Qing's stunned expression, Bai Xiaohua couldn't help but laugh. Ha ha, you're funny. Just kidding. But Lu Qing doesn't think she's joking. White Blossom cocked his head, thought for a moment, and stroked his non-existent beard. Then I'll just go to the prison and raise 2 death row inmates and make them bait. That's a classic law. Captain, don't bother so much. Leave it to me. A member of the team spoke up and volunteered. 5 minutes later, that crew came back with a man. You, what's going on? Grabbing random people as bait? No, Miss Lu Qing, you misunderstood. This man is a homeless person from the neighborhood. No one will care if he dies. It's perfect to be the bait. One way to solve the city crisis. The other way to reduce the homeless population. Isn't it killing 2 birds with 1 stone? Lu Qing also realized that he was speechless. His own parasitic human was merely in the instinct of reproduction, while they were somewhat dehumanized. In contrast, he was still very moral. Bai Xiaohua didn't say anything and acquiesced to the plan. The homeless man was pushed into the plant full of corpses, while the rest of the group split up and ambushed from both sides of the plant. He folded his glow stick and nearly fell over when he saw the dead bodies and broken limbs all over the floor. For a middle-aged homeless man who sleeps in a cardboard box to pick up scraps every day, the scene was too exciting. Open the door, please. He pounded frantically on the locked door. Lu Qing and the henchmen were blocking the doorway. Suddenly, a hissing sound rang out from the empty plant, startling the crowd. Here we go. Through the crack in the door, she saw that the homeless man's eyes were filled with terror, and the stains on his face were washing away with sweat. High adrenaline, extreme fear, sweating profusely, just right for hunting. I don't want to die. Open the door, MS. Lu Qing, please don't be soft. This is part of the plan. The henchman reminded her. Seeing no response from this side, The hobo ran to the other end. Lu Jin heard a bared sound and a scream rang out from behind him. The alien was seen crouching on a beam, picking the crew member up by his tail piercing. They just faced this, and then a crystal bright line slid down. Pust. He was shot in the head by a blow from the alien's inner jaw teeth. Sister Little Flower. Help! She picked up her gun and symbolically traced the edge toward the alien, and the guy disappeared onto the roof while the night was still young. Lu Jin released some pheromones in advance and attracted the aliens. Not that he wanted to save the homeless man, he just looked at the man with displeasure. By the time they came around the outside, all they could see was a body on the ground and a puddle of water. Bad. Hit. Damn it. Bai Xiaohua kicked open the iron door, and not far away, the homeless man had been grabbed by the alien and climbed up to the roof. Without hesitation, she raised her gun and fired, the fire lighting up the entire plant in an eerie manner. As soon as the pike went down, the alien supposedly took a hit, dropped the prey in its hands, and fled with a hiss. The tramp fell from the roof with a click, breaking it somewhere, followed by frantic convulsions, gouts of white smoke rising, and everyone knew he was covered in acidic blood. But it's not like other people's pain has anything to do with them. Chapter 19, Similar Kinds of People. Close ranks. Close ranks. Bai Xiaohua was a bit furious. This time, half of his men were lost, civilians were sacrificed as bait, and the mission was not yet accomplished. So how can he still be in the world if word gets out? It's done. The aliens have been disturbed and won't stay here, and will have to report their targets to escape. Back at home, Lu Jin was also upset that the alien was hiding in a nearby factory building, but Bai Xiaohua was too mentally fried to listen. But how can you let someone else's alien go, since it won't go away? Don't blame yourself for shooting back. So she mimicked into a worker bee and climbed out of the ventilation ducts, calling for 4 more worker bees and a warrior to join her in the steel mill. Late at night, the neighborhood of the steel mill was dark. Lu Jin and his daughters once again entered the plant. The homeless man's body has been gnawed beyond recognition. Why did it eat so many people? My kids are hungry as hell every day. Does that make sense? That's why she came over again. Pure jealousy. She knew the guy was perched not far away, probably afraid to come over because of the large number of people on her side. So she radiated pheromones again. Crap guys, where's your mom? She was still a bit shocked to see this alien again, probably because she had eaten too many people and had actually evolved into a warrior. It cocked its head, seemingly unable to understand human speech. Although the aliens were not low in intelligence, it seemed as though they were the only ones who could understand human speech. She then tried to communicate with her brainwaves again, but the other person just couldn't read it back anymore. Asterisk 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 asterisk. In your face, little Thane. Come on. She didn't want a group fight, but rather had her warrior daughter fight it alone, seemingly inheriting her genes. This daughter knows how to deal with aliens. Coming up, she wrapped around her opponent's tail and rolled into a ball, and then with absolute strength advantage, she pressed down on her head and directly poked her with a bite. It's too violent. She looked at this daughter, only level 23, not too strong for a warrior. Are your own kids this good? Ding. Have killed warrior alien asterisk 1, gained evolution points asterisk 2, black water asterisk 2, WTF? There's a reward for killing aliens? And what's with the black water? LV Ching wasn't an alien fan, hadn't seen the prequel movie, and didn't really know what black water did. Ding. Black water is a mysterious substance that exists in the depths of the universe. It is the thing that originates all aliens. The host or heir can obtain black water by hunting aliens from other groups. Black water can be used to strengthen the host or unlock special skills. That's not quite right. Is the system leading itself to infighting with other aliens? After all, the parasitic whole of humanity at least now should not be like killing each other. Are not developed every day to pinch each other? This is not for people for marriage? Before she could think about it, she detected a thick burst of pheromones in the distance, and a dozen or so warrior aliens seemed to be coming in the distance. Quickly, daughters, go around and find if there are any humans, that is, sleeping outside. Catch them if there are any and bring them along. They didn't think much of it, and ran off in search of their target on command. Lu Jin, on the other hand, resumed her queen form and waited for the incoming. Ow dash. A low growl sounded, and a dozen or so aliens came in through doors and windows, or through the roof, seemingly getting a call for help from their companions. They came from nowhere. Lu Jin, in turn, growled back and released pheromones belonging to the warrior to confuse them. The highest they had was only level 23, and there were no alpha individuals. She didn't care. 2 xenomorphs led the charge, one directly after the other. She didn't even think about her tail flying out and stabbing, pinning the one behind her in the air, and with a swing of her right paw, she sliced the approaching xenomorph into pieces. Ding. Gained evolution points asterisk 4, black water asterisk 4. The alien on the opposite side was also confused. It was clearly a dozen against 6. The advantage was in my favor. How come they were fighting like this now? Anyway, together, a dozen or so aliens pounced on Lu Jin, using their mouths, claws, and tails, but they couldn't even hurt her a bit. I thought that one of my own forbidden guards couldn't hurt the queen even a little bit, but now it was the turn of a few of their tiny warriors? Ow dash. She let out a growl that shook the little one on top of her everywhere. Not loaded. She slowly released the queen's special pheromones, which couldn't control the other nesting aliens, but the deterrent effect was strong. They all stared at Lu Jin as if they were waking up from a dream, their tails not daring to move, and their heads too low to lift. My own queen isn't dead, and I can't even throw myself in if I want to. Opposite alien, tiburones? Who understands how to help his sister to level things? Meta queen, do not dare to go down to the head. GGG, I'll take a bite out of little kids like you, without waiting for them to react. Lu Jin twisted his huge body and rushed up, tearing these lucky bastards into pieces. Ding, gained evolution points * 22, Blackwater 22. Ding, the side quest to clear the lurking aliens has been completed, rewarding evolution points * 20. So that's how this reward is for these dozen or so. Lu Jin suddenly figured out a little bit, because this mission was with Bai Xiaohua, and it was a cooperative relationship with the humans, and the system seemed to be trying to guide her to borrow the knife and kill people, and then profit from it, waiting for humanity to feel that the problem has been solved and paralyzed before striking out on their own to take another potshot. But it's easier said than done. That being the case, then, the purposefulness of one's future plans should be a little clearer. At the very least, the stupid humans should be made aware of the existence and threat of the aliens, and themselves be made visible in this crisis. Dog system, you better not screw me over. Lu Jin muttered. Ding, this system will always be the host's strongest backing. She was a little helpless, the mouth of the system, the lying dog, but it's all turned into a queen. Lu Jin is ready to serve a few eggs. In a short time, the daughters returned with 7 or 8 men in ragged clothes. The girls were also very shocked to see this field of broken bodies, but they quickly recovered and began to build their nests. It's still a pretty risky place to be a lair at the moment. They also just fixed the noisy humans and then they weren't in the hardcover. Lu Jin already had 10 eggs around him, ready to run at any time. Hey, poor human, is it really okay to be a jerk for the rest of your life? They were also stunned when they heard the monster speak. Are you hallucinating from hunger? Instead of living a meaningless life like this, join me and dedicate your lives to a great cause. The hobo didn't understand the monster's words, but he didn't need to. 8 facehuggers had pounced. When it hatches in a little while, they'll naturally find their way home. As for the remaining 2 eggs, they'll be cheaper for the people who come here to explore. He. So Lu Jin took his daughter with him and went back to the original nest. Back home, those former sisters seemed very numb, though more in awe. The little sister at the time is now the unattainable queen with countless heirs. There was already a thick barrier between them. Yo, Fufu, it's been a long time. You've grown so big. LV Fufu had also evolved into a warrior a long time ago, and she ignored her huge body and rubbed herself against LV Jin like a puppy. Fufu, always. Wait, Mom, damn, that's too cute, isn't it? She shook herself and transformed back into her queenly form once more. Woohoo, lifted high. She lifted her daughter with all 4 hands and swung her gently upward. Apparently my daughter was having fun and hadn't played this little human trick. She didn't dare to play around too much though. After all, exoskeletons still hurt when they clashed together. After playing the parent-child game for a while, Lu Jin felt a bit lost. After all, Xin was in Taiping village. Lei and Su were in the bunker, and there was only Fufu in her lap, feeling like an empty nester. Fufu, mommy's going to get down to business. Lu Jin hung himself up again, only to see his daughter jumping up and down below. Ooh, Mom, to have a sister. Does a half-month-old understand this already? The other daughters came over and surrounded Fufu, looking quite close as sisters. Lu Jin settled down and a yellowish gel began to ooze out of his abdomen, and the drudge alien stepped out just in time to collect it with his tongue. Eat it, Pa. Mom, it's, what? You'll know when you eat it. Oh, Mommy sure won't hurt you. Luffy didn't make any pretense, and proceeded to chew the crystal and swallow it. In a few moments, she fainted, and her body slowly secreted clear juices that wrapped her into a cocoon. It would take some time before Lu Jin was ready to spawn and add some stock to the place. 2 hours later, Lu Fufu broke out of her cocoon, her body 2 times larger and the crown of her head stretched out, looking even more majestic than she had at first. Thus, Lu Jin's lair had its first forbidden guard. Ding! Congratulations to the host for cultivating the first forbidden alien. Rewarded with evolution points * 10. Che, only rewarded 10 points. Stingy, you have to die. With you to buy a royal gel once want me 100 points. Traitor. Mom, what am I? Alien eggs were already piled up around Lu Jin. Well, Mom, Are you giving me a sister? Ahem. Lu Qing was a little embarrassed. After all, the child was watching. Kids don't look. You'll know when you're older. The daughters are still excited that it's finally their turn to take care of their sister. Mommy, did I hatch inside the egg too? LV Fufu looked up at LV Qing with great curiosity even though she had no eyes. She was a bit speechless. Children were very curious, though she had seen how her sisters were born and probably didn't understand much about it then. But also now you can't say you picked it up from a trash can. So Lu Qing gave her a detailed account of the alien's journey from egg to facehugger, chestbreaker, body-breaking cocoon, and evolution into warrior, forbidden guard, and queen. LV Fufu and a group of sisters listened with their mouths wide open, their inner jaw teeth forgetting to retract. Rather like a kind of old lady is really powerful aura. Chapter 20, The Royal Facehugger. Ding! New skill, Royal Facehugger Bug, has been detected. Consume 5 points of black water. Is it unlocked? Yes. It seemed cheap. So Lu Qing ordered it. She'd seen in the movies that this thing could just hatch a queen. So wouldn't that mean that her own daughter could expand the nest by having a child for her in the future? Ding! Royal Facehugger has been unlocked. At this stage, the host can directly produce 3 eggs containing Royal Facehugger. Consume 50 points of black water, and the Royal Facehugger can directly hatch into an alien queen, and the host can upload their consciousness into it through the hive consciousness. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Lu Qing almost fell off. This skill was too heaven-defying. Doesn't uploading your consciousness in a moment of crisis and being reborn again by passing through the Royal Facehugger worm equate to 3 more lives? But now that there isn't as much black water, it looks like the alien hunting schedule is going to have to be brought up. That night, Lu Qing laid more than 80 more eggs. By the time dawn broke, there was a roar outside, and the drifting children came home one by one. She followed the suburban highway for a while until she saw the rental and headed straight for the sheriff's office. It's time for this half-assed counselor to come into play. Before he even entered the door, he could hear the sound of people inside, crying and cursing in a mess. What's the situation? She tugged on the little policewoman clutching the papers. Counselor Louis, something big has happened. She looked down the hall in horror, then lowered her voice. Counselor Lu, you still don't know. All the people in Taiping village are dead. Their relatives went over to look for them, and they were even attacked by monsters. Originally, 14 eggs were left behind to surprise the past, but I didn't realize they had gone to so many people, and having someone come back to report it was just the thing to push their plan forward. Hey, Lu Qing, why are you here? Come over here. Seeing Lu Qing, Billy pulled her into the conference room without saying a word. The room was full of the police department's elite, who were also tired at this point. Mike, tell Counselor Lu about it. Mike nodded and flipped the projection forward. We found 165 corpses in the basement of the Pacific Village. All but one were corrupted to death. The rest had chest bursts and died no more than 36 hours ago, so we can be sure it was an alien that did it. In addition to a large number of eggshells and facehugger corpses, photos of bloody corpses kept flashing on the projection. But Lu Qing was indifferent. Would you feel horrible poking a hole in a bun? Their relatives arrived after noticing the anomaly and were attacked by the still unhatched aliens, who likewise broke their chests and died that night. And according to their descriptions, there were countless black monsters fleeing around while the night was still young. Oh, that's all. Lu Qing was calm. All these things were expected of her. And. Mike proceeded to scroll down the information. A report was received this morning that a large number of dead bodies were found in the Warren Steel Mill. All of them were homeless people from the neighborhood, also with their chests broken by the aliens. The time of death was last night, and the person who made the report was also parasitized by the alien attack. Hiss. Lu Qing's eyebrows frowned slightly, although she knew these things would happen, but it was too compact, right? Is it hard to believe that this could be guided by someone else? Gentlemen, you should know that I have joined the cult of alien worship and have gained a few clues so far. The crowd's eyes lit up. Becoming an infiltration search officer so soon? Terrific. She then spoke about the situation within the sect that she had revealed to Bai Xiaohua, and then began to flounder. Gentlemen, the alien worship cult is badly cut up internally. Most of the people in my hall are innocent and stupid. They are very much at odds with the higher-ups and are trying to make peace with the aliens. You should leave them alone for the time being, and put in for the long haul. And 90% of this crisis is the result of Sogmunden's main hall. The crowd nodded, but again, they were confused. Ahem, folks, what we need to do for now is deal with the leaking aliens, and after that look for a breakthrough and hunt down as many of the cultists as we can. So much piled on top of each other. They all apparently want to swing for the fences. How are we going to handle the aliens alone? The company guard is so overwhelmed. Yeah, $3,000 a month. It's not worth playing around like that. Let's let the pros do it. That's a poignant point. Police officers are human beings, and it's unrealistic to get paid that much to make them sell out. No dead cop. Yeah, The conference room was suddenly chaotic as well. A lot of police officers had also been sacrificed in the past few days because of the appearance of the aliens, mainly because the deaths were so ugly that they were all a bit scared. Even Billy was stoic and acquiesced in their behavior. Guys, Lu Jin slapped the table hard. I have two things to tell you. Hearing that she had an afterthought, the officers pricked up their ears and listened. First, the church has inside information that they're working on a potion that won't be attacked by the aliens, and I'll be the first to lend it out as soon as there's an update. The words brought a light to their eyes. Wasn't that the same as being invisible? There's still play, but it was made up by Lu Jin. Secondly, the chief is ready to propose to the city council that all officers involved in the alien incident have their pay doubled and that we be given heavy firepower to deploy. She made that up too, but the chief, being the wimp that he is surely willing to compromise if he wants to keep his position. If the aliens cause major damage, the mayor, not to mention his chief, will have to be jerked off. It all ends up being cheaper for the company. Thirdly, I have $200,000 in savings here. Not much, but I'll share it with you all as an initiation fee. And for all you know, my brother may have died at the hands of the aliens as well, and I'd like to get my revenge. Speaking of this, Lu Jin's eyes were slightly red and her beautiful eyes contained dew. Seeing her in this state, the crowd got into it. It is the duty of the sheriff to keep the citizens safe. Right. Billy also didn't expect LV Jin to actually take out his savings to inspire the crowd. What would be the look on his face if he knew it was a scam? Come on out, you assholes. Is this how you protect taxpayers when you take their money? Get out. This side had just been pacified when the outside was agitated again. Villagers with short sticks and knives have confronted the riot police. The relatives of the villagers of Taiping village are also the goods that do some unseemly deeds. They are also very difficult to deal with when they make a scene, and if it were not for the fear of being labeled a rebel, they would have dared to lay siege to the sheriff's office with guns. Ladies and gentlemen, the case is under investigation and the results will be available soon, so please go home and be patient. Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. Who believes your bull asterisk 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 asterisk? Yeah, with that kind of skill this wouldn't have happened. Obviously, they're not buying it. On one side, Billy's eyelids protruded in anger. Without saying a word, Lu Jin drew the gun on the waist of the police officer beside him and fired a shot towards the ceiling. Bang! The chandelier, which had just been replaced less than a day earlier, shattered, sending glass ballast flying everywhere and scaring the disorganized folk. Folks, I know you're not exactly nice people, so don't leave now that you're here. Billy immediately conferences, pulling out his taser and preparing to arrest the mob, though the other officers are still a bit hesitant. Catching thugs, duty calls, and the council will cover for us. With those words, the others finally came to their senses. After all, there was a backstabber. Amidst the sound of electricity and wailing, dozens of disorganized people were taken into custody, as many as they could by the righteous magistrates. When she tried to leave, Billy suddenly remembered something. I forgot to tell you, we've already checked out that trafficker yesterday. He's from the Black Hand Gang. He lied. He didn't abduct the girl, but was hired to consign her elsewhere a few days ago. Oh, got it. Lu Jin didn't care. No matter if the girl was a transported cargo or an unlucky person abducted from the street, there was no doubt that it was not related to the alien-worshipping cult. The sheriff's department was planning to raid the church, but I've stopped them. There's a mole in the main hall. Remember, she sent a text message to Trish. Since there is a risk of the situation getting out of hand, let's muddy the waters first. Chapter 21, Cult Gathering. Ding, your scion has killed alien asterisk 15, gained evolution points asterisk 30, black water asterisk 30, and you have lost warrior alien asterisk 4. Lu Jin lay on the bed and her face couldn't help but twitch. Other people's aliens are coming to the door so quickly? Still missing 4 daughters of my own. Gasoline magnets. But the world of the aliens is a cruel one, and the only way to stay alive is to be at the end of the kill. There's no way a child who only hides behind her mother's back can take over as queen to expand her nest. Early in the morning, Lu Jin put on a simple makeup and prepared to go on a business trip with Zhang Huihong. It always felt like this guy wasn't holding his farts. Woof woof woof. I had just left the house when I ran into a neighbor returning from walking his dog. The palm-sized teddy was barking at her. The dog owner just smiled and didn't say anything. You can't get rid of these low-quality dog owners who walk their dogs off-leash anywhere. Lu Jin, we're going to the state this time. You don't want to make a mess. In the business car, LV Jin lazily sat in the back row while Zhang Huihong was driving. Those who don't know think she's the boss. Well, it won't. 4 hours later, the duo arrived in the city of Sendikan, the capital of the state of Livorno. Not to mention, Lu Jin had never been to the state city in his entire life. Not much of a difference though. The corporations have been urbanizing like crazy for a few years now and the places of interest are pretty much torn down. The only thing left in the city is steel and concrete. and an endless number of fly tippers on the street corners. Egu, Mr. Su, thank you for coming to pick it up in person. Just as soon as he got off the bus, Zhang Huihong shook Su's hand with his ass. How come it's this guy again? The two of you have traveled a long way, so of course I have to do my duty as a landlord. Let's go. The hotel is already booked. Again? Boring meal. Lu Qing intends to be bored. Pour wine and light cigarettes. Whoever likes to do it. During the banquet, the two of them were self-conscious and didn't drink. They just chatted about the progress of their work, and then buried their heads in dry food. This is not going to be a good meal. Lu Qing always felt a bit awkward. Just after entering the city, she was a bit creeped out, as if someone was staring at her. After the meal, the group drove to another highland estate. They say it's an estate, but it's really more like a small town. There is a church at the highest point, but neither a dome, nor a cross, nor a Buddha's octagram. It gives a sense of solemnity from the world. The church is surrounded by green grass and flowers, more wineries, windmills, stores, BNBs and a few wooden houses. This place would be great for a location. There were a lot of people gathered at the entrance of the church, and she even saw nun sisters dressed in black, while they were clustered in the middle of a middle-aged man wearing a red robe. You're really in a cult again, aren't you? When she saw the church, Lu Qing already felt something was wrong. She also found familiar pheromones. The group was bound to worship alienism. There's no rush. Play with him. Your Holiness. Su and Zhang Huihong got out of the car and bowed with their hands clasping their chests towards the red-robed man. The two of you have traveled a long way, and this 5 fragrant guan of my lineage is also a place of great splendor. With a flick of his duster, he bowed and drew a cross on his chest in return. Dang, you've got a lot of letters. The sect leader looked at Zhang Huihong's car, and the latter immediately understood and hurriedly opened the door. Lu Qing, come down. Big shot. Spirit this point, don't lose it, he whispered. Blanche, a long leg from the car door slowly probed out, bare skin wrapped in warm meat silk. In the afternoon sunshine gave birth to a magical chemical reaction, coupled with the blade-like purple high heels. The men present were unconsciously drooling. By the time her entire body came down, the scene was even more pin-sharp. Hormone levels spike, excitement, hyperventilating. Gee, what a loser. Never seen a woman before? What a fish. What a fish. The bishop also secretly said that it was terrible, and that it was not a waste. Ahem. Well everyone, come on in. Our rally is about to begin. The congregation awoke at the bishop's words and awkwardly crowded into the church. And there's a big space underneath this. Obviously, they know how to keep from being spied on by the aliens. The interior of the church was large, easily accommodating 300 to 500 people, and the decorations were exceptionally ornate, to say the least. On both sides of the wall is a huge mural made of colorful pebbles inlaid. Content well, exactly the kind of origin story and sacrificial ritual she had seen in the Covenant. The content is gory, but artfully crafted with some horror aesthetics. Looking up, the skylight above the dome was actually stained glass in the form of an alien totem, and the sunlight penetrated, leaving an eerie projection on the floor. And the idol in the center of the altar was a huge statue of an alien queen. Good lord, is this a statue or a specimen? In a trance, Lu Qing thought it was himself posing on top. After all, the aliens all looked the same. Welcome, everyone. Today is the regular monthly gathering of the whole of the worshipful alien cult to welcome all newcomers and guests from far and wide. Lu Qing and his party sat in the front row, and the red-robed man was up there passionately and colorfully speaking about the contents of the Holy Testament. And despite having heard it countless times, the people under the stage were still mesmerized. This man was the sect leader of Rivono State, while Su was the honorary sect leader, and Zhang Huihong seemed to be a high-ranking believer. She was a little helpless. Cuties these days, too many of them. I know you newbies still have some questions. Is anyone still religious these days? I know you're all materialists. So, he waved his hand, and the clatter of chains sounded in the side room. Please watch, all of you, as the gods come down. A gasp erupted from the stage. The sound of chains came closer and closer, only to see a tall alien appear in front of the crowd. Rank, 8, Evolution, 9%. Bio rank, First Order Worker B. It's a common enough worker bee. It had a smooth, slender head and chains attached to its limbs and tail, while 5 large men held on to the chains. Looks grumpy, but no desire to attack. Lu Qing couldn't help but jump. There really are aliens. There's something about these guys, and Su and the others were pleased with her reaction. Not only the newcomers, but even the old congregants couldn't help but gasp. God, the gods have come down. After all, none of them had ever seen an alien, unlike the alien cult side, which had been baptized by the gods and was pregnant with their own children. The bishop smiled from the stage and nodded. That's right, it's the gods who have come to our rescue. Sobbing was the first thing to rise from the stage, followed by rapturous praise. Looking at these humans who were crying in pain, Lu Jin was somewhat helpless. Don't you have any brains at all? That thing is on a leash. Does God have one of those? You'd have more credibility if you nailed it to the grill. Isn't it, buddy? Ming acting? Congregants. The package of 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 the performance. The so-called cults, or even religions, are just forcing themselves to believe, and being influenced by the atmosphere. They quickly get into the role, and come and go, and it doesn't take long before they really believe. Cults are notorious for self-brainwashing. Then the Godmaster lectured the god in front of him about a lot of useful alien trivia, like not violently breaking free after being hugged by a facehugger or you'll die in one piece, not trying to surgically remove a parasite after it's been parasitized, and other things like that, and always just being honest about being a host. It wasn't until the sun set that the rally came to an end for the day, with 2 more days of activities to follow. At night, Lu Jin and his group were arranged to stay in the church. Dinner was a candlelit affair with plates of scrambled eggs with spinach, mashed potatoes, veggie steak, and brown sugar water in tall glasses. The group is actually still vegan. You don't get enough to eat every day. No wonder your brain doesn't work well. After washing up, Lu Jin felt a bit bored and prepared to sleep. Suddenly, the nun knocked on the door of her room. "Ms. Lu Jin, right? This is for you." She took the bag and found that it contained a pink sailor suit with a short skirt and a pair of square-rooted black Mary Jane shoes. "Please change and dress up. His Eminence would like to discuss the teachings with you." Explicit? It's all delivered to your door. Why don't you have a child with him? Yeah, okay, right away. Well, I'll wait for you outside the door. And by the way, His Holiness likes double ponytails. With a mysterious smile, the nun closed the door. Cultivate your mind but not your body. Pimping in the middle of the night, is it? After changing her clothes and tying a double ponytail, Lu Jin had another whim to apply a thick purple eyeshadow on herself, as well as her delicate, fiery red lips. Well, shame on you. Lu Jin is a little shy, because this set of clothes to wear too childish, and makeup and a glance at a good girl. If the acquaintances see, Quasi thought that they have a small Bluebird account. Being led by the nuns into the priest's room, Lu Jin began to get nervous. It was the first time since becoming a girl that she had been alone in a room south of the river. The godfather smiled and stroked his palm as he stepped out of the shadows, looking greedily at the young body. TSK, these legs, so long, this logo-like makeup with your pure and high-cool temperament. It's perfect. He took a few more steps closer when he had time, grabbed the long satin hair and sniffed it hard. That smells good. So much better than those nuns. I'll take your first blood. Ha, the clergy really have had this face since the beginning of time. You want blood? Aren't you afraid of being burned to death? Besides, we've had more daughters than we can count. Chapter 22, Breaking the Fate of the Virgin. Slow down, slow down, slow down. What do you want to do? Sect leader? You. He looked at Lu Jin with a teasing face. Looking at his pouting lips as he approached, Lu Jin felt a little nauseous. That good-looking face had a few more colors added to it because of the tension. Like a good girl being forced onto a crooked path and still having fantasies when things came to a head. Although I like to read the lowly uncle book, but the main character is changed to myself. Physical discomfort immediately came. Lord Godfather, please also self-respect. Why do I want to that with you? The way you say that, you've joined the sect. Shouldn't you dedicate everything to the sect leader? Lu Jin's eyelids twitched. Wasn't this the favorite words of those black bosses? Hey, you have something to say. Not here in the barbershop. Little Ching, don't pretend to be serious. I'm saving you too. Stacked words, nasty minds. The Godfather's face became serious. You know, your boss sold you. He recommended you to Mr. Su to be the Holy Maiden, and after examining you in many ways, we think you're a good fit. The Holy Virgin? Lu Jin's back was cold. The historical saints didn't have a good ending, and the start was also the private goods of the ecclesiastical hierarchy. Piss off, piss off. Yo, looks like you know your stuff. I won't say much then, but there are some differences between us worshipping the alien cult. Your mission is to become a host for the royal facehugger worm and hatch the alien queen. What the hell? They actually have royal facehugging bugs too? Does this underground space still hold a queen prisoner? Seeing her look of bemusement, the Godfather felt that it was a done deal and began to get carried away. Such a tender little girl. Even if she knew something about the inner workings, could she still escape from her own hands? So, isn't it a pity that such a big beauty died like this? You haven't had any experience either, right? If we get it over with today, you and I will both be comfortable. It's better than leaving with regrets. Yes, but I'm going to break the fate of the virgin. Phew. She spat out a mouthful of gray mist and the other was caught off guard, rolling her eyes and passing out. It's a good thing I'm an alien. If the other guy had touched him, he would have had to kill him. I'm so kind. Bah, LSP, you're the only one who wants to take advantage of me? With that, he stomped between his legs, and his legs jerked. It hurts just fine. And tomorrow, just think of it as having too much fun. Lu Qing slammed the door and the nun at the corner of the corridor flashed out. Miss L.V. Chang, where is Lord Godfather? He's cool. Back in his room. Lu Qing was a bit upset and planned to turn this church into a new home. Ding! The second stage of the main quest, Reject the Cult. Start with me, has been triggered. Become the holy maiden of the worshipful alien cult and gain the trust of the congregation. The quest rewards evolution points *40. Black water *40. Why is this dog system so generous all of a sudden? You just had to be hugged by a facehugger, didn't you? Do we have to keep these scourges? But it might be easier to expand the nest in the future with these lapdogs. System, what are you trying to do? Trying to kill me? I'll die even if I'm parasitized by a face-hugging bug, right? The host is an alien queen. Your body is still essentially alien and has a bloodline that completely suppresses the facehuggers. So even the royal facehuggers can't be parasitized. And you can dominate the reverse facehuggers in order to acquire the DNA traits of the pack. Said as if it made sense. Neither humans nor aliens could ever think of an alien queen taking human form if they tried. And getting each other's pack traits seems good. The next morning, sleeping on the floor, the bishop awoke, feeling a tightness in his crotch, somewhat disconnected from last night's events. In the end, I only remembered that I had jumped on Lu Qing, so I guess the little girl had overplayed her hand. He smiled smugly. At 8 o'clock in the morning the congregation gathered again in the church. Ladies and gentlemen, by the light of this bright spring day, I announce that Miss Lu Qing officially becomes the holy maiden of our church. Hearing the roll call, Lu Qing hurriedly walked up to the stage and bowed at the believers. Yes, the great Virgin Mother will hatch even greater gods for us. At this time, there was a lot of talk under the stage, and they all felt that it was a pity for such a great beauty to die. But when they thought about the image of her being stabbed through the chest by the saint's son, it was both bloody and fragrant. Lu Qing was a bit speechless. This group of people were also too much of a hunter. Holy Maiden Sama, please lie down here. He pointed to the bed of stone in front of the altar. Isn't this the place where funerals are held for the dead? It's bad luck. Still, she lay on it. It was obvious to the bishop that she had accepted the fate of the host saint's daughter. Heck, the prettier they are the more contrasting they are. And look how obedient this will be. Their own damn charm. Gentlemen, the ceremony begins. The priests and nuns on either side sang unintelligible hymns, but it felt pretty good. As the song goes on, a nun dressed in white comes pushing a wheelbarrow with a huge box on top. Holy Spirit! The stage was in an uproar, only to see the Godfather pull out a giant red face-hugging worm of more than half a meter from inside. The reason it appears large is because of the webbing-like transparent membrane between its claws. He placed the face-hugging insect on Lu Qing, and the guy didn't move a muscle, like he was dead. Don't be afraid, it hasn't woken up yet. It takes about a week to hatch after being parasitized. The bishop leaned over and whispered. Then two burly men carrying a metal hood buckled her right inside. I was wondering how I was going to act without getting caught, but this is a direct assist. Next, we will witness the birth of the first holy maiden of this sect. The outside became agitated again. They purely wanted to see Lu Qing get her breasts broken. It wasn't long before the facehugger woke up and, seeing a human waiting obediently, planned to pounce on the parasite. But he just picked it up and felt something was wrong. And before the spawner was even put in, he was alerted and tried to escape. However, Lu Qing wouldn't let it go, and directly grabbed its paw to gnaw on it. It seemed a little frightened, and its tail flicked wildly, clanking and making a lot of noise. Ahem, Holy Maiden Sama, please don't struggle yet, it will pass soon. A few moments later, there was no movement inside. LV Qing's mouth protruded out of his inner jaw teeth to deaden the abdomen of the face-hugging insect. Green blood gurgled into her throat. It didn't know until it died that its parasite was actually the alien queen. Hey, this facehugger's thrombosis is kind of like yogurt. Is this the legendary child eater? In less than 5 minutes, this guy was sucked out of the oil by Lu Qing. Ding! A new DNA trait has been, highly toxic acid blood, has been acquired. Damn it, system, are you kidding me? I'm here to show my face as a holy maiden, and you're giving me a duplicate attribute? Isn't my blood highly poisonous? Ding! In addition to its strong corrosive properties, the blood of this group has poisonous properties, and after strong dilution it can be used as a colorless and odorless poison that cannot be detected by current human means. Oh, it looks like it's coming together too, but I can't use it at the moment. After an hour of doctrine outside, the iron hood finally opened. She pretended to be in shock, breathing heavily and looking around in confusion. How are you feeling, Holy Maiden Sama? Water, I want water. Chapter 23, Alien? False gods. I need water because I can't quench my thirst with a drink. Ignoring the gazes of the crowd, Lu Qing ran to the back and ate a lot more, because being parasitized drains a lot of stamina, and according to the script, that's what she's supposed to do. so the bishop's side was satisfied. And looking at the dried-up facehugger, he knew the parasitization had worked. In the afternoon, Lu Jin's state finally recovered, but the church's activities continued. The alien was still standing on the stage bound in chains. "Gentlemen, next, you will be blessed by the gods." The bishop stood in front of the alien and gently touched its head, and the people below seemed to understand something. "For only $100,000, you can touch the gods." The congregation cried out in awe. "What an idle handshake. LV Ching is going to cry. He has only cheated a total of 200,000. He wants 10 this time." Still, they scrambled to pay. Some are brainwashed. Others see the potential of alien worship and want to squeeze in for a piece of the action. Nervously and excitedly, the crowd approached the god and then stroked its hard exoskeleton with trembling hands. Finally, someone got too deep into it and wailed. "Then, everyone, next let the holy maiden Sama, who has given birth to the vocational goddess, embrace the gods and receive the supreme blessing." There was a chorus of boos from the stage. Despite worshipping the guy as a god, he was still a ferocious beast by nature. "Will you be torn to shreds if you hold on to it?" The godfather glared at her, apparently trying to perform a miracle with the fact that aliens don't attack their hosts. It's kind of cold knowledge. In order to complete the task, Lu Jin can only cooperate with the acting, although I do not know so acting can have any effect. She stood up and slowly approached the alien before she wrapped her arms around it and whispered, "Little sister, let auntie see if your French is normal." It wilted a bit and didn't react much to being treated like that. Seeing this, the stage then exclaimed, "This is really an alien saint daughter, ah, so hugging is alright." Lu Jin suddenly sympathized with it somewhat. Alien life, either in the hunt, or on the way to hunt, but now this is treated like a rare animal, by humans to watch, but also be touched all over. Real miserable. "Where's your mom, kid?" She tried to communicate with her brainwaves, though there was no reply from the other side. "Is this being beaten silly?" She then released the queen's pheromone, and her opponent reacted only slightly instead of being controlled by her. "It's too suffocating for you to live like this. Why don't I just relieve you?" To the adoring eyes of the crowd, she took a few steps backwards and released a stream of pheromones that would send the alien into a frenzy of attack. Seemingly sensing something, the alien in front of him finally came alive, and fire seemed to spew from its non-existent eyes. Increase the dose. She released another massive amount of pheromones, which appeared to the alien to be a death mist. Ow dash. It finally began to go berserk, twisting its body frantically in an attempt to free itself from the chains that were trapping it. Seeing that things were not going well, the sect leader also panicked and bellowed for his men to stabilize. But weak humans were no match for the aliens after all. After a short tussle, the 5 big men were thrown everywhere. The alien that broke free from its bonds was like a wild beast that had gone berserk as it ignored the panicked crowd and charged straight towards Lu Jin. Phew! The sharp crack of the alien's sharp tail swept past, almost on the verge of shattering the glass. When only a muffled sound was heard, Lu Jin's arm steadily blocked its tail, and even with its savage force it couldn't go in by a hair. As if he intended to show off, Lu Jin didn't attack, but easily blocked several of its tail whips. Finally, to the astonished eyes of the crowd, she grabbed the alien's tail and spun it twice in the air before slamming it hard into the stone pillar next to the wall. With a thud, the stone pillar shattered, and the alien fell to the ground, writhing in pain. "Good girl, it'll be over soon. It won't hurt," Lu Jin murmured, then held the alien's head and yanked hard. That huge head was actually ripped off with her bare hands. Half of the believers on the stage fled, and the rest were awakened as if in a dream. Is this still a human being? Zhang Huihong and Su Su also looked dumbfounded. Were the gods really possessed? "Mr. Zhang, you've really found an extraordinary saintly woman. Marvelous." Lu Jin held the alien's head high in the air, her face unperturbed as yellow-green blood dripped onto her scarlet cheeks and slid off, the floor nourishing white smoke. "Everything is so weird and harmonious. Everyone, the false god is dead." The sect master on one side looked back. "False god? So you've become a liar?" He himself does not believe in this thing at all, because it is supposed to be a pyramid scheme, fooling the little cutie. He was so good at circling money that he became a godfather, but a living human hand tearing apart an alien. That's outrageous, isn't it? Had she really been favored by the gods? "Everyone, we were blinded by the false god and became lost lambs. Today, thanks to the great holy maiden Lord, she led us out of the darkness. Just imagine, if that guy is the true god, how can he be controlled by us? We have been blinded by it and have lost our minds. And if it were not for the holy maiden, who carries the holy sun, how could she break the shackles for us? It is the holy maiden we should believe in. Anyway, First Lake is right. The main one is a survivalist pull. So what if she's promoted as an actual saint? She'll be dead in less than a week anyway." The crowd was a bit confused. They spoke of passionate belief in the gods before, but today there's a goddess of regicide and they're converted to believing in her? Ow dash. Suddenly, A horrible roar resounded all around. Looks like those pheromones were just captured by the neighborhood kids. Everyone, the apostles of the false god are here. But don't be afraid. Watch this holy maiden get rid of the demons. LV Ching rubbed his somewhat sore shoulders and said with full concern, I've seen it cut up anyway, so it's just as well to have a few. In an instant, several dark shadows appeared on the windows of the church. The people didn't have time to run away, so they can only force themselves to remain motionless, lest they be taken as prey. Lu Jin could see very clearly that the fear value in this church had been pulled up. It was a playground for the aliens. Whoa, 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 whoa. The stained windows shattered and several aliens burrowed in. However, they abandoned the crowd and surrounded Lu Jin in unison. It seems the pheromones used to select the forbidden guards are more attractive than the human ones, coming from the warrior aliens. Where's your mom, little Thane? LV Ching came up with such a sentence out of the cold, and the congregants were confused. This monster has a mom too? A few of the aliens were impassive and didn't care about her at all. Not talking again. What? Are you all orphans? Seemingly sensing the words, an alien whooshed past, like a bolt of black lightning. Lu Jin didn't even dodge it, bracing himself to collide with it. With a thud, the alien was shaken back and forth, while Lu Jin was as immovable as a mountain. While it was still in a daze, Lu Jin broke open its mouth with one hand and directly yanked out its inner jaw teeth with the other. Green blood gushed out, and the ground was burned with countless large holes. Ridiculously weak, she dropped the alien to the ground and crushed its head with a single kick. The acidic blood corroded the shoes and socks through and through, and Lu Jin could only awkwardly lift up the white and delicate bare feet. Too bad about these thousands of dollars of shoes. The other aliens were undaunted by the scene, but they all charged at her in a death charge. Lu Jin kicked the approaching alien, then grabbed the head of the alien attacking from behind and slammed it hard into the ground. A few of the long-tailed year-olds sneak up on her, but they can't break through the defense at all, and two of them are caught in her hand. There was a click. She shook it so hard that she actually ripped off the two tails. Although the means of attacking in human form were limited, the attributes of the alien queen were not weakened at all. For a moment, the cacophony in the church was as intense and silent as a nuclear explosion in space. Against the lunging and whipping stabs of several aliens, she swung her two tails around with a whirring wind, as if she were a two-headed dragon. After a few moments, all 8 of the warrior aliens that had attacked her fell, littering the ground with limbs and craters. Ding! You have killed warrior alien *8. Killed worker bee alien *1. Rewarded with evolution points *17. Blackwater *17. Ahem, guys. Barefoot. She stood up on the bed of crumbling stone. I believe you have the answer in your hearts. I'll leave you alone. The fact that the system didn't prompt the completion of the quest indicated that the crowd was still swaying in their minds. I was going to wait until they couldn't react to strike while the iron was hot, but that's all a con artist's tactic. Today's violent beating of the false gods is really not true, even if they think that those guys are gods, but violent beating of the goddess of the gods, there is no way for them to believe. Besides, you believe in aliens. We're the queen of aliens. LV Ching turned around and left, leaving only messy believers behind. Holy maiden-sama. Please forgive my earlier rudeness. Driving Zhang Huihong was very nervous, remembering those missing customers. He had a pang of fear in his heart. Everything is divinely ordained. Oh, boss, you make it look like I'm a bad woman. And don't call a saintly woman in public. It's embarrassing. Good. You can just call me Xiao Zhang. Lu Jin did not expect this guy is really believe. Is not just hand-tearing the alien. As far as, to arch one last fire, she sent another text to the Godfather. Come to Sogmundon in a week's time and you can worship the real God. An hour later, the system beep suddenly sounded. Ding! The second phase of the mainline mission, Reject Cults, Start With Me, has been completed, and the mission rewards of evolution points *40 and Blackwater *40 have arrived. I don't know how the bishop fooled the believers, but it worked out anyway. 2 hours later, Zhang Huihong sent Lu Jin to his doorstep. He looked at himself with a distinctly more reverent and fiery look in his eyes. Not to be outdone by the cult. Xiao Zhang. I'll see you at the office tomorrow. Chapter 24, Packing the Wastes. Back home, Lu Jin took a shower and changed into the silk pajamas she had bought with her year-end bonus in the first place. The loose pajamas hid her misshapen figure well, and the slippery touch made her smile. When she was someone's husband, she wouldn't have had the luxury of buying herself something like this. Disregard, but now that you're a mom, feel free to wear it. What's going on, kids? She connected into the Hive network, but listened to the sound of mom. The daughters miss her a little too much. Has the Lair been peaceful lately? It's not so bad. With the pheromones mom left behind, those wandering feral kids won't dare come near. Evolving into a forbidden guard, Fufu's voice changed a lot. and to Lu Qing's ears it sounded like an innocent and cute teenage girl's voice. Mom, there are so many aliens wandering around that they don't notice. Ray's sighed. Being in the bunker was also not exposed for the time being. The aliens had become somewhat active recently, and Lu Qing felt that this was not a good sign. If this group of pygmies draws the fire to themselves, they might as well get killed first. Boys, you can go out and wander around too, but there are two things to keep in mind. The first is to travel in pairs. The second is to be well hidden. Don't be spotted by humans. If you meet an alien from someone else's house, if you can't beat it, run away. And if you can't get rid of it, bring it all to your second sister's place. Stick to a point. LV Qing's microphone rang. Lu Jin Ran sent a message. Let's meet at noon tomorrow. Hey, miss me so soon? Early in the morning, she was at her dresser putting on her makeup as usual, but this time she had been messing around with the instructional video for a long time. When she came to the company, Zhang Huihong actually made an unprecedented move to wait for her downstairs, and it looked like he had been waiting for quite a long time. Xiao Zhang, what's wrong? What are you doing here? Oh, the Virgin. Lu Qing hurriedly interrupted him. Didn't I tell you? Don't call it that out there, just the name. Good. Lu Qing, that is, I want you to be the vice president. You see, good guy, in the talent market heavy attack, this is only a few days to begin to be coy. Really the front according to the back of respect. The thought of it is laughable. Come on boss, I still find it easier to be a secretary. Just give me a raise, okay? Double it. Zhang Huihong accompanied Lu Qing into the company like a little brother, and his co-workers froze. It's only been 2 days and you've taken down the boss? This secretary is not to be trifled with. The new intern even mistook her for the boss's wife, and her colleague just explained it with contempt. It's just a junior secretary who sells meat. These small movements. Lu Qing was in the office but he heard them clearly. Humph, stupid human. Have children with me if you can. Alone in a room. Zhang Huihong trembling. All the work is grabbed to do it yourself. LV Qing was forced to only swipe his cell phone and play games. I could tell he was nervous. LV Qing is also wondering. I'm so cute. What are you nervous about? Because there was really nothing for her to do. Lu Qing had to leave work early and head to Lu Jin Ran's company to wait for her. Close to noon. The employees are all off work one after another, and they can't help but take a look at this unrivaled old girl. Lu Jin Ran works for Rivono Biotech as a genetic engineer, and this corporation, which is directly under the Federation, likes to conduct strange experiments as much as the company does. Get in good with her and you might get something unexpected. Green, what are you thinking about? Lu Qing was sitting on a bench looking at the sky, thinking about how he could evolve into an alien queen. His experience and evolution level were almost full, but the system didn't prompt him at all. Of course I was wondering if Sister Jin Ran was thinking about me. Lu Qing ghostly pinched her face, while a blush rose on the latter's cheeks. If your brother is as good at flirting as you are, we might as well be family. Ha ha. There were a few moments of despondency in her expression, and Lu Qing couldn't wait to slap herself twice when she saw it. So she took the other woman's hand and shook it as if she were pampered. Humph. See color, do you want me or not? Not for nothing. Passing co-workers couldn't help but tease when they saw the scene. Ran, I haven't seen you for a few days. You've grown up. You've got a girlfriend? Ah, yes. Ladies, Ran-san, don't worry, just leave it to me. I'm very powerful. I'll make Ran-san scream in broad daylight. Isn't that right, Ran-san? Welp, superimposed words. Disgusting heart. Please stop talking. The duo arrived at a fast food restaurant and found a clean corner to sit in. Green, I'm a little scared. Lu Jin Ran's face was a bit ugly. Had he been approached by the cult again? Sister Jin Ran, what's going on? Are you being pestered by those people again? No, it's something else. Her face grew harder and harder, as if she had been through something terrible. Tell me about it, and feel free to ask if you need me. It's like this. Yesterday when I went shopping, I passed by an alley just in time to see a couple of punks holding a little girl hostage. She took a deep breath. That little girl's chest suddenly burst open and an alien came out of it. Her face was getting worse and her body was still shaking. The first time I saw an alien break a chest with my own eyes, the shock level wasn't in the same dimension as the movie. You mean someone released the aliens on purpose? Yes. For the past 2 nights I've heard strange cries outside and I've been afraid to look. Little girl? Wasn't there a similar case with the Black Hand Gang the other day? Sister Jin Ran, things are a bit troublesome. The Bureau received a similar report a few days ago. Do you remember any other details? Yes, there were 2 little guys who tried to see what was going on earlier, but the punk said I'll show you what a black hand is and then they gave them a scare. The aliens that had been seen recently were strange. Lu Qing felt that they might have been artificially bred, and it was likely that the Ampere Corporation and the Coriner Corporation that funded the alien-worshipping cult were secretly jockeying for position, and the Federation was likely to be involved as well. so the situation could be complicated. Presumably Coronel hired the mob to drop the aliens. For the purpose of testing strength perhaps? Don't be afraid. Don't be afraid. Lu Jin gently hugged her, that warm and soft body still trembling like a scared little animal. With me, there's no need to fear the aliens. Lu Jin whispered in a low voice while attaching his pheromones to her. It should scare away the average alien. Sister Jin Ran, let's go. Follow me to the station. In the sheriff's office, no one was making trouble, but it was busy and hot. Although that they were busy, they didn't seem to get much done. When Billy was out in the field, she pulled a couple of detectives from CID. Counselor Lu, with your clues this matter is probably clear to me. Detective Inspector Boffy had a look of dawning realization on his face. We're also keeping an eye on this mafia gang. They've been doing a lot of kidnappings lately, mostly of pretty girls, and the informants report that they're being sent to deserted estates in Old Smoot County, and escorted back to the city shortly thereafter by a group of armed men, and then transported by the mafia to be dropped off at various locations. Lu Jin couldn't help but get a headache from listening to this matter of hatching aliens. How come the humans were even more active than themselves? But that means there are quite a few aliens lurking in the city, I guess. Whose name is the estate in now? Those armed men couldn't have just appeared out of nowhere. Hold, sorry, can't find out. A layer of sweat oozed from Inspector Wood's forehead, and he could tell that Lu Jin was a bit upset. These obvious things can't be found out. Are the detectives too useless or are the opponents too cunning? Inspector, you don't have to worry too much about this. We can't let the aliens spread now. We need to set up barricades at the main intersections, check the vehicles, send more patrols to places with fewer people. I'd rather miss them than let them go, and if you find someone who's been parasitized, put them straight into the morgue and wait for me to deal with them. Can you do that? Can. Find out for me who the leader of the Black Hand Gang is, and turn around and have Billy find a way to subpoena him. LV Ching always feel that this security bureau people like NPC. All day blind work, they do not come to the plot does not advance. Do they still wear into the game not? Back home and just getting off the elevator. Lu Jin was again pestered by the same dog from before. The dog was still barking like crazy until she pulled out the key to unlock the door. Could it even tell it wasn't human? Can people who walk their dogs off leash die a death? Hiss, little girl, how do you talk? My dog doesn't bite. Around the corner came an older woman, 50 years old or so, with the typical face of a commoner. Auntie, what you are saying is, do you know that it's uncomfortable to be chained and that's why you don't chain your dog? Do you know that walking a dog without a leash is the same as a dog walking a dog? The older woman was exasperated, but she read her door number and came back to life. Yo, you're from Lu Jin's family? I remember his wife isn't you? Changed wives? I'm not his wife. Oh, lover? No way. Lu Jin didn't say anything, quietly watching to see what other flowers she could say. LV Ching that wimp, his own head is green, and he still has the ability to raise a mistress. It's not good, ha ha ha. Chapter 25, I hate neighbors. What are you babbling about? Hey, I'm not making this up. LV Ching's wife brings men back every now and then, and stays out at night while he's not at home. Everyone knows that. With that, she greeted the disobedient dog and took off. Blanche, so the whole world knows, but not you? Lu Jin lying in bed tossing and turning cannot sleep, although this matter is over. Himself is also dead, but it is very twisted. Ding! Detective Wood sent a text message. It has been identified that Laz Wood, the leader of the Black Hand Gang, currently operates a dance hall, the Oak House, at 112, Bright Road, North. The Black Hand Gang, right? I'll show you what a Black Hand is today. Nordic North, Oak Tree House. The gangsters run a bizarre style of dance club, with bright and beautiful signage, and posters that even print their own employees directly on them. The music was deafening from a distance, but through the glass, there were only a few guests drinking in the hall. Or an underground dance hall? That can't be good. Although he talked to the bureau about summoning him, but Lu Jin wanted to shortcut the process. After all, intelligence is the most comfortable when it is one step ahead of the others. So she changed her body shape and took on the appearance of Wang Tianhe, strutting in. At this point, several facehuggers also drilled through the ventilation ducts. Yo, Mr. Wang, rare guest, inside please. The waiter at the front desk actually recognized Wang Tianhe at a glance, and under his guidance, Lu Jin entered the underground ballroom. Through a dark tunnel they came to a spacious hall from which the frantic music came. A dozen pairs of men and women swayed on the dance floor. Waitresses came and went with young girls in bunny girl decorations, and a couple of small stages were filled with several indecently dressed women dancing in unappealing ways. This feels like watching a black super dream. Lu Jin tightly knitted her beautiful eyebrows. The nightlife of the rich people, yellow gambling and drugs have to dip a little. To fit the image of Wang Tianhe, she wrapped her arms around a glowering pink rabbit and sat on the couch. Soon a large white rabbit brought the drinks. Mr. Wang, What took you so long? I've been waiting for you for days. Looks like he knows the great white rabbit pretty well. I'm not going to spend all my time with you, stupid rabbit, she said and patted the big white rabbit, causing it to wink and laugh. Hey, where's Law Wood? Our boss. He's backstage. He'll be singing later. What a simple guy. He's a gangster. And he still comes over to the residency every day. Is he not a gangster, or does he love singing too much? Lu Jin looked around. There weren't many good people sitting there, either hunting for pleasure or addicts. And there were small gambling houses with full facilities in the corners. Sexy lotteries deal the cards live in an R18 way that no normal person can imagine. And gamblers don't know whether to go for the winnings or the lotteries. Can these awful guys just die a death? Ahem. Guys. A dainty red bunny walks up on the biggest stage and the fiery music stops at the same time. Ladies and gentlemen, we now have our gold resident at the Oak House. Wood's up first to present his latest single. Ku very much. Woohoo! Whistles and shouts rang out from the stage. Then a wasteland-style dressed man walked onto the stage holding a guitar. He had long hair, sunglasses, a cigar in his mouth and a pistol on his belt. It was kind of an interesting outfit. Hey, Ku everybody. Ku very much. As a powerful piece of music played, he strummed his guitar and sang those strange lyrics. K the world. K yourself. K you pickled carrots, don't eat them. K you horny beach. The lyrics were cheesy as hell, uninformed, and felt like a teddy come to life, but the melody and vocals were pretty good. And once The Rock hit the stage in this scenario, emotions ran high. During this time a female fan got so excited she yelled Ku Wood. I didn't expect him to pull out a gun and shoot her twice with a bang. There was a chorus of boos from the stage, followed by more frantic chants. These guys are really crazy. However, when she thought that the Tiger Claw gang was almost in the same situation, she was slightly more relieved. In this world, rich people are born with a golden spoon in their mouths and spend their whole lives in fine clothes, drinking and doing nothing. The poor bite the bullet and suffer. So they suffer more. Some people even block the way after they have gained power by chance and mock the poor for not working hard enough. Some people come from making up the numbers after all. Since the human world is so complex and dark, wouldn't there be only light left if all humans died out? Hey, Wood, get your ass over here. Her voice wasn't very loud, just enough for everyone in the room to hear. He's singing happily, and then suddenly he does this. Isn't it looking for death? The arena goes silent and Law stops singing, leaving only the backing track still whimpering and shouting. Boss Wong, what's the matter? Didn't you have a good time? No, you're too loud. I live in the neighborhood and it's annoying. Law's face became more and more ugly, and he had already gotten up the urge to kill. This dog doesn't even live here, and is definitely deliberately looking for a fight. Mr. Wong, what do you think if we turn down the sound? Not good. I hate neighbors. Bang! He took a shot to shatter the flashing lights above his head, but Lu Jin easily dodged it and smashed the passerby instead. Get out of here, all irrelevant people. I'll shoot you. The crowd fled the ballroom screaming as Laws roared. You're crazy. You don't scream when you're killing people. What's the point of firing an empty gun? The crowd cleared out. The music ended abruptly, and only the bunny girls and lotuses in the lounge area were left, along with a bunch of beaters who had gathered around. Wang Tianhe, I'm talking to you nicely. What points are you putting up? Think I don't dare to kill you? Lu Jin smiled and laughed, full of contempt. Go on, beat him up for me. Break his legs. The little brothers heard immediately shot. Flower show is good looking, more or less something. LV Ching body flashing turn as if a ghost. In that strange power kick, the crowd of beaters have to hold the legs and wail. Cannot move. Luo Zi looked also full of astonishment. This Wang Tianhe is but a straw man. How while not seen so powerful? But the next thing he knew, he was dumbfounded, only to see the Wang Tianhe body distortion, skin off to reveal a black, then oozing mucus, and gradually coalesced into a new layer of skin. The brown man turned into a young girl with an exquisite face. Laws couldn't help but suck in a breath of air, and the gun he was holding fell to the ground. Are you a demon? The young girl didn't say anything, but just edged closer. Elevated adrenaline. Fear level rises. What? Is this what a gangster does? Hey! Lu Jin kicked him to the ground. Have you Black Hand Gang been in the employ of a mysterious organization lately? A corporation or a cult? I don't know. Laws was in a state of panic, but his eyes were full of innocence. Your little brother has confessed, so I advise you to be honest before you suffer. Big sister, I really don't know. I swear. Snap. Lu Jin slapped him hard. Damn you. You're almost a round older than me. Right, calling me big sister. You want to die? Even though big sister was the Taoist name that corresponded to big brother, Lu Jin still disliked it. She bit her finger and dripped a few drops of blood onto his hand. Painful screams rang out immediately. I'll ask again. Who hired you? I really don't know. Adrenaline continues to rise. Elevated desiccated thyroid hormone. Heart rate increases. That's supposed to be a lie, right? It can't be that it hurts. My big singer. You're too bad, right? You're still lying to me at this time. I'm not happy. He. With that, she dripped another drop of blood into La's other hand. Despite his frantic struggles, he couldn't get rid of Lu Jin's queen's strange power. A few minutes later, a large hole was corroded in his palm, and his fingers were barely attached to his hand by what was left of his skin. If you don't speak up nicely, the arm is next. Lu Jin squeezed some more blood down, and La's screams became even more pleasing to the ear. I said, please don't. You're just waiting for me to ask you? Your legs are gone. She was still dripping blood while the wound was still healing. If you don't finish, I'll keep dropping, and when you do I'll give you a hard time. I said, I'm not the leader of the Black Hand Gang. I'm only nominal. I don't know anything about it. Our gang leader is a high-ranking member of the National Guard. Good lord, he's just a corporation, isn't he? No wonder he doesn't know what he's talking about. You promised me. Give me pain. Please kill me. Can alien blood be that painful? Lu Jin crouched down and bit the wound again. A few drops of blood spilled onto La's body and face. No promises for my TSK. Just because I promise doesn't mean I'll do it. Wouldn't it be a lot less fun to let you die in pain? Looking at his limbs that revealed white bones, and his mangled body, Lu Jin smiled towards his little brothers. That scared the hell out of them. It's a ing witch. Kids, move out. As her words fell, several face-hugging insects fell from the sky and landed precisely on their faces. The stunned women on one side didn't escape, but the facehuggers came in fewer today, and one blue rabbit was left to be spared. Lu Jin clapped his hands and smiled as he walked over. Come with me and let's pretend this never happened today. The rabbit girl was like an amnesty, trembling and bowing in succession. Cue bouncing. Good. I do. Lu Jin touched her neck regretfully, and before she could wail, she collapsed. Hiss, I'm just being polite. You're still serious. Chapter 26, There's a Mole. Holy, you stupid neighbors. Back at home, Lu Jin was a little restless, so he crawled down the vent into the dog-walking aunt's house. It was after 12 o'clock. The room was dark, and Big Mom was the only one cooking in the kitchen. Are you nuts? Cooking for a ghost in the middle of the night? Not long afterward, the door to the room outside opened and in came a 25 or 26-year-old but tired-faced man. Mom, still awake? My son is back? Why don't I make you a hot meal? Working late, you can't stand being hungry. It's better than takeout. There were only 2 simple dishes on the table, but the man was a little emotional at the sight. Mom, I finished a big order today. The commission is very high. The debt we owe will be paid off this month. Auntie nodded and turned to serve the food. This Lu Jin also heard. The man's father is a small company of the middle level. The days are not bad, but 2 years ago, obsessed with gambling, borrowed loan sharks, owed more than 600,000. Consciously ashamed of their families jumped off the building. Unfortunately, he jumped from the 12th floor. His body fell everywhere, and the hospital gave him a hard time. It was just in time for the biotech boom, so he became an experimenter in the Department of Extracorporeal Circulation. Even though only his eyes are still moving, he's still alive. I have to say, this kid is pretty good. The interest rolled up on the 60-plus debt is estimated to be in the 7 figures, and he's actually able to pay it off. Halfway through the meal, the man laughed again. Mom, our boss said he'd promote me to department head in a while. Good, wow. Mom has known since you were a kid that you had a future. Our family is finally going to come out on top. Cut. My daughter's great, too. An inexplicable desire to win rose in Lu Jin, and she couldn't help but tickle the corners of her mouth when she thought of her lovely daughters. It won't be long before I've saved enough to give Xiaomei a $400,000 dowry, and then I'll give you 2 big fat grandchildren. Mother and son indulged in unrealistic fantasies. They're all ordinary people struggling at the bottom. But what have I to do with your human sorrows and joys? Gee, I wonder what she'd look like if such a wonderful son was gone. It's delightful to think about. Baby, watch and pounce on that man. A facehugger lay on top of her for a long time until her mother-sama gave the word, and then she reluctantly hopped down the crack and into the room. They were cleaning up the dishes at the moment, oblivious to the impending danger. The man froze at the sight of the face-hugging bug in the corner, and even patted over to have a look, only to see that the face-hugging insect violently scurrying then hugged his face to death. When she heard the commotion, the older woman screamed when she saw that her son was being attacked by a monster of some description. No matter how hard she tried, she couldn't tear the creature away, even as the tail around her neck strangled tighter. It's a good instinct of our facehuggers. No parasites? Then we'll die together. As she shouts hysterically, the neighbors are awakened, but it's not a matter of concern. They just curse the crazy for staying up in the middle of the night. Fear level rising, extreme nervousness, despair. This feeling of desperation and helplessness is so delicious. 20 minutes later, the face-hugging bugs dislodged themselves and the man took a sharp breath and woke up. The older woman's shouting stopped as well, and she thought a miracle had happened. How are you doing, son? He gasped for air and was still a bit confused, but when he saw the face-hugging bugs to the side, his eyes were filled with despair. Mom, come on, run. He spoke brokenly, but blood spurted from his mouth. His chest then rises high, and with a childish low growl, a snake-like monster breaks out of his chest. Ah dash! She screamed frantically again. I can't believe that my own son just died, killed by a monster? Extreme tension, extreme despair, blood pressure spiking. Before she could confirm the miracle, she fell into hell again, spitting blood from her mouth and passing out. Shay, boring. I was hoping you'd put on more of a show. Little guy, get up here. With Lu Qing's call, the chestbreaker burrowed down the wall and into the vent. Go, find your fourth sister. Lu Qing followed the pipeline back home. So that's enough little theater for today. Rabbits don't do that until they're in the nest, and these unlucky neighbors are waiting to clean up in one piece when they move. One is still too kind. A good night's sleep. Lu Qing dreamed of standing on top of a tall building, surrounded by all the black alien. They are like a tidal wave of crushing humans, until this race is completely extinct. Early in the morning, Lu Qing was woken up by the noises outside the door. Draped in her pajamas, she walked straight to the dogwalker's house, thinking nothing of waking up and calling the police. There were 2 armed officers guarding the door and a few good neighbors looking on. Hey, are you Lu Qing's adopted lover? It's a pity that you're so pretty. That kid died a long time ago. Why don't you follow me? Neighbors made cheesy jokes and others laughed along. What for? Obstructing official business? The people inside heard the commotion and rushed out, not realizing it was Billy. Counselor Louis, you, are staying at your brother's now. Just in time. Another problem. Without waiting for her to speak, Billy yanked her inside. So it's the sheriff's lover. The constable guarding the gate was really clammed up and blew the group of idlers away. Damn it, why is it an alien again? And over or under? The autopsy was performed by Mike, and by the hard look on his face, you could tell he was having a hard time. There is nothing to test. Died in the early hours of the morning. The victim's family fainted out of control, has been sent to the hospital. Billy was a bit bummed out. There were a bit too many aliens lately. LV Qing changed his clothes and went to the sheriff's office with the police car. In the conference room, it was the same old guys, with sad faces, ignoring the fact that the chief was there though. Chief, how are you considering my last offer? Ha? I know. Abby, give Counselor Lu the latest intel. On the left-hand side of the director stood up a slender female police officer, wearing high heels, with an eye estimation of 1 meter 8, with a delicate and mature face, but without any expression. Counselor Lu, your proposal has been passed by the council. The weapons and funds are already in place. In addition, the leader of the Black Hand Gang, Laws Wood, was killed last night, and all of his men have been parasitized by the alien attack. In addition, there are eyewitnesses who claim that last night, Wang Tianhe had been to the House of Oaks. Hearing this news, Lu Qing couldn't help but widen his eyes. Wang Tianhe? Have you found my brother yet? Counselor Lu, calm down. The case is still under investigation. Rather, have you received any inside information from the church? Inspector Wood's words made Lu Qing bang on the table in anger. I'm a newbie who just joined. How can they tell me about their secret operations? Our current conclusion is that Wang Tianhe is hiding his tracks and assisting the alien-worshipping cult in their covert sabotage. And based on the testimony, they have no apparent grudge and should simply want to drop the aliens. What the are you guys doing? Instead, Lu Qing pointed at Inspector Wood and exploded. Yesterday I asked you to look into the Black Hand Gang, and that night that mule died. Did you secretly collude with Wang Tianhe to kill and exterminate them, and actually worship the alien cultists? I'm not. He was a bit helpless. How did he become a traitor when he was a dedicated old agent? Colleagues have also packed in the fact that Wood has an average case but a hot heart. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Just a little clue and then it's broken. They obviously don't want us to know who the employer is. Even if Wood isn't a traitor, there's definitely a mole in the bureau. LV Qing made a bunch of nonsense. And anyway, rumor mongering doesn't require evidence. Don't you guys realize that my undercover identity may have been exposed as well? And that facehugger may have come at me, only to get lost. It can't be, can it? The people looked at each other in dismay. We are all magistrates serving the country and the people. How can we collude with a cult to betray our colleagues? How is that impossible? don't you watch the news? Japagan's top military and political officials were all beheaded by the warthogs yesterday, and with a machine that big infiltrated and rotted. Do you think a little sheriff's office is going to be any better? Don't forget, there's a corporation behind the cult. You've probably been under surveillance for a long time. Chapter 27. Aren't you scared of this size? Japagan is a small desert country that fought for nearly 40 years for national independence and the warthogs. The beheading of all their leaders yesterday did cause quite a shock. While the cult is rampant, it is nowhere near as crazy as the warthogs, though both have the common denominator of genocide. Counselor Lu, we'll reflect on what you said, and I'll immediately start clearing out the internals. Inspector Wood is ready to take credit for his crimes in a big way. Lu Qing didn't say anything else and left silently. Laugh it up. They really believe it. LV Qing came to the company to make her usual rounds, and Zhang Huihong was honestly doing her job. She was satisfied. It wasn't just an NPC that hung around and exploded gold coins. Xiao Zhang, I just went to the sheriff's department. There was another large-scale alien attack last night, and they deduced from that the church had planted undercover agents. Hearing this, he was a little unsettled. As a senior believer, he still knows some insiders. To the security bureau to plant spies is not unheard of, but people have the establishment simply cannot enter. Holy Maiden Sama, it's impossible, at least in our state. No one has managed to blend in yet. At most, they'll just turn on the orderlies and listen to some gossip. Did you hear? The leader of the Black Hand Gang was killed last night, and all his men were parasitized by the aliens. Aha! It's such a big deal that everyone in the church knows about it. It's just not clear who's desperate enough to do it, and the fire could probably burn down the whole alien-worshipping cult. I'm a bit of a friend of Inspector Wood. He said earlier he was keeping an eye on the Black Hand Gang, and it wasn't long before the leader was gone. And Pacific Village, Warren Steel, these things must have been done by our people. So, what you're saying is, a fine layer of sweat oozed from Zhang Huihong's forehead, and he knew that someone in the sect was being dishonest. The county's halls shouldn't be so capable. I reckon 80%. It's the city's main hall that's doing it. I think they're plotting apostasy. Reflect it to the bishop and the others. Don't be sold out by your men and not realize it. Yes. Laughing his ass off, he believed it too. Who made himself a great saint? The purpose had been achieved. So Lu Qing just left work. The alien cult site feels that the city's main hall abandoned the car and sold them out to undercover agents of the sheriff's department, while the sheriff's department believes that the alien cult has planted undercover agents within their ranks, and the alien cult should think that their underlings are trying to make trouble behind their backs. First time I've picked a fight. I don't know if it's going to work. Anyway, leave the rest to time and let them take their time with the show. Next, while Lu Jin Ran was still on vacation, Lu Qing decided to pay a visit. After buying some snacks and drinks, she made her way to the Emerald Courtyard. This is a relatively high-end neighborhood in the city. There is no household below 100 square feet. A flat will be nearly 20,000 yuan, and at least 5,000 per month if you rent a room. In this third-tier city with a per capita income of no more than 3,000 or so, the fact that she lives here shows that the company is giving a very good deal. Sister Jin Ran, guess who I am? Soon there were cheerful voices from behind the door. Stupid, don't even duck a little. What are you guessing? Come on in. Lu Jin Ran was wearing a lemon print home dress, and her unpowdered, fresh and natural face looked even more lovely. What? It's only been a day and you miss me? Yeah, I want to stick it to my good sister. Boing boing. Lu Qing grabbed her hand and pouted. Well. Lu Jin Ran took her on a tour, and I have to say that the large, well-decorated home is just airy and open. So much better than the 80-square-meter-old neighborhood in her own home. Sister Jin Ran, your house is very nice. It's not bad. 120 square feet. After going to the communal spread is only about 100. The monthly rent is 6,000. Water and electricity are free. It is always much more cost-effective than a first-tier city. Oh, I only make 6,000 a month. Hey. Anyway, little sister, you've delivered. So why don't you keep your sister company? Lu Jin Ran revealed a wry smile and skillfully pulled the curtains closed. Sister Jin Ran, I'm so scared. Can you? Don't continue. Good girl. It's okay. Bear with me and it will pass. Just stay with me for a little while longer. Have a candy. Sister hug. Just a moment. Sister Jin Ran, I can't stand it. The TV was playing a blood-hunting and blood-soaring horror movie, and the dark atmosphere coupled with the tense music made Lu Qing shiver a little. Ha, as brave as you dare to tear the face-hugging bugs with your hands, you actually don't dare to watch a horror movie. It's too cute, isn't it? It was never because of fear. How could the titular alien queen be afraid of such a thing? Just a bit of an adrenaline rush. After finally surviving 2.5 hours, Lu Jin Ran had gotten over it. Horror movies are something that are still more fun to watch with two people. Looking at Lu Jin Ran, whose cheeks were slightly red, Lu Jin remembered the purpose of this trip and asked in a low voice, Sister Jin Ran, it's so big, aren't you afraid? Ha, oh, it does get a little big for one person, and it can be scary sometimes, but it's nice to get used to it. Gee, I'd be scared if I were. Never used one that big. Ah, green, girls have to be brave too, but I don't mind being with you yet. Lu Jin Ran lowered her head and smiled lightly, with a bit of anticipation in her eyes. Wow, really, can I be roommates with Jin Ran-san? Of course, the second bedroom is still empty. I do get a little scared sometimes on my own. I'm glad you're here. Yeah, it went surprisingly well, and the other person seemed happy to be under the same roof. Okay, then I'll move in this afternoon and split the rent 50-50. Why don't we split it 30/70ths? You only make 6,000. Wouldn't it be too much pressure to take out half? It's okay, I'm getting a promotion recently and I'm looking for a better place. The two of them chatted a little more and prepared to go out to eat, so they made their way to the underground garage. It can be, Sister Jin Ran, the Rayfield G9, my dream car. Why? I bought it from a car review, but it drives pretty well. A $400,000 plus D segment car is nothing more than a toy for the rich, but unattainable for the average citizen. This man is not simple, or at least rich. Her family isn't exactly big, and the fact that these are her hard-earned earnings shows that she's highly regarded in the company. If she could hijack the team she was on, it should be a big help to her plans later on. Since it was a weekday, there weren't many cars on the street, and the duo quickly arrived at a restaurant. Greenie, this place's pig's feet rice is delicious yo. I come here often. It's real meat, not synthetic. Indeed. 54 for a serving of pig's feet and rice, rubbing 12 for a serving of takeout on the floor. While Storm was inhaling, a JK-dressed teenage girl with messy hair and a panicked look suddenly burst in from outside. Help! Help! Sisters, help me! I've been kidnapped. She fled behind Lu Jin Ran and looked out nervously. Oh, I'd like to see who dares to kidnap in the street in broad daylight. Lu Jin stood up and walked out with a big grin. It was something she didn't want to get involved in, but she saw a breastbreaker in the girl's body and things got a little more subtle. Hey, what are you running for? Get your ass back here. Several bodyguards in black suits flanked a clean-looking man as he walked over. Chick, mind your own business and do what you need to do. The man's words were full of disdain. What's that look in your eyes? Not convinced? I'll show you what a black hand is. Snap. Lu Jin pushed away the bodyguard in front of him with great speed and slapped towards the man. Little friend, when your family gets a little power, you come out to do evil. Didn't your father teach you that harmony breeds wealth? Oh, I see. You're an orphan, right? When the man heard this, sparks of fire registered in his eyes, but without waiting for him to give orders, Lu Jin kicked several bodyguards on the ground with a plain and simple left stomp and right whip kick. They're all down. Mind if I kick your ass? You, don't come over here, you crazy woman. What are you doing first? Ah dash. Big Pen Pocket beat him like a pig in like he didn't want money. You, dead. My father is a colonel. Chapter 28, Infiltration of a Searching Officer. LV Ching frowned. This kid does not ask with certainly Black Hand Gang. Normal people who have nothing to do will be let you see what is Black Hand hanging mouth ah. But his dad's a colonel? That's kind of interesting. Earlier, Loswood also said that the real gang leader was a high-ranking member of the National Guard. Hey, where's your dad's colonel? State, National Guard, Colonel Commander of the 167th Special Service Regiment. Oh, thank you for your cooperation. Lu Jin knocked him out with one punch. Egu, girl, you've messed with the wrong person. The owner, seeing that the situation had calmed down, rushed out to persuade him. How? Zhao Deshao is a famous bully second generation in the neighborhood relying on his father Zhao Feiying is a high official of the National Guard, and he is a member of the Black Hand Gang, bullying men and women everywhere. You messed with him, the days of the future will not be peaceful Lu Jin didn't take it seriously and turned to ask the girl what had happened. I'm from Opal First High School. A lot of my classmates were kidnapped. We were taken to a manor that had monsters in it, and then I don't remember. Ah dash. Before the words were finished, the girl's face became extremely distorted, and blood continued to seep out of her mouth, her chest bulging. As she let out a scream, a breastbreaker burrowed in plain sight. They were used to armed fights in the streets, but this scene was really scary. Xiaobai Zaiji, still screaming there, LV Qing yanked the chestbreaker out of the girl as soon as he could, seeming to feel the oppression. The chestbreaker didn't scream or move, like a dead snake. Used as phonetic ka, Lu Jin directly broke its neck. Hiss, who the hell are the kids and the parents don't care? She tossed the chestbreaker aside and prepared to continue eating. Noticing the astonished stares of the diners, she felt out of place as well, so he drew out a wet wipe to clean the blood from his hand and ate himself. Not long ago, the security went to come to control the scene. As always, amnesia plus ceiling. But see, today's party is again Lu Qing. They are also helpless. This man, disasters always follow him around. Back at the station, a slight statement was made. The director took a phone call, and Zhao Dazhou was only verbally criticized, posted bail and left. And for that, Billy hated it. I was on the verge of finding a new clue, but I had to give it up because of the person's identity. After Lu Qing left, he first called the sect leader and asked him if he knew about Zhao Feiying, and the other party only knew that there was such a person, but not a member of the sect. And Susu also said that the company also did not have secret dealings with Zhao Feiying, but this is also the information within his competence. The plan to move was put on hold for the time being, and Lu Qing planned to surprise the Zhao family by giving them a clean slate tonight. As night fell, Lu Qing followed the pheromones left behind on Zhao Dishao, and traveled a long way, groping his way to the Opal Follett district. It was right next to the city center, with a small military presence, and with the girl's reference to Opal 1, it was basically safe to assume that the colonel would be based here. The pheromones disappeared into a mountain house. This set of villas is a neighborhood, surrounded by a high wall from the foot of the hill, and surprisingly, there are 4 armed soldiers guarding the guardhouse at the gate. That fence is almost 5 meters high, and the barbed wire on top should be electrified, so ordinary vermin and gangsters definitely can't get in. Fine, so play it right. Stranded here to brush a copy of the military base. Cursing, Lu Qing changed into her night suit, a black one-piece leather jacket and boots, which, according to the setting of the island movie, could greatly increase her combat power. Hi-e. She crossed the high wall with a dry run. Kidding aside, the alien's physicality is not something to sneeze at. Slightly walking a few steps, she noticed the abnormality. About 10 meters inside the fence, there was actually a belt of mines, although it wasn't dense, but this circle, at least a few thousand mines off. If you step on it, you'll get a bruise on your body. But is that how these guys spend taxpayer money? The hill wasn't very high, and the roads were well maintained, with occasional encounters with guards patrolling with guns. The villa was built on a platform halfway up the hill, also walled in, and there were actually 2 automatic batteries in front of the post at the main entrance. Isn't this level of security a bit outrageous? But that couldn't stop her, and with one heel she tumbled into the wall, then climbed up to the roof. The house was called a villa, but it was really more like a bunker, with 3 floors, few windows, no individual molding or wide terraces, thick walls that kept her from seeing inside, and alarms attached behind the windows. There's definitely something wrong with the people here. The security on the roof was fairly weak, and there were 8 vents, except that they used spherical ventilators, which would inevitably set off the alarms once they were removed. The backyard could be a breakthrough point for now. There are large floor-to-ceiling windows there and the power supply is there. But there were 3 automatic batteries around the power supply room and several small fire points on the perimeter wall and upper floors. Blanche, they must be guarded against the aliens. Unable to infiltrate or cut off the power, they can only attack by force. The aliens below the forbidden guards are just dead against large-caliber heat weapons. How can this be fun? She's just trying to figure out the distribution of power and then fan the flames to reap the benefits. There was no need to send his daughters to their deaths now that his power was still weak. The only thing we can do now is to retreat first, and then we'll figure out what to do. Back home already more than 3 o'clock. Lu Qing is very annoyed. This is the middle of the night, net blind work, but according to the idea of playing the game, the copy is too strong. So it's time to go to the main line and brush up on your battle power in a straight line. There's no need to die with him. System, host, I am. Open personal information. Name, LV Qing. Sex, female and male. Race, alien. Rank, 60. Evolution, 58%. Creature level, Queen of the 4th Order, Alpha. Skills, domination. Mimicry, camouflage, spawning, acid spray, acid sniper. This was the panel before the last time I completed the main quest. Is there some specific condition stuck in the progression? System, is my experience overflowing? How can I evolve into an alien queen? Ding. A small amount of experience overflow has been detected. Advancement conditions are not authorized to be viewed for the time being. Current number of children is 478. Please make an effort to reproduce. Host, having too few children? Is that the problem? Those 4,000 or so eggs in the bunker don't count. It seems that the next step is to study how to find a host, but this is not a difficult task. After all, this world is the largest number of people. The death of some of them, it is not likely that there will be a baby boom. They are not disguised as a good deed? So she linked to the hive consciousness and all the children were listening intently to her words. Boys, mission change, don't go solo when you meet another family's aliens if you can fight them in a group. Also, all those who wander at night are captured and returned to the lair as hosts. Anyone hanging out in the middle of the night is definitely not a good person. Also, Ray, arrange for 58 facehuggers, with worker bees to carry them, to be delivered to me tomorrow night. Chapter 29, Secrets in the Villa. At night, Lu Jin had an absurd dream in which she saw herself being parasitized by a face-hugging bug, which hatched a red alien after breaking its chest, and her own consciousness was trapped inside the red alien, watching like a bystander as it spawned and parasitized until it wiped out the human race. When she woke up, she was in a cold sweat. How this was not another ending for her parasitized self in the first place, but it also reminded her to hurry up and get the royal facehugger born. So early in the morning she took a taxi to the countryside. Returning to the lair, she hung herself in midair and paid 50 black water into the system, and soon a modest red sac sprouted from her abdomen. Mom, is there going to be another sister? In charge of the escort at this time was the only forbidden guard, Lu Fu. Yes it is, and mommy will give you lots of sisters in the future. As she spoke, she felt a twinge in her abdomen and shuddered uncontrollably. A few moments later, Lu Jin gave birth to 3 dark red egg-shaped worms. Unlike in the past, this time the pain of egg laying was so intense that she almost fainted. Each time there was an agony of physical cutting. Ding! The host has produced 3 egg-shaped worms containing the royal facehugger. The facehugger's attributes have been strengthened. The method of parasitization has evolved from injecting embryos to injecting mutagenic factors. The development cannot be detected until it reaches the breastbreaker, and the latent time has grown to 1 year. A year? So wouldn't it be awesome to quietly parasitize humans for a year and then find a time to break their breasts en masse? Recovering his spirit, Lu Jin hid the 3 egg-shaped insects in the depths of the Queen's Hall. After all, this was his lifeblood. Back home, while it was still early, Lu Jin organized his luggage and went directly to Lu Jin Ran's house. After packing up for the morning, the two were officially roommates. Because of the previous spawning, LV Jin showed a rare fatigue, so the two of them snuggled up on the sofa to rest and wait for takeout in the meantime. Sister Jin Ran, what do you do in the company? I'm curious. This. Her face seemed a little embarrassed. Why? It's okay, I just like science. Don't look at me so cute. In fact, we are a woman of science and technology. We have studied quantum mechanics, fluid dynamics, and I also like Hawking's-Raleigh's duality formula. Oh, little Ching Ching actually still has a degree in science and technology. I didn't expect it. Lu Jin Ran nodded her nose with some surprise. Level 20 of the biochemical doctor. In the company also worked for more than a year, and now is still an assistant engineer. Do our genetic engineering type of experiments. Very dangerous kind. And then more will be involved in classified O. Sure enough, it was pretty much all secrecy as she suspected, so she didn't ask any further questions. I just didn't realize she was just an assistant. I would have thought she was a project leader. Afterward, Lu Jin Ran answered a phone call, saying that there was an important meeting in the afternoon, and casually ate some snacks and ran away. After eating 2 takeouts, Lu Jin took a taxi to the sheriff's office. It was an extraordinarily peaceful day, with old acquaintances working at the bureau. Lu Jin, yesterday that you really should beat that to death. A large hand patted her shoulder. Hey, my Billy Sheriff, the anger has not subsided. I am a temporary worker. Killed him I can run. You can have the establishment and family. Cannot run it. Billy shook his head and said nothing. The evidence is all there, and we're perfectly capable of issuing an arrest warrant. Majestic stared, full of irritation. Since the last farce, he was determined to eradicate the Black Hand Gang, and at this point, he was eager to use this dude as a counterexample. Little brother, come out to mix. Look at the power. Is main. People have money and connections, but also hand in hand. You are going to look for death? Jianghu is not about fighting and killing, it's about human feelings. Upon hearing this, the crowd fell silent, and disappointment filled Majestic's eyes. It was ultimately a mispayment, and the sheriff's department is equally unreliable. However, we can let the director of the briefing criticized, to explore the attitude of the other side. The advantage, are little by little to strive for. No, that wimp of a chief wouldn't dare. Colleagues say so. Indeed, but I'll find a way to get him to loosen up. I'm going to go to Joe's house later to have a good output. Majestic, are you coming with me? Of course, please do take me with you. Seemingly sensing that Lu Jin had something planned, Majestic immediately agreed. Young blood is just good for fooling around. You're such a loser. You can't get anything done. You might as well be dead. Yeah. LV Ching sat on her desk with her legs crossed, her feet in high heels stepping dead center directly on the chest of the director. Hey LV Ching, can't subterfuge. I can't make this mistake at this level. The director's mouth was righteous, while his face was full of enjoyment. Ha, pervert, he was simply stomping on him to vent his anger. What did he brainstorm? Hey, Lao Dang, can you help me get Zhao Deshao back? That's not good. The director pranced to his feet and his eyes regained their clarity. Then report it to the state or the feds and let someone from the top investigate. No, that won't work either. This or that. What do you want? He understands very well. Stabbing up will have to lose his reputation. Offended Colonel Zhao is no good end. His own acres and thirds of the matter of covering up the good on the line. And, also, please, Counselor Lu, think of a compromise. Then write me a notification of criticism, and I'll personally send it over to Zhao Daoxiao, educating him in the process. Well, you mustn't do anything. Lu Qing smiled. If you don't want to open the window, then lift the roof first. Originally, she wanted to go tomorrow, but Majestic was highly motivated, so she might as well go early and come back early. So she took the warrant and ran with him to the Zhao Villa. When he saw the mountain fortress, Majestic also looked incredulous. Big people always have their own little secrets. After going through the heavy verification of the gate, the duo finally entered the interior of the villa. The interior of the villa is luxuriously decorated, with beautiful maids and a professional old housekeeper, but it is very frugal compared to those of the people. The two of you have traveled a long way for the sake of your canine son, so I apologize for the poor hospitality. Zhao Feiying was no more than 45 years old, with a deep gaze and a robust figure, and his mouth spoke enthusiastically, but his tone was emotionless. Well. Lu Qing, on the other hand, was smiling and eating the cupcake, not at all surprised. Your son is a talented and young man, but he stepped into the wrong path. Our director is very saddened, don't you know? He has close dealings with the alien worship cult, even releasing monsters downtown. Zhao Feiying was still calm, but frowned when he heard young and promising. I'm sorry, Counselor Lu. I'm usually busy with my military duties and I don't discipline this son very well, and I don't really know much about that whatchamacallit, but I'll pay attention to it in the future. Okay. This is the briefing criticism written by our director himself. You have to take a good look at it. Don't end up with no one to inherit the big family business. The words felt like a persuasion and a threat, and it was unclear who he felt was threatening him. Counselor Louis, why don't you rage trash talk and have a big fight with him? Majestic, who had been silent, felt that he had suffered a great loss. Why? Because I'm a lady. I can't swear. Getting into the car, she couldn't help but smile at the bewildered rookie. Did you notice that he pursed his lips when he said he was busy with the military? And tapped his right thumb on his left thumb joint 4 times when he mentioned cults, so it's obvious he's lying. Obviously, he didn't notice because it was made up by Lu Qing. I was actually threatening him with that last comment. Didn't you see the light in his eyes the whole time? Except for a few twitches out of the corner of his eye and a slight grin. These little expressions were indeed seen by Majestic as well. He may have been intimidated, but just for a moment, he had a handle on us. You rookies. You should have learned from the detectives to watch for small movements and micro-expressions that pack a promotion. However, during this time, Lu Qing had been observing his status bar, and all the indicators were so smooth that the duo's appearance actually didn't even make a splash. The trip didn't take advantage of anything, but there were rewards to be had. The villa was much larger than it looked, with a huge basement embedded in the belly of the mountain and that she couldn't explore, deliberately protected with anti-detection material. Instead, it became the biggest horse in the race. There must be ghosts in this mountain, and they don't seem to realize that aliens, like ants, leave weak pheromones for their companions. Chapter 30, I'm being chased. Earlier, Rivono Biotech, Lab Site 121, codename 1492 Biochemical Experiment. Take 7. Start recording. As the camera turns on, 5 staff members in white protective suits gather around a large glass cabinet in a pure white lab. Dr. Lu, please briefly describe the contents of this experiment. A mature male voice rang out. He was the supervisor in charge of the program. The sample for this experiment is XX02, a highly pure virus derived from several alien brains with a presumed lethality rate of 100%. And the subject for this experiment is the yellow ridge swimming snake to further verify the virus destructiveness to vertebrates. Okay, the experiment begins. As the supervisor gave the word, the 4 people went about their duties. 1 person was responsible for recording the state of the experimental snake. 1 person was responsible for monitoring the control group. 1 person was responsible for recording the experiment, while Dr. Lu operated the robotic arm to conduct the experiment. The robotic arm activated and a very small, thick container was opened, containing a few drops of oil-like black liquid. The black water was then sucked in and injected into the snake by a metal syringe. Immediately the little snake twisted in agony and within 10 seconds it was dead, while the scales all fell off and became worm-like. Okay, the experiment is over. The control group of snakes is unharmed. The experimental group of snakes died quickly within 10 seconds. The results are in line with the conjecture. The next step will be to further verify the mice and crab-eating monkeys. Dr. Lu wiped her sweat through her mask. Although the experiment was a step-by-step process, she knew very well that this virus was absolutely fatal to humans. Hiss dash. She thought she heard a very clear snake cry. What? Dr. Lu, A coworker reminds her that the experiment doesn't seem to be over. The subject mutated due to ingestion of a large amount of virus. Another coworker excitedly began taking notes. Small snakes with all scales removed. No bleeding. Muscle tissue texture similar to skin. Regained mobility after death and showed a very strong desire to attack. The little snake had by now turned into a flesh-colored worm with no eyes. A ring of sharp teeth spitting out letters and slamming against the glass case every now and then. It seemed more interested in the humans outside than its counterparts in the cabinet. Bang! Bang! The glass cabinet was slammed again and cracked visibly. Everyone stop the experiments and exit the lab. Now and immediately. Biochemical leak detected. Lab Site 121 will perform sterilization procedures in accordance with regulations. All personnel are requested to exit the doors. With a double warning from the supervisor and the AI, several people exited the lab, and then several gates fell to seal the inside. And then the ceiling opened up and two robotic arms poked out, one of them spewing a fierce tongue of fire at the glass cabinet. The glass crackled and then melted, and the control group snakes had long since turned to ash, while the mutant snakes writhed in agony in the fire. These two words came out of the experimenters' mouths. Isn't it a deadly virus? Why is it still invulnerable to fire and water? After the flames stopped, the other mechanical arm force spewed out liquid nitrogen, and after freezing it at extreme speed, the mutant snake finally stopped struggling, and then the flames continued, completely turning this dangerous element into ashes. After several disinfecting measures, Dr. Lu took off his protective suit, revealing that cute face. Lu Jin Ran, with a bewitching smile. Several previous experiments with black water had demonstrated extreme lethality, but the effect changed qualitatively after purification. A bold idea came to her. Changing into a new protective suit, she went to another lab to observe her co-workers at work. Experiment code P137, take 12. Start recording. This experiment will test the effects of xenomorph brain extracts on xenomorph behavior. Inside the lab, two crab-eating macaques were immobilized in restraints, with a robotic arm injecting one of them with a potion. 5 minutes later, a red alarm sounded in the lab, followed by a door opening in one of the sidewalls and a worker bee alien was released. Ow dash! Seemingly spotting the humans watching outside, the alien let out a low growl, but it quickly spotted the monkey immobilized to one side. Out of instinct, it violently exploded the control monkey's head with its inner jaw teeth and sucked the monkey's brain. Cluck cluck cluck. Seemingly noticing the abnormality, it locked eyes with the injected monkey for a moment, then exploded its head without hesitation. Experiment failed. Time of experiment 2 minutes and 43 seconds, excluding the scattered attention of the control group. The extracts were in effect for a total of 37 seconds. Summary: less impact on the alien. Next experiment will be a high level of purification of more samples. At the end of the day's work, Lu Jin Ran dragged his tired body back home, and his mind still kept recalling that thought. Virus, evolution. When he opened the door to his room, he was seeing LV Ching barefoot in his pajamas, lying on the sofa eating chips and swiping videos. Sister Jin Ran, the meeting has been going on for so long. Have you eaten yet? I ordered takeout again. Well, the company did the planning for the second half of the year, and it's very wordy, and there's going to be a college visit day afterward, and it's annoying as hell. Ooh, you can visit. Can I come? Lu Qing was intrigued. After all, Bio always found surprises. Sure, I'll save you a spot when the time comes. Yeah. The takeout arrived and the two of them ate while watching TV. The Idol channel, which won't even carry federal news, suddenly carried the news at 7 o'clock. Recently, there have been a large number of disappearances and terrorist attacks in our city, so please lock your doors and windows and try not to travel at night anymore. So those leaks were treated as terrorist attacks. Sister Jin Ran, you haven't been doing anything weird lately, have you? Ha? No, of course not. Ha ha. Biochemical experiments are certainly not strange. After the meal, Lu Jin Ran went to wash up and rest. Lu Qing watched TV for a while and also felt bored, so he went back to his room and prepared for today's plan. In the nest, under Lu Qing's guidance, 58 face-hugging insects broke out of their shells, and since they didn't need to pounce on their hosts in the first place, they curiously surveyed the nest and their busy sisters. Then several worker bees crouched beside them. Without any communication, the little cuddlers leapt up and clung to the worker bees' dorsal tubes, backs and tails. At this point the worker bees looked like scorpions with babies. Under the cover of the night, they walked through the tall buildings in batches, eventually arriving at Lu Qing's previous residence. Ding! The worker bee alien has carried the facehugger to the designated location, and you have unlocked a new evolutionary path, Carrier. Ha! You can unlock a new individual even if you bring a child? The system is really interesting. She opened the icon and realized that wasn't the case. Carrier, advanced from the worker bee alien, more agile, dorsal tube degenerates into tentacles. can carry or launch facehuggers, can also quickly carry newborn chest breakers away from danger zones. Bio Rank 2, Heavy Carrier, converted from Carrier Evolution or Forbidden Guard, possesses heavy armor, stronger carrying and launching capabilities, and can also provide some nourishment to vulnerable hatchlings. Bio Rank 3, isn't this the baby bus? It's a real specialty to use for undercover sabotage. Imagine walking along the road and suddenly being hugged by a face-hugging bug that fell from the sky. Where can you argue? If, at a later stage, one is evenly matched with a human, the heavy carrier's projection ability might become a strategic weapon. But people are forbidden level anyway. They need royal gels. The dog system must be jamming the characters. Okay, babies, 14th floor, don't spare anyone inside. Parasitize them all. At the Queen's command, the face-hugging bugs sneak down the ventilation ducts and into the occupants' homes. Lu Jin, on the other hand, was observing their actions through the perspective of the face-hugging insects. Thanks to the small amount of memory she inherited, the babies skillfully pried open the vents and managed to drop into the bedroom or bathroom. Faced with sleeping humans, they could hold them without delay, but the child separated by the bedroom door could only do nothing. Don't worry babies, you can either go around the air ducts to the bedroom, or dash. Lu Jin wants to teach them some stunts. You can flush the toilet a few more times or break the kitchen dishes so the humans will come out to check it out. And remember, don't block the door. Hang onto the roof and take them by surprise. Under her guidance, the babies all found their hosts, and none were spared, sleeping or not. Despite the wailing, who in the neighborhood cares? When she woke up in the morning, Lu Jin found a dozen more missed calls and text messages from her colleagues at the police station, all asking where she was. Just as he was about to reply, a call came in from Bai Xiaohua. Sister Little Flower? It's been a while. Miss me? Instead, there was an impatient voice on the other end of the line. Little Hoof, still in the mood for jokes. Block 116 of the Happy Garden. That's your home. There was a massive alien leak. None of the residents on the 14th floor were spared. You're playing missing here. Shouldn't you explain? What a shock to the company after all. Woo. Lu Jin unexpectedly choked up instantly. Little Sister Flower. Well, I'm scared. Someone is chasing me. Chapter 31, The Queen's Nest, specializing in alien fishing. What did I say? You guys just don't believe me. In the sheriff's office, Lu Jin's emotions are a bit out of control, and ask me where I've been. If I hadn't run away early, Mike would have been giving me an autopsy today. The crowd was a little less confident. Was there really a mole? But LV Ching is also lucky. The first time to hold the face of the worm aloft harmed the wrong person. The second time people pick up directly run. Is this a bit too much of a coincidence though? Bai Xiaohua, on the other hand, looked at Lu Jin with interest. She didn't care about any conspiracy shenanigans in the middle of this. She cared about nothing more than cleaning up the aliens. Since there were aliens wherever Lu Jin went, it might as well be used as bait. Sheriff Billy, with all the recent alien attacks, I think there must be a wild alien queen within the city. Alien queen? The crowd was a bit of an afterthought. According to the habits of the hive creatures, the queen will endlessly breed her offspring, and if that's true, this city of millions of people will become a seedbed for monsters. And won't the human world be in jeopardy? It wasn't something they had dared to think about, and they preferred to believe that the aliens were just lab leaks. So, can Counselor Lu be seconded to me? I'm sure she'll be able to attract the aliens, and don't worry, we'll protect her as well. Nice guy. Still thinking about himself? Seeing that the crowd didn't give the desired reaction, Bai Xiaohua took out her cell phone. Gentlemen, this is the latest intel from Sigma Squad. Sigma Squad, an elite scouting squad affiliated with C.S. C.R.S., specializes in doing the hard work, and there's no news they can't probe if they want to. She projected the information onto the screen, starting with several black shadows skimming quickly across a wilderness that might have passed for wildlife without that long tail. However, it seems to be a default fact that aliens move in the wild. Then the aliens are spotted among the city's tall buildings, in deserted alleyways, in factories and even in schools. And the last shot shows a few blurry black figures killing the cameraman in a dark green color, with the scene framed at the last second, barely recognizable as the alien's inner jaw teeth. Has this Sigma squad gone crazy enough to enter the lair and steal a shot? The number of aliens that leaked a while ago was more than we could have imagined, and now they all seem to be in hiding, but it's just the calm before the storm. LV Ching was also surprised. It seems that some of these are his own children. I did not expect to be trailed by the demented man. Most of them she didn't recognize, though, which meant that her own competitors seemed to be meeting up just as much as she was. If he was the only one secretly grabbing hosts, it might not arouse suspicion, but with several aliens doing it, anyone who wasn't blind could notice the anomaly. That's not good, Captain Bai. I can accept your request, but in exchange, I want you to help me catch Wang Tianhe. Fine, fine. Isn't it just a Wang Tianhe? As long as you help me clean up the aliens, not to mention arresting him, I'll help you even if you kill him. The two of them hit it off, each with their own agenda. The intention was to use the incident to provoke a conflict between the sheriff's department and the forces behind the Black Hand Gang, but with Zhao Feiying and Bai Xiaohua popping up in the middle, it seemed like the plan was a bit confusing, so one could only take one step at a time. But it's hard not to catch a nest of aliens when you're nesting with an alien queen. Hey Oshi, you're a strange girl. After leaving the police station, Bai Xiaohua's eyes became strange as she surveyed Lu Qing. I've seen their enforcement meter. You're the first one to wrestle with an alien. Impressive. But that's not enough of a reason for you to lay down your life as bait, is it? Of course, recklessness on the basis of some force, that's stupidity. And as for what reasons I have, you should know better. She naturally knew clearly that Lu Qing was for her missing brother, but she didn't really believe it. But they were all just using each other. And everyone has a little secret, so she laughed it off. Lu Qing followed the beta team to a small building materials factory. The vehicle entered the garage and slowly sank, and in a short while it came to a huge underground space. The spacious ground hall was decorated with all kinds of weapons, vehicles, and even helicopter gunships, and there were many people training in the function rooms inside. This is supposed to be an underground fortress that serves as the squad's secret quarters. The team gathered around, still a little confused to see the captain bringing a pretty girl. Gentlemen, this is Counselor Louis Cheng, who I've seconded from the sheriff's department, and whose status with Beta Squad remains that of counselor. Hearing LV Cheng's name, it seemed as if it dawned on them. Is that the one? The pretty girl who wrestled with the alien? Is there such a person in the world? 666. This time it's a straight-up dry run over the alien queen. The team members were talking about it, and Bai Xiaohua didn't stop them. Since she had seen LV Ching's previous human tracing shot, she wasn't going to waste time letting her practice. So the crowd came to the martial arts arena to try her out. First, 3 members of the team went up against her, and those 3 hit hard, with moves that looked intimidating even though they were on point. Lu Qing could only use his reflexes and speed to dodge, but he could not be hit. If he was bleeding, all these people would have to be cold today. Relying on the time difference in reaction speed, she managed to sneak in a successful attack. It was much worse against Bai Xiaohua, and without the power advantage, she could only be crushed by her opponent's skill. After an afternoon of practicing, Bai Xiaohua had a general assessment of her: strong, quick reaction, no systematic training, and a wimp. Green, come try this. One of the team members brought up a very large suitcase from the equipment room, containing a weirdly shaped black arm guard. These are arm guards made from alien exoskeletons that resist corrosion from acidic blood, wrist blades that can be popped out by clenching your fist hard, and blades made from alien tails that are effective at killing aliens. Lu Qing took the equipment and always had the illusion of hanging on to his friend, but it's easy to use, and it's better than tearing up aliens with your bare hands anyway. At night, Bai Xiaohua ordered all the men to prepare for departure. Counting himself, there were only 9 people in total. Green, this is your first time joining us on a mission, so come up with a name for this operation. A name? What a retro habit. She thought a little. Well, let's call it Operation Be Catch. However, she was also clear that only herself and Bai Xiaohua were expected to survive this trip, and secretly gave this squad a name: 9-person Suicide Squad. Crossing the busy streets, the convoy came to the city center, where the road leading to the Central Park was blocked by several police cars and surrounded by cordons and spike strips. But instead of a coat of arms police badge, these police officers wore a dark gold rosette, the logo of Amperex. So it's the company guard. After presenting the documents, the convoy let go. The originally bustling neighborhood was now empty. All the stores were closed. At this time, the huge Central Park was like a ghostly spirit full of magical creatures. Sister Little Flower, is our destination the Center Park? Well, yes, Sigma found an anomaly here, and it seems that there is a lair in the Soggy Mountains. The mountain in the Center Park is called Sog Mountain, only 88 meters high, and legend has it that ancient generals cut their way through the mountain to make a surprise attack behind enemy lines, hence the name Sogmanden. It's gently hilly and great for camping. Take this cast stove. Nothing to cook some noodles for dinner. The aliens are very sensitive to fire, and Billy's side has already had a meeting and revealed the news that you're coming this way. We're hiding not far from there. Don't worry about it. I didn't realize they fished in such a primitive way. And camping. Shouldn't we just go in and the alien? And this open on the line, can prevent mosquitoes and insects? Alright, do not come to that on the real camping on it. Bai Xiaohua handed her a solid piece of bomb and left in a hurry. I believe the hell out of you. Opening the box, a pungent, stimulating odor hit his nose, masked by a faint hint of alien pheromones. Chapter 32, The White Give Squad. Well, it really sold me. Bai Xiaohua didn't even want to utilize the mole at all, but merely used himself as a live-resistant bait. Kids, Mommy's being bullied. Mom, I'll be right there. Luffy's voice rang out immediately, and there was another mom voice behind her. It won't work, dumbass. Shin's voice rang out and her daughters immediately quieted down. See, that's the deterrent of a big girl. You're big. Stay. Mom, I got it. Shin had not yet evolved into a forbidden guard, and his speech could only be broken. Big sister, you rest, your place is too far. I'll just go. The one who struck up a conversation was Lair, and even though she was only a warrior as well, she was extremely well developed in terms of verbal intelligence because she was an alpha individual. In fact, LV Ching's daughters often chatted online, even bragging and tearing each other apart. Learning to harmonize. Ray, you need to be careful. Center Park is under company martial law. You'll have to get around the guards or take care of them. I don't want to see too many casualties or too much commotion. You'll just have to ambush them on Soggy Hill when the time comes. Just relax, Mom. It feels good to be bullied and have a daughter to take it out on you. Cluck cluck cluck. She heard the low growl of the alien. Is it finally here? The company's products are still somewhat useful. Walking out of the tent, Lu Qing felt a strong wind sweep by. Ouch. Luckily, though, I tripped over the tent on the way out. She turned quickly to get up, but was pinned down by the lunging alien on her shoulder, and met the aimless, monstrous face that screamed chills straight down her spine. The alien's saliva flowed like a stream, and its black lips slowly opened to reveal silvery white fangs. Then the deadly inner jaw teeth popped out like lightning. Used as phonetic ka, woo, the alien let out a scream. Lu Qing shined a punch at its jaw and shut up so violently that he almost bit off his inner jaw teeth. The alien, in pain, raised its claws and slashed, but all of them were defended out of her way. Bang! The stone next to Lu Qing's head was shattered by the blow, followed by the spear-like tail thorn stabbing madly downwards like rain. Holy, you don't speak martial arts. For the sake of not adding scars to this pretty face of hers, she clenched her fist out and cut off the tail spike with a direct backhand while it was stuck in the ground. Taking advantage of its skepticism, Lu Qing hurriedly drew back and distanced himself from it. She knew that Bai Xiaohua and the others were observing from a short distance away, and although she had to behave, she didn't know what kind of trouble she would get into if she behaved too prominently. But hearing the constant gunfire over there, she realized there was no audience over here. Hey, acting is exhausting. She still decided to act it out to the end. Help! She immediately turned and ran away, looking at his prey, which was still emotionally stable after a struggle. The alien with the broken tail was also a bit confused. Maybe it's thinking at this point that it's lost the adults this time. Counselor Lu, don't be afraid. We're here. The 4 members of the team arrived and immediately raised their guns to fire. A new target appeared, and the alien, which had just been confused, immediately came back to life. It took a few steps against the rain of bullets before it realized something was wrong. It seems its queen has little social experience. Luckily her own daughter's education is done properly. At least she won't be so stupid. Get out of the way. A member of the team suddenly shouted. The alien flicked its tail before dying, and a wave of acidic blood splattered. LV Chang had long ago stood far away. The team quickly dispersed, but still suffered. One of them acid blood fell to the neck. No time to scream. He was separated from his head. A real pity. Another person was splattered on the arm, directly in the middle of the big arm corrosion break. That tearing wail is really wonderful. Lu Qing almost laughed out, but as the person stopped howling, 2 legs stomped and ran to the underworld. It could be death by pain or death by poisoning. There was another person who was more fortunate. Only a drop of acidic blood landed on the back of his hand, merely corroding a hole, and he could continue to fight after bandaging it. There's only one good guy left in the squad of 4. With a life-sacrificing blow, the alien went down as well. Ding! You have killed the worker bee alien *1. Rewarded with evolution points *1 and black water *1. Where's your captain? Lu Qing's tone was angry, not caring in the least about their dead comrades. Captain there was an alien attack. We were pulling out to back you up. Where's the alien when your own daughter hasn't even touched it yet? Could it be that the aliens here have figured out the humans' ruse? Giving up on the bait and going straight to the fisherman, huh? The only good guy who had just been talking to her had instantly been reduced to a crumpled mess. Lu Qing felt puzzled. The corrosive speed of this acidic blood seemed to be 13 times faster than himself. Several aliens were coming out of a shrine. What's the deal? It'll still be closed? That was used to block the robbers' hole decorations, and now it's being used by the aliens to camouflage the hole. That's clever. I'll hold them off. You get out of here and go call for backup. It's more than we can handle. The injured team member's eyes filled with gratitude before he turned his head and ran. She glanced at the alien in the lead. Rank 25. Evolution 23%. Bio rank, 2nd order warrior, alpha. Skill, acid sniper. I can't believe I ran into an alpha individual. Is it an acid-enhanced physique? But acid blood sniping is actually puncturing the inner jaw teeth using the high pressure in the mouth to shoot the blood out. In which case the efficiency of corrosion should be increased, I guess. Lu Jin is not good at chemistry. Pondering, she does not like the feeling of mouth ulcers, so this trick has never been used. Plop. The man didn't get very far before he fell head over heels. Maybe the toxin in that little bit of sour blood killed him. It's good to be young and fall asleep. You want to spar with me, little guy? Lu Jin tried to communicate with his brainwaves, and this time, he surprisingly received a reply from the other party. Don't violate territory. What kind of talk is that? This is not your territory. This is clearly my territory. This planet is all my territory. Pretend. I'll make you fly. One man and one monster flew towards each other, and with a dull crash, the alien was sent flying far away. Its companion tried to take advantage of the opportunity to sneak in, only to be knocked to the ground by her merciless elbow. Gives you face, doesn't it? She quickly made her way to the alpha and grabbed its tail and swung it through the air a few more times before slamming it hard into the fallen alien. The smashed alien dies instantly while Alpha struggles to get up. Humph, quite tenacious. Not bad for an alpha, but you're unlucky to meet me. Lu Jin approached it without slowing down, and in the face of that feeble tail whip attack, she gently blocked it away with one hand. At this point, they were already almost face to face, and Alpha flicked out his inner jaw teeth in a desperate attempt, but was caught unsurprisingly by Lu Jin. It let out a low growl and seemed to give up its struggle. Pheromone disorder. Extreme tension. Interesting. Do aliens feel fear too? Sound of escaping laughter. The sharp wrist blade pierced the Alpha's head. Ah! Lu Jin roared, then pounded his chest. The fallen aliens around them seemed to be shocked and prostrated themselves on the ground, not daring to get up. At this point, the gunfire stopped, so it looks like it's over there. 2. A little later, Bai Xiaohua arrived with 2 team members, looking at the alien corpses all over the ground and Lu Jin, who was holding the alien's head and blowing on the grass. Their eyes were also filled with astonishment. Is this a human being? Ding! You have destroyed Worker Bee Alien *7, Warrior Alien *15, Alpha Alien reward doubled, rewarding evolution points *39, Blackwater *39. Lu Jin, all of this, you killed? Despite the fact that the facts were here, Bai Xiaohua was still a bit in disbelief. Sister Little Flower, you're finally here. I thought you left me behind and ran away. Scared me to death. Oh. Lu Jin first laughed, then covered her face and pretended to cry, making the team members whole. You're the one who's scary, right? I'm surrounded by aliens, and these seem to be counting on us, Bai Xiaohua said with a palpitating heart. You're a fence, aren't you? Luckily, I'm the king of hardy living. Green, you are so. Bai Xiaohua gave her a thumbs up, and the latter just smiled sweetly. Yeah, Sister Chang, you're really good. Yes, like an alien killer. Listening to the team's praise, Lu Jin was not too happy, but just telling the truth. Sister Little Flower, look over there. Lu Jin pointed to the shrine. The pirate hole over there is being used as a passageway by the aliens, and they'll block it off with something very brainy indeed. I'd like to take a look inside. Ha! The other two were a bit uneasy. This was a life-playing job that only Sigma would do. Breaking into an alien lair alone. Where would they have the life to come back? There may be a queen in the lair, but at least there will be alien eggs. We should eliminate the threat once and for all. Don't you dare come. If you're here, shouldn't you be raiding the house and digging for treasure when you come across another alien nest? What words? What danger have I not experienced? Sister, and I'm still afraid of this? Go! Seemingly infected by Lu Jin's fearlessness and sense of responsibility, Bai Xiaohua was also energized, mainly believing in her strength to single-handedly kill 5 aliens. Lu Jin matched the morale boost. With me here, everyone will get out in one piece. When we're done with this, I'll treat you all to some old Roman fried noodles. The robber's hole in front of us seems to have been left hundreds of years ago and is logically a historical site, so it hasn't been filled in. A few people drilled in. At first it was so narrow that they could only advance in a crouch, and after 7 or 8 meters it opened up and they were able to stand up. It's a lot like the floor plan of my own old house. However, when he arrived, Lu Jin discovered a strong, different pheromone from ordinary aliens. Ding! Alien Queen detected. Main quest, evolution, has been triggered. Kill Alien Queen. Quest rewards evolution points *50, Blackwater *50, and unlocks advancement privileges. Chapter 33, The Cowardly Queen. It's finally time to evolve. Lu Jin's gasps became ragged. Sure enough, evolution is all about stepping on the carcasses of your own kind. Sister Little Flower, we should split up so that we don't get massacred. Bai Xiaohua was a bit hesitant. After all, in times of danger, splitting up was a big no-no. No, we're already weak and support hasn't arrived yet. This is too risky. And backup? And yeah, it's not like she's an NPC who won't die to the end or shake people. Well then, keep an eye out for one man on guard as well, to prevent being blocked inside. Good. Bai Xiaohua shook her head. I know you're in a hurry, but it's not good to rush things. What she didn't know was that Lu Qing was just trying to kill the queen and enjoy the experience alone. Again, there were 3 openings in front of them, and they chose to enter the left-hand one first. Children, take your positions. Mom has entered the alien lair. You just need to avoid the humans and take care of the ones that escaped. After instructing the children, Lu Qing drilled in with the duo. The tunnel wasn't very high, and the alien blue wasn't densely coated, so you could tell that it was manually constructed. And further in was a 30 square meter stone hall, with corpses hanging from the walls, all of them rotted to the point that only a small amount of skin and flesh was left, but you could still tell that they were chests that had been busted open, and dozens of long-since opened alien eggs lay on the floor. Wow, that stinks dash. Lu Qing almost threw up. The body is all rotted out. It's been dead for at least 2 months in this dank environment. Bai Xiaohua checked again to make sure there were no unopened eggs before leaving. Then, they entered the right side of the cave. The structure on both sides was exactly the same. Lu Qing felt that they had entered the ear chamber of the tomb. After all, the legend said that the general who cut through the mountain to make a surprise attack was buried here. Entering the stone hall, the walls were covered in thick alien glue and densely cut holes. The beehive-like holes were the nests where the aliens generally rested. 57 in total. Eventually, the 3 came to the center hole. Lu Qing couldn't help but tickle the corners of his mouth. Queen is it? Head off for you. Suppressing her joy, her entire body shivered. Take it easy, it'll be fine. Bai Xiaohua tenderly rubbed her back. Sister little flower, if I don't make it out alive, please give this to Lu Jin Ran. Cut it out. Lu Qing pulled out his clothes and actually ripped off his underwear. Looking at the young girl's still warm personal clothing, Bai Xiaohua was a bit puzzled. Sister, are you crazy? Heave. I don't have any decent relics. That's what it means anyway. Seeing that she was still in the mood for jokes, the 3 of them moved on. The cave was a large stone room with some weathered frescoes showing on the walls, and somewhere on the wall, an alien was waiting for a chance to move, which Lu Qing did not intend to warn. In the very center of the stone room, a not-so-big queen was hanging in mid-air, only about 4 meters at eye level. She was crouched on all fours with her legs on a huge bed of stone, with a 5-meter-long spawner attached behind her. Is this malnutrition? Race, alien. Sex, female and male. Rank, 51. Evolution, 49%. Creature level, Queen of the 4th Order, Alpha. Skill, Domination. Spawning, turns out it's an Alpha too. Hello there, Your Highness, the Queen. Lu Qing bent her legs slightly, cupped the edge of her skirt in her hands, and made a skirt-lifting salute towards the Queen. Humans. The alien queen's head slowly protruded from the crown, and she spat out human words in a hoarse voice that made the crowd sweat. This thing can talk? Lord Queen, I didn't expect it. Your daughters are such losers. They can't even deal with a few humans in the district. Now you're going to be copied by us. Are you regretting it? Alien Queen. Really? I've never heard of a queen being that small. Would you like to try shedding your skin a couple times? Green. We'd better not provoke it. Before the words were finished, Bai Xiaohua pushed Lu Qing away while drawing his wrist blades and cross-blocking. The lurking alien suddenly snapped, pouncing down from a high place with such a fierce force that Bai Xiaohua was still shaken far away in time for defense, while the other person didn't have time to react and was cut into 2 pieces. Ha! I can't believe it's a forbidden guard. Your nest isn't even 100 in size. What makes it a forbidden guard? The words were asked directly through the brainwaves, and the other party did not respond. It was logical that the forbidden guards would only be created when there were more than 300 aliens in the lair, but the Alpha Queen was more or less special. Damn humans, die, death to all of them. Forbidden guards, kill them. The Queen was shouting frantically at this point, like a groundhog with broken defenses. The people on guard outside heard the sound and were bewildered to see these 2 behemoths that had only appeared too often on the profile. He was scared out of his wits and swept wildly, but the bullets hit the forbidden guards just grazed a spark and bounced off. The forbidden guards, on the other hand, wore him down with a flick of their tails. Green, run. This is no ordinary alien. But there was almost no way to kill the forbidden guards without revealing their identities. Hiss, this white little flower was a real drag. Let's kill her together. I know, it's a forbidden alien. With that, she began to undress. What are you doing? Ow dash. With a roar, Lu Qing's skin split open and turned into a 5-meter-tall black beast. You are, and so are you. Bai Xiaohua felt dizzy with his eyes. This world was too outrageous. The alien queen was also a bit confused when she saw this situation. Isn't this a human being? How the hell can she transform? The forbidden guard was also a bit weak, and the moment he was distracted, he was pierced through the arm by Lu Qing's tail. Knowing that it was no match, It took a few steps back. Extreme tension. Pheromone confusion. This guy can be scared too. All of this queen's pups have quite a personality. Don't run. Weren't you great just now? There was a bizarre scene in the queen's hall. The massive forbidden guards fleeing frantically in pursuit of the even more massive queen, while the other queen, hanging in mid-air, watched the show without moving. You come down here. The forbidden guard climbed up high, hoping to escape, but Lu Jin knocked it down with a flick of his tail. Then, unceremoniously, it impaled its legs. The thick armor was like butter that met a hot knife under the queen's level 4 tail spike. What a beautiful tiara. Lu Jin gently stepped on its head, and then slowly exerted force, stomping the forbidden guard's head until it was crushed. Its tail kept swinging and stabbing wildly, but it couldn't do any damage. To its death, it was powerless to resist. I hear you're pretty good. Why don't you come down and compare notes? Having never fought a queen before, Lu Jin was a bit eager to try, but there was something unusual about this queen, and as she watched her forbidden guards being killed, she instead retracted her head back into her crown. It stands to reason that the queen would abandon her spawner in times of danger and transform into a super soldier to solve the crisis. Hey, don't you want to fight me? Don't want to. I'm having a hard time with you, so go to hell. Yes, but at the very least, can you spare my child? The queen's tone was a little timid. Lu Jin saw the dozens of eggs behind her and was instantly upset. Sister, do you think I'm a stupid ex? Chapter 34, Queen meets Queen, 2 stabs in the back. For the sake of our kindred, give them a way out. No, absolutely not. Do you think I don't know what you're thinking? If her heir is allowed to go free, who's to say there won't be another queen, and then we'll be in trouble. Please, I won't resist. All you have to do is control them with your own pheromones. All I ask is that they live. This solution was feasible, but without a blood relationship, Lu Jin would not give any trust, and she couldn't be sure if the other person had a royal facehugger that could be reborn like herself. But the queen would rather die herself than keep her child, which opened Lu Jin's eyes. Granted, all animals have licks, so after all, does the alien thing have feelings? That queen of his own is quite humane. Myself and my own children are certainly an exception. Come on, kill me and spare them. The queen's voice drilled directly into Lu Jin's brain, like a demon's whisper. Don't even think about it. Lu Jin slowly leaned over, and the queen remained impassive. Duel me, and maybe it's something I'll consider. So she stomped right on one of the eggs, and the queen then got some pained looks. Only then did Lu Jin somewhat understand that this alpha should be an intellectually enhanced type with rich feelings. As for the body, it was estimated that a corresponding degradation had occurred for the sake of intellectual development, which was why it appeared to be much shorter. She would command the entire colony like a queen bee, but would not be able to leave the ovipositor and become a lifelong reproductive machine served by the worker bees. Poof, poof, poof. The queen's eggs were stomped on one by one, and even a few were directly replenished by her. No, you can't. The alien queen let out a painfully shrill wail, but remained trapped in place. That's the biggest despair of all. I told you that if you duel with me, you might have a chance of survival. And look what you're rushing into now. What's the point? Crazy. Desperation. She began to flail her limbs frantically, and with a miserable wail, the queen's abdominal spawners were ripped off before a large amount of green blood gushed out. Puff! The queen tumbled to the ground. She was as motionless as a prematurely born baby, and seemed to have used up all her strength. It's still too weak after all. Lu Jin lost interest and directly ran his tail through her body. The other man also just twitched and didn't react in any other way. Swish! The sharp claws swung down and the queen's head was chopped off by Lu Jin. What a beautiful trophy. Ding! The main quest, Evolution, has been completed. The quest rewards of Evolution points *50, Black Water *50 have arrived. Queen's Core *1, Royal Gel *2 have been obtained. And the advancement quest has been opened. With excitement in his heart, Lu Jin tapped on the advancement quest in his mind. Advancement quest, kill the alien queen, obtain the Queen's Core, 1/5. Quest reward, advancement alien queen permission. Oh ho, good lord. Finally, I know the conditions for advancement. I have to kill 5 alien queens. Lu Jin was a bit worried. Today was a lucky day. This queen was weak. Spare yourself a much higher level. If you encountered a combat specialized queen it would be troublesome. There's still a problem that hasn't been solved. Lu Jin looked towards Tuin to Bai Xiaohua who had collapsed to the side, and she was staring at herself with a deadly stare. It's a shame about today, little Flower-chan. She shifted back to her human form, barefoot, splattering the ground with acidic blood. Green. Are you, like, an alien? She still didn't seem too convinced. Of course not. That's just mimicry. The ability to mimic anyone's form and abilities. You're a real joker. Ha. Ha ha. She forced a smile. Now that you have your answer, aren't you afraid of me? Bai Xiaohua shook her head and struggled to stand up. As far as I'm concerned, You're nothing more than a human who can turn into an alien, so why should you be afraid? Do you know why I do this dangerous work? Lu Jin shook his head. I just want to get stronger. You know, the aliens are perfect creatures, and I hope to get stronger by constantly hunting them, and I'm strong enough to fight the warrior aliens. But it wasn't until just now, after seeing the forbidden guard that I didn't dare to look directly at, and seeing how easily you killed it, that I knew I would never be able to go any further. It's the gap between the races. There's nothing I can do about it. How does that sound like a fantasy novel where the human race is being hanged by the demon race? You know, I do hunt aliens too, and after that I'm going to hunt the alien queen. Bai Xiaohua looked at her with surprise in her eyes. No, you're merely removing the competition. True, but we can still be friends. Even though I'm the alien queen, I'm still a human being. By friends, do you mean that in the end they will all be your hosts? Of course, I was born with the mission of destroying the human race, but until then we can still live in peace. Lu Jin extended his hand towards her. If there was such a mole, it would be much easier to act in the future. There's no point in me living anymore. Aren't you afraid I'll turn you in? Consider that I have just been killed by the forbidden guards. Bai Xiaohua's tone was flat, and the luster in her eyes was gone. Do you need a ride on your way? She didn't say anything. Lu Jin gently hugged her. Sister little flower, I think we should be considered friends. Well, Lu Jin's inner jaw teeth penetrated her skull, and behind them spewed the frosty snow of a winter's report of morning. Hey! She let out a long sigh and sat down on the floor with a murderous sense of guilt. Obviously the relationship isn't that great. Maybe it was because for the first time, someone knew her secret, and there was a desire to talk about it. But it's good to be dead, so we don't have to worry about it. Earlier, I was afraid that the company would retaliate against the aliens, but now with this queen, the company should be able to rest for a while. Phew, really, why do I feel so bad? Boys, anything out of the ordinary? No, Mom, no aliens escaped from the mountains, and there's no human support nearby. That's right, the babies have worked hard. Lei, you take your sisters home first. Mom is tired and needs to rest for a while. Sure enough, the company won't save a man in danger. Lu Jin just laid down inside the nest full of alien debris and fell asleep next to Bai Xiaohua's corpse. Safe. Alien fragments found. Alien queen sighted. There are 2 bodies here. A human voice rang in his ears. Lu Jin opened his eyes in a daze. Who? Freeze. Hands up. 4 men in black combat fatigues were holding up blackened guns at her, all of them bearing the rose coat of arms. C.S. C.R.S. Right? You're supposed to be Sigma Squad, right? The 4 men looked at each other. Who are you? Me, the advisor of Beta Squad. This is Captain White Koana. Is dead. One man went up to check and found that it was indeed Bai Xiaohua himself. This is going on. Oh little flower sister. She killed the alien queen and died with her. And as for the big one, it was dead when we arrived. The team members were full of shock. They had long heard that Beta Squad was raw and fierce, but they didn't expect to actually single-handedly kill the queen today. Several more heavily armed staff then came in to recover the aliens. She was helped out of the cave by 2 men. By now it was long past dawn outside, and the Beta Squad was here, with the police keeping order. The populace, who had been here long ago to see what was going on, looked at the strange creatures that had been moved out in one trip, and there was much horror in their eyes. Seeing that there were reporters hanging around over here, Lu Jin yelled up at them. Everyone, those recent bizarre cases were all done by the monster inside. But don't worry, it's dead. The days ahead are peaceful and spicy. Reporters have come over to interview her at the news, hoping to get first-hand inside information, but LV Qing just shook her head. All you need to know is that someone named Bai Xiaohua, who defeated the monster at the cost of sacrificing herself. You should remember her. She's a hero. Chapter 35, The Alien Army. The people are ignorant. They have access to very little information, and when a truth is thrown to them in such a situation, they are naturally willing to believe it. In this way, the impact caused by the aliens would be minimized. Even though there will be attacks afterward, they will actively avoid that truth. In the Security Bureau, Lu Jin and his colleagues checked the details of last night's action over and over again. Bai Xiaohua sacrificed her life to kill the queen has shocked their scalp. But what shocked them even more was that the aliens gave up on baiting Lu Jin and instead focused on attacking Beta Squad as the lurkers. Both sides actually used Lu Jin as bait at the same time. I didn't realize that the aliens were so intelligent, that they could pull a trick on people and talk to compel them. Billy had a distraught look on his face. Clearly this queen was more than he realized. If Sigma and Beta Squad hadn't fought for their lives and let this nest grow, I'm afraid that one day they would have taken humanity over. Luckily, though, the source of the scourge was addressed, and the faces of the crowd relaxed. Of course, aliens can be quite dangerous. We can't let our guard down just yet. Seeing his colleagues opening champagne at halftime, Lu Jin was furious. This is only the Wild Queen. do not rule out the possibility of the existence of other queens. At the moment, although it is safe, but the level of danger is still very high, the prevention work cannot be stopped. The patrol should be intensified. The suspicious gangsters are all arrested and tried. Is that necessary? Inspector Wood was a bit puzzled. According to his speculation, the god that the cult worshipped might be this queen, because she could talk, yeah. Then it would make sense to be able to communicate and start a religion. However, Lu Jin was well aware that there could be queens present in churches everywhere as well as in the company's laboratories. After all, his own mission was at stake. Of course it's necessary. The roving aliens haven't been wiped out yet. You know, even the ant nests have several queen candidates. Who knows if the aliens will evolve a queen again? This victory over the queen was only a fluke. Without White Little Flower, how are we going to deal with the next queen? Now the crowd was silent, and the immediate victory was only the beginning of disaster. Back at home, Lu Jin always felt a little awkward. Killing the queen had made her lose her purpose, and despite knowing that other queens existed, she just wanted to swing and lay down. Ding! Detecting the host's intention to swing for the fences, we hereby launch the welfare mission, Alien Legion, forming the Royal Close Guard Regiment, 1/4, which will lead to random skill rewards. No, what do you mean system? I just lay down for a bit and you say I'm swinging for the fences. Isn't that defiling someone out of thin air? Lu Jin was a bit annoyed. This system was clearly reading minds, and you're remembering that the rewards are being handed out too randomly, aren't you? Is it considered to be the retention of old users? Why didn't you give it to me earlier? Laying flat is not recommended for young people. What's more, the host is a queen. The system is only issuing tasks reasonably based on your situation and resources, and evaluating your attributes and abilities to confirm whether or not you're eligible for rewards. Okay, I know. I'll pay it back. Tapping on his personal page, Lu Jin returned the 40 he borrowed when he first sneaked up on the queen to the system. Can't say that paying off the loan system can be good for you. Currently, Lu Jin still had evolution points *135, Black Water *100, Royal Facehugger Worm *3, Royal Gel *3. It's really time to do this whole picking forbidden guards thing, so she took a cab to the suburbs. It was extraordinarily refreshing to return to my old home, as it was a wasteland. They had doubled their nest again with impunity, and now there were few occupants, and everyone lived in a large house. Daughters, mommy's hero, mom dash, mom dash. A few worker bees were still working, and when they saw Lu Jin arrive, they all bowed their bodies and lowered their heads. Lu Jin touched their heads and walked off into the queen's hall. It's dug down deeper here again, so it seems even more empty. With a forbidden guard managing the nest, it was now thriving as well. Phew! A black shadow fell from the ceiling, and before Lu Jin could react, he was crushed underneath a huge alien. Mommy, Fufu misses you so much. The huge alien was none other than Fufu, and at that moment, she was stretching out from her sharp inner jaw teeth to rub against Lu Jin's face. Why is this kid so clingy? It's creepy when you look at it from a third perspective. Though, ow dash. A growl sounded and Fufu froze. Love, you, what? Behind her, an alien much smaller than Fufu appeared, wagging its tail impatiently. Big sister, I'm not trying to mom get it. The dick actually clips. Shin charged straight at him, jabbing his tail at Fufu's head, though he couldn't break the defense. Mom, it's going to be hard. Aya, what are you doing? It hurts. I'm wrong. Sister, don't hit. The sisters were born just a few seconds apart, but that's where the older sister's bloodline presses in. But what's wrong with Fufu guy? He's so pouty after evolving. Did he learn that from himself too? However, this huge body Lu Jin was indeed a bit overwhelmed. Ahem, mommy's fine, but, Fufu, no pouncing on me ever again. Got it. There was a bit of resignation in her tone, as if to say, wrong, next time don't you dare. What a leaky little jacket for mom. In the middle of the queen's hall, there was a mound, the throne that Fufu had specially prepared for her. Lu Jin came to her position and changed back to her queen form. Then mucus began to ooze from her abdomen. Shin, come on, eat milk. It was awkward. The previous hard-working aliens were gone due to old age, and she didn't want her daughters to degrade like that, so this royal gel had to be hand-fed. Mom, what? It's so sweet. The sharp inner teeth of the jaws cut into themselves, and you could feel that Hin had been careful. Lu Jin hurriedly retracted her head back into the crown. She felt like she should be blushing. I can't imagine being an alien and actually experiencing breastfeeding a child is outrageous. Mom, this isn't right. Why am I eating a hard-on that still doesn't have any flavor? How come Big Sister's treatment is so good? Oh. She came up too, and when she saw that Hin had finished eating, she dusted herself off and ducked into the hole. Big sis, first of all, okay, you can't zap me again. It'll really kill you. At this time, Lu Xinxin's body was already wrapped in a layer of transparent cocoon. A few minutes later, she broke out of her cocoon. Ding! Congratulations to the host for cultivating a new forbidden alien. Rewarded with evolution points *10. Lovey, come here. I'm going to kick your ass today. Shouldn't you yell after evolution? Why did you hit your sister? AI. Big daughter, calm down. Lair, how you? Mom, you don't know. This guy is so angry. When there is someone to pretend with 2580,000 like, when there is no one like to play tricks on me, either sneak attack or pounce, but also like to use the tail to trip me. I can't beat her. The key? Hey, I hit her and she doesn't fight back, and she doesn't hurt. You say this is like the words? Well, you see, I have to cut off her crown today. Shin's verbal skills were qualitatively improved, and she spat out all the complaints she had been holding back. Good lord, isn't the penis a little too skinny? At that moment, Luffy ran over and plopped right down on the ground. Mom, save me, sis, I was wrong, don't hit me. Lu Qing sighed. Is it a mistake to let her be a forbidden guard? Leaving the nest, Lu Qing went back to the underground fortress in the city village. As opposed to Fufu's over-enthusiasm, Ray just wagged her tail and snuggled with her intimately, getting the measurements just right. Arriving at the disco, hundreds of tools had long since been dug deep and filled in, and the place had long since been coated with a thick layer of alien glue, making it look warm and cozy. Lu Qing secreted the gel as usual and then fed it himself. Ray, for her part, immediately understood and quietly inhaled the gel. Smart kids are just a relief. A few minutes later, Ray broke out of her cocoon. Ding! Congratulations to the host for raising a new forbidden alien, Alpha, rewarded with evolution points *10, and forbidden Lorelei gained the skill, camouflage. Holy, single pump out gold. I can't believe I was able to camouflage it at the banning stage. Lu Qing was happy, worthy of being his own alpha. Ray, how does it feel? Mom, I'm horribly strong now. Quickly, try the disguise and see what kind. Lay prone on the ground, her body enveloped in a burst of white light, and in a few moments, she transformed into a tiny 1'5" girl. The long, ink-like hair and cold eyes were almost identical to his own. That's great, Poi. You're so cute. Lu Qing couldn't help but pick her up and spin her around a few times. Who could resist a smaller version of herself? Besides, Ray was an alpha individual with superior intelligence, and now that she had gained a human form, it was a good thing to take with her. Next, for the final royal gel, Lu Qing thought twice and decided to give it to Susu. At this point, Su was already a warrior alien. She was tall and her hind legs were especially developed, so she should be a speed and explosive power advantage species. Su, it might hurt a little. Bear with it. Lu Qing transmits special pheromones to her, and because of the queen's will, she will evolve from a warrior to a sentinel of the same rank. A few minutes later, with a click, the Suzaku form changed. She has unusually well-developed limbs, and because of her altered body structure, she can only walk on all fours. However, compared to the sentinel in the villa that had evolved from a messenger, she was a bit larger, with a denser exoskeleton pattern, and her protection should be better. Come to mommy. Lu Qing secreted the last of her royal gel. She was curious to know what sentinel re-evolution was. A black cocoon then formed on her body. A shot of double yellows. LV Qing reads silently. A few minutes passed and the black cocoon didn't move. 15 minutes passed, and the black cocoon still didn't move. Lu Qing wondered a lot, but seeing that her status bar was fine, she waited again. It wasn't until another hour had passed that the black cocoon suddenly shattered, and with a dull hissing sound, the successfully evolved Lu Susu broke out of the cocoon. Ding! Alien iconography. Shredder has been unlocked. Chapter 36. This is my daughter. Crusher? It's a name I've never heard of, but it feels awesome. Mom, are we going to destroy the human race? Lu Qing froze. This daughter was even more anxious than herself. The look of the Crusher really wowed her though. Her crown was not narrow at the front and wide at the back like the Forbidden Guards. It had stretched from the very front and snaked downward with a certain curve, and her head could be retracted like the Queen's, so that the whole crown was like a giant hammer. She has several raised exoskeletons on her shoulders and chest and abdomen that effectively minimize direct damage to limbs. While her tail became much shorter, the end became an irregular sphere covered in spikes. The blackened outer armor shone with a cold steel-colored glow, and the thick limbs crept to the ground like a steel beast. This is not an alien. This is a land ironclad. Name, LV Susu. Sex, female. Race, alien. Rank, 32. Evolution, 31%. Bio rank, 3rd order mutant guard, Crusher. Skill, exoskeleton hardening. Note, the Crusher has the hardest exoskeleton of any alien and is immune to heavy weapons attacks. Picked up a treasure. Isn't this a proper front row tank? Ding! Congratulations to the host for cultivating a mutant forbidden guard. Rewarded with evolution points *20. Welfare quest, Alien Legion, has been completed. Rewarded with Blackwater *50 in game domination derived skill sharing. It seems like a great deal. Lu Jin hurriedly opened the skill description, which simply stated that he was able to share his skills for use by his children. She hurriedly launched her skills and then selected all of them. Skills like tail whip, sharp claws, climbing, and speed that enhance physical attributes. All daughters receive a boost based on their level, and individual daughters inherit additional acid blood spray and acid blood sniper. Lu Jin's Alien Legion's combat power has gained a qualitative leap. The general alien body hosts are innately determined, but our families are all upgraded. The 4 forbidden guards had likewise received a 3-level boost, and the Queen's exclusive skills, which could not be shared. Lu Jin wanted them to gain the camouflage ability, but it wasn't compatible, so it seemed that except for Lei's special physique, the others could only take human form when they evolved into queens, right? As compensation, Lu Jin shared the mimicry with them again, and although he succeeded, he only got a degraded version of body shrinking, but it was fine, at least it wasn't waving. An alien smaller than a messenger that actually has the strength of a forbidden guard is pretty explosive when you think about it. The group exploded at this point as well, and the hive consciousness was full of daughters cheering because of the enhancements they'd received, even though the words weren't coming out right yet, and words like bulls **T and mommy dangling were on everyone's point. Outrageous. I guess letting them out and about for a while has still taught them bad things from humans. The most unscrupulous of them all was Lovey, who had already imagined this guy singing and dancing raps in the Queen's Hall and getting beaten up by Xian. I can't imagine what Fufu would look like in her human form. Most likely she'd be a little Teiyukai. Ahem. Good daughters, don't swear, and don't ever follow your second sister's example. She rushed to enter everyone, but she couldn't let Foof bring it down. Alright, Sue, you're in charge of this nest now. Mommy's going to take Ray out on an errand. Well, but Sue wants to cause havoc too. AI Lu Jin couldn't help but hold his forehead and laugh bitterly. It seems that the ban is a bump in the road, and that evolving the daughters will change their temperament, or possess a personality. Sue, good boy. You too good. Can make the human scare through the fear? Mom now want to do is to secretly destroy, so that the human cannot run away. Then it's time for you to perform. You know, you are very important. Only now you need to honestly look after the family. Can you do it? Aha. She nodded. In order to prevent her from being too aggressive, Lu Jin repeatedly told her about the importance of lurking, and that if she wanted to wreak havoc, there would be plenty of opportunities later. Why? Of these daughters, it's the oldest and the fourth who are the most worrying. Changing back to human form, Lu Jin rushed to the nearby store to buy a set of small-size dress, said small size. In fact, with the children's clothing is almost the same, the child's first time to wear clothes. The genus is a little aggravated. Mommy, this dress is so cute. Ray ran briskly with her arms spread wide, spinning twice now and then, her raised skirt looking like a lotus flower that had just swung out of the water. It was just after 4 o'clock when the mother and daughter returned home. Ray, can your disguise take on the appearance of other people? She pouted and rolled her eyes. You can, but you have to get the other person's DNA. Does Mom want me to fill in for someone on the inside? Lu Jin pinched her face, not commenting on this proposal, because even if he ate the other party's brain, he would only be able to obtain a small amount of superficial memories. Going undercover would be too difficult. Pa, you're so smart. Can you become like Mommy? Ray hesitated a little, but soon, her body grew a dozen centimeters taller. Ray looks just like her mom, she just needs to grow taller. In front of the floor mirror, Lu Jin stared at the two himself, but could not help but grinning. Hi, our genes are good. At this time, her cell phone rang, and it was Zhang Huihong who called. Holy Maiden-sama, may I ask if you are free tomorrow? A respectful voice came from the other end of the line. No, what do you want? Well, that's just it, Godfather. He wanted to come over a day early and said he couldn't wait. She originally did not have much to do, but other people asked if there is no time. Always have to answer no time. Besides, she still want to go shopping tomorrow, to buy some clothes for Laylayit. It's only been a day and you can't wait. Tell him to wait. If he comes you receive him and come to me on Sunday. Hanging up the phone, Lu Jin had already figured out his next plan. But right now, spending time with my daughter is the most important thing. Ray, come watch TV with Mommy. Lu Jin turned on the TV and pulled her daughter, who had already changed back to her original form, to sit on the sofa. The hero and heroine of the idol drama being shown happened to be embracing and kissing each other, and she hurriedly covered her daughter's eyes. We can't let the little yellow hairs abduct our precious daughter. Ray, on the other hand, looked through her fingers. Mom, why didn't that woman just blow the guy's head off? What? Her voice was innocent and curious. No, is the boy's mind so jumpy? But seeing her long stretched inner jaw teeth, Lu Jin was relieved. Ray, Firstly, humans don't have inner jaw teeth, and secondly, you can't stick them out in front of people. Oh, I know, humans are pathetic. Lei scooted over and sat directly on Lu Qing's lap, then wrapped her neck around her and kissed her gently on the cheek. I like mommy the best. Lu Qing's old face blushed. It feels so good to have a daughter. Hey, you're a clingy little goblin too. After that, Lu Qing taught her to use her cell phone. Of course, small children can't swipe short videos, otherwise it will affect their intelligence. At 7 o'clock in the evening, Lu Jin Ran came home from work, saw a large and small group snuggled on the sofa, and wondered if she had entered the wrong door. Sister Jin Ran, back, Greenie? The fact that the big one and the little one looked like they were carved from the same mold made her turn a little bit. The boy is? Oh, this is my daughter, Lorelei. Quick, call Auntie. Hello Auntie Jin Ran. No, isn't she only 22? How come she has such a big daughter? Chapter 37, The Maiden of the Hawk Gang. Sister Jin Ran, as outrageous as it is, she is my own daughter. Picking up on the alien's lie from before, Lu Qing proceeded to fool around. When I was 10 years old, they did human experiments on me, which is why I'm so strong now, where they extracted all kinds of my cells to use for cloning, to prevent dying without samples to use. Then I survived, so this child is technically my own daughter, and I just remembered all this today when I picked her up outside. Lu Jinran's expression was wonderful. This is not at all reliable, but very reasonable. Helpless, can only squeeze out a forced smile. Green, it's really hard on you. Lu Qing sighed as if she was thinking of the unpleasant past, but in reality, she wondered if Lu Jinran had already given up thinking. Why? It's all in the past, and picking up a lovely daughter. I think it's rather nice. Look what I brought. Lu Jinran shook the bag in his hand and a tantalizing aroma wafted out. This is the village people's roasted fish on North Street, and King Baker's roast duck. It's delicious. Let's have a drink to celebrate your mother-daughter reunion. Mom, there's wine eh? Kids can't drink. Auntie here has juice. Lu Jinran picked Lei up and looked at the cute little girl. She couldn't help but freeze. This is simply a purified and refined version of Lu Qing. Sister Jinran, help me. 2 3-meter-tall humanoid creatures with black exoskeletons covered in tubes and bumpy patterns racked Lu Qing in midair. Unable to break free no matter how much she struggled, they were stepping onto a giant spaceship with a long green light glowing from the hatch, and several fluid-filled healing pods were faintly visible. The samples inside humans with varying degrees of skin have been transformed into black exoskeletons. Green, wait for me. She gathered her courage and a white gun appeared in her hand. P137-3 derived extract. Without hesitation, she immediately fired, but the tranquilizer dart-like bullets hit the strange man and bounced off with just a ding. The strange man turned his head, revealing a face with only a mouth. Humans. Then there was a flash of white light and not even a single footprint was left in the living room in front of him. These guys, it's like they're invading from another dimension. Ah, she exclaimed, waking up from her dream. A combination of human and heterosexual? What a terrible and unscientific dream. Perhaps the study of aliens had created some sort of primal fear in her subconscious. She got dressed and gently pushed open the door to Lu Qing's room to see Lei curled up in her mother's arms sleeping peacefully. So she couldn't be bothered. So she went out and got breakfast. Mom, what is this? Soy milk. Is this what humans eat? It's so bad. Ray licked it, full of disgust. Hey, Lei good children cannot picky eaters drink more soy milk can quickly grow up it. Lu Jin Ran had an expression of knowing it all. Yes, Mom, I'm never a picky eater. And this soy milk, what a beautiful thing. Lu Qing also took a sip of soy milk. Apparently she didn't like it either. Wow, you're right, there's nothing good about soy milk. After the meal, Lu Qing invited Lu Jinran to go shopping with her and bring her daughter to see more of the world, while the latter readily agreed. While she remained in her black and white landmine getup, Lu Qing changed into a sea saltcheese color-coordinated gingham skirt and an aqua blue cardigan with white knee-high socks, collapsing her little face for another day of pretending to be a big girl. The three of them walked down the street, with Ray in the center being held by 2 adults, looking like a family of 3. Mommy, what's Daddy? Lu Qing froze. What was this kid asking blindly? Dad is an emergency food that Mom gave when she had you. Ray blinked and seemed to understand something. Lu Jinran, on the other hand, was amused. What a mantis woman. Daddy is the one who will live with you and Mommy for the rest of your life. Ray, you'll understand when you're older. Don't listen to your mom. Oh, then Auntie will be my father. Looking at her earnest and eager little eyes, Lu Jinran couldn't help but blush with old age. A family of 3 people are talking and laughing shopping, but the eyes of the passers-by are full of disdain. Humph, young mother at home, old father in prison. Suggest shooting for 5 minutes. The first time and girlfriends shopping. Lu Qing feel very good. The interest came simply by a set of parent-child clothes. 3 people dressed neatly. Very cute. Yo, Nice little girl. Been watching you guys for a long time. Walking out of the clothing store, they were stopped by a pretentiously downtrodden killjoy girl. The young girl had a perm with fluffy pink hair and was wearing suspenders before it got hot, naturally to show off the maniacally laughing clown girl tattooed on her shoulder. Behind her were 5 similarly dressed teenage girls with short boots and tennis socks, thin waists and long legs, just a whole lot of demonic hair. It's the Hawk Gang, Lu Jin Ran warned in a low voice. The Hawks are a well-known gang in Sogmundan, whose members are 99% female and have several bars and clubs to their name, so it's not hard to guess what they do for a living. No, my daughter is only 12 years old and you dare to do it. Don't you want to be a human being? Hearing this, the killjoy girl's eyes lit up. Mother-daughter covered rice? Beautiful. Sisters, take it away. Behind her, a couple of female beatniks were leaping around with baseball bats and cynical smiles on their faces. Stop. I'm an employee of Rivono Biotech, and you need to consider the consequences. Lu Jin Ran held up his work permit, and the other party momentarily fell into silence first. A company dog? It's bad luck for anyone who touches it. Leave the woman alone and take the mother and daughter away. In order to come up, the crowd of fighters in order to face the soft women they can also go down. And more ruthless, who called them also female? Click when Lu Qing helplessly shielded her daughter underneath her, and the bat that fell on her. The wooden one broke and the iron one bent. What? Haven't you eaten? She caught the flying iron bar and squeezed it out of shape with a little force. The crowd backed up. They had messed with a monster. Hey, what's your name and how old are you? The killer girl was too scared to move, and Lu Qing pinched her face. Cue bouncing. Me, Olivia, 19, only 19 Into the factory 997 is also better than being a gangster, right? Okay, you go, don't get in the way here. The crowd was like amnesty. This beautiful woman was so nice. The passers-by also saw it and were very relieved to beat up the gangs. In addition, they had to spend a good wave of money in the evening. Having been spoiled, today's date came to an end, and after dinner, the 3 of them went back home. In the afternoon, Lu Jin Ran volunteered to tutor Lei, only to find out that she hadn't been to school at all. Lu Qing, on the other hand, looked at the duo with interest, as if he had seen his own past. During that time, she received a text message from Zhang Huihong that the sect leaders group of 30 or so people had arrived. Why should I pick them up when they're here? When it gets a little late, Lu Qing leaves with the kids and she tells Lu Jin Ran that she's going on a business trip with her boss. Lu Jin Ran was full of doubts. Traveling on business with a child? Is it a blind date? The mother-daughter duo walked down the street in the same sweet low dress that drew passers-by who couldn't stop turning around. Mommy, why are they looking at us? That's because we're beautiful. Lu Qing bent down and pinched Lei's little face. Bauer, you have to remember that what we do to humans is right. But for now, well, keep a low profile. Ray nodded, her mind recalling Sue's words, destroy humanity. Can you smell mommy? Sure. Ray paused, suddenly remembering something. Mom, I know. The little girl's eyes lit up as she tugged up Lu Qing's hand and flew up. It wasn't long before they arrived at an old neighborhood with only 3 floors. Mom, that girl from this morning lives here. Awesome. Lu Qing lifted her up high, then kissed her little cheeks again. This is where the aliens are counterintuitive. As long as they are tagged with pheromones, they can be found even if they escape to the ends of the earth. Knock knock. There was a knock on an old security door. Who? Courier at the door. The voice inside was a little panicked, interspersed with ragged gasps. My name is LV Qing. I brought my daughter to play with you. Chapter 38, A Bitter Choice. Yes, you. The young girl opened the door, realized it was the mother-daughter duo from the morning, and hurriedly closed it again. Hey, what are you panicking about? Lu Qing stuck out his hand and jammed it in the doorway, breaking in hard. Is this the kind of tiny neighborhood the Hawks live in? Olivia, right? It was a small one-bedroom house, really small for a club member. The young girl was wearing a thin nightgown at the moment, covered in beads of sweat, and her fluffy hair was damp, but it looked even prettier. Don't be afraid. I'm here for one thing only. The thugs you were with today. Do you have their addresses? What do you want? The young girl took a few steps back, blocking the bedroom table. Hiss, what are you blocking? What's your secret? Lu Qing pushed the young girl away. Good lord, what a table corner war god. Gee, what a naughty kitty. Lu Qing patted the young girl's face, but she sat on the ground trembling, her cheeks crimson and her eyes confused. Is this fear? Think of you. I'm all shaking. Please kill me. No, am I that scary? Look at the kid scared and talking nonsense. But no, I find you kinda cute. What a pity to kill you. I'll let you experience the feeling of ascension. Physical sense. Assuming for the moment that she was frightened, she wrote the addresses of the 5 men on a slip of paper. Good girl, keep an eye on her. Mommy's going to be busy for a while. Lu Qing took the note and ran out briskly. Only Ray and Olivia were left in the house. What's your name, little sister? After LV Qing left, she seemed to be less nervous. I didn't call. Ray yanked her by the hair and stomped her to the ground. Ah, and you're not allowed to scream. It hurts. Little sister, let go. I won't scream. Ray let go, leaving Olivia on the ground in a daze of nerves. But looking at the little girl's lovely face, she still fell into a fantasy. This magnificent mother and daughter duo if they fall into the red dust. Hey, what are you looking at? Ray pouted and brought her face up to the table. She couldn't help but give it a squeeze. Hey, you smell good. Just like your mom. Beautiful and awesome. Pust. Ray's inner jaw teeth sliced through her cheek. Sweet-smelling blood oozing from the wound. You smell good too. Miss, I want to eat you. Is that okay? Ah. Wanting to scream and stop. The adorable monster in front of her seemed to say something in a soft and cuddly tone that was less than accessible, and she had given up thinking about it. Please don't eat me. Just kidding. Mom says you're still useful. An hour later, Lu Qing rushed back, seeing the two of them living in harmony. His face filled with a pleased smile. Mom, look, she's still there. Well, good girl is the best. Lu Qing picked her up and spun her around, but to Olivia, the scene was weird as all. Well, Olivia, as a thank you, I'm going to take you somewhere exciting next. Sister Lu Qing, your daughter, she's a monster with her mouth. She ghosted out what was on her mind, tearing her down to her face, and she couldn't wait to slap herself twice. Mouth. Lu Qing looked at Lei, her eyes filled with displeasure. Ray, what did Mom tell you? Sorry Mom. Ray bit her lip and drew circles on the ground with her feet in aggravation. I'm sorry, little sister. The kid doesn't know any better. But is that what you call a mouth? Lu Qing also extended her inner jaw teeth. Just now, Lu Qing did run some business, and those beaters also lived in this old neighborhood. The face-hugging bugs she summoned were just the right place to test out a new mode of parasitism. After those facehuggers had parasitized, she waited in someone's vent for an hour, and indeed saw no chest breakers generated, before leaving satisfied. And with those facehuggers still having a weak connection in the hive consciousness, it seems the mutagen is stable. Afterward, the group took a cab to the suburban lair, where it was dark and two aliens were already greeting them outside the cave. Olivia's heart thumped. It was over. This was into the monster's den. Even so, she could only obediently follow Lu Qing into that terrifying cave. Just as she arrived at the Queen's Hall, Ray was pounced upon by a huge black figure. The creature, who was also spitting. Old 4, it's nice to finally meet you. I've missed you so much. Ray, on the other hand, was hanging on to her head, being flung around. Lu Qing was helpless. Fufu didn't pounce on herself and pounced on someone else instead. Stop it, second sister. You're annoying. Ray was much less strong than she was and was eventually thrown off. Kids don't know any better. Just fooling around. Don't mind, Olivia, so childish? The reason why she was brought here was because that would be when Lu noticed that her pheromones spiked when she saw herself, and she seemed to be thinking about herself in a nymphomaniacal way. She didn't nag, she just took off her clothes, and Olivia on the side looked at her with straight eyes. What are you looking at? Never seen a woman before? Her body then swelled and turned into a lurid beast of nearly 6 meters. In keeping with the principle of not wasting anything, Ray also took off her clothes and transformed back into her original form. So you're not human. What? Scared? Olivia shook her head, and there seemed to be little fear in her eyes, but rather a great deal of heat. I don't know, but I do know that you do parasitize humans, right? When I saw you in the morning, I thought how nice it would be if you could beat me up. And now that you're going to parasitize me, I don't think it's unacceptable. Her tone trembled as she stroked Lu Qing's sharp tail, seemingly agitated, then finding a comfortable position to lie down. Come on, I hope it doesn't hurt. Lu Qing, it's over, led the female pervert home. A facehugger jumped at her, and despite her shock, she pushed down her fear, but waited for several minutes without seeing it make a move. On top of her was nothing more than the corpse of a facehugger that had completed its mission. Alright, you passed the test. Lu Qing looked at this young girl whose head wasn't too bright and had already thought of a new use for it. For her part, Olivia looked disappointed. Why don't you parasitize me? Mom, this man is sick. Fufu picked at Ray's dress with a questioning look on her face. That's a great dress. When can I wear it? Lu Qing retracted his head back inside the crown, not wanting to speak. The following afternoon, the sect leader and his group followed Lu Qing's instructions to the nest. Ray, on the other hand, changed into her form and waited outside. Not long after, a bus came along, and Zhang Huihong and Su Su were among them. More than 30 people just appeared in the middle of nowhere in a big way. It's so unassuming that it's time to find a nest suitable for gatherings in the future. Holy Maiden Sama, greetings from a long time ago. Disrespectful, 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 disrespectful. The Godfather clasped his chest and bowed, saluting her. Ahem, good to be here. I'll take you to worship the real gods. With Lu Qing supporting her off the field, Lei is coping well. The group then followed her into the nest. Spare the noble Godfather. He has never seen the alien nest. Dozens of people like children who see toys, chattering very excited. Shhhh. The Lord gods don't like noise. You'd better be quiet. Under the reminder of Lu Qing, a group of people quietly entered the Queen's Hall. In front of them, a dozen warrior aliens lined up as if they were a king's honor guard, and they stepped forward with trepidation. And at the end of that were two massive aliens, and above them, an even larger one was hanging in midair. These are the gods that your hearts desire. Remember, only the alien queen is a true god. The crowd was puzzled. Since they were all aliens, they would surely break out of their chests. So why was Lu Qing okay? Is she really a saint? But they didn't think much of it and knelt down in unison. Worship the congregation of the alien cult, and worship the great god, the queen who rules the world. Grant us the gospel. Ha ha, stupid asterisk. Lu Qing thought darkly. Quiet, stupid humans. The alien queen spoke a fluent human language, and the crowd was numb. Really a god, divine lord. We want to know why the holy maiden Sama is still alive. Didn't you kill the holy maiden when you descended? Because I am God. The good thing about this answer is that it is a good answer. Well, bathe in the gospel. With Lu Qing's command, the eggs behind him opened up one after another, and then held them all in a swift and thunderous manner. 20 minutes later, the congregants woke up, followed by an anxious wait for death. Hey, what's going on? Get some spirit. The gods said it won't die. This isn't a normal parasitism. The crowd looked at Lu Qing, then gladly accepted. This was a blessing from the gods, and it wasn't like they would die. Saintess Sama, I heard that you and the company killed the alien queen? The religious suddenly remembered something and began to chastise Lu Qing. If this were to create 12 main gods, wouldn't that rule the world? And you also said that the alien queen is the true god. But why did you do that? Can't the gods be in harmony with each other? Ray was a little confused. Wasn't it normal for alien groups to kill each other? Hey, if someone steals the family fortune from you, won't you get him killed? The huge alien standing on the right opened its mouth and the crowd was shocked again. So reasonable. Foo, shut up. LV Qing is annoyed. So messed up. The style is gone ah. Still, she hardened her heart and spoke the words she had made up long ago. In the manner of a god. The struggle of the gods is born. It is a bitter choice. She stuck her head out of the crown and pointed up. When the forest flourishes, its own wildfire spreads. The gods come down to bring mankind the gospel. The gods struggle. That's the extinction. Instead of believing in those weak gods, it's better for me to eradicate them all. Chapter 39. Do you want to destroy the human race? All eradication? Are we going to commit regicide? You can think so. The crowd couldn't help but suck in cool air. This god was a bit violent, but you shouldn't have the ability to do that. So if you have a clue, you can let me know and I'll step in. The gods stepped in? Then it's not surprising that Lu Qing defeated the queen earlier. You may go. The god slowly retracted his head back into the crown. No emotion in his tone. Oh, by the way, it's inconvenient for me to appear on Earth, and LV Qing is my surrogate. After sending away the troublesome believers, Lu Qing continued to lay eggs, and in this nearly 1 day's time, she laid nearly 500 more eggs, and also felt more comfortable than before. No wonder those queens are willing to hang on to it. Ray sent the congregation to the ground, and the crowd treated her with respect. God certified. That wasn't the same as Queen Saluta. Oh my god, my nearsightedness is healed. A Mediterranean religious man in his 40s suddenly removed his glasses and shouted, Hey, when you put it that way, I don't have asthma. Yes, and I don't have any pain from this herniated disc. My constipation has suddenly cleared up. I don't have itchy feet anymore. Several members of the congregation felt suddenly better, and others with and without illnesses followed hard. The crowd became more convinced that the god was the savior of this world, and again bowed gratefully toward the nest. In fact, the injection of the mutagenic factor caused their bodies to mutate, and at this time, the face-hugging insects had not yet formed and were unable to pick the fruit, so the feedback from their bodies naturally changed for the better. But no matter how you put it, the dream will only last a year at most. In the Forbidden Guard's lair behind the Queen's chamber, Olivia had been lying in a state of confusion for a day now. Even though he said he wanted to be parasitized, he was still afraid if death came to him, and Fufu was intrigued by this strange human. Hey, strange sister, get up, or I'll eat you. So, when is Fufu going to parasitize me? Is it okay to let me lie down? No way. Told you not to parasitize you. My mom wants you. Coming in front of Lu Qing, Olivia couldn't help but kneel down when she saw that huge monster with hot air constantly rising behind it, and a huge egg being constantly carried out by the worker bees. Are you really a god? Hearing this, Fufu giggled. Ha ha ha, Mom, she thinks you're a god too. Laugh your ass off. Second sister, shut up. Lu Jin shook his head. Or else find a cram school for Fufu. Ahem, do you think I look like a man or a god? I'll take this question. Have faith in science. Olivia shook her head and nodded again. If it was a race capable of destroying mankind, calling it a god would be an understatement. Even if it isn't, it will be later. A gleam grew in her eyes and a small smile appeared on her face as a terrible thought rose in her mind. District humanity. Destroy it and be done with it. Her voice was small, but Lu Jin heard her clearly. Children of that age have more or less a dream of destroying the human race. I exist to destroy, and to destroy is to exist. So do you want to destroy humanity? What can I do? Lu Jin twisted his body and ripped off the spawner before transforming back into his human form. Do you want to unify the underground world of Sogmundon? Unifying the underground world? The middle-aged girl herself was feeling a little middle-aged. There are 6 major gangs in Sogmundon: the Tiger Claw Gang, the Hawk Gang, the 18th Street Gang, the Black Hand Gang, the Wrathful Luo Quan Gang, and the Fallen Angels Gang, each of which is not to be messed with. Lu Jin was also surprised. In the past, she only knew the first 3. Recently the aliens had stirred up a storm in the city, and the latter few clubs were quite low-key to the point that they didn't have much of an existence. If you want it, I can make it happen for you. Lu Jin pinched Olivia's neck and lifted her up, and the latter shuddered again, and squeezed out a pained cry from her mouth. Heart rate increases, hormone levels soar, incontinence. Why? You're scaring people again. But, you don't have to, at all, do this kind of thing, right? Like you're going through the motions. If it wasn't for the racial trait of the aliens needing a host to hatch, Lu Jin would have wanted to give birth every day and then crush them in a wave. But no, it's just a fine line now. Know that fortresses are breached from within. I need human helpers, hosts. Destruction is an art not to be ended hastily. And you, my friend, will be the first to destroy humanity. Mother and daughter returned home and found Lu Jin Ran was not there, leaving only a note for a week's business trip, in addition to a thick stack of elementary school tutorial books. Mom, I'm going to do my homework. My teacher said I'm a junior in 1 week, but that's not right, is it? Why does she love to study so much? When I was a kid, I was called on countless times for not handing in my homework, but now my daughter is so competitive? Ray, it's primary, not primary birth. In order not to disturb her daughter's study, Lu Jin did not turn on the TV, but lay on the sofa and swipe her cell phone. She didn't have a clue about this whole unifying the Yakuza thing, and it was really rare for people like Sato Hiromi to be stupid enough to lock themselves underground. Those other gangs were either outlaws or scattered all over the place, making it hard to integrate them, and even though she was being a host, she wanted to squeeze the value out of all those tool people. Ding! LV Ching received a text message from Cui Shui asking if she had time tomorrow, so she made a phone call. What are your orders, Lord Godfather? Egu, Your Holiness, look at what you're saying. There's going to be an assembly at the church tomorrow. Can you, by any chance, be there? There are quite a few new members, and I think they can be more convinced by a direct demonstration of the miracles. TSK, I haven't seen you for half a month. This Godfather is quite competent. It seems that head pulling is doing quite well. Of course, tomorrow you will be able to worship the gods again. Early the next morning, Lu Jin brought his daughter to the church early, and several members of the congregation had long been at the door to welcome them. Your Holiness, it's been a long time since I've seen you. How are you? Cui Shui bowed respectfully to her. Well, all right. This is. The crowd also reacted a bit when they saw a young girl who looked exactly like Lu Jin, was holding her hand and timidly hiding behind her. Oh, this is my daughter. His Holiness is actually having a baby? Entering the church, a number of people had come by now. Seeing this large and small group, the congregants were puzzled that there were actually children brought to this kind of gathering. Marshal Choi, how have things been going? The general synagogue side has acted cautiously and told us to stop our missionary activities, and there has only been one rally in the past week, and everything is fine at the moment. It's stirring the pot, but it's still hard to make up something hard out of thin air that will work. Well, there's been a lot of alien attacks lately, and they're laying low because they don't want to draw fire, so you guys just keep grabbing people from them. These destructionists just aren't on the same page as us. Our missionary work is proceeding steadily, having developed more than 100 new converts in the previous week, including also converts from the main church and other congregations. That's efficient enough. Guess it must have been too much of a temptation for these psychopaths from earlier. As for whether or not there was an undercover agent, that wasn't something she had to worry about. Your Holiness, There is another assembly in the main hall tomorrow. Would you like to visit? She didn't know much about the main hall, but before, Chui Shui was able to waltz in with 2 alien eggs, so this main hall was very necessary to visit. As he spoke, it had quieted down outside and the tiny church was packed. Attention everyone! I know you're happy to be out of alien worship, but you should be even happier to be joining alienism. Today, you meet the Pope, Lord Lu Qing. Lu Qing was currently standing aside holding Lei Lei's small hand. The congregation had turned from looking at this large and small group of 2 beautiful maidens with their own feelings, to not daring to look at them directly. That's godlike. Several congregants on the stage suddenly became agitated. Holy Maiden-sama, it's you! Chapter 40, What Happens to Traitors? The Holy Virgin? The congregation is a bit puzzled. The so-called holy women, at least the state's bishop can only be sealed, and are all dead. Said Good Sound is a holy woman. In fact, is a beautifully packaged host. How come today encountered a live one? And, why is the Pope of Alienism doing the worship of the Virgin of Alienism? I was going to quit teaching myself, so why did I come back after turning around? Chui Shui had heard something about this, but was not sure, and did not dare to interrupt. Oh, are a few of you believers in the state? No, 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 we're members of the North congregation, and we were at the state rally over the weekend to get a chance to look up to you. 2 middle-aged religious, a man and a woman, came up and knelt reverently before the altar. But how is it that you, Holy Maiden-sama, are still alive? Of course, this holy maiden is blessed by the gods and is naturally alive and well. That's barely a reason. She then went on to talk about how she tore down the alien-sanctioned pseudo-gods with her own hands. Coincidentally, the 2 congregants happened to videotape it that day, and as soon as the video was released it blew up down there. Alien is nothing. Lu Qing is God. Who cares about the religion? You can't go wrong if you follow Lu Qing. As for why I went to the state, naturally, it was to go undercover to investigate whether I could develop them into my own people. How do I know that all of a sudden the undercover agent has become a leader? There was a roar of laughter from the stage. Our boss, he's too powerful. No, you're blaspheming. A young girl stood up and loudly refuted Lu Qing. You set the gods up for a crime, trying to take their place yourself, even openly committing regicide. You are a villain as vile as Yoda. Obviously, even in apostasy, people are still coming for the aliens, and it doesn't make sense that you'd beat a human master to death. This religious, please calm down. The Pope said that the Lord, that is a false god. They steal the throne of God is not everyone to be put to death. Just as the Lord said, if it is the true God cannot be controlled, the Pope to the Holy Virgin cannot be regicide. On the contrary, the Holy Virgin regicide with the indication that behind her stands is the true God. Chui Shui timely relief for her. Anyway, religion this thing, the public said the public who has reason. Who will fool who is right? Humph. Sect leader. Your alien sect deserves the word alien. Let's go. At her call, more than 20 congregants, mostly young men and women, prepared to get up and leave. Hey, you guys can't leave. Lu Qing reached out to stay, but was only rewarded with disdainful boos. The genus is greased. Good girl. Over to you. Ray smiled slightly, revealing 2 tiny dimples, before darting to the door and blocking the way. My mom said no one's going anywhere. There was still something childish about her voice, and the departing crowd was unimpressed in the face of this adorable threat. Little sister, your mom is not a good person. Why don't you come with us? One of the girls with her actually tried to turn her, but the next moment she felt the ceiling come up underneath her. Click, click. The girl bent her head 90 degrees to the side like a muppet and never breathed again. Don't talk bad about my mom. Go, go, it's only a little girl. Let's rush out. The girl in the lead shouted, but her peers did not respond, just stood frozen in place. This one does get a little exciting against people who have just reached adulthood. I told you not to leave. Despite her anger, Ray suppressed it and wrestled the renegade escapees to the ground one by one before tenderly stomping on their legs to break them. Those who didn't leave had a shudder in their hearts. Thankfully they weren't on the wrong side of the line. It's no wonder people can tear down aliens with their hands. That's power engraved in their genes. Those people were lying on the ground wailing and wailing, while Lu Qing gave a thumbs up to his daughter. Ray, you can eat that, big sister. Ha! When the crowd was not looking, they saw the little girl sitting on the ground, holding the dead girl's head and gnawing on it. This ing. Ahem, lost lambs, I'm sure you have a lot of questions, so feel free to ask them and I'll answer them all. The stage fell silent, fearing that wrong statement would lead the mother and daughter to a killing spree. Hundreds of people were silent, and after a long time, one of the congregants finally stood up and asked a question with trepidation. Just, as, they say, you killed the aliens to replace them. Is that true? Of course not. Ray, come here. Lu Qing beckoned, and Lei Lei was still eating her brains. Come here, good girl. Mom, I'll have another bite. Ray walked onto the stage and the congregation was even more confused as to what was wrong with this strange little girl. But then she saw her shedding her shoes, socks and dress, causing the crowd to hurriedly turn their heads and cover their faces. If the police see this, they'll be in jail for a long time. While they were suspicious, Lay's body was like a demon possessing her. First it swelled and grew bigger, then her skin shattered, for spikes stabbed out from her back, and finally, a huge alien with a crown on its head appeared in front of them. As she let out a low growl, the crowd woke up as if in a dream. My God, this is a miracle. The congregant couldn't help but exclaim. She's not taking her place. This little girl can actually transform. It's obvious that she's looking for a more powerful god. The crowd instantly deleted their brains and frantically worshipped. We will follow the Pope in this life, and set the alien to fight for a piece of heaven and earth. Even the ones who were injured showed fear in their eyes and cried out to join in. In this regard, Lu Jin was satisfied. Sect leader, contact the parents of these people and ask them to ransom them. The ransom will be $500,000. We don't ask for much. Those few people showed joyful faces. This was saved? Great, great Lord Pope. No, Lord Holy Virgin, just pay the money. Are you going to let us go? Lu Jin smiled and said very gently, of course not. Fellow believers, what was the penalty for apostasy in the old days? Torture by fire. Yes, burn them. Use a civilian fire. The crowd murmured. Lu Jin eyed her eyebrows slightly, not very satisfied. Do not be too outrageous. Oh, now is a civilized society, which can be so barbaric. I said well, on the small punishment, walk form on it. 30 minutes later, the church's convoy arrived at Lu Jin's old home. Because it was daytime, the crowd entered the nest in batches, and their Lu into the grand view garden look naturally needed no introduction. A dozen warrior aliens surrounded the traitors through and through in the spacious Queen's Hall. The congregation had never seen this kind of battle, and they suppressed their excitement and found a place to sit on the ground on both sides. Everyone, you're not as lucky as that girl. You can die a quick death, but I'm merciful. One of you can survive today. As for who, it depends on luck. With that said, there was a rustling sound and the facehugger was the first to hold one of the girls in her arms as the crowd screamed and desperately crawled futilely with their hands on it. After 20 minutes, the girl cried out in desperation, and with her agonized and wonderful screams, the first chestbreaker successfully broke her shell. Looking at the panicked humans, she showed her teeth, then quickly climbed onto Lu Jin. Ooh, baby not afraid, mommy hug. The congregants were also watching the live broadcast for the first time and were already speechless with shock. Then a second facehugger crawled by, and this time, it deliberately paused for a moment, as if admiring the maddened human. Soon, it locked onto the girl who was in charge, and instead of screaming at the sight, the girl pulled the girl next to her in front to block the shot. She breathed heavily, finally surviving, albeit temporarily. The next three facehuggers, likewise, locked onto her, and she did the same, sacrificing all three of the remaining girls. The people in the line with her looked dumbfounded. This guy, he was really bad. The sixth facehugger takes the stage, and she does her old trick, but with only the boys around her. She's no match. However, the little one was authorized by Lu Jin and began to play around, waiting until she had fallen behind and closed her eyes to die. But then she pounced on the boy next to her. The crowd then realized that they seemed to be playing a very abstract game. The parasitic game continued, and there were times when they almost caught her, but the facehugger always faked and changed targets. This made her scared and almost collapsed. Who knows if this monster will change its mind and really hug herself? It would be better to just die at this rate. And Ling, you spoilsport, you shouldn't have apostatized and caused us to suffer. A boy was cursing her when he was gagged by the facehugger who lunged straight at him. For the next few moments, the facehuggers, one after the other, gracefully passed by Anling and then parasitized the bystanders as if nothing had happened. The feeling of fear and neglect made her a little sad. Even she wondered why these monsters didn't parasitize themselves when she was all tied up. Was she worse than these people? She also stopped struggling and accepted the identity of the host, quietly lying on the ground and watching the bloody game. 7 hours passed, and one by one, the remaining 27 people, except for Ling, had their chests broken by the parasites. The last facehugger crawled out, and instead of moving, it curled its tail and lay down on the ground. Alright, game over, congratulations on being the final winner. And Ling glanced at Lu Jin in a daze, seemingly not understanding. You go, that's enough for today. For some reason, she shed a tear, and a longing grew within her. Heart rate stabilized, calm, reduced adrenaline levels. It was obvious that she was no longer afraid, or numb. No, please also end this. With that, she grabbed the face-hugging bug on the ground and put it on her face without hesitation. Chapter 41, Mom, are you going to sell your sisters? Some of the timid congregants had long been trembling and dying on the ground, and some had even vomited up bile. It wasn't a big show, but it was a great show that almost made their spirits pop off. Originally, they thought that joining the alien cult would lead to salvation, but after witnessing the bloody feast, some seemed to start regretting their choice, but they were simply powerless to escape from this terrifying saintly woman. However, more of the congregation smiled a sickly smile as they were consumed by fear. Apparently, this is the holy land of their dreams. The crowd closed their eyes tightly and chanted hymns frantically under their breath in an attempt to downplay their presence. Folks, do you know why they got what they got? Of course, that's what happens to traitors, and the consequences that blasphemy must bear. A few congregants gathered their courage and responded loudly to Lu Cheng. What a sacred ritual! And if there is a mistake, it's your own. No, 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 you may have misunderstood. Looking at the puzzled expressions of the crowd, Lu Cheng couldn't help but tickle the corners of his mouth. This is not a punishment. On the contrary, I allow them to give birth to an heir with that lowly and filthy god of life. This is a complete baptism. This is the supreme honor. And although the sinners are dead, they have one foot in heaven. Your holiness, is it worth it to let these sinners enjoy the glory? These people were busy setting the stage for her and cooperating in the show. Of course, because I am good. And you, my dear children, deserve better. Seeing that the atmosphere was almost ready, Lu Cheng started the final session. Lost sheep. Next, enjoy the blessings of the gods. She waved her hand, and countless facehuggers outside the Queen's Hall came in like a tidal wave. The crowd had never seen such a scene before, and it would be a lie to say that they were not afraid. Everyone, don't underestimate the power of the Holy Spirit. As long as you are obedient, Lord Pope's Holy Spirit won't take anyone's life. Instead, it can make you different. Marshal Choi stepped forward. Having been parasitized, he had the most to say. Yes, gentlemen, for only $10,000, you will be invincible in the body of the Holy Sun. And when the gods have filled every corner of the world, you too will live with heaven and earth, with the sun and moon. As the saying goes, you can't take advantage enough. And one frenzied congregant simply grabbed a face-hugging bug and snapped it in his face. Hey, Marshal Choi. This guy turned around and charged $100,000. Others were honestly scanning the code to pay, and were delayed for a while because of the poor underground signal in the suburbs. Then, in this dark underground cavern, a group of crazy human beings were quietly accepting the parasitization of face-hugging worms. Your Holiness, do we still need ransom for these people? Traitor is in good spirits, or rather, today's Lord Pope excites him too much. He was a little puzzled, though, how people could be blackmailed when they were dead. Yes, of course, Xiao Chui, why are you suddenly so naive? What's wrong with getting the money back and sending the body over? Wouldn't that offend a lot of people? But Her Holiness naturally had her reasons for doing so. After sending the congregants away, Lu Cheng leaned on Lei and smiled fondly at the balance of 146W. Mom, what are you looking at that's so funny? Fufu stayed hidden in the back, a little annoyed with the group of psychotic humans. Can you not be happy when you have money? Fufu, what do you want to eat? Mom will buy it for you. Ever since he grew up, Lu Cheng has never seen so much money. Mom, I want to eat people. Later in the evening, Lu Cheng took Lei back to the city. The city of lights and greenery still made her stay. At the same time, however, dozens of families in this bustling city will be unable to sleep at night because they have received blackmail text messages from the cult of alien worship. $500,000 ransom. It's not much, but it's a lot of trouble to get in trouble with a cult, and most of them don't know that their kids are actually in a cult. Little brat, isn't it good to be a rich kid? Mom, what's that? Ray pointed to a sign for a drinking establishment with a fine dessert in a tall glass. It's Buffy. Oh, Mommy's treat yo. Mom, what does barfy taste like? Lu Cheng shook her head. She hadn't eaten it either. Junior, 2 signature barfy and half a kilogram of chopped cooked beef. Sorry, guest, we don't have any beef. The waiter couldn't help but smile kindly as he looked at the cute mother and daughter. Oh, sorry, my bad. In for another coffee jelly. A total of 149. Lu Cheng did not blink an eye. It is good to have money. It's after 8 p.m., which is when the crowds come in, and the little store is doing well. Next to them, a young couple was reeking of the sour odor of love. Baby, you're still on your period today. You can't eat cold food. Why did you bring her here if she can't eat? No, I'm going to eat it. I'm going to eat it. The girl pouted and looked miserable. The boy, on the other hand, sighed and fed her the melted ice cream with hot air. Why bother? Ray cocked her head and watched with interest. Mumbling headshot. Hey, kids can't watch this. She hurriedly covered her daughter's eyes, and across from them sat a young girl with shoulder-length hair, delicate features, and a tear-stained face. Noticing that she was being watched, she smiled and waved at Ray. Within a short time, dessert was served. A cup of pink and light blue ice cream, topped with cookies and fruit, which was very tempting. Wow, Buffy turned out to be like that. Both mother and daughter's mouths opened wide at the same time and, Mom, Buffy is so sweet. Yeah, it's so sweet, but not as sweet as that sister. Bird food. Humans are the best ingredients. Even if they don't need to be cooked, they are still delicious. But this kid isn't going to get a boyfriend because he's developed an obsession with headshots. I found it. Boss, I found it. A young man with an airplane haircut rudely pushed the door open, scanned the room, and yelled excitedly. Then a stout, flat-headed, middle-aged man walked in, followed by two mohawked heads behind him. These people are aggressive, and they don't look like good people. Oh my Missy Alice, there you are, come back with us. No, I'm not selling, please let me go. The girl on the other side of the room looked horrified, her eyes filled with despair. That's not good. The client was interested in you and offered $500,000. You'll get $200,000. The middle-aged man took a drag on his cigarette, then dumped the butt into Lu Qing's cup. Lu Qing hurriedly wrapped her arms around her daughter who was about to go into a rage. There's no rush, play with him. The minions picked Alice up and dragged her away, and despite her fear, she didn't dare resist. At this point, a couple of young boys stepped forward and seemed to want to compete with the dark forces. Guys, don't look for trouble over nothing. Oh, your own people do things. Don't be afraid. Just looking for people, not robbing. Airplane head pulled a pistol out of his pocket. Faced with the black hole of the gun, a few people immediately withered. That's right, we're all good citizens. Fighting is not our match. Several people laughed and took off. The crowd then talked. What a poor sister. She's for sale. What's there to pity? How is it possible and not a star? Even if you can sing and dance, rap and play basketball only because you cannot buy 500,000 I think it's selling eggs. Some of the college girls with good body looks will do this. I heard it's very lucrative. Selling eggs? Lu Qing seemed to have found some keywords. One egg 200,000 yuan. I have nearly 5,000 of them. This if they are converted into money. Clutchy couldn't help but laugh out loud at the chickens. This brother, do you know where she sells them? Do you have access? No, you're a mom. Why are you still doing this? Little sister, you're not wanted by people with children. Hey, don't you care? I have a natural way. Helplessly, the man lowered his voice. I don't know exactly, but I know that only the 18th Street gang is in the business. Exiting the drink store, Ray was a little confused. Mom, are you going to sell your sisters? Chapter 42, Black Clinic. What's a little girl wondering about? Lu Qing nodded her forehead. This is an alien egg. Who can afford to spend it after buying it? Since a few people had already gone far away, Lu Qing had to inquire with his friends on the road. Hey, Olivia, what's going on? I'm swiping the video. Sister Chang, can I call you that? Sure, let me ask you something. Do you know where there is a black clinic for the 18th Street gang? The kind that kills chickens. I know. Where are you? The Hawks, being a women's club, were abhorrent to this 18th Street gang business and had their bases covered. I'm, on Second Walk in North. Aha, you go east, about a mile or two, and there's an old shopping street with underground plazas underneath, and there's a black clinic right there. A few minutes later, the duo walked to Old Commercial Street. The style over here seems to go back to the last century. No flashing neon lights, just printed signs and low concrete houses. The flow of people is much less compared to that side. Most of the stores have already closed. Only the barbecue store and tavern are still in business. The guests are basically those club members and some small punks. Little sister, have a drink. When the men saw a large and a small Lu Qing, they couldn't help but see their eyes glistening and whistling. Sister, come and keep sister company. Their female companions even struck up a conversation as well. Lu Qing ignored them and turned around to walk into the underground plaza. The underground passageway that was built to facilitate crossing the street was expanded into an underground plaza over the years, but now it has long been abandoned due to urban planning, and thus has become a gathering place for many gangs. It was very dim, with orange lamps lit in the aisles, and most of the stores had been in a state of disrepair for a long time. The few that were intact had banners painted with fists holding long swords and rifles. Olivia had said that was the 18th Street gang's emblem. Please don't. Lu Qing heard a cacophony of screams. Following the sound, she made her way to one of the innermost stores. The store was a glass room with thick curtains hung inside, and through the door, several injured people could be seen inside waiting to be treated. Ray, pick up your sister here while mommy goes inside. Lu Qing pushed the door and walked in. A smell of disinfectant and blood hit his nose, and several injured people were sitting crookedly on the benches. Some people had broken arms and legs, others had stab wounds and bullet holes in their bodies, and it was clear that this place specialized in treating injuries for those who were out of sight. In front of the counter was a dark young girl wearing black lipstick, black eyeshadow as well as a black manicure, presumably a nurse. To the left of the counter, There were 3 rooms, an inquiry room, 2 operating rooms, and a secret room behind one of the operating rooms. Hey, G May, what's wrong with you? What? I'm not sick. I sell eggs. Oh, you go to the consulting room and check in with the doctor. Lu Qing ignored her and walked straight into the operating room, where the doctor inside was removing a bullet from a seriously injured man. Hey, get out. It's in surgery. She was looking for the secret door, and the doctor, unable to help but get nervous, spoke out to repel her. It's hopeless. The spleen and liver are shattered. Just euthanize him if you have any morals. I'll let you out. It's true, but it's always a good idea to pretend when you're getting paid. Bang! Blood spurted out as Lu Qing punched through the wounded man's chest. Well, your job is done. Take me inside. Nice guy. The patient was uninjured and died outright. You? What the hell do you want? I don't know what you're talking about. You've been given a chance and you're not hitting it. Lu Qing directly picked up the doctor by the collar and slammed him into the tool rack by the wall. And in the shadows, a facehugger popped up in the process and held him firmly. The people outside heard the commotion and immediately rioted. But with a slightly childish cry from Ray, those people instantly quieted down. Mom, I've got these people. Lu Qing pulled open the dark door and followed the dark corridor to a basement full of blood stains. In the outer room lay 2 bathtubs filled with ice cubes and several naked people lying inside. The icy water had long been stained red with blood, and there was one person still conscious, her face and lips white and trembling, her eyes full of unwillingness. Obviously, these people have had their kidneys removed, lost their value, and they will spend the last moments of their lives here, clearly feeling the passing of life. And what a terrible thing that is. In this world there are not only poems in faraway places, but also the metropolis and darkness in front of us. Lu Qing was furious. Isn't this a bad idea? A good person, you give me, can still be a host. You remove the kidney. The result is only to save the rich people who have terrible health. This kind of people also do not meet the conditions of parasitism. Waste is a crime. These people are spoiling my host. Unforgivable. Lu Qing ignored the dying man, but instead, he quietly felt his way inside through the ventilation duct in the corner of the wall. The 4 guys from the dessert store are here to keep watch in case anyone escapes. Alice was strapped to a labor and delivery table. At this point she was gagged and struggling. Seeing this miserable basement, and this wretched operating table, I'm sure she could think of her predecessor's misery before she scrambled to escape. Then the doctor took out a thumb-thin needle and stuck it directly into her bare belly. No, I've never heard of an egg retrieval procedure like this. Even gagged, her wail was still pleasing to the ear. Meanwhile, next to her, a young man was secured to the operating table with restraints while the doctor used a scalpel to slice right through his abdomen, and 2 reddish-brown loins dripping with blood were removed. Even strapped down, the operating table was still shaking so badly that it was obvious that no anesthetic had been administered. Hearing this wonderful symphony, Lu Qing couldn't help but get excited. Go on, babies, leave the big flat-headed man behind. On command, 5 face-hugging bugs catapulted out from different directions, and the men were pounced on before they could even think about what was going on. Ahem, this pipe can be too dirty for my clothes. Lu Qing pushed open the vent and climbed out, her long hair falling a bit. At first glance a bit of Sadako that means, it's nice that the little ones have found hosts. Bang! Without saying a word, the man fired a shot towards Lu Qing's brow, and the latter fell to the ground in response. Ah, this hurts. You're purposely picking a fight, aren't you? LV Qing struggled to get up, a red spot choked out on his head. You? Who are you? 2 face-hugging insects crawled up Lu Qing's shoulders, leaving the man dumbfounded. Boy, what a sight. Yo, you forgot so quickly. You just threw your cigarette butt in my cup. He was beginning to regret at this point why he hadn't quit smoking. TSK, don't be afraid. My babies will let you go if you eat this cigarette butt. She pointed to the man's nearly burned out cigarette butt in his hand. A baby? So this girl and the monster are in the same family? Jab. He pressed the burning cigarette butt into his mouth and swallowed the butt. Wow. Awesome. Is it good? Good. Yummy. That's good. Uncle. Then you can eat all the cigarette butts on the floor. What? In order to survive, he held back and ate 7 or 8 butts. How could he still look like a gangster's big brother? Alright, I have 2 questions. First, what is your boss's name, and second, where is your club stronghold? The man blushes. Or maybe he's had too many cigarettes. Lu Qing took off the face-hugging bug on his shoulder and waved it in front of him. I said our oldest's name is Kincaid, and our stronghold is at the old fairgrounds northeast of North. Very well, baby, over to you. Lu Qing threw the facehugger in his hand onto the ground. No, you said you'd leave me alone. You're not being honest. Honesty? Lu Qing snorted out a laugh. Hey, the babies are letting you off the hook, but I'm not letting you off the hook as a mom. It's not a contradiction. Lu Jin turned around and removed the cloth from Alice's mouth. I don't know how she felt, but she was a crying mess anyway. Little sister, it's just too painful for you to be like this. Why don't I help you out? She choked Alice, who shook her head back and forth as she felt the pressure. I don't want to die. Okay. Lu Jin let go of her hand and half-crouched to flash her a warm and dangerous smile. To live is to contribute to the world. Over his shoulder, the facehugger lunged right into Alice's face. How nice. Another day of good deeds. Chapter 43, Kidnapping. I'm not ethical. With no one else interrupting again, Lu Jin pushed the man on the operating table off and then laid herself down on it. Instantly, a wave of pink bubbles wrapped around her brain. Outside the operating room, Ray was staring at the men with a fierce look on her face. The two more seriously injured men already dead. It seems that my daughter has learned to save lives from herself, and that's what role modeling is all about. Hey, Doc, I'm here to sell my eggs, so see what price you'll take. LV Ching was looking at the doctor with an expectant face as she encircled the 3 huge alien eggs. Doc, I'm too damn afraid to take it. Ugh, just look at it. It's fresh and guarantees that the baby will look exactly like me. The two doctors were forced to bend down and observe by the intimidating presence of this mother-daughter duo. Nurse Chan, this is for you, as a souvenir. Lu Jin placed the last egg on the counter and was satisfied to see the stunned and confused expression of the little nurse sister. The egg on the ground sensed the human scent and immediately opened its 4 petals wide. A layer of semi-transparent film cracked open, only to see a tawny tail quickly retracted, followed by 8 long claws with drawn mucus flying out, and before anyone could react, it pounced on the doctor's face. At that moment, the egg on the counter opened as well, and the little nurse girl screamed frantically at the sight of it. How much does it want to be parasitized with a mouth that wide open? Just a minute, baby. Lu Jin caught the face-hugging bug that lunged at the nurse. The latter sat paralyzed and low after the robbery. Was I in her sights? Hey, little sister, go kill those guys. Lu Jin pointed at the wounded men. No, I wouldn't dare. TSK, persecuting the scum of the underclass, and you can't give it up. Lu Jin set her up from behind, holding her hand and clutching the scalpel. He's going to die soon like this. It's actually easing his pain. Pust. The sharp lancet stabbed into the wounded man's heart, and the man was out of breath in an instant. See, isn't that easy? Congratulations, you're already a bad boy. Under Lu Jin's hand-holding, she stabbed all 3 of the remaining wounded to death. She shook her hands in disbelief at what she saw before her. Will you, spare me? Lu Jin smiled at her. Of course not. Stepping out of the clinic, facehuggers poured out of the various holes in the passageway. Kids, go find your favorite host. First come, first served. For a while, the underground square was filled with terrified cries for help. Early the next morning, Lu Jin rushed to the sheriff's office. Last night, Cui Shui sent ransom letters to those homes in the name of the main hall, and the ransom was received without incident. In the second half of the night, the congregation then delivered the body, and the response from the other side was fierce. Cui Shui replied uniformly in accordance with the text given by Lu Jin. You just say that people go back or not. Dead people are also people. I'm sure they'll come and make trouble today. Hey, where's Billy and Detective Wood? Seeing Lu Jin's arrival, the police officers on duty gathered around. Because of her involvement in killing the alien queen, they all hugged her like a lapdog. They're out in the field. There's been a murder in the 17th Underground Plaza, supposedly by the 18th Street Gang. What about old Mike? Did he go too? Yeah, lately Sheriff Billy's been on edge, taking Uncle Mike with him whenever there's a case. A bow and a snake belongs to the yes. Guys, I think I ran into a group of the 18th Street Gang yesterday at the dessert store as well, and they took a girl captive. The co-workers weren't too thrilled. They've seen this kind of thing a lot. They then explained information about the 18th Street Gang, a violent gang backed by veterans who smuggle guns, make ice, and sell organs, so to speak. Several years ago the Federation broke out into a large-scale force conflict with the Una-Udayan Empire because of border issues, and these veterans, for the most part, came from that war. But after the companies started plotting to take over, these veterans were treated like, even becoming bums, so they clumped together and hung out with some of the mental boys and became what they are now. God damn the company. A good hero has been forced to become a villain, Majestic said with righteous indignation. At 8 o'clock, the police station opened, and sure enough, a lot of people came to report crimes. The people who reported the crime were well-dressed, drove luxury cars, and were obviously the big bad seeds. We're looking for your chief. Yeah, chief, or Sheriff Billy too. That's not good. What if the chief gets paid to do something? Gee, that's a tough one. The chief doesn't have that kind of time on his hands. But well, I'll do it. The crowd looked at the little girl and were puzzled. Who the hell are you? Everyone, this is Counselor Louis Ching from our bureau. Very impressive. The name of a man is the shadow of a tree. and they seemed to have heard of LV Ching as well, and their attitudes immediately became better. In the parlor, they pulled out their cell phones to show their children's misery. Gee, guys, this is really hard to do. It's an injury by an alien. The crowd was silent, which they certainly knew. As you know, the aliens in the city have basically been wiped out lately, and the only ones still roaming around are the alien worshippers. But there's nothing we can do about it. They've got the company behind them. When they heard about the company, they shriveled up, but they were still not willing to do so. Counselor Lu, what do you need that we can give? Gold tickets that we can give out. It's really not enough to hold a fundraiser. Then the poor guy's money is split 50-50 and you guys get your money back, right? These lousy guys are still thinking about enrichment when it comes down to it. If you can, I hope you can give the police officers a boost. They are working very hard. I don't want to see my colleagues die in the line of duty without any value. Everyone present was moved to hear it. What a kind little girl. Of course, it's not mandatory. We were already investigating alien worship, so just go back and wait in peace. The plan is progressing steadily. Kidding, you have money to make the devil work. I still have the Hall of He who sued this official. Sister Chang, do we really have a plan to deal with the alien worshipping cult? The undercover thing is known to only a few people in the bureau. Of course not. Lie to them. The crowd couldn't help but laugh. It wasn't just a white whore, and next time it won't be. So many people died because of the aliens before, and they were so unconcerned that they were only anxious when it was their turn. Are the lives of the rich worth more? Shouldn't they take more social responsibility? Colleagues are very sympathetic to this moral abduction general remarks. Our little salary is not enough to sell their lives. They are essentially no different from the company's kind of bone-knocking, marrow-sucking monsters. If I were to dissipate my family's wealth, I'd definitely give it my all. So that's why it's a good idea to delay it for a day, and you guys can just do what you need to do. However, in a short while, the few people who went out to the field also came back, and it could be seen that they were full of joy. Even Mike, who had been bitter, was now glowing. Yo, isn't this little sister Lu Ching? A few people died at the gangster's place today, all of them with stab wounds. It almost didn't kill me with laughter. Detective Wood was more than happy. You know, everyone, the previous kidney digging case was solved. That place is the Black Clinic on 18th Street. Or they reported it to the police themselves. When we arrived we found 6 corpses, and saved a girl who was forced to have her eggs taken. The people were caught. The sheriff's department doesn't want to be in charge of these gangsters, but they've turned themselves in with their faces plastered on. So how can they not want the credit? Even the conscientious Billy threw off his octagonal hat and hemmed and hawed, revealing a mouthful of big white teeth. You know what? That group of crazy people actually dare to turn themselves in, really laughed to death, and also said that what was attacked by the face-hugging worm. How can anyone be parasitized can survive past the next day? Do you think they are not? Nice guy, going out and picking up performance. His colleague's emotions were mobilized, and he lowered his voice again. What a bunch of idiots. We've already sent them to the hospital. If we can't find out what's in their bodies, they'll all be sent to the mental hospital. As long as the aliens weren't causing trouble, it seemed that no amount of chaos would affect their happiness. It's over. The whole sheriff's department seems to be upside down. LV Ching didn't make much of a stop and took a taxi directly to the church. Today, it's a good day for the assembly in the main hall. Chapter 44 The Test of the Holy Spirit. Inside the church, Marshal Choi and 20 members of the congregation were already geared up and ready to go. They were all the first hosts to be parasitized, and it was clear that this rally was important. Say, why is the main hall in Rilokeshian County? How remote is that? Your Holiness, it's the remoteness that gets less attention and the mountains that make it suitable for a secret base. Rilokeshian County is a hilly county located northeast of the city limits, with a low presence that even gangs don't like to patronize. These guys must have done some bad things. I know, Lord Hall Master, don't call me Pope, it'll show. Okay, teach, Lord Lu Ching. Earlier you said that the sacrifice in the street was made by the headmaster, so there must be an alien queen in the general hall. I just got the encapsulated box, and I'm not sure exactly. Lu Ching was a bit disappointed. If he had met the queen, it would have been a worthwhile trip. 40 minutes later, Lu Ching's minibus stopped in front of a hill. At a glance, mountains that stretched for hundreds of meters were actually hollowed out. Isn't it a bit too arrogant, despite the company backing it up? Several buses were arriving one after another, with what looked like tour groups on them. Chui Shui said that those tourists are religious people in disguise. This is a reservation system scenic spot. Is said to be some kind of Taoist monks to cultivate the right place. Where's the virtuous monk from? I guess it's the place where one of the aliens broke its shell, but masquerading as an attraction doesn't seem so outrageous. The group entered the cave with the flow of people. At first it was so short that they could only advance in a crouch, and after walking 7 or 8 meters, the passage became open. Surrounded by rough stone walls, there are obvious traces of artificial excavation. And further on, a huge stone room appeared. In front of the crowd, a 12-meter high embedded in the rock wall of the gilded thousand-handed goddess of mercy statue. Below the incense burner, wax skewers, futon and merit box. The left side of the statue has numerous small holes hollowed out in the wall, and the wavering oil lamps that are housed in them correspond, while the right side is filled with small bronze Buddhas of pure gold. A closer look reveals that it was donated by devotees, but there were no worshippers present. Entering the cave again, the group walked through the winding tunnels for several minutes before finally arriving at a rich, bright underground church. A red carpet has been spread to the entrance of the cave. On both sides of the beautiful maids, under the stage is the enchanting nuns. On the stage is a number of handsome priests, surrounded by dozens of bodyguards dressed in black suits to maintain order. The headmaster is quite good at this. Lu Jin felt sick. Ever since she entered this church, she felt a special pheromone, like someone struggling in a swamp. That pheromone contained anger and despair. Apparently, only the queen or the forbidden guards possessed such superior emotions. Well, everyone, welcome to today's rally. The speaker on the stage was a middle-aged man with a parted hair, wearing a suit and with a poised demeanor. Like the uncle next door in a teenage girl's fantasy, it's hard to imagine this is a cult leader. As loyal followers of the church, I'm sure you all hold the readiness to give your lives for the gods at any time. Yes, the stage replied in unison. I don't have the slightest doubt about your loyalty to the gods, but well, all faith needs to be practiced for acceptance. So please play a little game next. 8 bodyguards came out pushing small metal boxes. Oops, before anyone here realized the danger, the metal box had been opened. Dozens of facehuggers crawled out. The crowd was worthy of being cultists, not fearful in the slightest. Instead, their faces were excited and their eyes were full of heat. Ladies and gentlemen, come and be tested by the Holy Spirit with the most sincere prayers. Then they closed their eyes tightly, folded their hands, and chanted obscure sacred words out of their mouths. There really is no fear at all. But what's the point of praying in this situation? Can a facehugger understand? And don't the church people take cover? Facehuggers don't discriminate between friend and foe. Outrageously, the facehuggers showed no interest in them, but crawled over to the believers and just plopped down, not moving a muscle. The maid stood gracefully at the far end and the nun sang beautiful hymns. Lord Lu Jin, this is the general hall's means of evangelization. Those with strong faith will not be parasitized, Trey explained in a small voice. What about playing? The alien cult crowd was emboldened. After all, having been parasitized once, can they still be NTR? Lu Jin, on the other hand, had a bad feeling. Could there be someone like himself in the main hall? Or did they come to some sort of understanding with the alien queen? Snap! A face-hugging insect landed on Lu Jin's back and then crawled onto her chest. Help! There seemed to be a faint voice ringing in her ears. And there's a special flavor on this facehugger. Queen's pheromones. Recognizing this pheromone, Lu Jin felt an even stronger anger and despair. And underneath that, there was melting sadness. Mixed emotions blended into that faint cry for help. 20 minutes later, only a dozen or so of the nearly 100 believers present had been parasitized, and the rest of the face-hugging insects had fled back to the metal box. The rest of them were full of excitement after the robbery. The Holy Spirit has recognized me. I'm one step closer to godhood. The Holy Spirit has touched my face. If brainwashing is a low-level tactic, this is definitely a king's bomb. No better than his own trick of inviting God. It seems that all of you have already gained the approval of the gods. Oh lost travelers, when you look back at your own footprints, have you ever realized that they were actually all guided by the gods? These people were either not very mentally healthy or had some side of the alien, and all of them were feeling a lot of emotions at this point. Who saves you when you are in a desperate situation? Who gives you comfort and peace when you are at a loss? Who carries your sins for you when you carry karma in your bodies? It's the gods. Woo-hoo-hoo. The stage broke down into tears. No, what's there to cry about? All these unfaithful people have been able to give birth to the Holy Son of God. Think of what you will get. Hear the applause. To thunderous applause, the parasitized congregants wailed, and as they shrugged their chests, the chestbreaker was born in a bath of blood. Cluck 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 dash. Seemingly inspired by something, the chestbreakers quickly retreated, and one of them even locked eyes with Lu Jin for a moment. It reminded her of the joy she felt at the birth of Hin and Fufu. Having been an alien for over a month, she seemed to have lost most of her humanity, and currently cared about nothing more than expanding her nest, and those lovely daughters. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm sure you all know that the gods are born out of the prayers of mankind, and that we serve the gods, and the gods at the same time give back to us. Drone. Lu Jin's cell phone rang. It was from Zhang Huihong, missionary bishop's letter. Our people have been captured. The information has been leaked. Remember to be careful. What the hell? Are these guys moving that fast? It's only been a few days and they sent an undercover agent and got caught. It's not like they're screwing themselves. I'm sure you all know that there are multiple factions within our alien worship cult. And what should we do about those stupid guys up there who are thinking about sharing the world with the gods? The congregation exchanged words, but did not dare to answer. The gods destroy the world. We destroy the gods, and our gods shall serve us. The word struck them hard. Were even the gods tools to be used? The world belongs to the aliens, more than it belongs to mankind. Honor the gods, but not at the expense of self. Yeah, we're just finally reclaiming what's ours. There seemed to be a trust in the crowd, and as soon as they shouted that, the others didn't even think twice about it and just chimed in. For a church that can control aliens like this, there doesn't seem to be anything wrong with coming up with this idea. 2 bodyguards then walked up with a man covered in bruises. Gentlemen, this is a spy from the state church, a cowardly coexistentialist who is trying to dismantle our faith and betray our secrets. So what do you say? What should be done? Burn him. Yes, burning at the stake. Get in the frying pan. The man's mouth curled into a refreshing smile, and it was clear that he had gotten the answer he wanted. The priests who stood on either side of them at this time copied a bucket of oil and poured it frantically over the traitor. He was elevated high above the ground without a hint of panic in the face of the impending calamity. Gentlemen, the gods are not to be blasphemed. Long live the Holy Maiden. In the face of the traitor's cry, the crowd responded with invective. Click. A match was lit and arced gracefully through the air. Gentlemen, let the flames purify everything. Chapter 45 The Queen's Prison. The flames completely engulfed the man in an instant, and the screams resounded throughout the church. The crowd erupted in cheers, while the people on the stage watched with cold eyes. Half an hour later, the man was burned to a crisp, and the aroma of roasting meat filled the air. Guys, the chief hall master stood on the stage, his eyes coldly staring at the congregants present. This is the punishment given by the gods. Only by firm faith can we gain the blessing of the gods. Let us pray for the newborn world. The religious bowed their heads reverently and, together with the nuns, sang beautiful hymns, as if the whole world was immersed in a state of peace. An hour later, the ceremony was over and the people were taken to their respective lounges, while everyone from north-south was stopped by the nuns. It's a new face. Haven't introduced myself yet. I am Artyom Morozov, the chief hall master of this Sogmundan. Artyom walked up to Lu Qing and politely extended his right hand. Hello Chief Hall Master, I'm LV Qing from North-South. Miss Lu Qing. Oh no, Holy Maiden Sama. Artyom dropped to one knee and kissed her gently on the back of her hand. No, you're mistaken. Lu Qing is a little panicked. The bottom line is known. This is not a white gift to come. I guess we'll just have to silence them all. Great Holy Maiden who gave birth to the Supreme Deity. Even if I confuse the sun and the moon, I will not mistake you. Your arrival has brought this place to life. His voice lifted 2 degrees and the priests and nuns fell to their knees in unison and closed their eyes in reverence. Say, what do you want? Lu Qing shrugged his shoulders, and if he couldn't, he would just compare notes. Holy Virgin Sama, a figure like you will surely not be depressed long enough to live under people, to be at the mercy of the gods, or to be used by those cowardly coexisting factions. Seeing that Lu Qing was silent, he continued to speak. So are you interested in joining us? After the end of the world, the mission of the gods is complete and the world will return to the hands of mankind. You can control the gods, and naturally you can destroy them as well. It's not easy to refuse these righteous words. And also, does this bird think he's God? No, I have no interest in your factional struggles. I will simply stand by the gods and not interfere, and it is none of my business what the outcome will be. He nodded, not the desired answer, but at least she wouldn't interfere with his plans. Yes, my lady saint, make yourself at home, and I will show you the secrets of the general hall in the evening, and I hope you will return to your senses at that time. Neuropathy, say what you will, Lu Qing can't kill his own child. In the evening, accompanied by Cui Shui, Lu Qing once again came to the church, and with them were the other parishioners. Gentlemen, by the blessing of the Holy Maiden Sama, you will witness the top secret of our alien-worshipping cult. Artyom clapped his hands together and the wall behind him cracked open. A huge hidden door opened, and with the sound of rattling gears, several more gates seemed to open in the passage. The crowd couldn't hide their excitement and followed him into the passage. After about a kilometer in the winding cul-de-sac, they came to a thick metal gate. Artyom successively performed iris, fingerprint and voice verification before that gate slowly opened. Disgusting. Lu Qing recognized the queen's pheromones again, and the complexity of it made her nearly vomit. Lady first, your holiness, please. He gentlemanly extended an invitation to Lu Qing. 4 guards with spears on their backs and black armor saluted in unison. Lord Hall Master, distinguished guests, welcome. The black armor was obviously made from an alien exoskeleton, and the spear was a tail. This reminded Lu Qing of the cannibal tribes that used human bones for armor. It's barbaric. Upon entering the front door, there was a large display room with several alien skulls and head shells hanging from the walls on either side, and underneath them, 6 alien specimens of various shapes and sizes were housed in display cases. The two sides of the cabinet are arranged as a dozen more than a meter-high culture jar, which is filled with live face-hugging insects. What a trophy showroom. The crowd, on the other hand, was as intoxicated as if they were drinking manna. It seemed that the chief hallmaster was right, and destroying the gods didn't seem impossible. Everyone, keep your eyes open. Next you may see the most shocking scene in your life. Through the display room, the thick gates opened again, and inside was a large laboratory consisting of a dozen chambers, with a dozen soldiers in black armor making their rounds. In the outermost hatch, several craftsmen were dismembering a dead alien and collecting various materials. Next door to them, several people had riveted the alien shells to the one-man exoskeletons, while another group was using the alien tails to make weapons like spears, long swords, and wrist blades. Further on in the experimental area, several staff in protective suits were performing vivisection on the aliens. The outrageous thing was that the alien wasn't restrained in any way, just quietly allowed to be slaughtered. On top of that, the dissections of the facehuggers and chestbreakers were proceeding methodically. In addition to the aliens, there was another group that was operating on the human host, and Lu Jin could see clearly that they were planning to take out a newly developed chestbreaker that was as tiny as a grass snake. The crowd was mesmerized by what they were watching, and to Lu Jin, it was a drawing of hell, where his fellow countrymen were being brutally experimented on by evil humans. Lu Jin seemed to be beginning to understand the angry feelings. She ended up dry heaving. Holy Maiden-sama, are you alright? Concerned, Artyom held her up. I'm just, a little nauseous. She shot to her feet. Even though it was someone else's child, it was a disgrace that the alien was being slaughtered so freely by humans. Whether it's to help them be decent or out of personal emotion, no one here must be left behind today. Boys, it's time to get up. Inside the lounge, the 20 congregants suddenly sat up in unison, looking at each other, already knowing that the end was near. None of them uttered a complaint. Instead, they consciously took off their clothes to lessen the resistance of the chestbreakers. For the sake of the gods, and for the Holy Maiden, their chests burst, and the long-lurking chestbreaker was born in this lightless underground. Are you better, Holy Maiden? Aha! Lu Jin stood up straight and patted his chest. Is there anything less than that? And that alone is not enough to make me change my mind. Sure, Artyom smiled. Everyone, please follow me. The crowd came to the end of the lab, and in front of them was a huge spherical glass window. Outside the window, countless strips of lights illuminated the area as bright as day, and several thigh-thick metal frames were embedded in the roughly excavated mountain. In this metal cage, an alien queen of nearly 6 meters in length was heavily bound by chains and hanging in midair. Electric currents visible to the naked eye flowed through her at times, and if she wailed, she was forced to calm down by liquid nitrogen, and the bloated spawner behind her was still producing egg-shaped worms. Race, alien. Sex, female and male. Rank, 49. Evolution, 43%. Creature level, Queen of the Fourth Order. Skills, spawning, domination, dual parasitism. LV Ching couldn't stand to watch. It was too inhumane. The human race is hopeless. It must all be parasitized. Ding! The main quest, Deliverance, has been triggered. Kill the trapped alien queen. The quest rewards evolution points *50. Black water *50. Queen core *1. Ow. Seemingly sensing something, the queen ignored the liquid nitrogen and electric current and hissed long and hard, staring deathly at Lu Jin outside the window. You, too, are a queen, aren't you? Chapter 46, Please, Your Majesty. Can you tell? The alien queen's voice directly entered Lu Jin's brain. When she saw a response from her opponent, she lowered her head and the liquid nitrogen stopped spraying. I can tell that you're an alpha beyond reason. Yes, indeed alpha. What do you want? As the two of them exchanged brainwaves, Lu Jin felt her intensely fluctuating emotions. For the sake of being of the same race, please help me, please kill me. I didn't expect her to say such an anticlimactic request. Lu Jin somewhat sympathized with her. What could force the titular queen to beg others to kill her? Why, can't you escape? There's no point in running away with a bomb planted in my body. And besides, my children have suffered too much, or because of the baby. But how did the bomb get in there? I was forced to spawn here, day and night, and they would threaten me with those eggs to get the children to do their work for them. And even though that wouldn't solve the problem, I had no choice. So that's how it was. The reason those people weren't attacked was because the queen was behind the maneuvering, and the church's people were directly grasping the queen's soft underbelly. It seems that intelligent creatures that have evolved to a certain point and have feelings have instead degraded it. However, if his daughters were to suffer here, Lu Jin was afraid that he would obediently cooperate or end himself earlier. Even in the movie, the alien queen will give in to humans to protect her eggs. Lu Jin comforted himself in this way. How about it, Holy Maiden? Have you changed your mind? Maybe. Can I get a closer look? The crowd descended the stairs to the queen's body. Gentlemen, even the holy maiden Sama has said that the alien queen is the true god, and what you see before you is the real deal. The crowd was excited, but they weren't as out of sorts as they had been before. After all, nothing appeared out of place in this magical main hall. God Sama, are you happy that I have brought the devotee to you? The hall masters hurriedly knelt down at the words and rushed to pray for the queen. Humph, praying to the rank and file. Humans are really hypocritical. This guy comes almost every day. Seeming to have finally found a kindred spirit, the queen was confiding in her. Gods? Is this how you enslave the gods and abuse them? Lu Jin pointed at the queen behind him, his face cold and ugly. Of course not. It's an agreement between the gods and us to prevent her from accidentally hurting anyone. Don't you think that's great? Do you expect me to believe that? You're nothing but a blasphemer too. Do you want to try letting her go and see if the gods will give you their blessing? Artyom apparently thought it was a false accusation. Lu Jin, don't go too far. I honor you as a holy maiden. That's why I'm courteous to you. Don't think that just because you can spawn a queen that you're great. We can control the queen just as well. Ding! The third stage of the main quest, Reject Cults. Start with me, has been triggered. Destroy all humans in the main hall. The quest rewards evolution points *20. Tasks always come so subtly, and one is planning to do just that. Well. The pointless argument did not continue. What's the point of putting up with him for a while? They're all going to die later anyway. Lu Jin, what a nice name. What? You don't have a name? No. Names, to an alien, should be luxuries. Well, my queenly highness, you'll be called Machisan. Ka. The world suddenly went dark. Without the stimulation of the electric current, Inkdye finally stopped her restless spawning for the time being. Beyond the cave, Ray was lying in a pit chewing on a wire she had just dug up. TSK, this stuff is awful. It's better to have Barfy. Go back and ask Mom to bring a copy for the big sister and the third sister. The second sister will just eat the stone. Everyone, protect the queen and switch to alternate circuits now. It was said to be protection, but in reality it was fear that she would take advantage of the situation and run away. Hall Master, here's, a howl came over the intercom, followed by the roar of the alien. Hall Master, the generator has been damaged. The men in charge of maintenance were sending messages one by one and disappearing one after another, which devastated Artyom. Wastes, all of them. It's you, these stupid heirs of yours who have gone mad. Instead of ignoring him, Imogen retracted his head back to the crown to make small talk with Lu Jin. Did your boy do that? That's pretty good. Looks like you were prepared for it too. Of course, my daughter is #1 in the world. When he mentioned this, Lu Jin was full of pride. So, can you please take care of the baby for me when I die? Pardon me for not being able to follow orders. Even if this queen is friendly, there's no guarantee that her children don't have backbones. I can pass them on to. Well, never mind then. Hearing her lost voice, Lu Jin was a little heartbroken. But, at least, I can take them to kill everyone here. Upon hearing this, the queen immediately gave an order to all the children through the hive consciousness, annihilate all humans. For a few moments, the sounds of screams were interspersed with gunshots and alien howls. A red warning light was illuminated on the base. Damn you to hell. The furious Artyom took out the remote control and wanted to detonate the bomb, but naturally Lu Jin beside him didn't give him a chance and kicked him away. Wow, a detonator. Oh, kids can't carry around this kind of tincture. She crushed the remote control as soon as she could, and next it was time to enjoy the spoils. Almost time for me to rest. Then, please, my queen. Mochizuki seemed to close his eyes. No longer attached to the world, living had become a burden to her. In her opinion, death at the hands of her own kind was much better than death at the hands of a human. Lu Jin took a deep breath, then mounted the cage with lightning speed. The confused guards raised their guns and fired, but the bullets hit the duo like sponges. It's quick, it won't hurt. She stretched out her sharp claws and swung them towards the queen's neck, and in the next moment, the huge crown fell to the ground with a bang. Ding! The main quest, Deliverance, has been completed. The quest rewards evolution points *50. Black water *50 have arrived. Queen Core *1 has been obtained, and the Facehugger bug derived skill. Double parasitism. The parasitized human host has a 50% probability of producing 2 breastbreakers. Good enough. Playing probability with me here? Lu Jin climbed up the rock wall and became one with the darkness. The guards below had lost their target and were momentarily at a loss as to what to do. In front of them were dozens of face-hugging bugs about to break out of their shells, and the door kept flashing with frenzied aliens that seemed to be intent on trapping them here. Extreme tension, adrenaline rush, good, valuable prey. Wow! The glass above suddenly shattered and a dark shadow swished out. The startled guards rushed to shoot indiscriminately. Cluck cluck cluck. Somewhere in the corner came the eerie laughter of a little girl. Asterisk 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 couldn't it be haunted? Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. Trust science. Ha ha ha, believe in science. Why are you guys worshipping God? The little girl's lilting voice came from the ceiling again. The gods are dead. Now it's time for me, the evil spirit, to ascend. He he he. The voice seemed to come from all directions, and the crowd, in the darkness, could only see a ghostly, tiny shadow that appeared randomly in every unexpected corner. Nonetheless, they frantically declared bullets until their magazines were empty. Do the uncles want to play with me? Creepy voices appeared behind them. One team member turned his head and relaxed when he realized it was a tiny girl. Nope, what good can a little girl be at this time of year? Captain, there's something wrong with this guy. Turning his head, he realized that his teammate was already being held to death by the Facehugger. Is she actually playing match with the Facehugger? Could it really be the evil spirit in the Queen's body? Until the moment he was parasitized, he hadn't figured out how it happened. What a mongrel. Mongrel. The black shadow quickly disappeared, and in the next moment, she was face to face with Lu Jin, who was climbing on the rock wall. Geez, Ray, you're so good at this. Chapter 47, Inhuman Experiments. Hey, didn't Mom say that people are most afraid of ghosts? Auntie Jin Ran has a lot of these CDs there. Good, wow, you actually sneaking a movie. It's only been a few days, and you've learned to peek at the plate, almost like when you were a kid. Ray, go check on the hallmates. Don't get parasitized. Ah, well, she pouted, as if a little reluctant. It's just a couple of humans. Why save him? Boo. Ray rolled over and landed on the ground, and the facehuggers around her backed away in shock. The hall masters who were cowering to the side were as if they had been given a new lease of life at this time. Artyom, who had been kicked unconscious by Lu Jin, also woke up, but to him, the tiny young girl was like a god descending, dispersing the monsters around her, and saving his followers. Is God a goddess? Yeah, you're sick. At this moment, a dozen or so fuming aliens rushed in, facing Ray but not daring to approach. What are you looking at? It's none of your business, so go about your business. The aliens seemed to understand and made way for her. Ray grabbed him by the hair and walked over to the Queen's body. Mom, the big bad guy is still there? What to do with it? Lu Jin rolled over and landed lightly on the ground. Does Ray have any interesting ideas? TSK. She frowned and rubbed her chin, looking up at the Queen's massive tiara with a honeyed smile. Good girl, don't frown all the time. You'll get old. Oh, I know. Mom, look, Auntie Queen is still bleeding. Why don't we let him drink blood? Ha? Artyom was a little confused. One lick of this stuff and the person is gone. No, Lu Jin, no, holy maiden, you can't drink this stuff. It'll kill you. Of course, we don't intend to let you live. Numb. Artyom was completely numb. He had thought that he would be able to make it big after controlling the Queen. Who would have thought that Lu Jin had slaughtered the Queen? And then there's this little girl of unknown origin, and the duo have turned their hard-earned base upside down. But now that it's come to this, dying is fine. But drinking acidic blood is such an ugly way to die. He still wanted to take one last shot. Lord Holy Maiden, we have, here, other secrets. Well, of course I know. I'll take my time finding it after you're dead. No, you can't. That's a very important experiment. I can help you. Don't paint a picture. I'm full. I'm not so full that I'd let a human help. LV Jin's eyes were fierce, and the aliens behind him were dumbfounded. It's an alien blood-swapping experiment. He gritted his teeth and surrendered his last card. Lu Jin was also a bit confused. Alien? Blood change? This seems completely unconnected. You'd better be. Yes. The lab is down there. I'll take you there now. He hurriedly got up, only to have Ray tug on his hair again. Artyom, I should shave my head. What's your hurry? Did Mom let you go? Click. Ray stomped on one of his legs. What an understanding little girl. Artyom struggled to his feet, dragging his broken leg with him, and groped for a moment on one side of the stone wall. And then there was a shaking of the ground, and then the floor opened up, revealing an improvised elevator. Daughters, come on, watch these old dens. A hissing sound rang out as a dozen strong aliens arrived one after another. First time I've met you, Pa. Keep an eye on these guys for Mommy. The aliens surrounded Lu Jin, who gently patted their heads as if teasing a puppy. The trio took the elevator and descended roughly 5 floors as they arrived at another lab. It's a much smaller lab, but still brutal. In front of them, as usual, were jars of face-hugging worms, followed by 8 coffin-like test chambers, in which lay human beings in a gruesome state of death. Holy Maiden Sama, this is the video recording of the blood-swapping experiment. Artyom picked up the tablet on desk 1 and pulled up the records. The video shows a lanky man strapped to an operating table, his thighs, arms, neck and chest filled with tubes. The staff connected the hemodialyzer to a black tank. The Alien Blood Exchange Experiment. The first experiment begins to record that we will be replacing human blood with the strong acidic blood of the aliens. The speaker was none other than Artyom. The instrument activated and the man wailed frantically, his body spasming uncontrollably. After about 20 seconds, the man was already corroded in pieces, corresponding to the remains in coffin number 1. Neuropathy. There's no point in this experiment at all. Then came platform 2. The same experimental process, but the man miraculously lasted 10 minutes, but with a zippy sound. He swelled up like a balloon and then slowly deflated again. This was followed by platform 3. A more anticlimactic individual who lost his vital signs just as the blood exchange began, but withstood the subsequent transfusion. Inside the experimental silo, experiment number 3 was similarly green-skinned and swollen like a balloon. Instead, Artyom in the video exclaimed in surprise, "My Taisho! Substantial breakthrough!" The next experiment was unsurprising, as they killed the subject, then swapped blood, and ended up with a bizarre corpse. Psycho. Artyom, is there something wrong with you here? Lu Jin pointed to his head. The experiment was already making her feel physically ill. No, Holy Maiden-sama. This is really a breakthrough. Please read on. Look at your xylophone head. Just give me the results in a simple and concise manner. I don't want to see it. Good. We found that the alien's strongly acidic blood, when exposed to air and oxidized, ceased to be corrosive. But the alien's blood carries a strange bioelectricity. Bioelectricity? What does it mean? Are you kidding? Can your own blood generate electricity? Such blood can be injected into the experimenter without any problems, but live injection is affected by human bioelectricity, and the alien's blood will again be corrosive. Similar to experiment number 2, subject number 5 exploded when the blood change was complete. Subjects 6 and 7 had their blood replaced immediately after death. The test was successful but of no value. Inside the 6th and 7th experimental floors lay 2 guys who were already covered in abscesses and swollen. Not humanoid, their skin resembling a toad showing a corpse green color. Looking very disgusting. Their blood is not corrosive, but the last sample was a surprise. Speaking of this, Artyom seemed to forget the situation at hand and became unusually agitated. Sample number 8's blood was corrosive and returned from the dead within an hour of the experiment. What? It's too counterintuitive, isn't it? Lu Jin rubbed his eyes, wondering if he had heard wrong. In the video, though, the disgusting guy did move. Holy Maiden-sama, please see. This is the result of our experiment. Artyom opened the lab pod, and the mangy corpse inside seemed to be motionless because of the anesthetic. Cluck. After a few seconds, the thing seemed to let out a grunt, then sat up violently like a zombie. The pus on its body was squeezed out, and the green writing fell to the ground in a gush of white smoke. Holy Maiden-sama, are you still satisfied with the results of this experiment? An innocent smile appeared on Artyom's face. Strange cries came from the monster's throat as if it was saying something, and the belly that swelled several times larger also sprayed acidic blood towards Lu Jin from time to time. Ray, get out of the way. Lu Jin pulled over her fuming daughter with one hand. It's a scene that I wonder if she's left in the shadows like she did when she watched zombie movies as a child. Phew, it's a long shot. Silly daughter, if we burn our clothes, we'll be embarrassed when we go out. Chapter 48, The Alien Who Was Set Up. Artyom, you two are more or less off the mark. Ray shrank in Lu Jin's arms, presumably truly frightened. The creature's swollen body was still bulging slightly, as if something was trying to get out. This stuff is really kind of scary. Sound of escaping laughter. Lu Jin stretched out his tail and ran the creature's body through, spilling green water all over the place, accompanied by a disgusting smell. Mother and daughter were made to dry heave. Al, something, are you trying to get us killed? I'm not. Artyom was flabbergasted. Where was the flavor in that? Besides, this monster could only move a little before. How come it's so aggressive today? It's too late to jump into the Eastern Ocean. No, what's with the tail? The monster collapsed to the ground, its bad skin on top of being constantly jacked up, only to hear a cooching sound. The monster's stomach split open a few slits, and a few face-hugging worms actually drilled out from inside. Seeing this, Ray didn't seem to be afraid anymore. What a new egg-shaped bug. Good girl, get those little guys. No, it stinks. Lei was filled with disgust and directly used her tail to zap a few face-hugging insects. Then she sent them to Lu Jin. It's just a regular face-hugging bug, but it really stinks. Ray, wipe it off. Mommy, it's so dirty. I can't have my tail. Ooh-hoo, cut it off for me. This is great. What can we do if we play chase the tail later? God-sama. Artyom seemed to understand, remembering the over-the-top remarks he'd made with some trepidation. Ahem, what are your orders, Lord Chief Hall Master? Well, your research projects felt valuable. Thanks for sharing. Ah, that. So, a glimmer of hope rose in Artyom, in case there was a miracle. So you're worthless. You can't do this. Foreseeing his own gruesome death, his eyes lost their luster. Alas, you can't say that. You've abused and killed so many aliens. It's time to atone for your sins, right? How about letting the aliens outside compete with you? So here it is. I won't let you drink sour blood. Really? Maybe it would even be a comfortable death. He breathed a little sigh of relief. Lie down. Lu Qing tied the lifeless-looking Artyom to the lab table, with all the equipment for blood exchange. No, 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 kill me, please, don't do it. He hadn't thought that cruel experiments on others would fall on his head. One of my classmates is a biochemistry major. I'm roommates with her, so don't worry if I'm around. No longer paying attention to his pleas for mercy, Lu Qing inserted the tube and activated the instrument. The green blood slowly flowed into his body and his adrenaline increased until he was foaming at the mouth with spasms. Wow, Mom, he's a crab, eh? Ray loved his miserable face, too, accompanied by a strange wailing sound. Lu Qing gently took his daughter into his arms and quietly listened to the last single of his life. 10 minutes later, the blood exchange was over, and to prevent it from getting everywhere, Lu Qing thoughtfully closed the hatch. Artyom's body swelled up like a balloon. At this point he seemed to remain conscious, trying to speak but unable to move his mouth. His features had turned into a lump. All he could do was frantically scratch at his skin, green blood oozing out and burning him with several more cuts instead. Boo! The hatch cover was evenly glued with a layer of green slime. Back on the upper level, there were already over 40 aliens gathered here, seemingly mourning their queen. Cui Shui, on the other hand, conducted a new round of brainwashing on those few hall masters. Under the protection of his own daughters, the aliens didn't dare to mess around. Your Holiness, you, seeing the long tail behind the mother and daughter, he seemed to understand something. You really are, God. Sure, don't tell anyone, yo. Lu Qing winked at them, and the playful young girl did not make them swoon, but instead broke out in a cold sweat. Lu Qing, I blanch. You all blush for me. Ahem. Children, be quiet. Lu Qing exuded the queen's pheromones, and the manic aliens who were back under control finally quieted down slightly. Children, your queen was killed by me. Will you follow me? No response. She made another brainwave exchange, and most were willing to stay. It seems the queen is lonely too, and her children don't have much communication skills. Go away if you don't want to. Go start your own nests, but don't hurt my children in the future. At that, half a dozen aliens silently turned away. Lu Qing glanced at Lei, who was undressing. Mother and daughter smiled at each other, and the next moment a huge black shadow blocked the door. Ow dash. None of you are going anywhere. The huge forbidding alien let out a pouty growl. The people and aliens in the room were confused. This was more or less outrageous. What followed was an unsuspecting bloodline crush. Ha! Ha! Children, don't be afraid. They're pricks, and they'll harm you if you don't get rid of them. Lu Qing was a bit vain. Although the alien's intelligence was basically used in fighting and survival, it was not stupid. The rest of the aliens were prostrate on the ground. See? Scared. I clearly told your queen that I wouldn't keep you, but I'm being merciful now, and you should be thanking me. The aliens looked at each other, not really knowing what awaited them next. With a maddening burst of pheromones, they hissed wildly, as if the sisters had become mother killers. At the same time, an unquestionable order was received in their heads: leave 10. In an instant, dozens of aliens twisted and fought, and the spacious stone hall became chaotic. Mom, you can't pick the forbidden guards out of them. Ray's side of the battle was simply over, with a struggling alien skewered on her tail. Good girl. Words can't be said like that. Hearing their conversation, the aliens in the sparring match worked even harder. A sisterly battle to the death. Lu Qing is very pleased. Lei is a big smart positive words. Give them something to look forward to. These guys, I see you dead. Not long after, the battle ended, leaving only 10 colorful aliens lying prostrate on the ground. Ding. Has killed worker bee alien *34? Gained evolution points *34, Blackwater *34. Very well, I'm very pleased with your performance, so enjoy the glorious evolution next. Lu Qing changed back into her queenly form, and that magnificent figure caused all the humans present to change their faces. Alien queen, and an alien queen who can turn into a human, which is a god no doubt. She also brought a daughter who could turn into a human, and the CPU burned dry. Only Cui Shui still retained his consciousness and led the crowd in frantic worship. Under the pheromones catalyst, those alien bodies immediately changed. Wounds healed extremely quickly, and the hard exoskeletons gradually softened and faded. After about 10 minutes, the battle-hardened alien had degenerated into a level 0, rank 0 drudge. Even though they were doubtful, they could no longer go against the queen's will at this point. It's as safe and convenient as turning a man who could be a scourge to the palace into a eunuch. Well, Boys, it's time to go about your duties. With the Queen's orders, the 10 hard-working aliens had to start building their nests at their leisure. Not to mention, the drudge aliens build nests much faster than worker bees. Lu Jin was very satisfied. Not only did he fulfill Ink Dai's wish, but he also didn't have to take risks. It was like killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Soon, the lair in the stone hall had been constructed, and she moved the Queen's body away, leaving only a few metal frames as handrails so that it was, well, more comfortable to hang. And so, Lu Jin began the boring and joyful spawning session. It won't be long before the place is packed with her kids. Chapter 49, Evolution has a tongue twister to say. In the meantime, Lu Jin had gotten a craftsman to build the Queen's tail into a wrist blade according to the company's pattern. As for the huge head, she hung it in the Queen's hearing as a commemorative medal. 2 days later, Lu Jin had laid over 1,000 eggs, and the believers participating in the rally had all had their chests parasitized and broken. See, no good can come from believing in a cult. Ding! The third stage of the main quest, Reject Cults, Start With Me, has been completed, and the quest reward of evolution points *20 has arrived. Ding! A new nest has been opened. The host has spawned a total of 1,021 eggs this time. 244 have hatched. The number of offspring has increased by 368, rewarded with evolution points *18, and your evolution degree has increased to 59%. Looks like the key to evolution is still hunting queens and having babies. Not even close to an army of aliens crushing humanity. System, tell me how likely it is that if I stop pretending now and go crazy and parasitize humans and take over the world. 0. What about the occupation of the state of Rivorno? 8%. Holy, no, that's too low? Lu Jin couldn't believe that he was actually this good. So wouldn't this bout of work be for nothing? Where is low? This configuration has always been this value. The host does not have eyes, cannot say nonsense. Reflect on it. So many days, air has not increased. There is no good in good to give birth to children? However, Lu Jin also felt that he was too merciful, not willing to let the children charge into battle, and not willing to kill at will. After all, those were all precious hosts. It's not like other aliens are going to kick their own nest one day. Hey, kids, come here. At her call, hundreds of aliens all gathered in the Queen's hall. No, how come there's not one alpha? Lu Jin looked around the room, somewhat disappointed. Why? Forget it, let's see, who has a higher rank? In addition to the initial 20 aliens, 5 newborns evolved into warriors, only they were slightly smaller. The levels were all 25 to 27, middle of the road, but the 5 little ones had evolved to a staggering 30%. Daughters, repeat after your mommy. Eat grapes without spitting out their skins. Don't eat grapes, eat poof. Grapes, poof. Mom, their mouths and brains are probably in knots. Eat grapes, ordinary grapes. Skin. Only one barely said half a word. You, yes you, good girl, come here. System, I'll take a royal gel. Ding, the host's new lair has more than 300 children, and will receive a 50% discount this time. Her abdomen secreted a yellowish gel, which the drudge collected and handed to the alien. Good girl, eat. So the tongue twister was the key to evolution? Without any hesitation, she clicked her tongue and ate it. A few minutes later, a new forbidden guard broke out of his cocoon. Well, it's nice, but Lu Jin was a bit confused. There was something abnormal about this forbidden guard, aside from the fact that its body was smaller and its surface exoskeleton had no lines and was smooth. It just looked weak. Ding, individual new has been detected. Congratulations to the host for cultivating a new forbidden guard, new. Rewarded with evolution points *30. What chick individual? How come she gave a triple reward? System, did you get a bug? Lu Jin didn't get a response. Ding, individual is a rare high IQ individual that evolved after the face-hugging worm parasitized a highly intelligent host and sucked its brain. Please pay extra attention to the host. Individuals are weak in combat ability. Please give appropriate protection. So much for having to thank those evil scientists. How high is her IQ? Taller than you. Good daughter. Mommy will give you a name. You were born in a cave. Then you will be called Lu Shanshan. The children dispersed. She dressed, picked up Ray, who was still sleeping in the burrow, and left the nest. Inside the church, Cui Shui was saying a strange prayer with the believers. Ever since they had seen Lu Jin's true form, they had been obediently parasitized and their eyes had become clear. What kind of laborious god? Lord Lu Jin is the only god. 110 people came on the bus then. Now there are only 8 left. Just go back and take a taxi. Up to this point, the entire Sogmund and worshipful alien cult was basically under Lu Jin's control. On the way back, Lu Jin opened his dead cell phone, only to realize that there were already a dozen unread messages. It's basically Olivia in pieces. One of the text messages from an unfamiliar number was signed by Su Su, and the content was simple, using his position. He had discovered Coronos's alien experimentation base in the city of Contessa. The genus is anticlimactic, and by that extrapolation, the Federation and Empire should be working on aliens as well. Meanwhile, inside the conference room of the biotech company, Dr. Lu, are you surprised? The tablet in Lu Jin Ran's hand was playing a bizarre video. Lu Qing was killing it on Sog Mountain, blocking the sharp tail spikes with her flesh alone, and the next moment, several aliens were being beheaded and disemboweled by her. The holder of the video is officially the company's managing director, Maxwell Spencer. This may be that she was born with godly strength, plus exercise in later life. Lu Jin Ran hid the alien abduction thing. The other side will not believe it. If they believe it, will also be taken away slices. What about this? Maxwell pulled up a second video where Ray's body was getting taller and then was looking in the mirror with Lu Qing. No, why do I have surveillance in my house? Sir, you're invading my privacy. I'm going to report you to the council. No, Dr. Lu, you're mistaken. This was unintentionally taken by our people when they were mapping the opposite building. Then, the last witness. You might want to listen carefully to what he saw. The other person in the conference room was a supervisor in the company's operations department who had joined alienism with the same obsession with aliens. That day, he was present when Lu Qing punished the traitor, but he chose to betray in order to fight for a future. Hearing this absurd statement, Lu Jin Ran were all a bit clammed up. Gentlemen, the mental hospital is not far from us. Do you need me to register you? No, I should call the police. As the head of the company, you're actually high on drugs. Wait for the bottom of the jail. Maxwell just smiled lightly, not angry. Unfortunately, Mr. Kawai doesn't have a history of S*King or mental illness, and the polygraph proves he's not lying. Lu Jin Ran was a bit shaken, and when he thought about it carefully, there were indeed quite a lot of suspicions on Lu Qing. The first time we met, we realized that she seemed to be somewhat intimidating to the Facehuggers, and the alien line of rhetoric didn't quite stand up. Still, she felt the friend's sister was innocent. You mean, Lu Qing can control aliens and may be the alien queen, and her daughter is also an alien and can turn into a humanoid. Come on, have you watched too many metaphysical dramas? Maxwell, for his part, looped her from behind and placed an injection gun in her hand. Go ahead and try, and if you find something wrong, bring her here. P137-3 derived extract, which is the anesthetic you developed against the aliens. Go ahead and use it. Lu Jin Ran broke away from him, dropped the anesthetic on the table, and turned to leave. I'd jump from here, but I wouldn't betray my friends. Maxwell, for his part, gave a mocking smile. I'll keep the anesthetic in safe number 5 in the lab building. You can get it anytime you want it. Chapter 50, The Flower of the Mob. Back in Sogmenden, Lu Qing went to the office. When she brought her daughter into the boss's office, all her co-workers were confused. Good guy. Feelings already have children, no wonder. Zhang Huihong was also full of questions when he saw the smaller Lu Qing. Hey, Xiao Zhang. Susu said that the experimental site of the Corino company was discovered over in the state city. Is this reliable? Oh, Holy Maiden Sama. This is something the bishop and I have talked about. When the company had a project to provide a site for research, but it was shelved due to internal factional struggles. Lu Qing didn't really understand. It was reasonable to say that the alien's body was very valuable for research. It was impossible for the company to disdain it. So they turned their heads and secretly researched it themselves. But to put out this kind of news at this time, it's obvious that there's a purpose to it. So do you think we need to check it out? I have no right to interfere in the decisions of the Holy Maiden Sama, but I will give my full support. No, man, why are you so licked up? Alright, we'll see about that when we go to the bishop's on Sunday. Just after leaving the company, Lu Qing felt a gust of fragrant wind coming. Guess who I am? Without even looking back, she choked her assailant with precision. Little green sis, yes, the visitor was none other than Olivia, who by now had straightened her hair and was looking quite cute in her hot girl outfit. She was also twitchy as always. No, what's wrong with me having electricity on me? Oh, sorry, almost strangled you. What are you doing? Ahem, I've missed you. I haven't seen you in a week and I'm going completely crazy. Oh, Lu Qing was expressionless as he led his daughter to continue her journey. Olivia, on the other hand, caught up at a trot. Sister Green, are you playing placement play? How do you know I like it? He. The demented woman spoke, drawing strange looks from passers-by. Holy, what a scourge. Olivia, what do you want? No, I just like Sister Qing. No way, mommy is mine. Hearing this, Lei alertly hugged Lu Qing. Hey, don't upset my daughter. With an awkward shrug, Olivia continued. Actually, there's a casting call tonight at 8 o'clock at the Emerald Dream Clubhouse in Nord-South for the Flower of the Mob. And I'm told that the executives of the Black Hand Gang and the Raging Rooster of Power Gang will be there. The Black Hand Gang? Wouldn't that mean that old boy Zhao Feiying might come? So, you think it's so I can help you get rid of them to set up a show? Ha! Olivia was dumbfounded. If this beheads another gang, isn't that the same as declaring war with the road? How can this business be done in the future? Sister Chang, you're not afraid, but I'm very afraid. I'm trying to let you get to know them, and then slowly find a chance later. Also, I think it would be easy for you to get a flower girl. Ha. Returning home, Lu Qing lay on the sofa after a long time, and opened Happy Water to brush up on short videos. Mom, are cell phones that much fun? Ray didn't understand why her mom sometimes giggled at the little box. Lay be good. How about if you can get a small promotion from Auntie Jin Ran's? Mommy will buy you a cell phone. Oh, the little girl pouted, obviously not very interested, but having made a pact with Lu Qing, she happily brushed up her summer vacation life with reluctance. It was good that it was at the elementary school level, and LV Qing was still able to give some guidance. Later in the evening, Lu Jin Ran returned. Seeing this cozy scene of mother and daughter picking lamps to study, she was also in a bit of a trance. How can the alien queen be so lifelike? There must be some mistake. Ray, you're studying hard. That's great. Seeing that she had already learned 4th grade, Lu Jin Ran felt relieved. After the meal, Lu Qing put on her makeup, and Lu Jin Ran was a bit surprised to see this dusty look. Sister Jin Ran, can you take the kids for me? I'm meeting a friend at the bar. Oh, the bar hopping Louis Qing. First time I've seen her. Is she trying to 419? Lu Qing changed into an evening gown she hadn't even seen before and took a taxi to Emerald Dream. True to form, the entire building was plastered in rose gold brick, reflecting the orange streetlights, making it as ugly as it could be. Olivia had been waiting for a long time, and she had even changed into a kunai sailor's outfit for a more innocent look? No, I didn't, okay? Who in a good family's JK would come to a gangster's clubhouse at night? Wow, Sister Green, you're too beautiful. Let me lick it. This one was truly seductive, with the bling-bling silver evening gown accentuating her beautiful lines across the board. Under the moonlight, that bare back was as infinite as warm jade. At this time several people who looked like they had a lot of weight entered the clubhouse one after another, followed by bodyguards who were not willing to take off their sunglasses. Needless to ask, it must be a gangster. Entering the clubhouse, there was no loud cheesy music. Instead it was very soothing, even a little tasteful, but the guests were noisy. In the hall on the 3rd floor, a group of bigwigs sat on plush sofas, still holding cool young girls left and right, rippling in the face of the vulgar dancing of the heavily made-up girls on stage. Miss, would you do me the honor of a dance? At this moment, Lu Qing was discussing with Olivia whether or not to add cilantro to cocktails, and was a little upset at being interrupted. No, man, you. Turning his head, he saw a clean-cut face. Yo, isn't this that Zhao Duke? Is he on top of his head? You didn't recognize him after you beat him up yourself? You are. My name is Zhao Minglong. I'm 24 years old, and I'm the leader of the Black Hand Gang. I haven't asked for your name yet. Miss, you're the son of the father, aren't you? You've become the leader of the gang after a few days? My name is White Little Flower. Oh, it's Little Flower Sister. Ah, what a cute name. I just heard you guys discussing cilantro. Ah, I think the cocktail should add 92 sesame oil, otherwise it affects the mitosis of the steering wheel, which in turn alters the yellow and red cross angles, resulting in a non-crispy texture of the buns. Not to mention, he's a lot of fun to talk to, despite all the bad things he's done. Well folks, next we will reveal the current gangster's flower. The spotlight swept over the 5 girls on stage as they held their breath and kept their smiles, expecting the big prize to fall on their heads. The winner is. Before the host could finish his words, his entire face was wrapped in a yellow object. Face-hugging bugs. It's not your own home. Ding. Several face-hugging insects have been detected approaching. Please take precautions. Host, what's going on? Hey, watch out. She pulled Zhao Minglong down and cupped the lunging facehugger in her hands. Master Zhao, do you have a gun? There. Shoot it. Those present were all veterans who had seen the world and immediately calmed down when they heard the sound of gunshots, then shot towards the monster. 10 minutes later, the riot subsided, though 5 people were still being held. Guys, do you have any tools? Pry this thing off. At Lu Qing's call, the crowd began to find ways to take down the monster. However, both groups seemed to have pushed too hard, and the facehugger strangled its host directly in response to the stress. Damn, Stinky Mark, you're deliberately picking a fight, aren't you? Our brothers are dead. You're trying to get them killed on purpose. In the face of the crowd's cross-examination, Lu Qing didn't ink anymore. Yes, we have no choice. If we leave them alone they will surely die and give birth to horrible monsters. Strangulation is already a decent death. The venue was awfully quiet. They knew that more or less, but it was still a bit disheartening. Yes, she's right, I've seen monsters like that. and if they come out, none of us will survive. Zhao Minglong stepped forward to relieve LV Qing. They all knew that the Black Hand Gang had more or less mysterious dealings, and with this step, they accepted the fact. So here they are, possessed, frantically stimulating the face-hugging bugs until their brothers are strangled to death. Those girls who had won the championship crouched on the stage and didn't move, while Zhao Minglong picked up the microphone and shouted at the crowd. Everyone, if it wasn't for Miss White Little Flower today, we might all have died. The crowd's eyes were mute, realizing that it seemed to be the case. Those who hang out on the road should be brave and fearless, decisive and resolute, so I think that Bai Xiaohua, the flower of the gang, deserves it. Chapter 51, Home Invasion. No buddy, don't buff him. LV Qing was a bit helpless. This Chicken King title is not honorable to fight for, but the gangsters were quite real, pulling colored guns and shaking champagne there. Obviously, demonic women aren't anywhere near as exciting as fighting aliens. The minions handed her ribbons, and one of the bigwigs even took the laurels for her himself. LV Qing was dumbfounded. What's going on here? The whole world is having a seizure? But they were probably also trying to sell the Black Hand Gang and even Zhao Feiying a face. My name is Katsumi Junichiro. I'm the vice master of the Nuraquan Gang. If MS Bai has any trouble, she can come to me. Ah, it's you. Wig. It's not a wig. It's Gue. Yes, Mr. Gue. Thank you for your kind words. The boring banquet ends and Lu Qing is finally relieved, but Zhao Minglong is madly obsessed with her as if he's addicted. There was no choice but to leave him contact information, and she also hoped to infiltrate the Zhao family's bunker through this silly boy. Oh Levia, why didn't the other three gangs come? The Tiger Claw Gang was wiped out some time ago. Their members were taken in by other gangs. The 18th Street Gang is not welcome, and the rest of the Fallen Angels Gang are a bunch of ghostly flames that don't play well with everyone. Turns out gangsters have a chain of contempt. Okay, I get it. Sister Chang, did you end the 18th Street Gang's clinic that day? They were threatening to find the murderer and grind his bones to ashes. Olivia looked worried, though she knew that such worries meant little. Let them be. Lu Qing dropped a light response and went home. At this time the night was thick. There were no cabs on the road. Lu Qing stepped on her high heels and wandered aimlessly. On the empty street, neon still flashed. A cold wind blew. She could not help but hug her arms tightly, but in her heart there was an unprecedented loneliness. It was almost 1 o'clock when I got home. Lu Jin Ran was in the bedroom putting Lei to sleep, and ambled himself to sleep on the side of the bed. Jin Ran-san. She frowned when she saw Lu Qing come back and smelled the smell of alcohol before she let go of her heart. Luckily no one had followed her through the night. Care for a drink? Lu Qing offered 2 beers from the fridge, obviously not having a good time. It's so late. Go to bed early. Half an hour later. Xiao Qing, I tell you, I do quite like your brother, but he is too dull. Do not understand anything. But sis does not marry purely for the sake of science. Present. Lu Qing, now I get it, but I'm already a girl. Sister Jinran, you're good. Sometimes I doubt I'm an NPC. 99% of the time I'm repeating useless tasks. I don't know what it means to be successful. I've never been rewarded for anything I've done. So what kind of life do you call this? I'd love to be done with it, but I'm amazing. But no, you have children. Hearing this, Lu Jinran's wine woke up halfway. This isn't right? She's not the same version of what she said before, is she? Wasn't she a regular genius girl? Wasn't this bad life the case with her brother, Louis Qing? LV Qing, what's your wife's name? Ha, Sister Jinran, I'm a girl, how can I get a wife? Lu Qing wasn't drunk. The alien was immune to all sorts of toxins. It was just a few bottles of a few beers in the area. She was just taking advantage of the alcohol to spread her wind and wine. Buzz off. There was a sudden roaring of propellers outside. There are helicopters at this hour. Aren't you afraid of crashing? Lu Qing tilted his head and looked at the helicopter with a steel cage hanging from it. It could be the weather service, the forest service, or it could be an emergency mission for the TV station. I guess. Lu Qing staggered up and went back to the bedroom to pull out a box. It contained the wrist blade that Bai Xiaohua had given her earlier. Look, this is, Bai Xiao, the outfit that little flower gave me. Handsome, right? Lu Jin Ran narrowed his eyes before he fixed his gaze. Hey, isn't this, that, an alien exoskeleton? I've been in a cult, but it's more or less problematic to recognize it at a glance. Yeah, you're pretty knowledgeable. I tell you. Wow. The floor-to-ceiling windows suddenly shattered. 2 dark aliens scurried in, and the spacious living room instantly became crowded. Boo! Lu Qing brought up his armor at the first opportunity and struck out towards the nearest one with a heavy fist. Sister Jinran, hide. Don't let Lei see. Leave this place to me. She purposely raised her voice, at which point Ray heard the commotion. The beaten alien's brain buzzed. Was this ING human, beating himself up like this? Besides, why is this prey excited to see himself? Phew, sharp tail spikes that Lu Jin managed to dodge. This is not a time to take it hard. She smoothly rolled forward to come between the two aliens. The three of them tangled together. The harsh tail whip hit the wall, stirring up gusts of debris. Relying on her body's compactness, Lu Jin dodged all of their attacks, which eventually evolved into two alien tails poking each other. Taking advantage of their skepticism, Lu Jin directly raised his hand and swung his sword, chopping off half of the head of one of them. The other one scurried up to the roof and tried to attack Lu Jin Ran, but Lu Jin jumped violently and grabbed its tail and yanked it down hard. Alien, no, I'm prey? Lu Jin directly stomped on it to break its dorsal tube and stabbed it several times in the back of its head while it was howling. Head damaged and out of contact with the queen, the alien staggered up and planted itself on the ground again. With his hand, Lu Jin ended its suffering, and a huge head rolled down to the ground. The blood that spewed out had burned several large holes in the floor. Lu Jin dodged and wiped the blood off his arm as if nothing had happened. I hope no one is downstairs in the living room, Lu Jin Ran muttered. Mom, what's wrong? Ray walked out rubbing her sleepy eyes. Her eyes widened at the sight of the monsters on the floor, and then screamed frantically. Ray, be good. It's okay. Lu Jin Ran hurriedly covered her eyes. It's just a nightmare. You'll wake up tomorrow and forget about it. You're sleeping in your mommy's arms right now. The two hurried back to the bedroom. Lu Jin gave her a thumbs up. Good daughter. Really good at acting. 20 minutes later, the sheriff's department arrived on the scene. Billy's whole thing fell apart when he heard about the aliens. Mother ********. It just died down for 2 days. But when he saw that the person who reported the case was LV Ching, he was relieved. This person, inviting disaster body in accordance with federal regulations, Lu Jin Ran, as a high-value personnel, was received at the first opportunity at the employee settlement. Lu Jin, you. Billy still couldn't help but explode at the sight of the two alien corpses. It's shocking how many times you run into this kind of thing. He began to wonder if the alien queen was the one Lu Jin had taken out. My lord sheriff, don't you think it's strange? How come the aliens are always after me? Have you been exposed? Billy was a little nervous about the consequences should he irritate the cult's crazies. I don't think so. I've been to churches in the state before and they seem to have had infighting. The relatively peaceful coexisting faction is in control and won't be showing their heads for a while. And there's no need to persecute us congregants. Hiss, you mean there are other forces? Is it a corporation? Speaking of the company, Billy gritted his teeth again. The bastards, never treating people like human beings. The company always has to consider the pressure from the top when doing this kind of thing. White Little Flower and the alien worshipping cult can represent the company's attitude. They have their own experimental base and want to keep a low profile. So, you're saying, Billy wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Are you trying to say that it's a federal do-over? Chapter 52, I Want to Fight 10. Just guessing out of thin air. Sheriff Billy, let's have the city sell the bodies to the company just this once and see how the council reacts. LV Ching had wanted to blame this on the Black Hand Gang and the slander Zhao Feiying, but the security bureau side didn't know about his relationship with the Black Hand Gang. So in the end, you have to dump the pot on the feds, which aren't clean anyway. Early in the morning of the weekend, Lei woke up from Lu Jing's arms. The little girl mischievously tweaked Lu Jing's nose with her hair until she sneezed. Achoo, what are you doing, little girl? She squeezed her daughter's soft little face and felt very reassured. Mommy's so cute. Joe, Ray kissed her softly before she zipped into the embrace and rubbed herself petulantly. In this moment, it was as if they were just an ordinary mother and daughter. After breakfast, at Lu Jing's beck and call, Zhang Huihong drove over, deciding to take advantage of Lu Jin Ran's absence to make a trip to the state. 3 hours later, the group arrived at the church town, where the bishop and others had not been notified, and were with several members of the congregation at morning prayers. Oh great God, thank you for the new life you have given us. Thank you for guiding the traveler's lost path. Grateful for your forgiveness of human sins. Sing the praises of the great Virgin Mother, who brought you down to earth. Yeah, Lu Jin got goosebumps. Cults do a lot of harm, but these guys really do hang on to themselves every day. Egu, the holy woman's person has come to visit. My subordinate has not greeted her from afar. I hope to beg forgiveness. TCH, pretentious. This is. The godfather's eyes went straight when he saw the smaller Lu Jin. This is my daughter, and if you ever look at it that way again, the Federation has a well-established set of laws. Oh, sorry. Hearing that it was Lu Jin's daughter, the godfather's heart flashed through countless thoughts. Could this daughter be the god she gave birth to? Greetings, little girl. Greetings, I am the head of the cult of alien worship, Albert von Thuringen. Humph. Ray glared at him, then timidly hid behind Lu Jin. This old dang, who never said his name, how come he's so honest with his own daughter? Oh, Lu Jin understood his little mind. Old phone, don't be silly, let's talk about the company's projects. Inside the church's secret room, Your Holiness, the company started this project earlier. The church basement was the original site, but it was put on hold in the middle. So what's under the church now? Lu Jin was curious about what treasures were in the basement that he hadn't had time to look at before. The company sent a couple of aliens that are currently dormant. Oh, Ray didn't have much real-world experience, and it was just the thing to use for practice. All of the church's facehuggers, as well as the aliens, were obtained from the company, so we think there must be a queen inside that lab. Lu Jin rubbed his temples, a little annoyed. This inference is reasonable, but only reasonable. The probability of flopping is too great. Artyom belongs in the category of the stolen chicken, and the company can't yell about inviting strangers to visit the queen. You don't have to worry. The Godfather tried to rub her shoulders in courtesy, but was ferociously walked away by Ray showing her teeth. There are our people in the company, one of whom is an observer they allow to be stationed there, and an engineer who is also a devotee of ours. And while they don't have access to the core secrets, they can always catch wind of what's going on. Okay, just make sure you count. Show us the alien. Lucky, my uncle is still scrubbing floors at the bank. Am I proud? Instead of believing in those weak gods, why don't you root them all out for me? The bishop remembered what the gods had said that day. So now, they are trying to get rid of their rivals? Through the secret door of the chamber, several people came to the basement. The place was a typical abandoned lab, with half the ceiling lights out and a rough room of steel plate and concrete, not even decorated. There were 4 instruments on either side of the door, a mess of exposed wires tangled together, each connected to a tempered glass cell in the wall. No biosignatures could be detected on the alien locked in the heavy restraints. Let go of them. Ha? No, it's too dangerous. Absolutely not. The staff on the side looked incredulous. Let you open. Where's so much nonsense for? The Godfather squeezed out these words through clenched teeth, afraid of neglecting the mother and daughter. As the locks opened, the alien in the cage began to stir, and the glass was already full of snow under the pounding of the tail spikes. This level tests your barehandedness and your ability to destroy all aliens with this body. Do you understand? Ray bounced to the center and hugged her fist towards the crowd. Mom, I want to hit 10. What? Including the Godfather was confused. There are only 4 of us here, and isn't it too dangerous? I said I'll fight 10. With that, Ray rubbed the tip of her nose with her thumb, then looked around disdainfully before finally wagging her index finger and giving herself a thumbs up. The little guy's been very expressive lately. Sound of a crash. Blast shattered one after another, and aliens came out of their cages. The monsters, which had been suppressed for so long, pounced on her in a frenzy like orange cats that heard the feeder ring. The contrast between the huge monster and the tiny body was stark. Thanks to the nature of the disguise skill, Ray, who was now just a little girl of 80 pounds, tried to take it hard, but she was knocked off her feet. The 2 aliens tried to pounce on the crowd, but a look from Lu Jin made them limp out. Spotting the blind spot, Ray spun around and landed firmly on the ground, her face full of embarrassment. With her body as light as a swallow, she dodged and moved like a martial arts master, using the heads of the aliens as plum stakes, and the sharp tails whipped against her delicate body, actually making a clanging sound of gold and iron. Ray saw her chance and stomped, the alien falling while she climbed up to the ceiling. Then it lurched down, using the momentum of its descent to pounce on one of the aliens, and before it could react, the sharp inner jaw teeth penetrated its head. Then, as it were, she was like a missile, hitting whoever died. Facing the last of the aliens, Ray ripped off a severed tail, and with a perfect sliding shovel, left it wide open. This couldn't help but make Lu Jin lose her concentration, as she thought of the scene when she was competing for a place in the Forbidden Guards. It's true that you can't generalize about alien and xenomorph physiques. Nice guy. Slide shovels are hereditary. Mom! Lele ran all the way into Lu Jin's arms, like a child who had gotten a perfect score in OU, her face full of smugness. Ding! Forbidden alien Lorelei has killed worker bee alien *4, triggering the Archqueen trait, rewarding evolution points *8 in Blackwater *6. Hey, arching the queen was already the duty of the Forbidden Guards, and this system was still weirdly honest, giving extra rewards. The bishop and the others were thrilled. The last time the alien was abused so miserably or Lu Jin made a move. Now her daughter is considered to be green. They also became more convinced that the little girl was an incarnation of the gods. That, Your Holiness, your daughter, what shall we call her? The world's #1 Princess Sama. Oh, yes, Your Highness, #1 in the world. The Godfather bowed respectfully toward Ray. Hey, let's kiss the gods' asses right away. Holy Maiden Sama. There's a charity dinner tonight. You see, do you want to go? Charity? Lu Jin was puzzled. Did the word have anything to do with her? Are you people of kindness? Do I look like a charitable person? Chapter 53 Leakage. You are the most merciful, the kindest of all. Oh Holy Mother of God, what good would it do to go? Those who are present are all socialites and elites. Getting acquainted will naturally help our event. It's also true that the congregants are usually mixed up with people, but he is a bottom of the barrel. In the end, he still needs to use the beauty plan and it's not like people are short of beauty Gods above. We can make them believers, can't we? Your Highness, he glanced at Ray, a small plan already in his mind. This is an attempt to replicate the seance, and you have to bring your daughter along for a mother-daughter dinner? But sadly, it wasn't like those people had a pit in their brain. They would only be afraid when they saw the alien, and even if they saw the queen, they wouldn't kneel down and worship like them. It would also be quite troublesome if it caused any social repercussions, but go check it out. Maybe you can even trigger a system mission. It hasn't scheduled a random mission in a while. In the evening, Lu Jin changed into the dress that the church had prepared for her, a demure red cheongsam, or a heart-shaped backless model. Do rich people like looking at backs so much? But this bright shoulder line complements that slightly cold temperament. A pair of long legs with red high-heeled shoes, under the gaudy. On the contrary, people feel a few points of elegance. Holy Maiden Sama, please get on the bus. In front of the church, parked in front of the church was the bishop's car, Guinevere S9, a luxury business car priced at over $6 million. This old dang, he's had a very comfortable life. It wasn't long before the group arrived at the Aminos Hotel. It's not the most luxurious hotel in the state, but it's the place where dignitaries and celebrities often come for their banquets. With the red carpet rolled out in front of the hotel, the barrier stretched, and the press. You'd think it was a movie festival if you didn't know. But yes, charity parties are also a time for acting out. Celebrities from all walks of life, don't say anything about being cloaked in charity. Dude, underwear is charity. In the main conference, there was a crowd of talented people, including people's entrepreneurs, conscientious writers, junior high school educated experts in their field, people's tycoons who suddenly got rich, and so on. Gentlemen, as I'm sure you're all aware, the city of Sogmundan has been attacked by unknown creatures that have caused a great deal of damage, and as a sister city, it is only right that we lend a helping hand. The guest on stage, Amon Ross, was an even heavier weight, the son of one of the state's legislators, and his uncle was the mayor of Sencom. Yes, the onus is on you. When a brother is in trouble, the 8 parties will support, watch, the aid, theater. The crowd also licked it immediately. Back in the day, when we concentrated our financial resources on building the state cities, our sister cities emptied their wallets, and it's time for us to give back. Lu Jin took a sip of champagne and almost sprayed it out. You guys actually return what you borrowed? Aren't you just trying to fool the poor guys? That's why we are organizing this charity gala. We need to make more donations, and by the power of example, we will roll and drive the public into this charity storm as well. Pust. She sputtered out a mouthful of wine, unable to hold it together any longer. At the end of the day, it's still the rich man's money as it is, and the poor man's money is split 50-50ths. The crowd casts disgusted glances. What a nice atmosphere for you to break. Ahmadman taps his glass and the speech continues. Lu Jin, on the other hand, took her daughter around to eat. Those delicate pastries and snacks still tasted good. Who knows if there was a proper meal today? Miss, may I ask you? After finishing his lame speech, Amiman ran to Lu Jin as if he was possessed. A thought crossed his mind. The woman was a vase, a valuable vase with tulips in it, and the wilted flowers were given eternal life. For those celebrity models who have had a dewy-eyed affair, this woman exudes a dangerous charm that she wants to touch even if she is stung. You're the one who's a lady. Your whole family's a lady. Psycho. Brain dead. Get out. I didn't expect the response to be a flurry of quality trifectas. His old face flushed with an ugly smile. That's right. That's the flavor. Amaman couldn't help but lick his lips at the thought of her one day being birdlike and double-minded. His cell phone rang and he ran helplessly to the side to answer it. A member of the congregation also crouched down and whispered in the ear of the sect leader, who was filled with fear. Your Holiness, it's not good. He lowered his voice and walked over. You don't mean to say that the company's aliens ran away, do you? You know all this? Seeing his fly-eating expression, Lu Jin's heart was half-cooled. The observer we sent to the company was lost, and we just received a message from her 3 days ago that the alien at the test site escaped. No way. It's really just dog poo. Lu Jin couldn't stop his eyelids from protruding. Why do these guys follow me wherever I go? It's been 3 days. Maybe it's just that she's dead and the aliens have been suppressed? Ding! The main quest, cleanup, has been triggered. Kill the alien queen. The quest rewards evolution points *80. Blackwater *80. Queen's Core *1. And 1. 5 times the rewards for solving all the alien/facehugger bugs leaking from the lab. Okay, just sit tight. But the good thing is that with the queen and the rewards given, it's not a loss. At the same time, quite a few people seem to have received some sort of news, and their faces became grave. Hey, Do you have any high-level believers on your side? It's still easy for an alien to escape the lab, so take precautions. You can't let innocent citizens get hurt. Those are all my future hosts. After all. Sound of a crash. Several ventilation grills in the ceiling of the venue suddenly fell. The crowd was immediately alert. The bodyguards pulling out exaggeratedly stylized handguns and staring up nervously. Quick! Block all the ducts, vents and the food transfer elevator. Don't approach easily. The elites present, almost all of them had their own information networks, and naturally they knew some basic common sense about aliens. The men worked together, slicing through the carpet with table knives and plugging the holes in the walls, while having all the passages welded with steel plates. Hotel security was also in place in time, and they were armed with the same type of gun. Recently received the news that they were all on tenterhooks. Specially ordered the new pistol Tsunagi knew from the company. 15mm large caliber, close enough to deal with the aliens. Hey, they act like they already knew? Lu Jin realized that he was the only one who was a drummer. Aren't we collaborators of the company? How come the news is from your own informant? Or is it outdated? No, dang, say something. We've been abandoned by the company, haven't we? Maybe, probably. The Godmaster wiped the sweat from his forehead and looked at Lei, who was cowering behind Lu Jin. The likelihood of the company doing this is high. And working with a cult is nothing more than a scapegoat for when things come to a head. The venue was silent, and more than 10 minutes passed with no sign of the alien. Could it be a coincidence? The crowd began to relax, hopefully overly concerned. Bang, bang, bang. There was a rough knock on the door of the meeting place. Help, help. There were hoarse cries for help from outside. Ka! A black spike with blood penetrated the thick wooden door with steel plates clamped to it. Quick! Block the gate. The crowd woke up as if from a dream and rushed to overturn the table on top of the door. Bang! The men at the top door were shaken to their core. Bang! With a violent impact, the top man was sent flying far away with the door. A black alien, like a demon, appeared in front of the crowd. 2, 3, 5 aliens quickly poured into the venue. Shoot! The bodyguards pulled their triggers in unison, but were unable to lock onto the fast-moving alien. One of the bodyguards was the first to fall to the ground and was actually held by the facehugger. At some point, the ceiling had been crawling with face-hugging bugs, which swooped down like snowflakes in a preferential manner on the gun-toting hazards. It was a threat more terrifying than death, and the professionally trained bodyguard didn't know at this point whether the gun should be aimed at the face-hugging bug above, the alien in front of him, or at his own head. Several of the aliens didn't show much desire to attack, just kept driving the humans away like sheepdogs. If any of them are out of the circle, they are immediately parasitized with a hug. The gunmen were also parasitized one by one as the crowd pushed and shoved them out of threat. What do we do? Holy Maiden-sama? Chapter 54 Confusion. I was going to ask what to do. It's not a good idea to go out on a limb on an occasion like this. What to do? It's hopeless. Wait for death. Farewell. Lu Jin sat on a chair and leisurely ate a fruit plate while Lei sat on her lap and giggled. My lord, the princess she. Ha, you really don't think my daughter is a queen, do you? No? Seeing Lu Jin's silence, the sect leader's heart was half-cooled, but seeing as she wasn't panicking, there was more or less hope. Old Den, don't you see? They're prepared, but not much, as clueless as we are. This is more or less a corporate trap. Is everyone being counted? He tapped his Mediterranean brain and finally figured out why. Gee, I'm getting old. The company is going to embezzle their property. This is the perfect opportunity. Can the company look at this property? There's a lot of outcry in the community about this dangerous experimentation. And these are the people who are leading the resistance. And getting rid of them will be much smoother in the future. You know it's a dangerous experiment. You mean the leak was just an excuse to actually take advantage of the situation? I'm afraid so. So, what do we do? Analyzing it more clearly would not solve the predicament in front of him, and he only hoped that Lu Jin would make a move and make a big kill. Oops, a big banana. Lu Jin sat there and watched the show with cold eyes. Let them play with the humans hook and line. It's not bad to be a fun person. Squeak! A facehugger pounced on the bishop's face, but a moment later, it ran away. Facehugger, damn, what's with the peers? Phew! A fork flew out and nailed the facehugger dead to the wall. Let you rob my daughter's house. The bishop was rather excited. The divine blessing is just powerful. Save my dog's life. The crowd was filled with ecstasy at the sight, not knowing what method the little old man had used to actually drive away the monster. Uncle, how did you do that? Older brother, help us. The upper-class people are just as low as the punks begging for their lives. This, the blessing of God. The Godmaster was so frightened that he was already speaking softly at this point, but instead, he was considered to be inscrutable by everyone. Boring. Seeing this fawning appearance of the human, Lu Jin loathed it from the bottom of his heart. Although their death or survival had little to do with himself, but someone else's child grabbing food under his own nose was something he absolutely could not tolerate. Make sure you teach them a little lesson. Guys, do you know how aliens evolve? The crowd was a bit confused. What's wrong with this guy? It's none of my business whether it evolves or not. LV Ching was still sitting there holding her daughter, looking unconcerned. Where's your mom, little brats? Through his brainwaves, Lu Ching felt the other party's strong malice as if he had been scolded. Alright, you guys started it. Bunch of orphans. Through this weak brainwave, Lu Ching released pheromones to them, but since it's not the same community, the release isn't precise, raining down like broken perfume. So the 5 aliens looked at each other, and the next moment they began to playfully attack each other. The venue was thrown into chaos, but no one dared to take advantage of it to escape. Cluck cluck cluck. Ray let out a low growl as well. Mom, I want to. Silly boy, don't play with them. Such lowly creatures aren't worth your time. Seemingly reveling in the thrill of hunting her own kind, the little girl's hands itched. However, you can tell that they have no experience in fighting of their own kind, and a 5-man pandemonium is like an awkward dance at the entrance of a village. 20 minutes later, only a wound-covered alien was left standing there. At this moment, it was a little skeptical. Who am I and what am I doing? Why am I beanbagging my sisters? And the person who started it was eating fondue and singing, hugging his daughter and clapping his hands and looking at it like a clown. Little Berth, congratulations. Tell your mom when you get home that you can be a forbidden guard. Ow dash. Seemingly annoyed, it let out a low roar and charged towards the crowd. Instead, there were only 2 gunshots, and a Mayman had picked up his pistol and popped the guy in the head. Acidic blood splattered as several unlucky people were taken away together. Quickly, quickly, those who can use guns, shoot them. He pointed to the parasitized man. Obviously, he also knows the consequences. The crowd hesitated for a moment, but in order to stay alive, they finally picked up their guns and accomplished the first kill of their lives. Noisy gunfire rose and fell, and the flames were like New Year's Eve fireworks. The hosts, along with the facehugger, were punched out, acidic blood flowed everywhere, and several large holes were burned in the entire venue. The survivors laughed, cried and vomited. Only Lu Ching and nothing else was still eating snacks. Ding, you have killed worker bee alien *5. Facehugger bug *32. Rewarded with evolution points *42. Black water *23. Even though he didn't put up a fight, Lu Ching was still rewarded. After all, in the Federation, the credit of a subordinate was usually credited to the superior. Beauty, are you okay? Concerned, a Mayman stepped forward to ask, while Lu Ching looked at him with a dumbfounded expression. See, even more thorns have to be scared. To calm things down, it's still up to me. A madman thought as he did. Sister, it's scary. Ooh-hoo. Lei jumped into Lu Ching's arms and fake cried. Good girl, you're doing it again, aren't you? He then realized he had lost his temper and hurriedly dropped the gun and wiped the blood off his face. Sisters covered rice. Isn't that awesome? Little sister, don't be afraid. Brother has already killed all the monsters. It's already safe. Cut. Ray thought to herself. Guys, let's go ahead and go back to our homes. Hide in any safe houses. And make sure to watch the vents not to leave a breach. Laugh it up. What a can of human heads. At his call, order was restored to the chaotic venue and the crowd left in order. Outside the hotel, there were a lot of people gathered around outside, including officers from the sheriff's department, who probably didn't dare to come in because they had heard that there were aliens. Gentlemen, congratulations on your safe return. At the head was a 2-meter-tall police officer with a voice like a bell and a face full of righteousness. Good. You're here when everyone's almost dead? Yeah. Did you guys take all the taxpayer money to support the lost girls? Tax thieves. The officer's polite comment instantly ignited the survivors' anger. What have you been protecting? Ahem. Sorry folks, we don't have a program for the aliens, so we can't just strike. Sorry. The crowd was silent. It seemed barely plausible, and they hadn't rebooted their brains yet anyway, so they were just confused. Then, a brief registration was done and the crowd went home, but when it came to Lu Ching, the big constable was a bit surprised. Are you, Counselor Louis Ching of Sogmundon? Yeah. What's up? At that, a few of the surrounding officers came up. Did they fire themselves out of the ring? My name is Matt Verheiden. I'm a sergeant with the CENTCOM Sheriff's Department and I know Billy well. Oh, but Billy is really reckless. You're the talk of the town in the Rivono State Sheriff's Department. Do you know your nickname? No way. It's really hot? How should I know? Don't be scolding me. How could I? Matt was full of smugness. The flower of policing. Lu Ching almost didn't tense up. What kind of shameplay is this? The whole staff is in the middle, making his face red. Good lord. Just yesterday we sealed a gangster's flower. This is going to be black and white. I heard that you single-handedly killed the alien queen. Is that true? Is it true that you have a girlfriend? No. I heard that there are quite a few rich kids pursuing Counselor Lu. The subordinates immediately gossiped. No, what's going on? The sheriff's leading a rumor? Anybody care? Sheriff Matt, you've got it all wrong. A soft girl like me can't even beat a bigger dog, let alone an alien queen. LV Ching thought of a damaging trick. Do you all want to get promoted and become rich? I have a deal here. Chapter 55, Human Experimentation. Meanwhile, Rivono Biotech, Proving Ground Z01, codename 1492-3 Biochemical Experiment. 37th, start recording. The one who presided over the experiment was Lu Jin Ran, and in order to forget the lump in her heart, she had to devote herself to the experiment. Her team has since replicated the mutant snake experiment several times, and has come to the conclusion that a very small amount of highly pure virus infecting an animal can result in some strange things, and the higher the dose, the more unstable those things become. The sample for this experiment is XX02, a high-purity virus derived from an alien brain, and the subject is an adult human male. We will actually verify the specific effects of different concentrations of the virus on the human body. Inside the lab, several gates split into 10 chambers, and tied up inside were what appeared to be homeless people on the street. As for the homeless, the federal government has done a much better job than the company. At least they have sheltered them. As for where they have been sheltered, who cares? The staff put needles in their arms and left in a hurry. From left to right, 0, 0, 1%, 1%, 5%, 10%, 15%, 20%, 30%, 50%, and 100% concentrations of virus will be injected. When the experiment began and the black liquid flowed into the tube, the hobos panicked. It was tricked in the shelter under the name of a new drug volunteer, but this ominous potion makes it hard to leech ya. As soon as the medication was injected into his body, the vitals monitor in the monitoring room began to run riot, and his heart rate and blood pressure had shot out of the sky. The first 50% of the subjects had an abnormality. Before the injection was completed, he convulsed violently. His skin turned into black powder and kept drifting away, accompanied by strange screams and vomiting of blood. This was closely followed by the 100% subject, whose injection was over and whose skin began to show a large number of black spots, which then spread and pulverized, and whose body became fragmented. A few minutes after the injection, 30% of the subjects died. Her body showed a similar condition, but with fewer black spots and an intact body. Ding! Biochemical leak detected. Z01 Proving Ground will execute sterilization procedures. All personnel are requested to leave immediately. The ear-piercing alarms sounded again, about the experiments on the Blackwater virus, which had leaked and shut down one test site at a time. Damn it, can't we upgrade our lab leak prevention level? What is the Federation doing? Wow! One by one, the computerized instruments in the lab fell to the ground. In the face of the valuable data of human experimentation, Lu Jin Ran, naturally unwilling to give up, would have had something on her mind, wrapping her well-cultivated also clamport to live. You, terminate the sterilization procedure for me. She slammed the glass of the supervision room holding up the keyboard, which had been dropped with only the letters UCFK remaining. The superintendent, on the other hand, looked at them calmly. I'm sorry, Dr. Lu, you and I don't have the authority to do that. Stop the sterilization for me. We need follow-up data. In the face of Lu Jin Ran's hysteria, several other PhDs also became agitated, and the superintendents simply looked away. Listen to her. Stop the sterilization process and isolate the Z01 test site for the time being. Maxwell showed up at just the right time and just called off the sanitization. But, no buts. This is important federal property and they need to be preserved for the sake of the taxpayers. Sheriff Matt, what do you think? Several of the officers looked at each other, their jaws dropping. It was only because the field of aliens and the face-hugging bugs with their heads blown off scared them a little. LV, Counselor LV, did you kill all of these? All of these? So many aliens. Which can be? I was protecting my daughter. They fought on their own, and then that one called a Mayman picked up the slack. And as for these people on the ground, it was him who called on everyone to make up for it. Sheriff Matt was instantly puzzled. That a Mayman is an embroidered pillow. Why is he so brave all of a sudden? No, abetment of murder, and mass murder. Quick, get them. Matt's forehead bruised with anger. Sheriff, it's a parasitic host. It will die even if you don't kill it, and it will give birth to monsters. You see, the subordinate whispered to remind him. Ah, yes, I forgot. Why does it feel as if Matt can't turn his brain around and is very gullible? No, this is your daughter? Looking at the 10 or even 9% similar little girl behind Lu Qing, Matt's eyes widened. How do you think you're 10 years old? How old are you? Did your husband shoot you? You could probably get the Bureau to sell these bodies to the council or the company. I'm sure they'd be willing to buy them, more or less knock them off. But Parliament, trust me, the Council definitely wants it. In the hour that followed, 5%, 10%, 15%, and 20% of the experimental subjects died one after the other. But within a fairly short period of time, the bodies came back from the dead without vital signs, and also exhibited a high degree of aggression, commonly known as zombification. 3 hours later, 1% of the subjects were zombified. The wails of the experimental subjects and the hissing of the zombies filled the testing ground, and even through the monitors, a chill ran through the people present. The experimental subjects with a virus concentration of 0.1% remained normal at all times, behaving as normal except for occasional bouts of convulsions. Dr. Lu, any progress? Maxwell thoughtfully brought a cup of instant coffee. Low concentrations of the virus are lethal to humans, and continued research is needed to see if further mutations occur in 0.1% of the subjects. Oh, you want an experimental sample? Of course, it's important. 20 minutes later, an advanced team of outlaws entered the lab, where they placed the subjects in medical pods, after which they would be transferred to Proving Ground Z02 to await further study. Dr. Lu, does the control group need to be transferred? After the squad enters the lab, Subject 8 suddenly collapses to the ground, and Lu Jin Ran seems to realize something. Quick, exit the lab and raise the gates. I want an infection test. The people present were confused. Dr. Lu is quite a cute person. Not only did he do human experiments today, but he also made this decision so rashly, which is a bit outrageous, but out of zeal and curiosity to find out the truth. The impromptu experiment went off without a hitch. The gate rises and experiment number 1 is then surrounded by several walkers. The look of panic and helplessness sent shivers down the spines of the experimenters present. But the zombie didn't act like a movie-like frenzy of gnawing when he saw a living person. Instead, he stared at him with a confused face, occasionally biting twice. In this way, Subject 1, who was injected with saline as a control group, experienced unimaginable fear and sat there, quietly dying. Dr. Lu, sorry, it's right, but this thing is definitely not a zombie, or doesn't have the instinct to spread the virus. The crowd nodded. The reason for sneezing with a cold was just to spread the virus. Perhaps it's a matter of physical fitness? Face-hugging worms can parasitize humans, so could mutant snakes have a similar effect? After listening to his colleague's speech, Lu Jin Ran thought that this experiment would be very interesting. Dr. Lu, look, on the monitor, a walker suddenly falls to his knees, his chest heaving violently, like a crab lying in the sand at the beach. A spike cut out of its chest, and then the sand cracked open and a grayish-brown monster the size of a small dog broke out. It had a mouth full of sharp teeth, no eyes, and a long tail behind it, much like an alien, but the back of its head was pointed and its skin was as flat as if it had been ironed. This appears to be, what? A mutated alien? Chapter 56 Alien Nest equals Gold Mine. Guys, it's a combination of human and alien. Lu Jin Ran looked thrilled. This horrible experiment mesmerized her 10,000 times over. Thinking about that bizarre dream, she felt it was revelation. Dr. Lu, this is parasitic any way you look at it, isn't it? Maxwell didn't quite understand the brain circuits of these scientists. Both the pathways and the results were almost as alien. Yes, you're right on all counts. I'd like to take manpower from headquarters and conduct experiments on the genetic level at the same time. Genetic engineering, what do you want to do? Create an alien human? Sure, but it's just a gimmick. She gave a mysterious smile. If this black water is the alien's life essence, injected into the human body by the face-hugging worm, developed into an alien, and finally extracted, injected back into the human body, and gave birth to the alien again, wouldn't that be perpetual and eternal movement? But even 1% of the virus injection would take a few aliens to extract, and she didn't mention any of the losses in between, and the mutated alien was a lot dumber than a proper alien in terms of behavior. It can't be helped. Whoever made the big man up there likes that kind of talk. Okay. One by one, aliens burrowed out of several other walkers. Now perform the sterilization procedure. No, we need to capture the sample. Maxwell doesn't budge. These newborn aliens are a bit more than expected. No way. You've already mastered how it's produced, and subsequent experiments are just as good at getting samples when they're ready, and we can't afford to take any more risks now. Lu Jin Ran could only compromise. Okay, please recruit more volunteers. We're going to capture new samples and start new experiments next. Early Sunday morning, Lu Qing woke up in his 5-meter wide king-sized bed. In fact, she was awakened by her daughter's group chat. Old 5, is that computer you were talking about fun? Of course, second sister. Haven't you also seen it? Human research work and entertainment are inseparable. More fun than a cell phone? Fufu had played with her cell phone with Olivia, and she thought the little box would be interesting. Sure, I've got tons of computers right here. Come over and play sometime. Forget it, the human stuff is too small to use. Naturally, Foof has little patience for drumming on the computer. Mom and fourth sister are the only ones in our family who can turn into human form, and I guess besides the alpha, only the queen has that ability, so I want to go out and make waves. It seemed that she had received too many memories of her host, and Shannon was tired of being in the cave. Give it up, only when the queen is gone can we forbidden guards become queen. Even humans and other queens can't help mom. No, penis, why do you say such dangerous things? Ah, oh ho ho big sister, stop fighting. Lovey, what nonsense in the early morning. It's still the boss when it counts. Second sister, what kind of asshole talk is that? Didn't you inherit any of mom's memories? Shannon is also very emotional. According to the memories I've gotten in human research data, our evolution is endless, and mom is a special alpha individual that could never stop at the queen. Right, fourth sister. Lei had been hugging Lu Qing and getting bored, not caring about their chat, and only returned the message when she was called. Yeah, mom said she'd evolve and is hunting other queens now. Having received a definite answer, the daughters put their hearts at ease. After all, family harmony is the most important thing. Hey, so I get to have babies too? It feels like mom was very, very happy then. Fufu fell into a delusion thinking about the image of LV Qing spawning. Wouldn't that make mommy a grandma? Grandma? The word was familiar and unfamiliar to Lu Qing. Ahem, daughters, it won't be long before you're able to evolve, and then you'll be able to have as many babies as you want. A little later, Lu Qing's mother and daughter came to the sheriff's office. Sheriff Matt, want to do a big job? Before dawn, the council sends someone to buy the aliens at a high price, and the bureau immediately has a crisis of confidence. The Federation is conducting dangerous experiments at taxpayers' expense. According to my informant at the company, there was a leak at their experimental base, and letting it go unchecked will eventually jeopardize the public. Bottoms up. Sheriff, yeah, this is a great opportunity to make a name for yourself. The subordinates have petitioned. Paired with a large caliber weapon and Lu Qing, they had jumped at the chance. A $300,000 bonus for killing one alien. Wouldn't that nest in the company be a gold mine? But the commissioners sighed. You mustn't forget that the secretary is also a counselor, so how could he disagree? The bureau did receive a request from the company earlier, and after some persuasion from his colleagues, Sheriff Matt finally decided to make things right for the company, but he was cocky as hell and immediately contacted the company for backup. There was no ambiguity on the company's side, and the crowd was shocked when the escort team arrived 2 hours later with weapons and equipment. A handful of exquisite suitcases contained surprisingly new electromagnetic rifles that were still under development, said to be new products developed to capture the market with Ampere. But this thing mustn't shatter when it hits a person. Can you carry it yourself? Sam, do the math for mommy. Will you be orphans when this shot comes down? Mom, you'd better not take any chances. This gun probably has a muzzle kinetic energy of 50,000 to 100,000 joules. It should be able to do effective damage to the forbidden guards. It sounds awesome, but it seems to be pretty average. But it's also dangerous in case you get ripped off and set on fire. But the company's generosity wasn't all out of guilt and good intentions. Presumably the bigger reason was to test the professionals' first-hand knowledge of the upper alien. Hello, Olivia? Wow, Sister Chang, long time no see. Welp, it's only been 1 day. Get a life. Lu Qing ducked to the side and activated the backup energy source. My Fufu says she wants to play with you, so why don't you go and stay with her for a couple days? Bring the bunk. Well, hiss, what kind of attitude is that? What's there to be afraid of? It's not like my kid is going to do anything to you. Aha, good. For hideous aliens, she still preferred the mother and daughter of Lu Qing, who could change size anywhere. Come on, stay 2 more days, get a bed to take with you, and some snacks and fruits and vegetables, cell phone consoles and such. I'll reimburse you later. Just wait for me there in the meantime. Sheriff Matt and others brought in the company's blueprints to study the course of action. The company's test site is set up on a deserted mountain in the outskirts of the city, far away from the city, and the hilltop building is used for daily living and administration. The belly of the mountain was hollowed out and used as a laboratory building. But what the hell is wrong with these guys? Either digging or chiseling? Have you read too many dumpster diving novels? And beneath the belly of the mountain is where the aliens are bred. The entire test site was very large. The structure was simple, but the various passages were intricate, and the dozens of people going there would be a waste of time. But bombing it with missiles probably wouldn't hurt it at all, but would force the leak to expand. That's why it makes the most sense and is the cheapest to pilot up with human lives. In the afternoon, Martha even called in the armored company of the National Guard, which was small but had 3 armored cars and 2 tanks. These tank turrets were unusual. The coiled wire camouflage cloth was a mess, and the 2 rail turrets made Lu Qing feel uncomfortable. Counselor Lu, this is the Guard's latest scientific research project. A small electromagnetic cannon, which is still in the process of being validated. And this is not it, they brought it to actual combat. We've seen this in the movies. Hercules was crushed by a single shot, although this is a little smaller, but I don't think I can really carry it. So damn not stupid great wisdom like fools belong to is. Chapter 57, Seeking Your Own Death. Battle Formation. Dozens of police officers split into several groups and advanced in a wedge shape under the cover of battle tanks. In the distance, at the foot of the mountain, several dark shadows moved quickly under suppressive fire. The barren mountain around which the company's test site was located was likewise a wasteland, open enough that the aliens showed their heads and undoubtedly became living targets, but they were so nimble that most of the bullets missed, and even if they hit, the distance of 100 or so meters would only make a spark. Asterisk 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 Big Brother awesome. It's like an alien killer. An alien hidden under the barren soil penetrated the defense line. In a panic, Lu Jin punched it dry, and then his hand rose and fell. Silky small continuous moves instantly took away. The crowd was shocked, right? They had heard that LV Qing was very powerful, but they didn't expect it to be this powerful. Look, the aliens got away. Scared off by Counselor Louis? Lord Lu Jin, the Heavenly Maiden has descended to Earth. The enemy fled before the battle. This is not stable. People cold weapons can kill indiscriminately. The gold mine is not beckoning to everyone? The XX02 infection experiment, which is the first and last to be publicly recorded. Lu Jin Ran once again presided over the experiment, and outside the lab were several genetic engineers from the headquarters. The same content as the previous experiment. Black water injected into the Yellow Ridge swimming snake. The small snake instantly died and then mutated. That beyond the cognition of the mold, so that the experts cannot help but stagger. This looks like a complete mutation on a genetic level. That's right, completely changing biological traits in a short period of time is something human technology can't do. This is literally the key to human immortality. This engineer knows exactly what he's babbling about. But how do you cheat on funding when you're doing research and don't say something the grown-ups love to hear? You are quite right, sir. The mystery of immortality may be unraveled by you. The experiment now enters its second phase. Gee, the crowd just thinks she's playing along with the show. And who cares about immortality or not for those who do such crazy experiments? The door to the lab opens and a volunteer walks in, crying out at the sight of the strange creatures in the containment bin. Hey, what's going on? Isn't this a drug experiment? What is this? Hey, get me out of here. The containment bin opened and the mutant snake whooshed out, unafraid of light or humans. Instead it eerily climbed up the glass and crawled towards the volunteer. He pounded frantically on the glass, and the crowd outside the window just watched with cold faces. Help! The crowd roared with laughter, finding it amusing every time they saw a volunteer's silly reaction. The mutant snake appeared to behave completely opposite to the zombies, as it burrowed into the volunteer's arm like a parasite, traveled under the skin and out his back again. As if confirming something, the mutant snake then wrapped itself around his neck and its head went straight down his throat. The crowd couldn't help but rub their necks. It was a bad taste. That, Dr. Lu, this behavior seems to be extremely similar to face-hugging insects. Yes, that's to be expected. After all, they are of the same origin. Lu Jin Ran smiled and pointed to the large screen in the monitoring room. In the lab next door, human experiments were being conducted in parallel. The 5 volunteers, their arms spread wide and bound to the cross, their bodies twitching and making strange noises, were clearly no longer human. 5% of the Blackwater virus injected into the human body causes rapid death and they zombify and spawn new life. After several minutes, the volunteers began to struggle violently. A few moments later, their front chests were slashed by the spikes of the alien's head, and with a hiss, the mutated aliens rolled down to the sealed pods housed on their chests. Very well, the mutant has been captured. Without waiting for them to react, the mutant snake had already let go of its host, and the volunteer didn't zombify, though it did lose its mind, and in a frenzy of convulsions, the mutant alien broke out. So the mutant snake can be seen as a mutated facehugger? The Blackwater virus, on the other hand, is a facehugger-infused embryo. Sure. Lu Jin Ran nodded. Alien begets Blackwater. Blackwater begets alien. Suspected of immortality? But this should be a racial characteristic of the aliens, right? Humans are only good for being hosts. Guys, why are you focusing on the host? Is it possible that our research is not in the direction of aliens? Although this is true, but you have to say the scene turn back to run away from the side to create a permanent alien. The top will not freeze the project? Oh great genetic engineer. You should think about how to combine humans and aliens. In the meantime, dozens of soldiers and hundreds of police officers formed a line of defense, relying on combat vehicles to defend the perimeter. Matt, for his part, had taken 11 SWAT officers up the barren mountain along with a squad of Ensign Sunny from the National Guard. Before that, A team of 12 men from the state's most elite special forces unit, the Silver Chariots, had been the first to infiltrate the building. All clear. No aliens detected at this time. The advance team's search went exceptionally well, and aside from a few signs of struggle, no aliens or nests were found. Looks like they're trying to bait the enemy by retreating. A number of supplies were found in the building, so the crowd set up a temporary camp here first. Sheriff, Lieutenant, I'll go down there first with the advance party. Well, all things considered. Take it. Matt handed over an EM gun. Lu Jin blushed. I don't know how to use a gun. She followed the 6 members of the Silver Chariot into the downward elevator, but just as she entered, she felt something was wrong. The test site is 10 floors underground. Wouldn't this elevator shaft be perfect for the aliens to use as a passageway? Wouldn't the company not have thought of a leak? And how much of a child's play is it to only use the elevator to escape? Either they don't care about the lives of the researchers, or they're deliberately hiding their hand to lure the crowd into a trap. When the elevator shook violently, and the steel plate above it showed multiple dents. What a thought! Hold your fire. One team member instinctively raised his gun to shoot, but was fortunately stopped by a teammate. Are you trying to get us killed? If it's an alien, we'll all die if the acid blood comes down. It's okay, it's quite professional. Ka-ching. The steel plate on top was torn away like a cardboard shell and the lights went out. By what little light remained, the crowd saw a long tail sticking in. Call out. The sound of breaking air was numbing. Why did the elevator stop? Lu Jin yanked on that tail violently, and heard a few more loud noises as the alien seemed like it should have fallen on its back and gotten stuck on the elevator. The team pried open the elevator door and saw only the face of the mountain and the track. It must be the aliens. Now we'll just have to crawl out. The emergency opening in the floor was open, and it was still black underneath. A member of the team folded a bright glow stick and threw it down what seemed like 8 or 9 meters, so they quickly tied off their ropes and prepared to rappel. When there was another jolt, and a second alien jumped up as well, the elevator creaking as it was overwhelmed. Come on. The team boils quickly slid down like pills, and Lu Jin also let go of the struggling alien and jumped straight down, then fishtailed along with a few people. Boo! A loud sound resonated through the empty test site as the elevator was thrown out of shape. Quack 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 quack. A low, dangerous growl sounded, and 2 aliens burrowed out. The team quickly backed up and formed 2 points of fire alternating shots. The 2 worker bee aliens retreated back and forth from the close range fire of the large caliber rifles with injuries. Naughty. A burst of electricity rang out, and the pellets from the electromagnetic gun flew out at a speed invisible to the naked eye. The head of the foremost alien was directly blown off, and the one behind it was penetrated through the body. Holy, that hurts. This squad seems to be a little more powerful than they said. Ow. Deep within the testing grounds, the massive alien queen let out a roar, frightening the worker bees serving around her into retreating. Damn it, human dash. Chapter 58, Betrayal. Queen Sama, why be so angry? Who? Looking at the little girl hanging upside down from the ceiling, the alien queen was enraged. What were the forbidden guards for? How did a mere human get here? Your lair is rather average in its construction. Is there no hard labor? The queen had been free for only a few days, and she hated the idea of all the worker bees evolving into warriors, so how could she afford to create drudgery for renovations? So much of the lair is not coated with alien glue and still retains traces of humanity, much like a rough house. No, how does she know about hard labor? The girl flipped over and landed lightly on the ground, and the queen reacted. This ing Wan Quan ministry poet. What are you? Stuff? Hello auntie, I guess we're from the old country. The girl shed her clothes and crouched down on her knees as spikes pierced her back and sharp claws braced her palms, transforming into a graceful and majestic forbidding guard. That's right, it was Lu Jin's favorite daughter. Lei. You. The queen stuck her head out abruptly, seemingly wide-eyed. This was the first time she had seen such an outrageous alien. You're not a child of my family, are you? And are you really just a forbidden guard? Of course, pheromones can't be imitated. After all, I'm the one who's alone. TCH, what do you want? Despite being shocked, she acted calmly. A mere forbidden guard was no match for the queen even if she made a scene. My mother, who has lurked in your lair with humans. I think, with humans? The queen was instantly penetrated. That queen can turn into human form as well as this forbidden guard. This is shaking people to themselves to come. So vicious. Are you here to convince me? Or to threaten me? The queen let out a roar, and the forbidden guards led a siege of dozens of warrior aliens. The queen froze on the spot. Goddamn aliens don't kill aliens. This kid is out of his mind, right? What the hell do you want? Want to be a queen like you. What? Are you playing with me, little one? Want to be a queen to run me here? Plagiarism is nothing. You should get rid of. It suddenly dawned on her that this was a dangerous guy. I am asking you to join forces with me to get rid of her. Cluck cluck cluck. The alien behind her let out a low growl of danger. Betrayal was an absolute taboo for them. What's it to me if you're a queen or not? Realize that Mother Superior she wants to kill you, take over your lair, and plunder your heir. Got it. But what's the problem? The queen didn't care. It was normal for aliens to fight over territories and for packs to die out. Besides, in his own territory, the lone offender queen with a group of humans was not enough to be feared. The big deal was to compare notes. Phew! Ding! Sharp tail spikes broke through the air, and Ray dodged to avoid the deadly sneak attack on the back of her head, though she was still struck in the crown of her head, sending out a shower of sparks. The forbidden guards of this lair seem unable to accept this heresy and want to get rid of it. Your Majesty, are your children so uneducated? The hall forbidden guards engage in this kind of cleverness. The queen was silent, wanting to see how strong this alien was who dared to do the following. Phew! The thick tail whip swept across the room, and Lele swept her tail to block at the same time, the two tails entwining together like snakes in spring. Something's not right. Why is this guy so weak? It feels like it's on the same level as old 5. Ray was puzzled. The forbidden guard was nowhere near as strong as herself. She gave a sharp tug, and instead of wanting to tussle, the other suddenly let go of her tail. Bad little human trick. She fell down smoothly, and the forbidden guard leapt high into the air and lunged. Boo! The palm-thick alloy floor was poked by her inner jaw teeth. Good man. That's a dead man's hand. Ray sidestepped and dodged, and was greeted by a machine gun-like jab of a tailspike. The surrounding aliens, on the other hand, let out low roars of excitement. Pust! A long tail pierced the forbidden guard's shoulder from behind. Prohibition? No. The tail still goes around the back? While she was frozen, Ray grabbed her tail and yanked, her inner jaw teeth popping out and cutting it off in small pieces straight away. The forbidden guards without their tails also lost their will to fight at this point and ran away in a grayish manner. Broken tail sisters, dish on more practice, go back to molting. The queen also secretly applauds a little something. If it wasn't for the bloodline crushing, she might have actually slaughtered the queen. Boy, you're good. You do have the potential to be a queen. So, the queen was silent. Her own lair would be in danger if she became queen, but she was far stronger than her at the moment. The fact that she dared to commit a crime meant that the gap between her and the queen's strength was small, and that the other party was not a powerful character, and the temptation to hunt something like the queen is too great. The big deal is that you end up slaughtering her along with her. It's a solid deal, but she didn't realize that Lu Qing had been reborn into the alien by mistake and had gained the system, and that this arrogance would eventually kill her. And please don't worry, our lair is very far away from here, and I'll leave as soon as I get my hands on it, so we won't have a conflict. Deal? Yes, that's fine. The queen's body is to be left to me. Sure. While the plan succeeded, Ray immediately prostrated herself on the ground, showing a submissive posture. I have been drifting for half a lifetime, but I hate that I have not met a bright master. My mother is ridiculous. My family is unfortunate. The queen is wise and wise. For the sake of the tribe, she is willing to take the risk of righteousness. She is truly a hero. If the king doesn't give up, I would like to worship her as a righteous mother. Cluck 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 cluck. The queen let out a roar of pleasure. Good girl. You're good. Do you have any plans for us? Or are we going to steal hard together? A pat on the back. What creature can't refuse? Are you kidding? Is that CD for nothing? The queen was already curious as to what new tricks this peculiar forbidden guard had up his sleeve. Of course. Please recall all your sisters and together we'll set a dragnet for them. Aha. The queen let out a low growl as one by one the aliens outside returned to their nests. But aren't you afraid she'll monitor you with her hive mind? You've already been exposed. Seeing the growing number of aliens gathering, Ray seemed to have a smug smile on her face. You don't have to worry. I know. This lab is capable of blocking electromagnetic signals and the hive consciousness will be truncated. The queen nodded, already anticipating what shocking things this new queen would do afterward. Although the social structure of the aliens eliminated betrayal, a forbidden guard had actually developed such a strong sense of self-awareness, and an intelligence comparable to that of a human, so it was thought that she might be the future of the entire alien race. Clank! She pulled a glass tube from her abdomen. This is something even the queen can't resist. That said, although the lab can block external signals, Lu Qing is inside. Chapter 59, you call this surgery? Beta Squad, how are you guys doing? The men above heard the gunshots and contacted them immediately. Captain, we had an encounter with an alien in the elevator. The threat has been neutralized for now. I suspect it was a trap set by the company. Copy that. All hands, inventory your gear and find the lab blueprints. The most important thing now is to find safe passage here. This damn elevator is just too dangerous. It's obviously just too stupid, like the first level of a puzzle game. But of course it doesn't preclude the company from purposely finding fault with it. But seeing as it wasn't the first time they dealt with aliens, they were fairly reliable. The B1 floor of the lab is not big, except for a few staff elevators in the lobby, a few conference rooms and lounges on one side of the passage, and a multimedia hall on the other. At the end of the passageway are two stairwells that lead directly to the lower level. The design is quite reasonable. You can't even see a seam. It seems to be quite safe. Counselor Lu, there's a computer in the main conference room that's still lit up, but it needs a password, and the captain thinks there should be a clue in there, so he's asking you to check it out. 6. What's the point of playing escape room here? I don't care about him. Let's search the lab and go. The group continued down the hall, while B2 and B3 were floors dedicated to dissections, with many isolation booths, thick gates wide open, lab equipment and bits of aliens scattered everywhere, and some labs even had the same type of dissected hosts. Presumably, while they were conducting their experiments, the xenomorphs escaped and went on a killing spree. The air still smelled faintly of disinfectant, and the white floors and stainless steel walls, accompanied by flickering lights, made her feel uncomfortable. Do you guys feel anything wrong? The team was flabbergasted by the question. Indeed, it's a bit anticlimactic. It's too clean, isn't it? Where aliens have appeared in the past, surely people have died. There's no gun on the floor. Yeah, a lab of this caliber must have security personnel. There's no way they couldn't kill a single alien, and even if the body was dragged away, there should be traces of corrosion. The team's conclusion was basically the same as what Lu Jin had thought. The people here didn't seem to have resisted much, or rather, the ones who could resist hadn't arrived. You guys are right, but haven't you noticed that the power is still working here? The aliens like the dark, and an invasion of a human facility usually starts with a power outage followed by slow torture. Maybe they attacked too quickly and got it without much effort? Anyway, be careful. The scary thing is not that the power didn't go out, but that they may have stopped the power by normal means and then restored it later to paralyze the next wave. The fact that no one died is more indicative of the fact that these guys are highly resourceful and reproductively aware. Lu Jin didn't remind them much. Anyway, it's not like they have much to do with themselves if they die or live. How else can they be expected to take the queen? Just leave a couple of live ones to report in. Continuing down the stairs and through the stairwell, the crowd couldn't help but freeze. The otherwise spacious walkway was covered in black gelatinous substance. The mysterious alien lair was so clearly on display that it looked eerie instead. Is this the alien's lair? The crowd looked at Lu Jin. She was the only one who had been to such a dangerous place. Well, yeah, but usually without the lights on. B4 is the experimental area, which is divided into 4 zones as indicated by the signage in the stairwell. Zone A is hematology, Zone B is surgery, Zone C is endocrinology, and Zone D is obstetrics. This should be just hanging around. Who opens a hospital inside a mountain? Stepping on the sticky floor, the group made their way to the nearest D. When they said obstetrics, everyone basically understood what was going on. Pushing open the hidden gate, the empty lab was lined with rows of restraint chairs, with a body strapped to one of them, and a huge ragged hole could be seen in his chest. The crowd couldn't help but be staggered. The way of acquiring the aliens was just too brutal. Captain, there are so many eggs here. Hearing the report from the team members, Lu Jin also hurriedly turned another few labs. Those monstrous eggs immediately opened their lips when they realized the human's breath, and countless slimy claws swiftly poked out. Stupid! Close the door! Boom! Boom! The gates closed and only a crash could be heard as the face-hugging bugs that had missed their hosts became very cranky. Guys, that's an alien egg with a facehugger inside. Don't rush to give it away. Catching up on new points, the squad continued their search. There were only 2 large laboratories in Sector C. On one side was a spacious observation room with several restraint racks, a blood-stained floor, and the same piles of alien eggs. The other side was filled with various bottles and jars and experimental instruments, rather like a perfume workshop. The crowd looked confused and silently closed the door to prevent the facehugger from running out. Captain, I'll take a look at Area A. Split up. Okay, Counselor Lu, you guys take care. He looked ahead at the darkness that was assaulting him and nodded. The light fixtures in Area B were mostly damaged, and the bright flickering was very disconcerting. And all the lights in Area A had been damaged, and it was dark and full of danger. Can you open it? Deep into the darkness, there were only 3 large laboratories on this side, which seemed to have a lot of anti-humanitarian experiments. And even in such an urgent situation, the thick sealed doors were still closed tightly. One team member pulled out a gun-like object and gestured. Gel explosives that specialize in cracking all kinds of doors. It's so simple and violent, but it's so loud. It's bound to attract the aliens, so let's wait until the others come down. The team stopped the pointless curiosity. It wasn't like the advance team was a death squad, but it's good to have it all down and send it together. Vom dash. Suddenly someone was dry heaving loudly. What's going on? A few people quickly made their way to meet up in Area B. The captain pointed to the lab behind the door with disgust. When Lu Jin stepped through the gate, a sour and rotting smell hit his nose, tickling one's stomach juices. The lab contained a dozen isolated chambers with beds filled with various experimental subjects. Asterisk 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 this. Vomit. The newest member of the team couldn't help but dry heave, and it wasn't his fault. Inside the outermost chamber lay a long-dead human whose head had actually been replaced with an alien's, and the experiment recorded immediate death. Next to him is still the head-swapping experiment, but it has been improved by adding an electric current stimulus, and it seems that after many attempts, the record of the experiment is filled with deaths. However, the last couple of entries read briefly regain functionality and die after less than a second. On the opposite side of the head-swapping experiment, the tongues of the experimenters were removed and replaced with the inner jaw teeth of the aliens, and from the records of the experiments, it appears that they were more or less corroded in the head, and died an extremely grisly death. The experiments that followed were even more insane, and more humans were brutally persecuted, having their skulls opened and their brains removed alive, after which they were planted with alien brain tissue. Lu Qing also dry-heaved. The outrageousness of this was beyond her imagination. Counselor Lu, are you okay? Lu Qing waved his hand and continued to walk inside. She wanted to see how far humans could be twisted, but the next lab module was much lighter in flavor. It was nothing more than a few limb transplants, and she saw people with alien claws, thighs, arms, and even lying on their backs with alien tails attached to their tail vertebrae, but without exception, these experiments failed and were conducted many times for no other reason than rejection and blood toxins. Is that what surgery means? Simple, crude limb stitching? The more the crowd watched, the more they were shocked. This was simply anti-human. Captain, Counselor Lu, here, deep in the lab, a team member held up his gun in disbelief. Inside the innermost chamber, an unlucky subject, hooked up to alien arms and inner jaw teeth, has extensive skin ulcers, his face has twisted into a ball, and he seems to be alive, but is indeed dead. The creature raised its arms and its inner jaw teeth struggled to squeeze out of its mouth as if it wanted to pour out something. Holy, no. Chapter 60, Caught in the Crossfire. Hold your fire. The captain stopped his men and took out his camera to record it. It's neither human nor alien, and none of us have the right to give it pain. If dissections are considered normal research and obstetric evidence is not considered strong, then this crazy experiment definitely slaps the company in the face. If we can bring a reporter back to document this, that would be great, and if not, it would be a credit to the public to make this information public. He frowned, as if he had made up his mind of some sort. The shooting ended and the captain breathed a sigh of relief, as if this was his real mission. Counselor Lu, we'd better retreat back first. The situation is already dangerous now. The team had already been discouraged. The mission was almost complete. There was no need to be alone anymore. And the dark depressing Lair and evil experiments are just chilling. Spare the season's special forces. The adrenaline had been pulled full by now. Okay, let's withdraw to the elevator room. Leaving the lab, the group realized that there were shadows around them and something was peering at them. Ah! One member of the team suddenly wailed, his teeth stained red and a tail spike sticking out of his chest. At that moment an alien was hanging upside down from the ceiling, admiring her prey. Crap! What time is it? Lurking in the darkness, the aliens used the Lair environment to conceal themselves perfectly. Leave it and fire. Then retreat with all your might. The squad opened fire quickly, and the alien, wounded in the body, roared in rage, threw down its prey and disappeared into the distant darkness. The wounded team member was sprinkled with acidic blood, and the man was gone before he had time to struggle. It's tragic, but a quick death is a good likeness. Pull back, pull back. Lu Qing didn't say a word. At this moment, she had already felt the anger of that queen. The squad returned to the intersection linking the districts and were about to make their escape when they saw the lab boiling over with uncountable aliens surrounding them on all sides. Where did this group have come from? Bang! The captain cursed angrily as he activated his electromagnetic gun and shot the two approaching aliens over. He didn't shoot continuously, though, and the battery seemed to have a capacity that didn't seem to support prolonged use. Go this way. Don't stand in the intersection. There were fewer aliens in D. The crowd fought and retreated, ready to die on both sides of the intersection. But the reality was that they were blocked in. No good, Captain. They're deliberately buying breaks to drive us here. The aliens that surrounded them were in no hurry to attack, but instead tried several times and then fled, always keeping their nerves on edge. Bad. This is going to force us inside. As if in a dream, he's fallen for the alien scheme. In the current situation, the only way to delay it a little is to hide in the lab. But it's full of alien eggs. Looks like these guys are good at counting. LV Qing was also very disappointed. Why couldn't I think of this kind of strategy? Forget it, I'll live until the end, and the face-hugging bud wave will directly crush it. Captain, what should I do? I'm almost out of bullets. Looking at the bottoming out bullets, and the few fallen aliens, the crowd fell into despair. And explosives, right, Captain? They're going to die anyway. Don't let the monsters increase anymore. He looked at the lab gates. Sacrifice your life, rather than die as a host. And by the way, you'll have to blow up the facehugger. Terrific. Ow dash. Lu Jin vaguely heard a low roar, and then the aliens that had surrounded them scattered and fled, instantly disappearing without a trace. How did they retreat? All of them dared not let their guard down as they came back from the dead, while Lu Jin released a sigh of relief. Laughing my ass off, Ray was on speakerphone the entire time she was plotting, and the whole family heard what she was saying to the queen. But surely these guys will do another surprise attack next. Back on level B2, everyone was in bad shape, even though they had all crawled out of the dead. The tidal wave of aliens had scared the hell out of them. Damn, these guys actually have brains. What is the company doing? Raising such things, Captain. Thanks to you taking the evidence. I'll be sure to bring down the company when I turn around. The crowds were furious. In fact, as long as they weren't corporate dogs, nobody who was human disliked the company. Counselor Lu, I heard that the Ampere Corporation in your area also does alien experiments, but they seem to have professional scavengers. Yeah, I'm the one who killed the queen with them. Damn, the company was casting a wide net presumably for this, and I'm afraid that Susu's message is also playing a game. Thump, thump. There was a sudden clutter of footsteps from down the hallway. Prepare for battle. Even if they came at this time, they were not good people. All the lights in the lab suddenly went out. Fear of what will come. Everyone seemed to accept the cunning of these aliens and were prepared for the power outage. Hey, are your night vision cameras thermal? It's microlight night vision. Oh, that seems barely visible as an alien. Buzz bang. The captain fired a shot from his EM gun towards the corner of the wall where the sound originated, and the tiny projectile punched a hole in the steel-covered concrete wall. Hold your fire. Is that Beta Squad? It's us. I'm Sheriff Matt. They recognized the EM gun and the atmosphere finally eased. Sheriff Matt, what are you guys doing here? Shame to say it. He turned on his flashlight and hung it over his shoulder. A light that looked like the first break of dawn. More like white silk falling into an inkwell. We've just been attacked by a large number of aliens and have suffered heavy losses. So we're coming down in groups in the elevator, with Ensign Sunny covering us in the back. Looking at the drooping dozen, everyone instantly understood. Did they die in the line of duty, Ensign? What about Alpha Squad? The captain was a little agitated. It's worse than that. Alpha Team is on mobile sentry duty on the perimeter. Haven't seen them come back. The elevators, they cut the cable. We're luckier. We're already down. As you can imagine, Ensign Sunny was up there trying desperately to hold off the aliens, and those who got on the elevator were killed by the fall, leaving only these few to survive. As for Alpha Squad, there might be a chance of survival. No, it wasn't your luck. They let you go on purpose. Lu Jin directly nailed the aliens' attempt. Can't be. What's the figure? Screwing with the mindset that breaks us down is like jungle gorilla traps that never kill, and anti-infantry mines that cause injuries that don't kill, a soldier said in a dawning realization. Everyone in the room got it, leaving the injured to slow down their teammates and lower their morale, and sparing them to spread panic and despair in the same way. Like a cat playing with a mouse, it adds a lot of fun to the hunt, which means there's no turning back. The damage to the elevator was within their plan, and if they tried to escape from there, they would inevitably be blocked by the aliens back and forth. Lu Jin pointed down. Then we'll just have to kill all the aliens. Chapter 61, they're watching. That is unlikely, isn't it? Totally possible. The crowd was in a desperate situation, but not crazy. In order not to waste so many high-quality hosts, Lu Jin planned to push the envelope and cooperate with the aliens here to capture the humans, and in the end, reap the benefits. How much personnel equipment do we have left? 21 people. You don't use a gun, and the rest of us can share about 10 magazines, and 10 EM guns. They withdrew quickly though, and still took a lot of their equipment. This lab has a standing staff of just over 300. Right, and with 300 aliens, is it hard to kill 15 aliens each? You're kidding, right? They didn't even think Lu Jin could do it. As you can see, the electromagnetic gun is so lethal. As long as you hold your position, it's not a big problem. The captain held up his backpack and shook his head with a bitter smile. Electromagnetic guns can only fire 15 times without replacement batteries, and they can't fire continuously. And with a normal rifle, you can take out 2 aliens with 1 clip if you're lucky. But practically, I've known for a long time that this company didn't have a good heart, lying about the military and screwing us over with half-baked products. Cursing, Matt pulled out the drawings, unfolded them impatiently, then folded them haphazardly and stuffed them back into his pocket. Looking at the crowd's indisputable appearance, Lu Jin also stopped flirting. Forget it, what we should be concerned about is how to escape. Escape? Everyone looked at Lu Jin in amazement. All they wanted was to die a good death. The ventilation ducts might be suitable exits. These guys know us, and as their passageway will all be as far away as we can get, and will probably be undefended. You mean, lights out? The plan was too radical for everyone to accept, and it was a little hard to gamble on the slightest possibility, but it was really the most reliable way to go at the moment. But the reality is that most of the vents are straight up and down, and we don't have the climbing ability of the aliens to power through 50 centimeters of pipe, the captain said. Still, there's a chance. Matt excitedly pulled out the blueprints again, and with trembling hands, he kept smoothing out the tears on them. Here, B5, the storage room. There is an access manhole, no branches, twisty but directly connected to the exterior. That's not right, we didn't see any B5s, let alone find the aliens' underground lair. Lu Jin carefully recalled the previous details, not encountering the downward passage. Maybe there was a secret door in the wall? Here, on the 4th floor, in Section A. The drawings were densely labeled. Lu Jin couldn't quite read them, but there were only 2 laboratories in Area A. Here, there's another door behind door number 1 that connects B5 to the underground bays. Regaining a glimmer of life, the crowd lifted their spirits and returned to the lower level, but faced with the thick gate, there seemed to be no other way but to blast their way through. How's that for blowing up? Nope, no problem. The team member in charge of the demolition was a little nervous, because when this went off, everyone was going to be in the thick of it again. The shadow of death was again upon the brow of the multitude. This type of door can only be opened with a master control program in addition to ID verification. As a sheriff, I've seen a lot of similar door code specials. Too much demolition commotion will attract the aliens again, and our plan could be detected. It wasn't that she was afraid of not being able to escape. Lu Jin hoped that a few survivors would escape, as she needed to spread panic amongst the crowd just as much. There, a deflating sound rang out, and the other 2 lab doors actually opened, with lights on inside. No way. They even think it was the aliens that opened the gate remotely. They're watching us. The captain pointed to the ceiling, where some hidden surveillance equipment seemed to still be functioning. Matt raised his middle finger and held back the nationalist that came to his lips. Never mind. Go inside. The 2 groups entered the lab separately, and both sides were conducting the same experiment at the same time. Blood exchange. Dozens of experimental pods were placed as neatly as coffins. I can understand being anti-humanitarian, but this is heavy-handed. The crowd that had seen those inhumane experiments had seen it all before and just felt a little sick when faced with those toad-like swollen experimental subjects. The captain took out his camera and continued to take evidence. He just didn't know if there was any chance of this evidence being published. Lu Jin, on the other hand, was carefully looking over the experiment records, which were much the same as the general hall side, where the dead experimental subjects were able to complete the blood exchange, with the probability of turning into monsters. But the other lab, where all the subjects were replaced with parasitized humans, actually had an 80% success rate in blood replacement and evil monsters with a small amount of human memory. The experiment was recorded as such. Lu Jin quickly flipped through all the records, felt a little sick to his stomach, and left the place. The guy behind the monitor let us watch this? Zip. With a burst of electricity, the chambers in the lab opened one by one. Damn. Monster. The teammates still inside were also confused, curiously surveying the disgusting things, oblivious to the danger. Ah! A monster sat up violently and embraced the soldier with his back to it. The pus on his body was squeezed and yellow-green liquid flowed out. The man was instantly corroded and in pieces. Prepare for battle. Several rifles fired tentatively at point-blank range, not realizing that the thing would collapse in a single blow and lay panting violently on the ground. Boo! With an explosion, the yellow-green juice crumbled everywhere, and the 2 closest officers couldn't escape in time and became fragmented. Put! With a disgusting sound, several face-hugging worms actually burrowed out of the creature. The crowd was horrified at the sight. What is this thing? It's even scarier than an alien. Hold your fire. Release them. The team also immediately understood Lu Jin's intention to flee the lab and tie the door with a rope to lure the monster out. 2, 3, bang! The gate was closed heavily, and the monsters inside couldn't get out for a while. Only 3 monsters remained staggering after the living, to be shot one by one when they approached door number 1. In fact, this was very risky, and the face-hugging bugs that popped out would undoubtedly increase the risk for the crowd if they were hidden. I also wonder if they will crash through the body and corrode the door. Luckily, though, the plan went well, and the heavy doors, corroded like seaweed by layers of acidic blood, became shattered in one kick. What luck! This door is unlocked. A team member unscrewed the rotating disc on the door and the heavy sealed door slowly opened. Entering the door, there was an empty hall, and the flashlight illuminated the uncountable shelves on the floor that were densely packed with alien eggs. I think B5 is called the storage room? I think we've broken into someone's nest. Walking down the heavy stone steps, there were broken walls in front of them, and all the rooms, except for the load-bearing walls, had been dismantled by the aliens and glued with gelatinous substances. Look, there's someone here. By the light, countless grim-faced people could be seen embedded in the nest. They all had shockingly large ragged holes in their chests. Chapter 62, Escape. Could this be a trap? Matt apparently broke some defenses as soon as he tore up the drawings. No, Sheriff, these eggs are empty. Lu Jin realized that although the ones here were used as incubation rooms, the eggshells on the shelves should have been placed artificially. That means it's used for catching facehuggers or storing eggshells. But it's also a very dangerous sign. Any minute now a worker bee will deliver a new egg. We have to hurry. The situation is critical. The crowd immediately dispersed in search of the manhole. There are 2 elevator booths on each side of the lobby, and on one side there are concrete pillars that don't even have doors. So I guess they didn't get around to installing an elevator. On the other side was the normal large freight elevator, presumably the one that led down to the bread room, which was supposed to be full of aliens already. Found it, one team member whimpered. Following the sound, a red valve was exposed in the black alien gelatin of a relatively clean wreckage. They took out their daggers and cut frantically as if possessed. The gunk didn't seem to be fully cured, and it was a struggle, but it barely cleared most of it. Something's not right. The alien glue didn't take long to cure, and the fact that we can still cut it means it was applied by them not too long ago. Counselor Lu, what do you mean? They seem a little too smart for their own good. Like we have a mole. Always. Clean it up. The burst of hissing sounds coming from the ears. Those monsters seem to have broken the door ban and chased after them. I wanted to leave a retreat without closing the door. Who knew that the door would close without unlocking? Which thought while being surrounded by them. Everyone's hearts pinched as an emotion called wanting to die but not wanting to die so badly filled the air. Bang, bang, bang. Several point-blank shots were fired and the monsters were all put down. But the troublesome facehugger directly doubled the danger factor. After a few rounds of long and short point-blank shots, they instead moved swiftly to hide in the darkness. There, turning the valve, the heavy hatch rattled open, and inside were blackened pipes. And at that moment, several aliens descended from the sky, the complex and irregular appearance of the lair perfectly concealing the vents everywhere. That damn sneaky nature. Several members of the team were tackled to the ground, their arms either held down or broken, and they could only let out desperate wails, unable to even commit suicide. Instead of attacking them, the aliens grabbed them by the head and met the face-hugging insects that came flying at them. Intense gunfire rang out as more and more aliens poured in. The warrior alien at the head seemed to be trying to wear the humans down with his flesh and blood. Boo! The foremost warrior alien dies, but his body explodes like a firework, deadly acidic blood shooting out like a fountain. Crap! It's a professional hypertensive warrior alien that can blow itself up. Counselor Lu, you guys go first. The crowd was quickly compressed, and the captain urged Lu Jin to hurry up and evacuate. Joke, who's going to break the news if you're dead? No, Captain, you go ahead. I'll be fine. You've got a job to do. When she didn't get a response, she pushed Matt and one of the officers into the manhole. Their words, I assume, were credible. Back off, all of you, the captain bellowed, and the sound of gunfire and the hissing of the aliens surprisingly stopped instantly, and the air was terrifyingly quiet. The circle of encirclement is further reduced. He took the gel bomb in his hand and shook it. Asterisk. You know what this is, don't you? Tactical nukes. What? The aliens looked at each other, not really understanding what a nuke was, but reading his suddenly opened fist. Boom. The queen, who was observing using her psychic senses, was also confused at this point. What was a boxed egg? Are they edible? She didn't know what it was, but she knew it was supposed to be powerful. And cunning humans always like to quietly make a big deal out of things. Get it out there so all the people know the truth. The captain took hold of Lu Jin's hand and flung her into the pipe with one hand. Move. Boo. The hatch was slammed shut. The passageway was plunged into darkness. And what Lu Jin was holding in his hand was the camera's memory card? This guy, he's still playing the hero at this point. The sound of gunfire and hissing outside was faintly heard again. There was no time to grieve, and the three catapulted themselves quickly outward. The winding pipes were depressing, especially the closed valves, and there was a sense of monsters emerging at any moment. Hold on just a little longer, we'll be there soon. Ahead came a T-fork in the road, indicating that it was close to the exit. Sheriff, I see it. Before the foremost officer could utter his excited words, he was yanked away by a flanking alien. Asterisk. Go, Counselor Lu, hurry. The two of them quickened their pace and crossed the fork in the road, but they heard a rustling below them already close at hand. Hey Sheriff, Lu Jin patted his leg. Take it. Matt peered down with difficulty, only to see the memory card clutched in Lu Jin's hand. Counselor Louis, I'm fine. Her body slid downward a notch, and it was clear that the thing had grabbed her. Take it, just in case. You go ahead. I'll be fine. I'll come back later. Don't fail. Matt received the memory card with mixed feelings, but saw Lu Qing's hands loosen and slide down with the monster behind him. Asterisk 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 asterisk. These hateful monsters, ING corporations, so that the sacrifice of the crowd would not be in vain. He forced his anger to continue upward until he saw the red indicator of the exit. Tick. The gate sounded harsh as if it were abandoned, and it was still dark outside, but the fresh air poured in and made him feel rejuvenated. Slamming the gate heavily, he found himself in a recessed rock wall halfway up the mountain. Looking at the distant lighted defense line, he couldn't help but burst out, F asterisk asterisk K. Then running playfully toward the crowd, he waited until he was close enough to realize that the chariot was covered with flowers and ribbons, as if there had been a party. What a guy! F asterisk asterisk K. Oh, it's Sheriff Matt. F asterisk asterisk K. You sour carrots don't eat. What are you doing? The soldiers and constables who were relaxing gathered around and saw the sheriff, who was covered in a mess, and sensed that things were not going well. Didn't you get the distress signal we sent? They had called for help more than once, and the lab would block the signal, not to mention the fact that the signal was not answered in the building. I'm sorry, Sheriff, we didn't receive contact. A major of the guard answered him politely. Don't you guys go check when you hear gunshots? We sent you guys a message, but you said you didn't need backup. What? Absolutely not. He figured it was someone from the company who was up to no good, so he kept a sharp eye out, fiddled with the memory card in his pocket, and wasn't talking. Sheriff, what the hell is going on in there? We need to verify. Verification? A good portion of our men died and are now trapped inside. Satisfied, the major frowned. Clearly the situation was serious, but within her acceptance. We've been given access to the guard missiles to clean up the site immediately if no one comes out by sundown tomorrow, and it looks like it can be executed immediately. What did you say? His eyes reddened and he tugged at the major's collar, only to be wrestled to the ground in a backhanded takedown. Be reasonable. The mission failed. The risk must be controlled. We are on the federal taxpayers' dime, not the company's payroll. No, Lu Qing is still in there. She'll be fine. The major had also heard of Lu Qing, blowing the ingredients too high, plunging into the alien lair alone, most likely not coming back. Matt stepped aside, disoriented, and tried to hand the evidence over to the chief, who, while the council side was no slouch, surely didn't want to miss the chance to bring down the company. The major eventually relented. It's 3:30, 2 hours at the most, and the nest will be destroyed before dawn no matter what. Chapter 63 Surprise. Boo! Lu Qing slid down to the bottom of the pipe and collided with something soft. Mom! Lei leaned in next to Lu Qing's face, exhaling uncontrollably. Bad baby, you really let mommy roll down. Poking the soft little face, she felt reassured. Oops, I poked. Mom! Dabble. Who can stand to be confronted with a cute daughter being so pampered? Nice work, Pa. You taught her all those attacks, didn't you? Yeah, she's so stupid, but it makes the act so much better. Lu Qing smoothed her hair for her. Everything's under control. Come on, it's time to meet this queen. Lei didn't move and touched the bottle in her pocket. Then holding Lu Qing's hand, the mother-daughter duo returned down the passageway to level B5. The battle was over, and the dozen or so remaining members of the team were brought back to the lair, dead or wounded, facing the tidal wave of aliens. Lu Qing didn't even look at them. Pretending to be a grandchild was too tiring. For those who dare to approach her within 2 meters, the wrist knife that eats ash for a long time is now transformed into a chef's kitchen knife, constantly changing the knife, cutting pieces. But it was Lu Qing who had been approaching them. In a short period of time, those who actively approached Lu Qing were all turned into evolution points, receiving no orders to retreat, and facing the brutal slaughter. They had no fear, but still had the sense to make way. The down elevator was still working, so the pair took it. Instead of rooms, the lowest bays were separated by layers of gated walls, like watertight compartments in a ship, which seemed to prevent the aliens from escaping. In reality, though, the doors had long since been toppled and flown, and some of the walls had been knocked down and expanded into rooms. A steady stream of aliens poked their heads out of the lair, and they scanned and shrank back. The dormant facehugger also sensed the anomaly and crawled out of the egg-shaped worm, only to realize that something was wrong. Through several broken walls, the ceiling above them grew higher and higher, and finally, they came to the queen. Lei held Lu Qing's arm, and the mother-daughter duo had the feeling of going down to the countryside to inspect. Lu Qing waved his hand. Hey, are you the queen of this lair? There was no response from the other side. Hey, you're really dedicated, laying eggs at this hour. Behind the queen, the spawner wriggled and fresh egg-shaped worms were being squeezed out of it, while the worker bees were busy carrying them. Still no response from the other side. What? Is it a man machine? Give you face also give out a disease? The little one does not understand even if you a queen. Greetings do not return. Polite? Lu Jin's teeth clenched, clenching his fists ready to catapult out. Hey! Snap! Caught off guard. Lei drew out her arm and smashed the glass bottle directly on Lu Jin's face. Light blue liquid leaked out, and the latter fainted directly with a jolt. Is this your queen? So thin and frail as a human being. The queen who had been silent for a long time finally opened her mouth. This little one was still reliable. Her mom's quick temper. She didn't expect to break her defense in a few words without hitting it off. Her words were filled with suspicion. This man had killed many of her children, but there was nothing queenly about it. But the good thing is that it's a third-rate character, so just get it dead. By now. Her head had already stuck out from the crown and grabbed the unconscious Lu Jin in her hands to examine her. Yes, and rest assured that she has been suppressing the queen's pheromones, so you may not be able to detect them. Like this? That's really... Ding! Sharp sounds of gold and iron rang out. Lu Jin had already made a sneak attack with her knife, but the queen also reacted swiftly, immediately shrinking her head and blocking the blade with her crown, while throwing her out. Nice guy. Belongs as daggers on the cover of the Yen map. The blow fell short, and while it hadn't yet flown, she immediately withdrew her hand and stabbed at the crown again, only to see sparks fly. It's not scientific. The queen's tail spike left a few marks on the crown, so how come there's some deja vu? Lu Jin landed lightly on the ground. Behind her were dozens of aliens, staring at her with hostile fury. She waved her hand and the guys took a few steps back as if electrocuted. Ahem, my baby girl, why are you hanging out with them? Looking at her daughter who had defected to the enemy, Lu Jin did not get angry, but instead interrogated her with interest. The queen quickly combed through the situation. Had she been assassinated? Was the plan recognized? And this guy who could turn into a human was resistant to poison. My mother Sama. First of all, I thank you for giving birth to me. And after that, as the queen who rules the Lair, instead of fulfilling your duty to expand the Lair, you are instead mingling with humans and spending time with them, which is a naked betrayal. What the hell? The queen was also somewhat broken at this time. After all, what kind of life had she lived as a prisoner and experiment for so long? Is there any justice in the fact that she's actually playing nice with the human who victimized her? Of course, baby, it's important to develop a relationship with food, too, or how else are you going to produce such a wonderful child as you? The queen can't read anymore. What's wrong with this guy? Okay, even if you're right, why are you assisting humans in hunting other queens? It's genocide. The queen froze. No, didn't she put that hat on herself too? Little man, that's not the problem. Yeah, people are right. That's not the problem. Ray, the reason why I hunt queens is because even queens have limited abilities. The road to destroying humanity is long. That's right. Could this guy be plotting something for the sake of the race? The queen was a little curious. If I can control all the aliens and realize the evolution of the race, won't it be easy to conquer this planet? Indeed, the evolution of the mother is capable of benefiting her children. So well, the queen as a stepping stone is an honorable sacrifice. I'm going to evolve to a certain degree and then as a return, drive you all to evolve together. She's also very nice. The queen turned her head, only to see Ray jabbing a needle into the joint of her auxiliary arm, followed by a tingling sensation that swept through her body. What's coming at me? Good job, Pa. Receiving the compliment, Ray immediately showed a pleased smile. The queen seemed to fall into a deep sleep, her inner jaw teeth slipping out. In a sudden shock, the other aliens immediately pounced on her, while Lu Jin snatched a step ahead of her and chopped off her inner jaw teeth with a single slash. I can't beat you, but you'll have to keep your teeth. Ow dash. The queen roared and immediately woke up, green blood spraying everywhere. Ah, it's hot. It's hot. Lu Jin was splattered and his clothes began to melt. Hiss. How did that happen? Wiping away the blood, she realized that the sheepish jade-like lotus root arm was actually red and had a rash. Ray, get away from her. Her blood is very acidic. You'll get hurt if you get it on you. Upon hearing this, she immediately ran behind Lu Jin and blocked away the incoming aliens. As a forbidden guard, she was now fulfilling her duties as an archqueen, while all of the queen's children were moving forward, senselessly besieging the intruder. The broken-tailed forbidden guard quietly dodged away. Mom, what's going on? I don't know. Something weird. Upon hearing Lu Jin's voice, the queen stirred restlessly and twisted her body frantically, accompanied by a hiss as she broke free of the spawning apparatus. Crap, like it buffed her? She saw that the queen's status bar had an extra berserk in it. This guy, it's just a bit outrageous. Is it because of the various experiments that have made this change in her? Or is she high on drugs? This is a special physique that even alpha individuals don't have. Phew, the robust tail whip broke through the air and swept. Lu Jin was scared and in a cold sweat, really laying down a deadly hand, so she too turned into a queen and freed her full strength. Bang! The ground shook as the crowns of the two queens slammed together. Crap, can't seem to beat it. Chapter 64, who does the gallop remind us of? Ray, run, it's not safe for you to be here. After a moment's hesitation, she turned around and left. This kind of battle, she would be adding to the chaos if she went. Mom, be careful, I'll wait for you back at the hotel. Although she said that she had left, but Lu Jin could see that she was still out there chasing those unlucky worker bees. Forbidden guards, stop her. The forbidden guards did not appear, no matter how much the queen called out. Where are you looking? Bang! Lu Jin's tail spike impacted the queen's crown, leaving only a shallow crater. This isn't right, is it? How could this guy be so hard when he had repeatedly confirmed that he was only level 53 and only 49% evolved, with no special skills except the queen's inherent skills? Ow dash! Seemingly feeling that the forbidden guards had betrayed her, the queen couldn't stop roaring. Her hypnotic tail whip struck like lightning. Lu Jin similarly blocked with her tail but felt even her buttocks go numb. All she could do was back up and pull away from it. Counselor Lu, how do you? The captain and a few of the wounded who had not yet been parasitized were awakened in shock to see LV Qing, who had turned into an alien. Why aren't these guys dead? If there was a 1 in a million chance of them being rescued, they would be in trouble themselves, and there was no point in the host staying behind, considering they couldn't spawn yet. Thinking of the scene where the captain sacrificed his life to save himself, Lu Jin felt some irony. Shut up! Tail spikes flung across and he closed his mouth for good. Seeing her host killed, the queen became even more manic and charged recklessly. The facehuggers also seemed to sense the danger and jumped out of their eggs, and those little ones that didn't have time to escape were directly stomped on by their own mothers. Hey, you're trampling your own pups to death. What a guy. You don't care about your own kids? She's out of her mind now and can't communicate. At this time, there were also bursts of hissing from outside. Many worker bees actually evolved into warriors in a short period of time, and then killed each other. The original orderly alien army at this time became chaotic. Ding! Queen's pheromone confusion detected. Please prepare the host to respond. Okay, I know. I don't need you to remind me. This one released all her pheromones in one fell swoop. What does she want? It was too late to think about it. The queen had already pounced on her, and Lu Jin was also evil. Crouching low, whipping out her tail and wrapping it up with her in a deadly tangle before a crown headbutt slammed into her chest. Boo! The two queens tangled together again, and Lu Jin's claws kept slashing, only leaving several wounds on her body. Swish! The queen's sharp claws swung down, but sliced off a corner of her tiara. Aw, that hurts. Probably because he was injured for the first time. Lu Jin was a bit annoyed and frantically popped out his inner jaw teeth, biting one of the queen's auxiliary arm off raw, but she also chipped a tooth in her inner jaw. The queen's claws were still waving, leaving several deep and shallow cuts on the huge crown, and with the snorting and clacking sounds from the scratching, Lu Jin felt like his brain was about to explode. The two monsters engaged in a primal and plain duel, roars of fury resonating through the underground, and the chaotic aliens were startled into pausing the melee. Struggling for several rounds, she didn't take advantage of it at all, and had the feeling that she could fight, but couldn't, and if she did, she would have to be crippled herself. All in all, a big loss. If I can't beat you, I won't run? She jerked back, her two tails still entangled, and couldn't care less, pulling so hard that the exoskeletons of both sides were broken to varying degrees. Lu Jin roared and gave her two middle fingers before boarding the elevator to the B5 floor. Dozens of aliens were dueling each other, and she was a little distracted by the sight, so she radiated the queen's pheromones, and the chaotic scene was quickly brought under control. But the guys were muddled and completely disobedient to instructions, just running along with her to the upper levels. Lu Jin also mimicked as a worker bee and mingled with them, retracing his steps down the stairwell to the uppermost floor of the building. Get back here! The fleeing aliens seemed to be out of control again, crashing through the building's doors and windows like a zebra being chased by a lion, and quickly fleeing outward. What an unorganized bunch! For the sake of the quest, she had to chase them out to make up for it too. Who knew if there would be an extra reward for killing them all? Buzz off! It seemed that the Chaos Underground had alerted the humans, and several helicopters had circled overhead, their pilots terrified at the sight of the hordes of aliens. Major, there are a large number of aliens in the building. Do we open fire? Then what are you waiting for? Shoot up all the ammo you have and don't let them get away. The Major's voice was shocked and angry. What hesitation at this point? Large-caliber machine guns and missiles intertwined into a dense curtain of bullets, illuminating the unnamed hill with light so bright that even hordes of aliens couldn't resist the ferocious tongues of fire. Boo! The blasted aliens sprayed acidic blood, and gouts of white smoke rose from the corroded grass. No, man, I just went out. With an ear-piercing whine, huge amounts of ammunition poured over her, and Lu Jin felt as if she had seen a Teyukai. Bang, bang, bang. The machine guns hit her and blew up a million little fireballs, and it felt a little painful, but it wasn't a big problem. Lu Qing suddenly realized. So I'm this strong? That's you, isn't it, legendary pilot? Lu Qing leapt up and grabbed the low-hovering helicopter, his tail jabbing a meal towards the cockpit. The plane that had lost its pilot immediately swayed and collided with the plane next to it like a drunken dragonfly. Two huge flames fell instantly, like grand fireworks and festive bonfires, adding to the festive atmosphere of the disaster. Yes, today is World Helicopter Free Day. That's what happens when you stab the king and kill him. Boom! Several missiles fell, the intense heat and light causing her eyes to go blank, and the wave of air toppled her over. Though it did no real damage, the thousands of degrees of heat instead made her feel like a hot spring. Comfortable. System, when did I become so powerful? Can the Queen resist such a strong attack? Yes, except for weapons of mass destruction. The Queen's body can resist damage from almost any human weapon. Then why didn't you tell me? The host did not ask a clear question. Ha ha ha, I'm so high as a kite. Lu Qing felt invincible up. Climbing to her feet, she realized that the aliens that had escaped with her had all been taken care of by the humans, and a mixed emotion came over her. Ow dash. She threw her head back and roared. I'm not looking for a substitute liver. As 0.01 seconds passed, Lu Qing felt a bit of a headache as a bizarre scene kept flashing before his eyes. Mommy's got her eye on you. Live to fight another day. My alpha. My daughter. You are wonderful. Why is it a walk-on? You're going to die again? Is it actually the Queen you killed yourself that you missed the most at the moment before you die? Boom. Boom. Two shells exploded in her chest, and she was lifted off the ground like a rag by a huge wave before falling heavily into the building. Then, all kinds of weapons were bombed in turn, and this sinful experimental building collapsed. Chapter 65 Super. Electromagnetic Cannon. Earlier, Sogmundon Zoo. Lord. Superintendent. One of the alligators in the alligator pool is dead. Before the end of the shift, the breeder hastily reported the operations supervisor's major loss for the day. Ha! Which crocodile? The Nile crocodile called Pharaoh, 3.5 years old, was nearly 4 meters. The team leader touched his chin. His eyebrows wrinkled into a ball. The crocodile fish pond is your responsibility. Right, your bonus for these months. Don't, you know, I have an old man and a young man. Okay, you hide it in the wigwam in the back garden. Turn around and chop it up, and find a chance to feed it to the other crocodiles. Looking at the hastily departing breeder, the supervisor sighed. Who let it be our nephew? Late in the evening, on the zoo's wigwam, a petite alien blends in with the night. Stinky sister, why don't you come out yet? Old Five said you can't make any mistakes. A lost facehugger, who stumbles into the zoo, accidentally hugs a crocodile, and then a strange alien, who waits around for 5 hours. As if responding to her, the crocodile's body shook uncontrollably. Pust. The crocodile's back broke open with a gash, and a chestbreaker with the same skin as it burrowed out. Quack 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 quack. Phew, finally got out. Thought you were suffocating. Come here, she beckoned, and Chestbreaker quickly climbed onto her back. Look, big sister, a new member of our family. Lovey, this is your sister, not a critter. Shin snatched up the boob buster she was playing with. 2 hours later, the mutant alien shaped like a crocodile broke out of its cocoon. She was huge, with a thick tail full of fluting stings that was both dangerous and fascinating, and though she was only a worker bee level, that dark green, thick exoskeleton seemed to be a match for Susu, the Crusher, but she lay there quietly motionless, with little desire to communicate. Ding! Your exoskeleton has been reinforced. Please stay awake, host. A moment before the explosion, Lu Qing vaguely heard the system's broadcast. What are you wimpy about? It can't be blown up. Cough up. Cough up. Shortly after, Lu Qing woke up, and she transformed back into her human form and burrowed out of the ruins. Asterisk 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 it. I'm becoming prey. Hiss. This explosion. The blood bar went straight to red, and the arm was dislocated. Probably because the system forced us to pull it. She touched her face. The wounds left by the other woman hadn't healed yet. Her ear was cut in half and one of her incisors had fallen out. It was really miserable. System, what's going on? Congratulations to the host for breeding the variant killer crocodile alien. Bonus attribute feedback, exoskeleton reinforcement. Ha, mutant aliens? Wasn't that the hallucination we saw at the zoo the other day? Mom, are you okay? Concerned inquiries from his daughters came to his mind. Good nah, back from the dead. The daughters were relieved to hear that their mother was unharmed. Mom, you have to compliment me on that. I'm the one who brought my little sister back. I told you I wouldn't be an orphan. On the other end, Hin had pressed her inner jaw teeth against Fufu's head. Shin, what's the situation with your little sister? Is it a mutant alien? Right, we haven't been able to contact you for a while, so Old Five thought it was dangerous, so he pulled this stunt. LV Qing was overwhelmed with emotion, so it was the baby girl who saved our lives. Sam, that was amazing. You saved Mom. Hey, it's supposed to. I've seen this variant in my mom's memories, so I took the liberty of trying it out, and I didn't think it would actually work. But it's amazing that she's even inherited such fine memories. Individuals really go against the grain. Hey, it's good to be highly educated. Bang, bang. Suddenly, the ground began to shake as large chunks of rubble were knocked away and a glistening, chilly crown emerged. Forgot about her. Lu Jin picked up a rag from the rubble and wrapped it around his body, instantly rushing out of the building. Turning into a humanoid without clothes would get you arrested. But no one cares if the aliens wear them or not. Humans are weird. Looking at the brightly lit positions in the distance and the planes circling overhead, she felt slightly reassured by the searchlights beating down on her. Major, a human has been spotted. Target sighted. It's the Queen. Repeat, it's the Queen. The Queen, who had broken out of the ground, chased after Lu Jin frantically from behind, and the fire from several machine cannons didn't even stop her. Ow. Humans. The Queen grabbed the wreckage on the ground and threw it with force, directly smashing the plane more than 10 meters high. It's all about World Helicopter Free Day. There also seemed to be a civilian helicopter mixed in the sky, with a cameraman carrying a machine that was broadcasting live on the chaotic scene. Lu Jin didn't interfere much. Life and death had their own destiny. Perhaps it was time to let the world know about the terrifying creatures like aliens. Boom, boom, boom. The three armored vehicles covered the soldiers as they pushed forward, and the main gun fired again, shaking Lu Jin's heart. She saw one of the shells hit the Queen's torso, one hit the head, and the other landed at her feet, and a blinding burst of fire lit up her figure as she faded away. If her own daughter hadn't been born in time, I'm afraid she'd be long gone by now, and she shouldn't be able to carry it off, should she? Ow dash. With a roar of unbridled anger, the Queen burst out of the flames. Behind her, dozens of aliens were rushing the crowd as well. What a strange species this is. Ding! The Queen's exoskeleton is immune to heat and shockwaves, and normal armor-piercing bullets are not powerful enough to cause fatal damage. What? System, so with you helping me, I'm still weaker than a normal queen? You're here to screw me over, right? Ding! The host is not a tank-type queen. Please don't steal the concept. Boo! There was a loud bang from behind them as the Queen toppled an armored car. The shell was about to exit and blew it out of the sky instead. The helicopters poured fire with impunity, and even with heavy casualties, they could not stop the maddening swarm of aliens. The infuriated Queen even threw her own daughter into the air and smashed down the plane. Wailing sounds kept ringing out. Short fights. Humans were no match for the aliens, and even if they were lucky enough to be killed, the bursts of acidic blood would take away several people. The Queen, on the other hand, ignored all of this and ran at Lu Jin. Sheriff Matt, use the EMP. At this point in time, one can only hope for this test subject. The soldiers were ordered to charge the EM guns immediately. Quick! All helicopters lower your altitude. Make sure you stall it. Faced with the Queen close at hand, the Major decides to use the plane as bait to buy time. Boom! It's really not a good day to fly. Buzz buzz. With the sound of a burst of electricity, the electromagnetic cannon was fully charged. Woo! A cone-shaped slug instantly disappeared without a trace, and the Queen reacted quickly and tried to block it with her tail. But the next moment, one of her arms that cut off her tail had disappeared without a trace. Nonetheless, she flung up her severed tail, and a large amount of acidic blood flew, corrupting the tank along with the soldiers to pieces. Woo! Luckily, another EM cannon fired just in time, hitting the center of the red center and piercing the Queen's chest. Noticing that her life was about to be lost, she still stared at Lu Jin, letting out a final low roar, and then just like that, stood there, dead. In Lu Jin's opinion, it was even a bit sad if he hadn't clashed with her. Ding! The main quest, cleanup, has been completed. Kill the alien Queen. Seemingly taking too much damage, the Queen's body also burst apart, with only the large crown rolling quietly to the side. Chapter 66, Innocence. The main quest, cleanup, has been completed. Killing the alien Queen. The quest rewards evolution points *80, black water *80, Queen's core *1, and obtains the active skill, evolution. Oh, got it. With the dangerous Queen settled, Lu Jin sat paralyzed on the ground. Too tired. This time is really too dangerous. No wonder the system gives so many rewards. Really have life to earn but not life to spend. Lu Jin, I knew it. You'll definitely be fine. Ha ha ha, awesome. Add up another Queen. You're invincible. Matt shouted at the top of his lungs. Hiss, old horse, stop yelling. Your head hurts. A hint of apology crossed Matt's face as he looked at her covered in bruises. Lu Jin, scars are a man's medal. What? It's Lu Jin? Counselor Louis Jing of Sogmundon? That's her. The alien slayer. The reporters on the outside came over at the smell, their long guns disliking her mouth. Counselor Lu, Are you here this time specifically to address the company's biochemical leak? What do you think of creatures like the aliens? Counselor Lu? MS. Lu Qing, I heard that you have a 10-year-old daughter. Is this true? She was nervous about facing a reporter for the first time. After all, there would be countless people watching behind the camera. My daughter. Ahem. Folks, you know the confidentiality regulations. All I can say is that the aliens, as scary as they are no match for humans. Hearing such words, the whole room was energized. Not that it was a love of pie. The electromagnetic cannon thing, it was really quite good. I can guarantee that within a year, the aliens can be destroyed with the flip of a switch. But how does this seem to take credit for killing the queen? With the addition of the previous one, the wind seems to be blowing a bit too much. Man-made gods and then cranked up, right? Rejecting the suggestion to go to the hospital for a checkup, Lu Qing returned to the hotel where he was staying. Hey, it's exhausting. It's like going to work. Mom. In the darkness, Lei jumped onto Lu Qing like a giant facehugger with her entire body. Ooh, good girl. What's all the crying about? Warm tears dripped down her face as she gently wiped her daughter's face. Mom, I don't want to be an orphan. Why? Silly boy. Your mom is awesome. Come on, go take a bath with your mom. Big sis, oldest is too much of a trickster. And I want to be stuck with my mom all day too. Lovey, do you want to see what Lao Si has done? Do you have the brains? Don't add to the mess. If you have that kind of time to wonder, why don't you go out for a spin and catch a queen? These two sisters should be close. Evolution does need to speed up though. The queen of the district can only be partial. To dominate the world you need to go further. And God knows what heavenly abilities the queen will have. And she'd love to see the scene with a bunch of daughters blowing up the street. Washing away the filth on his body, Lu Qing's wounds also began to slowly heal. Lying on her bed, she tossed and turned, hard-pressed to sleep. Ray seemed to still be growing and had fallen into a deep sleep in her arms. From the time she commanded the alien siege on the humans and the sheriff's pipeline got out of the way, to the reunion of mother and daughter and then being bewitched, it seems to the queen that she was paralyzed by her daughter to suffer a reckoning. But it was all staged for her. All for the last shot of ecstasy and sneak attack. The little guy had a dark heart. Only that queen was so ridiculously strong that she almost flipped by being smart. System, how does that evolution work? Ding, active skill evolution. After using it the host can choose to actively die and his body will degrade to an ordinary human. Cooldown time 1 month. What? What kind of skill is that? Could it be because that queen was so studied that her obsession transferred to herself? System, can feedback exoskeleton enhancements be shared? Yes. Ding, exoskeleton reinforcement has been shared. Your pack has been reinforced. Knock knock. She hadn't been lying down long before a sharp knock on the door woke her up. Who is it? Let no one sleep. It's me, Albert. Albert? Who's that? Ooh, dang, it's you. The visitor was the sect leader, and Lu Qing didn't even remember his name. He looked inside, a little nervous. Come in, keep your voice down. My daughter is still asleep. Holy Maiden Sama. Someone from the company's side said they want to hand over the lab to us. Ha, yes, they are interested in you and think we are qualified partners. Are you nuts? You're trying to get rid of this mess. Who wants a pile of rubble? It was as if he had gone through half the trouble just to reclaim the lab that was supposed to belong to the church. Your Holiness, that's in there. Olden is trying to make himself a bodyguard. The kill count hasn't been tallied yet, though, and there should still be leaks in the lair. Alright, go check it out. Well, you have to be careful. It's full of reporters out there. Okay, why are you talking so much? Lu Qing changed his clothes and woke up the sleeping Lei. Good girl, get up. Let's go play Vent Dare. Half an hour later, Lu Qing arrived at the ruins of the experimental building. A cordon had been drawn at the foot of the hill, and the guards were still stationed. Yo, isn't this LV Qing? Hello Major, the company invited me to survey the inside of the lab. Hey, is it true what Sheriff Matt said about those experiments? Maybe I'm seeing falsehoods. And if the Federation and the company want to cover up the facts, then these are just rumors. The Major didn't ask many questions, and with a face full of regret, he gave her a free pass. Dang, what's going on? Several people from the church had arrived early and by now had opened the switch room in the back garden of the building, which housed a large elevator. What the is this? An escape hatch? Yeah, don't you know? In a few moments, the elevator reached the B5 floor, and before it was a mess, made even more horrific by a single spotlight shining through it. Oh, there's no elevator. That bare concrete pillar was actually an escape route. The empty floor reeked of sour rot. The floor was littered with trampled facehuggers and aliens, while the ceiling had countless deep scratches and the gates to the outside had been smashed to pieces. Apparently, the queen was so angry, she just tore the place down. Ahem, guys, there are aliens here. As if purposely slowing down by half a beat, A huge forbidding alien had pounced on one of the congregants and blown his head off. "Mom, it's that loser big sister with no tail." Hearing the conversation between the mother-daughter duo, that guy seemed to have remembered something horrible and directly prostrated himself in front of Lu Jin with a sliding knee. "Forgive me, my queen, for being unreasonable. Oh, you're the forbidden guard who was held down and beaten by my Ray, aren't you? What do you want?" The forbidden guards used their brainwaves to communicate with Lu Jin, while Lu Jin spoke directly, bluffing the religious. "I want to join you." At that time, I was too awestruck to resist when I saw how valiant the queen was. "Just lick it hard. I'm dying for your mom. Ha ha, you're really like the border herd. You run when you're in danger and join in when you can't beat them. I'm curious as to how you guys escaped from the control." My host was a drifter, but he was a doctor, and I inherited a fair amount of human common sense. "Lucky? No. I'm a little lost. Dr. Hobo? And you're so lucky." Despite being an alpha herself, the queen's average 170 plus IQ doesn't seem to have gained at all. I got out of his mouth when I was still a chestbreaker, then hid in the shadows, sneaked up on a couple of guards, and freed my mother and sisters in the main control room. "Good man. You even took a protagonist template, didn't you? Come on. The queen will be you. That's really good. You can be an amazing queen in the future." Thank you. She didn't seem to have heard Lu Jin's words. "Keep your head up." She cupped the forbidden guard's head, and under the bright light, the dark exoskeleton shimmered with a demonic steel blue color. But it was standard, like a sensual big sister. "Surely your mother didn't teach you to kill the forbidden guards first when you take over a man's nest? What? Ka." The hard and large head of the forbidden guard was shattered into several pieces by Lu Jin's slap. "Naive. Ding. The host has resolved all leaking aliens/facehuggers, killing a total of 112 worker bee aliens, 214 warrior aliens, forbidden guards *1, and 627 facehuggers. Rewarding evolution points *1354 Blackwater *830. It's finally done. But the dog system doesn't give extra rewards." The religious looked dumbfounded. "What's going on? Slapping a guard to death with your bare hands? What had the gods done to her?" "What? Exactly. Did it, exactly, say to you, holy maiden? She, wants to work with us, but it's just a stupid little trick. It's a known fact that forbidden guards can evolve into queens." Chapter 67, Cashing in on fame while it lasts. After killing the leaky fish, Lu Jin retrieved his wrist blade and left the place. The crowd looked around and agreed that it wasn't working. It would be better to recite the place rather than rebuild it. And with the alien queen gone, could the company send one over? "Hey, working blindly, I'm just a laborer." Lu Jin couldn't stop sighing as he sat on the ruins. She was there swiping through the videos and suddenly she came to the live video from last night. Being chased by a monster with a rag wrapped around himself was frightening and woefully unpredictable. The comments section was clear of praising her as a hero, except for a few asterisk is so beautiful and why the cloth wrap. I don't know how they associate themselves with heroes. Pure and simple buffoonery. But in chronological order, she found a mysterious link that turned out to be evidence of what had been photographed in the lab earlier, along with quite a few retweets. Matt moves pretty fast, and although some people say it's special effects CG, it's finally released, so the previous sacrifice wasn't in vain. Regardless of whether it's true or false evidence, the evidence is there, and with last night's bombshell news, humanity is sure to be in chaos. However, remembering the blood exchange experiment, Lu Jin was a bit puzzled as to how the success rate was so much higher after being parasitized. "Shannon, do you know why?" Lu Jin spoke in detail about what she had seen in the lab, and with the fact that Shanshan's host was already experienced in research, she quickly came to a conclusion. "Mom, there is a perfect protocol for blood swap experiments, and parasitism is the right way to do it. We change the genes of the host to suit the host, and when we parasitize, we change the host's genes as well, in order to evade the immune system, and increase adaptability. Lucky, it's time to grow a brain. That is to say, the hosts would be considered part of us. They would be like chrysalises, and we would be the core of the chrysalis." "Good girl. That's great. Lovey, Mom, you're missing the point, aren't you?" "Ahem. Mom, you can think of the host as being infected by our blood and mutating into a giant egg-shaped worm." Well, thank you Sandy, Mommy gets it. It's a nice thing to have, and with a more normal appearance. It's a lot better to be able to parasitize everywhere than to have soft face-hugging bugs running around. Lu Jin stayed in the state city for 2 more days, and after not finding any other queens for the time being, he returned to Sogmenton. The city was in peace. They had long been plagued by the plague of the aliens, and now that there was such a figure as Lu Jin, weren't the good times just around the corner? The first thing she did was go back to her old home, and in the lair, Olivia was actually leaning against Fufu, watching TV and eating a snack. The anime the duo watched, called something like Spicy Me, and Simply You, was a good fit for their aura. Wow, Sister Chang, you're back. I missed you so much. She boldly hugged Lu Jin, who didn't resist, who told her to be our backup energy source. Foof, on the other hand, is drooling at the animated hotties and seems to be giggling obsessively. How's it going? Foofy good boy, did they bully you? How could she? She could have killed me with a slap, and I'm alive and well. Ow dash. The anime went into commercials at a more exciting point, and Fufu screamed in exasperation. Good news, great news. Are you bothered by alien parasitism? Amperex is offering a special parasitization kit today. 2 minutes to immediately confirm if you are being parasitized. Only $4.99/box, pack of 4, and comes with a large caliber pistol for your convenience and worries. What follows is footage of the experimenter being tested positive and then the chestbreaker popping out. The company is so unscrupulous that they can broadcast this kind of footage, but the accident that day and the experiment that broke the news is presumably causing a huge panic among the population. And this is exactly the kind of thing that makes money. Not to say that it's appropriate in the first place. Lu Jin opened his cell phone and searched for parasitic reagent kits, and the first one was a certain netizen who was carrying the goods, and his popularity was already more than 20 million. The 10,000 orders that the anchor had on the shelf were instantly booked out, and those who didn't grab them were still cursing. Really, it's not like the diagnosis is a control, so why be so aggressive? A bright light named Fortune suddenly flashed through Lu Jin's mind. Hello, Trey? Ah, Your Holiness. Well, idly, let's meet this afternoon. In the afternoon. In the church at Nord-South. God, don't, Holy Maiden, Pope, or if you don't mind calling me Lu Jin, I can't afford that name. Ha ha, Pope sir, do you, by any chance, have any orders? Well, it's something. Willing to go through fire for His Holiness. The church was full of LV Jin's fervent followers, not knowing what kind of big pie Chui Shui had drawn. These people were more brainwashed than brainwashed fans. Well, any of you guys are in jewelry, and in department stores, and in bandwagons or online companies. 7 or 8 men stepped forward, and together they walked into the parlor. LV Jin also stated her plan. It's very simple. I want a batch of bracelets, crushed ice or dragon and phoenix pattern, kind of more fashionable, preferably for both men and women. And then there's the ultrasonic mosquito repellent. The more subtle the better. The crowd was uncertain, but 4 of them obliged. Hey, I'm thinking of combining the bracelet with a mosquito repeller. Any luck? What? Your Holiness, it can be made, but it's not profitable, is it? One piece costs about $300. It's all good on its own. It's chicken feed when you add it all together. Guys, there are hurdles on the road to success. Losing money is sometimes earning it. Also, I want to go live. Help me out with that. Looking at the bewildered believers, Lu Jin smiled smugly. His own method was simple and crude. This group of elites would not understand. However, not to be outdone by the brainiacs, the mosquito repellent bracelet hit the samples in the afternoon. The men's model was made into a 2-dragon play beads, and the women's model was a star with a full moon, and it looked pretty good, so the factory went into full swing. The live broadcast room was also ready to warm up, and at 8 o'clock in the evening, Lu Jin was going to start his first live broadcast. Ray, stay with mommy live at night. Hooray! Ray was happy. She sensed that Lu Jin was going to do something very interesting. In the evening, the makeup artist painted exquisite makeup for the mother and daughter duo. Lu Jin was dumbfounded. It was so beautiful. The one she drew herself was a piece of. Before the start of the show, she made a point of wearing a mask to add a bit of ambience. Sister Chang, it's going to be on. A small internet believer with over 100,000 followers reminded her. Ahem, everyone's family. Let's not sing or dance today. Today, little sister, I also bring goods. You see. She stretched out her hand and revealed the bracelet, and mother and daughter Lu Jin followed suit and fiddled with it. Only this one was a normal model. Fans just coming in were confused for a moment, intrigued by the 2 newcomers. The one with the mask is so pretty. You said you were wearing a mask, too, so take it off and see what happens. But Lori is really nice. Look, she kind of looks like Lu Jin. Even someone that powerful has gone to sea to work as a leak? Because of them, the popularity of the live broadcast room soared, and the anchor woman fiddled a bit more, and when she saw that the atmosphere was about right, she got to the point. Families, I know you are very interested in this beauty. This batch of bracelets, I spent a lot of effort with the manufacturers to beat the price down. As long as $299, I put out 2,000 single. Sold out immediately. Beauty now real. 3, 2, 1. Up connect. It's still too much food. Or maybe there's a trust. And 2,000 orders are gone in an instant. The family is so giving. Now honor the promise and give the CC to this beauty. LV Ching slowly took off her mask and smiled slightly at the camera, which could be said to have tipped the scales. It's really her. Fans were ignited with passion. All kinds of questions came. Lu Ching answered them one by one, and told the story of her hunting the aliens, and the popularity of the live broadcast room went up and up. Guys, what about me? I'm not here to make money by bringing goods. I'm here to bring you real benefits. She took out her mosquito repellent bracelet. This looks like everyone likes it, but this one, which I made after a lot of hard work, can repel face-hugging insects. The live feed instantly exploded. Seriously, what a godsend. As you know, I can't kill more than a handful of aliens, and I've discovered that there's something in their bodies that suppresses face-hugging bugs. In other words, prevents parasitism. The staff carried up a steel box. The lid opened. A face-hugging bug jumped out, and the live broadcast brushed a screen full of exclamation points. Watch this. The face-hugging worm first approached Lu Ching and felt that something was wrong. Then it turned its head to pounce on Lei, but for some reason it stopped again, and finally turned to the little netizen and the staff, and after hesitating for half a day, it suddenly went into a convulsion and died on its back. That's not because everyone is wearing anti-hugger face bug bracelets. Guys, see, wearing this face-hugging bug dare not approach. Excessive exposure will also die. That is to say, there are don't want to forcefully parasitize you. In the end is still a death. Everyone has seen how powerful this thing is. Sister Ching would never lie to anyone, and there's no way this face-hugging bug is fake, right? Of course, this is Lu Ching's daughter. Can she not act? Live broadcast at this time has rushed to the popular list one. This anti-parasitic bracelet simply can match the enjoyment of the temple. Well everyone, no beating around the bush. For the sake of the people, I'm also down for blood. The original price of $12.99. I'm not going to make any money today. $5.99 to take it home. Limited capacity. Only 10,000 units. Each person is limited to one order. Also, it can only be purchased by Sogmundan locals. Why, you ask? Aliens have ethnic distinctions as well, and can only restrain our local facehuggers, which may not work in your neck of the woods. Okay, 3, 2, 1. On the link, Ray grinned and shouted along with her. In an instant, 10,000 orders were snapped up. Those who didn't grab it were crying and sad. Guys, there's no need to rush. We'll get the factory to ramp up. Plus, it can be used in conjunction with the parasitic kit. Families can buy a combination. The company side of the price we cannot beat down, but can beat their own. Kit $499. Bracelet $599. Combination purchase as long as $899. Next live we on the link. The little netizen was also excited, feeling tens of millions of dollars of traffic for the first time. Cool. The live broadcast ended and the crowd was dumbfounded. The turnover was nearly 6 million in a flash. It was not to be. Your Holiness, will this thing work? If it's found out to be a mosquito repellent, but it just protects against face-hugging bugs. Believe me, gods above. Yes, by the gods, this must be a divine plot. LV Ching's live broadcast was on fire all over the internet because it was so hardcore that it was as if people saw the alien disaster that hadn't yet erupted dissolve into nothingness. That night, Lu Ching directs her daughters to wander all over the city to create an environment for these stupid humans to use. A few days later, although the aliens often made a mess, people were posting that they had found dead face-hugging bugs in their homes and that they had used the kits themselves without being parasitized. Instantly, Lu Ching's image shone brightly, and some even called her a god. Isn't that the same thing as worshipping alienism? Of course, LV Ching's face-hugging bugs can lurk for a year and are undetectable to humans until they develop. Chapter 68, I'll Make You Fly. The factory learned that they were doing such a great thing, immediately turned on full power. People do not leave their jobs, play hard to work extra shifts, vowing to tamp the foundation for this peaceful world. 3 days later, more than 100,000 anti-hugging face bug bracelets were rushed out and then snatched up. It's really not nonsense to say that there is a disease, let alone that this stuff really works. Lu Ching, on the other hand, had selected 100 of his daughters to evolve into carriers, ready to go at a moment's notice. Estimates are that there's a month before the city will have one on hand by then. After arranging some of these things, Lu Ching returned to her old nest, fulfilling her duties as a queen after a long time. Ow, that hurts. Shortly after he started working, Lu Ching, who was hanging in mid-air, suddenly screamed. She felt like there was a red-hot iron in her belly and the pain was unbearable. Ah! With a tearing sound, the not yet fully augmented spawners burst open, and 2 dark red egg-shaped worms tumbled to the ground. These 2 eggs are 2 or 3 times larger than usual. What the hell have I given birth to? Ding! The host's first output of royal egg-shaped worms *2, rewarded with evolution points *20, black water *20, of which the royal face hugger will directly hatch into a queen. It is recommended to move to a place away from the host as soon as possible. Ha, why? That's my daughter. Ding, because of the alien queen's competitive instincts, the host will develop a strong desire to attack her, and if it cannot be suppressed, the host will be attacked by her as well. It's a little hard to figure out, but aliens can't suppress their nature, but they can, and after all the outrageous things they've been through, this is nothing. So she summoned her worker bees and took one of the eggs away from the nest in the night, far away from home. Looking at the eggs being carried away, Lu Jin felt a tremor in her heart, not knowing whether she was relieved or unable to let go. I hope that this daughter will be able to build her own kingdom successfully and just not harbor any enemies in the future. As for the name, separate and far from yourself before you are born, then call it Nenin. As for the remaining egg, Lu Jin had found 3 alternate hosts, born queens that she really wanted to see. Detecting the human's aura, the red egg slowly opened its mouth, and a large, 2 small, and 3 face-hugging insects flew out. Several of the hosts seemed to be numb as well, so they just honestly faced the face-hugging bugs straight on and then quietly waited for death. Recently, the city's Harmony streets had been running very smoothly, as both the company and the Federation were actively sheltering the homeless, and it could be said that they had achieved a lot, and no one had noticed that Lu Jin's family had been getting in the occasional shipment. 2 hours later, the 2 worker bees were the first to finish developing, and there didn't seem to be any abnormalities. But then, after all, buy 1 get 2 free, it should be the daughter's initial guard, and after that, it is also able to evolve into a forbidden guard. It took a long time for the queen to hatch, and Lu Jin wasn't in a hurry, regrowing the spawners and continuing to perpetuate the nest's offspring. A week passed before the host finally fell to the ground and convulsed. It's coming! 3 forbidden guards and dozens of warrior aliens surrounded her. Tensely, pust, the pale yellow chestbreaker finally broke through the cage, hissing as she poked her head out of the unformed, membranous crown. When she saw Lu Jin, she first froze, turned her head to see the countless tigers gawking at her kind, and was a bit at a loss for words before quickly wandering off to a secluded place to hang herself up. Yo, quite recognizable. Don't be a sociopathic lowly. Second sister. This is the queen. If she has a backbone, we can't beat her. Why are you panicking? Old 4, mom's there, and even the most powerful queen can't turn the tables. There was nothing she could do about the clear stupidity of her second sister. Having seen all the struggles between the queens, Ray was a little scared. 5 hours later, she finally came out of the corner. Here, come closer, let mommy see. She leaned in slowly, surprising everyone a bit. The newborn queen had the same huge crown, limbs and arms and the trademark 6-pack spikes, but she was only the size of a warrior. Was she stunted? Mom! She flicked her tail restlessly and her inner jaw teeth popped out every now and then. Good boy. What's wrong? No. Lu Jin clearly perceived a brand new queen's pheromone emanating out, which was 9 times similar to himself, and seemed to want to cover the entire nest, its instinct fighting itself, but that weak pheromone and was quickly overwritten, undetectable even by her fellow sisters, which was why she was so petite. Thanks to Lu Jin's memory genetics and the hive consciousness of the nest, she also began to gradually suppress this primal instinct. Ding! Ask the host to increase pheromone release to suppress the queen. What do you think I'm doing? Ahem! Good girl. Recognize who it all is? She turned her head with difficulty. It's the sisters. Well, this is Xinshin, Fufu, Lei, and for those you haven't seen, Susu, Shan, and the rest of the sisters who were born before you as well. Well, the name. Well, of course, mom give you a name. As the saying goes, pay colorful its complicated ornaments. Fong Fei Yi Zhang, I hope you can become a fragrant, soft and lovely child. Let's call it Fei. Fifi. At the sound of the name, her tail immediately stopped wagging and she seemed to be in a daze. Thanks, Mom. In the midst of the suffocating queen's pheromones, she fainted, her body gradually enveloped in a layer of black slime. Ding, have successfully suppressed the queen. Phew, that was close. I feel like my body has been emptied. I'm a little overwhelmed by releasing so many pheromones at once. System, where's the reward? No. Another day later, to the anticipation of the crowd, Fifi's cocoon chrysalis moved. A pair of thick spikes broke out of the cocoon. Wow! The spikes twitched violently, and a pair of giant bat-like membranous wings tore through the cocoon shell, and paired with the queen's elegant and domineering appearance, Lu Jin thought that this was a fallen angel. Fifi, is that you? Mom, I'm home. With a long hiss, as if spitting out the last vestiges of arrogance, Fifi retracted her wings and shakily stood up straight. After all, he was suppressed, about the size of a forbidden guard, and the auxiliary arm on his chest was gone. LV Ching was a bit sorry, but looking at her like this she seemed to be very powerful. Ding! Congratulations to the host for cultivating a queen's heir. Rewarded with evolution points *40. Black water *40. Alien icon, Queen of the Sky, has been unlocked. Ilu, a European emperor attached body. Really can fly ah? Could it be that the host is an angel? With doubts, Lu Jin opened the alien atlas, and the notes about her were very peculiar. Sky Queen, in the event of multiple queens in a lair, the weaker queen will evolve wings and lose the ability to reproduce in order to avoid conflict to ensure survival space. Ha, you're messing with me? Such a powerful mutant you tell can't procreate? Can I share my fertility skills with her? Can't. Can you give me feedback on her flight abilities? Can't. Can I mimic the Queen of the Skies? Yes, but no flight capability. What the hell? It feels like simply punking your own daughter. Never mind, just look at the panel. Ding. Name, Fifi Lu. Sex, female. Race, alien. Rank, 42. Evolution, 40%. Creature level, 4th order Sky Queen, beta. Skills, mimicry, camouflage, neutering, flight. It's also solid that sterilization is specifically labeled as such. System, what does beta individual mean? Beta individuals are usually physically strong and intelligent, are domesticated products, and have absolute loyalty to the alpha. Oh, Lu Jin vaguely have a trace of unhappiness, but cannot say. Something stuck in the heart is ultimately a thorn. System, why do you want me to kill the queen? You know, besides my parents, she's the first person who's been so good to me, all for the sake of evolution, for the sake of the race, more or less perfunctory. If she hadn't had to do the quest, she probably would have stayed in that lair, as a forbidden guard. Could I have evolved into the Queen of the Skies then? Ding, the probability is extremely small, and even if it were possible, it would not be in the host's interest, so I can uproot my family and pioneer my own nest like Nian did? The queen controls the air through pheromones and the hive consciousness, and without the queen's authorization, the air would not be able to break free of its conscious control, and there would be no way to open up the hive. Didn't you, give me the ability to shield the hive? Any alien, none can block the hive. Link with the matrix. This system does not. Ding. The system beeped like a speaker without power, and a roaring sound resounded in her head before she was left with a buzzing ringing in her ears. Not given a blocking feature? Could it be that the queen knew what she was trying to do from the start? Is she overconfident, or is she letting herself go? Ding. All actions of the system are based on the host's interests as the highest principle. The beep sounded again. Nonetheless, Lu Jin still felt that there was something wrong with this system. Chapter 69, I Need You Badly. Mom? Looking at the dazed Lu Jin, his daughters were a bit worried. Oh, I'm fine. Mommy, I want to fly. Fifi shook her wings and jumped a little. Flying? The little one probably didn't realize that it was because she had sacrificed her fertility in exchange for it on a whim. But oh well, let's try to keep her as carefree as possible in the future. Fly, child. Conquer the skies and let mankind live forever in your shadow. Lu Jin ripped off the spawning device and changed back to human form, along with a group of daughters to the outside of the nest. At this time the night was thick, no one was around. It was just the right time for the children to let themselves go. Phew! Fifi spread her wings, her 6-meter wings covering the sky, and with a stomp and a flutter she flew into the sky. It may look bulky, but it's still pretty fast. She pierced through the clouds and stood shoulder to shoulder with the tattered moon, the cold silver glow striking her like a holy halo, like a forsaken angel. If humans do have gods, then the aliens are the outcast angels, and now these angels are going to be the new gods. Woohoo! Stuka! Woohoo dash! Knock! She swooped down at breakneck speed, landed heavily, smashed a deep crater, and giggled. An innocent, contented laugh. Both humans and aliens have dreams of flying high. Wow, that's awesome. Old 6, I want to fly too. Second sister, hold on tight. Fufu grabbed Fifi's leg and the two of them flew into the clouds together. Aha! Ow. Foof is happy as a baby at this point, just yelling and screaming. Ha 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 ha. That was awesome. Rocco, you're so great. If only I could fly. Snap. Shin's tail swept over her head, nearly lifting her off her feet. Lovey, is there anything in the world you don't want to do? Xin more or less guessed a little bit of what Lu Jin was thinking. Does fourth sister want a round? Feeling that the atmosphere was a bit awkward, Fifi kindly invited Ray. No, I'm afraid of heights. Returning to the nest, he sent his daughters off to rest, while Lu Jin leaned against the egg-shaped bugs with Lei, keeping company with these yet-to-be-born children. Ray-chan, do you hate your sister? No, I kind of like her, the queen, and she can fly, which is cool, but she's the queen. Sure enough, I'm still worried about that. So Lu Jin told her about Fifi's situation, which put her mind at ease. She didn't care if she could have one though. A child that wasn't a threat to Lu Jin was a good child. Mom! In a daze, Lu Jin heard a tender voice calling out to her. Who is it? Opening her eyes, she saw Ray with her arms around a little girl. crouched on the ground and smiling. Yo, it's Fifi, right? I wondered why she didn't change her body before, but I guess the flight consumed too much energy and she just rested over. The sisters seem to be getting along much better though. The little one was very cute, a head shorter than Lele, but his hair was already at his waist, and he looked only 7 or 8 years old, carved out of the same mold as himself, with a little baby fat on his face. Mommy hug. Lu Jin took her in his arms, liked it more than he could get, still fragrant and soft, could not wait to eat her in one bite. The child was light, though, and really skinny on his body, skin and bones in general with almost no flesh, presumably retaining the traits of flight. Come on, Ray, let's go buy some clothes for my sister. No, here it is. Fufu pinched a couple bags and spilled out. Olivia brought it earlier. She said Mom could use it later. How could this guy be so prescient? Well, let me conk out. Open the bag. Lu Jin found that it was full of all kinds of small-sized hot pants, ultra-short skirts, strapless dresses, waterproof platform high heels, and even cosmetics and bikinis. What child hottie? Is this a ING child's outfit? What's in this guy's head? It's so twisted. Humans are hopeless. But it's a good thing there's a plain dress underneath. Alright, Fufu and big sister take care of the house. Mommy's going out for a while and we'll see you in a couple of days. Fufu, damn it, I want to change too. In this quiet suburban path, 2 chirping little girls running upside down. The air is full of dew and the fragrance of grass. The first sun seems to be still a little cold. Lu Jin feels wonderful. Freedom of wealth. Not being a cowboy. A bunch of cute daughters. Isn't that what one simple dream was back then? I didn't expect it to materialize in this way, and it was a blessing in disguise. Hello, Sister Jin Ran? Lu Jin Ran, who had also disappeared for a long time, called after a long time. Sorry, recently very busy. Confidential project. Cannot contact you? Just finished. Well, I've been working on a few things too. So are you coming home today? Of course I'll be back. It's goodbye. Let's have a good get-together. Lu Jin Ran hung up the phone and looked at the mutated aliens in the lab with some headaches. These guys are complete failures. Basically no intelligence, no inner jaw teeth, poor climbers, much weaker blood corrosion, and tails that are only used as balancing tools. Extremely mentally unstable. They will frantically attack any object in sight at the slightest stimulus, and have no concept of race, and will attack their own kind. In the scenario simulation, it will simply and brutally attack humans, with no feeding or breeding behavior, just plain killing. And that weak-looking exoskeleton is actually not strong at all. Even a small caliber pistol can penetrate it. It's actually an inferior version of the alien, with little research value, and the genetic engineering over there isn't going well. In short, it's a complete failure. She desperately needs to find a new breakthrough, and LV Qing's recent erratic behavior hits the bullseye. When I got home, there was a thin layer of dust on the floor and it looked like no one had been there. Mom, do you usually live here? Yeah, does Fifi like it? Well, it's okay. It's just so small. She looked around the house and decided that the human house was just too short to accommodate her own being. True, it's a bit smaller than ours, but you're all small enough for the 3 of us to sleep. Lu Jin then took her 2 daughters on a cleaning spree. After all, it is necessary to develop morally, intellectually, physically, socially and aesthetically. After cleaning up the house, Lu Jin leaned back on the sofa and opened a can of fermented wheat juice just in time for Lu Jin Ran to open the door and come in. Yo, Green, drinking in broad daylight? Goo, it's a drink. Sister Jin Ran, you've missed me. She was about to meet her when Fifi from the bedroom swished onto her. Mom, why does the pool have to fill up with water while it's draining? Me, no, Akira, White, woo, this unlucky kid, how come he's looking at 6th grade questions right off the bat? This is your daughter, isn't it? Lu Jin Ran had a calm face. Even if Lu Jin had 10 or 8 more daughters she wouldn't be surprised. Well, it's Fifi. Lu Cheng pinched Fei-Fei's cheek and gave her a smiley face. Hello Jane, Ran, Auntie, hey baby is so cute. Sister take you to eat delicious. Yeah, Fei-Fei, who hadn't eaten anything, immediately broke away from Lu Jin and jumped into Lu Jin Ran's arms. The 4 of them first ate a meal in a restaurant, then went to the supermarket to sweep the goods, and finally returned home with big bags, as if they had participated in a $0 purchase. In the evening, Lu Jin and Lu Jin Ran cooked together, and the family of 4 sat around in an indescribable harmony. After the meal, Lu Jin Ran started another favorite horror movie session. Lu Jin was still too scared to look directly at her, and the 2 little ones were hugging her left and right, but they were very excited, and had the air of wanting to fight with the ghosts and monsters. Okay, babies, go to bed. Kids sleep a lot to grow taller. Turning off the TV, Lu Jin Ran pulled Lu Cheng and was about to go back to her bedroom. You two have fun rolling around. I'll squeeze in with Mom. Ray's eyes widened with a look of understanding as she dragged Fifi back to her bedroom. During the night, Lu Jin Ran suddenly let out a long sigh. Green, why do you think the aliens are parasitizing people? All that answered her was a grunt. Ha, you really don't think of me as an outsider. She got out of bed and tiptoed around, pulling out her injection gun. Whether Lu Qing was an alien test subject or some strange alien, it was biotech of no small magnitude. In the past, she might have actively ignored it, but now Lu Jin Ran would just say, I need you badly. She gritted her teeth and rolled the needle hard into Lu Qing's neck. Hey, Sister Jin Ran, what do you want? Lu Qing rolled over and lightly grabbed her wrist. Ho ho ho, this kind of needle can't penetrate me, ow. Hearing this, Lu Jin Ran was even more convinced that there was something wrong with her. Sorry, it's an inhaler. The injection gun exploded with a bang, and a blue aerosol was sucked in by Lu Qing. Chapter 70 Capture. Crap, a little on the nose. Green, you're, like, really alien, huh? The anesthetic only works on aliens. Other creatures don't get dizzy. I'm not. Lu Jin Ran also got excited. Capturing this humanoid alien. I'm afraid I'm going to get the Bernhard Biology Award. At the same time, several blue hypnogrenades were shot through the window, followed by federal agents armed with electromagnetic rifles. A federal biotech company? That's going to get pulled for slicing. Run! Find Olivia. Noticing that the situation was a bit bad, Lu Qing hurriedly uploaded his consciousness into the hive consciousness and left behind his final instructions. Captain, Alpha has been captured. Beta and Gamma have escaped. Organize a citywide manhunt immediately. That'll do. Having this is enough. Looking at Lu Qing, who had collapsed on the ground, Lu Jin Ran felt that it was almost time. If her two daughters were also aliens, they could be lurking in any corner right now, or had already returned to their nests, and there was no way to talk about chasing them. It's only important to study her as much as possible now. Hey, I didn't want this. Who made you important research material? The two little ones didn't rush and escape through the ventilation ducts at the first opportunity. Fourth sister, is it really okay for us to run away without mom? Ray was also in shock at this point, and seeing the hypnotic gas and the electromagnetic rifle, she knew that no one would be able to get away later. You guys did the right thing. Fufu's voice came from the hive's consciousness. Mom should have said before to bring Olivia home when a danger arises that can't be solved. So you guys go and come back quickly. In a rare moment of not gagging, Fufu made the gesture her sister deserved. Oh, by the way, it shouldn't be safe for you guys to look like that anymore. It's best to change back to your hosts. The duo quickly crossed several tall buildings and entered the building through the maintenance access, borrowing a few clothes along the way and disguising themselves as the hosts, not daring to come out until dawn. Ray's host is a lost girl from the bunker with a clean-cut look, while Fifi's host is a scruffy hobo uncle, an unusual combination for the streets. Knock 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 knock. Who is it? ING sick. Knocking on a door for 3 long minutes. Olivia, who was still dreaming of making out with Lu Qing, heard such a knock on the door and became angry, picking up a baseball bat and about to gesticulate. Who the hell are you? Get lost if you don't want to die. The sight of the two strangers made her even more angry, but these two guys barged in unannounced. Get out of here and don't make me do it. Shut up, it's me. Ray's face twisted up and changed back to its original form. Ha, Ray, it's you? What's wrong? Something big has happened. It's too late to explain. Come home with me. The three of them immediately set off for the outskirts of the countryside, no one speaking on the way. When she entered the nest, she realized that the aliens inside were extraordinarily agitated. Asterisk 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 these damnable humans. They actually took off in an airplane. We can't even catch up. Shin returned to the nest with a dozen messenger aliens, full of profanity. Big sister, forget it, we have a preparatory program. Deep in the cavern, a huge alien stepped out, and her appearance calmed the other sisters down a bit. Olivia, you're finally here. Fufu, what's going on? My mom was taken by the feds and is in danger. Even though she hadn't gone to school much, she knew that being captured and studied would basically result in a painful death. Well, what can I do? Fufu looked into the depths of the lair. I'm sorry, but you might actually have to give your life this time. That's it? I thought how hard it would be. Can Sister Qing come back to life if I die? She looked relieved and a little incredulous. Aha, so what are we waiting for? She lay directly on the floor in a big spread, didn't realize she was as weird as ever. Deep in the cavern, a giant red facehugger crawled out. It's Mom's breath. Fifi was the first to sense the faint, queenly pheromone that shouldn't be present at this stage in the facehugger's body. Wow, it's really Mom. Ray wrapped her arms around the facehugger. But why isn't Mom talking? Of course, the facehugger only has biological instincts and is responsible for passing on mutagenic genes. You just use it as a container, Sam added. Hey, is this what Sister Qing looked like as a child? The nativity color scheme, What are you waiting for? Ray, get out of the way, Olivia urged anxiously, her eyes full of fervor. The giant facehugger wrapped itself around Olivia's face, its tail choking her to death. 5 hours later, the facehugging bugs came off and she just felt refreshed. Hey, is Sister Green in my stomach? Hey, what are you doing? Call me Grandma. Listen, you've got a week, so if there's anything you want to do or anyone you want to go and say goodbye to, go ahead and let Ray and the girls keep you company. No, not so much trouble. Olivia looked glum. The only regret is that I'll never be able to see Sister Ching again. The sample has no vital signs. Where is this? Lu Jin struggled to open her eyes. Her surroundings were all white, and the strong light made her a little dizzy. Sample has awakened. Increased dose. Where is this? Lu Jin Ran. Lu Jin was secured to the tilted test bed by several restraints, and there were many other people in protective suits around her observing her. Green, you're awake? This is a laboratory. I definitely can't tell you exactly where it is, or else your heirs are going to fight over it. Goons. Several needles made of unknown metals were inserted into Lu Jin's body, and blue anesthetic was being injected in a steady stream, which prevented her from moving. Green, why do you think the aliens are parasitizing humans? Lu Jin turned his head and didn't want to answer. Why don't you ask why people breathe? Why, when humans have children, should women have them? This word to Lu Jin Ran asked confused. Men also cannot conceive. In addition to hermaphrodites and asexual reproduction, all creatures are born to females. This is not the natural order of things, the laws of nature dictated by biological construction. Right, you said it was natural. Humans, to the aliens it might as well be women. What a wretched, suffering god. Maxwell walks into the lab and comes up with a taunt. I didn't expect it to be a beautiful woman. Isn't this the alien killer, hero Lu Jin? Dumbass. Ahem, you can keep it ladylike. Instead of getting annoyed, he pulled out his tablet and showed her a video. It is said that aliens have a strong sense of race, and I wonder what you think when you read this. The video is a clip of them using the black water to create mutant snakes and mutant aliens, followed by the successful transplantation of the limbs of these aliens into humans. So true, vile and lowly human. Ha, I'll take that as a compliment. The video ends with a genetically engineered deformed fetus of a human combined with an alien. This is something that no one can accept, right? Turns out these guys were trying to use themselves to increase their success rate. Create controllable aliens? Or spawn, I guess. Nice try, just you wait. Sooner or later, there will be a day when there won't be a single human alive on this earth. None of the crowd took the pale threat to heart. The district was just an alien system. I'm going to use evolution. Confirming the use of evolutionary skills, please follow the guide. Ding, skill in effect. Lu Jin only felt his mind become more dizzy, but his body slowly regained consciousness. The skill has taken effect. The host's body has degenerated into a human. Your life is entering the final countdown. She raised her hands and gave a middle finger to those present. Sample shows human vital signs. 3. Everything comes to nothing in the end. Am I going to die again? 2. 1. Vital signs are rapidly declining. This system has shut down all services and we look forward to seeing you again next time. Jin Ran-san, goodbye forever. Chapter 71, The Egg of Transmigration. What the hell? Why are you dead? The sudden death of Lu Jin was somewhat unacceptable to Lu Jin Ran, as if it had been premeditated. Maybe fake death or dormancy? Leave it alone. Dissect it while it's hot. Right now. And join Project K. Maxwell cares about this precious experiment and has to function even if he dies, without all the problems imagined. The autopsy went smoothly, though the staff realized it was just an ordinary human corpse. If you expect something to happen, then that thing will never happen. Where is this? Lu Jin's eyes were dark, and gradually, light and shadows and lines and blurry mosaics appeared in front of him, just like the screensaver of an old-fashioned computer. Hey, there you are. The white lines converged into an alien queen that beckoned to her. Boy, it's pretty tiring being queen, isn't it? I still think highly of you. Keep up the good work. The world is in your hands. No, let me explain. The queen spoke to herself, then disappeared into lines again. It could be a remnant of the queen retained deep within the hive's consciousness. Huge clusters of light kept flying by, containing meaningless images. The lone windmill was stuck on a barren hill creaking and spinning. The tattered rag dolls in the garbage are picked up by stray dogs as companions. Returning evening crows pack at balloons stranded in treetops. Is this the world after death? She transformed into a ray of light and swam through the space that could not be called space. She saw herself being put into a bag that was being filled with a fishy liquid. And when she was about to suffocate, someone poked the bag, and a blonde woman held her, shouting something anxiously. She saw herself again walking into a church with a strange woman, then spending the rest of her life together. and finally being buried by some strange children. It also lived up to its name to see Cohen jab a knife into her heart. These memories of her never appeared in his own head. He felt a throbbing headache. "Who's there?" She heard a little girl's cry. Not far away, a halo of light shimmered and she dove in. There was a dancing mosaic in front of me, but I could make out a middle-aged couple handing their daughter over to another group of people. The young girl is sold into a bar where the women inside force her to trade, but she still forces a smile. It wasn't until later that her mother visited her, only to see her at work, and when she returned home she jumped to her death, and her father tried to take revenge with a kitchen knife, but with predictable results, and she killed her guest and boss that day with a broken bottle. District humans, just destroy. Is this Olivia? Passing through several halos of light, Lu Jin saw many of Olivia's memories. Raging memories sucked her in like a vortex, feeling like she was sinking to the bottom of the ocean. And above the depths, a bright light flickered and seemed to be guiding her. She fought her way upstream as her surroundings became black as ink and nothing but nothingness. Congratulations! With applause ringing in her ears, she saw herself as a young child. Congratulations! Behind it, was my student self. Congratulations, Lu Jin. Above, the social animal era itself. Congratulations, Green. In front of you, is the self that became a young girl. Congratulations, myself. Only new life can overcome death. In the darkest reaches of the deep is the alien queen herself. Phew, she leapt out of the water. Fetal movement. It's fetal movement. No, it's labor. A week had passed and Olivia finally sensed something was wrong. She had blood in her mouth, but her face was full of joy. Sorry about that, just hang in there or I'll use hypnotic gas to make it easier for you. No, more, at least, I can. Take another look. Sister Green, goodbye. Foo-foo, pust. The chest breaker penetrated the young girl and growled low in this dark lair. A 19-year-old girl's chest is so soft. Humans? Alien? Where is this? Looking at everything around him, Lu Jin was still a bit confused. Ding, welcome host. 2, use this system again. Oh, yeah, I'm probably dead. Ha ha. Olivia fell to the ground. Chest breaker Lu Jin, on the other hand, quickly found a secluded corner to start molting. After a day had passed, she broke out of her cocoon as nothing more than a miniature queen the size of a worker bee. Mom! Mom! Several aliens surrounded it. Good girls, how are you doing? Of course, if Mom is good, we're good. Lu Jin felt warm in her heart. Only her daughter is good in the world. My foo-foo grows up. Ooh-hoo, Mommy's so cute. Hold it high. Before the words of praise were finished, Foo-foo gently threw and caught Lu Jin as she had done in the beginning. Snap! You're crazy hot. Junior, it's not your turn to do that to Mom. It's my turn to lift. Shinshin's tail swept hard onto Foo-foo's back, then caught the falling Lu Jin and was about to throw him upwards again. That's not right. Who's the daughter and who's the mom now? But to the forbidden guards, worker bees are like kittens and puppies. Stop. She shifted back to her human form and slipped through Shin's fingers. Fused with Olivia's genes, Lu Jin slightly modified his appearance. The original cool and dignified face more frivolous, but instead foxy. But, Mom, you're shorter than me. Lu Jin was half a head shorter than Fei Fei, and even looked more juvenile than her. Mom, you'd look great in this. Ray pulled out the badly drawn children's clothes. It's broken. I'm a loli. Ahem. Kids, what's going on these days? Marshall Choi made a lot of phone calls that we didn't answer, but he sent a text message saying that the bracelets were already basically hand-me-downs. At that time left the phone at home. I did not expect them to pick up but should not be able to use. I guess it was monitored. She looked at Olivia, who had begun to decay, and there was little ripple in her mind. Drudge, go, build her into the ceiling. I want to be able to see her as soon as I look up. Poor child, you and I are of one mind. Your dreams are in my hands. Good, now that it's nighttime, it's time for our bearer to show his face. In an instant, there was a rustling all over the lair, and countless facehuggers came from the depths to overwhelm her. Are the kids a little too clingy? Go ahead. Sheriffs, National Guard, federal public employees, anything with a bracelet, take your pick. The carriers stretched their tentacles behind them while the facehuggers quickly board the baby bus. Each carrier can carry about 15 babies, and with 7 or 8 trips, the family's nearly 10,000 eggs will have a new home. After all, humans had treated them well, and it was time to repay them. So next, it's time to string along the labs of the Federation. Ding! The main quest, Revenge, has been triggered. Mission Objective 1, capture the company's labs and kill all researchers. Mission Objective 2, unknown. Mission Objective 3, bring Lu Jin Ran back to the lair safely for use as a host. Quest reward, evolution points *100, black water *100. Complete all objectives. Reward passive skill, extreme spawning. Chapter 72, we're going on a field trip. Wow, The system actually gave up the skill to improve spawn efficiency. It's trying to play assist, to get gifts ready as soon as possible for humans in the city, the state, and the world. The night passed, the carriers returned to the nest one after another. This night has caused a lot of controversy in the city. The human reaction do not know. Anyway, their own family eggs have been reduced by nearly half. After dawn, Lu Qing's physical shape gradually recovered, so she brought Lei Lei and Fei Fei to the sheriff's office. What a long time no see. My counselor Lu Qing. Chief, what are you doing here? The police officer on duty in the lobby was actually the chief, and Lu Qing was dumbfounded. What about Billy and the others? Busy, all busy, off on a case. There was a facehugger infestation last night. Thousands of reports. All officers are out. What's going on? Could it be the alien end times? An outbreak? But that bracelet of yours is indeed heaven-defying. There have been no casualties during this period of time, so I guess those guys are just recoiling from death. Lu Qing's heart is beautiful. Having seen many post-apocalyptic movies, it is either a natural disaster or a man-made disaster at the top, and this time, he relies on his own efforts. However, she had not yet evolved into a queen herself, and she did not want to risk early exposure. Ahem, Chief, I'm actually here to report a crime. No way. You. He stood up with a flourish. Everyone knew about this once disaster-attracting constitution. It was her turn to report it, so she might be in more trouble than she was worth. Lu Qing, have something to say. Say it properly. Extreme stress, high hormone levels. No, what are you so excited about? Chief, I was kidnapped earlier. Ha, I can't get to it. Snap, a big penny pocket makes him blow. Hey, what are you doing? Lu Qing, get a grip on yourself. Last week, my house was attacked by thugs. They had assault weapons, tear gas, helicopters, and I damn near died. And Lu Jin Ran is missing, and I suspect it was a federal agent. Hiss, I don't know anything at all. I didn't receive any report. Even if it's a FOBOL, we still have to go through the procedure. Lu Jin Ran seems to be a biochemical engineer. What's the point of kidnapping her? The director snorted. I suspect it was the Federation's desire to force her to do some experiments that went against her morals and ethics that took her by force. She's probably in the biotech lab. You, tell me, where? No way. It's a federal secret. And besides, I don't know. He thought for a moment. There was no flicker in his eyes, and he didn't seem to be lying. He probably didn't have the authority to know at his level and ability. Cut it out. Punk, I told you to work more cases, but you want to swipe the video. That's a hard lab to find. This federal. Anyway, let's go around to their company first. After lunch, the mother-daughter trio arrived at the biotech company's office building, where they made no secret of showing their true colors. You are? Hey, it's Ran's little girlfriend. The two ols came out from work and happened to bump into LV Cheng, who was loitering around. Well, no, you had a baby? Two of them? Wow, that's so cute, said one man and one warua. Are these guys nuts for doing research? What's in their heads? Yes, sister, you must help me. What's wrong? Did Ran run off with a man? So Lu Qing pretended to be sad and hid her face as she cried. Oh, almost. Ran off with a bunch of guys. Let's talk about it while we eat. Hearing this, the two of them immediately came to the spirit of this what flying big melon. The five arrived at the Slide to Die Hotel, where top delicacies like something like the slide burger, jet chicken fillet, and masala rice paste were served. Sisters, have you seen Sister Jin Ran lately? I haven't seen you in about 2 or 3 weeks, but we're in the administrative section and she's in the R&D section, so it's normal that we don't usually see each other. The two men looked at each other, not sensing a problem. She then went into that kidnapping spiel, and the two were shocked but couldn't say anything useful about the clues. After all, they were just regular employees. Well, in my capacity as counselor to the sheriff's department, I'm going to ask you to come with me to the scene, and the leave slip will be delivered later. That being said, the two could only cooperate, but they walked on to the town center and entered the bunker. Sister Green, where is this place? I remember you guys don't live here, right? The lights in the bunker all turned on and they blundered into the depths of the lair as dozens of aliens surrounded them. Don't scream. You'll die. Lu Qing really can't listen to a woman scream. Is there any way to find the company's lab site? I don't know. We're just small staff. The two bit down hard on their fingers so they could keep from crying out. What about your leaders? They should know, right? Don't tell me you don't even know your leaders. I know. Manager Zhao from the administration department. He used to be the manager of the facilities department. I've slept with him. I've been to his house. It's in the Oak Bay apartment complex. Door number 4 to 1044. One of them told everything about Manager Zhao in a bamboo tube, and even the details of the subterfuge. The two daughters were mesmerized. So what can you do? The kids are older. Half an hour later, a sentinel alien returned to the lair with a man covered in blood. The man looked at a group of monsters and 2 female subordinates. His brain had stopped thinking, a subterfuge to pay such a big price? Sister. Ah, I didn't realize you were so good looking that you weren't subbed by your boss? Same as me. Our boss never dives me. This was said to the other girl, which made it seem like she was grasping at straws. Right. We're all the way clean. What class are you in with me? Lu Jin shook her head, and the next moment, the children made her into a handful of mutton. Sis, I'm lower class than you. I'm just by subterfuge. Vase. Well, clear self-awareness. So what is the value of such a you? The aroma of hand-torn chicken filled the room, and Manager Zhao was scared out of his wits. Please, I'll tell you anything, just ask. Soon, he gave up 4 major experimental sites: Experimental Site 121 in Nord-South, SL02 Breeding Facility in Opal Follett, Experimental Site Z01 in Alpine Aird County to the north, and Experimental Site OA0X in McGee West County. The risk factor of the experiment in the video looks high. 121 The experimental site is in an urban area and should not accept samples of its own caliber. SL02 is the location of the Zhao family's bunker. It seems that this Zhao Feiying, it is necessary to turn around and pay a visit again. The remaining 2 laboratories are also backed by mountains in deep underground, with grades of P6 and P4 respectively. The goal is obvious. Well, this man is no longer useful, so you guys split it up. No, I can't, but I said everything. Hello mister, take out. It will hurt at first, but it will hurt more later. The 2 little girls giggled pleasantly. 3 innocent people became food, and Lu Cheng, as he expected, made no waves. After all, who would feel guilty about stepping on an ant? She wanted to use Lu Jin Ran as an anchor point for her own humanity, but that anchor point went dark, which was really redundant in the first place. Fu, come to mommy. We're going on a field trip. Lu Cheng left Xin to watch the house just in case. The group all shrunk their bodies down to messenger size, taking 24 warrior aliens with them, and rode the night in packs. They didn't pay any attention to the few passersby they happened to run into, and assumed it was the bracelet's job. Heavy Titan Susu, Witty Fu, Staff Officer Lei, Scout Fifi, and Queen Louis Ching. Today it's a mother-daughter team-up to over the Federation. 2 hours later, they arrived at the Z01 experimental site, but it was still far from the mountain, and there was only one building. Fifi, can you see anything? Mom, it's nothing, but there are a lot of tunnels underground that lead to the mountains. Covering up? The mountains of Sogmundon should be nearly emptied of these companies. Come on, get in there. The warrior aliens quickly dispersed, diving in through various gaps in the building. It's almost 1 o'clock and half the offices still have lights on, which is even more outrageous than 996. But don't worry, my sister is here to pick you up from work. Chapter 73 The other party sent a connection request. Ka-chow. The building went dark in an instant. The group is off duty en masse. Inside, the sound of gunfire and screams rang out one after the other. With their security force, they would not be able to harm the aliens, and if there were casualties, the acidic blood from the explosion would take an even greater toll on them. Mom, I'll go check. Fufu scampered inside. This would be the first time she had ever seen a loose human. Let's go over there too. They walked idly into the cafeteria. By now the humans inside had been driven to the first floor lobby. Guys, don't be afraid. I'm here to rescue you. Seeing the young girl who walked in style among the group of aliens, the crowd was dumbfounded. Saving people with aliens to save them? No, why is she carrying an alien? Folks, have you had enough of being paid a couple $1,000s a day for 007? No, I make $30,000 a month. What? No, you're the only one who stands out, aren't you? Swish, a tail spike pierced her chest. I just can't stand to see you guys being forced to work overtime. We are volunteering to work overtime and have some paperwork. These people are sick. Doses up. Kids, eat first. If you eat meat, you have to eat it now. After having a snack, Lu Jin came to the second floor, which was connected to the tunnel into the mountain, and she was not interested in those things in the underground lab. Walking into a glowing corridor, an alarm suddenly went off throughout the building, and at that end was a huge vault door-like gate, which just seems so secure. With a security level this high, there must be some kind of density in the back that can't be seen. Sue, here you go, break this door down. Yeah, boo. The loud crash shook the entire building. Click, click, click. There was a sound of gears running around them, followed by several small weapon stations sticking out of the ceiling and walls. Arrogant tongues of fire wove into a dense curtain of bullets that enveloped them. The fighters, in turn, quickly climbed the wall and swung their tails to destroy all of these fire points. What? Who is this little peanut looking down on? It makes foreigners think we can't afford a large caliber when they find out. Bang! Bang! Suzu was still banging on the door. Having been tortured by her desire for destruction for so long, she finally had a point of release, and the more sturdy it was, the more she banged on it. Finally, after a few heavy blows, the huge door was knocked out of shape and dislodged. Inside the door was a station platform and two subway-like locomotives. Pretty good at it, this little car. We're just right. Just as he arrived with the intention of setting off in his car, he heard several metallic screams as the locomotive was knocked over and stomped on like a newspaper husk by Sue. Hey, kids have too much energy. Looking at Sue's smug look, Lu Qing didn't bother to scold. Walking there wouldn't be much slower anyway. Fifi, you go to the sky and guide us. With air navigation, they soon came to the end of the line, where there was the same huge gate. In just a moment, the door was knocked off its hinges. Looks like the kid got tired of playing. Ow dash. An alien-like roar came from the darkness, and several gray and black things scurried out. Ah, a ghost. A couple of the daughters took a few steps back, as if they were intimidated. What the hell? The thing was similar in size to a worker bee, with exposed ribs and smooth skin, a pointed hindbrain, a thin tail, and a few pairs of spikes on its back. It seemed like an alien, but it wasn't. Wasn't this the mutant species from the experiment? The kids are so scared. I'm afraid this thing is like a zombie to the aliens. Don't be afraid, kids. Mommy's here. Lu Qing appeared in his original form and blocked the way. They didn't pay any attention to it, though, and ran desperately towards the outside of the tunnel. No, how is it that nothing we encountered today was quite normal? She zapped one with her tail and it felt like she was poking into a marshmallow. Hey, what are you running for? Little chic looking real thing. She carried the guy to her face and realized it was really ugly. Not even having inner jaw teeth. A disgrace to the race. Ah, it had only roars in its mouth, without any sense, and it was really a ing zombie. Garbage. And garbage companies make garbage products. Kids, when you see it, screw it. Realizing that they were just little caramels, the daughters were instantly confident after a brief moment of embarrassment. The lab in front of him had several passages and pure white metal walls that seemed to be very sturdy. The warriors split up into several groups led by the forbidden guards and went to visit. At the end of the passage, there was a circular platform connected to the floors by an elevator, in the middle of which at the same time was a downward tunnel, with a constant stream of aliens and mutants pouring out. Sound of escaping laughter. Lu Qing stabbed through an alien. Extreme fear. Hey, what's going on? There was no response, and the only thought left in her head was fear. These are the things we're all afraid of. What could they be? Come on, let's go. Let's go down and have a look. Since the fleeing aliens were unresponsive to their own queen's pheromones, the daughters were busy hunting these guys down and getting high instead. Lu Qing climbed up between the floors, and she saw the bodies of many staff members down there, all suffering from severe gnawing. There were also a lot of mutant corpses, obviously killed by aliens. They saw it as they did, and didn't identify with the Fae, but for now they didn't interfere with each other and just ran for their lives. Lu Qing winced. Don't really see a ghost. Coming to the bottom, there was a passageway in each of the four directions. 3 pasted with black alien glue, and one of them covered in white alien glue and emitting an ominous pheromone. There's something odd. She dug in and the glue dried, but it was soft and not densely covered, like an alien had done it. The further in they went, the more alarmed they became. The ground was covered in alien and mutant limbs with visible bite marks. Could it be the work of the company? What an anticlimactic monster this is. At the end of the passage was a huge room, all the walls thick alloy, and the door to the passage closed just as she stepped in. Ha ha ha, Miss Lu Qing, long time no see. The small window in the wall reveals 2 faces, Lu Jin Ran and her leader. Crap dude, you're still alive? You even recognize this? Of course, you are our valuable experimental material. Please enjoy yourself. As he spoke, the wall in front of him slowly opened, and a low roar came from it. Inside was a huge, grotesquely shaped alien, even a fraction taller than himself. It had several shivering aliens creeping around it, one of which it was grabbing and nibbling on, looking like it was eating well. Using aliens as food? This guy was covered with a reddish-brown exoskeleton like steel bars, and also had a crown. But that crown had 6 long horns in the center. The front section curved into 2 spikes, and the back end was cocked like a sharp axe, full of aggressiveness. The long tail behind him was quite a bit thicker than he was, and the huge hand claws were much larger than he was. Even the crown was larger than he was. The only thing that beats it is having 4 hands yourself. Anyway, I can't seem to beat it again, can I? System, can you read the message? Ding. Name, Lu Fifan. Race, alien. Sex, male. Level, 50. Evolution, 49%. Creature class, unknown alien king. Skill, domination. What the hell? Alien and male? He has a name? And a alien king? Then where is this queen of mine going to go? Realizing that he was being stared at, the alien king also looked at Lu Jin, who seemed to have a light in his eyes, dropping the alien in his hand and scampering up a few steps. Ding! The other party sent a request for ratification. What? Chapter 74, King of the Aliens. Get out! What the do you want? I'm not a Bluetooth headset. You can connect it whenever you want? Do I need you to give birth to my child? Lu Jin felt strangely humiliated. Having turned into an alien, he could still come across such outrageous things. Even though a mountain can't have two tigers unless it's a male and a female, this alien king must die today. Ding! Mission Objective 2 has been updated. Kill the alien king? Mission Reward Queen Core *1. No dude, you're a guy with a queen core. Is that appropriate? Ding! The alien king is a mutant alien created through biotechnology based on the host's corpse and centered around your queen's core. Phew! Seeing that Lu Jin didn't react, the alien king violently swept his long tail across, but it didn't seem to be with any force, just a light caress on her crown. Is this a confession that doesn't work and is annoyed? System, what's going on? Didn't I turn into a normal person before? How come I still have the queen's core? The queen's core is not a specific object, but the alien queen herself, so your old body can still be used as a core. As if verifying the system's words, the control room projected a projection onto the wall. On the screen, several researchers completely dismembered Lu Jin's body, then sewed it with the alien, then fed it with human blood, and after being stimulated by electric current, the guy actually came to life. What kind of Frankenstein is that? That's not very scientific. Your body is a treasure. My queen, thank you for helping us breed the perfect alien. What? The scene flickered as the creature grew into a humanoid alien, and instead of restraints on his body, he was interacting with humans in a friendly manner. 3 days later, the creature became strange and showed some kind of special affection for humans. It even went so far as to probe its inner jaw teeth into the human's mouth, seemingly sending something in, and soon he died. Within a short time, the man also convulsed and died. Then his chest burst open, and thus the hatchling alien king was born. So disgusting. Lu Jin was thunderstruck. This guy was simply a heretic. The most outrageous thing about him is that he's not hostile to humans, which means he can be used as a bioweapon. And since male xenomorphs can't lay eggs, to mass produce them, they need to bond with a xenomorph queen, and they just happen to hit the jackpot again themselves. It's hard not to wonder if those two female co-workers were being so cooperative to get themselves hooked. But this guy is too dejected. Is it necessary to show off at this time? Brother extraordinary, why don't you finish her off? Maxwell gave the order over the loudspeaker and seemed to have a pretty good relationship. The alien king growled and seemed to communicate with him. Fine, fine, you beat her half to death. Use her however you want. Ha ha, Queen Sama. It looks like you need to take on the heavy responsibility of breeding. The future of the race is in your hands. Say that to your face? Where is Alien's face going to go? Phew. The opponent's long tail was wrapped in strong winds and chopped. Lu Jin didn't dare to be too big. He also threw out his tail to fend it off. And when the two collided, the bulky tail was chipped off several pieces of its shell. The alien king was furious and swung his tail to fling the acidic blood out. Lu Jin felt bad and dodged to avoid it, but he still got some of it. Holy, that hurts. The alien king's acidic blood corroded a dent in her exoskeleton, but the pain turned her on even more. So this is what it feels like for a human to be corrupted by acidic blood. No, it's tens of thousands of times more like this. It's fun to think about. Ah, the roar of the two monsters made the alloy walls around them vibrate as well. She retracted her head back into the crown, then charged recklessly towards the alien king, and the other was no slouch, lighting up with a head full of spikes and running in both directions. There was a loud bang, and the metal walls around them buzzed with it, dents and bulges even appearing in some places. Asshole, ah! Lu Jin's crown was poked with several holes by his spikes, while the alien king's head crown also had several cracks. A few of those spikes snapped off, though, and a few others were slowly melting from contact with the acidic blood. It's just a half-assed, high-attack, thin-blooded glass cannon, Lu Jin said darkly. She didn't want 4 white tentacles to suddenly fly out from the back of that alien king and tie her down firmly. This guy is a bit abstract, isn't he? The king and queen stared at each other. Neither one could tug on the other, and the stalemate was a bit awkward. Mom, I'll help you. Above the dome, a large hole was corroded out, and Fifi swooped down like a cannonball, and when she got close, the razor-sharp wings gently swung, cutting off all the tentacles. They were followed by a dozen or so warrior aliens who climbed down and fearlessly launched themselves towards the alien king. Is this a queen too? Maxwell in the control room blushed a bit. It seemed to him that 2 alien queens appearing at the same time, helping each other, was more than he realized. Fifi, get those 2 humans alive. Kids, get out of the way. Seemingly interfered with by pheromones, the other daughters just numbly performed pointless attacks. except for Fifi who stayed awake. Annoyed, the alien king swung his claws across and tore them to pieces. Asterisk 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 dare to kill my daughter. You're dead. Seeing this scene for the first time, Lu Jin was a little sad. Even though it was only a mass-produced daughter, she loved it. Seemingly understanding her words, the alien king actually giggled. Damn. Seeing Lu Jin break through the defense, the alien king once again roared and charged, the momentum like a raging A-train. Lu Jin darted up towards him as well, while his tail pierced through the floor on one side, hard enough to yank himself through before the collision, a dodge that allowed him to pounce and get caught by the tail instead. Dogs. This guy's thinking pattern is rather like a human being. He likes to see people break their defenses and deserve to be punished. Lu Jin yanked violently and the alien king fell to the ground. She wanted to pounce and bite this guy to death, but he struggled so much that he even used his legs and still couldn't be crushed. After such a long stalemate, the alien king's stamina gradually ran out, while the genuine alien with unlimited renewal was simply under no pressure. Brush up! Lu Jin chopped off his tail in 3 separate instances, scrambling in pain. The alien king was stomped to the ground so hard she crushed his back tube. Taking advantage of this, Lu Jin pressed his head with all 4 hands, and his inner jaw teeth shot out violently, opening several holes in his sinful crown. The alien king also instinctively popped out his inner jaw teeth and bit down on Lu Jin's auxiliary arm, but luckily the guy died before he could power up. Something against the odds. Lu Jin broke his inner jaw teeth. 2 circles of deep mouths flowed down his small arms, which ing teeth, almost as big as his mouth, almost biting his hand off. Her mouth felt on fire, like she had a bad mouth ulcer, but luckily a large amount of saliva washed away the foul-smelling acidic blood. Bah! How dare you call this kind of thing the future? Twisted monsters, as twisted as these mad scientists. Ding! Mission Objective 2 has been completed. Obtain Queen's Core *1. I thought it was some kind of a great character, but it turned out to be a silvery pewter head. The alien king was merely dead, while Lu Jin's crown was poked with a few holes, which made her lose face. It's broken. My daughter is still outside the door. Sharp claws ripped the security door to the lab open like rags, and behind it, Fufu was fuming with a couple of aliens. Fufu, what's on your mind? Ha, Mom! Seeing Lu Jin, she excitedly pounced on her, the friction of her exoskeleton clanking. She was relieved to see the dead alien king inside. Mom, that guy is controlling us. Chapter 75, I need your brain. Okay, good girl. Mommy's here. It's okay. Lu Jin pulled Fufu into the lab, and Fifi had lifted the duo by their legs and dragged them out from above. What do you say, gentlemen? Despite the talk of taking them alive, though, Fifi was just as understanding as Ray, breaking one of the duo's legs each. Alien Queen, awesome. Maxwell doesn't hide it at all. He likes whoever wins. Tell me, who orchestrated the attempt to capture me for an experiment? It's me. The silent Lu Jin Ran finally opened his mouth. I've hit a bottleneck in my research and need a breakthrough. Oh, so that's it. I'm the breakthrough. Lu Jin was very dissatisfied with this reason. After all, their experiments just ended up creating a bunch of monsters, and he himself came over to wipe their asses. What kind of thing was that? I still think of you as a friend. Fireproof against girlfriends. Plastic sisters. With a roar, the children who had been out hunting for aliens returned. Mom, none of them got away. I stomped them all to death. Seeing the alien bodies all over the ground, Sue froze. Pomegranates. Winter squash. Grapevines. What's wrong with you guys? The warrior aliens brought to the lair were all sisters she had played with all her life. Humans. She whipped up her spiky tail to take revenge, but was caught by Lu Jin. Sue, wait a minute. Mommy has more to ask. Ray also came up and began to comb her third sister. Who knew those kids well as well? AI. Why be angry? My queen. This experimental project is top secret, and the rules of the Federation are such that all projects are not required to report details upwards until results are produced. Maxwell moved his broken leg, full of sarcasm. So, what do you want? So yeah, your business is unknown to the outside and the Federation. Only we, the staff of the lab, know about it. Ahem, we might as well work together. Isn't it nice that you can bring us biotech and we can bring you peace? What? What the hell? Asterisk 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 your technology. Kill you all and you'll have complete peace. No, you can't. I'll upload the research to the Federation. I have been betrayed a few times. Faithless humans can only be used as hosts. Do you understand? Crap, why did you have to say a few degrees? Sue, Lu Jin grabbed Lu Jin Ran, after which Maxwell was stomped into a pulp under Sue's destructive crushing. Ding, mission objective 1 has been completed. Thanks to the guys who got away. They've pretty much cleaned up the staff and saved themselves a lot of work. It's a miserable way to die as a human, isn't it? These words were directed at Lu Jin Ran, but she was fearless and had clearly accepted this end. Little Chang, Won't you kill me? No, of course not, my Jin Ran-san. A red light suddenly came on in the lab and a piercing alarm sounded. The cleaning program has been initiated. This lab will be destroyed in 100 seconds. Please evacuate all employees to the designated location. 99, 98. Treachery. Fifi, take Auntie and go first. She grabbed Lu Jin Ran, and with a violent scamper, she flew out through the large hole in the roof. Lu Qing also climbed up with her daughters and crawled out along the hole. Halfway up the mountainside, a dozen black shadows flashed by. Originally, Lu Qing also wanted to dig a tunnel directly to get there, but it was too much trouble, so he just went through the tunnel. Still, having learned from her previous rollover experience, Ray was prepared for a double take and had Fifi, the air navigator, take her sisters to dig through the lab. The night was thick, and the mother and daughter line sped rapidly, but they heard a faint thunder behind them, and it was as if the sun had risen between heaven and earth, stretching their shadows. Kids, real heroes never look back at explosions. Ding! The host has killed a total of 47 worker bee aliens and 26 mutant aliens this time. Rewarding evolution points *47 and black water *47. No, that's it? No rewards for killing mutants? Tinker, if there's a traitor in the family, do you still need your neighbors to send you a banner? Back at the suburban lair, Xin had long been waiting outside, and that distant explosion, she had heard it. Actually, she's more worried about Fufu being stupid and getting blown up, but she let go of her heart when she saw that her sisters had returned safely. Jin Ran, showing you around my old mansion. Lu Qing transformed back into his human form and pulled Lu Jin Ran into the depths of the lair, finally able to see what expression she would have after such a long time. Green, is this all yours? Looking at the egg-shaped bugs all over the floor, she was a bit dismayed. Yes, both daughters born the other day. Ah, you're so fertile too. She wasn't too surprised, having naturally seen alien nests and eggs because of her work. Lu Qing was a bit disappointed. Hey, it's instinct, but thank you for saving me. Ha, where did I save you? Lu Qing was a bit confused. Is it not salvation that I am alive in your lair? Actually, the alien king isn't stable, so maybe it's our turn when he's done eating the aliens. Anyway, you saved me. I knew you were a good guy. Damn it, what's with the good guy card again? Still saving you? You'd be cold without the reward. Hey, you're talking out of your ass. Jin Ran, I'm an alien. No, I think, you killed so many aliens and bad people. Aren't you punishing the evil? Your own children didn't wreak havoc on the earth either. I think you're a good alien even if you are. Listen, is this something a scientist should say? Ha ha ha, naive. You're simply more naive than a frosting-stained sourdough. Do you know what the most basic instinct of an alien is? She seemed to understand something. If you hadn't moved me, I could have pretended to be a good neighbor. But there's no point in saying anything now. You're the one who destroyed humanity. Deep in the nest, a giant red facehugger crawled out. This was the special royal facehugger insect that Lu Qing used to transmigrate, capable of carrying most of the host's memories. Jin Ran, I need your brain forever liking me. Her gaze faltered as she seemed to remember something. You're Lu Qing? Yeah, I've always been Lu Qing. Ding, mission objective 3 has been completed. May I ask the host to remember how many humans and aliens he has killed? Why do you ask? The system will issue additional rewards based on the host's answers. Is the dog system playing tricks on you again? Wouldn't it be better to have a kill statistic or an achievement system? Che, will people remember how many slices of bread they've eaten? Ding, wrong answer. Extra bonus evolution points *10. If you don't want to give it, just say so. Congratulations to the host. The mainline quest, Revenge, has been completed. The quest rewards of evolution points *100, black water *100 have arrived, and the passive skill, Extreme Spawning, has been activated. Chapter 76 Sweeps. Okay, wow. How about letting me con this passive skill? Opening the skill description. There were only a few simple words. Increase the host's spawning speed by 10 times. So now you can produce 200 alien eggs an hour. 800 a day. That's nearly 1,800,000 a year. It wasn't much, but evolving again. Efficiency could still be improved, and the daughters could start spawning, which wouldn't be far from parasitizing all humans. Looking at the nest with half of the eggs missing, Lu Qing also felt very lonely, so let the new children come into the world. Soon, her abdomen gave birth to a giant lump of flesh over 10 meters long. Woohoo, it's about to break. The speed was comparable to a catharsis, and I can't tell you if it was comfortable or uncomfortable, but it was pretty up there anyway. Behind her, the egg-shaped bugs were producing like an assembly line, and the only dozen or so remaining worker bees were busy. That's not good. I've been parasitizing lately. It's time to hatch some kids to build a home. Coming to the hive consciousness, she found that the recent hosts were basically public officials, and also power plants, television stations, and communication company employees as hosts. Save these people as a surprise for later, and turn around and find yourself some more ordinary people to go with. In one whole day, she laid over 3,000 eggs, unrecognizable from before. Lu Jin Ran also woke up, seeing this crazy spawning monster. She also had a hint of fear, but with Lair accompanying her, it didn't seem to be so bad. Out of sheer compulsion, after another day, she laid a total of 10,000 eggs, so that it would be better for the carriers not to get too bored. Su, Fifi, let's go. The mother and daughter trio narrowed their figures and chose a remote path that led them straight to the Zhao family bunker in Opal Follet. The queen in the breeding facility will be the final stepping stone in her evolution. Su, let's tear this down today. I told you at the time, you'll get to play a lot. Oh, wreaking havoc with mommy. Before she could arrange a plan, Suzu couldn't wait to rush up. The two machine guns at the gate at the foot of the hill were like water cannons to her. This peaceful hill was constantly screaming, and the sentries on patrol were constantly being trampled into photographs. Funny enough, they were originally some young master soldiers. The family took some backdoor to the governor's private house as a guard, thinking of safe and easy plating of gold. I did not expect to be a relationship to send the head. Ho ho ho, switchboard, been wanting to tear you down for ages. With hands and claws, she rooted out all the cables, but the villa wasn't plunged into darkness. Only the lights on the fence went out. Then next, those points of fire are going to be firing. You are going to be alien-proof, bathed in gunfire. All she felt was how lonely it was to be invincible. I was shocked when I saw the machine gun, but I didn't know that thing didn't do any damage at all. And for fear of making a big fuss, it's been put on hold. And now there's a feeling of having finished brushing the final boss and going back to the novice village to brush up on the branch lines. Su, tear down the wall. Boo! The wall on the side of the bunker was hit with several cracks. Dust kept falling, and under a few passes of impact, the thick concrete fell off in large swaths, and inside was a cold glittering alloy inner wall that seemed hard to break through with a headbutt. By now the alarm was blaring in the house, but it didn't matter. Today was all about high-profile home demolition. So Lu Qing pierced the inner jaw teeth and sprayed his blood on them. Soon the thick alloy walls began to bubble. Taking advantage of the corrosion of the wall, Su tried to crash into it again, but Lu Qing stopped her. Hey baby, wait, it'll burn you. By the time the acidic blood reaction was complete, a modest hole had been burned out, and the hole was much enlarged by Su's slamming. But waiting for them inside the house were blackened muzzles. Life is short, so why take a shortcut? A dozen rifles sprayed dazzling fire, and the yellow bullets hit them with a good clink. Despite being well equipped, they had never seen the forbidden aliens, and as things stood, they were just the spice and the spicy chicken nuggets. The long tail full of spikes fell over and the guards were smashed to pieces along with their rifles. It was tempting to stay as a host, but this exuberance of my daughter's energy had to be vented. Captain Zhao, we meet again. You, Lu Qing, how is this possible? Facing the alien queen who had suddenly changed back to her human form, the face of Zhao Feiying upstairs was finally filled with panic. He might have wanted to defend the second floor, or he might have forgotten to escape. Lu Qing was very satisfied. Anything is possible when you put your mind to it. Alright, Captain Zhao, I won't beat around the bush with you. Take me to the alien queen. I know she's here, and I'll consider sparing your useless henchmen afterward. The guards on the second floor who had their guns raised and aimed shuddered in their hearts. Alive. You, what are you planning to do with the alien queen? What for? As you can see, I'm the alien killer. Of course I'm killing the alien queen to keep peace on this side. Zhao Feiying naturally wouldn't believe these words. Facing two aliens that were beyond common sense, they had no chance of winning. The only way was to draw the two tigers together. Fine, I'll take you there, but you have to promise not to hurt these subordinates of mine. Sure, Su, go out and wait for mommy. Su flicked her tail in aggravation and went back through the hole. Well, seeing that only Lu Qing was left, Zhao Feiying also turned off the alarm, and the crowd breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that the other party could be reasonable as well. Please. Accompanied by several guards and after passing through heavy doors, the group arrived at the elevator room in the basement of the villa. The elevator ran downward for a long time and seemed to lead to a very deep place. Inside the villa, a dozen or so guards gathered, celebrating the aftermath. You guys, is that woman the god the cult says she is? Swords and guns are invulnerable and can also transform. Hey, that's LV Ching who's been very hot lately. Killed 2 alien queens and made an anti-alien bracelet. TSK, I can't believe she's actually an alien too. Do you guys think that the aliens could be sent by God to punish humanity, but God regretted it and made Lu Qing turn into an alien to save humanity? Asterisk 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 brother, you say that in a way that is fit to be a chaplain in the army. Fifi, who was eavesdropping outside the wall, was also a bit confused at this time. How can this group of people be more on the right track than a cult? They are playing with self-brainwashing. Woo woo, Hearing a wailing cry, the crowd subconsciously raised their guns and took aim. Instead, he saw a 7 or 8-year-old girl rolling and crawling through the hole. Help! There's a monster! The lurid roar of the alien rang out outside at the right time. Little sister, don't be afraid. Come here. Monsters won't dare to come in. The sight of a dozen men with guns seemed to reassure the little girl. Aren't the uncles afraid of monsters? The crowd's faces were full of smugness, and where the alien queen was covered, they could play B to their heart's content. By the gods, we will all be safe. The alien queen is in there. Another heavy blast door. Oh, got it. Open the door. The sound of gears turning rang out, and a spacious floor hall came into view. The busy crew was surprisingly busy with worker bees carrying egg-shaped bugs, while the alien queen sat on her throne and seemed to be laughing and joking with those around her. Chapter 77, Stepping Stones. Ding! The main quest, Stepping Stone, has been triggered. Kill the alien queen. Quest reward, Queen Core *1. System, are you stuck? Normally you should have popped up the quest a long time ago. Ha! Yo! Hello! I'm here for your dog's head. Human, you betrayed me. Seemingly scornful of Lu Jin, the alien queen let out an angry growl at Zhao Feiying. Taking advantage of their verbal sparring, Lu Jin quickly reviewed the queen's information. Name, Baby Ning. Sex, female and male. Race, alien. Rank, 42. Evolution, 41%. Creature level, Queen of the Fourth Order. Skills, Domination. Spawning, what a blank slate queen. Looks like she's been hanging out with human layabouts for so long that she's already a loser. You're still called Ning. You didn't read much chatty. Can humans be trusted too? They stab each other themselves. Wouldn't they betray you anytime? Anywhere? Archfire. We, should form a united front and kill the whole bunch. Zhao Feiying, no, aren't you here to kill the queen? It's none of our business. I just want to live a peaceful life. Why bother me? Lu Jin was a bit speechless. How could such a big alien queen be so naive? Sister, come to your senses. We are not human at all. Humans are just using you. When you lose your value you can't escape death. No, Ning, don't you listen to her. I'm doing it all for your own good. You'll be respected as a hero queen in the future, even if you solve the alien crisis with us. Ning, that's pretty affectionate. Old thing, don't say you two are married. Shut up. Lu Jin appeared in his original form, and with a wave of his hand, he tore Zhao Feiying into two halves, and the other staff members were in a mess when they saw this. You and I have no grudge, but you have been brainwashed by this group of humans, and now I am going to rid our race of you alien traitors. That alien queen was getting cranky as well, and it looked like she didn't usually eat a lot of big pies. She detached herself from the spawner and twisted her huge body towards Lu Jin. Bang! The violent impact caused her to nearly fall, while Lu Jin was stoic, his haphazard swings not even leaving a scratch on his opponent. At the same time, Lu Jin passed on the experiments he had seen and the alien king unity through his brainwaves. Extreme anxiety, what have I done here? She seemed to have fallen into deep self-doubt, a feeling of powerlessness that was all too familiar. Turn around, just you. 10 of you are no match for me. Although she was prey that had fallen into panic, she was at least a queen, and Lu Jin did not intend to humiliate her. Ignoring that flimsy tail, Lu Jin's tail thorn directly penetrated her chest. You are the last piece of the puzzle for the future of the race. Go in peace. Swish! The hand rose and the queen's massive crown fell to the ground with a loud thud. Ding! The main quest, Stepping Stone, has been completed. You have obtained Queen's Core *1, and your evolution has increased to 60%. Advancement mission, kill the alien queen and obtain the Queen's Core, 5/5, has been completed. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the authority to advance to alien queen. Does it begin to evolve? No. Wait till I get home and, ding, the system will alert again later. Having lost their queen, the dozen or so worker bees became blind and demented, while Lu Jin took the opportunity to control them with pheromones. Children, unleash your nature and enjoy your prey. All of a sudden the hall was in chaos, and the once friendly aliens were now bloodthirsty hunters. Though the guards fired back, death did not frighten the aliens, and the cries of fear from the humans made them even more frenzied. In a few moments, there was not another human standing. Let's just say that these kids are pretty good and all of them were captured alive. Mom, caught a dozen humans to kill? No, keep it for now. Mom, there are so many mines here, can I step on them? Don't. Sue, wait a while after you leave, mommy will step with you. In that case, Mr. Egg. With less than 50 people in total, Lu Jin completed the task in just 10 minutes, and those worker bees were forced to be transformed into hard laborers by her. Uncles, it's not that I won't let you go. The aliens in here have gone berserk. Where can you go? Fifi, like a black heron, put her wings around the hood and blocked them in. Crowd, numb. We can still survive with the aliens, but we can't survive with this damn thing? You're thinking too much. A dozen pinkish-white drudges carried the eggs out from underneath, and the face-hugging bugs, smelling human, immediately came out of their shells and burrowed into Fifi's hood, ready to parasitize. Hey, 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 wait. Upon hearing the Queen's sister's words, the face-hugging insects were fixed in place. Gentlemen, didn't you say that Lord was sent by God to save mankind? You guessed right. The crowd grimaced, thinking that both they and the creature had gone mad. These are the messengers of God, and if you are worthy of salvation, they will not take your life. Humans with weapons in their hands didn't dare to resist as the face-hugging insects pounced on their faces. 20 minutes later, the hosts woke up leisurely. Poof, poof. Several people's chests bulged and then died in childbirth. The remaining 4 touched their chests and almost fainted as well. This moment before the ghost gate hit the card several times. See, I told you, you guys are worth saving. So, can we go now? Of course, go wherever you like. You are watched over by the gods. You will be safe from the aliens, and even if the world ends, you will be the last survivors. LV Ching in the other end listening, always feel which strange, a bit of middle to is not learned from Fu. Leaving the villa, Sue was bouncing around the minefield, her tail wagging with the wind, already a little impatient. There you are, Mom, I'm going to step on it. Okay, so good, Mommy will play with you. Fifi, you and Bitterman go home first with the chestbreaker. Mom will be here in a minute. Returning to the nest, Lu Jin was overwhelmed with emotion. After many twists and turns, he had finally reached this point, and every step of the way, there was a queen as a stepping stone. The initial queen, gentle and domineering, loved herself so much that Lu Jin endured the pain to start it all. The queen of the cave, with her talent and love of children, could really cause trouble if left unchecked. The incarcerated Moyen always felt a little delicate, like a little girl, overly loving children instead of harming themselves. The queen in the lab is brutal, doesn't care if her heir lives or dies when she's mad, and is the toughest enemy she's ever encountered. And the king of the aliens, utter madness. In the end, this queen today, like a silly white sweet, was so weak that Lu Jin didn't forget it before he could remember it. Even though they were killed by themselves, the score was to be settled on the humans, and if the humans would have honestly accepted the fate of their hosts, it wouldn't have been necessary to go through so much trouble. Lu Jin was so excited that she was finally going to become the queen that the system said she would be, the existence that was even more powerful than the queen made her long for it. System, I want to evolve. Ding, the evolution will take about 5 to 10 days. Please make sure the host is absolutely safe around him. Please confirm the evolution after the drop sound. After instructing the worker bees and drudges to expand the nest, Lu Jin put his 5 daughters in charge of the guards. Ding, evolution has begun. Please empty the host's brain. Chapter 78 Evolution. Alien Queen. Where is this? Lu Jin arrived at a barren mountainous area filled with reddish-brown rocks and sandy soil, while 2 suns and 4 bizarrely huge stars hung in the sky. Don't I remember evolving? How did I cross over? Once again, she turned into a worker bee, but luckily there was no one here, so she wasn't afraid of being discovered. She climbed the hill and looked past it in the distance, surrounded by barren hills. This is where? The hissing sound traveled through the mountains, and no one answered. Suddenly, she saw the horizon turn white and bright over there, like an avalanche of endless waves sweeping toward her. It was a group of white monsters that resemble aliens with several tentacles on their heads, dorsal tubes like thorns, and tails that shone with a cold light like chainswords. Coming at me? And behind her came a familiar cry, the same black tide of countless aliens rushing forward. Racial conflict? Anyway, get on with them. However, by the time the 2 sides met, Lu Jin realized that he was just a shadow and could only watch helplessly as they fought. In the end, only one of the aliens survived, and it seemed to be badly injured. She lay there for a long time resting before forming another black cocoon. The years changed, the hills weathered into a desert, and after who knows how many years, she finally broke out of her cocoon. A huge, red alien queen, LV Ching formed a giant cocoon, like a piece of uncut obsidian, and in the cocoon, her body was transformed into a puddle of cheeses, which were being reorganized to build the queen's body, induced by the queen's core. Big sister, I can finally be a human. Ha, what's so great about that? Being a human being is so tiring. Look at our mom. She's still working part-time, coaxing the cult to play. Lei is still learning elementary school curriculum. What can you do? Go to the bar to accompany the drinks? You'll be exposed on the first day. At the sound of chaperoning, Fufu's eyes lit up, though there were no eyes. I'd heard Olivia say that guests sometimes brought home escort girls, so if you were in the business yourself, wouldn't the ones you brought home by chance be able to add to your meal? Big sister, don't keep talking about second sister. Hey, Ray, it's okay. Big sis should have punched me if she didn't say count me out. Late at night, Shannon arrives at the lair accompanied by 5 warrior aliens. Big sister, this is? Well, it's Mom. Surprised? She patted up and spun around several times, her tail wagging faster and faster. This is just out of this world. Do you guys know what this is? Sam was also very excited about being able to turn into a human. That meant she could do research with the scientists. Evolutionary cocoons chant. No, I feel a massive energy in there. Mom is no ordinary alpha, and it doesn't stop at the Queen. Sisters, we can celebrate the fact that we've made a good cast. A week passed. Click, click. A crack appeared in the giant cocoon of black. My head is about to split. Lu Qing felt unbearable pain. She felt like she was packed in a box. She couldn't see anything. She could only keep banging and breaking free from her bonds. Ka-chow. The black cocoon shattered into several pieces and scattered on the ground. Lu Qing's body became nearly twice as big. Looking around at her daughter with concerned eyes, all she could hear before she knew what was going on was the sound of clicking and cracking all over her head. I'm going to grow a brain. The huge crown split down the middle and a brand new crown slowly rose. The tiara consisting of 2 crowns looked stunning. No, it's a crown. Ah, Lu Qing growled. The voice was so majestic and unfamiliar that even her daughters unconsciously prostrated themselves. Right at the same time, the chest breaker in Lu Jin Ran's body also broke out of his chest and plopped down on the ground without moving. Ha! Much more comfortable. Gradually adapting to his newly arrived body, Lu Qing felt that he might actually be invincible this time. Ding! Congratulations to the host for evolving into an alien queen. Rewarded with evolution points *100 and black water *100. You have acquired the new skill, Mental Interference. Royal Gel has evolved into Queen's Gel, number of holdings *5. You can still use both skills at the same time. Queen's Gel consumes 100 evolution points, with a cooldown of 1 month. Having gained a new skill, she couldn't help but be overjoyed and hurriedly opened her personal page. Name, LV Qing. Sex, female and male. Race, alien. Rank, 61. Evolution, 61%. Bio rank, 5th order queen, alpha. Skills, domination, mimicry, camouflage, spawning, acid spraying, acid sniping, psychic interference. Seeing the word Empress, she couldn't help but laugh. Dog system, let you pretend to Anyway, open the skill tree and upgrade all the skills first. 100 or so evolution points were no burden to her. The so-called Queen's Gel can be fed to any alien, after which they will evolve into a queen, and the price of the Royal Gel has dropped right down to 20 points. Mental interference, on the other hand, is somewhat more metaphysical, affecting a person's or alien's judgment within a certain range, with a chance of controlling them if guided in some way. Ding! The survival time of the Facehugger has been increased to 120 hours, and the development time of the Chestbreaker has been reduced to 20 minutes. Ding! Spawning speed increased to 200 spawns/hour, stackable with extreme spawning. That means 48,000 egg-shaped worms can be produced per day. Mental interference, Facehugger bug, domination, has been upgraded to LV 5. A new skill has been detected. Is it to be activated by consuming 200 evolution points? Why is it so expensive? Yes. Ding! The derivative skill, Parasitic Domination, has been activated. The host can manipulate a human host through parasitism, but it needs to develop into a chest breaker, and the skill is valid for 1 month. It's pretty good. There's a risk of being checked out, but you can do a lot in a month when you meet the right person. But the system is determined to make the human race extinct. Babies, what are you doing on the floor? Get up. Turning back to the daughters who were lying on the ground, Lu Qing apologized a little. Mom, you were so scary. We didn't recognize you. Yeah, just as majestic and sacred as a real queen. Lu Qing, even if you guys talk about me like that, I won't be happy. Kono Yalu. Ah, long live Her Majesty the Queen. Long live. The little bit of guilt dissipated as Foof actually bunked his head like a human. Looking hilarious. Little girl, you're the one with all the drama. Come on, babies, here's something good for you. The daughters came together and the drudges rushed to collect the white gel she secreted. Mom, what is this? They've had the royal gel, so naturally they know there's no need to have it all over again. Eat it and become a big beautiful girl. At the word, they immediately understood and evolved. After eating the gel, they passed out one after the other and their bodies were covered in black gel. Mom, are they okay? Only Fifi had some concerns, being born a queen and naturally not having suffered through evolution. Of course, it won't be long before they're queens just like you. The broken cocoon seemed to rise probably needed quite a long time. So Lu Qing took Fei Fei back to the city to buy some clothes for them. Anyway, the band made a lot of money. All kinds of clothes of all sizes to buy all the right. And, of course, she bought the long for Renfield Z9, so she finally had a replacement. Returning to the lair with her large bag, she saw 6 massive alien queens interacting intimately. Steady Spice. The city will be mine. 79. the Queen's Conference. Ding! Congratulations to the host for cultivating Alien Queen *5. Rewarded with evolution points *200. Black water *200. Ha 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 ha. Boys, I'm home. Looking at her daughters who were transformed, Lu Jin smiled into a flower. After all, she had put her head in her pants and fought to the death with others to be queen, so it was good to be a queen, a woman by her mother's right. Lu Jin swept a glance at them. Although they weren't high-leveled, the skills they got through sharing made up for it. System, can I share my special skills with them? Ding! Extreme spawning has been shared. Your queen's heir spawning efficiency will be increased by 5 times. Double parasitism has been shared. And your queen's children will have a 30% chance of spawning 2 chestbreakers when they parasitize a human. Dog system, eating kickbacks again, right? Wow, mommy bought so many clothes. Fufu fumbled with the packages excitedly. A wide array of clothing and accessories, many of which she had seen on television. Yeah, just for you guys. Turn to me, Cone. Mom, this is going to cost a lot of money, right? Why don't we just rob it next time? The oldest daughter was a little worried about the family's finances and came up with a great idea. Big sister, you were supposed to watch TV with me. Mom's been scamming a lot of money from humans lately. Human cuties. It's like leaks. Karma after karma. Making little cuties. Money for the cuties. Spend it. Daughters are really bad with humans. Karma leaks no. Which, like himself, all day to save all mankind in running. As they talked and laughed, they picked out the clothes of their choice, only to see 4 halos of light pulsating as the queens changed into human maidens. Because evolution, LV Ching has also grown to 172 in height. Her daughters are also quite tall. First, there was Xin, who had chosen a decent suit with short, dry hair, none of the boyishness of a first-time human being, and looked very much like a working elite, with enough seniority to make her seem very dependable. Next was Fufu, all dressed up in JK, with her shirt buttoned only 3 times and her bow tie drooping down to her chest, this manifestation of a bag, and her hair still blonde, like most hot chicks. She tied her cardigan around her waist and wore all sorts of accessories wholesale to her body, and she just looked good enough to cheat. Never mind, hot chicks seem to be that much better than psycho chicks. Then there was Susumu, whose attributes hadn't changed even though she had evolved into a queen without retaining her previous special appearance. And she had unsurprisingly turned into a sinewy girl half a head taller than herself. There was something about the high ponytail tied up in the solid, reliable muscles that gave an unrivaled sense of security, along with the pretty face that she had inherited from herself. Lastly, there's Shan, because she's a special individual. Her waist-length hair makes her look very soft, and her college-style dress makes and big glasses make her look like a middle schooler. Ray seemed to like the queen's form and didn't change back to her human form, cradling a few lovely daughters. Lu Jin felt that this life was worth it. Just as she was enjoying her heavenly pleasures, a timid young girl came slowly from the depths of the lair, as if she felt out of place in the atmosphere and was afraid to approach. Good girl, come here, let mommy see. The young girl in front of her couldn't help but put Lu Jin in a trance. With those deer-like eyes and shoulder-length short hair, she bore a 9% resemblance to Lu Jin Ran from her high school days. Ding! Congratulations to the host for breeding the first queen's heir. Rewarding evolution points *50. It's completely normal to be a natural queen like Fifi, but not suppressed. Jin Ran. Yes, your name is Jin Ran. Lu Jin chose a landmine dress for Jin Ran, which made her feel that this child was the crystallization of herself and Lu Jin Ran. Soon, she blended in with the sisters as well. 7th sister. I heard you're a scientist too. What do you study? Jin Ran froze, recalling the memories of his predecessor. Bioengineering. Previously with the company's genetic engineering group, mainly developing human alien bonded species, and targeted genetic weapons against aliens. And you, 5th sister. Previously I was following up on the blood exchange experiment where the perfect infected were able to sneak into a crowd and make a surprise attack. Based on that, I feel that there is value in developing an infection potion that enhances the human physique. Enhancement of physical fitness is bait at the cost of becoming infected, right? You're a genius, Sis Sandy, but I'd like to make a slight modification. For her part, Shannon held up her glasses and listened intently. We might as well combine them and use our genes as a basis for creating potions that contain both repelling aliens from other groups and mutagenic factors, so that the hosts are all ours. Sam's eyes widened. It was hard to realize, but it was a good thought and she touched on it because of it. Perhaps we can also alter the traits of the parasites, such as the combination of chestbreakers and facehuggers, and exoskeletons in the vitals. Lu Jin, it's bad I've become illiterate. The sisters discussed it for a long time and finally came to a conclusion. Mom, we need a big lab. The mother and daughter in the science desert who were dry-eyed. A few people didn't quite get it, but they knew that the 2 sisters had drunk too much ink after the humans, and their hearts were black. Lu Jin glanced at Jin Ran's panel. Name, LV Jin Ran. Sex, female and male. Race, alien. Rank, 41. Evolution, 40%. Creature level, Queen of the Fourth Order, new. As expected, Jin Ran's brain is not wasted at all. The two scientists are together, but they are much crazier than the evil scientists. Since her daughters are so good, Lu Qing doesn't want to use her brain. How nice to be a handful. Daughters, do you have any ideas on what we should do next? Looking for humans to have babies. Of course. Mom, you're going to be a grandma. Ha ha ha. The crowd was a little embarrassed, but she was right. Mom, second sister is right. We should now parasitize all the humans in the city and then kill them all. Ray, that's not quite right, is it? This would be a dead city for the humans, and a few nukes down the line would put us in danger. That's right. You're right, big sis. I just missed that. We should create multiple small outbreaks, leave half of them alive, and mix them with the humans so they'll throw in the towel. The scientist sisters shook their heads, knowing full well how inhumane the council lords up there were. The average citizen was nothing more than a number to them. Then let's just have every city erupt at the same time. Lu Cheng nodded. Fufu's simple and rough method was his own initial idea. Although troublesome, humans had nowhere to run. After all, there was plenty of time for layout. Anyway, don't worry, don't be afraid, and if anything happens, Mommy will cover for you. After hearing Lu Qing's words, they all put their hearts down. After all, the alien queen was the biggest card. Daughters, what is our goal? No humans. Chapter 80, Drinking Mistakes. Sogmundon City Council building a week ago. What's going on? Something this big has happened. What are you all doing? A middle-aged man with some blonde hair sat in front of a luxurious desk and trembled at the sight of the documents in his hands. Speaker, it can't be helped. Biotech does high-risk experiments. The entire test site is sanitized within acceptable limits. High risk, high reward. The secretary rushed to relief. The man was none other than Stephen Walken, the speaker of the Sogmundon City Council. Fart. The speaker swung his fist down and the coffee cup on the table jumped up, spilling coffee everywhere. Do you know how much money the council spent on the company? 24 billion. Now well, Maxwell's dead. The scientists are dead. And who's going to make up for such a huge deficit? A flurry of anger had left him panting. The drudgery of his job had turned his blonde hair beige, and there were telltale white circles under his eyes. Speaker, money can be made again. Bull asterisk. Can you make the same amount of money back as you lost this time? I'll cut off one of your legs and next week I'll cut off someone else's leg and give it to you. Can you accept that? The secretary was speechless and didn't dare say anything else. Go, get me the mayor and the sheriff. These tax assholes should be held accountable for my money. An hour later, the mayor arrived with the chief. They were surveying the scene together earlier, but it was a bit of an overdose of sanitizing procedures, leaving nothing but a big crater. But with all the commotion last night, I'm afraid it's going to be hard to fool the parliamentary master. Speaker Stephen, it's been a long time, and ouch, the Quizia red label. What good taste. The mayor huffed and squelched, smelling what he'd been drinking, and said one in passing. Isn't that right? From Maxwell. Hearing the name, the duo froze. No, people were gone yesterday. This, Eric John Burroughs. Hearing his name called out, the director felt his heart tighten. His middle name was called out. Something big must have happened. You're fired. Finished. Patrick Kim, you don't want to be re-elected either. You'll be rolling in September. No, man, the experiment failed. It was an internal company problem. Why did you jerk us around? Very puzzling, isn't it? The company's security system's a clear record of the intrusion. And the other party is a team of professionals, both human and alien. He winced at that. 3 employees disappeared last night. They're definitely undercover agents from another company. Check it out for me. Eric, I'm all jacked up on you. Check my ass. If it's a man-made disaster, you'll be thinking about how you're going to spend the rest of your lives picking up scraps. And you'll be paying for the loss of the Federation. If the aliens make a mess, I'll just get you guys the electric chair Yahoo. With such a big event happening right under our noses, no one is going to get away with it. The former is a bit better, but the diameter is lax and the aliens are rampant, which is a real killer. That LV Ching guy isn't bad. He's a good citizen. He solved so many aliens, and he even got a bracelet. What are you doing? They're doing us a favor. Letting the good citizens' efforts go to waste? Don't you blush when you talk about being representatives of the people's servants of the Federation? Hearing Lu Qing, Eric's eyes immediately lit up. This was a life-saving yacht. Mr. Speaker, I know Lu Qing. We know each other well. She's an advisor in our bureau. Oh, seeing Stephen's face ease, Eric hurriedly lobbied. Let's bring her on board. She must have her own team. Just making this bracelet is a windfall. With her ability, we can't say there's any new gadgets in the future. Compared to the company's big goals, Wouldn't it be better for us to hold the small goals in our hands first? Eric, I think you're still on the job as chief. Later that day, the mine at Joe's villa alerted no one, but the speaker was surrounded by urgent papers. The alien queen has stormed the villa of a high-ranking National Guard officer, killing and wounding many. After several drinks, Stephen couldn't fall asleep either. Sitting on the 5-meter-wide bed, he was a bit confused. Zhao Feiying, you son of a, just die. How did you provoke the alien queen? What the hell? Did you poke a hole in the alien nest? Mr. Hang, you have good taste. In a wabi-sabi hotel, LV Chang and the deputy head of the Niraquan gang, Katsura Junichiro, sat on tatami mats, drinking a limited amount of daijinjo and watching the sultry geisha on stage perform a strange dance. It's not hanging, it's cinnamon. MS. Bye. No, MS. Lu Qing, I should have thought of that. I'm afraid I can't help if a person of your stature bends over backwards to ask me for help. LV Ching asking for help has always been unpopular, and if she can't even solve the trouble, isn't that just a pitfall? However, as a principled gangster, he still appreciated LV Ching. It's a bit complicated. Long story short, I was eating barfi one day. Have you ever eaten barfi, Uncle? Gue? The 18th Street gang threw their cigarettes in my cup, so I beat them up, and now they're after me for revenge. Of course you can't say you copied their house. I thought it was something. How can I let you, the light of humanity, suffer? Tonight, I'll bring someone to help you them. After a caddy of wine, he was already slightly drunk, and he was even more unconditionally satisfied with Lu Qing's request. Mind control and alcohol go better together. That night, Junichiro Katsura drove 4 vans with more than 200 men to the appointed place. MS. Lu Qing, where are those people from the 18th Street gang? Hearing that it was a favor for Lu Qing, the punks got excited. It's over there. Lu Qing pointed near the nest. Are you kidding? Just a few women? Looking down on us? Maybe they had an ambush? Hey, beat them up and then take them away to correct their wrong thinking. They fiddled with the weapons in their hands, leaping to try. A few girls. What can they do if they are stronger? There are more than 200 people on their side. Just 7 of them and they're still posing there. Think they're American Girl Scouts? They couldn't wait to run over. And when they got closer, they realized, what the hell is a human being? Isn't this an alien? When they slowed down from their fear, they realized that they were already surrounded by dozens of aliens. Gue also woke up. How did he agree to it in confusion? Did she drug the wine? Or did you drink too much yourself? Anyway, it's a mistake to drink. Come on, get over there. The crowd quickly burrowed into one of the larger pits, trying to hold on to the danger. LV Qing had dug a mining hole near the nest specifically for them, and the zigzag would eventually turn into the nest. And Gue was still under the influence of Lu Qing at this point. Early in the morning, seeing the addition of more than 200 new worker bees, Lu Qing was very satisfied. The mental interference was used smoothly, and there was a new helper in the house. She planned to expand the nest downward, a couple hundred meters deep, so that it would be less likely to be discovered and also protected against nuclear explosions. Come on, let's go around the world. The daughters are all dressed up, rather unlike their peers. Ray, Fufu, Shannon, why are you wearing my shoes? Che, mom's cheap. Fufu stuck up and rubbed hard against Lu Qing, as if she wanted to make up for all the previous ones. Hey, which mom is cheap? What kind of kid wears high heels? Che, a bunch of kids who are less than a week old. Everyone was excited to come to the surface and breathe in the fresh air. Finally, we can make friends with humans. 81. Invitation to Parliament. MS. Lu Qing, welcome. Inside the Hotel Aminos, men and women in dresses talk elegantly. Lu Qing, on the other hand, was invited to a dinner party for the parliamentary lords. She patiently greeted the guys one by one, but it was good to see that they were quite friendly. Hello MS. Lu Qing, how do you do? I am Stephen Walken, Speaker of the Sogmundan Council. Hello, Mr. Speaker. Lu Qing gave a professional fake smile. Thank you for the honor of attending a really boring party. As you can see, the facehugger infestation has been severe in recent times. Indeed, Lu Qing was filled with worry. Could it be that the world is coming to an end? No, MS. Lu Qing, you're overthinking it. You deal with aliens a lot, but you're not familiar with facehuggers, are you? A scholarly-looking middle-aged man came up to take over the conversation. Lu Qing, this is the chief scientist of biotechnology, Professor Albert Downey. You guys chat. Stephen introduced the two to each other and then became a spectator. Facehugger parasitization usually breaks the chest in 2 to 5 hours, half a month after the earliest infestation, and nothing unusual has been detected. Lu Qing nodded. It was true. Normal face-hugging worms wouldn't stay in the host for too long. I'm involved with the parasitic kit from Ampere, and that one is 99% accurate. so there's no concern about misclassification. What do you mean? Lu Qing was a bit impatient. This old den had been talking nonsense for half a day, but he could also tell that the human side was well prepared and useless. Queens are attracted to each other. What? What's the word? I'm afraid that the other queens sensed the queens we have bred and therefore launched an attack. They want to take over this densely populated city, and the infestation may not subside anytime soon. Lookin', indeed, it was all me. Actually, I invited you here today because there is an important matter I want to discuss with you. Stephen tapped his glass and the venue instantly fell silent. Lu Qing's heart moved. 95% is related to himself. I do not know if there is no reveal. She didn't move to observe her surroundings. Security was tight and loaded, though hundreds of facehuggers were already lurking in the ventilation ducts. Alien activity has been increasing lately. Biotech labs have been breached by them. I have a feeling the big one is coming. We need your team to assist us in investigating this. The surrounding counselors nodded as well. Although they had many factions because of their different positions, they were still relatively unified when it came to aliens, destroy, capture, and make a lot of money. Lu Qing pondered for a moment and nodded. Of course, as a federal citizen, I am obligated to do so. But I was hoping to get some privileges and freedom, and then help me build a set of P7 level biochemical labs. Stephen's face stared. Where's the P7? P5 and P6 were created especially for the aliens, but a voice in his head kept compelling him. Say yes to her. She was right. She was the future of humanity. No, MS. Lu Qing, this is not right. The lab is costly and extremely risky. I'm afraid you. Lu Qing was secretly shocked. This old deng is really bent on making money and not wanting to lose it. Mental interference can't help him. The so-called mental interference is actually special brainwaves that can communicate with humans, similar to deep self-suggestion. Now that I think about it, are those strange guys from the cult of alien worship under similar influences? And are they being manipulated with the other queens? Lord Speaker, first of all I'll pay for the construction myself. What I want is access to equipment and permission to camp, as well as some freedom in research. My team is developing an alien-based physical enhancer. What? A gene potion? Probably. I heard Shanshan and the others mention it, but Lu Qing didn't remember it too clearly. Then please do let me observe and participate. Albert and Stephen exchanged glances as if to say that this thing could make a lot of money. Finally, the Lord Speaker's hanging heart dropped. I told you, Lu Qing is a good citizen, a hero among citizens. Leave the lab preparations to me, and this physique enhancer should be put on the schedule soon. In the end, the mental interference only convinced them that there was such a thing as a physical enhancer, but it was the money that made him make up his mind. Lu Qing smiled faintly, having a plan in mind. It seems that this dinner party, perhaps, is not so boring after all. For the last half a month, Billy had been so annoyed that his whole body had lost 2 pounds. As for why, of course it's because I miss Lu Qing too much. His eyebrows quirked into a frown as he looked at the large stack of information on his desk. Wood, do you think there could be a mistake? We can't be so skeptical of a 5-star citizen with a great war record. Billy, there's no room for disbelief now. After much investigation, they scrounged up a lot of overlooked details. He once again looked through the information. It was all about Lu Qing. On April 16th, LV Qing frequented Happy Garden, more than 20 days before she reported the case. That day Lu Qing was also defrauded by a group of swindlers, and those people disappeared that night. In addition, surveillance in various parts of the street had also captured Lu Qing's presence: the Taiping village, the urban village, the stores in the suburbs, the 18th Street Gang's Black Clinic, the Emerald Dreams dinner party, and so on, except for the ones she deliberately kept from us. Which other things didn't go away before she did? And the people didn't go away after her? Why was the infestation in the Garden of Happiness after she left? Why did the aliens find her? And why was she able to tear the aliens apart with her hands? Or do you really think she's been modified by aliens? And then there are the confessions of the gangsters and cultists, which I now find more and more problematic. You don't think this is all a coincidence, do you? When you say it like that, it's true. I seem to have deliberately overlooked something. I feel the same way. The two seem to have suddenly become enlightened, as if Lu Qing had a lot of cracks at that time. How did they not care about it? Wood, do you think that bracelet of hers will? Asterisk. Feeling bad about the situation, the duo rushed to the director's office to report the incident. Sheriff Billy, what are you babbling about? Lu Qing is the key to cracking this disaster. When the banquet was over, the speaker informed the director that he must do his utmost to ensure the safety of LV Qing and his team, and try to give the green light if he could, without fear of trouble. He also immediately understood that this was a big money tree, and that if this was done right, it might even go further. But, Chief, don't worry, she loves to play and hang out, and she's good at what she does, so going out in the middle of the night isn't normal. But she's with the aliens, What's with what and the aliens? Working with the wolves? Those will work with people? Are you crazy? Or do you think Lu Qing is an alien? Looking at the disliked and speechless duo, he felt that he was clear-headed and talented for the world, and that he might as well do something factual if he had this time to shoot his mouth off. Alright, I'll take this as an April Fool's joke. I asked you guys to investigate the details of the attack on the company. Why are you putting the blame on Lu Qing? He's the light of humanity. He might be able to make the Federation destroy the Unayadai Empire in the north and take over the Rosa Republic in the west, and dominate the main continent. He paraphrased the speaker's words, really wondering what great treasure the little girl had pulled out. He couldn't help but shake his head as he watched the two disappointed departing men. Hey, LV Chang? Yes, it's me, Agu. I love to hear you talk. Yeah, there's a thing. Hey, what do you say? Billy, they suspect you of something. It's not nonsense. I'll say hello to you so you don't get stirred up and overwhelmed. Hey, okay, thanks. Chapter 82, Goodbye, Sheriff. So, Ms. Lu Jin Ran, will you take responsibility for what you say? Sure. At the federal hearing, Lu Jin Ran is confronting biotech executives. Could you please elaborate on your testimony once again? Ahem. Maxwell Spencer, the executive president of Rivono Biotech, was bent on capturing random citizens as experimental materials, and did not conduct the experiments according to the previously drawn-up program, causing a biochemical leak that led to the destruction of the entire experimental site. Although Maxwell had uploaded some of the information at the time, Lu Jin Ran, the sole survivor, could still point the finger at the deer, not to mention the fact that she was the centerpiece of the technology. It is true that there was a backup plan at the time, but both men chose the riskier, more aggressive option. Although there were scholars and professors from the Ministry of Technology in attendance, none of them had much exposure to these cutting-edge technologies, nor did they understand the specifics, and their judgment would be off. And only after Lu Qing specially greeted the council and emphasized Lu Jinran's importance did the speaker pull down his face and go around making connections. In the end, all the blame was placed on the dead Maxwell. LV Jin Ran, on the other hand, has successfully returned to his position in biotechnology. Mom, I kept my job. Well, it's good to keep it. I don't need to worry about your life. Buy a house in the city in the future. I'm waiting to hold my granddaughter. Geez, what are you talking about then? Ha. Lu Qing laughed and almost fell off the bed. Playing this kind of house with her daughter was quite fun, but pretending to be her daughter's manipulative old mother made her feel a little lonely. Chief, what do you losers want with me? Got it. Get lost. The director's phone call made her a little unhappy. She thought she had done a good job, but in fact the evidence was spilled all over the place. The more calculated a person was, the easier it was to get into unexpected predicaments, so she wasn't going to pretend. Asterisk. This director, Billy, Mike, and Wood were crouched down on the street smoking cigarettes, and the ground was already full of cigarette butts. Don't chant. What kind of virtue does he have that you know on the first day? Mike rubbed his wrist, somewhat helplessly. In one morning, several of them ran through several neighborhoods and examined more than 20 bodies, all of which had broken chests. Is it true that you guys are saying that LV Chang and the aliens are in cahoots? It's unlikely, but the dead today were all without their bracelets. Mike wasn't sure if the thing worked or not. After all, when disassembled it was just a mosquito repellent, and barely even repelled mosquitoes. The evidence points to her anyway. They were also unwilling to believe that someone like Lu Qing would be a human traitor. A tingle ran through the crowd at the thought of the scene where she tore the alien apart with her hands. Throughout the day, they had received more than 30 reports totaling more than 50 victims. What's more, the aliens break their chests, molt in the deceased's home in a dignified manner, and then escape. It was a big deal, but the people were acting calm. After all, wearing that damn bracelet, Billy thought the big one was coming. After completing the mission, Billy treated everyone to sandwiches from the old street alley. Damn, what's with the synthetic meat? A lot of police officers like these sandwich spreads just because of the solid materials used and the ease of carrying them. Hey, no, I didn't ask for bean skins. How's this? Vomit. One of the officers threw up, pulling a tough bean skin out of his mouth. Asterisk. It's alien skin. Mike recognized it instantly. Boss, what the? A few people turned into the alley, only to find that only a cart was left and the owner had disappeared. No good. Something's wrong. Turning his head, Billy realized that one of the 4 officers who had come along was missing. You're bleeding. Inspector Wood, one of the officers, whose face was covered in blood, also felt the warmth and rushed to explain. Not me. He looked up and saw a hideous face, a face that had been flayed. The crowd immediately turned on their flashlights, only to find, hanging from the fire escape above them, a red man. the humongous red liquid still dripping down, like a skinned frog. Pust. A face-hugging bug actually burrowed out of the muscle model, and then fled without a trace. The officers sat paralyzed on the floor and vomited. How could a freshly turned rookie stand this? Billy, over there. While their attention was on it, the vanished constable had been firmly wrapped in a face-hugging bug and was lying next to the cart. Well, the needle doesn't poke. It's the same as meat jelly. Mom, you're not eating it. Fufu was on the roof of the building, eating her snack with relish, and watching the panicked sheriffs with an itch in her stomach. Lu Jin, on the other hand, was not much interested. You eat, mommy's not hungry. Hey, I'm full. Go play with my uncles. With a flash, Fufu climbed down the wall, silently, outside the alley. She messed up her dress so she could have some sense of business. What are the uncles doing? Do you want to come and help me with my homework? She gave a cocky smile, then her right hand in front of her mouth compared to an okay. The crowd was galvanized into raising their guns in unison and aiming them out of the alley, and the young girl was scared out of her wits. Business, JK? Get out of here. There's a monster here. One of the officers sighed in relief. Monster? What monster? Is it something like this? The young girl's mouth split wider and wider until it burst through the skin, revealing the huge crown of the queen's head. The crowd lapsed into silence for a moment. Ha. With an eerie laugh, she climbed up the wall to higher ground and disappeared without a trace in an instant. Hallucinations? Are they hallucinations? They were somewhat unable to believe it. Sheriff Billy, are you looking for me? A nice voice rang out from the alley. Looking back, they saw that a young girl was pressing a face-hugging bug into the rookie's face. Isn't that exactly Lu Jin? Lu Jin, what are you doing? Billy roared. Wood and Mike were also the first to pull out their pistols. As you can see, it's helping the kids find a home. Of course, kids? She gently hooked her arm around Billy's shoulders, only to be pushed away. Asshole. The crowd didn't get it, but Wood's eyes glazed over. I told you she was in bed with the aliens, didn't I? I'm not an old detective for nothing. Lu Jin still liked this dutiful big brother. Being a brother was really good. However, he touched a slide he shouldn't have this time. How outrageous, to speak so heavily of me. What, Billy, don't you like me? Thinking back to those past events, Billy felt that LV Jin was an appealing little girl, but the key was that she didn't seem to be a human being. People over on the subcontinent like to kiss goodbye. Should we try it? Mental confusion. In a scenario like this where everyone is on edge, mental interference can easily take effect. Billy lost his soul and slowly approached Lu Jin's warm cherry mouth. Fragrant. Too fragrant. Who wouldn't want to have such a beauty? Even if it's 419, a normal man, who wouldn't want to kiss it? With the pheromones and mental interference, he looked like an anxious ladybug at this point. The co-workers just watched and seemed to forget about the danger. As if he had just touched those soft lips, Billy felt warm and sweet in his throat. Goodbye, Sheriff Billy. LV Jin, you step on a horse. Something resembling the pharyngeal jaws of a moray eel protruded from her mouth and went through Billy's head, and the crowd woke up. Gee, decent departure, isn't it? Mike pulled out his pistol and prepared to shoot. Why? What's the tension? Billy died in the last warmth and I eliminated the hidden dangers. This wave? It's Qin Shi Huang's pregnancy. Win-win. Bang, bang, bang. Several officers fired together, and the bullets hit Lu Jin's body without even a scratch. You seem to know everything, but then you don't know anything. Several aliens emerged from the shadows. Detective, you may not be decent next. Chapter 83 Alien Infectious Disease. A month later, the construction of Lu Jin's laboratory was completed, and Jin Ran and a group of biotech scientists were deployed. A series of even crazier experiments were on the agenda, and during this time, Lu Jin had also laid nearly 1.5 million eggs, most of which were placed into nests deep underground. The daughters are even more dedicated to their duties as queens. With the help of the congregation, Hin rented a set of stores near the Sogmundan Technical University, and the store's warehouse was connected to the lair 100 meters underground, and Fufu often dresses up as a business JK and fools around, casually laying eggs when she comes across a deserted place. Soso and Ray replenish their stocks in the bunker and the main hall respectively. Shanshan and Jin Ran couldn't get away from their daily pouncing on all kinds of strange research, leaving only Fei Fei at home with Lu Jin. But the lab was close to the lair, and they would go home for a few moments after work. LV Jin, come on, we're empty nesters again. The daughters also spawned a total of over 200,000 eggs. Having their own daughters and forbidden guards gave Lu Jin a feeling of retirement. After all, his daughters all had homes and children. Over the course of the month, sporadic attacks by facehugger bugs circulated sporadically in various parts of the city. It was scary, but didn't do any great damage. Instead, the explanation given by Lu Jin was that there was an alien invasion by a foreign group of aliens, and although the bracelet couldn't stop the parasitism, It was highly likely that it would result in the death of the chestbreaker, which was why there hadn't been any alien attacks. Citizens are in fear all day long, and are so used to getting by that they actually don't end up causing much social panic. Mom, I'm curious. What's wrong? As soon as Shan got off work, she stared at Lu Jin with an expectant face, and behind her flat glasses were dripping eyes that seemed to be playing with some bad idea. We all evolved by eating gels, so what do humans become when they eat gels? This. LV Ching a bit blind? This kind of thing she was never thought of. Pressure is not in a layer well. As if the dog can eat Ali give. People cannot public toilets to open the mealet. Shannon, never mind. Have you and Jin Ran looked into this yet? Sure, Jin Ran's been working on it for a while with his own gel, and it's a lot like a mutagen. Except one assimilates part of the tissue, and the other alters all the genes. So while the facehugger can't parasitize us, the gel can evolve us. Well, that makes sense. Although Lu Jin didn't really understand what she was talking about. It was just awesome anyway. But why is this child Jin Ran such a loser? She's using the royal gel that's only produced once a month like this? No more guards? Ahem. Shannon, you guys can talk to me later about gel, I have plenty here. Don't waste yours. Okay mom, those active ingredients still need precision instruments in the lab to extract them. And they do have the effect of DNA level enhancement. The little girl didn't seem to be listening at all. And this stuff was rather like her own bragging at the council. A few moments later, though, Shannon had a lot of little stars in her eyes. Mom! She lightly climbed on top of Lu Jin and rubbed her head as she hugged her. Shan, who was always rational and shy, actually clamped her voice, and the crown, which had fallen a little dusty, was polished by her rubbing it. You didn't learn that from yourself, did you? Egu, good girl. What's wrong? Tell me. Hey, mommy's the best. With that, he counted out $900 bills. Hey, that's just it. System, I want a royal gel. Ding, royal gel has been generated. Please use it as soon as possible. At the sight of the precious royal gel, Shannon's eyes went straight and she hurriedly took the container and carefully collected it. She had some small thoughts stored up. After all, who wouldn't want to train their own forbidden guards as soon as possible? The pit mom was kinda awkward at the end though. Fifth sister, what are you doing? Jin Ran, who has just returned home, is also shocked to see Shan scraping gel from Lu Jin. It's okay, Jin Ran. It's just royal gel. Mommy has plenty more here. Lu Jin explained before the two of them could put their hearts at ease. Seventh sister, we might as well try it now. It's not too safe there in the lab. The two of them reached a consensus with a glance at each other. There were some things that could not be seen by humans. And besides, Lu Jin was here to pose as the greatest security. Mom, let's go grab some lab materials. The sisters hooked up and left the nest humming. Why are these quiet kids suddenly letting themselves go? In a short time, they and several worker bees returned to the nest with the humans. A small percentage of creatures like humans are diurnal, and with patient searching, they can always come across suitable prey. Ahem. Folks, what about this invitation to come here? Mainly because I want you to participate in a great attempt. Shannon glanced at Jin Ran, who wound up changing the subject. Yes, we will be experimenting with a brand new potion. Something that may give us a huge advantage in the fight between man and alien. The volunteers, not all of whom were homeless, but also some early morning and late night cowpokes and corporate executives, were all heartened and hopeful to hear this. Of course, if they were surrounded by scientists, they'd all want to applaud. But now they were surrounded by aliens, and in front of them was a giant alien like a tall building, and these two weird little girls. What the hell? Come on, drink up. Sam took out several smaller containers and gave them to the men, but they didn't dare drink them. It's so precious that ordinary people can't drink it yet. The crowd was silent and the atmosphere was somewhat awkward. Here, everyone's here. Why, don't you drink? Drink! Sam stomped her foot as hard as she could in anger. Faced with this little lowly's violent anger, the crowd was frightened, but they still didn't dare to put their mouths on it when they saw those slimy things in the container. Unable to do anything else, Lu Jin unleashed mental interference, and not knowing what they saw, with a smile on his face, he opened the container, and with a tilt of his head, he poured in the royal gel. Those who didn't get a share of the gel retreated far away, their faces filled with panic. A minute later, one man fell to the ground, foaming at the mouth and convulsing. Within 10 minutes, all 5 of the men who had taken the royal gel collapsed and convulsed. Well, it meets experimental expectations, and like Blackwater, it's intensely lethal, so I don't know if they'll make it through. Jin Ran took notes on the experiment on the side. Seventh sister, do you think something will burrow inside them? I feel laborious. The royal gel is too pure. Humans may not be able to withstand it. It still needs to be separated and diluted. The few who survived were grimacing as they heard them talking about the horrible things as if nothing had happened. Move. one of them shouted, pointing at the first experiment to fall. Sis, there's a door. The two quickly leaned over, only to see that the man's face skin had melted and blood was bubbling all over his body. So disgusting. Lu Jin was secretly shocked. What kind of messy things did these two little girls study all day long? That would fit the molting manifestation perfectly. Sis, record it. Jin Ran was also a bit confused. She was a natural-born queen after all. Even in her memories, she had never seen molting and evolving. Oh, yes. The man convulsed harder and harder, still clawing at his body so hard that his already fragile skin became fragmented like glutinous rice paper, and underneath that broken skin was a pinkish-white shell. Sis, it's not turning into an alien, is it? I'm afraid. As if to verify her suspicions, the man's skin peeled off in droves, and with a cackle, the grotesquely shaped alien emerged from the skin bag. It is pinkish-white and naked, with no tail or back tube, but within seconds, its exoskeleton developed folds, then darkened and hardened, and it also grew a dorsal tube and a tail. At the same time, a similar change occurred in the few remaining bodies. Holy, that's not scientific. The outrageous result made even Jin Ran burst out. Sister, after studying aliens for so long, it's only unscientific for our race to speak of science. Lu Jin fixed his eyes and looked at them. These guys are worker bees, but can aliens still produce like this? Nope. On closer inspection, the skulls of these guys were transparent. The skull and brain tissue inside could be seen, and an eerie red light was glowing at the sockets of the already degraded eyes. Is this a ING zombie? The strange aliens that had adapted to their new environment were surveying their surroundings at this time, and seeing the numerous aliens lurking in all directions and the deadly aura of mother and daughter Lu Jin, they did not dare to act rashly, but the few scared humans piqued their interest. Quick, stop them. No, let them eat. Shan was the first to react, but was stopped by Lu Jin. She wanted to see what strange instincts these things had. These guys, unlike normal aliens, didn't have the patience to hunt or anesthetize or drag away. Instead, they pounced on them and gnawed furiously. Like the animals of Shiraz, they quickly let go of their prey, though, leaving only light scratches and a few nibbles of flesh. The strange alien cackled and growled low, wanting to escape but not daring to. Soon, the lingering humans also began to convulse, as did those who had eaten the gel, and their skin began to fester. After that, a few more strange aliens were born. Good for you. Lu Jin slowly stuck her head out of the crown, and although she couldn't make an expression, she could feel that it was hard to keep the corners of her mouth down. Chapter 84, What Happens When You're Gluttonous? Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the infectious body alien and has unlocked the new skill, brain volume reduction. No, what are you doing? Is that a ING skill? Before Lu Jin could talk trash, the system began to explain. The warrior alien's brain capacity will be minimized as much as possible, with intelligence drastically reduced and irreversible, retaining only combat and obedience instincts. No, what's the system doing now? The daughters are getting cute. What? System, you have to explain this to me. Your warriors will be absolutely obedient to you, and you can even maneuver them to their deaths. The host may select a forbidden guard among the worker bees, or just spawn a forbidden facehugger, and your warrior will no longer with any evolution. That doesn't seem like such a bad thing. Obeying only orders prevents desertion or backsliding, improves the warrior's combat effectiveness, and thankfully these precious daughters didn't catch on. After 2 hours, these strange aliens gradually became normal. The light in their eyes disappeared and their head shells were no longer transparent. LV Ching was even able to control them with the hive consciousness and pheromones, meaning that this was also his own child? Ding! Infected body aliens belong to an unstable breed. Brain volume reduction is also effective against them. Hiss, this feels like controlling a bunch of zombies yourself. Mom, why have you been so dumb lately? Is being pregnant stupid? Louis Ching, Shan, more royal gel? Hurry up and grab the research, then you can give me another portion. Mom, I think a 10th is more appropriate if feeding humans. Once again, the royal gel was obtained, and the sisters grabbed some more lucky people to experiment with. In the end, they found that 1/20th part of the royal gel was able to transform a person into an infected body after 3 to 4 hours. An unknown virus that is highly contagious and has an incubation time is a perfect fit as an outbreak point for a disaster. Hello? Shui, not sleeping? Okay, let's get some people together. Let's make some puffs. We'll make a big story tomorrow. System, want 100 servings of royal gel. Quickly, Jin Ran, Shan, help me collect the gel. Hearing LV Ching speak like this, they already understood what LV Ching was going to do. The two sisters were also excited. If a disaster broke out, they would be able to capture people as experimental materials in a constant manner. Early in the morning, Lu Jin unprecedentedly chose a hot girl outfit. Ultra-short pants, naval dress, fishing net stockings, boots, The first time to dress up like this to appear more wild. Of course the camouflaged appearance uses Olivia's face. Trey, did you find anyone? Arriving at the church, there were already dozens of people in worship. The lady, please, don't even recognize me? Everyone from Alien Crossing? Seeing the little lowly beside her that was 9 times similar to Lu Jin, he couldn't help but shiver. You are His Holiness the Pope? Not bad at all. But you missed us. Upon hearing Lu Jin's name, the congregants present couldn't help but to kneel down and worship. LV Qing was shocked by this. How did they do it with all the new faces? Ahem. Well guys, no need to be so polite. I'm sure you all run desserts, right? A brief cross-examination revealed that 6 of the men had set up store in the city's shopping streets, and 7 others were likewise pastry chefs. Guys, I've come to you today to make 2,000 puffs. Any questions? The people were all puzzled as to what was so difficult about it, but still, they honestly did what was asked of them. According to Lu Jin's instructions, the church side had prepared the materials long ago. By noon, 2,000 exquisite puffs were made. Their puffs are big compared to the usual ones and are fruit and cream sandwiched with a thick layer of cream on the outside. Please add these in next. Lu Jin opened the box he brought. It was full of glass bottles the size of oral fluid, no doubt filled with royal gel. The pale yellow gel mixed with the cream doesn't seem to be a problem at all, but not when you eat it. Alright, you all have worked hard. Lu Jin, can't guarantee anything else, but I can guarantee that you won't be attacked by the aliens. The crowd cheered, had known that the alien religion is somewhat evil. I did not expect it to be true. It is not in vain to squeeze them in with a lot of effort. Next, Lu Jin arranged for each of the 6 people with stores in the business district to take away 100 of them and sell them at 0.1 yuan a piece as a benefit. The rest is sold by part-time students they employ in busy areas. And of course, the price of the benefits is determined by answering certain questions and giving evaluations by tasting on the spot. The topics are divided into 3 categories: entertainment issues such as singing on variety shows, fashion issues such as clothing and makeup, and finally interpersonal life issues such as emotional parenting. These 3 types of questions will probably filter out groups like the present, fashionable men and women, and baby moms, and with their circle of people, they will be able to infect as many people as possible after the virus strikes. When everything was ready, it was already in the afternoon, and Lu Jin also took 50 puffs with Fei Fei and peddled them on the street. Because the mother-daughter duo was so overly cute, the young men and women quickly bought up all their desserts and insisted on saying yes, whether they were good or not. But looking at their satisfied faces, Lu Jin was also happy. Was this the fulfillment of serving the public? Looking at the departing customers, she said have a nice day from the bottom of her heart. Indeed, it was a wonderful day. But while we're in this pre-disaster quiet, why not visit the flat and surprise those nice colleagues? The sun was sinking in the west and the remaining summer heat was fading, but the crowds on the streets still hadn't diminished. Groups of young men and women, companionable young girls with exquisite makeup, and the pretty noble women in front of the aristocratic school. They looked like angels in this sunset. Downtown sidewalks. A beautiful woman with cool clothes and 1.8 long legs suddenly collapsed in the middle of the road without warning. She lay there twitching, and passers-by took one look at her leg and left in a worried state. It's good to be young and fall asleep, but this leg, it should be touched. Helped, right? It's not a new type of fraud, is it? Pretty much. The old lady being helped was a teenager when she was young. We can't assume she's not that way when she's older. Assholes, what are you perverts looking at? A young girl stepped forward and stopped in front of the crowd. Are you guys taking pictures? Why is your collar reflecting? And you, your eyes are reflecting too. Are you guys taking a sneak peek? She hurriedly took out her cell phone and recorded the group. Humph, I'm going to post it online. Expose you bad guys. Her heart calculator played loud. Today saw the courage to save a person. Turn back to write a small essay. Net storm these onlookers. If you can cause the sisters resonance, they cannot also live with goods. The crowd, full of shock, moved away, and she became even more reckless as she thought she had gotten her way. Hey, what are you running for? Why don't you guys help out when a girl is down here? Cluck cluck cluck. It wasn't until she heard a strange shriek behind her that she felt something was wrong. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Looking back, a red-hot alien was staring at her. Oh, I spent my whole life doing good deeds, but how did I run into such a guy? A scared little schoolgirl is incontinent at this point before she loses her life. She screamed and closed her eyes. It was too late to end this life so hastily, but when she opened her eyes in despair, the alien had already stepped on the rear-ended vehicle and disappeared far away. Its red eyes like ghosts in the sinking night. She was left with a few cuts, luckily not too badly injured, and rushed to the hospital to get stitched up. All around were rear-ended cars, and crowds of people fleeing in panic, and all that was left of the girl on the floor was a torn skirt and a few pieces of shredded skin. Seeing this made her step a little bit again, but her strong desire to survive made her quickly join the running crowd. She didn't know where she was going to run to, but all in all it was right to follow the crowd. There were more and more people behind her, and there seemed to be the roar of the aliens, and she felt her body sinking. Was it the end of the world? Is it safe to follow the crowd? She laughed to herself before flopping to the ground, several people tripping and falling as those behind her continued on regardless, stepping over them. Humans smell so good. It was the last thought she had before her mind stopped thinking. Ow dash. The young girl completed her metamorphosis, and with red eyes, she ran towards her beloved prey. Chapter 85 Gifts for Colleagues. The afternoon sun was just right, but Lu Cheng's car didn't have a sunshade and was sunburned. Mommy, that puff looks so good. I want to eat it too. Hey, baby. Coincidentally, it actually made more than 2,000. LV Ching took out a cardboard box from the back seat, and inside were 10 exquisite cream puffs. Whoa! Fifi's eyes went wide. This was the first time she had eaten this kind of dessert, and she wondered if it tasted as good as human brains. Slow down. Slow down. No one is stealing from you. Lu Ching drew out a paper towel and wiped the cream off her face. This child, how can she not have any queenly demeanor? But remembering how her other daughters looked, she couldn't say anything. What queenly demeanor? When I'm queen, I'll be queenly any way I can. That's right. After a long time of not going to work, Lu Ching still misses his co-workers quite a bit. After all, they didn't chew on them much. Lu Ching decided to give them a big gift. Without any greetings, Lu Ching arrived at the door of the company with a wooden box which contained 26 cute face-hugging insects. Ahem. She coughed lightly twice and pushed her way into the office. This tall figure, youthful face, plus maturity, plus this hot girl dress, like a ripe but tastes tree peach in a strange package. But co-workers couldn't take their eyes off of it and couldn't wait to print it in their heads. Yo, Dizzy, where's the boss? A female co-worker pointed to the office, a hint of teasing in her eyes. When Lu Ching walked into the office, she was filled with excitement. The boss's wife is in there, and she's bringing the kids. So how exciting do you think this fixer-upper is going to be? What do you think? She is a junior. Where is the Shura? It is estimated to be beaten. The little girl will also suffer. Female co-workers are full of cynicism and envy, although Lu Ching is a character, but such a beautiful woman is not quite normal to spread among the rich. The male colleagues are full of regret. So good-looking, why be a mistress? Let a person beat up will not break the face? If you do, you'll have to give birth to a child. Boss, Dizzy, this is your sister-in-law, right? Seeing the middle-aged woman sitting on the sofa, Lu Ching's eyes lit up. This was the boss's wife, Zhou Ting. She has a beautiful face, quiet temperament, childish and intellectual, can be said to be the ultimate human wife. In the past, LV Ching had even delivered things to her store and was warmly entertained, making a pretty good impression on her. You're the hero, Lu Ching. I didn't expect you to be Brother Fai's secretary. I love you so much. She graciously stepped forward to shake hands. This is your daughter? It's so cute. Auntie kisses. She stepped forward and picked up Fifi in a friendly hug. Zhang Huihong is a bit confused. When did Lu Ching come up with such a daughter? Lu Ching was a bit embarrassed. This heading seemed to be out of the teaching in the green tea tutorial. However, we are not a mistress. Frank and open on the line. A conversation down. The two people talked to a surprisingly quite opportunistic colleagues eavesdropping outside the door. But they cannot sit still. Have brought children to make trouble. Why not fight? This dog boss saved the world in a previous life? Chang, you guys are busy. I heard Hui say you were busy, so I came over to cover for you. Now I can go back and rest. She left the office, exchanged a few pleasantries with her co-workers outside, and prepared to leave. Want to run? No one's leaving without a gift today. Sister-in-law, I've been absent from work for a long time, so I've prepared some gifts for everyone. Hearing that there was a gift, the crowd's eyes burned. Here comes the surprise. LV Ching hurriedly dragged the wooden box outside the door in. See the situation. Colleagues are fist pumping. This is the blood money. Okay, guys, lean over, close your eyes and don't ruin the mystery. The crowd gathered in anticipation of the surprise gift. Asterisk 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 asterisk, what's this play? A co-worker squinted furtively, not expecting to see a bunch of face-hugging bugs. Woohoo! The lightning-like face-hugging insects instantly hugged all the people near the front tightly, and the people at the back tried to escape, but they couldn't escape Fifi Demon's leg-breaking package. Lu Ching, you are simply not human. You, oh bingo, right answer. Beautiful screams followed, these lucky ones, twitching, their hands still instinctively tugging at the face-hugging bugs on their faces. Lu Ching had specifically instructed the babies not to release the anesthetics. All he wanted was for them to feel a good sense of suffocation and despair. Seeing these energetic little guys, Lu Ching was very satisfied. Your Holiness, at least, spare my wife, my big boss. Don't you see that your sister-in-law is fine? Zhou Ting sat paralyzed on the floor, her face full of panic, and there was a puddle of water stains on the floor. It was all clearly beyond her knowledge. TSK, sister-in-law, don't be afraid. Today's gift was never meant for you. Zhou Ting's gaze was dull and seemed to catch a glimpse of life, so she fell to her knees and cowed out uncontrollably, not caring even when she smashed out the water. What a contrast. Sister-in-law, we're also very much in tune with each other, so I'll tell you what, I'll give you a gift so that you'll never be victimized by an alien again. When she heard the word gift, she trembled, but when she saw that Lu Jin just took out a bottle that resembled an oral liquid, her heart settled down quite a bit. Whelp, wipe your face well, then eat it, and everything will be fine afterward. Lu Jin poured the gel into his palm and sent it to Zhou Ting. Zhou Ting, on the other hand, was as good as a kitten, licking the gel in Lu Jin's hand. Your Holiness, this, hush, after eating the gel, my coworkers finally yanked the facehugger off as well. Lu Jin, you cook carrot. Before a colleague who made a big speech could get up, he felt a coldness in his chest, as if his heart had jumped out. Put. People fall to the ground, the well-built ones fling some trash talk on their deathbed, and the poorly built ones just die in their sleep. Their bodies were like gophers, and chest breakers kept burrowing out. The chest breakers all ran without a trace after cruising at Lu Jin's feet for a moment. Zhou Ting had stopped thinking when she saw this. Are you kidding? Her body began to convulse uncontrollably. Is she okay? Zhang Huihong's eyes were filled with heartache. Sure, it's not poison. She's fine. After several minutes had passed, Zhou Ting finally stopped convulsing, which made him breathe a sigh of relief. Every second of this was torture for him. But before she could celebrate, Zhou Ting's skin began to peel off, and in an instant, a strange red-eyed alien appeared in front of her. It scanned the area in fear, then broke the glass and fled without a trace. No, we had a deal. Zhang Huihong, who had sobered up from the shock, had already had a bit of an emotional breakdown, but it was already rare for such a paper-drunk person to be so sincere in his emotions. But that's bull asterisk 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 asterisk. No, 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 no. She's an alien now, so naturally she won't be attacked by other aliens, wouldn't you say? Ha ha, seeing his wife who has been transformed into an alien and is far away. Zhang Huihong shed tears of remorse. What goddess holy daughter? 1,000 should not be. Regret should not enter the cult. I'm going to save my son. He's all alone. Hey, leave your unlucky kid alone. Let's go. Come to my house as a guest. The sun had sunk most of the way down, and the formerly bustling streets were now littered with crashed cars and broken clothes. Every now and then, a few other red-eyed aliens sped by, but they all avoided Lu Jin. Witnessing a few more human-turned-mutant tragedies, Zhang Huihong even wondered if he was in some kind of rectification crew, and LV Qing was the director of this. In a few moments, they arrived at the experimental building on the outskirts of the city. Holy Maiden Lord, hey, boss, have you ever heard of a blood-swapping experiment? Chapter 86, Deadly Exorcism. There are a total of 2 churches in downtown Sogmundon. One is the Shoshin Church and the other is also the Shoshin Church. However, because of poor management, one of them had been deserted for some time, and was only refurbished a few days ago by the people of the alien cult, because it's far from the densely populated area, which hasn't yet been hit by a disaster. The priests, as usual, are sharing videos of the food they make online, and then taking what they have left over and giving it to the homeless in the neighborhood. Old Wang, why is today's curry so thin? This rice can't even be scratched into a ball. Hey, Pikes, stop it. The bishop took some of the funds out to subsidize needy kids. Yeah? The priest called Old King's eyes lit up as if he remembered something. Is it the son of that little widow's family in Ludong village? Yeah. How many is this? I think the bishop has adopted 5 godchildren, right? Pikes gritted his teeth, but the thought of the bishop's righteous son raised his eyebrows and made him blush with old age. It's just a couple of little boys, but it smells so good. Ha ha, it's moist. Ha ha ha. His Excellency the bishop is really sympathetic to his subordinates. Several of the priests burst into laughter. Is that still available, please? The questioner was a 15 or 16-year-old boy, and by now the several metal buckets holding the food had been scraped clean. Sorry, it's gone. Kid, come early tomorrow. Old Wang, go get him a loaf of bread. Hey, take it easy. The old king tapped Spike on the head and whispered, look at the boy. The boy seemed to be very small due to malnutrition. wearing a not-so-fitting t-shirt and black shorts, and a pair of white stockings on his legs, which were tattered but still clean, probably something he had picked up in a trash can, and those light blue eyes had long since lost their luster, and the long blonde hair that had not been repaired for a long time flopped over her body, lining that sultry little face even more endearingly. Hiss, that's nice. Spike hurriedly changed his face. What's your name, kid? You interested in joining the choir? We're gonna love you. Yo, my name is Takasaka Chiba. Can I get enough? Of course, Chiba sauce. Every meal has meat and milk. Yes, I'll do it. The priests burst into smiles like the sun at 8 or 9 o'clock in the evening. Earlier in the day, Chiba Takasaka had been opening treasure chests at the end of streets and alleys, and the sour-smelling garbage had given him a bit of a headache. When will we get enough? Rubbing his parched stomach, he looked at the well-dressed people with some sadness. He himself had been in a small wealthy family, but his parents had suddenly taken up a cult some years ago, leaving the family behind to convert to the gods, but leaving him on the street to fend for himself. It smells so good. A sweet smell wafted faintly down the street. Following the scent, he arrived at an elaborately decorated dessert store. 10 cents a puff. The last time I had one was when I was 7 or 8 years old, but the threshold title for accessing benefits stopped him in his tracks. The clerk saw a dirty child standing in front of the door, and was afraid that it would affect business, so she tried to drive him away, but a pretty woman who was talking to the owner stopped her. What's the matter, little sister? Can I help you? Seeing this big sister who came up to him, he subconsciously took half a step back, fearing that he would dirty someone's clothes. No, it's fine. He shook his head, staring at the puffs in the counter and swallowing hard. The woman asked the clerk to bring out a puff and handed it to him. Now, starving, aren't you? Eat. It's okay. He took the paper bag and tried to bite his lip so that the tears wouldn't come. Thanks, sister. Why? It's all right. Sister tells you, if you're hungry, go all the way west. There's an Orthodox Protestant church there, and they give out a relief meal in the evening, and it's better than starving. Orthodox Protestantism? Isn't that the cult your parents joined? She hesitated a little, but eventually the tears came to her eyes, not hearing what the man said again as he clutched the paper bag and ran off into the distance lifelessly. The shopkeeper was a bit puzzled. That was a puff personally supervised by His Holiness. How did he give it to a little beggar? Sister Shinshin, do you have any plans? This puff should be an important prop. Want to play a game? Hey, Chiba-san, are you done? Don't get dizzy. Spike rubbed his hands together excitedly outside the door in anticipation of the next part of the benefit. Chiba, for his part, was very content. After all these years he was finally full. Hot tomato bisque, fluffy toast, and a whole steak. Something he had never dreamed of. But isn't this the same group that caused him to be like this? On his way here, he saw people turned into horrible monsters, and the hell on earth-like misery scared him. But the monsters didn't seem interested in him. One of them seems to have eaten puffs at the same store as before. Does eating puffs turn you into a monster? Is that big sister a demon that came down to earth? No, maybe that one she was an angel? A monster, but one that could give him the power of vengeance. So he had a heart attack and ate the puffs. Then he came over to beg for food. Chiba-san, I'm coming in. Wow, the baby's asleep. Chiba was currently lying in a wooden bathtub, still wearing his thin, cicada-like pajamas. A couple of priests were thrilled, and who doesn't love a soft, flavorful child? Hey, Chiba, wake up. Crap, is it possessed by an evil demon? Oh, my god, by the gods, we need to exorcise him now. It's too late. So a few people picked him up and were about to perform the ritual. The wind whistled outside like it was going to rain, and the flickering candlelight in the room was knocked out several times by sweat. The mirror in the exorcism room reflected a thin Chiba and the ugly monster sprawled over him, which seemed to be gnawing on his flesh and blood. The priests are combining their efforts to drive out the demon that has taken over Chiba's body. Everyone, ringing the holy bell can deter demons. But I'm off my feet. Why isn't it working? The wide-bodied, fat old Wang had been bumping around for a quarter of an hour and was already sweating profusely. But the demon was unmoved, which made him a little frustrated. The crowd took turns ringing the holy bell. Different melodies rang airily, and that divinely blessed instrument actually couldn't even deter a single demon. I'll do it. I'm going to cauterize the demonic creature with holy water. When it escapes, you guys will use the holy ointment to draw out the spell formation and seal its head, chest and abdomen respectively. You only have one chance. Spike pulled out the container that held the holy water and prepared to splash it, and the others pulled out glass tubes containing the holy anointing oil. The old king slapped Chiba's face. Damn demon. I'll make sure you get out this time. Ka-ching. His face skin fell off in droves, revealing a monstrous oval face. It's you who should come out. It's the devil's whisper. The creature quickly burrowed out of its skin, a creepy red light flashing in its eyes. Outside the church, Dozens of people were already blocking the door. Lord, save us, please, let us in, open the door. A cultivator pushed open the door with a face full of disgust. Seeing so many people was also a bit confused. What for? Robbery? Fellow Daoist, there are monsters outside, please let us in. The friar froze. He did just see the riot downtown on the news and, fearing the worst, tried to repel it. Wait a minute, they're all the Lord's children. Why should we see them dead? The middle-aged man in purple robes straightened his clothes and came out of the confessional. I confessed a hair to the gods. And she said, oh man, accept your fellow man and serve the gods, all we can do is save lives. The people were so moved that they could not wait to be initiated into the church. And look, this is the power of faith. Boo! The doors of the church were closed, as if isolated from the apocalypse outside. Everyone, make sure you keep your doors and windows closed, and never yell or get too excited. A woman dressed as an OL was directing the crowd and seemed to be their backbone. She was like a piece of chilled cantaloupe, sweet and crunchy, scalding the bishop's heart. Everyone, there's no need to worry. This place is blessed by the gods. Even monsters can't get in. The woman guffawed, brushing her short hair behind her ear, and through the ceiling she saw 7 or 8 pairs of scarlet eyes staring at them from the second floor. Lord Bishop, do you think Lu Qing is a god? The bishop snorted out a laugh. She, a bandwagon internet celebrity. Just a clown. Chapter 87, Xinshin wants to play games. Bang, bang. The doors of the church slammed, and a few frightening shadows shifted across the stained glass. Bishop, outside. There are so many demons out there. It's a rule in the church that even though they know about the aliens, they all have to be called demons so they can exorcise them. Lord Bishop, is it possible that your words just now angered the gods, and that's why there are demons blocking the door? The woman's words made the bishop a little embarrassed. Cursing Lu Qing and offending the gods? Is there such a reason? The crowd began to whisper. It seemed unseemly to judge someone so unrelated. Don't worry, the National Guard is on its way. Eventually, he moved the military out. He had befriended a major in the federal army and learned that most of the army was on the northern border defending against the foolish Rosa Hoplites and the Yukni Yadaean Empire, which could swoop in at any moment, and the West had to simultaneously control the number of refugees pouring in because of the wars in the desert countries, something that could only be left to the internal defense forces. Hearing this, the crowd was finally reassured. Armored cars, machine guns. God, how many divisions does God have? Well, folks, there are no empty rooms in the church, so we'll have to leave you to rest in the narthex tonight. A little later, hotly clad nuns carried stacks of blankets to distribute to the crowd, who also had to settle on benches and wait for the National Guard to rescue them. Girl, I haven't asked your high name yet. It's quite hard for you guys to set all the way over here. I'm very interested in your leadership skills. Does this guy think the end is breaking out and he's going to form his own force to cut off the country? Gee whiz. LVXINXIN. I think I've seen you somewhere before? Illusion. At that moment, the big screen in the center hall was broadcasting the Federation news, with Sogmundan, which had almost come to a halt due to the sudden disaster, being rolled over by all the major channels. For starters, the local 167th Guards Regiment has wiped out a large number of aliens in the city. But because these guys were very cunning and good at utilizing the terrain, the Guard Regiment also suffered large losses. Second, in the old church in the north of the city, a fledgling denomination is conducting a humanitarian relief effort, and the head of the denomination, Marshal Choi, is making a high-profile effort to take in refugees from the surrounding area. The bishop saw this and felt a little hard in his heart. Isn't this the church that was sold 2 years ago? Let others pick up the bargain. And this Chui Shui had been advocating in the media before that LV Qing was some kind of god descending from the earth. Hateful. MS. LV, just now when I said that LV Qing was a clown, you didn't seem to approve? Yes, after all, everyone thinks she's the savior. Ha ha, you're so young. It's dark in here. It was something that Shin had forgotten about, planning to give him a hard time when he left, and now that he had taken the initiative to bring it up again, he was more or less thinking about it. Go ahead, I'm listening. That's just a falsehood. She's just picking up the slack. I've heard my best friend say that the Federation is just trying to establish a hero to set an anchor point for future dangers and give the public something to look forward to in their hearts. As for the 2 alien queens, one was done away with by Xiaohua and the other was done away with by the electromagnetic cannon. So what did it have to do with her? Nothing more than a vase put out by the Federation, plus media hype, a third-rate character. You don't have to be so superstitious. But she made the anti-hugger face bug bracelet. Isn't that a credit worth worshipping? Ha ha, little sister, don't be too naive. After saying this, he felt much more comfortable. Looking at Xinshin's upright body, his mind came up with the phrase a little bit of ability to get. It's not very comfortable here. Want to go to my room? The bed is very comfortable. No sir, you won't need a bed anymore. Bam! A loud clanging noise woke up the crowd that had been resting. Several aliens dropped into the crowd and began to hunt. They couldn't stop screaming. It was one of those aliens from the street. The eyes are red and capable of infecting humans. I thought you said they couldn't get in. You liars. They didn't dare to flee. There were more aliens ringing the door, so they could only scurry around the house, angrily cursing this old denizen. Bishop, it's bad. The foreign demons are coming in from behind. 3 priests and several nuns came running in through the side door, unclothed, and were dumbfounded to see the crowd being chased by the aliens, all finished hot. Behind them, a group of aliens poured in. Those red-eyed guys, seeing their own kind, actually pounced on them and twisted together. There were hisses and screams, and Shin felt like her brain was going to explode. All of you shut up if you don't want to die. With a chortle, both humans and aliens fell silent and stood still. Guys, why don't we play hide and seek? Hide and seek? With so many monsters around you, why don't you run away and still be in the mood to play? It's hide and seek. But why do these monsters look like they've been immobilized? Seeing their faces, Xin showed a warm smile. Don't be in a hurry to say no just yet. These kids will turn around nicely and you won't be noticed if you hide them well. As long as we get to dawn, everyone will be fine. The crowd was even more confused. Was this woman able to control the alien? It's outrageous, but it makes sense. How else could the ride have been so smooth? Play. To play. Right. The crowd chimed in. Maybe they could get their lives back? Good enough yet. You guys are very giving and I'm very happy. So do you have anything you hold dear? Give it to me for a life. Me. My family savings. $4 million. I have 20 kilograms of gold at home. I'll transfer it to you right away. I didn't realize there was a windfall. And Hin pressed the corners of her mouth a little harder. A little smugly. I still have a kilogram of ice at home. Ka-chow. In the next instant, the man was torn to pieces by the alien. My mom hates skaters. The crowd turned in their belongings seven-handedly in exchange for an extra life, and all felt they could live on. One of the nuns turned in an old group photo, and Shin thought it was kind of interesting that this person cherished her family, which made her feel a little better. She frowned when she saw the kid in the middle though. Wasn't that the kid who delivered Puff? Sister, is this your son? The nun nodded. Unfortunately, he's right here. She pointed to the red-eyed alien at the head of the group. But you may be late in recognizing each other. No. She was a little incredulous that her long-lost son had now become a monster. No. Sheba. Still trembling, she stepped up and gently stroked the translucent shell of the creature's head. Is it really you? Ka. It didn't hesitate to bite the nun's head off. At the sight of this spectacle, the crowd was again in an uproar. But glancing at Xin's frosty face, they didn't dare to call a second time. Father Superior, do you have any treasures? Treasure. Her. She's my wife, a priest shouted, pointing at a young nun. TSK, your wife. Unfortunately, she is not as beautiful as me. I do not like. With a wave of her hand, the facehugger in the darkness grabbed her firmly. What about you? The other priest's brain was racing. She doesn't like the ones that aren't as pretty as her. That means this guy likes pretty girls. Exactly. I have a wife too. It's her. She's prettier than you. He pointed to another young nun. Very beautiful indeed. The evil that troubled her could still be seen through the wide robe, covered only halfway, and still felt wintry. You're doing great. You're my magic mirror. What? What do you mean? Since she's prettier than me, if you kill her, no one will be prettier than me. With the queen's authorization, a red-eyed alien immediately left several wounds on the sister's body, after which she convulsed in pain. The crowd knew what would happen to her, but they didn't dare to escape. The gunfire outside hadn't stopped since a while ago, and they would die faster if they went out. Everyone hurry up and hide. I can't control the new monsters when they come out. At that, the crowd quickly ran towards the second floor and the utility room. Okay, everyone, the humans have been hidden, so I'll leave the hosts to you. Don't miss a single one. Chapter 88, Lu Jin is a god. While the red-eyed aliens were able to block the brainwaves of the queen and even the empress, the pheromones could not. Hin can even control the queen now because of her fight as a young pawn, so controlling them is a breeze. The bishop, on the other hand, took advantage of the crowd's panic and slipped away on his feet, not getting very far in his limited edition sports car, only to find that the gas was bottoming out. It was made by those loitering aliens, a surprise Hin had quasi-surprised him with. He had no choice but to abandon his car and run away, picking up a bike by the side of the road that was still rideable and pedaling playfully, aiming for the old church in the north of the city. Looking at the devastated streets and the abandoned vehicles that clogged them, he began to rejoice in the wisdom of abandoning his car. Looking at the fire that kept flickering in the distance, he couldn't help but wonder if God had really given up on mankind and sent down the end of days. Uncle, you're so vain. You haven't run far for so long. Aren't you afraid of being eaten? He was playing hard to get away when he saw a young girl following unhurriedly behind him. Oh, no, the devil's claiming his life. Instantly, the chain of his bike sparked as he pedaled, and looking back, not seeing the woman reassured him slightly. Ha ha, are you looking for me? At his side, a huge alien was following closely, with a girlishly sweet voice coming out of its mouth. Asterisk 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 asterisk. He was so scared that he fell from the car and rolled on the ground several times. The commotion had attracted several aliens, and the flashing red light had pronounced his death sentence. It's over. Ow dash. In the darkness, the huge monster let out a roar, and the red-eyed aliens actually ran off with their tails set. Lost in thought for a moment, he rose from the ground, surrounded by nothing but the still burning wreckage of the car. He felt a glimmer of hope. This monster seemed to be playing with itself, and the other demons didn't dare to approach, so this was a chance for survival. The bike was damaged, but the desire to survive drove him to run north of the city on foot. Along the way, Xin was sometimes a terrifying alien and sometimes a running teenage girl, appearing randomly in front of and behind that old den. When he tried to give up the ghost of life a few times, or relieved himself, or intimidated him, and held the old fellow hard to the church. Obviously, she had completely inherited Lu Jin's fine qualities of helping people, sun, and saving people, into water and fire. Help! Help! The bishop cried out breathlessly, feeling his whole body go limp at the sight of the church's bright lights. Uncle! This way! A pretty sister held him up. Watch out! Back there! An alien leaned in, and he gave the warning with all his might. Back! Retreat! Back! All that could be seen was a burst of yelling and waving of the woman's legs in an attempt to scare off the alien. Useless! He was about to retort something when he saw the woman actually slap the alien on the head. The alien seemed to remember that there was something going on at home and actually turned and ran away. Asterisk 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 asterisk. What a cult! Helped to the church! He found more believers doing the same, using their own flesh and blood to ward off danger for the victims. The gods have abandoned us, he muttered. No, the gods are always watching us, just not the one you serve. A man wearing a Taoist robe, with a gloomy temperament but somewhat sunny appearance, holding a thick tome was walking slowly. Greetings, Bishop Neville. He recognized the man as the leader of that emerging sect. Teacher Trey. Hello. What? Lord Bishop, do the gods not protect you anymore? Why have you come to our cult's dojo? Facing the alien church's patriarch, the purple-robed bishop of the Orthodox Protestant Church was a bit constrained, having the intention to retort, but not daring to do so. After all, these religious people took their bodies against the aliens and still managed to get out in one piece. Despite the ecumenical heart, this poet grip. No, I told you, the gods have forsaken us, so I have to serve the true gods. That's right, staying alive was the most important thing. It's not like he was one of those absolutely loyal believers who changed gods. Ha ha ha, looks like you made the right choice. It's good to change your ways. Cui Shuai's laughter was full of sarcasm, but he swallowed all his words when he saw the rampaging aliens outside. There were many other survivors in the hall, and they were so frightened and snuggled together in groups that they didn't notice him. Luckily, halfway through, the purple robe will be taken off. Otherwise it is impossible to say that you will be beaten when you enter someone's territory like this. Folks, don't worry, it's a flood from the gods, and this church, it's the final arc. Hearing this, there was a gleam in the eyes of the crowd. So the flood and the ark can still be so up to date. Ahem, there's no need to worry. Under Lord Lu Jin's wise leadership, we'll get through the disaster in the end. It is that Lord who has given us the power to fight against the aliens, and I believe that it won't be long before we can rebuild a peaceful and quiet home. The blueprint has been drawn, and it's time to set sail. The crowd was mesmerized as they listened to the world that was so beautifully portrayed by that Lord. Screw the gods, Lu Jin is the only god, Neville chanted along with the excited crowd. That's great. A cool female voice pierced through their cheers. Clattering. The sound of high heels was harsh at the moment. Does she run away so easily? In the firelight, a short-haired, wonderful girl was staring at Neville with a grin on her face. What's the matter, uncle? Changed gods? Ah! He screamed and ran behind Cui Shuai with a roll. She's a monster. An alien. It's her. Ah dash. Cui Shuai pushed him away and saluted with a smile on his face. Yo, Sister Xin. You're here. Take a seat inside. I've just told them about Lord Lu Jin's great blueprint, so I think we'll be adding a lot more new believers. Why? You see, my mom is just one person, always thinking of human beings, busy as 250,000 people every day. You don't have to be so kind. Hearing this, the crowd became even more convinced that that Lord was a really good person. I said, no wonder it looks familiar. It turns out Lu Jin looks almost exactly the same. Mother and daughter. Neville realizes that he seems to have escaped into something much more frightening. the power furnace hurts, though. Pust. A tiny snake burrowed out of his chest. Damn. What time is it? Because it was a messenger that developed directionally within the human body. He survived for a few moments after breaking his chest. Lying on the floor, he saw several aliens lurking in the shadows of the church. Could they really be wolves? Before disconnecting from this world, he saw countless face-hugging insects fluttering like butterflies, and not a single survivor escaped. It's not the first time, and it won't be the last. Sure enough, still abandoned by the gods. Chapter 89. It's so unscientific. This chapter is nearly 5,000 words. One chapter tops 2-star. Omega? Asterisk, star. Sis. This isn't right, is it? A dozen twisted figures were slowly creeping toward the two little girls on the broken street. Yeah, I thought it looked like it flipped over too. Why are their walkers out? Ha! The corpses circled toward them, coveting the fresh flesh. It's not like this royal gel is a T-virus. It shouldn't produce this. The young girl pushed on the flat mirror and yanked it off again, slamming it down hard on the floor. Hey, Jin Ran. Say something. Jin Ran. Ha. Jin Ran flashed a goofy grin at Shannon. Sis, why don't we go eat another scientist? Ta-da! A burst of fire lit up, accompanied by whistling gunshots, and the zombies were all killed. The girls are in good spirits. Would you like to dance with the monster too? A stout man with a machine gun in his hand flashed out of the wreckage. He wore a black combat suit with no markings to indicate his identity, and had all sorts of gear hanging off his body, while the butt of his rifle was still engraved with a dense T-shaped symbol. The sisters' eyes went straight when they saw him. Brother, you smell too good, don't you? Little sister, why are you guys wandering around in the middle of the night? Did you get separated from mom and dad? Sam nodded and made a scared face. A delicate figure that was simply in character. Rivono State National Guard, Silver Chariot Sigma Squad, Lieutenant Nikolai, at your service. He saluted the pair with a ruggedly smug smile. Oh, shat. Before he could play it cool, the walker on the ground suddenly stormed up and pounced on him. Damn. Ladies, don't worry. I can fix it. Because he was caught off guard, the duo Nikolai instantly fell into a corner entangled with the zombie. But the zombie had also been physically crippled, and the heavy butt of the gun smashed a few times before he was left dumbfounded in place. With his free hand, he pulled out the pistol at his waist and simply blew its head off. Oh, almost guttered. Nikolai stood up, patting the dust on his body as if it were nothing, and smiled awkwardly. TSK. Shannon, on the other hand, cried out in pity, why don't you let it take a bite? What a great field experiment. Well, ladies, the Xenomorph cult in the north of the city is sheltering the victims and has set up a stronghold in the neighborhood. It's a long way to go, so let's go together. He waved his hand, and two figures from the building across the street quickly slid down and ran this way. Again, two soldiers armed to the teeth, though they wore masks and couldn't see their faces. This is Ensign Tadu Kaihua, and this is Staff Sergeant Hank. The journey was uneventful, encountering a few waves of corpses, but they were easily taken care of. Sam was also a bit annoyed. She was in applied experimentation, not very good at the theoretical stuff, and the appearance of unanticipated walkers frustrated her. Private Marseille, Captain, it doesn't say Alien Crisis. Why are there walkers coming out of the fight? Is it a crosstalk? Fujitora Kaihua held her tongue a little too hard and glared at Nikolai, though she didn't expect an answer from the big, burly captain. Could it be poisoning by an enemy country? Doesn't the Yucana Yadaean Empire do this all the time? Shannon struck up a conversation in feigned ignorance. I'm telling you, it's actually biotech working on the aliens, and this time it's a biochemical leak. Captain, is there any need to guess about this kind of thing? Last time it was Corino. This time it's biotech. With the company around, we'll be finished sooner or later. Fujitora Kaihua pulled off her mask and gave them a forced smile. Generally speaking, normal gunfire can't do effective damage to aliens, but these aliens are pretty brittle, much like humans. Small, delicate face, formulaic smile, crooked teeth, typical East Island woman. I see. I didn't realize infectious bodies had such an obvious weakness. Also, for your information, they are only infectious for the first 2 hours of life. What? Hearing this, the three were immediately alerted. How did you know? I actually serve in biotech. Hoo-hoo. Helicopter. Hey, we're here. Hey. A helicopter suddenly whizzed overhead, and the captain, abandoning his cross-examination, was the first to light his signaling rod and shout frantically. But they seem to be on some kind of mission and have been flying at full speed. Grass. What's going on? Look, you guys, what's that? On the opposite side of the helicopter, a huge bird of prey was rapidly approaching. The sisters knew in their hearts that it wasn't Fifi flying with the airplane. Boo! There was a dull crash in the sky as the bird of prey climbed onto the fuselage, and after a few rounds of tail jabs, the helicopter burst into flames and staggered down. Serves you right. Serves you right. Let's make you not pick us up. Ha ha ha. Fujitora, Captain, we're on a plane. Wouldn't this be a dead end? Hank, always silent, sighed at this point. The atmosphere had been a little awkward. The creature seemed to spot a few people and roared as it swooped downward, then swept over their heads. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Did you guys see that? That's a ING alien. Alien can fly. How's this for fun? Nikolai broke down a little, remembering his earlier words, and turned his gun on the sisters. You're in biotech? Say, did you come up with this stuff? Jin Ran, that's ING what my mom made out of it. No, 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 no. I'm just a little unknown character who escaped when they ignored my warnings. Thinking about the Corino Corporation experiments that had broken earlier, Nikolai half wondered if these mad scientists really knew how to spell the word danger. So can you solve this crisis? He asked, for he didn't know why he was asking. The other person was obviously just a little girl who didn't look like she could be trusted. Yes, she wrapped her arm around Sam and answered the crowd with a firm gaze. Theoretically, the royal gel can dramatically mutate the human body, and failing to withstand it results in immediate and later death. Even tiny amounts of royal gel are capable of producing infectious agents, but this case of zombies may be somewhat unique. What do you mean? It means we need samples to observe the experiment. Stupid. Sam jumped up and slapped Nikolai on the head. The latter seemed to understand something, as if he had gone out and picked up a treasure, because they had made a lot of noise. A small wave of corpses with hundreds of zombies was approaching them at that moment. Because of the poor lighting and the fact that these things don't scream, by the time they reacted, there was no way back. Kala kala. Long guns were loaded. Guys, don't be afraid to hide me behind us. There's plenty of ammo. Nothing to be afraid of. Jin Ran froze. This valiant and dependable look of Fujitora Kaihua reminded her of the first time she met with Lu Qing, tearing the face-hugging insect with her hands. TSK, was he Lu Jin Ran or Lu Jin Ran? Click. There's a bone-crunching sound and Shannon kicks Nikolai straight down to the ground. In the best tradition of the Louis family, of course, the leg was kicked off. TSK, TSK. These dangerous things to take away. Oh, the two grabbed the guns, stomping their hands off in the process before they could do anything extreme. What do you want? The broken limbs of Fujitora are also very aggrieved at this time. It seems that he did not provoke them. I told you. Observation experiment. Presence has been very low. Hank at this time has noiselessly skipped, with the snakeskin position actually in the group of corpses like a loach. Jin Ran held Shannon's hand, looking a little scared. Sister, I don't want to kill anyone, but isn't this his way of saying, I'm a target, come and hit me? She shook her head, yanked the wheels off a junker, and tossed them like discus. In the blink of an eye, Hank was smashed into a mosaic. Several walkers surrounded them, and before they could order takeout, a late-night snack arrived. Sister, they retain their feeding instincts, which conflicts with preferential assimilation of the host. That might be a little bad, right? Shannon felt that the zombie was a byproduct of a failed experiment byproduct. What was going through Nikolai's head at this point? These maniacs weren't going to fortify themselves with some potion, were they? No one can stop a scientist who knows martial arts. My familiars like to play with humans, but I don't like it, and I don't even deserve to be a host if I don't play nice with them. Oh. Jin Ran bent down and his thick boots kept kicking at their legs. A hissing sound pleasured her. Actually, Hank counts as a good likeness, right? No. What are you going to do? The duo stepped back slightly and let the walkers chew on them. Jin Ran, something's wrong. They're eating. Holy, no. The sisters see this and rush to disperse the corpses, but the zombies don't listen to commands and have to be violently dispersed. The two bitten and ragged seem to pass out from the pain. After about 2 hours, Nikolai woke up with no signs of mutation or necromancy. Sis, this zombie should be non-infectious. I guess the previous infected body has depleted the active ingredients of the gel. Well, it's just as I thought. A waste product after several generations of infection. Looks like the gel still needs to be improved or it's going to waste a lot of hosts. Trouble mommy again. Jin Ran muttered. You, human, scum, bury, the future. Oh, what are you talking about? I can't hear you. Watching the human who was giving a speech about his failure, Shannon came to attention. Miscellaneous fish. Miscellaneous fish. Can't even speak. He. Jin Ran, on the other hand, leaned softly against his sister's back and gave the human a wicked grin. We are the future. Mom, we're home. Yo, baby, why a little upset? Not having fun out there? The two daughters went out for a trip and came back with sad faces, which made Lu Qing very worried. We've got walkers. Jin Ran zipped into Lu Qing's arms, greedily sniffing her mother's scent. A zombie. Lu Qing pondered. In the movie at this time after the protagonist should be in the big kill it, but the National Guard are here. The zombies cannot top the hot weapons. Right. After all, why the hell are there zombies? It's not scientific, is it? So Shanshan told her the cause and effect. Lu Qing is really powerless to spit. That is not the infection failed to become a monster well. so make yourself with the biochemical matrix like, ahem. A researcher coughed lightly. In his opinion, LV Chang and Lu Jin Ran were a good pair of friends. Mr. Lu, you're finally back. Our project has to continue. According to the information obtained from Coronos, parasitized hosts are the best material for experiments, which will be hard to get after the breeding facility is gone. But Lu Qing had casually grabbed a suitable one outside, which made them all a bit impatient. Okay, I know. She gently kissed Lu Qing on the cheek, then changed into her protective suit and prepared for the experiment. Sam, aren't you coming along? No mom, I want to work on the gel. LV Qing didn't stand in the way, but was outside the lab ready to observe the whole thing. Damn boss, you've had your day. Zhang Huihong was tied to the lab table and his mouth was secured to prevent him from biting his tongue. At this moment, he was a bit desperate. He had followed Lu Qing in a daze, and then lay into the lab in a daze. Didn't I get blessed by the gods? Why am I a test subject? Isn't Lu Qing a divine surrogate? Why is she there watching? Looking around at the busy staff going back and forth, he remembered how nervous he was as a child when he was getting an infusion and waiting for the nurse to dispense it. This bound body looks like the one that prevents small children from moving around by taping their hands to an empty pillbox. He shuddered uncontrollably as several large gauge needles were stuck into his body, the extreme panic making him want to vomit a little. The subject is unusually hyperactive. Make up a shot of sedative. No, it's not necessary. This should work better. Jin Ran stopped them. To an alien, this emotion is the best mental food, and perhaps helps to minimize rejection? But that's just baseless conjecture. She's just enjoying the pure desperation of the experiment. The yellow-green liquid was slowly injected, and Zhang Huihong calmed down instead. Forget it, let's just die. We've lost our family anyway. Strong rejection reaction in experimental subjects. Almost halfway through the blood exchange, Zhang Huihong convulsed violently, with blood still seeping out of his mouth and nose. Just get the blood out of your throat and don't choke. Reborn over here. She is completely out of the experimental charter, the main one being random. There is massive bleeding on the surface of the skin and vital signs are dropping rapidly. The employees had never done this kind of crazy experiment, and they were very weak at the beginning, and they were even more helpless when they saw such a scene. What's the panic? Hold on a little longer. She didn't care one bit. There were plenty of samples like that anyway. He won't survive even if the experiment is terminated, so why not stick it out? 10 minutes later, the blood exchange ended, and Zhang Huihong had completely lost his vital signs, lying there motionless. Ha ha, damn boss, let you dock my paycheck. Die. Deserve it. LV Qing clapped his hands outside. This kind of death should be painful, right? Luckily, I've endured until now, otherwise I wouldn't have been able to repay my kindness so well. Phew, Mr. Lu, dead. Are we failing? After the electrical stimulation, the experimental subject didn't give any response. It's not the same as Corono's intel. The crowd was untied and ready to transfer the samples for a final examination. Jin Ran wiped her sweat through the protective suit. She had already realized that this experiment subject was very special. Except for the bleeding, the body was very intact. Maybe the experiment had been successful. Ah, the staff member behind him screamed miserably. The originally dead experiment suddenly got up and bit him. There are doors. Jin Ran pulled his deputy quickly out of the lab and proceeded to lock the gate shut. No, Mr. Lu, help, don't lock us in. The remaining two frantically slammed the door for help. Ahem, what's the matter with you guys? Don't you read the bylaws? Dangerous experiments left unchecked? What are you playing at? You're going to make a big mistake when we let you out. The deputy's eyes are also full of shock. Lu Jin Ran, he knows. Quite gentle, a little girl. How this? You also feel free to be test subjects. Don't worry, the family pension will be given enough. However, Zhang Huihong did not turn into a bloodthirsty zombie, and after biting one person to death, his sanity actually slowly recovered. While attacking the second man, he accidentally ripped the man's arm off. He himself was stunned. The Holy Maiden Lord is not harming me. She is giving me superpowers. Afterwards, Zhang Huihong was taken alone for examination, and the two staff members remained in the lab for observation, but they just plain died without any accidents. The last survivor is imprisoned to be used as an experiment for the next time. Mr. Lu, it looks like the experiment was a success. His cavity is full of sticky bodily fluids, his organs are fully digested, and there are 5 face-hugging worms in his body. The deputy held the report card with an agitated look. Being parasitized by face-hugging worms and replacing organs with face-hugging worms was more or less dabbling in the unscientific. Well, it's been hard work. Go get some rest. After changing her clothes, Jin Ran saw Lu Qing still standing in the corridor, and ghostly quietly leaned up, then tapped her on the shoulder. Hey Green, how have you been? Of course, all the best. subconsciously speaking back. Lu Qing only reacted to the fact that the one just now seemed to be Lu Jin Ran? Jin Ran? Aha! Mom, what's wrong? Seeing her blank face, Lu Qing also understood that it was probably because the royal facehugger insect had inherited too many memories of its host, and occasionally jumped out with fragments of its predecessor's consciousness. Those strange thoughts of Olivia's sometimes popped up themselves. Nothing, baby. She gently wrapped her arms around Jin Ran. On the other hand, Fufu had blended into a university and was hiding in an office building with a group of students shivering. Chapter 90, Little Yellow Hair appears? Fufu, are you okay? Ryan, I'm fine. Fufu was hiding in an office building with a group of college students, and by now was shivering on her body. You're shaking. Ryan whispered soothingly and tried to hug her gently, though she dodged it lightly. Ryan was originally the schoolboy of Sogmundon Technical University, usually high and mighty, but some time ago he met Fufu, a not-so-serious JK, and has been mesmerized and become a dog licker ever since. Humph. I'm not scared. I can punch one of these ghosts without blinking. Ryan was a little helpless. The kid was in the middle of something, wasn't he? And Fufu was trembling with excitement. Such a mess was the perfect opportunity to taunt the humans. Fufu, if, and I mean if, this disaster is over, will we get married? Fufu, who was immersed in her hunting delusions, was somewhat speechless when she was interrupted from casting her spell. What's the matter? I can do it myself. Human beings are nothing more than disposable goods, and you want to marry me? But she thought of something fun. But, ha ha ha, why are you making such a big death flag? Hey, I'm afraid of leaving regrets. Witnessing the sudden appearance of monsters on campus transforming his classmates into their own kind, and finally even the appearance of bloodthirsty zombies, made him feel that his chances of survival were slim. Even more desperate, however, is the almost simultaneous outbreak of an alien crisis in several parts of the city. What are you thinking about? Sister me, I still have no problem protecting your life, he said, and with a big grin, wrapped his arms around Ryan's shoulders and patted them vigorously. It made him feel like the clouds had cleared and he was being hugged, so he could die. Don't worry everyone. My sister works in biotech and she says it's an alien virus leak and the military is already taking care of it. Humph, your sister isn't a biotech janitor, I'm afraid. So what kind of tail hawk are you pretending to be? A girl with long hair disliked her unmercifully. If I wasn't afraid that I'd be too nervous about the quality of the meat, why would I say that? I don't want to be humiliated. Class, don't make a sound. Those guys have good hearing. A teacher is still maintaining discipline. By a fluke, they avoided the aliens and zombies, though they didn't know how these things recognized their prey, and were always quiet and right. Teacher, I'm so hungry. The girl in the corner was full of pain because she hadn't graduated on time, and she hadn't eaten all day because she was still catching up on her graduation project during the summer vacation. Yeah, little sister is so good. Why don't you help us go to the store and get some food? The long-haired girl arched her fire again. She had been very hostile to herself from the start, and it annoyed Fufu, because Ryan stayed behind to prepare for the exam. She also stayed behind to prepare for bonding, but she didn't know that halfway through the day, a luftwaffe would come out and mess it all up. Susan, people are just lightening the mood. What are you doing? Want to kill someone? Being reprimanded by her male god, Susan immediately shriveled up. As the only daughter of the boss of a certain monopoly group, she was usually used to flaunting her power, but when she touched Ryan, she turned into a licking dog. And the more she was ignored, the more she came on, and now that she was being heckled, on the contrary, she felt quite comfortable. Brother Ryan, I'm scared. She clamped down on her voice and pounced on Ryan in one smooth motion. Fufu doesn't hate green tea, and has been learning from them lately. TSK, even though bragging isn't taxed, I'm going to pay taxes now. Say what you want to eat and I'll get it now. Susan did not expect this kind of low-level agitation to work, and the crowd was not polite. Catching the little cute, just wool gathering. Lockjaw Peach, Bully Van Silk, sewer small crabs and such tight goods open mouth. It couldn't be helped that it was dinner time when the disaster broke out, and they were all hungry. You guys wait. Ignoring Ryan's attempts to stop her, and leaving a flippant remark, she left, out of the office building. Fufu felt refreshed, and ingredients can stink if not cleaned, but is it bringing them food or walkers? Gabrielle Flora Louis Inoyeti. In the darkness, a huge forbidding alien leaned gently against Fufu's side. Mom, you called me. Busy catching you cubs, he. Foe wrapped an arm around the forbidden guard. Sister rest, you help me in around. Those people in the house see. Sister keep useful. She broke free of Fufu's arm and took 2 steps back. Mom, can you not talk as flippantly as a little too young girl The great aunt will see and beat you up again. You do not drag me to suffer Fufu hadn't invested much emotion into her child, and had simply regarded the only forbidden guard as a daughter, but they were also free range, not even a nest. and they spent most of their time living on borrowed time at Hin's house. Seeing the thriving nest, she was not only confused, is my mom really a queen? My baby girl, what are you afraid of? Your grandma will take care of you if the sky collapses. See, that handsome blonde guy, I'll take him back to my mom's house. Gabrielle did not say anything, silently disappeared into the darkness, but she knows very well, Lu Qing is a person, baby daughter with a little yellow hair home, may also blame himself. Why did not you watch your mother? Humming and walking into the store at a brisk pace, while the walkers on the street were oblivious to her. What for? This is our place. As soon as she entered, Fufu was surrounded by a couple of large, powerful-looking boys with crowbars and javelins in their hands. No, why don't you lock the door to your place? Sports students. Ah, good. The first time to guard the granary and isolate outsiders. Even in the end times, you guys can become a party of great power. That's right. Little boys who hadn't seen much of the world were trolled into warbling. Boss, it's a chick. By the faint moonlight, a few people saw her slender figure and bare thighs, and couldn't help but feel bad. Although the little girl who could still wander around in this situation must have something. But couldn't the four of them beat her? Ahem. Little sister, do you want to stay? There's plenty of food here. Food? There's only 4 of us. Didn't he come in when Fufu saw? There are 2 female corpses in the corner. It should be the students of this school. These guys use it and kill it. It's a waste of food. She tugged at her collar and gestured toward them. Playing poker? 2,000 a game. No return. A few people heard some disappointment. The original Glue JKA thought it was the original, but it is good to have experience. Little sister, money is useless in business nowadays. Phew, a blurry shadow flashed, and several people immediately fell to the ground. Fufu doesn't like to pull any punches and just says her favorite lines and does it right away. You collapsed before I even put forth any effort. What a waste. Ha ha, I thought that at most, I would know some light power or something, and let her go if I couldn't beat her. But in the end, I gave her a second in the light. And a few people were a bit skeptical of life. Are you, a shifter? Ha. Fufu smiled even more arrogantly. I told you to read more, but you want to read novels. You are the most panicked when things go wrong, and you look at everyone with supernatural powers. Miscellaneous fish. Fish. Fufu wasn't paying attention to the pieces of fresh meat and turned to pick out supplies for her companions. Still want a snack? Dream on. She thoughtfully chose some snug clothes, socks, paper drawers and headed back. By the way, Gabrielle, take these guys to your great-aunt's house in a few minutes, just for food. Fufu, you're finally back. Ryan rushed to pick up the cardboard box, his face full of worry. Hey, lovey, what do you mean? How come there's no food? Susan was a little angry. What was the point of dress socks? Fufu wasn't annoyed, but instead took Susan's hand. Sister, if this kind of attitude, why don't you go get it yourself? I took the risk to bring the supplies, but it's not my fault. My heart is colder than the ice ballast on that cold day. Susan, what's with the whole tea ceremony? We want food. You go get it again, or we're not polite. She corralled a few other girls to apply pressure. A heartless child like Fufu could only hold her forehead and laugh bitterly. Are all women so brain dead? I can go out and get my stuff and I'm afraid of you guys? Is your brain not in a purple mood so you can't get it started? Aren't you a woman too? You're even worse in the head. Forward, I'm not a human being. Slightly. Foof made a face and hid behind Ryan. I'm giving you a chance. Don't be ungrateful. Che, you're all peeing in fear and you don't change it. It stinks. The crowd immediately lowered their heads. She was still oddly nice. This night had been a real scare. It was only a problem if she didn't pee. Hey, sisters, I've got a few more puffs here and there. Do you want some? Fufu dug into her satchel and pulled out the plain puffs she'd packed from Shin Shin. The teenage girl swallowed. This stuff was so appropriate. Don't eat it. She is harming you. Susan knocked down Fufu's puffs with one hand. I was shopping with my best friend in the afternoon, who just ate a puff, and by the end of the night she was a monster, and she couldn't have escaped here if she hadn't sacrificed her other roommate. It's a real fear to see this thing again now. Lovey, get the hell out of here right now and go get something normal. It's really stupid and touching. It's so explicit. She still rushed herself like this. I'm afraid she really has no brain. Never mind. I ordered takeout. You guys wait. Shut up, all of you. Version of the T0 battle the T5 boys are afraid to get involved in. It was Ryan who eventually stepped up. You guys are really bullying a little girl. Bang, bang, with a low, dangerous growl. The office door slammed heavily. Chapter 91, Don't You Dare Kiss Me. Stop yelling. You guys. The teacher had already broken down at this time. What for? It was hard to survive. This is starting to die again. He also began to understand those zombie movies in which people were killed by their piggyback teammates. The air was instantly silenced, but it was too late. as after a dozen or so slams, a shimmering worker bee alien burst in. The crowd felt a pang of despair, being blocked as a can of worms. Hey! Foof grabbed Susan directly in one hand and flung her at the alien's heels. The sudden disaster nearly made her faint. All she could do was sit paralyzed on the ground, crawling backward helplessly, a track still left beneath her. You stay away. I'm a college girl. You're going to. If you touch me, I'm going to put you up on the internet. I don't know if she's scared silly, or if she's just used to being bossy in her usual fights, but she's actually threatening the alien at this point. The little guy just drooled and stared at her blankly. Mom, what to do? Gee, whatever. Fufu wasn't worried at all that her daughter would become stupid if she ate this. Hey, my mom hates smug people like you. She says people like you don't even pounce on face-hugging bugs. In the face of Fufu's taunts, Susan actually showed a miserable smile. Really? Sound of escaping laughter. Susan's head was penetrated the next moment by sharp inner jaw teeth. Facehuggers don't pounce on you. I didn't say the aliens would leave you alone. The crowd was shocked. The man was a bit abstract. At that moment, 3 more aliens poured in, and without saying a word, they took their meals and enjoyed them. Go! Fufu took Ryan's hand and took advantage of the chaos to head straight for the door. Where's the danger? It's her own daughter playing with her. Fufu, what to do? Where do we go? There's no safe place anymore. Escaping the office building, the sight of zombies and mangled human limbs all over the floor was a little too much for Ryan to handle. Don't be afraid. The churches in the North City are still safe. Or go to my house. In the western suburbs, he knew there were some military strongholds that were safe, but they were all too far from the school, and going out there now would be a death wish. Is your house really safe? Of course, my mom is Louis Ching. Louis Ching, who in the Federation didn't know the name Lu Ching? Punching aliens, tearing queens with his hands, and rescuing the suffering, that was a godlike figure. But, does she have a daughter, Lord Lu Ching? You have a sister? Ahem. Don't pry too much into such things. Making up their minds, the pair prepared to make their way west. There were basically no monsters to be seen at this point, but they would have to pass through the center of the city, so there was no telling what would appear. Getting on their bikes, they, along the way, were fairly peaceful, and were able to easily shake off the sporadic walkers they encountered. But the further west you go, the more switchbacks that merge into the main road, and they're all blocked off by barricades, so there's likely to be a wave of corpses up ahead. Fufu, why don't we find a place to hide for the night? It's too dangerous right now. Well, it's also you're a thin-armed mongrel just for nothing. As the duo hesitated, Fufu noticed a group of soldiers lurking in the building in the distance, along with familiar pheromones. Ha, Ray, why are you hanging out with humans? Second sister? It's a long story. It's just out and about. Anyway, I'm now Lieutenant Celine of the 33rd Regiment. The whole family went crazy playing with this mess. Let's walk a little further and see what hotels and such there are. When they got close to the building, soldiers from the ambush burst out and surrounded them, and the sisters met and pretended to be shocked and exchanged pleasantries. If it isn't LT, Selena, long time no see. Yo, it's Fufu, what are you doing at night? Hanging out with my boyfriend. Soldiers are very speechless. These 2 children are too heartless. This is the time to play? Ryan has fallen for the word boyfriend and the drawbridge effect is working. The death flag is going to be recycled. Isn't a boyfriend just for eating? Second sister, you take her home? You're in for a beating. Che, I have my own magic. Ahem. Fufu, where are you going? A biotech building in the western suburbs. Ray took a heavy machine gun and got excited in the flesh. We were ordered to clear out the corpses and happened to be on our way. Seemingly trying to show off in front of her sister, Ray became very wild, shooting people on sight with a heavy machine gun in one hand in a bloody scene. Even zombies are powerless against hot weapons. To her, it's a game of no doubles mores. What a piece of gun. Only 4,000 rounds and the barrel is ruined. Captain, you can't keep pressing it. The barrel is overheating. It needs to cool down. The soldiers didn't dare to talk too much. The captain had suddenly become so strong, they couldn't afford to mess with him. Alright, Fufu, that's enough for now. We'll be on the road tomorrow. No, in a little while after we've replenished our supplies, so you guys go get some rest. Ray gave an impish grin as they stopped just in front of a hotel. Fufu, you still have friends in the National Guard? That officer is awesome. Can I really sleep in the same room as you? Being in the same room as Fui made Ryan a little nervous to the point of sitting still. But, ha, what's wrong with you, little mongrel? Shy, why were you so deadpan when you were chasing me? Fufu moved closer to the side of her face, and at once the good smell filled her nostrils. I'm not. Isn't this true love? I don't want it to develop so quickly. But girls like Fufu were just too seductive, and Ryan couldn't help himself. Whatever. He swept the beauty into his arms, feeling the youthfulness and sweetness of a young girl. Fufu got out of the shower and saw Ryan writhing around like a maggot on the bed, clutching a pillow. Awful human. What a horny bastard. But what a great mental distraction from mom. A pillow for half the day. Lu Qing's mental interference sharing out had weakened a lot, but with the hypnotic gas, it was still fine for this kind of small stray fish. Second sister. You're so good at this. Ray watched the live stream from outside and called it professional. Hey, learn from me. Sister. I know nothing else, but seduce men, that is a handful. The key is to get things done without physical contact. Ahem. Ryan? Fufu slapped him twice before the latter woke up from his beauty sleep. Isn't it connecting to a Bluetooth headset? How come it's a pillow? And he forgot where the beauty sleep ended. So, Ryan, do you love me? Love to death. Almost instinctively off the cuff. After picking the fruit of the girl and having zero distance contact, he became even more obsessed with Fufu. After all, dreams have everything. Will you marry me? Sure, but well, only if my mom agrees. He breathed a sigh of relief. Even if it didn't work, he had already died with his body and mind in hand anyway. Before we do that, I'm going to let you in on a little secret, okay? Of course. Welp. Ray has no eyes left. It's disgusting. Close your eyes. Ryan dutifully closed his eyes. He wasn't going to kiss himself, was he? Do you think you'd still love me if I were a monster? Of course. Fufu, I love you. Not your skin. And no matter what you become, even if you're a monster, you're still my Fufu. Lu Qing, asterisk and UN percent hashtag. That's my ing Fufu. Okay, open your eyes and look at me. Asterisk. As soon as he opened his eyes, Ryan was struck by a thunderbolt. A human with an alien head, wearing a gown uniform, was sitting in front of him in a voluptuous pose. Her skin was dark, similar to an alien exoskeleton, with a pair of long, chilling claws and a long tail that swung around as if it would give him a penetrating cold at any moment. Part of the disguise was lifted and a strange form was obtained. But Ray liked it. Sis, this is so cool. How did you come up with that? Che, stinky sister. Learn. Even Alpha wouldn't have such a strange brain. You. Ryan was in a bit of disbelief that the best sister he'd ever wanted was actually a monster. That just went with it. Are you really Fufu? Of course. What's the matter, Ryan? Don't you love me anymore? Didn't you say you loved me even when I was a monster? It was like a gash had been ripped open inside him, and slowly, he was consumed by it. Like, Fufu, I love you. His nerves seemed to be completely taut, mesmerized by the creature. Really? That's great. She jumped for joy. So, as a boyfriend, shouldn't you kiss me? Aha, it's supposed to. He brought his face up in a daze, but didn't know where to start. Phew. Sharp inner jaw teeth popped out of Fufu's mouth and slid across his cheek. Asterisk. See, you don't even have the resolve to kiss me. Chapter 92, Yellow Hair's End. As cool as it was, Fufu didn't realize that look was just too frightening for a human. Ryan fainted. It was a little early for him to be in an interspecies relationship. Ha, second sister. The cartwheel. Go, don't start. Come on sis. Our supplies are almost here, so pack up and get going. Fufu wasn't very happy about it. The guy was so indiscreet. His mouth was good but his body was honest. I would have eaten it, but as a hot girl, she knew that she was on a strange mission to bring home the little yellow hairs. That is, to play. She'd also love to see this guy in the lair scared out of his mind. Hey Ryan, wake up Ryan. Ha, Fufu? A couple of large pockets went down and Ryan lulled back to life. He had a moment of fear. Hadn't Fufu just turned into a monster? What's wrong with me? Fainted? Yeah. Fufu bit her lip. Her cheeks flushed. After that, you said you were tired and fell asleep, and talked in your sleep for half a day, and I shook you half a day before you woke up, so it was a dream? Also, how could people become like that? And the physical state of that meeting was strange, so it was really just a dream, wasn't it? I guess I had a good time. After all, I heard that the first time you get so tired that you have nightmares? Looking at his petulant girlfriend, he was relieved that yes, it was a dream, even if it was true. He felt that LV Fufu might be a mutated human created by LV Qing using biotechnology. As a hero who would never unleash a dangerous creature, then it's not out of the question for Fufu to have a human emotional form, even if it's a monster. The day dawned and several people continued to move. There are more airplanes in the sky, and I hear the whole city is on lockdown. Although the outbreak was widespread, the number of infected people didn't seem to be large enough for Sogmundon to usher in a nuclear leveling. The aliens don't seem to be out and about during the daytime hours. There's no need to worry about infection, and the zombies have become slow-moving targets. After a morning of trekking around large waves of corpses, they finally arrived at the nest in the western suburbs. Alright Fufu, I'll see you off here. I've got another mission. See you later. After dropping off Ray, Fufu led Ryan past the heavy security and into the building. Fufu's back? Mom, missed you. Fufu scurried into Lu Qing's arms and rubbed up hard. After a night of experiments, Lu Qing was drinking tea in the parlor, and through the perspective of the infectious body, she saw that most of the city's homes had fallen, but the military and government facilities were still intact. Asterisk. Looking back, she saw that Fufu was followed by a little blonde brother. What a situation. I wasn't paying attention and you brought back a yellow hair? Fufu, what's going on? Who's this? Lu Qing's voice was trembling a bit. Mom, this is my boyfriend, Ryan Campobuck. Ryan, this is my mom. Ha, oh, well, Mom. No. Hello MS. Lu Qing, this nerdy guy is usually quite smart, but now why has he turned into a wooden man? Shocked by Lu Qing's absolutely beautiful face and that towering aura, Ryan was somewhat incoherent. It's true that what you fear comes to you. LV Qing was not at all kind to this young handsome man. People Su Xian sleeps with snakes. You sleep with aliens, right? Could it be that Fufu brought himself a midnight snack? Hey, kid, what are you staring at me for? Although she liked to be admired, being stared at by the young boy who was suspected to be her daughter's boyfriend irritated her. No, Auntie, you're beautiful and wonderfully maintained. What? Lu Qing felt offended. Mom, let's go home and talk about what's going on. How bad would it be if others saw it? And yes, family scandal. That's not true. Can anyone go back to our house? Lu Qing realizes that this person, Fufu, is not terribly trustworthy, and is meant to be teased hard. Okay, go home, and you go check on Jin Ran and Shannon. In a few moments, Fufu came hooking up with Jin Ran. Mom, Shannon says she has work on her hands and won't be home tonight. Lu Qing, something's not right. How come my daughter started 996 too? The group went straight back to the lair through the secret passage in the basement of the building, and upon stepping into the dark, oddly shaped cavern, Ryan was completely dumbfounded. LV, Auntie LV Qing, where is this? Ha, this is my house. Ha, what's wrong? Is it weird? Ryan, would you dislike me because of my family like this? No way. No how. People are thinking our family is poor, and they still live in caves. Mom, are you crazy? Our house is so big. There is a building. This is still called poor? You didn't say you wanted a dowry, so I'd come in even if I had to. It's not really wrong to say that Fufu is a social mixer who likes to give herself the rich girl persona. Looking at the mother-daughter duo in a conspiratorial manner, Jin Ran endured the pain and stifled his laughter. But Ryan was not so relaxed. As he went deeper into the lair, he could see a flash of aliens from time to time, and when he entered Lu Qing's master bedroom, there were dozens of aliens waiting for him. He wanted to escape, but couldn't take a step, and at this point in his mind, he could only obediently follow them. Dear Mr. Ryan Campbellback, what do you think of my home? Fufu was very proud that her family was definitely the richest in the alien in this condition. Puff! Ryan sat paralyzed on the ground, at which point a huge alien with wings was reaching out with its inner jaw teeth and raking at his face. The warm light blurred his eyes and made the aliens eat their words. Wow! Second sister, is this your boyfriend? It smells so good. Hey, brother-in-law, I'll take you to heaven. Okay, Rocco, I'll share a piece with you then. Hearing this, the crowd was relieved that Fufu wasn't a relationship brain. His last illusions were shattered as Fufu and Jin Ran had burst through their clothes and transformed into alien queens that were unappealing to look at. Sure enough, the licking dog licked nothing at the end of the day, and this put his life on the line. Lord Lu Qing, save me. He staggered and fell to his knees in front of Lu Qing, harboring a slight illusion about the so-called hero. Even though he knew that Lu Qing might not be human either, he still took her as a lifesaver. Little friend, don't be afraid. Didn't you like my Fufu very much? What? You don't like it now? As if some switch had been flicked, he stood up shakily, his gaze becoming determined. I guess I do like it. But, no buts, there are 1,000 faces of women. What you saw was just one of them. She's still the same lovely Fufu. Well, thinking of the quirky Fufu, he walked towards the huge alien queen as if he was possessed, hugging her thick thighs and feeling the absence of body heat, a softness rising in his eyes. Fufu, marry me, I can be your host. Jin Ran was deeply shocked. His mother's mental interference was really unbelievable. It was able to make humans overcome this fear of talking about love. Or did he underestimate the LSB's obsession? Mom, he agreed. Unlucky boy. Don't you entertain people when they come to your home? Fluffy immediately understood, dragging her thigh pendant through the many bug eggs in search of her pups. Cub, come out. The still dreaming facehugger was just yanked out hard by his own mother and dumped on Ryan with a confused look on his face. Ryan didn't panic, but petted the little one as if he were teasing his daughter. Hey, Foo, is this the mask you, gave me? In the lab, Ryan was securely bound with bondage restraints. At his side were several corpses that were festering all over from failed blood changes. On the other side, there are still struggling walkers. Let me out. Foo, where are you? He had just experienced a nightmare, but he knew very well that it was all real and that Foo was really an alien. But still, he looked for her at the first opportunity. Come on. The door to the lab was opened and several men in protective suits walked in. Ryan, don't be afraid. Oh, Mom says you have some minor health problems and you'll have to have a little surgery soon. Ryan looked pleadingly at Lu Jin, who only smiled faintly. Boy, you're good, but before that, I'm going to make you one of us so there's no more separation, right? At this time he also completely abandoned the illusion, accepted his fate. The big deal is a death. The surgery was performed by Jin Ran's deputy, and the mother and daughter went to wait outside after a few moments of watching. A few people were in a happy mood with the sound of wailing. Second sister, you're so good at this, bringing little yellow hair home just to scare Mom a little bit. You'd probably have a broken leg by now if you hadn't used him as a test subject. Shay, humans are no good anyway. It would be nice if everyone could be tortured like this. 7. That's for you scientists to think about. Jin Ran bristled and zipped into Lu Jin's arms. While she didn't like humans either, she wasn't idle enough to give out free warmth. Mom, your mental interference is too much. Silly boy, what are you talking about? I'm useless in the press. Chapter 93, The Little Girl Who Gathered Mushrooms. South, Graph Iris, surprise. The mountains were muddy after the rain, but Eva was happy. Rainy days were her lucky days. Bamboo shoots and mushrooms are plentiful at this time of the year, and the rich people in the city like to eat them, digging up some and selling them at the market. Then they can exchange them for a day's food expenses. Her worn plastic sandals were covered in mud, and she didn't care, instead wandering quickly through the forest to dig up more before anyone came. The storm came and went as quickly as it came, and the temperature picked up right away, making her feel unbearably hot despite the lush forest. If only I could afford air conditioning, the young girl murmured. Suddenly, she saw a purplish-red mushroom on a cliff not far away. Wow, get rich! It was a good quality Ganoderma lucidum that could sell for over $100 on the market. Climbing up the short cliff, she easily plucked the rasher, and not far from her was a sponge-like mushroom. Boy, are we really going to get rich? I didn't expect to come across more than 300 pounds of morels. After picking mushrooms along the way like this, she came to a strange cave with a vague breeze blowing through it, and it seemed to be fairly safe. Maybe there's a lot of fungus here? She tied a torch with a stick to prevent toxic gases inside. All went well. The air in the cave was not bad, at least not life-threatening. She was pleasantly surprised to find a number of not-so-small lingi on the cliff face of the cave, and clumsily climbed up and picked them off one by one. A dozen or so Ganoderma lucidum is almost 2 pounds, and with those mushrooms, the whole family will have food for a week. Having gotten a taste of it, she continued deeper into the cave, not worrying about any danger as the wind blew at times. Soon Eva saw the light again, and before her was a small pool of water. Clear mountain spring water was dripping from the top of the cave, and huge bats seemed to be coiled on top of it. She wanted to look over to the side of the cave, but the little bugs on the edge of the waterhole caught her attention. It was about a finger-length brownworm with green shoots growing from its tail. She has seen from TV seems to be called cordyceps. It sells for thousands of dollars a pound. But how is this thing alive? Whoa! Her eyes sparkled. The bug was exactly like the ones on TV. That's not a bug. That's a gold bar. She hurriedly took out her cloth bag and packed them all up. Hey, really rich. I don't have to pick up trash this month. Packing her bags, she was ready to go home, but the curiosity of a child took over. She decided to go over to the cave. Walking out of the pass, there was green in front of me and a sweet smell in the air. What a great place. The scenery is so nice. There must be a lot of mushrooms too. She walked further in, and there were indeed some strange fungi growing amongst the vertical and tangled vines. One of the luminescent blue mushrooms piqued her very curiosity. It's so beautiful. It must be just like fireflies at night. She was reluctant to pick it, and could only approach slowly, wanting to admire it up close. Ouch! The little girl had tripped over something, and she'd gotten a couple of buckles cut into her ankles. Her hand pressed into the mushroom, messing with the blue powder all over her body. What bad luck! She peeled back the vines, and underneath was a strange black creature with a jagged crust all over its body and a long tail behind it. And it was from this thing that the blue mushrooms grew. This thing doesn't look like an earthly creature in any way. Or maybe he's just so uninformed that he's encountered a cryptozoological creature? Wiping the blood, she was ready to leave when she heard a fluttering sound. A human-like roar sounded not far away. Who's there? She took a closer look and there seemed to be a person hanging from a tree not far away. He was hanging by his neck from the trunk of a tree as if he had hanged himself. and most of his clothes were rotted off, and his body seemed to have been chewed on by something. The thing flailed its arms and legs as if calling for help. Zombies? Eva's mind went blank, feeling as if she had walked into a demon's cave. Frozen for a moment, she took the basket, turned her head, and ran until she reached the marketplace, where she was slightly more at ease. You didn't just see a ghost, did you? But the customers that gathered around quickly made her put it behind her. The mushrooms and bamboo shoots were sold for a total of more than $2,000. Holding the thick bills, the young girl smiled with satisfaction. Why don't you buy a used air conditioner so you don't have to suffer? How could she not have known that the person who bought the mushrooms would meet her own Taiwanese grandmother at night? She also wouldn't know that the mushrooms that grew from the alien corpses had tainted themselves and those fungi with spores. The city is silently turning into a dead city. On the second day of the disaster, Lu Jin's family hid in their lair, and there were almost no new infections added, except for the zombies that roamed the streets. Lu Jin was dissatisfied with their low infection ability. Mom, it's time for us to go out and put on a show. Fufu, what do you want? She had a double ponytail and a baseball bat in her hand, looking like she was going to fight. My naive mom. Of course it's the LV family's army of women who will kill the zombies all over the city. If you're in politics, what a great show you'll put on. What? When did Fufu's mind turn so fast? But yeah, what better show than stepping up and saving the citizens? It's in bed with the council anyway. Might as well give it a try. Mom, we can at least destroy the failures. Jin Ran also thought deeply that since he wanted to destroy humanity, it would be most convenient to blend in and grab power from within. Okay, at your service. Coming outside, the formerly bustling streets were already devastated. The sudden disaster had made the common people crazy, and in just one day, they were killing each other for grabbing supplies. Che, lousy humans, can't you even hold on to a defense and wait for reinforcements? You're just a huddle. Fufu was disdainful. She had also read a lot of novels. Often disasters broke out for a period of time before the human race fought internally. Not imagining the reality of the human race more down to the head, the red-eyed aliens had long been hidden under Lu Jin's command, and the zombies simply weren't enough under the army's powerful firepower. The crisis wouldn't take long to end. Thanks to this, a number of war correspondents are also active on the front line. MS. Lu Jin, do you have a clue about this disaster? I've heard you have a business with biotech. Do you think this is a biochemical leak? MS. Lu Jin, are you sure you can solve this crisis? At this time, Lu Jin was wearing two alien wrist knives in his hands, and his daughters were chopping and slicing their way through the tide of corpses, and by the time the work on his hands was done, the whole person looked like an evil spirit that had crawled out of hell. Of course, it wasn't me who solved the crisis, it was the National Guard, and they're the heroes of the Commonwealth. I don't know anything, but I do know that at least the people in dire straits must be rescued first. We all know that it is a show, but it is unique to play so hard to get, and at this time, he did not come out to take the credit alone, so it can be seen that this person still has a heart of redemption. Mom, did you kill all the infected? Shannon's voice suddenly rang, and to cover her tracks, she put on headphones and pretended to answer the phone. Am I that mean to your mom? Ha ha, only killed a few hundred of them. Mom, I think these are still useful. I want to use them to create new infections. It felt as if this was a bit of a hassle, but I decided to go along with my daughter. Jin Ran, what do you think? I think we can try. Gentlemen, my team has sent word that the infected may still be salvageable, and the objective has now been changed from annihilation to capture. But of course capture is contingent on your own safety. When the crowd heard this, they were all energized. This kind of thing is actually saved? Chapter 94, Disaster Over? Because of the change in mission objectives, 5 divisions of the National Guard changed into blast suits and began roaming the hills to catch walkers. For a while it was hard to tell who was human and who was a zombie. Mom, there are a few more survivors here. It seemed to have held out for a day and a night, and the people in the building had fallen into a deep sleep. Not even the sentries. That's pretty lucky, not being infected or parasitized. Wouldn't it be a loss to be saved like that? Lu Jin felt that what Fei Fei said made sense, so she called for the carriers that were secretly following her, and with a flick of the tentacles on her back, several face-hugging insects were thrown up onto the high floor. They have been burrowing into homes along broken windows, before invading through pipes into the homes of survivors. Just like that, all the way through clearing out the zombies, with the carriers secretly patching them up. There were constant screams, followed by cries of joyous release. The streets were getting crowded and they didn't see a problem with it. They didn't forget to put on their bracelets and tuck in their reagent kits when it was dangerous. After all, it made sense for the aliens to take advantage of the situation. That's all I know. A man holding a negative result kit jumped for joy. The assembled crowd had the same result. The gods have not abandoned us. Asshole. His old father slapped him hard. Where is there any god? That's Lord Lu Jin not abandoning us. Right. Lu Jin is the god. Looking at the several silhouettes weaving through the corpses, the crowd erupted into an excited cry. So tired. LV Ching leaned back in his chair and played a small movie using the giant projection in the conference room. Baby, a little higher up, okay? Mom. Fei Fei stood on her tiptoes and thoughtfully massaged Lu Jin's shoulders. Looking at Fifi's barren figure, she couldn't help but feel that keeping her head down and not seeing her feet was sometimes a burden. Going out for a sneak peek, she grabbed a couple hundred samples for Shannon, and Jin Ran piled into the lab first thing when she got back as well. Shannon, how's the research going? Any breakthroughs? Mom, wait a minute. Lu Jin sighed. Sure enough, there were 60 seconds in a scientist's minute, and for every minute that passed, she had studied one more second. I wonder if the reporters are live today. LV Ching thought that it wasn't too much to ask for a vice presidency for such a great achievement. Right? News? Mom, doesn't have to be new to be useful. Baby, tell me how it is. Lu Jin gathered Fei Fei in his arms and gently rubbed her nose. Well, right now, the reporters will definitely be the first to send it out as big news, and after a while the heat will go down. But when the city is rebuilt in a way that will allow the citizens to see it again in a timely manner, then, springtime is in the air, and it's silent. I don't know if it's an illusion, but these daughters have suddenly become much more mature, even more reliable than myself. But the new posting of old news does resurrect old stems, the internet equivalent of meme external storage. Looks like the daughters are trying to push themselves to the top. Come on, it doesn't take a lot of brainpower anyway, so let them have it. The sun still rose the following morning, but for the citizens of Sogmundon, it symbolized hope and renewal more than anything else. A large number of bodies were sent to crematoriums, factories were reopened, and people came outdoors to enjoy the post-harvest air. Through the internet, they see heroic National Guard troops defending their homes against aliens and zombies. Many people have been blessed by the alien cult, and through the packaging of Chui Shui and Xin, the alien cult appeared in front of the public under the name of the Xenomorph cult. In particular, the face-hugging bug trick made the Protestants think that the church's aliens and the wild aliens were angels and fallen angels for a while, which made them recognize Lu Jin's legitimacy as a god. If you let a facehugger hug you and nothing happens, and your body gets better, you'd be going too far to say it's not an angel. The crisis had been effectively contained on this occasion, and as the afternoon passed, order was largely restored. A total of 2.5 days was like a dream, and if it had been a movie, it would have been over by this point. In the words of Xenomovism, we walk with the divine. Mom, word came in from the National Guard, caught about 100,000 walkers and asked what we're going to do. What? How come these guys are so efficient? Caught 100,000 of them at once. The sample shelter underneath the lab could only put down 20,000 or so people even if it was packed, so they couldn't just let them into the nest. Anyway, let's put them there for a few days first. Containers, abandoned homes, steel cages, prisons, whatever they want. It's not like this thing has human rights anyway. Mom, don't you think about the social implications? No, they haven't slowed down enough to care about that? Fu, what do you think then? It was hard for Fufu to be decent for once, and Lu Jin wanted her to play nice. The outsiders are definitely waiting to pick their noses. Tomorrow let Jin Ran's team publicize it to the public. Say that zombies can only be used as research material. All we can do is merely to stop producing infected people instead of turning the infected back into humans. Oh, so I was being overly aggressive in my previous expression. Okay then, Fufu, take the worker bees and start a nest under the lab. The sooner the better. She had thought of the reason. This was a nest abandoned by the aliens. Because of this, the laboratory was sited here. When the time came to stuff the experimental samples into it, it would be the local cellar. Next, it's time to put pressure on the council and see what we can get out of it. Mr. Speaker, excuse me, busy? Yo. If it isn't the great hero Lu Jin, I'm fine. I can tell by the tone of voice that it must have been pretty good in the safe house. How are the reinforcers coming along on your end? There was some anxiety on the other side of the phone, which seemed to be irritated. There are some clues. The research is progressing steadily, and I'm sure it won't take long to give satisfactory results. Alright, you guys move fast. Don't make any more leaks. By the way, Lu Jin, there's a mayor's advisor vacant now. Are you interested? If not, the council advisor can also be vacated. Yeah, sure. Anyway, it's hooked up, so take your time with the rest later. Mom, I'm making some progress on my end. Fifi burst into the parlor like a lion that had blown up. What's wrong with baby? Giving yourself such a hard time? Lu Jin hurriedly brushed up her hair while the little girl was excited. I found that the royal gel does contain a mutagen very similar to the facehugger, but contains a layer of gene lock, so it can only work on aliens. This time Lu Jin understood. Probably fingerprint unlocking or reproductive isolation. However, This mutagen is so active that it actively alters the host's genes seeking to unlock them. So humans become aliens. The unlocking of the genlock by unnatural means triggers the protection mechanism, which is currently manifesting itself as contagion. Lucky, yes. Mutagenic factors can, over generations of transmission, become misexpressed, and now we can circumvent this problem by unlocking the genes. Shannon, say the conclusion. By unlocking the gene lock, the role of the infectious agent remains the same, and at the very least, there will be no more zombies as a waste product. And furthermore, the purified mutagen will be able to strengthen other species like us. If we want to improve it further, we still need to do in-depth research on the infectious agents and those corpses. Okay, we have more than 100,000 samples here. You can use them as you like. Do whatever research you want. Let's play it safe and get the physique enhancer out. LV Ching is still very relieved about Shan Chan. After all, she is the first college student in the family. Ding, the host has begun gene potion development. Reward skill, black water extraction. The mainline mission, infection, has been triggered. Use your potion to infect all federal soldiers. The mission rewards evolution points *1000. Black water *1000. Holy, how did the system release such an evil quest? The difficulty has skyrocketed. System, how do you extract black water? Is it like royal gel? Ding, the host can pay 100 black water to produce delta egg shapeworms in order to obtain a large amount of black water. The system specially reminds you that this black water is different from extracts. It is pure black water. It is extremely dangerous, and it can even infect aliens, so please pay extra attention to it. Thinking about those experiments, Lu Qing was a bit weak, but this thing is really a big killer. By the way, Shannon, can you study the black water? ******** Mom, do you have all this stuff? Chapter 95, Too Many Rewards. The quiet little girl exploded for the first time, simply because she was so shocked. Sam, what's all the excitement for? Mom, let Seven talk to you. I'll hold off for a while. Looking at her was as good as bagging 5 Bainhard awards, which knew that Jin Ran was also bursting into foul language at his words, looking even more agitated. What happened to our family's ancestral ladylike demeanor? Mom, may I ask where you got this black water from? Well, probably synthesized inside me? What? The two sisters glanced at each other before flopping down and kneeling in front of Lu Qing. Mom, you are simply, no, a god. LV Qing was confused. Looking at their respectful looks, they didn't look like they were joking. This isn't right. Were they brainwashed by Cui Shui? What's up, baby? It's not funny to do that between mother and daughter. Mom, in the end, you're the queen and we're the subjects. First ruler and subject, then mother and daughter. Lu Qing had a feeling of lost love. Suddenly, a pair of white jade arms encircled her neck. Gee, mommy smells good. Did these two little duck-headed liars make another mistake? Foo, get a grip on your sister. Lu Qing covered his chest, looking like he had a heart attack. She leaned down and hooked her hands under each of her two sisters' chins, looking at them with some derision. Stinky sister, when mom gave birth to us she was just an ordinary queen. We are also an ordinary mother and daughter. I think you guys just read too many books. Your brain won't turn. Our family only has mothers and daughters. There's no such thing as a ruler and a minister. Now put it aside to play with what the yellow robe is. Yes. Fufu was really good at carrying things when it counts. Lu Qing was relieved. Cubby, mommy is sad. Get up for me and tell me some dirty jokes. She used mental interference and the hive consciousness to forcibly, a change in the path of their thoughts. After all, what is it about this black water that scares them so much? Is this black water really that powerful? Mom, what are you talking about? Jin Ran seems to be back to normal. You've seen the company's previous experiments. That's just degraded black water. High purity black water would only be more outrageous. Even we would be jeopardized. Yes, Mom, you'd better be careful too. This thing is dangerous. But hey, Sam rubbed his hands together excitedly. Black water should be the key to unlocking the gene lock, whether it's a physique enhancer or a parasitic reagent. I believe the results will come out soon. That's right, all scientists, not as good as me at JK? Let mom worry so much. Slightly, Fufu made a face and bounced off to visit her boyfriend in the lab. Out of the door of the conference room, she couldn't help but breathe a long sigh of relief. My mom is a god. Then my mother is the second generation of gods. So yeah, all the children misunderstand what is going on. Only Lu Qing himself is not quite sure. In the evening, the mayor visited accompanied by 5 divisional commanders of the National Guard, who brought good news. The disaster was over for good, and all but a few wandering walkers had been captured or killed. Also, by rough estimation, tens of thousands of aliens have been eliminated. An unprecedented feat. Looking at their happy faces, Lu Qing didn't say anything. After all, he couldn't be the one to ruin the atmosphere. In the evening, Lu Jin returned to the lair and turned on the TV after a long time, but came up with a blast. An unknown plague has appeared in the state of Graphirus. The symptoms are high fever, bleeding from the skin, accompanied by stiff limbs and varying degrees of convulsions. Blue fungus grows on the bodies of those with severe cases. The number of infected has exceeded 50,000 people. Please have supplies ready and do not leave the house unless it is necessary. On top of that, there are alien sightings in this mushroom crisis, and the world is so messed up. Lu Jin was a bit helpless. There wouldn't be any fungal zombies or fungal aliens, right? After all, the South, that's Corono's territory, and they can do biochemical leaks in Rivonia just as well as they can do it in their own home. It's not good to have competitors everywhere, so she summoned Susu, a leader after all, who knew more or less the inside story, hitting him with the feeling that there was something wrong with him from the previous leak. Early the next morning, Susu drove to the, having a sense of what Lu Jin had done, he was even more in awe of him. Be honest, everything you know about me, about the aliens. As soon as he came up, he was controlled by Lu Jin. Yes, I gave your information to the company executives, and they think you have some sort of connection to the aliens, so they want you to join their program. At a later stage, we are directly plundering the results, using you as experimental material. A district cult. Losing our funding cannot make waves. In addition, the company seems to be researching alien potions and creating super soldiers, with the natural aim of cutting a swathe through, if not subverting the Federation. With my authority, I only know so much, and there is no way to know the details. Also, the fungal crisis and surprise I really don't know about. What a great plan. Stephen came through the door, clapping and applauding, and behind him followed the Attorney General, and several legislators. As the management of Coriner, trespassing into the strategic labs of biotechnology, we arrest you on the borrowed charge of commercial espionage. Being put on the silver bracelet, Susu finally woke up. Damn, being set up. Tried to argue something, but couldn't get the words out. In addition, you will be charged with treason, theft of state secrets, and several other charges. And you are facing 300 years of imprisonment. In other words, you are dead. The words of the Attorney General represent the Sogmundan hierarchy, and there is no wiggle room in the internal judgment. Ms. L.V. Chang, thank you for taking the risk of going undercover against the cult and thus discovering this huge conspiracy. The Federation will remember your merits. In order to prevent the secret from leaking out, this guy will be used as an experimental sample for you. The people present are all human. Even if the mental interference, I'm afraid that there will be mistakes. Fortunately, the decision to go undercover at that time, this time to save a lot of unnecessary trouble. Alright, Lu Jin, we're leaving. You get busy. Sending off the crowd. Lu Jin took a long breath. He really wasn't the material to play a battle of wits. If there was no mental interference, he probably would have fallen into a pit at this point. A few minutes later, there was a knock on the conference room door, and Stephen went and returned. Lu Jin, there are no outsiders here. The problem with Three Prince is troublesome. I hope you can make a trip. You're the light of humanity. No one else can get out in one piece. That's a very subtle way of saying that he, a city speaker, doesn't have to get involved in the affairs of another state, and gives himself a high hat, which means there's something in this crisis that's important to him. What the hell? I'd love to see an alien in the field myself anyway. Okay, I'll check it out in a couple days. Please do so as soon as possible. Let's keep in touch and I'll give you follow-up support. He was a bit impatient, which made Lu Jin feel even more like there was some kind of treasure. Okay, tomorrow, it's a deal. I'll send you in my private jet. Sending Stephen away, Lu Jin scoured the news about Three Priests and saw nothing. Ding! The main quest, Prestige, has been triggered. Please rush to Thropolis as soon as possible to investigate the source of the fungus. The reward is unknown. As if thinking she couldn't think of anything, the system gave a vague hint that it was always going to drive her south. In the evening, Lu Jin's mother and daughter, the five of them, leaned together and watched cartoons happily, when suddenly the TV inserted a news that the last zombie had been killed and the disaster was completely over. Fufu was also annoyed. This news has been plugged in 6 times today, and then the TV is all plugged in by him. But Lu Jin knew very well that it was indeed true this time. Ding! The catastrophic event has been completed. The host has produced a total of approximately 220,000 infectious body aliens, lost approximately 80,000, and produced 500,000 infected individuals. 17,742 offspring have hatched and 9,744 have been lost. You have been rewarded a total of evolution points asterisk 96887, Blackwater asterisk 83087. Ha! Lu Jin was taken aback by the, what's with all the rewards? Is the system crazy? Granted, humans reward her for killing aliens, but infectious bodies are at least considered her own children, and that's all it takes to give a reward? Ding! The infectious alien is capable of shielding the host's brainwaves during the red eye stage, and is not technically your child. Oh, I blanch. How is this like a buggy swipe? And with 2,000 females, they were actually able to infect more than 700,000 people in 3 days, which was surprisingly efficient. If it weren't for the fact that each infectious agent only had 2 hours to become infected, it's doubtful that Sogmundon would be empty by now, and 100 gels, 2,000 evolution points, and a reward of over 100,000. That's too good a deal. What's with the 10,000 plus hatches though? I didn't send any hatching commands, did I? The system did not respond. What she doesn't know is that across the ocean, a horrific biochemical crisis is setting in among the countries of the subcontinent. Chapter 96, Parasitic Spores. Babes, I'm going to take a trip to Graphic Estate. Who wants to join me? Me. The kids are active, but they can also lean in to keep from having their homes stolen. Hin still has to stay and run the show, just in case. Fufu has her own social circle and hasn't had enough waves. Shannon's research is entering a critical period and needs to be closed. In the end, Lu Jin only took Su, Lei, Fei and Jin Ran. Before leaving, Lu Jin left behind 1,000 copies of Royal Gel and 100 Delta Eggworms for Shan. Producing Delta Egg-shaped worms would be a terrible experience, like early morning constipation. Wow, is that a private jet? That's awesome. Rei's eyes turned to stars as she ran around excitedly, and several of her other daughters were full of curiosity. Rao Jin Ran, who has seen the world like this, is also looking at this and touching that. Everyone loves this airplane. Ms. Lu Jin, welcome. Wow. Mom, it's the maid. Fei tugged on Lu Jin's lapel with an excited face. The speaker was a tall stewardess who wore a formal maid's outfit and had a sensible and reliable beauty. Behind her were likewise 4 maid stewardesses, respectively wearing Federal Classical Style, Rosa Combat Style, Imperial Spirited Style and East Island Wabi Sabi Style maid outfits, which could be described as each having their own distinctive style and being as beautiful as a flower. Dear Ms. Lu Jin, for this journey, the Pleiades Maid Corps will be at your service throughout. Seeing their gentle voice and lowbrow service posture, Lu Jin couldn't help but feel emotional. Stephen the dog is enjoying himself too much, isn't he? Of course, in addition to the service, they marketed the airplane as if it were a demonic whisper. In your position, why don't you buy one? Our frame isn't too expensive. It's only over $20 million. The kids love it. If you want it, you can get a discount at the producer's side. What? Listen to this. Is this human talk? No, this thing is too expensive, isn't it? I bought a $400,000 car before and pondered it for half a month. Although LV Ching was worth over $100 million by carrying goods, the idea of being poor and afraid lingered in her bones, even though she had long since ceased to be human. After having fun with the maids, an hour later, the plane landed smoothly, and the civilian airport on this side of the border had, by now, been taken over by the National Guard. They should have been greeted in advance, and just as soon as they stepped off the airplane, dozens of soldiers surrounded them. Hello Ms. Lu Jin, I'm Colonel Chris of the 437th Regiment of the Grafuri State National Guard. Thank you for putting yourself in harm's way without regard to your personal safety, and I have deep admiration for your valor and intrepidity. It was obvious that Chris had a good impression of LV Ching. Fine, let's not beat about the bush. Let's go to the scene. The speaker's side has given me an assignment. A few people got into the SUV and headed straight for the city. 10 minutes later, the car stopped at the toll booth on the Outer Ring Road, a frontline defense station consisting of a wall and several guard towers. Ms. Lu Jin, the city is now on full lockdown. Any further forward, you and your team will need to take precautions. Looking at these little girls around her, except for Susumu, Chris felt very unreliable. After changing into his protective suit, Chris returned to the command post, accompanied by his 2 lieutenants and several scientists to investigate. Why this protective suit? It feels like I'm back at work. Jin Ran couldn't help but spit. This is a protective suit that is only configured for P5 level labs. Several people got into the armored chemical defense vehicles and continued on, the first target being the hospital. The city of Serpers is worse than expected, with not a single person to be seen on the dead streets, and even if one hides in their home, it is feared that they will be infected by the pervasive spores. But the city was not paralyzed. Ma'am, Corino has supplied a large number of protective suits to ensure that those in important positions are able to do their jobs properly. Adjutant she could see Lu Jin's doubts. Chris assigned 2 adjutants, one a technical officer, Major Hosey, a defense and chemical engineering senior at the Ryerson Cyrus Military Academy, a typical Oriental beauty, warm and rich. The other was a military officer, Captain Laharu, A big, strong, powerful-looking man who just didn't know how many pieces he'd break if he punched himself in the face. Is there any more detailed information? There are some detail shots, which you will see in the flesh at the hospital, plus an autopsy report that these fungi are some sort of mimicry, with a large number of unknown elements. Perhaps they have some sort of extraterrestrial origin. Mimicry? Lu Qing's first thought was some sort of mutated facehugger mimicking a mushroom. But that's bull asterisk 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 asterisk. And it's not like the humans infected with the fungus created aliens. Jin Ran, what do you think? It's entirely possible. You can think of the spores as facehuggers, and the mushrooms are some form of the queen, perhaps mutating further after infecting humans in large numbers. It makes sense when you think about it. But if the competition becomes so anticlimactic, what's the point of having one's own business? The others in the car didn't know about the conversation between mother and daughter, but they saw Lu Qing squeeze out a sentence from between his teeth with a gloomy face. All aliens must be destroyed. Arriving at the hospital, it wasn't littered with corpses as expected, but instead was well organized, with a few patients in protective suits in the waiting hall. Looks like Corino is okay with the livelihood stuff. Arriving in the operating room, doctors were removing mushrooms from a critically ill patient. The fluorescent blue mushrooms look pretty, and you should see a lot of strange little people when you eat them. The mushrooms were supposed to be growing out from under the skin, and every time they were cut off, a large amount of blood would flow out of the wound. But the outrageous thing was that the wound was actually healing at a speed that was visible to the naked eye. What's going on here? I don't know. The initial conclusion is that there is some substance in the fungus that stimulates the body's self-healing factor. And of course the purpose is to ensure that the fungus survives the environment. One scientist explained, if I'm not mistaken, this would be at the cost of depleting the metabolism, right? The host will be sucked dry in no time. Jin Ran didn't think this parasitism would do the body any good. He pointed to the testing apparatus. As you can see, the patient's vital signs will drop to an extremely low level and come with an extremely strong self-healing ability that can last for at least 100 years, which is some kind of immortality, I guess. Immortality? This was related to the immortality topic that Jin Ran had studied before, but the ideas had to be opened up. There's not much point in this kind of immortality, but it would be appropriate for human hibernation, or as a healing potion. That's right. The other scientist hurriedly held Jin Ran's hand. I had that idea, but the company felt it was too risky and the project wasn't approved. It's just a cup of tea. Can you believe it? After the epidemic, the company will ask you to lead the program. By the way, which company are you from? Biotechnology. Coincidentally, so am I. Lu Qing paid no attention to them exploring academics, but instead observed the mushrooms on the side. She felt that it had a stale odor and was very bad luck. Mom, did you find anything? Seeing her freeze for a long time, Ray took her knee and gently bumped her. Dead aura. A very heavy dead aura, like the grave grass in a psychic novel. Hearing this, the others gathered around. Are you saying that it grows out of the dead? Is it a curse, or an evil spell? Hey, it's the 21st century. Trust science, asshole. I don't know why, but they take their own serious nonsense seriously. Is this what scientists are supposed to say? I mean, this thing grew out of an alien corpse. The personnel present were all dumbfounded. Alien, this kind of fixed West is already troublesome enough. If it can still release this kind of spores after death, won't it destroy the human race? In my years of experience studying aliens, I think that's a reasonable statement. Jin Ran agreed with this. After all, they had tried all kinds of animals for their infection experiments, and it was acceptable for the fungus to mutate. It is important to realize that the black water in the alien's body remains dangerously infectious after death. No, ma'am, you've got it all wrong. We don't have any aliens here. Chapter 97, Epiphany in the Slums. Is biotech in this state too clean? I can't believe you don't catch aliens for experiments. Why are you so clean? Are aliens really only found in isolated places? Next, the group visited other wards, where almost no one had died in the outbreak. Only being parasitized by a fungus is worse than death. Is this one completely incurable? Yes, a doctor replied with some reluctance. We don't have the means to target it. We can only use some antifungal medications, but the patient goes into this pseudo-death state after the medication. Did you find infection zero? Having experienced several epidemic plagues, Lu Qing knew the importance of patient zero. Yes, there were a few sporadic outbreaks initially, and the common denominator for all patients was the consumption of valuable mushrooms such as Ganoderma lucidum and Cordyceps sinensis. Lu Qing flipped through the information. 7 of them were recorded, leaving one without investigation. Why did you miss a spot? Is something wrong? No, it was a slum in the Jingjiang district. The company didn't think it was connected to the plague. There was little value in investigating it. It was just quarantined. What kind of logic is that? The poor are being erased from the value of even providing clues? Nonsense. Not rigorous at all. I want to go over there. Are you guys with me? The crowd was silent, and it seemed that they didn't want to condescend. Having no choice but to head to the slums with 2 adjutants and 2 doctors, the chemically protected vehicle drove for about 15 minutes to an old neighborhood with only 3 floors, which would have been an upscale neighborhood 50 years ago. Ma'am, according to, hey, it's old and awkward to call you that. Call me sister. For some reason, Lu Jin liked this he and had the urge to get close. Well, sister. Beautiful drop. Good boy. What are you trying to say? According to the content of the investigation, the initial infected people had all purchased mushrooms at the fair, and the seller of the mushrooms was a young girl of about 8 years old. Xiao He, you mean the little girl selling mushrooms is in this neighborhood law? Of course, they turn a blind eye to what can be done with a little effort. Indeed, it's not too much trouble to investigate such clues laid out in plain sight. So is it an attempt to use the disaster as a way to feed on the success? Knocking on the doors of a few homes and being confronted with people who looked like zombies, covered in blue fungus, the crowd was taken aback. It seemed miserable with or without medication. Finally, they inquired about a dozen or so people who were eligible, and while it was still early, the crowd had to go from house to house. Finally, they were able to find the little girl who had sold the erasure. Hello, we're from the National Guard Investigative Unit and would like to verify some information. The man who opened the door was a middle-aged man, fairly normal except for being covered in fungus. Seeing the stamped credentials, he hurriedly invited several people inside. This is a 1-bedroom house, less than 30 square meters of the hall room crowded with 5 people. In the foyer there was a double bed built out of a broken closet that housed the middle-aged couple. The bedroom, on the other hand, had a brick and planked bed on which a pair of old men and a little girl were lying. Other than that, there is almost no furniture. 9 people couldn't all get in. It was just too crowded. Is it a big officer in the army? The old man opened his eyes and asked cautiously. Lie down, Moncler, we're here for a visit. Hershey looked at the little girl off to the side. As if she understood something, she got up with difficulty and plopped down. This little girl was covered in blue fungus and had blue mushrooms growing on her back and head, and as she rolled over, the mushrooms dislodged and gushed out a lot of blood. She held her hand, her eyes full of heartache. Girl, don't be afraid, it's okay, sister just wants to ask you a few questions. A brief chat ensues and she tells how she picked up the erasure and cordyceps and the zombie she saw. The crowd was shocked at how outrageous every bit of it was. Ganoderma lucidum is usually found in old-growth forests and crags off the beaten path. And the thing about cordyceps is that it's usually in the highlands of the West. As for zombies, wouldn't that be the same as a patient caught in a false death? How did she get all these rare things? If it's not a lie, then that's just coincidentally counterintuitive. But it matched all the previous information, and she didn't have to lie. The air chilled to freezing point for a moment while the little girl struggled to climb out of bed, peeled back the bricks of the corner base and took a plastic bag out of it. Inside the bag was a thick pile of money, which she reluctantly pulled out, counted, and handed over. This is the money I earned from selling mushrooms. I spent over 200, bought meat for my family, medicine for my grandpa, and that leaves me with $2,100, which I haven't touched yet. Seeing the crowd's indifference, she forced the money into Hishi's hands. Disaster is, because of me? She choked back a sob. We only have so much money. Can we take it as a fine? Spare mom and dad. Everyone was silent. What a great kid. Hershey stuffed the money back into the bag and handed it over to the little girl, who dug into her pockets and realized that the protective suit didn't have pockets. So awkwardly, he laughed. Good boy. You earned this. No one can take it away. You stay home and get well. Turn around and my sister will visit you again. The crowd left the little girl's house with heavy hearts. Reality is so severed that the rich, the ordinary, and the poor are almost in different worlds, and it's hard to see each other's lives. The people in the slums are having such a miserable time. I just can't stand it a little bit. Xian's voice came from Lu Qing's head and seemed to be sobbing softly. She relayed what she saw in real time through her hive consciousness. If they all died, they wouldn't have to suffer this sin. It's a relief and a good deed. Lu Qing paused, realizing that there was nothing wrong with what he said. The boss is just following himself and being good at heart. That's not right. Big sis, you've slaughtered all the poor people. Where are the rich going to draw blood? Fufu, shut up. I'm not done yet. Ahem. Mom, that's just the first step. The second step is to slaughter all the rich people as well. They take up a lot of wealth and social resources. They don't die unjustly. Next we'll redistribute the resources to the rest of the commoners, and they'll surely be thankful to us, after a few generations of brainwashing and education, and be able to provide us with stable and continuous hosts yet. Wow, you're a genius, big sister. Ray was excited too. Who would have thought that this would set the timeline back to the human sacrifice civilization over 3,000 years ago? An inexhaustible supply of renewable hosts delivered to your door. Isn't that more comfortable than going around grabbing hosts to expand your nest? It's not exactly in line with what Mom originally drew up, but sustainability exhaustion will allow our race to flourish for a long time to come. Had. I wouldn't have thought of such a damaging trick. Most of them were suggested by Marshall Chui, who has a more detailed plan there. Lu Jin sighed, calculating people or humans themselves. The destructive power of human treachery should not be underestimated at any time, but it's a good thing I'm not a human being. Kids, no one can decide if someone else lives or dies except the Federal Supreme Court. And luckily, we're not human. Chapter 98, Meeting the Queen Again. That means that by smashing the supreme law of the Federation, the power of life and death over humanity will be ours. So suddenly became agitated as well. Destroying one of humanity's highest institutions is more appealing than letting her have pups. That's right. Let's see them go wild without their leader. As the family relaxed and discussed how to destroy humanity, the caravan reached its destination. Following the little girl's instructions, the group arrived at a scenic trail outside the city center, and on the other side of the trail was an undeveloped mountain forest. A little searching revealed a reddish-purple racer, and not far away there were Lingji. So after simply picking a few of them, the crowd was led to a cave. There really is such an outrageous racer, isn't there? Raru pulled out his pistol and seemed to sense danger. Lu Jin also felt how this thing was a bit like a bird trap. Entering the cave, the crowd felt a cloudy wind blowing over them, and they couldn't help but stand double-stranded and puzzled. As the light swept by, several dark shadows flashed quickly across the roof of the cave. Lu Jin saw very clearly, that damn is a face-hugging insect. Again the rhythm of the plagiarism. Look, sure enough, there's Cordyceps, a doctor crouched at the edge of a pool of water, fiddling with bugs on the ground with a tree branch. Amazingly enough, it's amazing that it's still alive after being parasitized, but it doesn't seem to be the larva of a Baxter moth. Lu Jin didn't understand it very well, but these bugs that crawled around even after being parasitized reminded her of those stupid followers of the church. Bang! Sharp gunshots rang out, interspersed with a burst of profanity. Laru, what are you doing? But that's a zombie, eh? The two lieutenants were arguing about how it's not a big deal if a zombie gets shot. Sure enough, in a crooked-necked tree, a person who looked like it had been dead for a long time was struggling yet. The bullet went through its abdomen and brought off large chunks of flesh, but the wound was gradually healing in a weird way at this moment. You guys, does this look like the legendary Teo? Hey, I know, the meat Ganoderma. Thinking of the female reporter from years ago, Lu Jin took off. But Teo is a large slime mold complex, but this is a human being. Isn't that a bit perverted to heal itself like that? Hershey didn't think that was accurate. That's why I said it's a legendary Teyukai, not a real one. Aren't these guys too scientifically uncritical? Mom, it looks like it's edible. No, Fifi, are you starving like this? Mom, Sister Fifi is right. It does work. Jin Ran seemed to remember something and explained it to the crowd. Leaf-cutting ants are known to raise fungi. Hearing this, those few people suddenly understood something. Are you saying that there's some kind of creature feeding this fungus, and humans are the leaves? That's right. Jin Ran nodded. Zombie ants, you know. By this point, even Lu Jin understood. Feeding fungi is food, and the hosts being turned into zombies. That's a real step-by-step exhaustion. Mom, there are aliens over here. The crowd was taken aback. Not far from the zombie, Sue dragged out the body of the alien with the blue mushrooms. Underneath the dense vines, there were several other alien corpses that had been hidden. I told you, you must have aliens here. Seeing this light, the owner of that fungus was already calling out. Could these aliens be raising fungi for food? She was a bit disbelieving that this kind of monster had such a high level of intelligence. After all, even Lu Jin couldn't come up with such a damaging trick. To be precise, the food is human, and the fungus is nothing more than a catalyst to keep human flesh repairing. Jin Ran asked for Hishi's pistol and smashed the zombie's palm, and after a few minutes, its palm was fully restored. By then the texture resembled a mushroom and there was no bone. See, this is alien food. Lu Jin couldn't help but swallow his saliva. This thing looks like it's quite tasty. One person can feed a nest. Turn around and get some to feed yourself. Is there a biotech lab nearby? P5 or higher. All these fungus corpses are packed away. I need to do some lab work. Jin Ran, do you think this fungus will infect us? Not visually. The blackwater infection is homologous to us and no longer infectious. Within moments, a biotech processing team arrived to take the samples. Lu Jin also found a well-hidden hole in the vines. Shall we go down and have a look? Of course, if there are any aliens it's good to take them all in one pot. Make sure it's safe and I'll call you down. She couldn't see where Lu Jin got her confidence. Clearly a soft girl like herself. Babies, go hunting. Before she could say anything more, the 5 Lu Jin people couldn't wait to slide in through the hole. I'll check it out too. Laharo volunteered to follow. Sure enough, All the alien nesting was in the same style: passageway, hall, hatching room, Queen's Hall, and getting here was just like going back to your own home. Holy, big brother, what are you doing here? I don't feel comfortable with you little girls. But when he saw the bizarre alien lair, the man was a little less nice. Extreme tension, high adrenaline levels. No, why did you come down here like that? Cluck 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 cluck. A familiar low growl rang out. It was the alien issuing a warning: do not invade my territory. Lu Ching, bull asterisk 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 asterisk. I'm here, then it's all my territory. Bang! In a panic, Laru fired, the bullet hitting a worker bee but failing to leave even a scratch. Brother, it's better to use a pistol than a water pistol. Seemingly stimulated by the sound of the gunshot, several worker bees surged out and pounced on the assailant at the first opportunity, while the others hesitated and did not dare to make a move. Leave me alone, you guys. In an instant, his protective suit was torn to shreds and his body was covered in bloodstains. Ha, that's it? Filled with contempt, Susu pulled the worker bee by the tail and with a flick, slammed it against the wall, and only after a few gyroscopic wrestling strokes did she relent. Seeing the motionless alien on the ground wasn't very satisfying for her though. Hey, get up, this won't hurt anything, and if you play dead again, I'm going to punch and swing you. Hearing this, the worker bee got up like lightning and ran towards the depths of the nest without looking back. Raru was a bit skeptical at this point. Was this still human? All threatened on the alien. But this guy physical than video oppression is much stronger. Mom, these guys don't seem to be much different from our worker bees. Sue's words made Lu Qing feel a bit of a sense of crisis. His own pack had already been very strong after many evolutions, and they were actually similar to his pups, which meant that there was something there as well. Ran into another alien that gets scared. Looks like there's an interesting queen here. Seeing the colorful and shivering Raru, in order not to cause trouble, Lu Qing took advantage of the situation. Once you get out of this cave, you'll forget everything you've seen. It's just an ordinary cave. Raru nodded woodenly. Then his demeanor returned to normal. Several people then stopped suppressing their pheromones and walked straight into the Queen's Hall in the center. This Queen's Hall was not spacious, or at least much less so than his own home. And right in the center, the huge queen, long since detached from her spawner, was standing by, waiting for it's really the alien queen. Ha, Mom, can I kill her? I haven't killed a queen yet. It must feel good in my hands. I'm going to pull her mouth off first, then I'm going to take the arm off. Hiss, stuffing thighs in your mouth isn't bad. Mom, her crown I want to take home. The reticent Soso was talking a lot at this point. The animosity between the queens was pure and intense, and while I may not have felt it myself at the time, it can be quite exciting to watch from the sidelines now. Of course, baby, you can play any way you want. No, you guys wait. Facing Lu Qing's mother and daughter, the queen was obviously a bit nervous. Hey, we're compatriots. But Su completely ignored it, smothering her with a swift rush and disliking her with a fist aimed at her stomach. Whatever she said, it was always a good idea to beat her up first, and then surely she could be reasoned with calmly afterward. Chapter 99, The President's in Trouble? Stop it. I'm not resisting. The queen was a little aggravated that she had somehow gotten a beating. There were mainly 4 queens and a queen on the opposite side, and she didn't even dare to fight back. Mom! Exploding equipment. Soso shouted excitedly. Does it count as a gecko breaking its tail when it takes a punch that dislikes the queen's abdomen straight out of the royal gel? Third sister, you control her. I'll collect it. Jin Ran also did not talk nonsense, directly took out the container and began to collect this thing, although the family has, but still rob others of the fragrance. The queen let out a roar of anger, and didn't dare to be too loud. The forbidden guards around her were even crouching on the ground, not daring to move a muscle. LV Qing thought to himself that he didn't look scary, right? What the hell do you guys want? Ahem. Lu Qing cleared his throat and put on a friendly face. We were out traveling and happened to come across a nest of our own kind, so we came over for a visit, only to see her crouch down, her huge body and her voice become much softer. Honorable Empress, please also spare us. I'm just planting some food with my children. I didn't offend you, did I? Although we are of different ethnic groups, we are not enemies. If you look at this place, is it okay if we move overnight? Lu Qing secretly happy. Before encountering the queen is either dead in the end, or in the end dead. Now well, the opposite side directly cast. It's more or less inappropriate to cop out now that you can't reach out and laugh. Okay, don't be scared. I'm just going to ask something. Don't be nervous. Su, hold her down. Don't let her get away. I just have to ask. This fungus, it grows from dead aliens, right? And this you dare to eat? But I seem to have eaten the same kind myself. My queen, this thing he is, well, it's just more special. Their corpses are infected with some kind of fungus underground. That's why they keep growing that thing. Really? we've only recently discovered it, and it doesn't cause any problems with human contact, but if it's eaten, or if the blood becomes infected, it turns into strange food. All the strange fungus along the way is that blue mushroom devouring the surrounding plants and mimicking them to tempt humans. Good guy. All play out the industry chain. The alien originally did not need to eat much. This child in his past life is starved to death, right? And is there anything that can restrain this fungus? There. Our blood can corrode and completely kill these fungi. My lord, you're not trying to save those humans, are you? That's not good, is it? Ding. The first stage of the main quest, Prestige, has been completed. So it's just a mistake to wander into someone else's ranch. Why would I want to save humanity? Are you crazy? Sue pressed her head, clearly not liking the sound of questioning. It's just like climbing a mountain. You think you're going down, but you're actually going up. Louis Ching is pretending to be deep, and the opposition doesn't seem to get it at all. One thing you need to know, my son, is that while hunting is easy, it takes a lot of work to turn your prey into livestock. Oh, you're right. She seemed to understand what was going on, but didn't stick her head out of the crown for fear of a beating. Moreover, although humans are food, they are first and foremost hosts, and it is the sole mission of our race to parasitize all living things. How bad it is for you to stay at home. Young man, lying flat is not recommended. Queen, I'll believe the hell out of you. Yes, you're right. Just tell me what I should do. No, why? Just don't run. I'll get rid of the humans and come back for you tonight. The queen was relieved that Calamity was finally leaving. Turn around and move your home to the bottom of the ocean. When he came out of the cave and saw that Raru was covered in injuries, Hushia tensed up as well. What's the matter? Run into an alien? I heard you shoot? Ralu's eyes are a little misty, but they look normal. No, I accidentally dropped it on the way down, and when it was full of spikes, it gave a cut, and I accidentally pulled the trigger. That's all. This kid's level of lying is so average. Ho, that's not true. There was actually an oval-shaped rock down there and he thought it was an alien before he fired. Use a lie to puncture a lie. Then that lie has a lot more credibility. At that moment, Suzu also lifted a long stone from below, which did look quite alien-like. This is what she improvised with her tail to sharpen, just to round out the lie. So there's nothing down there. Yeah, it's just a dirt pit. Let's go back. No, I'm wrong. Ho, there's no such thing as a pit here. There isn't. Well, yes, Mom, this lie can't be rounded up anymore. Ray is a little anxious. This is going to go back to write the report will not be exposed? When the investigation was over, Lu Ching and the others parted ways with He and rushed to the biotech's lab, while Jin Ran presided over the mutant bacteria's assay. Those crazy fungus growths did wilt and dissipate quickly when they met the acidic blood, but not so good when used on people. The blood of one's own ethnic group is less corrosive when oxidized, but it's still a strong acid and still carries toxins. So, Mom, why don't you shoot that queen? She looks weak. Sue was a bit grumpy about letting her off the hook. Paul, Mommy has a use for keeping her. I think it will squeeze a lot out of her. It doesn't hurt to pit other communities against themselves anyway. She observed the experiment for a while longer. Looking at Jin Ran's serious and focused look, she couldn't help but think of Lu Jin Ran, now that her best friend had turned into a mother and daughter. It was quite good. Lu Qing's cell phone suddenly vibrated. This was the special communicator that Stephen had given her on his way out. Anti-bugging and anti-interference. Lu Qing, how's the investigation going? Lord Speaker, everything went well. The cause was a mutation caused by alien corpses. The samples we have already collected. Next I will hunt down the aliens all over the city. Well, there's no rush on this. I'm sending you an important mission now. This old Biden, indeed, has a dangerous job waiting for himself. There's no one around you, is there? Just don't talk and listen to me. Lu Qing looked at his daughter, and indeed no one was there. The president was meeting with President Heisegger the day before yesterday in 3 Place and was caught in the middle of a colony outbreak. They were also attacked by the aliens and are now holding out at the municipal estate in the Chikin district. I need you to go and rescue them. I know what you mean. The matter has been kept secret to prevent imperial dissent. The military can't be mobilized, and the National Guard can't be deployed in large numbers for spy infiltration. So you're the only one who can be called upon. This is a matter of survival for the Federation. The president's jet is standing by at the airport. You must do it quickly. Time is running out. That side hung up the phone. Lu Qing is also excited. Really sleepy to send a pillow. Just do not know how to mix in it. This came to a prestige gift. Ding. The second stage of the main quest, Prestige, has been triggered. Save the President of the Federation. Reward unknown. Dog system. Unknown means no. Dare you pick a fight? But these people really have a big heart. This kind of thing actually came to find themselves, combined with really regard themselves as the light of humanity? During the night, Lu Chun once again came to that nest, and at this time, the queen was squatting on the ground, not moving at all. Yo, you didn't run. Of course, I was waiting for you. Good enough. I even told my daughters, if you run away, I'll catch you as a specimen even to the ends of the earth. The queen shuddered at her words. The other party was truly capable of doing this. I wanted to ask you how your worker bees are so strong. Strong? Aren't you guys just ing around? I think it's probably, maybe, almost, should be, could be that my mother is a combat-enhanced alpha individual. Oh, this was quite reliable. The children would inherit a significant portion of their traits from the alpha, and the more specialized ones like Lu Qing would have to rely on upgrading their skills to strengthen their community. There's a villa to the south. Is yours still besieging the humans there? After a slight hesitation, the queen seems to have made contact with that side. Right, the humans there seem to be pretty good, just so they can practice hunting. Practice. I'll let you practice. Lu Qing dumped a couple of big pen pockets on her, clueless without hurting her brain. A natural skill you rely on practicing? Who suffers if you don't? Rip it all out. I'll take over from there, and if your kids don't open their eyes, I'll just tear it up. Forced by Lu Qing's lustful authority, she had no choice but to agree, not to be a wimp. It was just that she couldn't raise her head at all in front of the queen. By the way, we tested it and the blood does inhibit the spores. So, she poked her head out and probably guessed what Lu Qing was thinking. So, since blood works, you don't mind if I grab a couple of your kids and bleed them out, do you? Chapter 100, still holding out. Want to continue? Ha! The queen was a little hesitant to agree. It was her own child, and in the spirit of the nest for me, and me for the nest, doing so was not allowed. But if you don't agree, the nest is gone. My lord, I can promise, but will you promise me something as well? Hey, you're still haggling on? Did I tell you to talk? Soso showed her hard biceps and raised a sandbag-sized fist, scaring her so much that she pulled her head back. Sue, what are you doing? We're not robbers. You can't stop people if they want to talk, right? Lu Qing flashed her a smile, but what was a smile to an alien? I'm going to run an errand first, so when I get back you can just tell me. Ms. Helmas, do you feel the need to hold on any longer? A blonde, middle-aged man asks a soul-searching question of the mature woman in front of him. Han, Poplan, I think it's still necessary to continue. Don't stop. But, ma'am, I'm really too tired to continue. Secret Service, Papasaurus is dying. A Secret Service agent in a black suit rushed in and examined this Popron with a somewhat hard look on his face. Mr. President, President Poplan may not make it. High fever, blood loss, fungal infection. Don't think he'll make it through the night. Want to continue? I stuck it out my whole life, eventually became president, and now I just can't keep it up. Poplan was a little sad, having just signed a number of collaborations with the Katai Federation and was ready to be allotted a temple. Who knew that this was the time to encounter the aliens in the manor? He was also infected with some kind of spore himself, and his life was in danger. After 3 days of holding out, half the agents were missing, and 2 of the aliens were dead, which would recede, but would be back before long. So what's the point of playing? Don't, never hold on. Perseverance is victory. We carry our motherland behind us. We can't fall at this time. Halmas encouraged Poplan, while at the same time cheering himself and the agents on. Although after coming to power it suffered a crisis of seizure of power by major corporations, and people's livelihoods were messed up, the thriving Federation also became a bit chaotic. But as the first female president of the Federation and the first female Führer of the 3 hegemons of the main continent, she was proud. At the very least, she is a woman. Gobble gobble. The eerie shrieks rang out, and the guys were at it again. Quick, protect the president. The agents immediately surrounded the duo. This safe house uses air holes for air exchange and has no large ducts, so there is no fear of face-hugging bugs crawling in. And although the outside was breached, the aliens weren't always laying down a death sentence, so it shouldn't be a problem to hold out until help arrived, right? Boo, boo. The thickened steel plate walls were constantly being dented by the impacts, and with the punctured voids, it seemed like they would be torn apart at any moment. Turns out the aliens have been playing around. It's going to be game over now, isn't it? Despite knowing the end, the agents still intend to fight to the death to hold the president. Ka! The wall was finally torn open, a gaping hole. Hello, anyone? It was heavenly. They'd heard it on TV. A pretty face peeked in, looking suspiciously at the nervous humans. Are the 2 presidents here? If not, I'm outta here. Yo, is that a mess? Louis Qing? It's me. The woman dug in and dusted herself off. This alien is so strong. It got me covered in dirt. The crowd was relieved to see her in such a relaxed state. It's an angel bar. Ms. Lu Qing, thank goodness you're finally here. Helmuz stood up and settled down when he saw the legendary alien killer Lu Jin. The world is broken, but there is always light. Comparing it to the news, Lu Jin also recognized the two presidents. Come on you two. Our speakers sent me to rescue you. Let's go. Go home before it's too late. Lu Jin watched for a while as he arrived and fought with the earlier group of aliens, but they had the good sense to leave. I wanted to scare them and give myself credit, but I didn't expect a group of unrecognizable aliens to come in immediately, letting them off the hook slightly for a while, which came over and shined. Just in time to become a great benefactor again, isn't it? President Poplan, why is your face blue? Stealing our president's car? After translation, Poplan realized that Lu Jin was deriding himself, but he didn't care. After all, he had saved himself. MS. Lu Jin, you are so good at jokes. I'm going to. No, I can't. He answered Lu Jin in broken Kitai. Why? Isn't it just a fungal infection? Just slather off the foot fungus ointment and you'll be fine. Ha! Helmuz almost laughed out of turn. Never mind. High rollers are a bit strange. Come on, got a car? Let's go to the airport. Riding in a 20mm long padded presidential car, the convoy rushed to the airport. MS. Lu Jin, you guys, how did you get here? How else could we have gotten here? Walking. We didn't even drive for a classified mission. Good lord. This dangerous city full of fungi and aliens. LV Ching's rescue all the way on foot is really N+ ultra. The corners of Helmuz's eyes moistened and his crow's feet stretched. Lu Jin, a young girl, not even an establishment, can still be so loyal to the country? Is simply the top 10 outstanding. No, the most outstanding citizens of the Federation. Be sure to send her a presidential medal when you get back. The agent interjected, full of worry. Ma'am, will I be attacked with such a large convoy? Attack? What do you think I'm here for? Even if the alien queen came, I could still pull her head off. The gloom on Helmuz's face finally lifted and he gave a thumbs up to Lu Jin. The caravan traveled very well, and despite the alien activity at night, they only dared to look away, not approach. An hour later, the crowd arrived at the airport. In order to cover up the head of state's special disaster aircraft, President 1, and civil aviation. The same appearance, but the interior and Air Force One is no less. Lu Jin, you're very good. Are you interested in working under me? She lowered her voice and leaned in. I'm in the process of reorganizing my cabinet, and with my all-female cabinet, it's sure to be a landmark in history. Ha! Lu Jin almost laughed out loud. What those all-female studios, all-female companies went out of business within a few days of doing their job. Her empire's spies? To bring down the Federation? Deliberate equality and forced correctness are instead more stark discrimination. Thinking of Helmuz's previous various tawdry maneuvers to legalize ice skating, stigmatize entertainment, and make robberies taxable, Lu Jin felt that carrying a worker bee as president would be better than her. Seeing Lu Jin's silence, she once again threw out an olive branch. In the future, the cabinet will establish the Department of Alien Defense and Research and Development, YDR and DM, and I will nominate you as the minister. You can't be greedy for credit and reward at this time. I am grateful for your wrong love. I am not yet qualified. My skills are insufficient. I cannot take on this great responsibility. If you do not mind, when we meet again, you call me a sister. I call you an elder sister. It would be very good. Ha ha ha, my good sister. What a good boy. By the way, how old are you? 35. Oh, you look a lot younger than that. 22 on your profile? Yeah, they should have gotten it thick and never changed it. The president immediately understood what she meant. Oh, yes, they did get it wrong. This efficiency, I must criticize when I go back. President 1 took off slowly, accompanied by 2 fighter jets. Lu Jin sighed with relief. His Excellency the President must be good. Messing up the Federation all depends on you. I can lie flat. On the other hand, President Poplan is not doing very well and is on the verge of going into a vegetative state. Mr. Poplan, you're dying now. But there's a countermeasure on the biotech side, and you're not going to live long anyway, so do you want to give it a try? Please. He agreed with a strong last bit of consciousness. Vice General, Mr. President, the Vice President has taken over for the time being. Don't worry, the head agent lied. In fact, they couldn't reach the presidential palace since the day they were trapped. Chapter 101, the script? Ding! The hidden mission of the second stage of the main quest, Prestige, has been triggered. Save the President of the Heatherge Republic. The reward is unknown. Holy dog system, what are you doing? Saving this and that all day long, even though the way forward spirals upwards. You're too much towards humans, aren't you? Every mission of the system has a positive gain to the host plan. A spiral, as you say, all centered on the survival of the race. The system's axioms were spoken, and Lu Jin couldn't do anything at all. Following Poplan's convoy to biotech, Jin Ran immediately placed him into the central lab. The little girl has just become the master of the place. Madam President, the cause of this fungal outbreak has been determined to be the presence of substance XX01 in the plants in those fungi. XX01? Lu Jin seemed to have seen this in the company's lab report. That's right, it's the ground purifier used in the initial infection experiments, which is the black water in the alien's brain. The fungus mutated by its infection doesn't infect humans directly, but is eaten by humans, or enters the bloodstream and reorganizes with human DNA before transforming into deadly spores that spread wildly, which validates my earlier suspicions. Looking at Poplan's gradually flattening EKG, I guess there's not much advice he can give. Lucky for you guys, I've just made a prototype reagent, and while it's a pain in the ass process, it should work. Apparently, she had gone to great lengths to neutralize the strong acid and toxicity in her blood. But it's kinda exciting to take a country's president and try the drug directly without the absence of a program. FDA testing and clinical trials. It's still necessary to catch a few worker bees. Jin Ran slowly inserted the needle into Poplan's little arm, his mouth still soothing him. You are the first volunteer to participate in a clinical trial and the first Führer of human experimentation. I admire your courage. You are a brave human being. Mankind. Praise. Song. On. Courage. Poplan was surprisingly strong enough to squeeze out half a sentence at this point. The hymn of mankind is the hymn of courage. Lu Jin shouted at the surveillance camera. Make sure you take a picture of it. Papasaurus is trying to make a spectacle of himself in his dying breath. But something miraculous happened, and less than 20 minutes after the vaccine was administered, the fungus began to fall off his body in droves and his vital signs normalized. It's passed out, but it's been saved. Ding! The second stage of the main quest, Prestige, has been completed. It's really the easiest task ever, but it's Jin Ran who's contributing, and he's swinging for the fences. Out of the lab, several agents surrounded them. They straightened their lapels and bowed 90 degrees at Lu Jin. Thank you a million times over. His Excellency Lu Jin, you have saved the Republic of Heiseg. It's not like I saved the people, it was Dr. Jin Ran. Thank you both a million times over. The Republic of Heiseg will not forget your kindness. After verifying the origin of the fungus, all the scientists knew that the disaster was about to be over, and they could not help but get excited. This was a feat that would go down in history. LV Qing's mother and daughter also checked into the Aminos Hotel, of course saying to the outside world that they were going to be touring this side of the world for a few days. However, onlookers can see that she is concerned about the disaster and can't bear to enjoy herself alone. What a good person who loves the people and the country. Ah, so tired. I really don't want to save these stupid humans. It was only when she lay down in the soft queen-sized bed that Lu Jin felt alive. Mom, this decision was a godsend. Lay on Lu Jin's chest and couldn't help but praise her wise decision. Lu Jin also wondered about it. It was just doing the system's tasks. We were just trying to create a disaster to calm you down before, and then build momentum, which is obviously too young, and I'm afraid it will take many years to climb up the ladder step by step. True, but time is the last thing we need. As for you, you directly saved 2 presidents and cured Poplan, so when the day of your presidential election comes, they will definitely be your biggest boost. What? I didn't really think about it. Isn't this a system mission? Hearing this, Fifi's big watery eyes also sparkled with light, giving birth to admiration for her own mother. I got it. She gets it again? Am I the only one here who doesn't get it? Mom must have been following current events long enough to know about the presidential meeting to create a disaster so that the aliens over here could be exposed. Wait a minute? What's the connection between these two ends? Do aliens watch the news? You solved the crisis at home smoothly. That group will surely treat you as the boss, and the job of saving the president will be yours. And then all this today, as the fourth sister said, to prepare for the election. More than that, Hin's tone on the other side of the hive was also high-pitched. Didn't Mom want to catch a few worker bees from that queen's house to bleed them out? Of course I knew it was time to work on the antidote. It is the greatest mercy to save the people from torment as opposed to those disasters that are either deadly or crippling. Lu Jin, don't, boss, mercy comes out of your mouth. Mom is so sad. The 2 presidents are sure to make a big deal out of Mom's exploits. And with both Rivono and Graf Iris belonging to the swing states of the Union, the hearts and minds of the people are already firmly in our hands. And the election, which has been won by 40%. So also understood and kept nodding her head vigorously on the side. No, have things come to this? Come to think of it, the good loved one is kinda like that. It's far-fetched in places, but it's rushing the ducks. One ring to rule them all. Can the system calculate this far? And too much relevance. Humans might think that Lu Jin was the son of heaven's destiny, but Lu Jin felt that this was a script a script that wowed the whole world. What is this on again? Off again system plotting? Is it also an alien? Or else it said something about the race being the highest. Hiss. Brain is about to explode. Never mind. Let's not think about it and go to sleep. After taking a bath, Lu Jin wrapped his arms around his 3 fragrant and soft daughters and prepared to have a good dream. But it always feels like I'm forgetting something. When she thought of Jin Ran, who was still in the lab, she felt a little heartbroken. Babes, how long do you think it will take Jin Ran to develop the antidote? Little sister is awesome. I feel like it's a done deal at dawn. Third sister, do you think there's a possibility that we didn't give Jin Ran the materials? Ray's words broke the family's comfort. Asterisk 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 asterisk. What did I say? Forgot about that queen. I was just talking about it. Hi, I'm here again. Mother and daughter Lu Jin once again visited the queen's lair. The queen had her tail between her legs at this point and was wimpy. Jin Ran was taking the biotech guards to collect the promised 20 worker bees at another exit of the hive. Watching her daughters disappear into the hive consciousness one by one, the queen's heart dripped with pain. We're done here. It's time to talk about your claim. But you think about it before you say yo. Sue's temperament you know. Good. I want to ask you, please, to save my mother. Chapter 102. I'll save your mom. Dr. Lu, are you sure this caught the alien? Colleagues and guards look at the hands of ordinary equipment some skepticism. That is the alien a little inattention. These dozens of people will become people's snack. You guys really haven't studied the aliens? No. Jin Ran just couldn't believe that as a biological company, there wasn't a single alien in the lab. Alright, this is a technique commonly used by our company, and MS. LV Ching has verified it to be effective many times, so there's no need to worry. Oh, Lord Lu Jin used it. Then it's fine. Let's get to work. Ultrasonic pulse generators and electromagnetic interference devices, all of which can be easily found in the lab. Made of double-layered cold-rolled steel plates, the prison vehicle's inner layer is wired for electromagnetic interference, while the outer layer has a coating of conductive particles capable of interfering with the alien senses in both directions, severing their link to the hive's consciousness. Low-intensity ultrasound pulse waves, on the other hand, can briefly stun the alien, leading to better target capture. Though these things, for those with the Queen's Plus, Jin Ran wasn't very useful, but she still subconsciously stepped back a lot. 1, 2, 3, 20 aliens ran out of the cave one after another as if they were being herded, and were then captured. Getting rich. Dr. Lu, 20 aliens. Well, yes. If you study the aliens, you're hugging the gold mountain. Research should be done in a pragmatic and realistic manner, and Jin Ran was not a big fan of these people. Despite the fact that they were worker bees from another colony, she held a basic respect. They had given their lives for the greater good of the race, and one day, the humans would pay it back. Pulling the alien back into the lab, the group began intensive research, and that day would come closer. Ding! The third stage of the main quest, Prestige, has been triggered. Save the queen in the lab. Quest reward. Special skill, Blackwater Parasite. No, you have a mom too? I thought your mom was dead. Mother was nowhere to be found after she gave birth to us, and I never saw her. The system didn't hint at a specific location either. It just said it was a lab. Did this guy leak out too? Or is it a leak that has eluded the hunt? Anyway, there's some trouble. A queen is a queen further up. But how does the mission say queen? Is there a setup here? But the system's ultimate threat was to evolve into a queen and parasitize all of humanity. So it didn't seem necessary to die to the end. Ding! Queens are either dead or alive to each other. But queens can coexist and cooperate with each other. Each queen has her own area of control. And the queens on their knees can coexist in harmony. You are positioned above the queen's wild growth as the strategic centerpiece to lead the pack to prosperity. That is to say, rise to the level of queen and do what you do for the sake of the race, both as a teammate and as a backstabber? The situation seems a little complicated, but this queen is definitely going to be saved. After all, the system rewards are here. It's a good teammate to stay. And if it doesn't work, it's a copycat. How did you know your mom was alive? Faint brainwaves, and I saw her in a white room being constantly tortured. Breeding queens, something only those 3 companies usually do. Biotech is completely uninvolved. And with Amphair's power basically in the north, it's unlikely. That just leaves Corino. And maybe they're to blame for the fungal crisis spreading so quickly this time around. Can you be more specific? Probably southeast. Surrounded by mountains on 3 sides and water to the north. The district of North Signbear to the southeast is exactly that. Rolling hills. Having a general direction to find a secret experimental site feels doable. Ray, do you think we should help? Mommy wants to help. So I'll help. Influenced by themselves, the daughters seem to have little animosity toward this queen. How does Ray think they're connected? Ray pouted and tapped her chin with her finger as if trying to think. Growing up from a little lowly to a young girl, this looks like a pansy full of morning dew. Mom, isolating the alien brainwave isn't hard to do. Negligence on the part of the company is unlikely. And if it was an alien leak, it should have caused an obvious accident. And queens are generally emotional and will go out of their way to get revenge. That's why I think the only reason they're still reachable is that they should be leaking information on purpose. And it's mostly a trap. The mother and daughter glanced at each other, and there was a faint trace of worry in the depths of their eyes, but they were instantly relieved. Assuming that the company wants this queen's children to come to the rescue, there are only two purposes: to completely eliminate the hidden danger, or to capture a sample. With yourself on board, how could the district humans turn against the sky? The queen looked at the muted mother and daughter. Several people, knowing that they were in the squad voice, presumably studying how to change the tricks to pit themselves. She also did not dare to disturb. Ahem, as you command, my lord. I promise, I'll save your mom. Really? Really? And the cost? She rubbed her hands together awkwardly, fearing that the other woman would ask for a lion's share of the money. Sacrificing my life to save my mother. This touching and true love, and doing justice, will also make me feel good. So why should I pay for it? Hearing this, the queen immediately stuck her head out, unable to believe that there was actually such a good person in the world. By the way, do you have a name? 01. It's numbered, isn't it? No, I was the first to evolve into a queen. So you have sisters? Yes. Lu Jin returned to the hotel and established a brainwave connection with 01. In a follow-up conversation, it was learned that 01 had 3 other sisters who were not on good terms with each other, but not to the point of meeting and fighting. Jin Ran, with your academic circles over here, can you find the labs at Coriner? I'm sorry, Mom, not for now. Corino has never had an academic exchange and has no dealings with us. And yeah, expecting scientists to be spies is still a bit of a stretch. What about Shin? Have any of the followers of the alien cult infiltrated Corinos? No, but isn't Shushu from Corino? Rather forgot about him, but can a branch office mid-level inquire about this kind of top secret? Mom, don't worry, that Ryan, he's the eldest son of the Campbellback family. If we have him to bring the pitch, it should be a lot less difficult. Campbellback is an old family and an absolute champion of the Federation. They existed when the Federation was still an empire, and they were the ones who contributed the most money and effort when they rose up to force the emperor out of power. I thought it was a coincidence, but I didn't realize that Fufu actually hooked up with an awesome second generation. Okay, you do the job. Mom is relieved, just let it go. Looking at the several good big girls lying beside him, Lu Jin was deeply gratified. Family harmony is better than anything. Sisters like them don't get along. Nope. Lu Jin suddenly popped up, as if he was electrocuted. The daughters are at peace with each other because they are suppressed by themselves as the queen, and if they were to die, they would probably fight each other to the last man to take the crown as well. System, how can an ordinary queen evolve into a queen? Ding, within a certain range, a queen who can command several large lairs has a chance to evolve into a queen. Sure enough, the key to the queen's evolution is domination. The company deliberately indulged her heirs in escaping and severing ties in order for them to each evolve into queens. Keep the hive consciousness intermittent during this time to prevent them from killing each other. When at some point the shielding is completely lifted, and it is possible for them to once again accept their mother's rule, then the condition for evolution will have been fulfilled. Is what the company is trying to do is artificially intervene in the evolution of the alien queen? Getting this conclusion, Lu Jin himself was shocked, simply deranged. Chapter 103, The city is full of tricks. It was after 9 in the morning, and the sky was still gray. So Lu Jin woke up when he heard a hazy sound. She felt empty without her daughters, but when he looked up, Fifi was sitting on the floor watching TV, and Susuma was doing 2-finger push-ups on the side. Mom, you're awake. Let's eat. Ray pushed in gently with her lunchbox. Breakfast at the hotel today is small pot stickers, millet porridge, salted duck eggs and tofu and sauce. The first time I ate breakfast in an upscale hotel, I didn't realize it was similar to what I usually eat. Mom, it's like you're famous again. I just bought dinner and people didn't want money. Ray, is there a possibility that the hotel breakfast was complimentary? Despite Alpha's excellent intelligence, it's still a little short of common sense, though. Hey, Susu, don't take a bite of salted duck egg and soybean curd. The sinewy girl certainly takes big dry bites. Fifi, don't watch TV while you're eating. You're getting porridge down your neck. Lu Jin hurriedly drew out a tissue to wipe her clean. At this point, she was like a normal young mother with 3 daughters, and it was enjoyable. Bang! For some reason Fifi suddenly popped out her inner jaw teeth and poked a hole in the bowl. Fifi, if you don't eat properly, I'll turn off the TV. The TV was playing the island romance My Lover Is from the Centaurus constellation, which was quite old, having been around when I was in school myself. At this point, the hero and heroine are kissing passionately, and as far as sticking their tongues out, Fifi should get it. Fifi, I get you. Headshots are exciting, right? Ray stroked her head as if she had found a soulmate. I'll tell you what, authentic headbanging kissing, Mommy does it. From the hive consciousness came the indebted voice of Fufu. The three daughters, on the other hand, were looking at themselves with eager eyes. I'm telling you guys, Mom was. Fufu, shut up. I was just playing along, and I didn't run into it. No, Mom, it's just as exciting, and I can't imagine how beautiful it would be if it was filmed. Ray's obsession with headshots hasn't diminished one bit. At 10 o'clock, the television program was abruptly interrupted and replaced by a presidential address. Halma's was dressed in a rosy red minisuit, with gaudy makeup on her face and short shoulder-length chestnut hair curled into big waves. Looking skilled. No, a decade younger. What does the president's image consultant do for a living? What's with the strong sense of business? Unsurprisingly, she added to the experience last night. 3 words do not leave Lu Jin. The president took the lead tree new BEE. Which who cares? Citizens of Surprise, there is no need to worry. LV Ching is here and the disaster is about to end. When LV Ching comes, the future is here. Don't complain about why God isn't watching over you, because LV Ching is watching over you. Don't be afraid of any danger. LV Ching is with you. No, what does this big sister take me for? I didn't brainwash her. Why are you so licky? I wanted to keep a low profile, but I'm not done yet. So where's the confidence? Mom, this old woman doesn't have a good heart. Ray's eyes, however, were filled with disdain. Could she see her state through the screen? She's holding you up to the fire, holding you up in the open, but actually threatening you with a crisis that needs to be resolved no matter what. It seems like it's really happening. Generosity at the expense of others, and then moral abduction. Invincible G-May. And she boasts so much about nothing more than wanting to make gods. God-making? What an ancient word. Lu Jin, however, felt a chill on his back, considering that you may succeed her. Then by doing so she becomes the first supporter. It is a favor, and until then she may let you fall from grace if you go against her wishes. The best way to ruin a popular actor or athlete in earlier years was to praise him without limit and wait for him to make the slightest mistake before swarming on him. And it worked time and time again. No, the city is so deep, I'm going back home. Ray, is there a possibility that she's just blowing smoke? Call her a cutie. I believe it, but she's surrounded by people. 4. What's the point of worrying so much? Just pull them over and beat them up. Ola. Soso makes a continuous jab that is already fast out of the stumps. After the meal, Lu Jin went to the biotech and everyone looked busy and in with smiles on their faces. Yo, MS. Lu Jin, hello. A man who looked like a scientist bowed deeply to her. Inside the lab, almost everyone bowed to her. Seems like researching aliens is really lucrative. In the lounge, Jin Ran is frantically showing off a whole roast duck rolled in a large pancake. There was so much contrast with the previous ladylike image that the co-workers at the 5 slices of meat rolled in a small pie looked stunned. Mom, proposed Nyla. Today, hiccup, have, hodo, roast duck. They didn't realize that the two were mother and daughter, and just took it as some sort of novelty to play with. So they all left with good sense. Pa, swallow before you speak. Don't choke. The blood of those guys worked very well, and the vaccine produced worked so well that the biotech plant is already in full swing, and is estimated to be up to about 10,000 units today. Lu Jin was very satisfied with this result. Has the inoculation started? The first vaccine squads have returned, and the inoculations are being given to rich people who are overjoyed and rushing to get their shots. Rich people fight first? Is there something to that? Lu Jin had long been surprised by this kind of privilege. The State of the Union is destined to concentrate wealth more and more until it is firmly in the hands of a few, and money is the greatest privilege. The Secretary of Commerce was here in the morning, and she special approved a new vaccine bill for this disaster. Lu Jin took the document, read 2 lines and clammed up. XX01 Fungal Detoxification Vaccine Trial. The first batch should seek volunteers from a wide range of the community at a cost of $15 per vaccine. The second stage opens up the privileges of the rich. Door-to-door service or VIP lounge treatment. Syringes need to be made of gold, costing $88, $666 per syringe. Phase 3 vaccine is available to the general public at a cost of $150 per dose. Are rich people stupid? How can you be so aggressive when you're taking the same medicine and the syringes are being recycled? But come to think of it, prioritizing experiences, privileged treatment, when others are covered in mushrooms. He's there dancing in the pure land of ultimate bliss. Isn't that the core of showing off your wealth? But the rich never bother to show off their wealth with the poor, except for the boomers. To them, it's probably the only way to deserve them. Mom, you eat too. This duck is delicious. I'm telling you, if we mobilize all the pharmaceutical companies, the vaccine will cover the city in almost 10 days. If neighboring cities are involved, the time can be reduced to 3 days. That's fine. After all, there's no need to hang around too long, and it's a nice financial boost for the rest of the city. In just one afternoon, more than 3,000 people were vaccinated, and doctors and nurses all over the city ran out of time. Meanwhile, on the western outskirts of Sogmundan, the biotech lab. Let go of me. I'm a member of the National Guard. Aren't you afraid you'll be found out on your heads for doing this? A female officer was being immobilized on a lab table. Despite all her struggles and threats, to no avail. Look at this lovely child. I chose it especially for you. Don't you like it? Fufu grabbed a face-hugging bug with a wicked grin on her face. The little one seemed a little impatient, one with open teeth and a pull of slime that sent shivers down her spine. Major, it's great to think about your zero contact, isn't it? Fufu-san, it's better to have a long pain than a short one. Don't talk nonsense with her. Shannon in the monitoring room was also getting a little impatient. You, human traitors, you don't deserve to be human. Fufu slowly put the face-hugging bug over her face, and the latter actually let out a whimper. Well, you're right about everything, so accept the glorious evolution. Chapter 104, You Are No Longer Human. Subject, Rivono State National Guard, 2nd Special Forces Regiment, Dangerous Pair Use Team, Major Hiying. Mr. Lu, should the experiment continue? How could Shannon not have expected that Fufu had gone out for a spin and captured an experiment with such a big head start? Never mind, carry on, it's a rare sample too, and she's offering far more value than the norm. Fufu-san, a long pain is better than a short one. Don't talk nonsense with her. The subject's heart rate is too fast and his blood pressure is spiking. No need to mind her. This face-hugging bug did not release anesthetic substances, but Hiying had savored the taste of parasitism and despair. Watching her rapidly rising and falling chest, Fufu's eyes went straight. This perfect body, plus the head wrapped by the face-hugging bug. I feel like this is so much more beautiful than the original. Second sister, you actually like girls? Mom will break her legs if she finds out. Is that the problem? The other staff members are looking at the sisters with more than a little bit of weirdness in their eyes. Good lord, the Covenant reappears. Another cultist, huh? Who dash? The facehugger dislodged, and she let out a sharp breath. It's over. It's dying. Her face was streaked with tears, a look of bewildered desperation that was otherworldly. Experiment returns to normal. Parasitization over. Okay, the blood swapping experiment will take place in 10 minutes. What? Blood exchange? What do you want? Hey! The smell of fear hit her nose, and Shannon was satisfied that experiments had proved that this helped the busters to develop quickly. Mr. Lu, the chestbreaker in the experiment is fully developed. What should we do? What? You're kidding me, right? Opening the inspection records, Shan found that the chestbreaker in Hiying's body had indeed taken shape, which was unscientific. This face-hugging worm was Lu Qing's. Without a developmental command, it would only exist as a core. Taking a step back, even if it developed, it couldn't possibly be molded in 10 minutes. Quickly, right away. I want a full inspection. After a flurry, Shannon realizes that Hiying's blood seems to be turning acidic, meaning that she and the chestbreaker are fusing. What is this? How could this happen? What about the principal? She regretted not leaving enough samples and could only console herself with the coincidence of 1 in a million. Mr. Lu, the chestbreaker has stopped developing. The chestbreaker had developed somewhat outrageously. Not only was it huge, taking up her entire abdominal cavity and part of her chest, but it had once again sprouted 8 long legs that seemed to be connected to her body. It's really a long time to live, and instead of parasitism, it's more like humans devouring chestbreakers. So where do you go to justify this kind of thing? Let me go. Recovering her spirit, Hiying let out a roar and actually yanked the handcuffs off. She also noticed the change in herself and immediately broke free of her bonds and fled the lab. Since the guards hadn't been fully staffed and the underground section was highly ranked, she was left alone with no head for half a day. Do you want to escape? If you do, you'll be an enemy of mankind. Fufu creeped out of the ceiling behind her. You? What are you? Something, maybe the same as you. Fufu dropped down from the ceiling with a kind smile on her face, forcing down her fear and anger. She swung forward with all her strength. Bang! The steel wall was surprisingly deeply dented, and the hot blood spilled from the wound on his fist was hissing white smoke on the wall at the moment. I became that thing? Unable to accept such a fact, her eyes went black and she sat down on the floor. In the surveillance, people only saw the fist life that Hiying wanted slammed towards Fufu's face. She just dodged lightly, and Hiying fell to the ground. This lovey can't be messed with. Figured it out? Or are you just holding out for a fantasy? I'll tell you how to get out. Just go out and take your chances, and I'm sure you'll want to come back. Escaping the laboratory. Looking at the streets that have been restored to order, she has mixed feelings, obviously waiting for the sunrise, but he collapsed in the sunshine. Anyway, let's find the National Guard first, report the situation, and then do the math. She noticed that the people on the street were looking at each other strangely, and there were quite a few whispering about something. Seeing her approach, Those people's faces were filled with horror. Hello, is there a National Guard stationed in this neighborhood? You stay back. Ah, one man actually fired a shot at her, and the bullet pierced her arm, and dark yellow blood flowed out and landed on the ground, rising in puffs of white smoke. It really is a monster. The street was in chaos, shouting and running for their lives, with some not forgetting to fire 2 shots at her. How can? She had no choice but to hide from the crowd and search for her comrades through the path. Finally, she found the makeshift position of a few soldiers in front of an abandoned building. I'm Major Heing of the 2nd Special Service Regiment. I'm being held hostage. It's you? Heing. It's me. The other person seemed to recognize himself. I just received a notification from biotech that an extremely dangerous parasitic mutant has escaped, capable of infecting humans in defiance of the bracelet. Speaking of you. No, I'm not. It's over. This is really becoming the public enemy of mankind. How did this happen? Her mind gradually stopped thinking, her body still moving closer to them. Alert! Alert! Back off! Get back! Or else fire at once. Her heart went cold when she heard the clatter of a loaded gun. Let me explain. It's not like that. Get back! Ta-da! A string of bullets shot out, and she subconsciously avoided her chest, shielding what was inside. With a leap, she climbed the wall behind her and disappeared into the rubble, while egging her on to flee the lab. Fufu had Shannon make a leak announcement in the name of biotech, so any way she could explain it, it was just a monster's trick to confuse humans. How about coming with me? You're not human anymore. A mere clove of garlic. You can't become an orange mile. In a dead-end street, Fufu finds Ying, who is holding her head and crying. Why? Fufu laughed in the face of her skepticism. Isn't that great? Can't you see? Humans only love themselves in the face of a crisis. And won't they still shoot you even though you've spilled blood for them? Don't you think humans are selfish? Don't you think humans deserve to die? Humans deserve to die? Ying muttered. I'm not human anymore. Ha ha. That's right. Don't look for problems in yourself. Look more in others. But I don't want to. Boo. The wall behind Ying came crashing down, and the sunlight hit her, making her feel warm. It's not you that's wrong. It's the world. And now you have the power to fight back. Let's go. Let's go. Good. Smells good. Puff. The anesthesia gas released by Fufu caused her to fall to the ground. Then he slung her over his shoulder and hummed his way back to the lab. Chapter 105. It's part of the plan. Do you remember what I said? Yes. Fufu-sama. Repeat. Pretend to be infected. Enter the lab. Look for the alien queen. Or if there is no mission objective, destroy as much as you can while preserving yourself. Very well. Depart. Ying was encased in a special iron coffin, with several restraints locking her firmly in place, unable to move. Su, Ryan, and Zhang Huihong joined her and would drive to Cerberus Company. After a day of brainwashing, she has come to terms with who she is and will next act as a spy to find the queen. You too. You know how to fool around when the time comes, don't you? Of course. The Campobacks captured a special infection, and I got greedy for credit and encouraged Mr. Lane to defect to the main office with the infection. That's right, Mr. Su. In was inadvertently bumping into this while talking business with me. Zhang Huihong plays his role as a self-published media worker who makes up stories. So Mr. Lane, why would you want to betray your family and the Federation again? My father had an affair before he was married, and did not break it off after he had me, and some time ago he brought his illegitimate son home, and though he is younger than I, my father says he is the firstborn. This is not something Ryan made up. The big family always like to play a little trick. I watched Fufu dissected alive, and I want to see the Federation destroyed. Ryan's eyes were filled with hate. He wasn't sure what the hell Fufu was, but he didn't care. That image, he seemed to have seen it with his own eyes. Maybe one day it will come true. Is it his fault? Of course not. It's the world's fault. Yes, more than the Federation. He wanted to see humanity engulfed by the aliens and civilization disappear completely. Mr. Zhang, isn't this reason too far-fetched? No, just right. Young and vigorous. Rushing to the red face. Everyone understands. Coupled with the family division. Enough. Too meticulous, rather more likely to reveal the cracks. In the evening, the group finally arrived at the Faravli district, where the company's headquarters is located. The headquarters building is a 99-story high-rise, built in a grandiose manner. A bit of a tycoon. In fact, federal control over the South weakened, with Corino and Company, even holding taxing power. Director of Operations for the Contessa branch, Su, I'm sorry sir, the company doesn't have an appointment for you, and it's not time for a debriefing. The Defense Department turned them away without mercy. Please, I have important material to submit in addition to the debriefing report, so go see Professor Brutal in the Research Department. He'll know when he gets here. Sorry, rules are rules, please make an appointment. The three men walked out of the lodge with their heads hanging down. I'm afraid it's going to take a few days if we submit appointments on a cascade basis. Ryan was a little annoyed that he had to die in line to get things done at a big company without the help of his contacts. But it's all part of the plan. The trio forced their way into the building despite the guards, and they make a thrilling ride to the elevator before becoming trapped inside. In the interrogation room, apparently, the program has been 34% successful. We have captured important biochemical material. I want to see someone from the research department. A couple of guards turned a deaf ear. Don't you have an appointment for something this important? Definitely not nice people. We captured the particular infection that didn't break the chest after being parasitized by the facehugger bug. And it's in my car. I think it's very valuable. An hour later, an old man with gray hair and a middle-aged man in a suit walked into the interrogation room. Gentlemen, I'm Brutal from the research department, and this is the company's chief executive officer, Irving Corino. The old man's explanation took them by surprise. Although they had never met, they all knew that the top decision maker was one of the company's directors and a member of the Corino family. They were all a little nervous about facing such a high-powered person. After a moment of silence, he finally spoke. A few of you, tell us your stories. This man has a high nose and thin lips, a wide forehead and eyes, and a shrewd face. Susu crossed his heart and told a long rehearsed lie. So, you just want to jump ship and get a promotion? And you, Mr. Lane, just want to avenge your girlfriend? Yes, sir. After backtracking, Ryan's school was indeed attacked a few days ago and many people died. And there have been many collaborations between Su and Zhang Huihong. But that's not enough to conclude that they're telling the truth. Mr. Su, there's still an executive president vacancy in your company. I don't know if you're up to it. Mr. Lane, you're still young. You shouldn't betray the family no matter what. And to take your word for it, I can help you with the accidental death of your brother. What do you think? He turned a few people back out in one breath, giving only a few verbal promises. Looking at their hesitant appearance, Irving probably guessed their purpose. Go back, gentlemen. I'll take the samples, and you'll receive a bonus afterward. Giving up such a valuable sample. Nothing more than trying to blend in as a spy and not taking the trick. Isn't that cracked? He himself has given enough sincerity. What else can others say? Looking at their lost faces, Irving didn't even want to laugh. Such a childish tactic. Actually tricking himself? Leaving the office, a few people bought burritos and soy milk and squatted on the floor like the skids they were. Looking at the busy medical staff, Zhang Huihong flung the soybean milk far away. Ha ha, doggone it. I laugh at you for being short-witted and tactless. Things that go too well risk flipping over instead. Although their plan failed, the real nail had just been wedged in. Something's not right. The samples have been sent to the company lab, but I can still feel her presence. On the other side, Lu Qing had already established a mental link with the mutated chestbreaker inside Hiying. She clearly sensed that Hiying had made his way south from the Fairy Fleet district into the North Signbear district. To her surprise, the link wasn't broken. Mom, the plan failed. The samples should have gone into a regular lab. Ray was a bit sorry. That was an unheard of fusion. In an effort to establish control over the South, the mother and daughter 4 have made a temporary home next door to 01's lair, still taking her children as stalwarts. Of course, I'm afraid I'm going to have to use a bitter trick. Lu Qing retracted his head back to the crown and went off to the pups without any distractions. Sample heart rate 200, blood pressure 30/30, oxygen level 21%. The pupils are completely dilated and the base of the tongue is proliferating with hard black tissue. The blood was highly corrosive. The exact composition could not be determined, and it is presumed that a blood exchange was performed. Awakened by the sound of instruments and staff, Hiying slowly opened her eyes and observed her surroundings. Pure white labs, even the people are wearing white protective suits. She also smelled a familiar odor. Like an alien? I'm afraid I'm on the verge of becoming that thing myself. Sample awakening. A staff member came up, peeled her eyes open and waved a bright flashlight around, but there was no response. Can you talk? What's your name? She felt something clogging her throat and couldn't speak. Has lost basic human abilities. Risk of further mutation. Recommend transfer of sample. Get out. Get out. Suddenly she heard a voice guiding her. She broke free of the restraints, grabbed the closest person in her path, and then bit through his neck. So human flesh and blood is so sweet? Sample escape. Biochemical leak. Looking at the experimenters who had just been high and mighty, now looking like they were holding their heads in their hands, Hiying found it very interesting. She easily crashed through the blast glass of the lab, and it was clear that there could be no queen in this lab. Following the smell, she made her way inside the access lab. Several people were cleaning up the experimental site, and behind them were rows and rows of culture tanks containing semi-dormant face-hugging worms. What do you want? Looking at them nervously, Hiying couldn't help but smile and spoke after a long time. I've come to save you. Chapter 106, Your time to die has come. Hiying broke the jar. and the facehuggers immediately scattered in all directions. The intricate structure of the underground lab is just right for them to hide. The two unlucky fellows ran slow and became hosts the next moment. Ying removed their ID cards, donned his white coat, and searched for a place with a stronger odor. When they came to a thick security gate, the guards, thinking she was a staff member, had to protect her from evacuation. She just slashed her palms and then grabbed them by the neck. And since the blood acidity wasn't very strong yet, they struggled for a while before dying in agony. Ying seemed to be in love with the sadistic feeling. And in here, there were actually 3 bound aliens, and that smell was coming from them. Without hesitation, she released the aliens, who were, after all, of the same kind. What she didn't expect was for them to growl and launch themselves at her. Is there no room for me, alien or human? It made her very sad, turning into a monster and not being recognized by them, leaving herself only to die. The piercing alarms stirred her, and after a brief moment of despair, the survival instinct's bodily reinforcement was enough for her to defend herself. With the aliens chasing her, she made her way to the upper level. The guards arrived at gunpoint and, seeing the shocking scene, assumed that the staff member had been attacked and stepped forward. Nuisance. That's the Eon rifle used in the last CENTCOM leak. Bang! The foremost alien was shattered by the blow. Spatters of acidic blood burning numerous large holes in the corridor. Then there was a scream. Ying didn't care that much, swiped his card, and left the lab without incident. Unfortunately, though, there were more company guards assembled beyond the gate and several helicopters in the sky. Experiment sample A7031. You are surrounded. Abandon resistance now. What? Doesn't one even come with a name anymore? She felt an excruciating pain in her eardrums, followed by a wave of nausea, a blackness that, then she felt a coldness in her chest. Oh, it looks like a tranquilizer gun. When she woke up again, she was immobilized again. This time, however, it was the same type of circular restraints that imprisoned the alien, and no matter how much she struggled, she could not break free. It's somewhere. The experimental sample made a faint sound, which surprised the researchers. Physical enhancement, acidic blood, preservation of humanity. That's the product of our goals, folks. After a long study of alien blood and extracts, they failed to get a satisfactory product. It's amazing that someone has done it now by fusing with an alien, which is a bit of a southpaw, but it's a godsend. Ma'am, would you mind if I sliced you up one by one? An older researcher inquired with a smile on his face. Get out. Gee, you don't want humanity to perish, do you? We need to fight the aliens with their power. Ying had been on this mission, but now, she had no trust in either humans or aliens. I'm asking you where this is. Catching a faint whiff of it, Ying's voice calmed, and for the sake of Fufu's mission, perhaps she was the only one who could accommodate herself. Ooh, my mistake. Welcome to Corino Corporation's Proving Ground 1, which holds the future of mankind. Would you be interested in joining? Ying was a bit disgusted, talking so grandiose, but in the end it was still those dirty things. So, there's an alien queen here. The man was stunned, and then he was filled with joy. You can sense her? Did he say anything? Of course, she said. It's time for you to die. Ha ha ha. The crowd burst into laughter. Jokes like that aren't funny. Pust. I was going to spit on it, but I didn't realize that Ying's mouth had popped out the inner jaw teeth, which made the researchers feel like a treasure. Everyone, get ready, get some rest, and do the autopsy in 2.5 hours. It's very important. Has she, my queen, always been like this? 01 asked Ray with some shock. LV Qing's way of laying eggs like this made her doubt her life, and this had just passed a day before the nest was laid densely. People give birth in a day to catch up with their own half a year. Is this the strength of the queen? In the meantime, Lu Jin had been tracking the mutant's signal. She stayed in the county of North Signbear for a long time, briefly active after receiving her own instructions. The signal weakened after that, and should have been put in a shielding cage, until it was completely cut off in the mountains to the south. However, Lu Jin's hive consciousness still retained a weak connection, thus confirming the queen's presence. I found your mom. Grab your people and let's go tear down the lab. Thank you so much. While 01 left the nest with his heir, Lu Jin took the 20 directed developed forbidden guards with him to the rendezvous point. A few moments later, a black tide came in the distance, and the 01 sisters arrived. They were a bit disgruntled when they found Lu Jin, an outsider, but when they saw the forbidden guard squad and the 3 queens she was leading, they all obediently clamped their tails. You can tell they really don't get along very well. Even when they're talking about important things, they have to swat people in the head with their tails every now and then. The alien army marched through the night to catch the location where the signal had disappeared, and sure enough, it was the mountains again. Seeing the stretched out hills, Lu Jin then felt a headache. This group of BYD should have hollowed out the mountains again, but this time they came prepared, because the epidemic hadn't quite ended, and there was basically no one outside at night, and nearly 1,000 aliens poured out of their nests with impunity. A proper affluent war. Everyone, what are you waiting for? Even if we have to dig the mountain down, we have to save our mother today. 01's words were recognized by the sisters, and hundreds of aliens dug frantically along the foot of the mountain. I don't know how long it took, but there were a few spots where metal was dug up, so it looks like the lava is here. Kala, Kala. Above them, several holes hidden under the rocks opened, and then countless aliens rushed out. The two sets of aliens tangled together, and his side instantly fell into a disadvantage. Why don't you go to hell? Lu Jin could know all too well what happened when a teammate pits. They were both a little hesitant. The worker bees that have not received orders from the queen can only dodge and run to save themselves. These are my sisters. I can't do it. Family members don't fight family members. Lu Jin was a bit flustered. So keeping the queen had this purpose? How can it be so cheap to use the queen to control them to destroy unregulated heirs? And the other side will still throw in the towel? It's so unethical. What you can't lay your hands on. I'll do it, and when it's over, you'll lose more sons and daughters. After all, kids don't just happen as long as someone is around. With that, Lu Jin's forbidden guards joined the melee. A few hundred worker bees were no trouble for them, and the situation was instantly reversed. At that moment, however, the huge camouflage doors on the mountainside opened and dozens of guards arrived with guns. Sentenced to death? No, they smelled strange. Ray, peekaboo view. Ray understood and immediately found a depression to hide in, then pulled out her cell phone to record a video. Families, see this? That's a biochemical leak from the company, and they're plotting to overthrow the Federation. Chapter 107, Rescue. Lu Jin distinguished clearly that they were carrying various pheromones of the queen. That must be used to control the worker bees, and they had traces of modification on them, probably some kind of blackwater derivative, and they emitted strange pheromones. There was an upside to this though. The real queen regained her freedom and these artificial pheromones couldn't seize control. Even these reformed people should be affected, and then there might be some kind of mess. It would be a shame not to document such good black material. As the imposter pheromones spread out, another batch of worker bees poured out of the mountain, and like killing machines, they struck out at their own people without mercy. The 01 side had come to their senses, but still had a hint of illusion, and half of their children were tussling with the Lair, while the other part went straight for the soldiers. Lu Jin was a bit helpless. This excess emotion, how was it more troublesome than humans? But as the future owner of this planet, having sensuality isn't a bad thing. Seeing this, the soldier immediately maneuvered the worker bees back to the defense, while the electromagnetic rifle in his hand kept firing and even bursting, ripping the incoming aliens into pieces. The area was permeated with complex pheromones, and the 01 sisters' scions were in a state of hesitation at the moment, briefly breaking down so that the aliens rushing ahead were once again entangled with each other. The soldier saw his chance and shot the alien along with his side. One of the forbidden guards had 4 worker bees hanging from it, and though she tore the obstructionists apart, there were always those who came before her. As the soldiers turned their guns, she was smashed into pieces like a ripe watermelon along with those worker bees. No, a queen let out a loud wail. I guess that's her daughter. That's not quite right, is it? The previous trial version wasn't this aggressive. Was the previous offering just a castrated version? In short, the company is bad. Several queens responded to her grief, and in an instant, a majestic wave of pure pheromones quickly covered the inferior products. The frantic worker bees seemed to have regained their senses for the time being. As they were out of control, they immediately dispersed in a flurry and hid themselves in the mountains. With the queen's absolute command, they did not hesitate to launch a death charge, and they were fearless in the face of the electromagnetic rifle's barrage. Finally, they broke through the defenses and made short work of the humans, those who actually abandoned their guns and drew their short, tail-spiked knives from their waists. Stupidity! It's lighting a lamp in the toilet. No way? Lu Jin saw that one of them actually grabbed a worker bee by the tail and flung her up. With their strong physical qualities and fighting skills, the humans surprisingly did not fall into a disadvantage at this time, and relying on their flexible stance, half of them even escaped back to the base. Instead of the Big Dipper, the enhancers extracted from the aliens actually made them stronger than the aliens? What's wrong with that? Charge in! Kill all the humans! In such a short while, he encountered so many anticlimactic things. 01 A few people at this time also have some mentality to explode. The sound of crashing continued, and a few of the passages that had just been dug were dug open, so they drilled down into them. Fifi, mommy, go inside and see if anything comes from the sky. Don't ask, shoot it all down. Lu Jin followed them with Susu and Lei and drilled in as well. Wow, this place seems bigger than our house. It's just too messy. Ray took her cell phone and continued filming. On the first floor is a spacious hall with warm-colored decor. That has been pretty much demolished, with broken hidden turrets in the ceiling and walls. and a gruesome collection of alien bodies in pieces. There doesn't seem to be any other queen smell in here. Does there? Soso's fists clenched and cackled, wanting to fight again when she saw a queen she didn't recognize. Don't worry, this many of us aren't sightseeing. Sure enough, a few moments later, a downward passage was discovered, and it was efficient to do things with more people. The passageway is made up of a large freight elevator and 4 passenger elevators, and it's just minus 54 floors down, about 100 meters down. How are they going to get up here if the elevator is broken? Are you okay with climbing down, guys? Humph. Sure. Lu Jin called for an elevator to damage them one by one. With the aliens guarding them, it was basically impossible for humans to climb up. We'll just go down there, and the boys will keep watch here. The trio of 4 queens climbed down the wide elevator shaft, an easy 100 meters. I smell it. It's mommy's smell. Just after entering the underground, several people became excited. The original pheromones of the queen, which could not be imitated artificially. Come on, why don't you guys go find your mom and I'll go around and see if there's anything good. Sue, you follow them, don't hit anyone. There were no labs on the basement level, which was basically administrative and conference rooms, much like the layout of the previous one. On the way down, Lu Jin saw something familiar, the hematology department. There are many volunteers lying here who died because of the blood exchange. There is a department on every 2 floors, including surgery, endocrinology, pediatrics, and obstetrics. The heinous experiments are not missing as much as Lu Jin narrates and records them, and this time there should be enough hard evidence for the company to drink a pot of water. At this time, Lu Jin also understood that the so-called endocrinology department was specialized in mentioning pheromones to be used to control aliens. Mommy, look who it is. In one of the laboratories in the pediatrics department, Lei finds an old acquaintance, Hying. Major, so it's you? Lu Jin recalled the ironic look she had when she had ordered the helicopter to drag the queen down during the Sendicon leak. It turns out that the pitch Xin was talking about was actually her, but the person was captured by Fufu. How does this girl catch people in trouble right out of the gate? Lu Jin, you, mom. For some reason, she subconsciously wanted to call out to her mom. It's been such a long time. I can't believe how you've turned out, but you're kind of my child no matter what. Didn't Fufu tell you? To ensure emotional stability, Fufu naturally didn't talk to her, and she just assumed that Fufu was in the same category as her. Countless thoughts flashed through Hying's mind. No wonder she thought Fufu looked familiar. Now it seems they are family, and naturally the child refers to the alien inside her. So you're an alien? She was shocked by her own words, which were clearly impossible. Indeed, my boy. You had no choice but to make you a spy here, but it's all in the past. Let's go. Why did you save me? Because you're already my daughter. Isn't it natural for a mom to save her daughter? Hying was not satisfied with this explanation. Hunted by the aliens and betrayed by the humans, she had nothing left to believe in. It's not even me you care about. It's what's inside me. You're right to say that. It is what you. Give it back. Without waiting for Lu Jin to finish his explanation, Hying used a scalpel to slice open his chest. Give it back to you and we're even. She hesitated for a moment, resisting the pain and reaching her hand up to her chest in an attempt to yank the parasite out of her body. Chapter 108, The Queen's League. Although the aliens were able to disregard life and death in order to carry out their orders, there was no way to commit suicide when affected by the hive's consciousness and biological instincts. When the parasite was touched, she could do nothing more. Don't worry, you're already one with it. You're it. It's you. I care about either one, or I need you to live. Hying froze, needing me alive? First being parasitized while awake, then being treated like a monster by humans, and finally being sent to a lab and nearly sliced up. She was numb. What the hell am I? Of course you're my daughter. Hearing this, Hying was struck by lightning. Her mother had died in childbirth, leaving behind a pair of twins. At the age of 5, both sisters were struck by a strange disease at the same time, depleting the family's savings, and their father sold blood many times until he died suddenly one day. The sisters spent a great childhood in an orphanage and were bullied as students, only to say goodbye to this miserable life when they entered military school. She never knew what it was like to be a daughter to someone. Daughter? She pulled her hand out of her chest, and the yellow-green blood dripped onto the ground, immediately corroding several large craters. Come on. Mommy has things to do and then we'll all go home together. Mom, I want to go home. Under the mental interference, the imagined mother gradually overlapped with Lu Jin. If her mother brought her into the world, and LV Jin made her like this, then LV Jin is also a mother. She just remembers that she was meant to be, only for the humans to fail her. Even if she retained the consciousness of Hying, it was still the consciousness of alien Hying. Well, we'll go home tomorrow, my big girl. I've wronged you. The part that is human has been expelled from the body with the tears. At that moment, A worker bee broke in. She seemed to have been waiting outside for a long time. Looking into each other's eyes for a moment, Lu Jin already understood where she was coming from. The queen had found it. The mother and daughter trio rushed with her to the 18th floor of the basement where the queen was. It was a huge ground chamber. A space filled with electromagnetic interference that could throw the aliens into chaos and isolate the hive. The queen was held in a hemispherical, transparent hood full of restraints, with an egg spawner in the back that was still squeezing out egg-shaped worms. Affected by the fallout from the jamming, Ray's cell phone flickered as well. Why don't you guys go inside? The power's out. It's fine. Nonetheless, several of the queens dared not approach. She still seemed to be in a state of confusion, unable to recognize her own daughter, and still very aggressive even when locked up. Mom, should we beat her up and beat her honestly? Looking at the 01 few people wagging out their stumpy tails, Lu Jin patted Susu's shoulder. Bauer, don't get all muscular in your head. It's not nice to beat up someone's mom in front of them. Bang! A crisp sound rang out as Lu Jin was shot and fell to the ground. Everyone was horrified, especially Ying, who was already jelqing and gnashing her teeth. Having just had a mom, she didn't want to be an orphan again. That hurt. That son of a put up a cold shoulder? Lu Jin sat on the ground and rubbed his slightly reddened brain. This shot rip-off does not hurt the brain. Looking at the dozens of reformed people pouring out on both sides and the dense aliens behind them, Lu Jin couldn't help but sneer, playing pheromones in front of the queen, looking for death. Hey, 01, can you guys up these inhuman things? I'm here to block the door for you. Yeah, no problem. The four massive queens swarmed the room, and the wide floor hall became constricted. The physical superiority of the reformed human was somewhat comical under the queen's absolute strength suppression. That is to say, it was still able to maneuver around a bit due to its small size. Soso couldn't hold back her furtive heart and joined the melee. Ray, on the other hand, was choosing a camera to videotape from the side, facing the alien that was as restless as a tidal wave. Lu Jin just released some queen's pheromone, and didn't dare to stay much longer again, no matter who the other party was controlled by. The four queens felt this unparalleled sense of oppression, but also palpitating. A queen, well, did not provoke her. Before, though, she clearly had a way to stop the internecine warfare, so why? Forget it, it's already a kindness that people are willing to come and help. Lu Jin didn't intend to assist fully at first, because even if it was a friendly party, it had to be weakened appropriately. Half-dead is the cutest. Ow dash. The queen in the cage let out an agitated roar, as if she had recognized her daughter or had been irritated by Lu Jin. She began to frantically break free from the locks on her body. The three reformers had been surrounded and cornered by Sue, who hadn't enjoyed teasing her prey enough. Hearing the queen's roar, they immediately fell to the ground and began to convulse. Technically, they have some sort of connection to the queen, and the storming pheromones have forced them to start evolving. Unlike the royal gel infected, their limbs first break through the skin, then the back of their heads split open and their heads slowly lengthen until they burst through their faces and take on a completely alien appearance. Ray also rushed to record this wonderful moment, which in human terms was called unethical, but not all of those fallen and struggling reformers were so lucky. Some had only their bodies mutated, others had their heads and some of their limbs mutated, much like the surgical stitching monsters. It's a weird look. Several queens didn't even dare to touch them for fear of dirtying their hands. Stand down, all of you, and let me take care of this. Lu Jin took a big charge up, but the purpose was to make a video. Once the evidence was recorded, she powwowed and punched a little friend. The queen seemed to know her place and waited for Lu Jin to finish filming the material before summoning dozens of worker bees. The worker bees that had regained control of the queen were so hyper that they slammed their bodies against the cage until it shattered completely, and then attacked each other, melting the locks on the queen with their hot, acidic blood. Breaking free of her bonds, the queen ambled slightly towards Lu Jin. Your Majesty, thanks to your generosity, I was able to regain my freedom. You don't have to worry, I won't do anything to you. I know it's going to evolve soon. Queen to queen, we should live in harmony. Instead of them fighting over the hidden dangers of the nest, her daughters gave her back an area of dominion. The conditions for revolution are in place. As the queen, she didn't believe Lu Jin's words, but seeing that her daughters were joining forces with her, she put her heart down. Anyway, evolve into a queen and it will all make sense. I understand, and for the sake of our race, I will be your most reliable friend. Ding, you have formed an alliance with the alien queen, Baratal. At the bottom of the personal page, there is an additional blue alignment message. Then the boredom rupture message disappears or turns red. Right? Yes. I was a little worried earlier that I would get backstabbed, but it was a good thing that the system worked as it should. Baratal, my good sister, now you can take the children back. Evolution takes a long time. She didn't question how Lu Cheng knew her name. After all, she was a queen. Oh yeah. As you can see, I've been recording video. Although they hadn't played with their cell phones, they knew what they were for. I'll release it as evidence. Once it's publicized, human society will surely be shaken, with civil unrest and suspicion. And when that happens, it'll be simply easy for us to take advantage of the situation and destroy a country. 01, amazing. We have to hide in the east to live. And the Lord is actually going to destroy the country. The Queen is vital as a piece of evidence. The crowd was a little confused. If you want, we'll take family photos for you. But Lu Jin's words made them fall into silence. So, inevitably, a queen will die tonight. Chapter 109 Necessary Sacrifices. Don't you get it yet? The one thing the humans see as the biggest threat is the alien queen. And all I have to do is execute the queen. And the humans will be completely convinced of the facts I've fabricated. It was a little hard for them to accept the idea of using their own blood to browbeat humans. Was there no other way? They even suspected that Lu Jin was an alien traitor. However, Baratil knew very well that the relationship between humans and xenomorphs was purely one of predation. There was only this and that. No win-win cooperation. But when the prey has a spear, the predator is bound to take casualties. Understood. Let me do it for the sake of the race. Baratil's voice was low, and at that moment, her body was incomparably great, like that of a suffering god. LV Qing, why can't you get over it? I didn't go to all this trouble just to save you. No, mother, let's quit. Big deal. Let's find a deserted place to hide. It won't work, child. The humans won't let us live. We must destroy them completely. Why don't you let me do it? 01 was a little timid, but stepped forward. Let me do it. Big sister, my children are dead. The one who spoke was 03, the same queen who had lost her ban at the beginning and was a bit of a broken record. No, as a queen, the most important task is to produce an heir. You can't die. As long as the queen was around, the nest could be rebuilt quickly, and Lu Jin needed her alive to pass on her true hatred for humans. That would be me, and I have over 200 children. 02 was a little rambunctious. After her death, a new queen would succeed her and her will would be carried on. There was nothing left to fear. Gentlemen, this is a necessary sacrifice, an honorable one. Not only us, but humanity will remember you. I don't know what's the point of feeding the alien a large pie, but in any case, after a short goodbye to the family, the matter was settled. Well, you guys go on back. I'll take care of the scene afterward and get back to you. Watching his family leave, 02 was a bit forlorn. My lord, can you really destroy humanity? That was all she wanted at this point. The heavens did not give birth to me, Lu Jin, and the ages are like day. I have come to destroy everything as far as the eye can see and bring eternal night to mankind. 02 roared, his huge body, making the air vibrate with it. As a trapped animal, she wanted to know how strong the queen really was. Click. Lu Jin scurries up to 02's shoulder like a ghost, and the camera shows her dryly snapping the queen's neck in her mortal form. I didn't realize I was this bad. Good. Baratil had lost a lot today and was wary of her. Even if she became a queen, she wouldn't be able to become a climate in a short period of time. She only needed to leave a few queens to hold her back. In the end, although the aliens have a high IQ, they are still very simple, and only Lu Jin's family cuts like a lotus root. Ding! The third stage of the main quest, Prestige, has been completed, and the special skill, Blackwater Parasite, has been activated. It looks like they've escaped. System, this skill just looks dangerous. Opening the skill page, she saw a long description. Blackwater Parasite, your blackwater will be much more stable as a source of infection, infecting humans or large mammals that will produce chestbreakers in their bodies. Note, blackwater can currently only be obtained by hunting aliens in quest rewards. So, this black water is equivalent to the mutagenic factor delivered by the Facehugger. And in a sense, one is a giant facehugger, as opposed to the company's failed extracts. Blackwater's perfect parasitism, in sufficient numbers, infects everyone with ease. Ahem, let's go too. So take this body back. Okay, Mom. What's the matter? Ing? Seeing her eager face, Lu Jin also understood that although it is not too late for a gentleman to take revenge, he himself is not a gentleman. Let me guess. Did you find out about the bullies in the lab? Where are they hiding? Aha. She nodded, a greedy grin appearing on her face. This lab is shielded from external signals and is connected to the ground only by closed-circuit signals, while the interior is locally interconnected. Only a few important labs were shielded, and Ying had memorized that. Between the feeder and the section there are 2 levels of security, which is submarine-like, completely airtight, and strong interference from separate circuits. Outside of the safety zone, the elevator shafts and abrupt ventilation ducts were clearly inducing the alien to stay away from the area. It seems that the company is also considering the alien leaks, but they only care about valuable fellows, not the average person out there. Since there was still a chance they could be rescued, the self-destruct system here wouldn't be easily activated. Professor, is it really okay? That's an alien queen, and if Baratal is released, that's 5 queens. Hey, what's the panic? It's just a few aliens, right? Big deal. We'll catch them again. But what? The company guards just have to put their lives on the line to catch the aliens, whereas we, who do the research, think about it a lot more. The professor's expression was titanic. Apparently he found catching aliens much easier than doing experiments. Do you have any idea what it takes to catch an alien queen? The young researcher ventriloquized but didn't dare say anything. After all, he had to eat. But what about the populace out there when the aliens leak? They don't have a safe house. Upon hearing this, the others laughed out loud. Little Zheng, you're still too young. What kind of research doesn't kill people? A Mediterranean fellow tapped him on the shoulder. Remember, our lives are precious. Even if it means sacrificing others, we must preserve ourselves. That's right, those lowly paupers, as cheap as grass. Dying is a relief. They're not even human. Why are you worried? The professor's expression was very bland, as if he was only talking about the grasshoppers after the fall. Boo! A loud noise rang out, and in the safe house they heard what sounded like a gate being slammed. Professor! The crowd looked at him uneasily. Oh, no need to mind him. He took a sip of his wine and his face became flushed. Those 1T find this place. This is just a happenstance. Even if they come in, they can't act. And did 1T be easy to kill them back then? Looking at the 20 EM rifles piled up on the weapon rack, he was reassured that a safe house in a safe zone was that easy to get into. Gee whiz, I'm hearing interesting talk. An ethereal female voice seemed to penetrate through the thick security door and poured directly into their heads. I also think that those poor people should die out. Inferior people, only this end. Hey, you actually have hot pots here? There is a large store of food and household utensils, capable of holding hundreds of fellows for months, though most of the food is eaten out of the bag. Lu Qing was strolling leisurely inside, not afraid of them escaping. The only exit Lei was guarding. But, unfortunately, you're also inferior in my opinion. Chapter 110, Revenge. You, what are you? How did you get in here? One of the fellows held a gun to Lu Qing's head. By taking the door, of course. Lu Qing pointed at the door that had changed shape when it was on the ground, and a hint of pregnant color appeared on her delicate face. I hate it when people point guns at me. Don't you move. I have your little life in my hands. He was certain that even if it was the alien queen, this distance would be enough to shoot through the head. Oh, dare to make a bet with me? I'll bet a bag of dried noodles that you don't have any bullets in your gun. Lu Qing shook the scavenged snacks. Looking at the 25-25 under the sights, the fellow couldn't help but smile. Ha ha, you're scared silly, aren't you? Oh, you pull the trigger. The gun goes off. I die. The gun doesn't go off. The bag of snacks is mine. How's that for a good deal? Ha ha ha, you're crazy. Nishanai. Nuisance. He didn't hesitate to pull the trigger, but the electromagnetic gun let out a buzz, like it was broken, and the bullet didn't fire. Alright, this packet of noodles is mine. Lu Qing ripped open the bag with his mouth and poured the crushed dry noodles into his mouth, chewing on them in an unimaginative manner. To him, LV Qing looked like an evil spirit dry chewing human bones, with his nerves stretched too thin. He dropped his gun and ran. Bunch of losers, can't even cook a noodle and you want to learn how to shoot? Mom, are they all there? Yes. Oh, Ying, what are you doing in here? Is everything alright? Although she had fused with the chest breaker, Ying hadn't fully turned into an alien yet, and the electromagnetic interference didn't affect her much. The men inside heard the commotion and ran out with their guns as well, again realizing they couldn't fire them. The jamming field's still on here. Dogs? A bunch of people. Optics biology not physics is it? Hello? No, are you okay? Seeing the older researcher in the crowd, Ying immediately rushed up and squeezed his shoulder. So it's Professor Night Chungwan? No wonder it looks familiar. I've seen you on TV before. So, how about continuing our slicing experiment? Ying took 2 steps back and shook out his clothes as a dozen scalpels clanked to the floor. You, what do you want? Quick slick up. The knife light flashed in Ying's hand, and the little finger of Li Chengguan's right hand instantly broke off. Ah! He too collapsed to the ground, thrashing in pain. Did it really hurt that much? Old Biden, what are you barking at with a broken finger? What's the matter with you? Scream again and I'll eat you. Lu Qing was a little impatient, but the crowd scattered like they were frightened, fleeing to the door and being forced back by Lei. They scurried about without a head, like rats dancing on a power grid, but Ying's hand was really hard. In a flash, Li Chengguan's leg had been cut into even slices by the scalpel, making Lu Qing want to have a campfire picnic. After losing his legs, Night Chungwan had stopped screaming, and his vital signs were falling extremely fast. But fortunately, the company's medical care is extremely high, and regular body boosters helped him pull through. By the time he was all limbs, he was dying. Out of humanitarianism, he bandaged his broken limbs and injected him with medicine. Of course, this is just so he can make a smooth transition to a human swine, not knowing how exciting the rest of his life will be. Lu Jin looked dumbfounded. Worthy of being a professional. I think that when it falls into the hands of the enemy, it is estimated that this is what will happen. The scurrying fellows met He Ying's eyes and were unable to move as if they were nailed to the ground. Her eyes were soft and ancient, but deep within them was a calm killing intent. They already knew what was going to happen to them and wanted to hit the wall and kill themselves and didn't have the courage to do so. But he saw He Ying pull out 2 more table knives from his pocket. I'm going to have to use this next. Oh, because it's not too sharp and it might hurt a little. Seeing those lingering human swine on the ground, Lu Jin found it quite appetizing, so he collected those cutlets and carried them out of the lab along with the 20 rifles. It took a bit of effort to get outside the cave, where Susu was waiting a bit impatiently in a truck. Mom, wow, how did you pick up so many goodies? She took a piece of the thigh steak and nibbled on it. Boys, dinner's ready. The rest of the cutlets, she gave all of them to the forbidden guards who had come along for the ride. He Ying got along with them as well, which made her feel at ease for the first time. Hey, you two, take the body back. Take this gun with you. Give my name and go straight to the speaker. Back when they were snubbing the Baratiers, Susu and Zhang Huihan had received orders from Lu Jin to rent a truck and come over to standby. And on the far side of the mountainside, there was the wreckage of a couple of helicopters, so it looked like the reinforcements were all out there. Back at the hotel in the Jingjiang district, the sky was already slightly light, and the 5 mother-daughters leaned against each other and slept hard. By the time the warm-colored sun showed its head in the late afternoon after a long time, Lu Jin was also awakened by the sounds outside. Pulling back the curtains, the downstairs was surprisingly crowded with citizens recovering from their first illnesses. Did the Queen of Killers get exposed last night? It shouldn't be. 01 They should have destroyed all the surveillance. The anxious hotel owner finally knocked on the door. Your Excellency Lu Jin, there are people all over the place outside looking for you. She had no choice but to go downstairs to find out what was going on. I wonder why the sun has turned into a warm color today. It's because of your enthusiasm. Lord Lu Jin, you saved our lives. You saved the lives of the people of the entire city. You are a god descending to earth. So that's what this is about. Although it was spontaneous, Lu Jin was still wary of this kind of public god-making. This matter I basically did not participate much The antidote is biotechnology Dr. Lu Jin Ran do. The rest of the work is the municipal public service system to do. And I do not have much to do with. Whatever you guys, I don't get much credit anyway. People will be sad if I'm wrongly credited. So you guys see what you can do. Lu Jin turned around and went back to his room. It must be very unpleasant for everyone to throw off their faces like that. What a nice girl, splashing the sky with no credit at all. What girl? That's a god. We, as well as this world, may be her creations. Is it necessary to covet this credit? Yes, 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 yes. She is the god who saves suffering. The shouts were chaotic, and the streets were filled with the praises of the gods. Compared to the underclass, the rich and powerful were much more sober. At least they didn't think that Lu Jin was a god. However, they also knew that there must be a huge organization behind LV Qing, and it was certain that they would die if they fought against it, so they might as well flatter and please. After all, they had taken on someone else's love. They have pulled out their cell phones and contacted their acquaintances, ready to build a life shrine for Lu Jin and sing her praises for all eternity. But this trust eventually became an important passage on the epitaph of humanity. It was only in the evening that the crowd finally dispersed, and Lu Jin and his party were able to rush to biotech. The overloaded vaccine production has ended and the crowd has let go of their taut nerves, even to the point where people are grilling fish and warming wine with alcohol lamps and beakers. There you are, ma'am. Our side of the mission is over. Jin Ran doesn't intend to publicize their relationship. She also came to accept the results on behalf of Chris, and when she saw He Ying, her face was full of surprise. Sis, what are you doing here? Chapter 111, specialized in pitting girls. Lu Jin froze. Perhaps he was a bit face-blind. These two people stood together before realizing that they actually looked exactly the same. He Ying was in a combat unit, a bit more upright than her sister, and her skin was a wheat color, but otherwise unlike anything else. Coincidence this is not. Lu Jin hurriedly invited the sisters to the conference room. I got a top-secret mission from our speaker. Coriner was working on a dangerous biopharmaceutical and your sister was rescued from the lab. She looked to He Ying. The original twins' telepathy didn't seem to be working at the moment. That's right. I was injured on a previous mission and woke up in the lab. They said I have a special physique and wanted to parasitize me with face-hugging worms. Luckily Mom, MS. Lu Jin saved me in time. Yes, so, Hershey was puzzled, always feeling that something was wrong. Sis, aren't you going to return to the team? No, A hint of despondency flashed in He Ying's eyes. In case you didn't know, it was none other than my comrade in arms, who assisted them in capturing me. Lu Jin had other ideas. They were sisters, their body structures were basically the same, and since He Ying was able to fuse with the chestbreaker, then she should be able to as well. Might as well take them all in one piece. Ahem. Jin Ran. This gives the sisters a thorough checkup. The company dog's words make me uneasy. This would be just the thing to make up for the fact that Sam hadn't checked properly before. An hour later, Jin Ran came up with the exact results. Ma'am, they show clear signs of genetic modification, presumed to have been fed certain agents in their early childhood. Their physique is similar to Corvinus, who turns into a vampire when bitten by a bat. The latter sentence, Jin Ran, was sent through the hive, setting Shannon on fire on that side of the room. Such precious material should have been studied. Drug effects? Do ye have any clue? Yingling Tak Yi had a serious illness as a child. She looked at He Ying with a somewhat complicated look. She didn't expect her sister to tell her all these things, but looking back, she also had some clues. It's quite possible. I remember when Dad picked up a crashed beaver. He didn't bother to eat it, so he let us eat it, and then he got sick afterward. Now that I think about it, that could have been a sample run out of the lab. He Ying also had a shocked look on her face. Feelings are like this? It's really a blessed life. Leaving the sisters to catch up, Jin Ran pulled Lu Jin's hand to the corner of the corridor. Mom! She flung herself violently into Lu Jin's arms, rubbing her face out of shape. I've been working too hard the past 2 days, and my mom's elements are seriously lacking. God damn it, Mom elemental. The normal intimacy between mother and daughter. If an outsider were to see it, they would think it was a long time ago that they were a little pampered wife. LV Ching was not ambiguous. Directly Princess hugged Jin Ran and viciously spun around a few times. Mom, about the fungus. After isolating and modifying it, I got a highly infectious strain that is directly airborne without the need to consume it. Jin Ran quickly went back into work mode. The military has already lifted the samples, and the follow-up should be to make biochemical weapons. But I still have a sample left. Little hands aren't very clean. Jin Ran is great. She brings home all the good stuff. However, Lu Jin is still very satisfied. The cook does not steal. The grain is not harvested. And with the top secret weapons of the Federation, wouldn't that arch the fire if one were to stage an indiscriminate attack in another country? Mom! He Ying also walked out, looking at the intimate mother and daughter with a slightly twisted expression. It's okay, we're all on our own, and Jin Ran is also your sister. He Ying was also wrapped in Lu Jin's arms, and her soft chest made her feel incredibly at ease. Mom, I want to make Sissy just like me, and we'll be daughters to you together. Lu Jin froze. This was a peace of mind with himself. Babe, in Hershey's case, do you think it's possible to fuse with a chestbreaker like Ying Ying did? The probability is high. Jin Ran had thought of that scenario as well, but there was no guarantee of the outcome. At the very least, if it fails, the newborn alien should retain most of her memories. That's kind of a nice ending. Mom, I promise for her. This guy really doesn't hesitate to pit his sister. Back in the conference room, Lu Jin directly made up a lame excuse. Major Hershey, would you like to meet the living alien queen? She was a bit confused. As if this was a movie? You can watch it whenever you want? I also have a mission to capture samples, so if you're interested come along for the ride. There's no danger. He Ying followed suit and helped. Ms. Lu Jin is very powerful, not to mention 5 queens are no match for her. She was still a bit hesitant, and Lu Jin directly used mental interference to forcefully control her. The sisters spent 2 intimate days that may have been a parting shot for He Ying. 2 days later, the 4 LV Qing mothers and daughters and the He Ying sisters met at a small hotel in the Jingjiang district. They then rushed to the nest that Lu Jin had temporarily opened. Ma'am, is this really okay? Seeing the alien eggs all over the ground, she sobered up. How did you get here in a daze? In the darkness, several huge forbidding aliens appeared, startling her. Lu Jin, what's going on here? There are aliens. Of course I saw it. She stroked the crouching alien, her demeanor languid and a little eerie. She was completely confused. Damn it, what was going on? Was she dreaming? Lu Jin, what do you want? Are you human? Don't yell at mommy. Oh. He wrapped his arms around his sister from behind and gently sniffed in her ear. Mom, sis, why did you call her mom? Mother and daughter Lu Jin were full of smiles, but her back was tingling as she looked at them. As you can see, you're the only human here, and Mama Lu Jin has turned me into one of them. As a good sister who loves her sister, I begged my mom to have mercy and let you join us. She struggled up violently, but found her sister's embrace so terrifying that she couldn't break free. This is for you, the first and last gift. She took a face-hugging bug and held it up to Hershey. Sissy, be good and let this little guy get in your face for a while. Sis, you're crazy. It's a facehugger. It'll kill you. Good girl. Don't be afraid. It's very comfortable. It'll be over in a while. Open your mouth. He Ying's maniacal appearance felt strange to her, and fear drove her to struggle again. Hotzi, I don't want to force you, but don't be ungrateful and open your mouth obediently. Sister, please. He Ying seemed to have come to her senses, looking at the face-hugging bug in her hand, then at her beloved sister. Remembering what had happened to her, she hesitated a little. Mom, can you put her under anesthesia? Sure. He Ying had another satisfied smile on his face. No, sis, no. While waiting, Lu Qing and Lei Lei came to visit Barrettle's house. She took up residence directly in 02's lair, right next door to the Sagemont district, where the other 3 queens had gathered. In the middle of the queen's hall, a huge black cocoon was hanging in midair. Evolution already? Yes, come back like this. 01 some excitement. After all, he is going to have a backer as strong as Lu Qing. Such a fast evolution was unexpected by Lu Qing, mostly because her body had already issued a directive that it would not be affected even if she lost her territories and heirs. Ding! The final goal has been updated. Unite or destroy the other queens. Control all humans and become the master of this planet. The goal has changed slightly, but in the end it's pretty much the same. The key lies in the other queens. Initially the system didn't seem to expect it to develop into what it is now. I guess, recognizing the legitimacy of the alliance makes this much less difficult. Still, the mission description is pitiful, since the queens are equal to each other and want to be the sole master. They must be conquered afterwards. It would not be enough to defeat it in a physical sense. It could take many years, and it could allow humans to take advantage of the situation, which means that one might need one more evolution. In the alien atlas, there is indeed an empty spot behind the queen, but it's not clear how to evolve it. But according to the experience of the previous evolution, controlling a nest is the queen, and controlling a certain area will become the queen. According to the description of the mission, by the time one truly masters this planet, one should usher in the next evolution, and the system will more than likely set up some heaven-defying tasks. So these queens are friends now and will probably be stepping stones afterward. Ka. As the sun rose outside, Barrettle broke out of her cocoon. Her form was very similar to Lu Qing's, but it was much smaller, but it was always a queen as well. Ding! Witnessing the birth of the Empress. Rewarding evolution points * 100. What? Boring. The young girl dropped the handle and walked out onto the terrace, the endless clouds blowing her long silver hair. It's so hard. There's no room to maneuver at all. She seemed to be playing an interactive game with a few lines of information displayed on the screen. Record 1, survival time, 2 hours and 43 minutes. Worker B, died from human capture, did not reach the end. Record 2, survival time, 3 days, 15 hours. Warrior, died in civil war, did not reach end. Record 3, survival time, 4 days, 9 hours. Forbidden guards, assassinated the queen, killed by the queen, did not reach the end. Record 4, survival time, 4 days, 12 hours. Forbidden guards, died from human capture. Record 5, survival time, 4 days and 19 hours. Forbidden guards, assassinated the queen, killed by other forbidden guards, did not reach the end. Record 6, survival time, 148 days, 15 hours. Evolved to queen, suppression not lifted. Chapter 112, Honorary Mayor. Barrettle, can you produce the royal face-hugger worm? I can't, but I sense that a new queen will emerge when the pack reaches a certain size. Lu Qing nodded, willfully. After all, he was very much in a place where he didn't follow the racial traits of the aliens. System, is she telling the truth? Ding, the royal facehugger is an important means of expanding the alien population, and ordinary queens cannot give birth to queens at will. Whether it was the forbidden guards or the queen, they all matched the size of the pack, and having gained the power of the system himself, he could ignore the rules and become stronger with kryptonite, and was currently a distant second. Back in the lair, Ying was holding her sister in her arms, her face streaked with tears appendages and her eyes filled with despair. It's developing nicely, it's already fusing. Congratulations, sissy, you're one of us now. She ignored it, probably feeling that her consciousness would be taken over by the monster and eventually dissipate, and all she could do was keep the tears from flowing into her mouth. What's the use of crying at this point? Lu Qing was getting more and more excited to see what she would do after she became one of her own. Lu Qing then selected 4 forbidden guards to evolve into queens and named them Yu Bo, Yu Xuan, Yuja, and Yun, meaning to protect the homeland. Meanwhile Su stayed behind to throttle the Baratiers. Back at the hotel, the front door was still crowded, so they had no choice but to divert to biotechnology. Seeing she, who looked like a frightened rabbit, Jin Ran immediately arranged for her to be examined. Mom, Sissy is far less fused to the chestbreaker than Warbler, and the fusion hasn't eroded into her brain. She may retain human consciousness for a long time. Jin Ran was outspoken about the condition in front of the sisters, but she wasn't a doctor and didn't care about that. Sissy, try harder. You still have to be a good mommy's girl with me. Sis, what are you so proud of? Your brain has been eaten. You're just a piece of meat controlled by a monster. She was a bit desperate. Her sister should be considered dead like this. Hey, it does seem like it. Oh. Ying's cupped her cheeks and giggled, seemingly a little mesmerized. Her gaze towards her sister became sticky, and her pupils looked like they were reflecting peach hearts. I don't need my brain anymore. I feel so happy to be controlled by my mom. Ray, can humans turn out to be so abstract? Asterisk. Off. You're not my sister. You monster. Although it was not bound, under Lu Qing's intimidation, she did not dare to move around, and could only lie on the operating table in impotent rage. Matter determines the existence of consciousness, and consciousness determines who she is, and whatever she becomes, she is Ying. She didn't seem to recognize Lu Qing's words and twisted her head to close her eyes. Her chest was still heaving violently. Mom, I've taken a month's leave of absence for Sissy, so please do a good job of personality correction on her when she gets home, and I'm sure she'll be back to normal in no time. Lu Qing was satisfied with Ying's understanding, but she didn't really care. With the changes in her body, and the infestation of the hive's consciousness, Hershey will move further and further away from her humanity. Babies, pack your things, we'll be home this afternoon. I can't leave without it. It's not nice to be surrounded by locals every day. After a week of this, the matter of three place was considered a success, and the family was ready to return to Sogmundon. Inside the airport, the group of maids stood respectfully in front of the red carpet, wearing classical long dresses, their hands folded in front of them, so fresh and attractive under the sunlight. TSK, Lu Qing drooled when he looked at it. 1,000 good things, 10,000 wonderful things, not as good as the maid at home called Lu Qing, annoying savior, surrogate of the gods. Ha ha, Sogmundon welcomes your arrival. When they got off the plane, all the leaders of the city and the council, large and small, were there, as well as a number of journalists and countless members of the public. The Speaker of the House even picked up the plane himself. Blanche, Speaker, what are you doing? It's disgusting. It's just a game. That's what people eat nowadays. Go with it. The scene of the two biting their ears was captured by a photographer, and the photo, titled Gods Hemming and Dawdling, won a number of awards at a citywide photo contest that same year. LV Qing was wearing a loose casual dress that was a bit out of place in this formal occasion. Don't be nervous, all you have to do is wave, smile and let them take a picture. After surviving these enthusiastic people, Lu Qing finally returned home. Fufu unprecedentedly spawned here obediently, which made Lu Qing very pleased. Fufu, this is Ying's sister. You know what to do. Hey, it's a new toy. The underground lair of the lab had been converted into a storage room after it was dug up. Tens of thousands of walkers were being held there, and look at how many samples Shannon had already used up. In the evening, Lu Qing changed into an evening gown and took Lei along to the city hall. Earlier the speaker said there was a surprise. I don't know what was in the gourd, just as long as it wasn't gunpowder. She came early to avoid the crowds, but she was still caught taking pictures. Inside the hall, elite dignitaries from all walks of life had gathered. I got both your shipment and the gun. It's fantastic. You're just about the nicest guy I've ever met. And if you were younger I'd want to adopt you. Purine half-liter. Lu Qing dismissed the idea. A little later, reporters from major media outlets also arrived, and the banquet began in a peaceful atmosphere. Ladies and gentlemen, MS. Lu Qing's outstanding performance is obvious to everyone, saving the two presidents and eliminating the disaster in Cerberus. May I ask, who else could have done it if not a god had descended? The mayor's words brought the scene to a boil. Mr. Mayor, let's not forget that Miss LV Qing also saved Sogmundon. Yes, and she saved the lives of all of us. Of course, I'm relieved that you guys remember her. Kim Su-sung was a little embarrassed. He was just trying to emphasize the new feats. Lu Qing is taking Lei running water to eat the seat. This kind of banquet is all dessert cold dishes. Various speeches after the main dish can be too difficult to wait. The guests wore adoring faces and smiled as they handed their side of the food to Lu Qing. They're pretty nice. If they're so nice, surely they wouldn't mind not using anesthesia when they parasitize them? Ladies and gentlemen, next up is tonight's mystery guest. The venue's lights dimmed for a time as dozens of burly men in black suits ran out of the side of the front room. Then a middle-aged man dressed in a blue suit with an outstanding demeanor leisurely paced out. The atmosphere was once again boisterous. Papasaurus, isn't this old boy the president? Why is he so free? As we all know, I nearly died in that disaster. But fortunately, God was not unkind to me and I met MS. Lu Qing. His eyes burned. At that time, his consciousness was blurred. He thought LV Qing was a King Kong Barbie, but he didn't expect to be so attractive under the light. And he had a daughter. Was he a pretty widow? Elevated pheromone levels. Mom, this old man isn't looking at you, is he? Blah, 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 don't say bad luck, maybe he's got his eye on you. Lu Qing bounced back without hesitation, because he was going to be on TV. Poplon spoke in official terms, such as strengthening cooperation between the two countries and exchanging talents. Finally, on behalf of my country, I would like to present Ms. Lu Qing with the Order of Hegemony, national medals, which can only be awarded by the president to persons who have made a significant contribution. It was an octagonal gold iris badge with blue and white ribbons, so substantial that it should hurt to whip it around and hit someone. No one had a problem with it. She deserved it. Gentlemen, Mr. President's commendation was a real eye-opener, but ours can't be shabby either. The speaker waved his hand, and 4 etiquette ladies comparable to supermodels walked in carrying red trays. Where did he find all those beautiful women? By the gods, on behalf of the municipality of Sogmundon, the city council, I proclaim that Ms. Lu Qing be granted the title of honorary mayor. Chapter 113, the last thing our product needs is security. What? Honorary mayor? What's the point of this thing? It's not like it has executive power. Lu Qing is slightly disappointed. How nice to give a mayor as a mayor. To the applause of the crowd, the ceremonial lady placed a ribbon with the honorary mayor and an open-work crown on her. Isn't that what's left of the gangster clubhouse? But that bling-bling crown, Lu Qing liked it. It was all tiny diamonds. The council gave it shouldn't be rhinestones, right? And this ribbon, it's clearly the same as the mayor for a day. It was good that the council issued certificates and pins with the city's coat of arms, a status symbol that only high-ranking officials were eligible to wear. At the very least, it's an initial resource for moving up the ladder. Lu Qing fantasized about mixing up to become the president of the federation and immediately forcing the entire nation to accept parasitism. It was really tiring to play with them every day. 1, 2, 3, not bad, oh baby, you killed 3 domestic animals tonight. Looking at the people plastered against the wall, their faces numb but scared to death, Fufu was satisfied. Sissy, there's no need to be afraid. Isn't that what happened when you killed a chicken before? Ying put his arm around his sister, and both of them held a crimson table knife tightly in their right hands. Apparently, the 3 dead guys were slowly stabbed to death with their dinner knives. As a technical officer, I'm afraid this is her first kill. Fufu-san, thank you so much. I wasn't sure what to do with those guys. Fufu grinned, revealing a shiny tiger tooth. Sister work, you still do not worry about it. That day witnesses a total of 137 people, all arrested. You 2 sisters slowly play it. When Ying escaped, he met a total of 137 people, and all of them were captured by Fufu when he saw them. The leak notification was naturally withdrawn on the grounds that it was a drill, and without witnesses. If you didn't see it, then it didn't happen. Good sister, quick, kill them and you can eat. Earlier in the day, Fufu had tentatively cut a few slits in Hushy's body to bleed her out, only to find that she already had a strong ability to heal herself. She was then given the lingering little package, which made her very weak, despite the fact that she could recover. Under intense torture, she finally agreed to deal with the livestock, although she was already in despair when she saw the dark yellow blood coming out of her. At this point, her bottom line as a human being prevented her from fulfilling her promise. Ying is anxious, but Fufu isn't annoyed. As soon as the humanity is gone, she'll be good. Simmer slowly and the results may be better. Ying, let's go. Mom should be back soon. Let Sissy stay with the house animals for a few days. The 2 left and closed the nest, leaving the shivering livestock in the darkness. She was a bit flustered, having just killed 3 of them. These guys were scared but not stupid. She heard them whispering that she was being treated like a monster and that they were going to kill themselves to escape. She couldn't promise to get out of there in one piece without hurting them in the face of humans who were pulling their weight in survival. What's more, she was very hungry herself, and the human's flesh and blood whetted her appetite. She hadn't eaten a grain of rice since 3 days ago, and this body was at its limit. To eat or not to eat, both human and alien instincts drove her to start the meal wide and fast. Yeah, it's emergency shelter. There was a sudden rustling sound in the dark space. Adjusting to the darkness, the survivors saw an insane woman, lying on her back, gnawing frantically at a corpse. Shoo, I'll control her. You guys stay together. A burly man came to his senses and decided to make the first move. He came around behind Heshi and grabbed her by the neck. Quick, while you can. There was nothing in the cave, so they had to fight with their bare hands. Her skin was scratched and yellow blood sprayed onto one man's arm, who immediately fell to the ground and struggled. What are you doing? Don't interrupt my meal. She jerked free of her restraints and grabbed the nearest person, flinging them against the wall as she did so, and the man fell limply to the floor. The crowd then realized that the basket was big. An hour later, there were 7 or 8 dying men lying on the ground, and 4 skeletons, the rest cowering in the corner, afraid to move. Humans, It's delicious. I want to eat new, fresh. Hey, you guys, who wants to? Returning to the lair and seeing the somewhat insane he-she, Lu Jin was slightly stunned. Fufu was still quite good at it. By the time she's cleaned up the witnesses, she should be almost there, right? After taking his daughters for a dip in the staff bathhouse, Lu Jin felt his whole body relax. It was just a pity that he didn't have any beautiful fellows with him. She then turned on the computer in Shan Shan's office and directed Lei to start editing up the video she had taken earlier. There are three main focuses of this event. One is the domestication of aliens as biochemical weapons. The second is the anti-humanitarian experiments in the lab. And the third is the transformation of the reformed people into monsters by the Queen. And finally LV Qing kills the Queen back. She decided to send out the revelations in two parts. First, letting the public know that the company was taming the aliens, which, in conjunction with what she had previously captured in the Senticon labs, was bound to cause the company a lot of trouble. The rest of the content will have to wait for an opportune moment. The mutation of the reformed people is well aligned with the disaster in Sokol, so wait until all the negativity dies down and then come back with a big one. After all, he himself has left the country. Credibility pulled full circle, and when the time comes, it's a straight-up shutout. Wow, they can actually turn people into aliens too? Sam watched from behind for a long time, but wasn't really surprised. Baby, has the research entered a bottleneck? I brought back 2 samples of the company's physique enhancer. This unsafe residue isn't needed. Mom, my research has advanced a lot. The Royal Gel's genlock has been unlocked and 2 potions have been obtained. She opened another computer to show the results of the experiment for Lu Jin. The Alpha Potion enhances a person's physique on a genetic level to the level of a warrior alien. Beta Potions produce a steady output of infected aliens, with greatly increased latency and infection time, and do not produce impurities such as zombies. It was quite a good achievement, but Lu Jin felt that wouldn't that be cheap for the humans? Shan, the last thing our products need is safety. Wouldn't we be adding to our own problems by enhancing human physique for nothing? Sam spat out her tongue, a little remorseful that she had come so close to being the good guy, doing research with a pragmatic and realistic mindset, but forgetting that the purpose of the research is to screw the human race. Black water can be used as a mutagen. See if you can mix some more black water into the Alpha Potion. Shannon blushed. Hard to say. Maybe there will be unpredictable changes or rejection. Wouldn't it be better to have separate injections then? Alpha then Blackwater, with a week in between. Ray exported the video and shut down the computer. Absently. That makes sense, fourth sister. There's no rule that says there can only be one enhancer, so there are a lot fewer variables, but the specifics need to be verified experimentally. She gave Lu Jin a light kiss on the cheek and turned around to dash back to the lab, but Lu Jin extended his tail and curled her back into his arms. Shannon, Jin Ran brought back a copy of the highly infectious fungus. See if you can get something out of it. Totally. He. Little cuddlers like you are born to be eaten by their mommy. Shan was no longer interested in feeling Lu Jin's affection, and her eyes lit up when she saw this sample. Infected spores, parasitic black water. A good idea springs to mind. 114. Royal Air Force. Jin Ran. After preliminary research, I think this fungus is very valuable to study, and the good thing about it is, it has spores. Sis, mushrooms have spores. What if the spores spread a mutagen? Fifi, I forgot to ask you, can you produce royal gel? I can, but it's not much use. Mom, Fifi hemmed and hawed, the queen's duties having nothing to do with her at all. But Lu Qingjue had a bold idea, so she summoned her daughter who came from the same egg as Fifi. Faye, come on, fix some gels for these 2 sisters of yours to eat. Ha, it put her brain in knots. Wasn't it usually the queen who fed her most favored daughter? Feed it to your sister. Isn't this a reversal of the Big Dipper? Mom, it's not good, is it? Why, it's nothing, they all came out of the same egg. Don't worry. Under Lu Qin's repeated requests, Fifi still secreted the gel, and the 2 aliens immediately fell into a deep sleep after consuming it. As expected, the gel is common to all races. An hour later, the 2 transparent cocoons ruptured one after another, and their evolution time was cut in half compared to his forbidden guards. Comparatively, they were only a little larger than warriors and much more slender, and importantly, had wings on their backs. Sister, Mom, they were also a little surprised to see how much they had changed, and how their humdrum lives seemed to have opened up. Wow, Rocco, yes, a few more flying ones. Fufu's eyes widened and she couldn't wait to fly up into the sky. Mom, are you counting on passing them off to Fifi? Ray's words sounded a bit strange at first, but that was actually what happened. Right, Lo, what I can sense, they should prioritize following Fifi's orders more. Mom, Fifi was a little rattled. She had her hands behind her back and her toes kept scraping the ground. What's wrong, baby? Isn't this nice? Go. You take them to fly. It's like a gift though. without needing to be taught. They can fly freely, and because of their small size, human instruments can barely catch them. Lu Jin had another interesting idea. Fifi, say, wouldn't you guys be just like bombers if you flew in the sky and spit blood down there? What? The path envisioned by the Lair. The thought of a scourged and fragmented human race also excited Fufu as far as the eye could see. 6. You guys can take me if you don't want to. It's so much fun. I have to try it. I'm thick with blood. Feel free to puke. I can do this all day. Although she knew that Fufu was stirring things up, she did have a point. Flying required a lot of physical strength. If they were allowed to bleed out in the air, I'm afraid that they would pass out halfway through. Come on Fufu, turn around and have Shannon and the girls get a blood bank. Just fly while you're down. Look at that. Isn't that better than the company's bioweapon? The test flight was over, and several people immediately returned to the nest, because with biotechnology over here, there was a bit more foot traffic, and they were afraid of being seen if they stayed too long. You two are great. Realize that you exist to protect Fifi. Understand? The two forbidden guards retracted their wings and crouched below the ground, looking very submissive. In that case, give you names according to the usual practice. As the saying goes, peace and danger are easy, misfortune and happiness. You will be called Anan. Wei. Remembering that all 4 of her daughters in surprise had a jade in their names, she immediately changed her name. Oh, no, it's Yuan. Yu Wei. Ranked on the word generation, this seems to be very stylish. At least than the previous superimposed word a little stronger. Lu Jin wasn't very happy with this imbecilic naming method. It was a good thing the kids were cute or it would have been a disaster. Yu Zheju Xin Ning, Yun Shi Chang Wei Chang, Chang Wen Chi Huian, Xing Wang Yang Ming Jin. Yes, this is it. This is our family tree character line. You guys are the Jade character generation. And down the line is Bamboo. Mom, how is this a bit of Yunman following his ancestors' rules? Ray was well read, and she immediately thought of the family trees of ancient emperors. The alien queen has a long life of tens of thousands of years, so it still makes sense to screw around like that. Bamboo, LV Zhujia? My name is LV Yufu. It's quite catchy. Mom is great. The others didn't care much about the name. It was just a code name, as long as it was given to them by their moms. Little friend Fei Louie, come over here. Lu Jin lifted Fifi as soon as he could. Mom now officially appoints you as Commander-in-Chief of the Royal Air Force. What? The night Lu Jin's video was sent out, there were hundreds of thousands of hits, and the next day it had already reached the point where everyone knew about it. On the midday federal news, officials from the Department of Health also had a special disinformation feature. But the moment the alien appeared as a biochemical weapon, the authenticity of the video no longer mattered. For this reason, netizens have also organized their own joint petition to investigate the biochemical laboratories of Corino. This kind of thing must eventually die out. Madam Mayor, what do you think of the company's domestication of bioweapons? Madam Mayor, is it true that Corino has plans to overthrow the Federation? MS. Mayor, I heard you were involved in the last Corino Labs leak treatment. Are those videos true? LV Ching just brought his daughters out for a meal, not expecting to be blocked by reporters again. Corino is a trusted partner. Please make sure you trust the Federation and don't listen to random gossip. Plus I'll make sure everyone knows the truth as much as possible. He or she is considered half official, and the Federation is covering for them, so they won't be lifting people's bottoms for a while now. It's important to build up the population's absolute trust in the enemy, and I don't know how exciting it will be when the day comes to turn against them. But the current trend seems to be deliberately trying to make her look like a vase, with all kinds of fans everywhere she goes, just like a loved child, having no choice but to find a place where no one was around. Lu Jin could only change his face into Olivia's appearance. The mother and daughter trio went to the pig's foot rice that they had patronized with Jin Ran before, and were very restrained in ordering only 2 servings each, while the 3 of them were competing to see who had the most meat left over after dinner. An exaggerated horn sounded outside the store, and then 7 or 8 delinquents dressed as teenagers barged in. Boss, this month's protection fee is $80,000. You should pay it. The owner arrived at the sound of the noise, his expression as ugly as if he had eaten a fly. Boss, didn't we just collect it a few days ago? And it was $100,000. Why do you still want to collect it? Baka, you're screwed. I personally collect all the protection money over here. This seems to be a usual gangster trick, nothing more than a blackmail. But I didn't expect that the gangs would come to make trouble just after a short period of time. Could it be because they had let themselves go after slaughtering over 200 people from the new Luoquan gang earlier? But, boss, I'm really broke. I'm not even halfway through the month. I don't have that much income. We, the Hells Angels gang, work with credibility, and will protect you if you pay the protection fee. But how am I being lied to? Baka, that's your weak sense of anti-fraud. None of my business. The boss was a bit helpless. This blood was definitely going to come out today. There's an old federal saying that hit 50% off Wei Junjie, yells West. Before he could finish his words, he noticed the mother and daughter Lu Qing who were eating on the side. Tipping the scales, boss, you drop, big time. So, he turned around and walked towards Lu Qing. Oh Uncle Sam, may I ask if you are undead? You want to shoot the R-18, don't you? Chapter 115 Abducted to the head of my mother? Ah. Lu Qing let out a scream and pointed her finger at the ceiling. Hug, beautiful lady. If you don't mind I can certainly hug you. Jia. The people in the store were too pale to move. And this guy was the only one who was still getting high off his mouth. Face-hugging bugs, stupid. Several face-hugging insects fell like snowflakes, accurately pouncing on the faces of those punks. The owner couldn't help but celebrate with his forehead at the sight. Bah, damn things, cheat food and drink every day. People bad, face-hugging bugs only pounce on punks. Bugs good. Cedo Grand Master. Lu Qing hurriedly agreed. Luckily we have Lord Lu Qing's bracelet. 15 minutes later, the police department arrived, hearing about the facehugger attack, and they brought the tools to capture it. Sheriff, it should be 30 minutes since the parasitic, why isn't it out yet? Is the boss lying? The fact that the boss kept rubbing his hands together when he spoke means he was nervous. The fact that his eyes didn't flicker and wander when he asked. And the fact that he answered with a little thought means that he didn't make it up ahead of time. That he didn't lie. He just freaked out. Rookie, and learned from it. The officers cast approving glances. No wonder they said that the sheriff could read people's minds. They might just top the chief someday. Lu Qing raised his eyes to see that the sheriff at the head was surprisingly majestic. It seems that after a few of the key players were killed in the line of duty it was left to the youngsters to fill in. Crap guys, if it wasn't for them, we wouldn't have to go out to the police without even eating. The young constable grumbled, and Majestic nodded. Alien East Islanders, dead or alive he didn't care. But suddenly there were face-hugging bugs again. So he'd be in for a rude awakening in the future. It was not good for a district security bureau to lick its chops and go to LV Qing for help. Miss, I heard that this man molested you before? Please go with us to make a statement. Okay. Looking at Lu Qing's face, Majestic froze. Hey, aren't you Lu Qing's little follower? Let's see. Olivia, right? You even came in last year for violent solicitation. Is Olivia's reputation that bad? If it isn't Miss Ray, why are you hanging out with her? Majestic pressed a hand to his waist. The most plausible explanation he could think of was that Olivia had abducted Lu Qing's daughter to pick up a client. Sheriff, I'm warning you, you're being slanderous. It was Ms. LV Qing who asked me to help her with the child. Don't be ridiculous. Lu Qing pulled out the brooch, which fooled him, but he was still brought back to the security bureau to take a statement. Since the chest breakers didn't come out even after waiting for almost an hour, the punks woke up instead, so the officers just shoved them into the police car. This is the host, really not afraid of the sheriff's department being wiped out by the group. After recording the statement Lu Qing felt helpless. They still treat themselves as suspects. It seems that this vest is not good to use. If you run into the old patron will be trouble. Because the car was parked in front of the hotel, they had to walk back. The distance was not close. Lu Qing bought a few more sandwiches at the street stall. Ee-ha! A wild, weighty female voice sounded as if it were an old-time cowboy, followed by the roar of a locomotive. I saw a young girl with an exploding head on the opposite side of the street speeding by on an exaggeratedly styled motorcycle, wearing a leather jacket on a hot day. Just sick. LV Qing didn't like the ghost fire girls, the biker girls he used to follow on video sites. It was a miracle that half of them survived the turn of the year. Asterisk. Where's my daughter? I was so focused on the sandwich that I turned around and realized that Fifi was gone. And that ghostfire girl was holding her under her armpits at the moment. She also has wings and a totem of flames on her back, so it's obvious that she's from the Hells Angels gang. Coming at me is it? He obviously did not do anything. This time is purely lying. Well, what the? Did I get a head start on the trafficking? But it's done. Let's eat first. A Hells Angels gang stronghold in an auto body shop in the city. A little lowly? That's cute. Gang leader Marshall Brown seems to be very fond of Fifi, but the little girl was a bit fierce. He didn't dare to touch, even before the disaster. He receives a commission from a mysterious rich man to collect cute little Lolitas all over the city. Originally he was going to refuse. Even a vicious gangster wouldn't stoop so low as to lay hands on such a brat. Nay, the other party offered 7 figures, and he had to be really fragrant. Boss, this time it's a high-class item. Look at this little face. How much it resembles that Lu Qing. Marshall's tiger body shook. Carefully. It seems that this child is indeed very similar to Lu Qing. Don't be. He didn't dare to think down the road. Before Katsura Junichiro was close to Lu Qing, and then the person was not hot. After LV Qing was hailed as a god, there were more urban legends about her. The most typical is that the aliens are sent by God to cleanse mankind, while Lu Jin will bless billions of living beings, and those who are punished by her will be parasitized. As to why many good people have been parasitized, it is believed that these people must have been involved in spitting and littering, so there was no problem with Lu Jin's punishment. You're sure you didn't snatch it from Lu Jin, right, boss? You think too highly of me, don't you? Not daring to take any chances, he carefully checked the details a few times and asked Fifi again in a gentle voice. What's your name, little sister? Lu, Fei Lu. Fifi spoke a little shakily as if she were frightened. Marshall was slightly relieved. I heard that LV Ching's child's last name was LV too. This shouldn't be it, right? But what an inappropriate bunch of rich heirs. Can they even lay their hands on a little kid like that? He was a bit righteously indignant, as if he wanted to show off his last bit of conscience. It can't be helped. The island of Rokasa is full of top tycoons. People are just heaven. Exploding Head didn't care. He wasn't a lowly anyway. Fifi had wanted to start the buffet at this point, but when she heard that there were rich people on the island of Rokasa, she planned to go over and check it out, because Mom said that in the end, the rich are all going to be slaughtered too. These kids go and come back alive? Boss, thoughts need to be opened. Children from poor families aren't very happy in life. They might as well go there and spend a few years. There are so many suffering children anyway. It's not as if she's the only one. A few other little brothers also all persuade up. They do not want the boss a moment of goodwill lost his job to set up a big enemy. That head of the people are not simple. Boss, the photos were sent over. They said it's a very good deal to be able to ravage as LV Ching's daughter. The bidding over there is $10 million. Ha! Marshall's last shred of conscience was shattered by $10 million. Lori is good. Lori is fragrant and soft. You must not fail to taste it. Send it to the adults. Remember to wear good children's clothes. Don't grow up halfway through the day. Chapter 116, Rakasa Island. Is he really a genius? Lu Jin wanted to have Fei Fei perform a random size change to open his eyes. But how did he get himself into trouble with the rich man on Rakasa Island? After a little bit of thought, Lu Jin felt that the most likely person to be offended would be the Korino company. It's not just raising two of their experimental bases. What's the point? Fifi, don't start dinner yet. Play with him. Mom, I get it. At this time, Lu Jin was also eavesdropping outside the door for half a day, and when Fei Fei was sent away, he could follow the trail. Whoever is offended will be stewed all in one pot when the time comes. An hour later, Fifi, who was dressed as a schoolboy, was picked up by a limousine. Come on, it's hopeless. The death penalty for all. Knock knock. Lu Jin knocked on the iron door of the factory building. Who is it? It's closed today. Wait, stop knocking. You're breaking the door. The one who opened the door was a strong man with an airplane head, who originally had a belly full of anger. But when he saw LV Ching, he was deflated. First time I've seen someone so good looking. It's so much more eye candy than those ghost fire girls in the gang. What are you looking at? If you look again, I'll gouge your eyes out and stomp on them. Where's your boss? After being scolded, he instead felt like a spring breeze, so he led Lu Jin up to the second floor. Marshall is sparring with the exploding head girl. The stockings on the girl's legs are full of holes and Marshall is covered in scratches, fighting like a hot kiln. Without knowing it, one would think there is a big feud. The other two biker girls were still cheering and had pretty big hearts. In short, hot eyes. Oi, Marshall, right, the current leader of the Flyer gang, whose main business is fly-by-night robberies, abductions of women and children, and young laborers, right? Asterisk. We're called the Hell's Angels, or the Fallen Angels if you prefer. What with the speeder gang and being like stupid thieves? Asterisk. Who the are you? How did you get in here? No wonder other gangs don't like to play with them. More or less stained with lack of heart. My name is Olivia of the Hawk Gang, and don't worry, I'm not a cop. Hearing that Hawk helped, Marshall was relieved and shook hands with Exploding Head as well. The Hawk Gang? How come I've never heard of you? Matchmaking, good buys, good sales, childish, and case histories. Marshall nodded. Right on the money. That's what the Hawk Gang did, but he hadn't placed an order himself. Had he? So you're a delivery boy? Asterisk you. Dang, I brought a kid today that you guys cut off. And you know what? It's going to the Speaker of the House. Ha? How do you know we did it? Only Fifi was caught today, and Marshall had a clue. Asterisk this Exploding Head. Where is not a conspicuous bag? Still afraid of not recognizing? Explosive Head also recognized Lu Jin and knew he was in trouble. He didn't even dare to raise his head. Did you know that the speaker loves Lu Jin? But he's a perverted lowly controller. So this child is the future security of our Hawk Gang. So, what then? I've already sent her to Rakasa Island. We can't afford to mess with any of the big shots over there. Marshall was panicking. He couldn't afford to mess with the rich man of Rakasa Island, and he couldn't afford to mess with the local Speaker of the House even more. Will the speaker let you off the hook for letting you abduct a child that I've managed to con and people have said they want? Will the Hawks let you go? Let's all stop. Lu Jin opened his teeth and claws like he wanted to eat someone. Marshall was taken aback, but he had seen the world. And how could a club girl know about such a scandal? But with this one panic, Lu Jin smoothly controlled his sanity. Sister, please, tell me what to do. The kind of person the speaker is not someone I can offend. Marshall flopped to his knees. It's a pain in the ass, but you can't run away when you're hooked. I heard that you are collecting loli all over the city to sell overseas. This is something that is detrimental to Ian virtue. I'm in this business. I'm not afraid of losing a bit of my virtue. As much as he wanted to say that, he was panicking in his heart, as if he saw countless hideous evil spirits underground just waiting to eat him alive. Master, please show me a way out. No sale, no harm. You arrest 7 more. Send them directly to the speaker, with great fanfare to the Parliament building, and you will be guaranteed no more trouble. After Lu Jin left, Marshall and the others felt like they had an outrageous dream, only remembering that they had to give a gift to the speaker. As for who instructed them, they could not remember. On the other hand, Fifi had already boarded a private plane to East Island. In the Federation, there's an unwritten rule that if you're kidnapped, you have to call for help and run away. But if you're tied up in a limousine and airplane, you just have to put up with it. And it's gender neutral. Even many children from poor families look forward to being taken captive by a luxury car. At least a few years of luxury living as the personal effects of the rich is better than a lifetime of poverty. As for this Rakasa Island, it's a slippery slope that regular people can't touch. The island is about 500 acres in size and is located in the southern part of the Eastern Island State. And when the Eastern Island State was defeated 100 years ago, the island of Rakasa was ceded to the Federation as war reparations. Due to the growing ambitions of the Eastern Islanders, the Federation's control over this overseas land gradually weakened and eventually became a place for the rich and powerful to have fun. Wow, is this heaven? Looking at the island, which was like a playground, Fifi was excited. Seeing such a knowledgeable little girl for the first time, the island owner was also very satisfied, not in vain for her cool Lu Jin-like face. Do you like it here a lot, little sister? Yeah, lots of toys, and a Ferris wheel, which mom never took me on. It's true that children from poor families are good at cheating. How about staying here all the time then, baby, and having you den duo lang? He leaned down and tried to pet the head, but Fifi deftly dodged it. How dare you touch my head? Well, what's the matter? Don't like it? Yes, Fifi has figured out 108 ways to cook this guy. Mom's coming to pick me up in a few days. Ha ha, not just anyone can come here. Oh, just stay here. Not at all. Mom's pissed. You guys are screwed. He nudged the tip of Fifi's nose and turned away, not wanting to do any harm to the delicate little flower. He just waited for the evening to be alone. He took Fifi's words as nothing more than a child's adoration of her mother's trust, not having the slightest idea that she had gotten herself into serious trouble. Upon investigation, there was no record of her in the Federal Registry and she was apparently a black. The slums are full of kids like that. Most of them will die before they reach adulthood, and they've done themselves a favor. How powerful can her mom be? Can she really lure Lu Jin here? What a laugh. Fifi was taken away by 2 staring young girls, first bathed and dressed, and then taken to an underground school. The school was full of all kinds of facilities and the students were children similar to her, but they weren't really scared and were even a little excited. Only the slightly older teenage girls are eyeless. They have to learn and practice all sorts of things that are unimaginable to normal people every day, and it seems to be a bit difficult for them to grow up to be adults. Fifi also looks at another dungeon at her feet holding all the kids who don't do well in school. Due to her special status, Fifi was trained individually by a teacher, learning nothing more than aristocratic etiquette and special skills. Lu Jin, because he was addicted to the setting of Missy, had previously taught Fei Fei and Lei Lei, and it was a breeze to learn. And what kind of skills are they teaching? It's at least 15 years behind the learning material stored on second sister's hard drive. Mom, where are you? When are you going to close the net? It's so boring here. Fifi, hold it in a little longer. Mom's on. Hey, Shabison, do you get a discount on crepes when you buy 10? Ahem, Mom's on business. LV Ching had arrived in the host country, and at the moment she was in some small-town festival shopping for snacks. After an hour of testing, Fifi was rated S. It was rare to meet such a gifted and intelligent student, and the teachers were so satisfied that they were relieved to send her to the Islanders' villa. Hey, Fifi, right? Come on, say uncle, second sister. Your trick is too good. Against LSP that's really straight hook salty bait without spilling. Che, little girl, you've just gotten older and you're learning from your sister to hook up with men. Shame on you. Looking at the Islander, who was wrestling and hitting the pillow, Fifi gave a teasing smile. Oh mankind, it's irredeemable. Chapter 117, The Underbelly of the First Great Family. Hey, What's your name? Nabil Lezard. It was an unfamiliar name, so Fifi grabbed her phone and searched it, and the words popped up in a long list. Among the most obvious, the subcontinent's largest family, which controls the world's financial lifeblood, monopolizes dozens of industries, and has assets reported to be estimated at more than $90 trillion. Mom would be so happy if we grabbed them all, wouldn't she? Nabil Lezard, on the other hand, is the fourth son of the family head, and has had a lot of bad press, but it's all gone away because of the family's influence. Indeed, they are edible people. Hey, give me a big room and dinner for 5. Yes, master. After arranging for Fifi, Navelli went back to his bedroom. Hey, why am I so energetic today? My legs aren't shaking, my waist isn't sore. Did the red pill the doctor gave me really work? Navelli was also confident, and spent the latter part of the night reading by candlelight with the heads of the jacks. While she was at it, Fifi would have liked to look around, but the fact that the house didn't have a single ventilation duct, and was obviously a bit geared towards aliens, made it a bit difficult. She could only discuss the next plan with Lu Qing. As for the less-heard family, Lu Qing had also heard of them. They were mixed up in all walks of life, and once they messed with them, they couldn't get rid of them. As the saying goes, a 100-legged insect dies but never falls down, and if you want to destroy them, you have to die unless all humans die. That's why Lu Qing can offend them. On the following day, Fifi was to be used to entertain honored guests afterward because she had been enjoyed by the islander. The so-called honored guests are just celebrities from all walks of life who come here for some dirty fun. Although this is a well-known secret, there is actually no substantial evidence because the secrecy is so well done. But Fifi asked Neville for a cell phone to record some big news. Fifi's first guest is the king's bum, Chancellor Yoshiki Leopold of the Yuknai Yardi Empire. It was an old man with a beard and brown pupils, in his 60s, who smiled like he was going to eat someone, and it wasn't likely that he ever actually did. Facing Fifi, who was dressed in proper children's clothes, the old thing's eyes were shining and his old face was flushed. Is that Fifi? I rushed over as soon as I had a moment to spare after seeing your public announcement. It's so cute. It's like a juvenile version of Lu Qing. What? So you've become a meal replacement? How in the world did Mom offend these powerful people? Old grandpa, let me help you pound your legs. It's been so long since the boat ride, so relax first. Well, what a good boy. Seemingly pleased with the appellation, the folds of one of Yachki's old faces stretched, but the leg whacking was Fifi's wobbly eye, and she didn't even want to move. Fifi, Grandpa is going to find you a playmate. Do you mind? He didn't care how Fifi felt, he just wanted to enjoy himself. The heavy wooden door was pushed open by the maid, and a boy in deadstock water and a bobbed haircut walked in, kneeling politely and curtsying before he dutifully lay down on the bed. Fifi, come over here too, quick, Grandpa can't wait. Ooh, sorry, I was careless. Fifi, just do a good job of recording it for Grandpa. When the line reached the end of the water, Yachki wiped his sweat. Fifi, are you done shooting? Of course, Lord Chancellor, you really are as valiant as ever. Ha ha, that's right. Yachki pinched the boy's face and gave the camera another scissor hand. They all say I'm a cold-blooded, heartless monster, but I'm willing to open my heart to you lovely children. And heck no asterisk. It's all slander. There was some physical discomfort for Lu Qing as she witnessed the unpleasant evidence through the hive the entire time. Damn, this old thing is disgusting. No wonder old Biden liked poison gas and indiscriminate bombing when he fought in the war back in the day. He was a pervert to the bone. After sending off the Chancellor, the second was even heavier. A physicist from the Kingdom of Brittany, Rebecca Hawking. That is a woman with paraplegic lower limbs. She looks no more than 30 years old, but is actually over 50. Won the Bernhard Prize in Physics for her discovery of Raleigh's duality, and has been called the wisest of the wise. It's not right, is it? What's a woman doing here? Holy, Carrie, you don't like Lu Qing, do you? No, I simply love you. It's just perfect. Mom, Fifi froze in place for a long time. Those two words familiar and unfamiliar, her limited vocabulary unable to piece together her endless shock. Suddenly she felt that Lord Chancellor was actually a normal person, right? Out of some kind of need, she punched and kicked Rebecca, and while it seemed like nothing was lost, she felt dirty. Lu Qing's side was laughing out of a pig's mouth. Although she didn't understand upper-class people's taste, she could mock it. Compared to those suffering children, Fifi was even more aggravated. And that's the bottom line of the damn first big family? After lunch, Fifi took a nap and was confused when the front door was pushed open again, this time by a familiar face. Ryan? She subconsciously exploded. The visitor was none other than Fufu's little yellow hair. Yo, it's Fifi. Her brain is running fast. This guy will not be unable to pick up the second sister to take advantage of me, right? After all, the faces are pretty much the same. Don't get me wrong. I just came to see you. What? Second sister? Second sister. I ran into your boyfriend on Rakasa Island. He's got a couple of lolies having fun. You're green in the head. On the principle of watching the fun, Fifi directly made a rumor. And anyway, it's here. How can it be clean? 6. When your sister hasn't beaten you, do you think I'm easy to bully? Fufu, what do you want? No, big sis. You, me, hey. 6. Let me tell you. I changed my boyfriend a long time ago. That dog licker is the one I let go. We don't have that status even if we want to go over there, don't we? Holding a hint of awe. So it's really outside help? Looking at the grim-faced Ryan, Fifi felt a little funny. I guess this person can't live for a few days. And licking it, second sister so charming? But the face-hugging bug inside him was useful. 3 days had passed, and Fifi had become the queen of popularity for a time by utilizing mental interference to confuse her valued guests. But it comes with a price. And watching these idiots wrestle with pillows is really hot too. In the meantime, Lu Jin was not idle. She temporarily resided in Tosa Prefecture in the southern part of the eastern island country, which is bordered by the sea and numerous mountain ranges, making it a perfect place for nesting. Leaving behind 120,000 eggs, she left satisfied. Because of the easy access to the sea and the developed economy, there are naturally many tourists, so consider this a welcome gift for them. That night, Lu Jin arrived at a festival in another town, wearing an aqua blue floral yukata as a local custom, and when she encountered someone who accosted her, she would gently say back, Nishinai, Baka. She prefers to spy on other people's young loves during late summer fireworks displays, but the picture was so beautiful that it made her feel as if she had wasted all her youth. The young boy and girl were simply happy, and the naked passionate love was so touching that she just had to send the young couple into her stomach. Stealing a show of love is a show too. Hiccup dash. A total of 20 crepes, 15 takoyaki, octopus dumplings, 8 tamagoyaki, and 2 small baka. Well, plenty of stored energy to cross the ocean and go play with Fifi. In the seawater, Lu Jin was like a shark, and the alien's tail was really perfect for swimming. Tosa Prefecture is just over 40 kilometers by sea from Rakasa Island, and it takes only an hour to swim there. Probably looking a little tasty herself, she also suffered a couple shark attacks. Maybe these large sea creatures would be good as hosts. Arriving at Fifi's location, Lu Jin was in a bit of a trance. How the hell did this surround a circle of electromagnetic cannons? Chapter 118, The Scare Experiment. The one-man high-cost defense gun made Lu Jin a little hesitant. This is a full-body get a gun body shall not be bruised in purple? Mom, you'll board the island from the southwest. The shore defense guns there are fake, and I've got clean clothes for you. That's pretty sweet of the little guy. Once ashore, the EM gun was indeed an empty shell, one that was able to symbolically rotate to confuse the intruders. There are about 20 EMs around the island, and the ones that work are estimated to be 5 or 6. Let's see what nice clothes Fifi has for me. Not far away in the shrubs, Lu Jin found the paper bag left behind by Fei Fei, which contained a set of very age-defying clothes, a bright yellow skirt, a rose-red plunge t-shirt, outrageously covered in embroidered designs of bears and rabbits. Is that the only style of dress on the island? There was also a pair of white pantyhose and a pair of shiny little shoes. It's obviously not something you should be wearing at your age. Fifi, do you want mommy to be your sister? Hey, mom should be cute like that. It's done, Mr. Egg. Without a spawner, only 3 egg-shaped worms could be spawned per day, and although Lu Jin couldn't look at it, it was more than appropriate to use it now. Finished, Lu Jin still used Olivia's face and disguised himself in Shanshan's form. It didn't feel like a bad idea to get changed. At least it was much more comfortable than professional clothes, and it was nice to be a brat. Hey, what do you want? Stop. Out of the darkness came 2 bald men, presumably the island's guards. Just got here and you're exposed? Is it extermination or extermination? Trying to escape? Looking at the wet Lu Jin, the 2 guards immediately understood. She wanted to run but was stopped by the sea. You 2 are quite good at this. I don't know how to get in yet, and you're just helping out. Oh, no, don't grab me. Go back. I want to go home. LV Ching posturing, wailing, but the guards do not eat this. Directly grabbed the back of her collar to lift up. District goods. Who are you pretending to be? So they carried Lu Jin to the school. After checking with the registrar's office, there was no such child, which is a big problem. She could only have escaped and hidden when she landed on the island. If the boss finds out, his life could be in danger, not to mention his job. The staff had already been working in secret for a long time. It's the kid who just got caught running away. TSK, in that case, she's no longer available. The teaching director sized up Lu Jin, his eyes full of regret. If properly taught, maybe in Fei Fei a branch of 2 flowers bloom. Take it to the storage room. Oh, So it's going to be treated as material? The guards were also unperturbed, they'd seen plenty of material disposed of for sneaking around. The guards carried her into the dungeon on the lower level of the school. Seeing those mute and stagnant people, Lu Jin had already guessed what they had gone through. But she didn't care. It was just some scrapped merchandise. This is not the destination for the worst offender like himself. They arrived at a circular chamber, and Lu Jin was put into a submarine-like shuttle. Then a torrent of sound rang out. The chamber was filled with seawater. The passageway in front of it opened, and the shuttle slowly started up, surprisingly entering the undersea tunnel. What? Farif laughed. Is that necessary? Pumping and flooding, and you're still afraid a little kid will break the channel and run away? Every day clamoring for carbon control. The result is that you have more emissions. The upper class of the years of peace and quiet, all transferred to the bottom of the wait forward. The undersea tunnel was about 2 kilometers long, and all the way down almost 100 meters or so. The shuttle entered a trench that hid a domed building. The building is not transparent and visible like a movie, nor is it a heavy steel plate in a heavy industrial style, but a low reflectivity camouflage material with all kinds of shielding, making it basically impossible to detect if you're not underwater. It's a lot more artistic than a company pulling out a mountain. As soon as he entered, Lu Jin felt a pang of brainwaves and pheromones that pointed to one simple emotion at the same time, a fear that was sharper than fear, both human and alien. Damn shame. Aliens still scare people? The shuttle entered the dock. The seawater was drained, and 2 guards immediately sent Lu Jin into a white laboratory. The lab was almost as big as 2 soccer fields, and in addition to the staff there were many experimental samples of men, women, and children, with dozens of isolated bins conducting linked experiments. The entire area is divided into 6 levels of shock, trepidation, fear, horror and horror. New materials are dropped in incrementally to determine the most appropriate scenarios for them. LV Ching was secured in a motorized chair and first put into a glass room of about 5 square meters in the shock zone. When she reached the center of the room, the lights came on and the walls were actually crawling with facehuggers. As if for the first time, she looked closely at the abdomen of the facehugging bug, and had some difficulty saying, boring. In the panic zone, the facehugger turned into an alien. In the fear zone, similar to a stage play, a man sits paralyzed on the floor outside the isolation window, across from a bound alien at just the right distance to ensure he is not harmed. In the creepy area, in front of the table, a bound and clawed one crawled on top of Lu Jin, again at just the right distance to touch her face. Wincing, Lu Jin came directly face to face with an alien. The guy's legs were pierced by chains, preventing it from moving freely. What kind of material is this? It's actually antiseptic? Hey, what's wrong with you? As soon as Lu Jin opened his mouth, the guy retreated to the corner with his tail between his legs. Slasher Zone did not join the experiment, but Lu Jin saw that a young boy next door approached cowering, and when the alien on the ceiling landed behind him, the boy turned his head and was scared straight to death. The staff immediately dispatched the alien, then stuck a needle in his head and drew out a tube of pink liquid before leaving satisfied. In other chambers, experimental subjects of various ages were covered with tubes, and in the event of a violent shock, a tube of blood would be drawn. The fear reached a threshold and they were sent to the next level, to the point where some were so frightened that they fainted, and the experimenters went so far as to stab directly into the eye and extract the strange liquid. LV Ching was a bit confused, completely unable to understand what they were doing, but she did figure out that so many missing persons cases over the past decade or so turned out to have come here. Damn, how come this kid isn't scared at all? You're kidding, how can a mere alien scare me? A researcher was filled with worry. Then send her straight into the hacking zone. She'll be destroyed anyway. Alright, Lu Jin was thrown into a dimly lit room, which was coiled with 3 aliens, 2 of which were restrained, one lying on the roof. Lu Jin climbed onto the roof with a gentle leap and touched the back of the alien. What are you doing, little sister? Ow dash. His feet slipped and he fell straight to the ground. You're still scaring me, kid? She felt an abyss of fear, and Lu Jin smoothly took over her brain. Over in the monitoring room, 2 guards and a researcher immediately rushed in when they realized that Lu Jin had disappeared. They also panicked a bit when they saw the fallen alien charging up. Quick, stop it. The guard activated the instrument on his arm and sure enough they were using the Queen's pheromone. But that alien was not affected at all by his own Queen's enchantment. Without hesitation, she pounced on one of the guards and exploded his head, while her tail ran the other through the chest at the same time. The researcher tried to escape, but by now the security door was locked. Ho ho ho, the peculiarly human selling of teammates. I ask, can you answer? If you lie you're their snack. Behave and I'll leave you alone. He was a little confused, obviously a harmless little girl, as if she could control the alien. What are these people for? Pass. Through shock. Lift. Extract adrenaline and SR014. 2. Isn't adrenaline synthetic? No, 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 no. The adrenaline produced by fear in young humans is 100 times stronger than synthetic, and there are no side effects from regular use. Oh, what's SR014? 2. Yes. It's a special hormone secreted by the pituitary gland of juvenile humans during extreme panic. When injected into adult humans, it can gradually activate necrotic tissues, immortalize the face, prolong the lifespan, and theoretically return the old to the young with long-term use. Lu Jin Ran did not believe in this, a bit of scientific cultivation of immortality, but he really did not lie. Anymore? Yes. SR014. 2 needs to be sucked directly from the pituitary gland by stabbing the brain through the eye without anesthesia, and is injected regularly by the rich and famous in all countries. Snap! Lu Jin Ran smashed his head with one hand. That's a good death, isn't it? It's still too good. Boo! The thick security door was kicked away by Lu Jin Ran. We're here now. It'd be rude not to copy the house, wouldn't it? Chapter 119, The Dirty Truth. Hey, did you hear? Another little girl got caught trying to escape today. Bob, you're not new here. You've had enough of this kind of thing. Why do you care about that? Ha, that's true, but I've heard that the girls' looks aren't any worse than Fifi's. TSK, brother, do you also have a taste for this? The older guard immediately showed a look of contempt. Which can Lu? Just think what a good little girl. This group also under the hand? They do not have their own daughter? Why? Come on, out of sight, out of mind. Who'd be happy to come up here if it weren't for 200 W a year? Just get used to it. The two of them took out the small wine pot in their arms, tons and tons of pouring 2 mouthfuls, blowing the sea breeze, stepping on the cackling sand, feeling much more relaxed. Hey, brother Lu, why is that electromagnetic cannon broken? Not far from the edge of the cliff, the malfunction light of the electromagnetic cannon kept blinking. Fake, scary, knock twice, bong bong bong. Lu kicked several times and the red light still flashed. Damn, all that money was spent on dolls. And the damn thing has been broken for so long and you don't even know how to fix it. No, brother Lu, see how this has broken such a big hole? Several large holes appeared in the side of the electromagnetic cannon as if it had been melted. Hiss, there's a problem, is it? On the turret, 2 face-hugging bugs quietly dropped down to answer their questions. Knock knock, come in. Naveel was enjoying the maid's massage and feeding service when she opened her eyes and saw Ryan walk in. Goo, if it isn't the heir to the Campbellback family, it's rare to see you. What's your business? Do you want men and women to make merry together? Novelli took a sip of the red wine, mixed with the maid's green body odor. He felt delicious. Well, it is. Fifi turned out from behind him. Yo, Fifi, did you miss Uncle? Fifi nodded and hid behind Ryan again. She said she wanted to play 8 in a row. Naveel sniffed for a moment, then laughed out loud. Well, little ninny, you also have the time to beg Uncle finally got the hang of it. What an appetite. 10 minutes later. 5 middle-aged men walked in, and those who could get here were either rich or noble. They couldn't hide their excitement. Finally it was Fifi's turn again. Guys, our Fifi queen said she wants to play games with us. Do you accept? Of course. The crowd cheered. The maids had the good sense to leave, knowing that their master was about to get down to business, so they locked the door outside. Click. Fifi hemmed and hawed, jumping onto the bed and staring at them with her arms crossed. Today there are 6 old denizens, 5 with weak kidneys, 1 with even more weak kidneys. Stragglers, a few people sniffed, face stiff, and then smiled more broadly. Today is the female brat script? Cuckoo. Only a sickening sound was heard as Ryan on one side became fragmented, drained of his nutrients, his blood no longer corrosive. Right in that puddle of wreckage, 5 face-hugging insects ejected like ghosts, landing precisely on the faces of those 5 people. Naveel didn't even react to what was going on. Wasn't it a drunken dream? The drunken dream was gone. The 5 men made quite a commotion as they fell to the ground and struggled, but the maid outside the door just assumed it was part of the play and ignored it. Humph, what a mongrel, can't even beat a facehugger? Trash. Shin, busy? Bring Fobler to Rokasa Island tomorrow. There's a big case. It's a hell on earth, but there are great opportunities to earn prestige. Mom, I have a case in hand to close. Is this urgent? Then I'll come over later when I've settled the investigation team. No, baby, not so much as a coworker sacrifice. Right? Aren't you worried about exposure? It's okay, Mom, if I can't solve a case, neither can a human. With the influence of Xenomov's religion, XIN was also smoothly mixed into the FBI. Because she doesn't care if humans die or live. She screws the person who reported the case if she can't do it, and screws her coworkers if they perform well. So much so that there was not a single bad review and top grades from the very beginning. Before XIN arrived, Lu Jin had to quickly scavenge the loot. Lu Jin opened all the chambers on this floor, releasing a total of over 60 aliens and 600 face-hugging insects. They never seemed to have come into contact with the Queen, and Lu Jin easily controlled them with pheromones. Looking at these escaping little ones, Lu Jin's heart was quite relieved. He had saved these children. The human pups weren't so lucky, though, after fear experiments to extract hormones, they've gone insane. Even alive, it's no different than dead. But why is there a dull ache in my heart? Is there a shred of useless humanity left? No, it's not. Lu Jin denied the idea. Neither humans, aliens nor animals want to see their children suffer. But humans don't think of anyone other than themselves as fellow human beings. Even aliens know not to lay hands on children, but humans refer to aliens as. So it's clear that humans are not even as good as. Lu Jin couldn't wait to get rid of the scourge for Mother Earth. She switched to a couple of aliens and had them attack each other, the acidic blood flowing out and corroding several large holes right through the floor, saving her the effort of finding the stairs. It's just smooth for a found child to use. The lower level wasn't an experimental area though, it was a medical area as the evacuation alarm went off and people ran to the safe house to hide. A familiar formula. The safe house thing could protect against normal aliens but not Lu Jin. After all, humans had never seen the alien queen either. Leaving aside the worker bees that were frantically hunting, Lu Jin broke into the safe house alone. More than 40 people were crammed into a room of more than 50 square meters. 3 of them had their backs to her and were hugging and feasting on the screaming nurse. They also had a disgusting stench on them. Monsters. Ta-da! Lu Jin was being set on fire by several rifles. She was a bit tense. Just like this? Who are you looking down on by hanging out with aliens who don't even have electromagnetic rifles? Or even rifles of a small caliber? She stretched out her tail and wore the shooter right through the candy cane. The people in the room were dumbfounded, and the eyes of the man-eating monsters cleared. Every time I open a safe house it's the same as opening a blind box, and this was no exception. Lu Jin caught a few big fish. The 3 monsters, Paul Gadsby, the world's richest man and the money man behind President Halmas, Majij Momu, the gold master of another faction of the Federation, fought Halmas to the death back in the day. Lastly, there is Jackboat Empire's tech giant, ranked as a mega-rich man, who has been involved in border friction and public opinion fanfare with the Federation in recent years. The 3 of them are mortal enemies in both business and politics, but now they are sitting together happily to enjoy a feast of whole goat, which is really outrageous. They're obviously much younger compared to what they've seen in the media, which should be the reason for that whatever SR hormone. Those unlucky children ended up as sacrifices to their greed. Lu Jin used his tail to pick apart their tops, and sure enough, the skin had turned black, and there were 4 circular scars on their backs, like dorsal tubes that were trying to break through their ridges. It should have used some secret front-end technology to develop an alien agent, and now it's hastily escaping without an inhibitor. As a result, it's backfired. I told you that you humans can't grasp it. Not only do they harm people, they harm aliens, and they should be punished. Phew! With a pleasant cracking sound, Lu Jin's tail spike slashed through, and a watermelon was seen rolling. A few of the bigwigs never thought to their deaths that they would end up so scribbly. The crowd panicked. Lu Jin slowly walked into what they thought was an impenetrable safe house. I don't know what sin you have committed, but God knows I'm not here to ask for it, but for you to break it off with him face to face. But then, I'm a kind-hearted person, so you guys can go now. Upon hearing this, the crowd didn't care if it was a trap or not. They wanted to run wildly outside. Lu Jin thoughtfully tripped the person at the front, while the person behind fled by stepping on the former without hesitation. The scene was a mess. TSK, don't blame me. You were trampled to death by them. It's none of my business. And let's not talk about the aliens out there. The dock leading to the underwater tunnel has been damaged by Lu Jin's children and cannot be drained. They keep swimming like sharks and aren't afraid of humans using escape pods. And on the island, the airplanes and boats were pretty much destroyed by Fifi, so none of them are going anywhere today. The jarring and enjoyment of primal fear, that's what the alien loves the most. Next, it's the lovely little queen's turn. Chapter 120, You're an Orphan. Lu Jin plunged her tail into the floor. The thick alloy sliced through like tofu. The cold sea water poured in. She was a little bummed. Just the bottom? When the seawater didn't go over his head, Lu Jin finally found the entrance to the downward spiral. It was a passageway that extended straight down from the upper level and didn't stop here. That's what she found out after she tore down the wall. Dropping down the passage, about 100 meters as well, she felt the temperature rise significantly, as if the bottom of the sea was magma below. At the bottom of the passage is a large laboratory that isolates the aliens' brainwaves and pheromones, and in the center of the lab, a huge, limbless and crownless alien queen was hanging in midair, looking a little creepy. Sex, female and male. Race, alien. Rank, 48. Evolution, 43%. Creature level, Queen of the Fourth Order, Alpha. Alpha again? I didn't see it coming. It's an outrageous mix, isn't it? Thank goodness you guys came to my rescue. Seeing the alien behind Lu Jin, she instantly recognized it as her own child. Gee, you're kind of miserable. Who are you? Don't come any closer. Boys, kill her. The oppressive feeling of Lu Jin made her panic. They are indifferent in the face of the queen who is suspected to be their mother. Being controlled by the queen herself is obviously better. The men here were on tight defense, blocking the aliens' contact with the queen just to better control them with pheromones. But in the end, it was a dowry for Lu Jin. Fine. I know, but you're behaving badly. Go in peace. No, my body is fine. I can recover. I can. Quick slick up. The sharp tail spike swung through and the queen's mangled head rolled to the ground, ending a life of pain. Are you kidding me? You've lost all your limbs and you're still recovering? You think you're a crab? Ding! The alien queen, Alpha, has been killed, rewarding the special skill, molecular healing. What's this skill? At this stage your body will be given super speed self-healing. Severed limbs can be restored by connecting or regenerating, and as long as your body is intact you can recover gradually. What? Hanging out? As long as it's a whole body, it won't die. Looks like that guy was telling the truth. But it's fine. It's better to give her this skill than to give it to yourself. But this has nothing to do with molecules either. Is this another Mutant the System? Back on the ground, the island was in chaos, and those who had tried to escape had been chased around by the aliens. Lu Jin picked up a fairly clean maid's outfit and sneaked into the islanders' villa. She accessed the island surveillance and copied the records of the children's experiments and the medical records of the rich and powerful who had been injected with the alien potion to a new hard drive, and the rest of the hardware she destroyed with acidic blood through and through. Wouldn't that be a big storm if it went to the feds? But in the end, it's all raised high and lowered gently. Who let these elites hold the international lifeblood? By now, the fleeing crowd had all been forced into the playground. Fifi was arriving with Novelli, who seemed to be still reeling from the visions of the color field. Fufu's use of mental interference seems to have run off the rails. Charm, to be precise. How else can you say that color is a bone scraper? Lu Jin took over control of him very smoothly. For this kind of person who had been charmed multiple times and was in terrible physical condition, Lu Jin could even control his every word and action. The crowd was dumbfounded at the sight of Neville stepping leisurely out of the group of aliens. How did he not get attacked when he obviously didn't have any equipment with him? Guys, he shakes his head as if trying to escape the hold. You are, already, surrounded by me. Any last words? The kids can't wait for dinner to start. Hand over your family property and I'll let you go in pain. What? No wonder the loser made such a place for fun. And now he's a meat man? Being eaten up and losing your money at the end of the day. Is that what people do? Noville, what the hell are you? A middle-aged woman plucked up courage, stepped forward, and questioned him. Good question. I'm just a regular human who's come to an understanding with these alien ladies. With my wealth and power, wouldn't the world be mine if I helped them destroy you stupid humans? Lu Jin dumped all the pots on him, but the crowd didn't believe it for a while because it was too outrageous. But that seems to be the case with the current situation. You'll get what's coming to you, and even if one of us makes it back alive, we're going to unite and fight you Cold War families to the end. Too bad there's no chance. You're just food now. This unexpected surprise, Lu Jin gave them more hate. These rich people know more about the gold of joining forces than the poor masses, and can lie down beautifully themselves in the event of human infighting. Fifi, on the other hand, was not slowing down to record the video. You can't have too much evidence of such things. These people had to be put back, even if they wimped out. Even if they were just spreading rumors, it would cause a lot of trouble for a giant like the company. At least let the people know that these so-called upper-class people are totally on the side of anti-humanity, and he himself is their trusted comrade in arms. I've heard that there are people who want to destroy the human race. Have you asked me? While the crowd was still immersed in shock, Lu Jin held two rifles in her hands, shooting at the alien together with precise strokes, with the appearance of a battle maid, like a rosebud in a crater. It's Lu Jin. We're saved. Up, God forbid. No, Lu Jin himself is here. In the future, my wedding must be held in Lu Jin's church. Although they usually didn't think much of Lu Jin, when the life-saving straw came, they licked it faster than anyone else. By now it was light and 4 helicopters were whirling in as hints and led the federal agents to the scene. Heavy machine guns kept firing, and they didn't care even if the hostages were killed or injured. Several of the worker bees were shot to pieces, and the rest saw the carving and ran in all directions, diving into the sea. Should I say no? This queen's heir at the bottom of the sea is extraordinarily vulnerable. Damn, what's going on? Why are there aliens here too? Shin slapped her co-worker in embarrassment. Seeing her eldest daughter in this bully-like manner, Lu Jin thought it was kind of funny. Sir, I've been lurking here for a few days and have found a lot of evidence that this guy is a human traitor, conspiring with the aliens to try and destroy humanity. I recommend a straight canine execution. All present echoed the sentiment and were willing to testify. LV Ching handed the hard disk over to Xin. It was up to her how to toss it. Lu Ching looked to the other side of the sobered-up Novelli. Originally the abduction case she wasn't interested at all either. Who told them to hit Fifi on the head? Novelli, right? The hood is all yours. Lu Ching pulled a large amount of hair from his head, still with some bloodstains. No way? A virtual ghost like you actually has this much hair? I told you Mom came back to get me, didn't I? To make you not believe me. Fei spat out her tongue and zipped into Lu Qing's arms. Damn it, did you really invite Lu Qing here? Novelli at this time also understand. The original is a beauty plan. This woman is really cruel enough. Their own this so small daughter dare to sell. But if he knew that he'd only froze there and watched a little movie, he'd probably be spitting blood on the spot. You know who I am, my family won't let you go. So what if you're FBI? So what if you're heroes? You won't get away with this. Asterisk. You owe it to yourself, don't you? Cin stomped his face into the sand. Dog, and a family? The countries of the subcontinent have fallen into extinction. You're an orphan now. Chapter 121 Pollution of the Seas. Boss, will this work? The exploding head girl was very worried. At this point their car was loaded with 7 shivering lolis. The master said that the speaker is good for it. Exactly 7. 1 a day, without a vacation. It was Wednesday morning, and there were still quite a lot of people in front of the Parliament building, and they were all respectable people. Speaker Stephen Walken, we're from the Hells Angels gang, and we're here today to deliver your favorite gift. 7 adorably dressed teenage girls stepped out of the car innocently and terrified, and everyone around them froze. We have prepared 7 dwarfs for you to ensure that you will be happy night after night, day after day. Come and receive your gift, Mr. Speaker. Even if the advice Lu Qing gave was abstract, the person who came up with such words was at least a wise man with a missing brainstem. Stephen immediately stumbled down the building and his blood ran cold at the sight. I don't know who, a few days ago, broke the news about the collection of those celebrities on the island of Rokasa who were looking for a good time. Public opinion has been blowing up lately, and now holding children hostage to give them to themselves? Might as well just drown them in a cesspool. He didn't know which of his opponents had made the move, but it was a move that couldn't be missed or messed with. Speaker, one of the members next to him suddenly filled his eyes with tears and silently pulled out the pistol at his waist. Jimmy, what do you want? Don't want to go into the ministry? James Comero, Stephen's carefully groomed deputy, does his job well as he does his job? That's my daughter. Ha! The speaker immediately came up with a solution. Silence. First things first, and the dead can't plead guilty, so put a charge on them and things will slowly die down. Guards. These people are S-class wanted criminals. Extremely dangerous. Shoot them immediately. Don't hurt the hostages. The guards, also veterans, immediately opened fire, killing all of the dozen or so on the spot. It does count for nothing more. Instead of returning home with Xin, Lu Qing stayed near the island of Rakasa to pollute the ocean. The unbridled discharge of nuclear effluent from the eastern island nation added some fuel to the emergence of the variant. After a busy day, Lu Qing only managed to parasitize some large octopuses. The anesthetic gas seemed useless to the marine life, and a number of the facehuggers were even bitten off their egg injectors and followed the octopus to their deaths. The few that remained also behaved very strangely. They did not give birth to chest breakers within them, but mutated into alien octopuses under the influence of mutagenic factors. They have an alien-like upper body, but a smaller head, a mouth that is a ring of sharp teeth, and inner jaw teeth that grow in the palms of their hands. Because of the nature of mollusks, they have no exoskeleton. The lower body, on the other hand, is full of tentacles, including one of the aliens' trademark spiked tails, and 2 tails with hooked claws, which carry armor plates. The rest are 8 normal carpals, and the dorsal tubes have evolved into spiky, centipede-like tentacles, enough to hunt large prey. Lu Qing wasn't very satisfied with this, and even somewhat disliked it, as the looks were really a bit creepy, and the intelligence level was even lower than the messenger. Mollusks are ultimately food for vertebrates, or not enough. Wouldn't it be much stronger if they could parasitize whales? As for sharks, she doesn't consider them, not being of high IQ and not being mammals, they don't conform to the principles of eugenics. But the marine life is huge. Face-hugging insects cannot be parasitized. In time the swarm is also like a nest. Lu Qing a moment at his wit's end. Mom, don't humans only have a type of medicine called capsules? Oh yeah. Only thinking about whether facehuggers can hold their big mouths ignores the nature of parasitism. Just get the mutagen in there. Facehugging is nothing more than a pass. Mother and daughter swim to deeper water and use sonar to lure the whales. Hours later, a small pod of dozens of different species of whales came to them. Lu Jin directly threw dozens of egg-shaped worms in front of them, seemingly sensing the danger. The whales shunned the egg-shaped worms and just silently devoured the small fish and shrimp. Mom, they don't seem interested in your eggs, do they? Not interested? Hard to just break open his mouth and stuff him. Can this be tolerated? Lu Jin directly appeared in his original form. Nearly 10 meters in size in front of the whales did not look thin. Compared to the bulky giant whale, Lu Jin's 4 hands could be considered a descending blow. She violently broke open the whale's mouth, and Fifi stuffed several face-hugging bugs that had already come out of their shells with a brain. Wouldn't it be a waste to have only one facehugger for a big guy of over 10 meters and meters? Entering the whale, the facehugger is releasing mutagenic factors in a straightforward manner. Its insides knitting together into black lumps at a rate visible to the naked eye, and new life is being birthed. The whales were frightened by Lu Jin. Not to mention them, humans had trouble understanding this creature. Even though the alien is able to change its form depending on the host, it's still worried that it would be embarrassing if it couldn't drill through the thick whale skin. The whole day passed. Lu Jin had been driving the whales around in place. If it wasn't for the fact that they needed a change of air, she wouldn't have bothered with this. Suddenly, a giant whale rushed upward, and the rest followed, leaping out of the sea with a mournful cry, and then falling into the sunset with a roar, the waves reflecting a rainbow. When a whale falls, everything comes to life. Various different waves of whale songs rang out, and Lu Jin felt like his brain was going to explode. A large amount of blood stained the surface of the sea, and the dead whales slowly fell into the deep sea. They rolled over, countless bizarre black whales pouring out of the gaping mouths in their bellies. The spectacle was more spectacular than swarms of worker bees. These little guys are about 2 meters long and still grow at a rate visible to the naked eye after emerging from their shells, and after half an hour, the adult alien whales have reached an astonishing 5 meters in size. They also inherited the cetacean form perfectly, with a spindle-shaped body covered in jagged exoskeletons, a smooth curved head shell nearly 2 meters from mouth to back, and after that a dorsal fin developed from the dorsal tube. The arms, on the other hand, sprout fins, much like the winged hands of a pterodactyl. They had no tails, and correspondingly, their mouths sprouted inner jaw teeth about 2 meters long with scales. Lu Jin was a bit shocked. Was this still an alien? But it was quite handsome, and most importantly, due to their huge size, their IQ seemed to be a bit higher than ordinary worker bees. Ding! Congratulations to the host for breeding a new breed of alien. The new evolutionary path alien whale has been unlocked. It looks like this is the right montage. With such a marine legion, even if the humans finally retreated into the sea, they would still be dead. In the end, Lu Jin chose 4. Let us call them worker bees, but they are really too big. Lu Jin fed them the queen's gel as if they were female whales, and under the effect of the gel, the alien whales immediately crashed to the bottom of the sea and transformed into a huge piece of coral. As for those octopuses, although they were a bit physically uncomfortable, they were also their own children, and Lu Jin also picked one as an alternate queen. It's done. I don't know what else can be changed. Let's go to the East Island country to have some fun first. We've come all this way. The two of them returned to Rokasa Island and picked up a few sets of clean clothes before Fifi hitched a ride with Lu Jin to Tosa Prefecture. At this time it was at noon. The two of them then took the car to the County 3 listed. Since it wasn't a trendy city, they didn't see any of the sultry hot girls from the anime. Instead there were a lot of ordinary JK girls. Aside from the bad leg, that youthfulness is kind of eye-catching. Fifi, hello? Fifi stared in fascination at the JK coming and going. Mommy, I want that. I want to wear a sailor suit and a little leather boy. Having no choice, the duo entered a clothing store and bought 2 sets of the same blue and white sailor suits, which immediately drew the girls' attention when they stepped outside. Wow, mother-daughter or sister-don, isn't it too cute? Little sister kawaii, I want to eat it. East Islanders have a peculiar fondness for hanging on to cuteness, as if saying it makes them cute. That's when a couple of punks in stand-up school uniforms with airplane hair came sniffing around. Night dude dead bitter, cute vomit uncle sauce guys, want to go to Love Hotel? Chapter 122 Parasitic Spore Pro. Fifi, have you had enough? No, it's too bad. This scum, the meat is sour. Hey, there's no way around it. East Islanders have sour meat. The two of them left the room in a state of disarray and left the hotel. Mommy, I want to eat that. Fifi pointed to the upscale sushi restaurant not far away. Why don't we go next door? Tonkatsu ramen is better than sushi. No no no. Fifi stamped her foot impatiently and wiggled her fingers again. Turns out she was referring to the caretaker in the blue maid outfit in front of the sushi restaurant. For some reason, Fifi's appetite had grown quite a bit since she arrived in the Eastern Island nation, and she wanted to nibble on anyone she saw. Forget it baby, the quality of the population in the Eastern Island countries is so bad. Turn around and eat something nice. Let's go to Kyoto Tachikawa Airport to pick up Shan-chan first. Not long ago, Shannon had a breakthrough in her research. but she had also reached a bottleneck and was in need of a lot of experimental observations. The two arrived at the airport, and to their surprise, the embassy's motorcade had already been waiting here, and the deputy ambassador was surprisingly among them. Ms. Lu Qing, the president has granted a special secret decree to allow your team to conduct human experiments in the Eastern Island nation. Lu Qing is a little confused. Is this something that can be said explicitly? The president is not pretending? She'll get a life sentence from an international tribunal for that kind of thing? I don't know what kind of mesmerizing soup Shan Shan and the others have given to the top, and this physique enhancer has such a high priority. Never mind, since we have the support, playing with our lives to make it work is not a life for the East Islanders anyway. Prior to the 19th century, the Federation had been the Chika Empire that claimed dominance over the main continent, and because of its stagnation and stubbornness, it had missed out on the technological explosion, where anyone could come over and step on a few feet. Since 1904, the East Island nation has repeatedly violated the Chika Empire and occupied most of the country, creating the world-shaking Real Sellers tragedy. Note, on October 17, 1925, the Eastern Island National Army massacred more than 500,000 civilians in the Chika Empire's capital city of Rilselis in a brutal manner, and the generals involved in the operation and the decision-maker, Prince Washihiko, were not liquidated after the war. It was also at that time that the Confederation formed a feud with several neighboring countries around it. Granted, the Confederates are gentle and orderly, but that's a case-by-case basis. In the late afternoon, the company jet that Shannon was traveling on landed slowly, and behind her was Fufu, who was carrying two large metal boxes but was full of excitement. After a short while, the convoy drove to its destination, Fujisawa Pharmaceutical Company. The Federation's biotechnology didn't have a branch on the Eastern Island, so it could only work with the Fujisawa Foundation. Such plutocrats naturally didn't care how their own nationals were doing, and having received a long harvest from the upper echelons, they were also in desperate need of a chance to turn things around. The megalopolis, which was already lit up before nightfall, made a few of the Earth Sisters stare in disbelief. Mom, is this the big city? I'm going on a tour of the Color Valley Sanctuary. Knew she was here to play. No, second sister, you have to be my assistant. According to the plan, Shannon had brought brand new alien eggs and biological weapons, and it was up to Fufu to protect her in order to prevent accidents. First, he met with the ambassador, and Lu Qing vaguely described his plans and asked for evacuation. The other party was also stunned when he heard this, and then he had a treacherous look on his face. Tav Slordev, the Federation's ambassador to the Eastern Island nation, is known for being smooth and even-tempered and dependable, never advocating for the expansion of conflicts and dedicated to maintaining the friendship between the two nations. It's all about appearances, and this kind of underhanded sabotage that can kill people is the kind of program he'd like to take a stake in and participate in. Mr. Ambassador, biochemical weapons are the top priority. We can only suffer the people of East Island. I'll take the blame. After that, the group did a good job of docking with Fujisawa Pharmaceuticals, and Lu Qing began to accept the results. Mom, it might be a little creepy, so don't be too surprised. Foof opened the metal box, his mouth still broken. Woo! With a strangled cry, a dark monster crawled onto the glass of the lab. Lu Qing was taken aback. This thing looked familiar, but did not recognize it. 8 long legs with webbing between them, a pointed head and long tail, snake-like in shape, like a stitching of a chestbreaker and a facehugger. What the hell? Blaster. In response to Lu Qing's doubts, Shan Shan released a volunteer directly into the test site. It was a delinquent teenager with dyed blonde hair who had heard about a low-risk, high-paying drug testing experiment and came alone. But the depressing lab made him feel a little overpowered. Where was the nurse lady from Assassai? Squeak dash. A rat-like screech made him sweat and pull out the folding knife in his pants pocket. I've heard that it's the rats that sneak out of the lab that are the most dangerous. Who is it? He banged on the door in terror, though no one paid any attention. The blaster fell from the sky, using the webbing between his legs to glide a short distance before swooping down with precision on the volunteer's face. Being curled around the neck by the long tail, no amount of desperate struggling would help. The blaster, on the other hand, saw his chance and his head catapulted, burrowing right into the guy's mouth. Only a shell resembling a face-hugging worm remains. This kind of parasitism really shocked Lu Qing. How was it similar to a grated rocket? The volunteer, on the other hand, immediately fell to the ground in convulsions, and despite not being anesthetized, the immense pain still immobilized him. 20 minutes later, all that was left on the floor were broken skin and pieces of flesh, replaced by an adult worker bee alien. Good for you, Blaster. So you're holding the host up. Ha, baby, you've got a real imagination. Heave. It was Jin Ran's idea. We just got the egg-shaped worm by exposing it to parasitic spores, by the way. Oh, so it's a parasitic spore. What is it? Although he was in control of his daughter's movements, Lu Jin didn't care much about the experiments because he didn't understand them even if he watched them. Well, that is, the fungus that was brought back from Surplex earlier, the product of being transformed by the black water, is capable of replicating itself and passing on mutagenic factors. Oh, something's not right. This spore seems to have turned into a miniature facehugger, and it can replicate itself. Isn't that too unbelievable? Shannon opened another steel box containing several cryopreserved sealed canisters. In the jar was a crystal-clear black mushroom, bulging like a living thing in the sealed container. Mina-san, isn't this not in accordance with the experiment's charter? It's too risky to expose a high-risk sample. The one who spoke was Genichiro Fujisawa, a high-ranking representative of the Fujisawa Foundation, and after witnessing the blaster, he realized that he seemed to be on the wrong boat. Hey Fujisawa-san, you don't understand. We're doing this for the future of humanity. And of course, your interests are also at stake. Don't worry, with me, Lu Jin, nothing will go wrong. Although he had heard of Lu Jin's name, rules were rules, and it really couldn't be reassuring to mess up like this. MS. Lu Jin, this is really what you are doing. Fu, go get Mr. Fujisawa some melons. Okay, white or black melon seeds, sweet or savory? When the good words didn't come, Lu Jin could only take over his brain. Shannon, demonstrate your parasitic spores for mom. Just use him. Okay, but what about late recourse? Lu Jin was a bit speechless. Was his daughter turning into a human being? Still thinking so much. Let him be pursued, and whoever comes will die, and no one will be pursued in the future. Who cares? Let's just fake it and run. We won't be responsible for anything that happens. Genichiro Fujisawa walks into another lab holding the spores. He opens the container and hems and haws at the camera. In an instant, the mushrooms in the jar disappeared, and countless clumps of black substance, invisible to the naked eye, floated in all corners of the lab. A very small cloud of black mist drilled into his nostrils, and this body was rapidly changing under the effect of the mutagen. Ding! Spore parasitization has been completed. Please ask the host to choose to split new spores or gestate a new individual. If not, it will enter the incubation period. So it is. Self-replication requires a host, like the grain seeds left behind in the fall harvest. It's kind of reasonable to think that you can control the black water that you produce yourself. Then let him become a spore as well. With Lu Jin's command, Fujisawa Genichiro's body quickly dissolved, and large clouds of black mist spread around and disappeared again. The experiment continued as 5 volunteers were brought in by staff in protective suits, but without waiting for them to place the volunteers, Sam closed the security door. Mom, even high-level suits can't stop parasitic spores. The kid's pretty badass too, only to see the spores change from clumps to needles, piercing directly into the protective suit. Shannon, these spores should be small. We shouldn't be able to see them, right? About 0.5 microns, I think. It's hard to see. Lu Jin didn't know when her senses had evolved to this level, but in any case, this was what the queen deserved. In order to verify the effect, Lu Jin sent out a gestation command to one of them, and 20 minutes later, a half-sized worker bee was drilled out of that person's skin pouch. Who has facehugger bugs when you have this good stuff? Ding! The mainline mission, Homeworld, has departed. Mission Objective 1. Overthrow the Eastern Island Kingdom. Chapter 123, Extermination? Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the mutant facehugger, blaster, parasitic spore. You can currently infect egg-shaped worms with parasitic spores to gain access to blasters. This would be considered scientific research, and you can't produce either of those things on your own. If the parasitic spore spreads as a plague, and is able to covertly parasitize, combined with the blasters, it shouldn't be a problem to wipe out a small country overnight. The Eastern Island nation is undoubtedly the best testing ground. Ding! The main quest, Homeworld, has been released. Destroy any 6 countries on Earth and rule over the region's empress. Quest progress, 0/6. Quest reward, gain evolutionary authority. Mission Objective 1. Overwhelm the Eastern Island nation. Oh, the dog system is still so understanding. Knowing that I am out of the country, and arranging an extermination. By the way, extermination of the country. Suddenly playing so big made Lu Jin a bit confused. One is just cranially superior and the system arranges the task. But in a moment she accepted the reality that something had to be done, and that there was no use running away from these difficult missions. After all, one's own existence is built on destruction, and the system was quite generous this time, knowing to let itself practice with small countries first. Even the people of the Federation will cheer for me when they see it, right? Come on, babies, let's go around the block. I'll buy you sushi. Yeah, snap. Reddit Mud Private Marseille. Okay, I broke the glass. Fufu spat out her tongue and scratched her head in a budding confusion. The lab where the spores were isolated. 30 millimeters of thickened glass was scratched into a grid by Fauve, and a piece fell to the floor. The spores spread quickly as if they had an autonomous consciousness, mixing into the lab's ventilation system. Gee, the penis really knows what it's doing. What's the big deal? It's just a piece of glass. Just get someone to replace it later. The four of them, mother and daughter, talked and laughed as they walked out of the lab and ran towards Kagawa cuisine in the center of Edo. The people of the Eastern Isles won't know that this may be the last time they ever eat the cuisine. Waiter, how much for a large platter of deep-sea fish sashimi? 50,000 yen. Asterisk. Is your fish made of gold? Or is the plate made of gold? I'm sorry ma'am, the plate of sashimi is indeed gold. And it's all deep-sea rare fish from the Eastern Ocean. Only available to the upper echelons. Lu Jin was a bit helpless. There was really gold. And is this fish radioactive? I'm sorry ma'am, we're top-notch cuisine. Can we still sell you radiant fish? I asked you if this fish is radioactive? Excuse me ma'am, I'll get our manager. Sensing that Lu Jin might be deliberately picking a fight, the waiter immediately summoned the security manager. Someone's looking for a fight, aren't they? Don't even look at the occasion. The large-waisted security manager understood Lu Jin and instantly stood up straight before bowing. Red Bean Mud Private Marseille. Wo desai baka des. Commissar, please sign me up des. What? LV Ching's ICU directly dry burned. His own godhood has been passed to a foreign country? And why are you signing autographs? You think you're an idol? Afterwards the hotel manager also came. In addition to making amends and apologizing is to express adoration. It seems that he did fire to foreign countries. The manager even ended up taking pictures to hang in the most prominent place in the lobby. The islanders only have Mu Chang in their heads, and this look is really in the same vein. On her way out, she left a container open on the table. Consider it a tip for the waiters. Although the weather has turned cooler and the girls on the street are showing their legs, several people had put on their bottom socks and changed into their fall clothes, except for Fufu who still had a short skirt and bare legs with sandals. Why are you all looking at me? You guys can go bare-legged too. It's not like you're afraid of the cold. For some reason, she was a little weak. Look, is that Mr. Deer? Really? It's so cute. What are you waiting for? Go get an autograph. Several otaku in plaid shirts and backpacks surrounded Fufu. Dear sensei, it's really you. You're just adorable in person. It's like a clear stream in Welfareheim. Mr. Deer, when will your Z be updated? We've been waiting for a long time. Yes, your sets are the first ones I buy. Z? Welfare girl? Sets of pictures? Lu Jin's brain was about to explode. What good could come from these words put together? Mom, let me explain. Lu Jin grabbed Fufu's cell phone and clicked on the Z. Sure enough, it was a certified welfare G, and the ID was soft Fufu's flying deer. But the photos she posted didn't seem to be of any large scale. Most of them were normal cosplay, so Lu Jin let go of her heart. At most, there were ads for high heels and stockings, not even swimsuit photos. How did a welfare girl on this scale survive? Serious celebrities leak more than she does. How horny are East Island otaku? Or do they simply like to poke around in our 18 for all ages, and bullseye for pure love? But Fufu's most popular work is called Alien Mother. The video shows her in a revealing dress and hot pants and boots, while her hands turn into alien claws and a long tail is sprouting from her backside. That's pretty bold, but it doesn't seem to be a problem. It seems kinda fun to date offline editions in this way. The more you bounty, the quicker you die. A few people then went to the mall and shopped around. The Lolita and JK uniforms were a little higher quality than the ones at home, but they were all in smaller sizes. And the traditional Wu costumes of the East Island are really something else. Especially the black crushed flowers, with hairpins and coiffure, exactly like the undead in the movie. Too much of a pain in the ass to put on. Though, on the contrary, Fufu, wearing a pink Wu costume with a light blue taiko knot on the back and a white fur shawl around her, was quite a bit of a plutocratic young lady. I could tell by the bad smile on her face that this was going to be a hunt. Forget it, let the kid have her fun. The three of them chose a couple of small dresses and found a cold drink stand to rest, but the mall's giant screen suddenly interjected urgent news. Update. The Republic of Heizeg, the Republic of Adari, the Republic of Boreal, the Commonwealth of Hegemony, and the Kingdom of Risbania have been confirmed as dead. The President of the Republic of Hercule, Emmanuel Jean Popelin, establishes a government in exile in the city of Angpusi. It is reported that Vice President Charles-André Manier of Heidegger detonated all active nuclear bombs, sparing none of the subcontinent's 400 million people. What? It's a fake news story, isn't it? It's over. Mom, it's a big deal. Fifi had a serious look on her face. I've heard my second sister say that if Edo TV doesn't show anime, something's really wrong, but it's really quite strange. Except for the Kingdom of Brittany, which is an island country. There are only these 5 countries in the subcontinent, and all of them are powerful countries. So how did they all die out overnight? the vice president ended up with the same thing and emptied his nuclear arsenal. What kind of did he run into? Thinking about what Shin Shin said on Rakasa Island, it seems that the FBI got inside information in advance. Shin, do you have any inside information about the subcontinent's fallen nations? Mom, it's top secret and I only know part of it. It's really quite simple. The root cause is the aliens. That's not surprising. But how did the alien get there? Based on their own perception, the aliens seem to be spread out only in the Federation, and a large portion of it has been cleared. Detected the overthrow of the subcontinent's kingdoms. Homeworld, quest progress, 5/6. Please make more effort for the host. I didn't do it. Why is it on my head? Chapter 124, Don't Want to Be Saved by a Man. It felt like it was on and the quest was completed before it was done. This may yet be my doing. Ha? Mom, what are you talking about? Could be Nyan? Xin on the other end was also shocked as she thought of the sister she had never met. Perhaps it was a racial instinct that Lu Qing produced the royal egg-shaped worm before it was captured by biotech. In the normal course of events, they will take their place to continue expanding the pack, but it's a good thing they have a system. She clearly remembered that the egg had been taken away by a worker bee and traveled all the way east, all the way to the other side of the planet, before LV Qing severed the connection with their hive. It should be the one that landed on the subcontinent and churned out the extinction of humanity in 3 months, no less than his own daughter. However, now that Nian was in a state of disconnection, he was not strong enough to regain control of her half a planet away, so he could only wait to recognize her later and establish the hive contact again. Old Buster is awesome. Second sister is right. It seemed that his side had to speed things up. Paper couldn't hold fire, and once the humans had taken adequate precautions there would be trouble. Mom, she has taken control of an entire continent, so she should have evolved into an empress, right? Will it threaten you? Ray is still hostile to Nin. There's no harm in it. Queens can get along well with each other, not to mention that we're all kin, so as long as we exterminate the humans and the other groups, it's still not meat in the pot. Ray grudgingly accepted the reasoning. In short, the Eastern Island nation must be exterminated as soon as possible. Shan, you go and give the ambassador. Shannon had taken Fifi around to buy snacks, and was being accosted and mobbed by a couple of punks at the moment. Humph, when my mom gets here, you'll be dead. I goo. Little sister, your mom is also a great beauty. The best mother-daughter donut, will gratefully accept it. Arigato with red bean paste. Ha ha ha. The leader was an airplane head with dyed yellow hair. Why do all the bad guys in the East Island country like this cowpoke-like hairstyle? The crowd erupted in laughter, and Shannon pushed up her glasses, calmly pulling a bottle of Poco soda out of her satchel and tons of gulps. Oi, Tai Ba, buggerheads die. Lu Qing squeezed into the crowd and shielded himself in front of his daughters. The punks, on the other hand, did a double take, singling out Miracles. Ma'am, you don't want your daughter to be bullied by her classmates, do you? What's wrong with you? We're just here for sightseeing, messing with the formula. Ha, if I remember correctly, this isn't Naniwa City, is it? How dare you guys be so arrogant? Shan tugged on Lu Qing's sleeve. Edo's security isn't much better than Naniwa's, and there's not even any surveillance here. Oh, so there's no surveillance? Kid, come here. Hearing Lu Qing summon, that little punk ass came up. Pust. Lu Qing's fist ate him in the face. His features twisted into a chrysanthemum, while his head folded back 180 degrees. Fifi, see, this kind of person just asks straight through. No need to think too much. The mall was in chaos, and Lu Qing didn't rush to the end. Anyway, the big one is behind. Fifi, how long will it take for those robes to spread across the country? Based on the size and population density of the Eastern Island nation, we'll basically have the whole territory covered tonight. Okay, you go tell the ambassador that the experiment has begun. Sam immediately took out her cell phone and dialed the ambassador's number, yelling at the top of her lungs. Mr. Ambassador, Genichiro Fujisawa interfered with the test and a dangerous virus was leaked on a large scale. Please arrange for evacuation immediately at once. Ambassador Taff over there was confused. Was that the plan? Or are these bonobos really tripping in the dark? Never mind. It's important to run first. He immediately issued a proclamation anticipating the evacuation of all federal citizens within 4 hours. On the other hand, although there is no surveillance in the mall, but some good people risked their lives to take the video, and immediately made a big fuss after it was transmitted to the internet. The people within the Eastern Island were immediately divided into two factions, one arguing that LV Qing had abused and killed innocents and should be sanctioned. On the other hand, the other side argued that such a ruthless man who tore down aliens with his hands should have been in control of the life and death of mortals, and that such a good deed of eliminating violence should be honored. Lu Qing's atrocities were likewise known to the people of the Federation, and instantly caused an uproar. The conservatives thought that Lu Qing's behavior was too traditional and conservative, and that he should do it in secret. And if he couldn't catch an alien and throw it over there, how many fewer people would have to die if they didn't react? The radicals think that the conservatives are too radical. Lu Qing out, never lose, revenge this thing if imperative. It should be cool first. The more they are afraid of the East Islanders, the more interesting the domestic look at the fun. Naturally, LV Qing didn't know about the outrageous comments about her on the internet, but of course, she wouldn't care if she knew. Mom, why aren't they looking at you right? Yes, there are, like those fanatics of alienism. Mother and daughter were planning to take advantage of their last days on the East Island to get around, not realizing that the locals were acting like they had a major disease. Worship, extreme fever, completely insane. The islanders do have a bit of a mental state problem. Avoiding the strange stares of the crowd, the trio made their way to an apartment where sirens and yelling could be heard in the distance. What the hell? Are you going to save them or not? Several paramedics blocked the front door for the tenants of the apartment. Nishinai, this is a women's apartment. How can you grown men barge in here? You're being sexually harassing. The doctor was sweating anxiously and his veins were bulging. The patient's situation is very dangerous. If he is not treated in time, his life is at stake. No, how can you even argue about such a thing? Anyone would know to let the paramedics in. Are the islanders full of in their heads? No, even maggots should know what to choose at this point. I'm not the one who saved them anyway. Why did I let them in? Who knows if you're doctors or not? And men are no good. And even if you are, you'll surely take advantage of the sneak peeks to mooch off of them. Right, that Jime must not have wanted you smelly men to save her either. Yeah, get out of the women's apartment. A few JK-looking tenants joined in the cursing and the scene became chaotic. LV Qing was kind of opened his eyes. Is this still a human being? Isn't this a thrilling watermelon bar? It is not reparable. It's hopeless. Wait for death. The doctor gave a middle finger to the crowd and turned to leave. There was another roar of laughter behind him, and the air was full of rapture. Considering it as a joke, the few people intended to leave, but Lu Qing suddenly had an overwhelming sense of justice. I'll go. Bring her down. The crowd followed the voice and looked at Lu Qing. A woman whose beauty was unearthly was very convincing in itself. She didn't want to be saved by a man. Snap! With a flick of her hand, a slap knocked a dozen teeth out of the stirrer's head. There was no more dissent in the crowd. Lu Qing saw? The doctor's eyes were full of shock. She's in 6012. Good. Lu Qing nodded and unhurriedly went up the stairs. Of course it's not the Virgin Mary that's overflowing, but it's basically white-collar workers and students who live here. Imagine how funny it is when a teenage girl is making out with her boyfriend, and a secretary is cutting up a dance with her boss, and the other person suddenly turns into a cloud of black mist, although he would be able to drive them to extinction tonight. But what Lu Qing wanted was a magnificent curtain call. Found you. Opening the hidden door. A young girl was lying on the floor in pain, very sick indeed. Lu Qing saw a large number of nodules and spiderweb-like shadows distributed in her lungs. Lung cancer? I'm here to save you. The doctor is blocked out by your neighbors. Want to live? The young girl nodded in despair. Listen to me if you want. From now on you can't breathe. The young girl was eroded by Lu Qing, and she really stopped breathing until she held her red face and her pupils gradually dilated. Joke? What obligation do we have to come here to save a mere human? Lu Qing casually put down a serving of spores as a reward for their kindness. Lu Qing saw? Thanks for coming. It was a real help. The doctor was filled with regret as he looked at his dead patient. These stupid women. This is murder. Chapter 125, Kyoto no. 1 General Hospital. You stupid woman. What nonsense are you talking? In Edo City, in the Kondo family residence, the head of the family, Kondo Kiyotaka, was scolding Fufu in a stern voice. As a royal prohoon, the Kondo family was still one of the top gateway families in the Eastern Island Kingdom. His son, Kiyoya Kondo, was going to get married to a random wild woman from outside, and he couldn't accept that in any way. Kiyoya, say something, don't you want your daughter? Kiyoshi Kondo was also a bit confused. He just went out to meet some actresses to enjoy the pillows together. How did he bring his wife and children back? No, one should have known Fufu for years, right? Okamoto Fufu? Yes, a few years ago the two were in love, and their father refused to say yes because he thought the Okamoto family was too small, and ended up making a secret move that caused Fumi's father, Ichiro Okamoto, to jump off a building and die. Now that Fufu is back with the baby, this old den actually forbids it. Father-sama, have you ever felt that the Kondo family is going downhill in your hands? What nonsense! The Kondo family is backed by the imperial family and the diet, and will only prosper. In the class-consolidated Eastern Island nation, where the great families tended to rest with the nation, Kondo Kiyotaka wasn't worried at all. In our Eastern Island nation, It is never the son who inherits his father's business. If the person in power lives too long, the family will not be able to keep up with the times and will lose its vitality. And you don't want the Kondo family to fall, do you? Kiyoya, what do you mean? Is it to force the palace? Kondo Kiyotaka's beard stood on end in anger, and the maids in the hall lowered their heads deeply, not daring to breathe. Kiyoya Kondo paced slowly, removing the wakizashi hanging on the wall, his fingertips constantly running over the sharp blade. This sword, it was given by that lord, wasn't it? What a great sword. Put the knife down. He turned a deaf ear and looked at Fufu fondly while walking towards his father. Kiyoya Kondo, I told you to put your sword down. No, 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 your marriage is promised. You, oh duck chicken, sprinkle their wear law. Put, the short blade stabbed into Kondo Kiyotaka's chest, only to be seen, a beautiful servant like a scared magpie. Evening Sakura sun bond to the autumn moon. Fathers and sons share the blood. Fufu clapped and cheered from the side. Good knife, bright and shiny, cold and chilling. The knife is wide and thick, and the blade is thin, killing people without blood. Even Kondo Kiyotaka, who collapsed on the sofa, couldn't help but exclaim, what a fast sword. Fufu, I've finished off this old man. The Kondo family is mine now. We can be together now. Ha, ha ha ha. Fufu snorted out a laugh. Never thought that someone in the world would actually commit patricide, and save himself from even arching a fire. Cough cough. The following gram betrayal of the family, regarded as disloyalty. The son to kill the father regarded as unfiliality. The dogs, you such an unfaithful and unfilial guy, with you also deserve? Kiyoya Kondo only felt his brain buzzing. The woman in front of him became unfamiliar. Who was she? He regained his senses, only to realize that he had been caught in an unmitigated disaster. Bastard, you actually killed my father. Baka, the short blade slashed through, and Fufu's small arm blocked it, sending up a shower of sparks. Hey, that's slander. Everyone saw you stabbed yourself. Kiyoshi Kondo was also a bit shocked. Was this running into a mutant? The so-called hypnosis can't create something out of nothing. It's just tapping into your inner desires to amplify them. So you weren't much of a good thing in the first place. Kiyoya Kondo crumpled to his knees. So he was so not a thing? Fufu stroked his head, like a gentle mother, and sang him a lullaby. The moon is clear. The wind is bright. The brainflower paints the window pane. The whetstone, called clank, empties your stomach and intestines. Fufu gave him a light kiss on the forehead, and only a bone-shattering sound was heard. That cluttered living room was once again covered with blooming roses. The aliens entrenched around the villa had also captured all of the Kondo family's clan members and servants and guests at this time. This is your home and mine. You, what are you? These monsters. A young woman loudly questioned Fufu. Hey, when you ask someone their identity you have to identify yourself first. Oh, I'm Kondo Saki, Kiyoya's wife. Ignoring Saki's self-introductions, Fufu transformed herself, scaring them into wailing. With her glossy exoskeleton, slender tail, and glittering crown, isn't this the beloved Queen Fufu? Hey, your house is so cramped, it's much smaller than mine. No one dared to answer. Looking at the crowd of Ishirashi, Fufu was satisfied. The desperate epileptic confused emotions of humans were her favorite snack. My missy, do me a favor, let's have a baby. Kumamoto-sensei, another infected case. The isolation ward can't be stuffed anymore. The young nurse hurriedly found the vice president on duty. Even though it was midnight, the Kyoto First General Hospital was packed and business was booming. Then let the new patients pay a million yen deposit in advance. And those who can't afford to pay let them wait a while. The hospital could no longer afford to house patients. And this was the best he could come up with. The so-called infected. Hundreds of cases have appeared tonight. And it seems that some kind of plague has broken out in Edo City, with all the major hospitals overflowing with sick people. Sunsai, this patient's condition seems to be dangerous. Hey, I know, I saw it. Kumamoto rubbed his temples with some impatience. The last bed in the isolation ward also had an owner. It was filled with people who were about to die. Most of them were unconscious. Their bodies were covered with large and small black spots, and their instinctive scratching would also raise a fine black mist. And this new patient turned black all over and looked very creepy. Kumamoto-san, the Ministry of Health, Labor and Welfare's findings are that it's a fungus-like fungus that we haven't seen before. Extremely contagious, but not fatal. Although the hundreds of patients sent in have not passed away so far. Are you kidding me when you say this stuff isn't deadly? Asshole. Kumamoto knocked his subordinate's papers to the ground with one hand. Those people up there are trying to get us killed. Bakayalu. Looking at the isolation ward of the Black Fog, Kumamoto do not believe that this is a non-lethal fungus, most likely to deceive the people below as warriors. But when a disaster breaks out, the bigwigs above always have to bend a little. And naturally, they need the people below them to send in their lives and calm things down. Evacuate the hospital. No, Send all the infected to the infectious disease center. The Minister of Health, Labor and Welfare is nothing. Even if the Emperor comes, we can't keep this patient today. Ah! Several nurses screamed. Kumamoto's temples jutted out in anger. What did you see as far as fixing his eyes? One of the patients was lying on the bed flopping around. A dagger appeared to be coming out of his chest, and ink like black blood was gurgling out. What are you waiting for? Go to the rescue. Ha! No way. No way. Absolutely not. I quit. The doctor is confused. This thing, I'm supposed to save it? How much do I get paid? A few people argued, only to realize that the patient was no longer moving. But that was exactly what they were aiming for. A plan pass. It's a good thing the patient is dead or we'd be in danger. Is that any way for you to be a doctor? Shame on the profession. Kumamoto fakes a couple of criticisms, but he's still having a hard time. What the was that? Ah! The nurse let out another scream. Roadless race. Road to nowhere. He was already speechless to these nurses. Why are they always so alarmed? Are you trying to scare the thieves? But, censor, that patient seems to be disappearing. What? Joke. Is there really a hidden god? Is it really God's hidden? That new patient. At that moment, the body was becoming transparent, to be precise. The body was being transformed into that black mist, which in turn gradually dissolved and looked as if it had disappeared. Oi! Somebody say what's going on here? What's going on here? Kumamoto grinned cheekily and couldn't stop banging on the glass. Hey, I can't be the only one who's surprised. Are you guys making a trap for me? Hey, mouth class, give me some expression. Ah! Behind Kumamoto-san, several of the medics were frozen in place, and Kumamoto silently turned around, only to see a black behemoth in the hospital room, staring at him curiously, albeit without eyes. Woshable. Slap. The guy's tail lashed out, shattering the observation window before disappearing into the ceiling in a puff of smoke. What's going on? What's going on here? Cough cough cough. Black mist drifted out along the broken window, and the entire hospital seemed to be overshadowed. Chapter 126, The Imperial Symphony. The East Islanders had a bad night. I woke up and the sky was falling. They found themselves with horrible black spots that had even disappeared in some cases. Centered in Edo City, several surrounding prefectures have been infected to varying degrees. Edo TV doesn't even have a signal, let alone show anime. What's even more frightening is that by daytime, more and more people were disappearing, replaced by the unmistakable black fog in the air. The entire JHU metropolitan area was instantly paralyzed by Westing Corporation due to the dramatic increase in the number of people suffering from the disease. A few counties farther out were also at risk, with everyone trying to prepare for an exodus. The whole country was plunged into silent fear. The cabinet of the state of the Eastern Isles also immediately held an emergency meeting and finally came to the conclusion that it was hoped that the countries of the world would not be ungrateful and would come to my aid quickly. But everyone with eyes knows that if you get involved in this stuff, you won't live, and no one wants to wade through this mess. Besides, they had offended a lot of countries in the Arctic continent dispute 100 years ago. Without the subcontinental nations with their sainted hearts, the situation eventually developed into a worldwide blockade against the Eastern Island nations. No surprise, this country will be extinct within 12 hours, and Tosa Prefecture to the south is much more peaceful. The residents of a local town have been attacked by a parasitic monster, and all of them have been disemboweled and died horrible deaths. This hell-on-earth spectacle nevertheless inspired the traditional artistic energy of the island people. The so-called monsters are nothing more than creatures more powerful than humans, who can ignore human weapons and slaughter humans with abandon. So, since these guys don't have kamikaze punishments, they are descending gods. So I wonder what kind of revelation they can bring this time. A wave of adoration beyond cleanup spread among the populace. Like that day when LV Ching first offered a blessing to mankind in the bunker, and like those believers who saw the alien for the first time, the people chased after the black monster frantically. Even if someone says it's an alien, no one cares because they've lost their minds to madness. However, to Lu Ching, the host was no longer valuable, and these cheap consumables could just be casually tossed aside. As a result, on the road from Tosa to Kyoto for dozens of kilometers, a kyokan, which has not been seen for 100 years, has been built. Mom, what are we doing? A few mothers and daughters were a little bored as they strolled through the empty streets of the colorful valley. Want to be a big shot? Lu Ching had never visited the Congress or the presidential palace of the Federation, let alone seen a foreign institution of the machine. Not interested. Being president isn't nearly as interesting as working on biochemical weapons. Yes, the big officer's meat is not good. Seeing that these two silly girls didn't understand the situation, Fufu hurriedly picked up the conversation. Mom, wait for me. I want to be prime minister. I'll clean up this side of the nest and come over. Don't you run away. Come on, let's go to Congress. Several people picked up an unclaimed black limousine and drove to the Chiyoda district. The apocalyptic scene over here was no less than Sogmundon at the time. Arriving at the congressional chambers, several people were a bit shocked that these grandsons were still working after all this. There were guards with black spots everywhere, adding to the crotch pull of the already unreliable security. Collapsed across the hall of the parliament were various ministers of the Hiroshima cabinet, with Prime Minister Yasui Bizo also listed. Hey, this doesn't allow sleeping. What are you, and how did you get here? Look lively. Lu Qing gloated in response to the unknown minister's words, while the others looked at Lu Qing in fear and even pleading, not wanting any decency at all. Mom, people aren't dead yet, are they? Fui came in hot from outside. Saving it for you. Fufi grunted as he picked his way around. Ministers and prime ministers are nothing more than a bunch of old Bidens with no dignity. Che, no fun. After visiting a bunch of ministers, Lu Qing directly made them explode in place and hatch new aliens. But this pointless beheading at least gave Lu Qing the battle record of killing a head of state. Though it's not as good as Nian's one pot is all. The nightmares of the East Islanders include more than just the deadly black mist, but also the soul-sucking aliens. With Lu Qing's further breeding instructions, the bodies of most of the fallen infected ruptured, followed by countless yet tender aliens breaking out of their shells. Shannon's right. It's pretty boring. Let's go home. The Eastern Island Kingdom is finished. Mom, traffic is at a standstill. How are we going to get back? Shan glanced at Fei Fei, who in turn hurriedly took 2 steps back. Are you kidding? I'm carrying 4 people? Mom, did you forget about the royal residence? The security level there is supposed to be so high that it might become, well, leaky. Fufu knew quite a bit, and if she hadn't said anything, she might have forgotten about it herself. Okay, let's go see what's going on with this guy who dares to call himself an emperor in the 21st century. The imperial residence is also in Chiyoda, and since Higashihana-en is a tourist attraction, it was easy for a few people to find it. The large palace was unguarded, and it seemed that it had long since gotten word of what was going on, and had died away and fled. But there were apparently no precautions against aliens here, and they quickly found the safe house beneath the chambers. Although there were ventilation ducts, Lu Qing chose to break into the house because it looked awesome. Boom! The level was far higher than the vault, and the nearly 5-meter thick security door was lifted off by her punch. The daughters rushed straight in like a pack of wolves smelling blood. Anum! Clattering! A shot rang out, followed by a desperate yell. Mommy, come on, there's a big fish. Lu Qing took a look. Good guy. The emperor, the crown prince, the prince, the princess and other men and women are here. It would be impolite not to have a royal family elimination today. Unbridled, unreasonable people, retreat from me. I am the 167th emperor of the Eastern Island Kingdom, Kasahito, *****Q, dressed in yellow robes and a high crown. The host country's emperor struck a pose, but was kicked to the ground by Fifi. Surely the leg must be broken. How many heads do you have when you talk to my mom like that? Little lowly, great oppression. Xia Ran goaded, to the mouth of the harsh words swallowed. Several warriors, have you come to save our royal congregation? A few of the mothers and daughters looked at each other as if they had heard some funny joke. Ha, ha ha ha, Lu Qing, only kill people, never save them, trust me, you'll regret being saved by me. When Kaisan heard this, he was first pleased then surprised. Lu Qing, that's a notorious god, much more powerful than that broken great god Alathemas, but she's a federalist with a vendetta, and this will have to fall on its face? A few of you, have a word, although we are the royal family, but with the cabinet and the parliament that is incompatible. The one who spoke was their Taishang emperor, who at first was sort of sincere in his attitude, reflecting on the war and trying desperately to repair the relationship between the two countries. That's more like it, but I'm here to kill you today. The public Memorial Day of the Federation is coming up, and those who died entrusted me to show you the way. The crowd's bodies trembled. It was time to come. No, 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 neither my father nor I were born when the late emperor started the war, so at least we're not guilty, right? Kasahito was emotional. After all, he had only been on the throne for a short time, and his ass wasn't even hot. Bull ********. The trouble is not as bad as the family, provided that the favor is not as good as the children. You two masters have been the crown prince emperor for so many years, and you still have the nerve to say that you are not guilty? Father's debt is paid by son. With a wave of his hand, Lu Qing chopped off Xia Ren's right hand, and all of a sudden the room was beautifully colored. Fifi, taste it. It's the emperor's blood. It might be sweet. Fifi picked up the severed hand and licked it, then pouted and tossed it aside in disgust. Mom, that's disgusting. I'm never eating East Islanders again. It's still got to be local food. You can only cry about the feds. But, father, His Excellency has repeatedly, out, the Federation melts ice. Kasahito pinched his wrist, his face having turned snow white. Yeah, he did a great job and earned favor. But did he ever come after he ascended the throne? No, only because your Eastern Island constitution says the emperor can't be with a political position. Sam pushed up her glasses and began the output. No, just find a reason to kill them. Why is this kid suddenly serious? It's just the cowardly nature of you feudal remnants. Don't say you can't help it. The crowd was silent. It was still true that this was the case with kings all over the world. Just be a mascot. Don't die. No, the two countries are close. We will work together to deal with the threat of the empire. You are breaking unity. The Federation will not let your atrocities go unchecked. The one who spoke was Prince Changliang, a middle-aged man with thieving eyebrows. There is no friendship between countries, only common interests. But this has nothing to do with Lu Qing. Well, you've got a good point. And maybe those old codgers in the Federation will listen. But I'm just here today to screw up. Ah, convince me, dream on? Lu Qing straightened his clothes, then walked to the crowd. I don't really care about your transgressions and machinations, but the Eastern Island nation owes the Federation millions of lives after all, and someone has to pay. Your nuclear power plants have polluted the entire ocean, and it's a good deal to atone for that with the lives of 140 million of your citizens, isn't it? No one dared to agree to this, and Kasumian on one side lost her life due to excessive bleeding. Sam, is this on tape? Don't worry, it's recorded. Ahem. Well, enough of this nonsense. It's time for you guys to be on your way. In the blink of an eye, the young and strong of the royal family were slaughtered by Lu Qing with a dagger. By inches. It turns out that the screams of royalty are just as melodious as those of commoners. As for the old and young female streams, Lu Qing didn't seem to intend to make a move. The old emperor, in tears, fell to the ground and prayed, God, will you spare us? Lu Qing smiled gently, and they only felt the spring light brushing over them and the clouds opening up. Of course, Lu Qing, don't kill the old and the young. Lu Qing turned around and left, while behind her were Fifi and Fufu who were full of smiles. Hey, I'm just watching the fun. You guys continue. Fufu found a flesh-colored futon and learned that the natives were sitting on one side of it. Ahem, my name is LV Fei, specializing in solving the old and the young. Lolita versus young and old. That's fair, right? Hey, little princess, come stick it to me. At once, the safe house of the palace was once again filled with a symphony of royal severed heads, a rarity in history. Chapter 127, did I get credit? Ding, destroying a total of 54 East Island Kingdom royals, rewarding Genoa points * 5,000. Ha, no way system, these dogs are worth more than the alien queen? Lu Qing was a bit unhappy. If he had known this, he would have gone to the royal families of various countries to get goods when he was saving up his evolution points. Mom, that old emperor was actually okay during his reign, right? Letting him go and going to spread fear in the world would be a good choice, right? Shannon thought that old Den could squeeze more value out of it. No, baby, we can't control him. His body can't handle the parasites. And do you really think he's a good emperor? Judging by reason, Shannon thought he was okay, too. No, you guys, and the babes who weren't there, you all listen up. Although Lu Qing used to think similarly to Shan, she now had nothing but dislike for humans. Human beings are cunning creatures, and have nothing to offer to other species or even to their fellow creatures. This old emperor, who is at loggerheads with the Diet Cabinet, seems to have a clear conscience and a great sense of justice. But he's just posturing. There's a lot of opposition to the royal family all over the world. Don't forget, there were a lot of kings that died in the Great Change of the subcontinent 300 years ago, and Dullahan I of Heathergate was guillotined by the common people. Oh, I get it. He's afraid he'll run into the reverse imperial movement and get quintupled as well. So he's going against the cabinet so he can appear to be a victim, all acting in no emotion. Fufu's words were deafening, and the hive was chattering and talking. The children's earlier feelings for humans as only food and hosts have now been augmented by contempt and disdain. Two races that are on fire need only to simply hate each other. And as for the truth, it will only end up following the losing side forever. Mom, what are we doing now? Going home? There was no point in staying here anymore, but Lu Qing intended to. We might as well walk around and make a big documentary. The demise of the Eastern Island nation. There were humans covered in black spots that had lost their vitality everywhere. And when they saw the savior like Lu Qing, they sparked a glimmer of hope. But she's the savior of the Federation. So what's a foreigner doing messing around? The only response they got was a teasing. It's hopeless. Wait for death. And those who are less sick, while their bodies are still good, indulge in releasing their natures. Burning, killing, looting, raping and pillaging, and even some people live to eat their own kind, which is no better than the zombies. This brutal sight adds to these end times. A few of the mother and daughter casually recorded it as evidence. She wanted the world to know that the East Islanders didn't deserve to be saved and that all she was doing was cleaning up the trash. Mom, how are we going to get home? Fufu looked at Fifi again. After the video, the daughters were eager to return home. Second sister. Fufu, don't bully Fifi. Let's find a car and go to Tosa Prefecture. Then find a boat. The ambassador has a plane for us on Rakasa Island. Yeah. Fifi jumped happily, then stretched out her wings and searched the sky for the fallen car. Once again, we arrive at Rakasa Island, where the rides have been removed and the Federation seems to be planning to re-establish a military presence. But there's little need for that. Looking at the East Island country not far away, Lu Jin was confused. So it was so simple to exterminate the country Before, they were all coy in the face of the Security Bureau, but now they are also out of it. Dear Lady Lu Jin, it is a great honor to have the Pleiadian maid at your service once again. Good man, Stephen the dog is coming on board. 3 hours later, the plane landed slowly, but the destination was not Sogmundan, but the capital, Kupingrad. The moment the hatch opened, the sun that had set seemed to be yanked back up, and they were confronted by journalists who glittered like 100 pearl lead. The two little ones wrapped their arms around Lu Jin's arm and didn't dare to open their eyes. But instead, Fufu had a subdued face and smiled as she waved her hand towards the bottom. You're kidding. Foley G is on the national news. Can you believe it? Yo, Madam President. They were greeted by the President of the Federation and some strangers, the Secretary of State, the Speaker of Parliament, the Secretary of Defense, and other high-ranking leaders they had only seen on television. As Halmaz said earlier about the all-female cabinet, these people are flamboyantly basically women. Sister, are you here to arrest me? Ha 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 ha. The Secretary of Defense let out a sharp popping sound. Mr. President, your little sister is really interesting, isn't she, Lu Jin? Congratulations, you're now a great contributor to the Federation. Obviously an old man with gray hair. Why is he clamping down on his voice and wearing a woman's uniform? Ha, your honorable minister. What are you talking about? I'm just traveling to the East Island for a bit. How did I become a meritocracy? MS. Lu Jin, get in the car first. Let's go to the Congress. It's not good to chat here. The Secretary of State was eager to recommend the trip and didn't seem to want to reveal it to the public. Riding in the head of state's exclusive Hudson limousine, Lu Jin felt that there was something not simple about this. Although the Federation received a batch of 200 experimental physique enhancers the other day, this should not be considered a great achievement. As for her slaughtering the Eastern Isles, that was just done. So it's not like the results are coming out now, is it? Besides, it's not something you can put out in the open. The airport was a dozen kilometers from the capital, but along the way, Lu Jin's car had been driving on the red carpet, and wherever she went, the people welcomed her wholeheartedly, with her beauty photos and the Confederate flag hanging from the streetlights. Why the hell does this feel a little bit like swordplay on the temple? Ma'am, you're mistaken. This is a state gift. The vice president smiled and explained for her. Oh, so that's it, huh? Arriving at the capital, Lu Jin's leg had just stepped out of the car door when a 46-gun salute shook heaven and earth to silence. Mom, it's really a state gift, eh? Sam tugged at her coat. The 46-gun salute represents the 46 states of the Union and the overseas colonies, and was only ever given at the founding celebration. Good lord, she knows more than I do as a local. But where did he get such a big face? Inside the parliamentary chamber, all the seats have been removed, and instead it has been decorated as a social meeting place, with a band playing music on the stage. What kind of game is this? It's not like there's no place to have a party. Do we have to tear down Congress? Forget it. Lu Jin didn't really understand the human brain circuits. Since there was a party, let's eat more. The crowd laughed out loud as they watched a few of the Earth Sisters wind up in a heap. BYD can lick anything they eat, can't they? Lu Jin swallowed the snack in her mouth and took a sip of tea, revealing an innocent smile. Several leaders. Everyone is here. Why don't you eat? You eat. You eat. It makes us happy to watch you eat. It's so cute. Why don't you guys tell me what I've actually accomplished? Your team supplied the trial physical enhancers, which we've now injected into a special forces unit. Yesterday your daughter personally led a squad to carry out a decapitation operation at the border, successfully smashing the enemy command post, killing more than 50 officers, capturing a lieutenant general, 3 major generals, and the Minister of Defense paused, the corners of his mouth already grinning up to his ears. Capture of Yuknai Yardian Empire Chancellor Yoshiki Leopold. Lu Jin remembered this old den, who Fifi had always said was a pervert. Also, your daughter has uploaded a virus on the Empire's communication devices, and I'm afraid that the Chancellor's anecdotes of his flings on the island of Rakasa have been cached by their citizens for a long time now. The Minister of Information was overjoyed. Information warfare had never been easier. That's it? That's not good enough? We're still going to award you the Federation Silver Star. The President's tone was mild, expecting a bigger surprise from her. It's indeed a great achievement, but it doesn't deserve such a high-profile state gift, does it? Of course, a single merit badge isn't enough for that. the Minister of Science and Technology came forward and played the squad's combat video for Lu Jin. In the video, Ben is as tough as Superman, moving through the enemy's hinterland like no one's business, and even having someone whip the sentry's spine out in the process as he breaks his neck. Geez, that's too gory. I can't watch that. Lu Jin pushed away from the tablet, tapping his little heart, a bit in shock. Your potion has great potential. If every soldier in the Federation can use it, then it's only a matter of time before we unify the main continent again. See? Insatiable. That's what you want. No problem. The improved version of the potion will be released soon. It's going to be more stable than before, eliminating the risk of mutation. And with the catastrophe over in the Eastern Island country, we got enough samples. The crowd's eyes burned as Lu Jin ignited their imperial ambitions. They also knew very well that LV Jin must have spoiled the Eastern Island country beyond recognition. Ding! The mission target, the Eastern Island nation, has been destroyed. Mission reward, racial suppression. 128. Nuclear pacification. What? No, dog system, what's wrong with you? Rewarding me for racial suppression? Are you a traitor to humanity? However, Lu Jin knew very well that the reward this time should be racial suppression lifted, and the system seemed to have been affected by some kind of powerful external force and could not work properly. But it's not a big problem. Things like evolution can't be stopped just because the system says so. Ding! Has hatched child asterisk 178892. Rewarded evolution points asterisk 8944. Ding! Via the parasitic spores hatching offspring of about 98.74 million. The deaths of East Island Nation nationals totaled about 102 million. Rewarding Blackwater asterisk 246.850. Agoo. Now this situation is giving back evolution points in Blackwater? It's nice, but these people are actually worth so much? With so many rewards, even parasitizing all of humanity was more than enough, and one was only one step away from the ultimate goal. Lu Jin did not wipe out the East Island nationals. She wanted them to feel the charm of nuclear flat again at the end of their lives. Lu Jin, are you okay? Seeing her daze, the president handed over a glass of champagne and inquired with concern. Oh, it's okay, I'm a little tired and lost in thought. Just as well. It's time for you to take a break after going on a business trip for so long. But I'd like to ask what's going on in the Eastern Isles. You don't want to know. Lu Jin half covered the process of biochemical weapon experimentation, and then dumped all the pots on the Fujisawa family, who were the partners, and also attached the documentary he had made. Seeing the dying congressman, the piles of corpses, the rampaging aliens, and the frantic people of the East Island, the senior officials couldn't help but be horrified. This biochemical weapon is strong enough to be effective in combat, but the aftermath can be too difficult. Lu Jin, have you thought about how to deal with the aftermath? We have records of this kind of spores as well, and even if the vaccine is administered, the impact on daily life is still significant. Are you kidding? I use this stuff, and you still want to go through the routine? These grandsons are afraid they want to use it for the enemy. It's okay, it's across the ocean, it's fine, but once you get it on, it's definitely a top light. We, the Federation, love nuclear peace above all else, don't we? Lightly dropping this demonic whisper, Lu Jin then took the child and left the Congress. After a 2-hour car ride, the mother-daughter party finally arrived home. It's business as usual, but a large villa has been built not far from the Lair. Financed by Steven, is this a flat share? The crew's maid group was at the door to greet them at that moment. F*Q Steven, kinda knows me. The first time he lived in a mansion of thousands of square feet, Lu Jin did not feel any excitement, and the family slipped around and eventually did not find any surveillance equipment. This old thing is a real gift. Ahem, nothing more to do. Foo-foo, Fifi, and the maid ladies, come to my bedroom. There's a good con. The gifts from Steven were extremely luxurious. Elaborate silk bedding, gorgeous high-fashion pajamas, none of which could be afforded by ordinary people. Don't be afraid. I've come to give you a simple medical checkup. Maid outfit, get in the way. LV Jin closed his eyes, only to hear the sound of rustling, and again opened his eyes as full of spring light. As the saying goes, infinite lotus flowers rippling in the autumn. Peach blossom dew cold shirt, jade face made up to step on the fragrance, straight to the beauty as a delicacy. In the fruity scented bedroom, the maids flanked Lu Jin and changed her into her pajamas. Hey, what's going on with you guys? The maids' white waists and backs were covered in shocking scars. Discipline, the head maid said blandly, like she was telling someone else's story. Looks like they're all people who have had their brain settings modified. So Lu Jin leaned back on the sofa and lit a cigarette that he wouldn't smoke, and a maid immediately leaned forward and held out her hands to prevent the ashes from falling. God knows what they suffered. I forgot to ask, what are your names? Spring moon, summer flower, fall dew, winter white, snowy wind, spring, summer, fall, winter, very moody, But what the hell is that snowy wind? Who is your master? It's you, Lord Lu Jin. Oh, my god, you're going to test a hero with this? I'm a beautiful girl. How can I fall for a beauty trap? I accept your heartfelt wishes, but I am asking, what about the original owner, Lord Speaker Stephen? The maids were calm and couldn't see that their hearts were in the right place. And what is the purpose of your visit to my house? Corrupting Lord Lu Jin's daily routine gives you a queen-like experience. I'm asking what private mission Stephen gave you guys. Just cross-examining. And sure enough, it still doesn't work. Haruyuki, right? Lu Jin hooked the head maid's chin, her sweet exhale carrying a large amount of compound pheromones that made her instantly lost. Good boy. Whisper to me. What are you doing here? We, Lord Speaker, want to know your movements. He, as much as he can, offer help. Leaving behind the maid with eyes full of love, Lu Jin was dumbfounded. No way, man, is that all you've got? Arranging spies just to lick me? It's so unpredictable. I never thought I'd see this day. Babes, give the maid ladies a good lecture on the rules of our house. The two daughters were harping on the floor by now, wondering if they were craving their bodies. Who's home? Mom, missed you. Just as soon as she returned to the lair, Lele came up like a pearl out of control and gave Lu Jin a big bear hug, but the queen's huge body directly knocked her out. Yo, baby, don't take after your second sister. Sorry mom, missed you too much. She cheerfully changed into her clothes, thick-soled shoes, long blue sailor dress. What kind of delinquent girl? Did Ray eventually foo-fooize as well? How's Hershey? Still alive? After more than half a month, I wonder how she's doing. Ray took her hand and bounced towards the back of the nest. Luckily, it's still our naive little daughter. As soon as he approached the lair where Hershey was being held, he smelled a putrid stench, which had long been piled up with white bones, while Hershey was hanging on the wall with a disheveled face, gnawing on the bones. Seeing Lu Jin's arrival, she revealed a miserable smile. Her mouth let out a monkey-like shriek as she frantically tore at the tattered clothes on her body, her long fingernails slicing into her skin, green blood dripping down, gusts of white smoke coming out of her white bones, and then the wounds rapidly healed again. Lu Jin could feel that there was nothing left in her head. This was nothing more than a walking corpse. Come on, you're part of the family now. Lu Jin reached out to Yishi and introduced her consciousness into the hive, reshaping her spirit. In an instant, the vast hive consciousness was like a tentacle, reconnecting every neuron in her, and consciousness, common sense and even instincts were rewritten. A little later, Hosie's behavior stopped being maniacal and her eyes had a gleam in them. She surveyed her surroundings as if she were a newborn. The calm Lu Jin, the curious Lei, and the concerned Ying made her a bit overwhelmed for a moment. Mom, well, good boy, welcome back. It doesn't matter if she's a monster with Hosie's feelings and memories, or Hosie turned into a monster. The sisters embraced each other, finally waiting for the day when they would be reunited once again. Next thing you know, they'll be able to go back to being the mole in the National Self-Defense Force. It's probably the best ending a human being can get, right? But it's harder than winning the lottery. By the way, kids who are still on the East Island, you catch up on digging underground lairs or go to the sea for a while. It's going to be New Year's Eve over there in the next few days. The following day, the Katai Federation, the Rosa Republic, and the Unayadaean Empire held a tripartite meeting in response to the mutation in the Eastern Island Kingdom. The three parties agreed that the crisis in the host country could threaten the survival of mankind, and after a 20-minute-long meeting, the heads of state decided to use nuclear weapons to decontaminate Hiroshima. 3 days later, for the first time, people watched a dazzling column of light rise into the sky, the thick white trailing trail holding the Eastern Isles tightly like a god's deadline. After nearly 100 years, mankind is once again committing nuclear weapons in actual combat. And interestingly enough, the target is the same both times. Even from thousands of miles away, people could see countless suns rising in the land of the Far East, thick clouds obscuring the sky, and that side of the world no longer in need of light. With a total of nearly 1,000 nuclear warheads used by the three countries, nearly every inch of Hiroshima Island was plowed under, reducing its elevation by more than a dozen meters, which quickly engulfed the defunct country at an already elevated sea level. There is nothing left of this sea except a few high mountains. The Eastern Island nation also became the first country in the history of mankind to suffer a saturation nuclear strike. Chapter 129 Maid's Cafe. Mom, there's a new maid cafe that opened recently on the south side of town. Should we go check it out? Maid's Coffee? Lu Jin's eyes were glowing. In the past, life was too tight to go to such a place, and I was too busy to think about it when I was in the East Island country, the birthplace of the country. But now I have it at home, so I mustn't have a good time. Wake up, pa boys. It was a little tiring to have all 5 cuties on their backs. Let's go relax today. Let's go to Maid's Cafe. Mom, Sister Shannon and I won't be going. We've moved our family to the company's doorstep. We can't stop researching what hit the workers' Eucharist, but the body enhancers above are wanted in a hurry, and the parasitic spores need to be further improved. Lu Jin had to take Fufu, Lei and Fei Fei to enjoy themselves alone. Arriving at the entrance of the maid store, Lu Jin felt that the atmosphere was a bit weird. The mascot at the entrance of the store was actually a statue of two worker bee aliens. The huge black sign features reliefs of alien queens and worker bees, and the name of the store, Maid's Lair Coffee and Tea, is painted in fluorescent green. This is a alien-themed maid cafe? How did these two elements come together? This is as outrageous as chicken and basketball. And in front of the store, two luscious maids with their heads strangled by face-hugging bugs were handing out flyers. Masters, welcome to the Maid's Lair. New store opening, 20% off all lunches. Pay over $1,000 out of pocket for alien nymph feeding. The words came from the trumpets in them, and in person they kept whimpering like they were actually being parasitized. Pretty dedicated, but this is really weird. Mom, are we still going in? Fifi was a little hesitant. She couldn't seem to understand the avant-garde art of humans. Why? Come what may. Mama, I like the maids so much. Lu Jin hurriedly wiped Fufu's saliva, and the nerves all rushed together. Woo! The sky suddenly erupted with a loud bang, and a shining point of light crossed overhead. Mom, what is that? Looking at the meteors flying against the sky, the little girls were full of excitement and even wanted to make a wish. Bauer, it's called a ballistic missile. It's loaded with nuclear warheads. What about developed countries? You can't afford to eat it in a developed country. Ha ha ha, Ghana. Lu Jin waved his hand at the missiles in the sky, watching them rush beyond the horizon. It seems that everyone in the Federation wanted East Island to disappear, and now that the wish is gone, there are no more attachments to being human. MS. Maid. Let's go. Lu Jin walked into the store with his arm around one of them with a big grin. Everyone, one omelet per person. My treat. Please maid-san, use, change taste magic, properly. Nerve. God. It's Lord Lu Jin. Oh my god. Long live the goddess. The store was immediately in an uproar. The name was still too big, and those who came here seemed to be her die-hard fans. Surrounded again. At first Lu Jin had looked closely. The place was decorated with great care, almost restoring the state of the slimy lasso in the lair. Except for the presence of lights and guests, it was almost like coming home. But at this time, being surrounded by humans, that was just too humiliating. Symbolically signing a few autographs, the guests finally calmed down under the maid's detachment. Hello master, how are a few of you ladies? May I take your order? Oh, standard comic book procedure. Pretty maids make for a pleasant mood, especially in this lair. And the maids in charge of serving the food are the ones who wear alien holsters and they have made costumes over them. Come here to eat, really need a big heart. Timid probably cannot eat, which still have the heart to flirt with the maid. I want, amount. Looking at the familiar words on the menu, Lu Jin couldn't understand any of them. For example, worm egg omelet, breastbreaker sausage, queen's oath, back tube macaroni, strong acid dilution. Dude, I'm here to consume you. You're going to eat me? What's a worm egg omelet? Master, you are truly so discerning. This is our specialty. It's an omelet inside, but the shell is an alien worm egg made from pumpkin, so you can cut it from the outside to simulate the excitement of a facehugger breaking out of its shell. What about strong acid dilutions? Type alpha is mint cantaloupe juice. Type beta is spicy kiwi juice. WTF? What about the queen's oath? A cupcake with the same head as the alien queen. What about the birth of God? This is the mystery hidden dish. Oh, you need to confirm it personally. That's how you play? You like the Riddler, don't you? That's fine. I'll have one birth of a god and 2 bug egg omelets. Mom, I want 10 queen's heads. I want 10 orders of macaroni. I want 5 chest breakers, and alien thigh chops. It's too creepy to have a meal. When it comes to why LV Ching is crazily worshipped, it's still not enough just to defeat the aliens. 3 days ago, she also spread the video of the execution of the East Island's royal family and said she was 33.1% responsible for the local biochemical leak. After this, the media publicized to the public the tragic situation in the Eastern Island country and the resolution of the countries that decided to nuke the settlement. It can be said that a stone has stirred up 1,000 waves, and the public's worship of her has reached an unprecedented frenzy. While the massacres and killings are considered egregious acts, she is held in the highest regard by the community. The politicians of the Federation were also silent. For what Lu Jin had done, everyone had a clear understanding. Although it was shocking, after all, she got rid of a scourge. In the face of the growing national hatred for the Eastern Island nation, Although it is tempting to hang the people for their crimes, it is obviously not cost-effective to send troops to crusade against the country, as they will not receive any benefits and will be sanctioned by the international community. And it makes sense to instigate a private company to conduct biochemical experiments that accidentally leak, leading to the destruction of the Eastern Island nation. LV Ching seems to have done something unsavory, but she doesn't represent the Federation, and the one who did it was the past LV Ching, and the current LV Ching is also a victim. Besides, in the end, the island is gone, so where can we go for accountability? They have only themselves to blame for their carelessness. An apology would suffice at best. Now it's good. Emperor Qin Shi Huang ate peppercorns and won numbness. The Federation is bound to see great growth and internal stability, and politics has never been easier. Lu Qing is a ing angel. Master, your worm egg omelet. The alien maid's voice was dainty, and I wondered if she could see her way around in such a holster. Seeing such a light-hearted approach, Lu Qing also expressed his deep admiration. Do I need to open the eggs for you? Sure. The alien maid skillfully picked up the table knife and made 4 cuts on the worm egg, and the soft pumpkin shell slowly opened up to reveal the hot omelet inside. It's kinda like that. The price is 199. As for the Queen's Oath, it's actually a fist-sized cake that sells for 88, which still feels pretty good. Master, because your spending exceeds $1,000, our watchful alien nymphette serves your meal. Of course, we'll provide you with the best service even if you don't spend any money. As the crowd looked on in anticipation, the alien lady made her first appearance. She wore shorts and a bustier, dark makeup that was extraordinarily eye-catching, alien holsters on her arms and thighs, and a long, cocktail tied around her waist. I'll be damned, isn't that Fufu's set? It's coming out in C-suit so soon? Lu Qing-sama, it's an honor to serve you. Ah, lovely worm eggs, must become more delicious. Oh, Kira, Chapter 130. Extreme fans. While it's normal to be like this in the manga, it's really quite shameful to say such lines in reality. Wow, is that a professional maid? That's awesome. After the maid had used the change delicious magic, the heterosexual woman brought the spoon to Lu Qing's mouth, but she didn't expect Fufu to get there first and swallowed it in one gulp. Good times. Mom, ow. Lu Qing slashed down with a hand knife, and it certainly wasn't because of food protection. Ha ha, you're kidding, that's how it is in our family. Mother and daughter are like sisters. You don't have to care, and I'll take care of Missy along with you. Hey, Missy, I want a drink, the kind you feed with your mouth. Ha, the heterosexual lady was a bit stunned. I think it was the first time she had encountered a molesting maid. Guests, this is against the rules. Guests can't boink the clerk's mouth. Hey, it's okay, it's going to be enjoyable. You just have to look me in the eye. With 4 eyes, the heterosexual nymphette looks like Sher Luji, took a sip of his drink, then stood on his tiptoes and slowly approached towards Fufu's face, and seemed to lose himself in the faint fragrance of the flowers. Welp actually using charm on such an occasion. The 2 little ones bristled, deeply crippled by what Fufu had done, but they didn't move their eyes away from each other. Even as a human, this kind of behavior is embarrassing, isn't it? 4th sister. The East Island side is called Demented Women, which also belongs to Sexual Harassment Day. Coo, of a dove. Che, the heterosexual lady slammed down the drink in her mouth, indulging in Fufu's beauty, and almost went down on her. Staring at the plain pretty face at close range, she had the feeling of a winding path and a babbling brook, as if she had remembered something unimaginable. Ugh, are you Mr. Dear? Ha, I'm not. I didn't. Don't be ridiculous. Fufu looked at Lu Qing, still a bit abashed in her heart. Why, your cause is so good. You're the standard bearer in our circle. The alien maiden in our store is a tribute to you. And the store manager even said that he would have no regrets if he could hire you as head maid. Also, you look great without makeup. Heave. I'm flattered. The only weakness of a cocky teenager is that she can't be complimented. TCH, what's with making it look like a celebrity when it's just a welfare girl? Lu Qing felt more and more out of touch with the times. Fufu, this guy actually really ed welfare G into a clear stream. Mom, it's not because your genin is awesome and the fan silks love cheer. Like a small child, she wrapped her arms around Lu Qing and rubbed herself vigorously. Welp, superimposed words, disgusting heart, looks like she doesn't like to be recognized. In the end, Fufu got his 37-degree mint cantaloupe juice just as he had hoped. Endure the curiosity. Lu Qing quickly ate the birth of the gods. In fact, just a plate of Ida. But the bottom of the plate there is a picture. Above the Virgin Mary, Lu Qing, holding a mini alien queen, accepting the worship of mankind. She was even beginning to wonder if alienism had brainwashed most of the populace. Mom, what do you say we open an alien-themed restaurant too, and mix some real ones in then? True to form, Ray's brain is spinning fast. It doesn't do much, but it's great for fun. Great idea. When the time comes, Ray will be the store manager and let your second sister serve you plates. Yes, second sister to be the maid. Call out to the master. Slightly, inverted Big Dipper brat. Ray, don't bully your second sister-in-law. She doesn't have enough brains to begin with and you're teasing her. That's right. You, senior, are not right. Mom. Ha, silly boy. Lu Jin took her daughters into her arms. The cozy sisterly banter was the best gift she had ever received in her life. Mom, I have 5 more points to add about our little store. What? There are actually 5 points? I only thought of 3 points. Come on, you say it. Let's pair up the answers. Didn't think about it at all. Actually, first, a certain number of group purchase guests are given face-hugging bug masks, which will allow Sister Sean and the girls to add the device that injects black water. Second, returning customers who spend a certain amount of money are given a model of a faux, real face-hugging bug. Thirdly, private services are available for large purchases, the content of which is, of course, parasitic. Fourth, and the biggest gimmick, we can draw one lucky viewer from all the guests on that day to give away a parasitic body enhancer, and it will be absolutely packed. This is outrageous, isn't it? Such a lack of lucrative benefits she just thought of in the blink of an eye? The fifth and most interesting point is that we can continue the previous bandwagon broadcast, but this time, the lie. Goods are training bracelets. Training bracelets? Lu Jin had already brainstormed about Lei pulling out strange props from her pockets in a sea of radiating light. Polly, Mom probably gets it, so expand on that. We simply recycle the sold bracelets to upgrade them and charge a small fee. The new function this time is to domesticate facehuggers as pets. In human perception, facehuggers only live for a dozen or so hours. When the time comes to finish parasitizing, by the way, you can disguise it as a natural death. What empty glove. Genius. Really good at this. With this little store, there will be a lot of fun in the future. Our station broadcasts the current state of the Eastern Island nation for you in real time. The maid suddenly turned on the store's TV, and the news channel was broadcasting live from the Eastern Island by satellite. The huge mushroom cloud gradually dispersed, and it could be seen that all that was left in the picture was water, except for some small hills. In order to dissipate the effects of the leakage of effluent from the nuclear power plant, the Republic of Rosa launched an additional 28 hydrogen bombs. There's still a lot of good people out there. Everyone in the store couldn't help but clap their hands. Ding! The main task, Homeworld, has been completed, and you have gained the authority to chemicalize when, whether, zip. What? Is the version of the system too outdated? It's falling off again when it comes down to it. System, can I evolve now? For unknown reasons, your evolution will be put on hold indefinitely. Son of a, if we find this person who made a mess out of this, we'll be sure to shove 10 blasters in her mouth. Sister Shake-san, check out, keep the change. Lu Jin stepped out of the store door with a puff of anger, and was then hugged tightly by the strange young girl who came swooping in. Sister Chang, I like you so much. It's a girl I've never seen before. From the moment she entered the store, Lu Jin realized that someone was spying on her from the shadows. Of course, there were few such people, and she didn't care, not realizing that someone would just pounce on her. The girl's appearance was rather special, being pure blonde hair and blue eyes, like someone from the subcontinent side. You drop, recognize me? Of course, even though I only arrived at the main continent 2 days ago, who doesn't know the world's #1, Lord Lu Jin? Oh, I see. Aren't you going to introduce yourself? My name is Dear Leaf White. I'm the 3rd king's daughter of the kingdom of Risbania. You're my idol. Oh, got it. Lu Jin responded coldly to her enthusiasm. The kid looks like a liar with a lack of taste. Obviously people in the subcontinent have long names, and this 3-letter name is obviously a fake. It's been half a month since the subcontinent was destroyed, and it's full of aliens there. She only came here 2 days ago, so how did she survive the aliens for half a month? And there is no such thing as a 3rd king's daughter in that what's her name Kingdom Lee press. She's a liar, and this loopy remark may be part of the deception. Several of her daughters did not take kindly to her and even showed clear hostility. Lu Jin-sama, if you don't mind, go over there and have some coffee. It was only after dinner that she realized that the maid cafe didn't have any coffee at all, so she said yes. So, little sister, what do you want from me? After a few sips of coffee, Lu Jin noticed that it seemed to be poisoned inside, but this bit of poison was nothing to them. There's an old saying in the Federation that a CC thing is better than a sight. Just to see you close up, I'm satisfied. Oh, the drink seemed to have been laced with an anesthetic against the aliens, and Fufu and the girls had drifted off to sleep. Lu Jin also pretended to be sleepy, holding his cheeks with his hands and closing his eyes to fake sleep. She wanted to see what kind of tricks this guy was going to pull. Spare you the treachery of a ghost. Drink the foot washing water, my precious daughter, and goodbye. What's wrong with you? Who the hell is your daughter? Shoo. Dear White Leaf's back actually gave birth to a long tail of spikes, stabbing through Lu Qing's heart without warning. The assassination came too suddenly, and even Lu Qing didn't react. No, that's not it. I didn't mean to. Putting down a sentence of inexplicable words, Dear White Leaf then climbed up the building and instantly disappeared without a trace. Miscalculated, didn't you? My old lady has immortality. Lu Qing got up, but felt his head buzzing. Holy, why do I feel giddy? Ding, have unlocked evolutionary access for you. Holy, dog system, this is the time to screw up, right? Chapter 131, turning into a face-hugging bug. I reopened? Honey, are you awake? Like he had a long dream. Lu Qing slowly opened his eyes. With his beautiful wife in front of him, he felt very surreal. Cushing, is that you? Nonsense, could it be that I'm you and you're your sister and you're actually dead? My head hurts. What's wrong with me? Lu Qing felt annoyed in his chest, as if something important had been left behind somewhere. How should I know? As soon as you get back from work you're in the bedroom yelling about some daughter monster sister. What? Not even dreaming, but going crazy. Are you under too much stress? Shall we go to the hospital? Forget it, where's the spare money to look at such a minor ailment? Just sleep on it. Okay. Koxian sat on Lu Qing's lap as if she was pampered, and her beautiful eyes flowed in a full autumn wave. Although she is nearly 30, she is well maintained, with both a lightly matured flavor and the youthfulness of a young girl. Hubby, it's been a tough trip. Guess what I got you? A gift? We're an old married couple. Why are we suddenly playing this kind of flirtation? The two met in college. Koxian was also a school beauty queen at that time, and Lu Qing, like the male protagonist of a campus light novel, confessed his love and fell in love on a warm afternoon, until later graduation smoothly married. The other party only needs 60,000 dowry, but also took more than 400,000 dowry. Lu Qing even wondered if she had accepted some sort of mission to marry herself. After 6 years of marriage, things were a little tight for the social animal couple, but it was always justified. Holy, this table, ginger is hard to stew? It takes tens of thousands, right? Lu Qing pulled out the gift from her skirt, not realizing it was a luxury item. See how scared you are. This is what I found in the second luxury store. It cost 4,000. Gee, I've never worn a watch over 200 myself. Don't be heartbroken. I'm telling you, I've been promoted. Now I'm an art director, with a salary of 30 a year. In the evening, Lu Qing made a table of food and drank a lot of wine. One was celebrating Kirshen's promotion, and the other was annoyed in his mind. He is still a small staff, but his wife has become a director. The gap is gradually widening. The two will not end up as strangers. Honey, are you still awake? At midnight, Lu Qing heard his wife calling, but he was so drunk that he didn't wake up in time. A few moments later, the door was opened and a man walked in gingerly. Master, you're finally here. The man walked into the bedroom, and Cushing immediately crouched on the floor and waited for instructions. Just for today, you do it yourself. What the hell? There's actually a cow? But this pair of dogs are too arrogant, aren't they? Still want to play husband and wife before committing a crime? Well, but is it really okay for Master to kill people? Of course, it's fine to kill as many of these people as you can. Ha ha, it's too good to be with someone like that. It's really been a torrid 8 years. What now? I thought I was a part of their play, but it turned out to be physically excluded. No way. 6 years as a married couple and it's all an act? Although I don't hate you, we're not from the same world after all. The first cut on shore. Cut the intended victim first. Lu Qing opened his eyes in horror and saw an excited Koxian. Before he had time to react, he only saw a flash of cold light. Don't worry, our family's alloy ice coffin will allow you to sleep peacefully without worry. Ha ha ha. Have you been an elephant in a refrigerator since the beginning of time? The last vestiges of consciousness faded away, and all he felt was icy cold, as if he had been sucked into a rice cooker. It's so crowded. He reached out his hand and felt sticky around him. He seemed to be wrapped in some kind of egg. Is this what the world after death is like? So he struggled to twist his body and bang on the front, trying to break the eggshell. Sensing his behavior, the top of the eggshell suddenly cracked open. Fresh air rushed in, and with it, he vibrated and burrowed out in the process. I blanch. How did I become a facehugger? Noticing the changes in his body, Lu Qing felt very desperate. This is directly not a person. Luckily, this is a cave, very hidden. If you hide, no one should be able to find it. Ding. The host's remaining lifespan is 4 hours 58 minutes and 33 seconds. Please parasitize a human as soon as possible to complete growth. Holy, the system? No, I have less than 5 hours left to live? What a miscalculation. One knows something about aliens, and only a little. Facehuggers have a short lifespan and usually hide in their eggs and lie dormant, waiting patiently for their host to deliver them. Why did you poke the eggshell open? It's important to stay alive. And now that we've turned into something like this, let's see if we can mix it up and become a queen. Her eyes were filled with cluttered and eerie images, similar to sonar and thermal imaging, that allowed her to see what was around her in the dark. Asterisk 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 asterisk, where are we going to find someone in the middle of the night? Lu Jin was devastated. Midnight, deserted mountains, 5 hours, his life hanging in the balance. But opportunity sometimes comes to the unprepared. Not far away, by the abutment of an elevated bridge, hidden in the bushes, she spotted a suspicious-looking man and woman. What a wild 8-way hidden knife style. No, why does that woman look so familiar? Phew, Lu Jin directly catapulted to start, gliding several meters like a flying squirrel, and accurately hugged the woman. Sure enough, it's you, Cushing. You're just waiting for me to drill through your chest. The man next to him was terrified, and at first thought it was a flying squirrel, but upon closer inspection he realized it was a bizarre creature he had never seen before. An hour later, the face-hugging bugs came off, and he breathed a sigh of relief as Caution woke up. But before they could celebrate, the woman's chest began to rise and fall violently, until the sienna-colored fountain erupted and the man fled in a frenzy. Che, just like that, you exposed your body to the wilderness? I'm sure Kirshen is just your pet. Lu Jin let out a low roar and quickly swam to the hidden mountains. 2 hours later, Lu Jin metamorphosed into a worker bee alien, and since she didn't detect the pheromones of her superiors, she immediately began the next stage of her evolution. 4 days later, in a certain cave, Lu Jin was sitting on the spawning apparatus like a king, and an egg-shaped bud was constantly being extruded, while the busy worker bees were responsible for carrying it. After a few days of hard work, she had more than 80 daughters, and although she could only communicate simply through pheromones, it made her feel happy. Foo, come to mommy. A worker bee alien heeded the call and prostrated itself at the queen's side. If anything happens to mom, you run right away, as far away as you can, and don't come back, okay? The worker bee known as Fufu didn't seem to understand her words very well and just cocked her head and wagged her tail. Hey, it doesn't work, it still feels like a beast raised from childhood. System, when will they have self-awareness? Ding, the host is a non-alpha individual with a low probability of the offspring having self-awareness. Asterisk 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 asterisk. A few days later, Lu Jin's nest expanded once again, and the heirs were already close to 200. Because his own lair is housed in the city, it's still quite a hassle to catch the host without being exposed. Ow dash. A worker bee leapt in with a low growl, its tail still severed by the roots. That's scary, isn't it? What's going on? The worker bees pass out pheromones, and Lu Jin recognizes an alien race invasion. Captain White, these are the guys who killed my girlfriend. The man was at it again, seemingly hiring an elite squad because he was particularly wealthy. Well, don't worry, none of them will get away. In response to him was a lazy voice. Sister Little Flower, the alien nest has been discovered. The estimated size is around 150. No forbidden guards have been found. Good teams 4, 5, and 6 look for escape exits. Teams 1, 2, and 3 charge with me, and teams 7, 8, and 9 are backed up by heavy weapons. Dozens of people acted immediately. Lu Jin didn't even bring any fear. Human weapons could barely hurt them. Even heavy weapons would only scratch them. Boom, boom, boom. Not the sound of a weapon, but the sound of a warrior alien exploding. Only after taking serious damage will the warrior blow himself up to kill more enemies. What kind of weapon is that can actually blow up an alien with one shot? Chapter 132 Rebirth. Yo, monster, game over. The woman leading the group was around 27 or 18 years old, dressed coolly, wearing no defense gear, and her lowered eyes were full of lethargy and disdain. She's not afraid of herself? You, call, what? Yo, it's actually a talking monster. My name is Bai Xiaohua. Seeing that she was holding a sci-fi movie-like weapon, Lu Jin knew that the human had stayed back, and that this one was completely accounted for. I'm not interested in knowing your name. Get a grip and get on your way. Boom! The crowd shot in unison, and the aliens in the nest were instantly blown apart. Lu Jin woke up with a jolt, feeling like he had dreamed, but the near-death sensation was very real, and the pain of being shattered by an unknown weapon hadn't even dissipated. Examining herself again, she was still the alien queen, with only dozens of children, but 5 more forbidden guards. Since when do I have this in my house? System? I am. Can you explain? Ding, the system backtrack time for you. Please restart the adventure. That's not right, is it? Where did this flashback come from? How come I don't remember this opening? Ding, please don't be puzzled, host. You have been reborn 5 times. Your spirit has reached its limit. In order to ensure your survival, the system has erased all your memories from the first 4 times. As compensation, your past life will join you in your lair as a forbidden guard. Please start your adventure again. Am I now reborn for the 6th time? Not really, since you died too hastily, the system went back in time for you, and the host can understand that your current consciousness was taken back to the past. It seems the system has a pretty high standard for judging reboots. System, since you can use time regression, how come my previous lives weren't used? Ding, the system has used backtracking for the host every time, but still cannot escape the end of death. That is, it's only when you've used a life-preserving backtrack that you're ruled dead and respawn. Well, one died at least 8 times in the first 4 rounds. Real miserable. Hopefully it's all a surefire loss, and this flashback is just a walk in the park. Youth can be explicitly priced, but reality can't be backboarded in speed past. I guess the system also felt that it was stingy with its own vegetables, so it sent its former life as an NPC. But why tell me the truth if you're afraid I won't be able to handle it? The system had spoken casually before, not hiding anything at all. This is your last rebirth. Once you die, everything will dissipate. I hope you will witness it to the end. Things are getting a little serious. That white little flower guy could be looking for us at any moment, so we need to move in a hurry. Luckily, he had the divine skill, mimicry, which allowed him to take on the appearance of a worker bee and shift while the night was still young. 2 days later, Lu Jin moved from the caves in the city to a mining pit on the outskirts. It's sparsely populated, so missing a few people isn't much of a problem, and you don't have to worry about being copied for a while. Foo-foo, as soon as something goes wrong, you run, got it? She was used to facing her daughter's silence. She wasn't sure if that was foo-foo or not. They all looked the same anyway. What is the meaning of life? Getting thirsty. Ha, foo-foo spoke, but the worker bees in front of him didn't budge, and he himself might have been hallucinating. But phantom hearing is quite good at picking up on that. The essence of life is continuity. Ah, any living thing is just a slave to DNA. Maybe there's another way? There's always some other way of doing things when you're a 5-time victim of a great injustice, isn't there? Although the system is quite powerful, both backtracking and rebirth, but the road is already dead. Begging it is equal to begging for death. It is better to beg for their own. Yeah, beg yourself. System, I want to know if the me of this world is still there, or if I'm just me. Ding, the host was murdered by his wife and hid his body in the refrigerator. His soul was trapped by his obsession, so he transformed into an alien. Although you are LV Ching on the inside, you are an alien to this world, and as a human being you exist normally. Che, you just say there is on the line. Still beat around the bush a bunch of other things. Is not just want me to break the defense, not to repeat the emphasis. System, what time is it? April 13th, 2024, 1934. Luckily, no time was missed. Foo-foo, go, 2 to 1405, block 116, Happy Garden, squat, and if that man shows up tomorrow, bring him back. At this hour, he himself is still traveling and won't be back until tomorrow. Lu Jin wanted to take a risk. If the host was his human self, then according to the alien's characteristic of inheriting the genes of the mother and the host, would he become a brand new me? A fixed formula introduces a whole new cast of characters, then the original script falls apart, and perhaps, this is the way to break it? Honey, look at the new hat I got you. Does it look good in green? Up here is the king of bombs? It's just so unbelievable. This in-your-face NTR is also pretty bomb compared to getting your own corpse hidden in a refrigerator. Holy, Foo-foo, stop looking and hurry up and get all 3. The 3 are caught without incident, after which Foo-foo takes them to the old lair from before. A meet and greet and a royal facehugger left for the explorers are still stored there. In order to preserve the maximum possible consciousness of both, one can only take a chance with the royal facehugger bug. Damn aliens, I won't let you go. Laugh your ass off. You'll be queen of the aliens in a couple days. Don't punch yourself in the face. Hey, ding, the new individual, newborn Lu Jin, has been successfully hatched, and due to being suppressed by the host's pheromones, it is temporarily unable to evolve into a queen. Really? It's been successfully hatched? Since it's called newborn LV Ching, your plan should be successful, right? Ding, congratulations to the host for making an important choice. The world has shifted. Time will swing back to 2 days ago, and the axis will be anchored to newborn Lu Jin. That means the system's function will be transferred to newborn Lu Jin? So this is another rebirth, right? Ding, the host is about to complete his 6th rebirth. Please make your choice. 1. Immediate death. Your consciousness will merge with the newborn Lu Jin. 2. The system will erase all of your memories and self-awareness and survive as a pure alien. What a dilemma. She wanted to try it hand in hand with herself if she could. However, one had to die, and until then, one only wished to see her. So Lu Jin intended to pick the second one, and before that, she carved 2 things deep in her subconscious so that the other party would replace her. No matter what the situation is, have absolute faith in freshman Lu Jin. The Her own sixth reincarnation makes her the sixth forbidden guard so that she has a chance to kill herself and jump out of this boring plot. System, I choose to. Ding, please ask the host if he confirms to discard all memories. Please confirm again. Sure, do you think it's worth it? The system suddenly sounded like a person. She's me, I'm her, and one day she'll understand. Then my mission is finally done. Too tired. I'm going to rest. Ding, memory, personality deletion in progress. This Lu Jin self-consciousness completely dissipated, and she changed into an alien queen who survived on pure instinct. Re-anchored to the timeline, LV Qing is then robbed at birth when she is captured and brought back to the company by the pouncing by Xiaohua. Until she grew into a worker bee, she still hadn't escaped her bonds. Gee, that's no good. You can't have such an interesting story that sucks. The red-haired young woman reclined on the craggy rocky ledge, watching the place with anticipation. Oh, die. How will our protagonist make his debut if the humans in his way live? Chapter 133. The people in the lab left as if they had been stimulated, mad as hell, and didn't even close the door. Ding, system binding in progress, please remain calm host. Freshman Lu Jin's self-awareness gradually awakens, and she realizes to her horror that she has actually become an alien. Remember her, she's your leader. Forbidden 6. Silly boy. Want a bite? You can't blame me for that. My queen. I want to be queen so badly. Everything is moving in a familiar direction. Is this a story from the past? Or is it a hallucination? There was a lot more unfamiliar information in her brain, and Lu Jin was confused because her own mental interference had a similar effect, and she felt that this should be someone secretly doing something bad. But the alien that took himself in the first place was Fufu. Ha! No wonder she likes to pounce on me so much. You're finally awake. Want to know the answer? Come to me if you want. I'll tell you. The unfamiliar voice resounded in the nothingness, and as Lu Jin's senses gradually recovered, she realized that everything in front of her was no longer familiar. He was on a strange planet by himself, with reddish-brown rock and sand everywhere, and 2 suns and 4 weird, huge stars hanging in the sky. Does that look familiar? It's like that dream you have when you're revolving. Behind her, a group of red aliens came in like a tidal wave. At some point they themselves became one of them, and wrapped in a red tide, they came to a plain. It appeared to be an abandoned city, devoid of any trace of human activity, the buildings long since wind eroded, and on the huge flower bed in the center of town, a huge red alien was crouching on it. Coming? System, are you there? What is that thing? The system didn't answer. It just silently gave the data in front of it. Name, sex, female, race, alien, rank, evolution, bio rating, mother of queens, skill. Apparently the mother of queens is the alien that can give birth to the alien queen. Or maybe it's okay to call her the Queen Dowager? It was at least a 6th-ranked creature, much higher than his own rank, so it could be said that there was no chance of winning at all. But it's always the same clan, so there shouldn't be any conflict, right? Yo, hello, make yourself at home, baby girl. What? It is well known that Lu Jin killed his queen with his own hands. I know you're in a hurry, but hold on. It all starts with the refrigerator in your house. A refrigerator? Oh, yeah, refrigerator. The Queen Mother's body gradually twisted and then turned into an enchanting big sister with red hair up to her waist. Perhaps this will be more congenial to you? She led Lu Jin on a trusting walk through the dilapidated streets, telling her stories about those hidden past events. Originally, after being hidden in a body fridge, your consciousness was rescued by a strange object, the system you refer to, which fused your consciousness into a face-hugging worm and casted down a rift in time and space into your world. Is this system so capable? It feels like the world is just a sandbox to it. No, this Queen's mother isn't easy either. So, can I ask, what exactly is a system? Well, I can't say for sure. Will of the world? Or maybe racial will? Incidentally, the egg it stole was mine, so your body is indeed my daughter. Good lord, what was the queen before that? A foster mom? Crying in the wrong grave? And no, that guy was himself. Anyway, I can also observe these mutations. I have paid attention to each of your rebirths and have given you some help. It's reasonable for me to call you my daughter, isn't it? Indeed. And she said it helped, and that this guy may have been the one who was responsible for all the unfathomable things that happened before. The abnormal response of the system should be her doing the trick. Although the system looked powerful, it didn't come to the rescue at this time. Was this guy in front of him even more powerful than the system? Your system is supposed to be a bit more powerful than me. But well, it's subject to a lot of limitations. So it's me who's more powerful in terms of results. Can read minds? Or was one tapped into her hive mind? As it turned out, though, one was already naked. Don't swear. It's not okay to say it in your heart. LV Ching panicked. It felt like she was just taking a shower, but she was being watched by 6 billion people, and then betting on whether she would wash her hair or scrub her back first. don't show such a hostile expression. I was kind enough to help you out, but you actually said that I made a mess of things and said this guy twice. You're so sad. Mommy, ha ha ha. The Queen Mother lazily curled her hair and cocked her head to stare at Lu Qing. She spat out her tongue and smiled wickedly before pinning Lu Qing under her armpit and scampering straight up a precarious building. Lu Qing stopped thinking for fear of having thought any dangerous thoughts that would anger her. But you were right in thinking that I had a lot planned for you. From the smallest of things to catching you off guard with a kindred spirit. Just the right amount of exoskeleton enhancements. And why the sheriff's department believed your lame excuse. And why there are so many brain-dead cultists. Earlier in the day it did feel smooth and unusual. And sure enough, there must be ghosts when evil comes to the house. And I didn't realize that it was actually the Queen's mother who had interfered in it. So what one thought was a well-thought-out plan was actually a bigot on the buff? Still, the big one. As big as the 3 disasters you personally experienced. No, it's not. I did 2 of them myself. By this point, Lu Qing was already a bit skeptical of life. If he was also being manipulated as a puppet, it would really be boring. Consider what your daughter said. Gee, having given birth to such a smart child, you're not so smart yourself. What did they say? Fifi and Xinxin seem to have said that after he solved the problem of Sogmenton, he would logically be sent to the south to solve the spore crisis and save the president to gain popular support in the process. It seems to be one thing after another, but it's actually very far-fetched. It's actually silky smooth. The Queen Mother patted Lu Qing's head, her eyes full of favor. I just modified it a little, and after the disaster at your house was over, you got enough prestige to. So I took control of those 2 presidents to hold a meeting, and then had the local aliens spread the spores and surround the estate so you could make your powdered entrance. It does make a lot more sense that the 2 events went from being relatively independent to being causally related. And sure enough it's still scripted. As for Rakasa Island, it's just a lead-in. With your character you'll definitely go to the eastern island nation to make a mess. It's not hard to mix a vice state level in your current state, right? Is she really just helping me after all that effort? No way. Hey, controlling that many humans is a lot of energy. Don't you even thank me? Won't you call out to your mom? No way. No way. Are you such an unintelligent child? Little green? Lu Qing's mind was a little fried, like Lu Ban eating peppercorns, and Naigon lost his numbness. You don't want to get rid of me? Ha ha ha, you kid. Really? You don't believe anyone? Hearing Lu Qing's words, she laughed out loud. The 2 have a huge cognitive gap, and the so-called deep thinking ends up being a laughingstock, trying to get rid of you and just letting you die on your own. The closest you came to death was the time you were captured by Lu Jin Ran. Nope, I'm living off the royal facehugger. That's a skill beyond the Queen's ability to help? Can she really help? TCH, who do you think gave you your transmogrified facehugger? Could she share such an anticlimactic ability besides mental interference? That also meant that she knew the course of events from the very beginning, so she would give means to save her life in advance. Which was too scary, right? Simply God's domain. LV Chang, per half a life. Public if not abandoned. Come on, what's with the worship? I'm your own mother. Okay, Mom, Hogyong. Recognizing her situation, Lu Qing was finally relieved, but staying here for a long time was not an option. She still wanted to be reunited with her beloved daughters. Mom, how did I get here? Am I dead? Yeah, dead. Okay, not dead, baby. I'm just temporarily transferring your consciousness to this body, just as a companion to talk to your mother. What's the kid's hurry? Lu Qing took a deep breath, feeling that he had finally adapted to this body. The gravity over here should be 4 or 5 times that of Earth, and as a worker bee, the physical abilities seem to be comparable to the Queen. Mom, I have 2 more questions. Well, are you asking about the person who stabbed you? That one was your daughter. My daughter? Didn't realize it at all. Could it be Nyan? I never thought that the reunion with Nyan would be so bloody. Right, Mom, I have a special skill that any queen can be transformed into my daughter. What kind of skill is that? Doesn't your daughter become your sister in terms of generation? No. Why did you instigate your granddaughter to stab your daughter? Because it's fun, and you can't die anyway. This guy, who wasn't exactly normal for a human or an alien, was better off hurrying back. Your mental power is still kind of strong. There's no way for me to control you directly. I only have a chance in that kind of chaotic situation. After all, on Earth, there's only another queen who can make you break your defense, right? So Nyan has evolved into an empress as well. Ha! That's right, controlling the entire subcontinent and not having her own pheromones to suppress. It's only natural to be an empress. Then why do you keep suppressing me? Ha? Suppression? Isn't it maintaining balance in your words? The system has given you so many abilities. If we don't suppress you, the human race will be extinct in 2 months. Why do you say that like you're a mole? No, big sister. Isn't our mission to destroy all living things? Could it be that you are an alien traitor? If you recognize a thief as your mother, it doesn't seem to be a problem. But, ha ha ha. The mother of the queen laughed and fluttered. Her red eyes flickered and seemed to have fire flowing through them. Burning like a torch, Lu Jin was a bit mesmerized. Damn it, was she being charmed? My little green, you're so funny. You're right, but well, I've been watching you, so you've got to let me enjoy myself a little more when it's such good fun, right? Who let you become one of us without permission? Her voice turned cold, as if she was ready to kill at any moment. Lu Jin felt the crisis. He was the one who made the system like this. It is always the one who comes. There is nothing wrong with people wanting to clean up the house. Don't be afraid. I still approve of you. After all, I've been living for tens of millions of years. Every planet is the same routine. It's boring, only you can bring me different fun. What? This time the script has been upgraded to a real man show. Lu Jin was a little confused. These things the system can do even if she an alien actually more powerful than the system. More or less unreal. Mom, are you an alien god? The queen's mother had displayed abilities beyond recognition, and Lu Jin could only attribute her to some sort of vague god. Well, she wrapped her arms around Lu Jin once again, and with a gentle jump, she hovered in the air, the huge star at their feet, as if overlooking the earth. Not really, but then again, it's close. With a wave of her hand, the massive astral body cracked open. See, that temporal rift was caused by the Ampere Corporation 20 years ago, and it connects to a different space and time, which is why the egg that hatched you was able to appear in the past. It was as if Lu Jin had seen the company's experimenters fall into the rift and be trapped in the maze for eternity, and he had seen an alien egg being thrown into the rift and falling to Earth by the good mother of queens. In the end, disasters are sometimes self-inflicted. You're ultimately of human origin. Sometimes you'll be indecisive and wait, still thinking about living in harmony with humans, so you didn't end up very well before. According to his previous social animal mentality, there was a real possibility that he might go to the Federation to turn himself in for a reward or go down the path of revenge against humanity. Anyway, the ending sucked. Otherwise, the system wouldn't have deleted it all. The system told me that the memory was erased because the spirit couldn't take it. What about now? You're a queen. It's totally bearable. And you're not curious how you spent your first 5 lives? It would be a lie to say that she wasn't curious, but the more she knew the more she was bothered. And Lu Jin just wanted to simply dominate the earth and then do nothing. So she didn't answer her. I just wanted to show you your past life. Only by experiencing it properly will you realize that humans are just grains of dust and that becoming an alien is where you'll end up. Lookin', that's what I thought. No need to look. Without waiting for a clear answer, she felt the space around her constantly distorting, as if she was being forcefully dragged into a flickering movie. In the bright white light, Lu Jin barely opened his eyes and realized that he was sitting in the classroom. The evening sun was so reassuring. The hot midsummer breeze ruffled the curtains, and the occasional warning of "don't run in the building again" came from the hallway. It was the last thing she remembered looking at as she left the classroom on the day she graduated from elementary school. There's no complexity to it, but a simple and enduring emotion. The fact that one appeared in this hallucinated classroom meant that the spirit had been severely eroded. Ahem. Green. Ready to recall lost memories? Chapter 134, The Boring Truth. After flickering like a theater passing, Lu Jin began his first rebirth. Still in the familiar cave mountain, the first alien on Earth was born. Lu Jin examined himself with some suspicion, turning into a monster. Had there ever been a worse start than this? The only possibility is to find the Federation and rely on their technology to restore themselves, although the likelihood is not high. But mix up the staffing, match the research, and maybe retire in peace. Because of his belief that the National Guard is the Citizens Guard, Lu Jin approached the 167th Special Service Corps site. Unable to make a chowder reservation, she has to sneak into the command post and happens to bump into the colonel at work. As a monster, she made a gesture of non-malevolence, but because she couldn't speak, she ended up being captured and used as an experimental sample. After a variety of experiments, the military determined that the creature had lost its value and initiated sterilization procedures. But being the only individual, this was just the right time for her to evolve into a queen and unlock the ability to communicate and learn about her past life. And the Federation secretly moved her to a feeder somewhere. Her only duty is to produce more aliens for researchers to study, the purpose of which is naturally not to turn her back into a human. During this time, she also developed strong friendships with the staff. That is, until months later, when the feeder was overrun by a frenzied alien queen. In her contact with her kind, she realized in despair that she had been helping humans research how to fight the aliens, indirectly killing tens of thousands of her kind. Once the aliens are all cleared out, one loses value. Everything is a simple trap. It was a familiar story, much like the infant Ning that Zhao Feiying had bred. and it just so happened that the fellow had been killed by himself. The first time I was really naive, and I didn't even know I was being sold. The screen flashed, and Lu Jin began his second rebirth. This time the variables came into play, and the Mother of Queens found out about this interesting ability, so she decided to help her out a bit. Thus, the world had its first alien worshippers. Learning from the previous lesson, Lu Jin evolved into a queen before she started looking for a way out. Utilizing the fervent and twisted beliefs of his followers, Lu Jin took control of a church in the mountains and became the god to be served. But the purpose of these madmen is not to worship God, but to destroy the world under false pretenses, and finally to kill God and become the master of the world. Despite the extremely low feasibility, Lu Jin was backhandedly put into their labs as a mother to provide aliens for research. Because of the drastic increase in the intelligence of the heir, Lu Jin, who was enjoying her mother-daughter heart-to-heart for the first time, chose to compromise. Finally, the same alien queen who died from the invasion. Here's Artyom with an ink stain in the lab. For the third time, Lu Jin gained mimicry abilities, and there were more people among humans who believed in aliens. This time she uprooted her family and traveled to Sencom to find the state church that worships alienism. This time she wanted to use the congregation to create panic and parasitize as many humans as possible, but a traitor in the church backhandedly sold her to the Corino Corporation. At the urging of the EMP, the two sides cooperated, and LV Ching was sealed in the company's deepest underground laboratory. But since the treatment was pretty good, she didn't want to fight it, so she laid down flat. But the Mother of Queens didn't want this to end, and without martial arts manipulation the staff unleashed a worker bee. So much for the later alien leaks. Lu Jin, who lost his chance to lay flat, was extraordinarily grumpy, and was most in tatters under the bombardment of the electromagnetic cannon. Mom, you call that kind of performance interesting? I would have been blind to it a long time ago. It was simply a bit anticlimactic on its own a couple of times, and it didn't even have eyes to see it. The Mother of Queens didn't answer her, after all. The reverse genius had fun, and it was easy to break down defenses by talking about it. The fourth was a Skyfall opening, captured at birth by biotech and dismembered as experimental material before he had a chance to do anything about it. Through suturing, cloning and even alchemy, they managed to create into half-human, half-alien monsters. It once again reproduces itself and becomes a bizarre monster with good intentions towards humans. The monster wipes out all the aliens and is eventually wiped out again by the humans. That's a groovy alien king. In fact, the alien king Lu Jin was already crazy at that time. The fifth time is the part of the memory that was first awakened. Hiding out by himself in a cave, he went on a breeding spree, causing no end of trouble for the humans, and ended up being rounded up by the company at his home. This was both the first alien queen he had hunted and the one he had decapitated on his way to the top. It could be said that every queen Lu Jin killed was his former self, only because of the anchor reset. All these tragedies in this life appeared at the same time and were ended by his own hand. Every time she dies the system pulls her back to where she started, but it never jumps to a set outcome. But now, having evolved into a queen herself, she has gone further than before. The point of mutation in the world is the very same warrior alien that captured itself in the first place. How interesting that you, as an alien, allowed your daughter to capture and parasitize you as a human, that you replaced yourself, and that you killed yourself as your own mother. What with me killing me and me giving birth to me, it's all self-indulgent to go around and around anyway. But with the first 5 failures, that's why he called himself the 6th forbidden guard in the first place. The death of a human being brings great uncertainty to the world, and that last emergency avoidance was quite remarkable. I've been watching you, from the worker bees to the queen, which is unexpected, and that's why I'm willing to tell you the truth. In the classroom, the mother of the queen appeared, wearing a red brocade robe like a teacher in a movie. How does it feel? Didn't feel much, probably because of not being a human being anymore. These things didn't cause much fluctuation to Lu Jin. I suddenly want to hold you accountable. The Mother of Queens tapped the blackboard with a look like she was handing out final report cards. What do you mean? You are nothing more than a visitor who has taken the liberty of becoming one of us, and I feel the need to remove you to ensure the purity of our bloodline. What? What's wrong with you? You're just gonna flip out? Just now, we were having a mother-daughter relationship, and now we're about to be sentenced to death? Are you playing? Oh yes, she does just play. Fine, whatever. Lu Jin wasn't sure if she had the ability to kill consciousness, but the odds were that she wouldn't be ruled dead by the system, and by virtue of backtracking, she could still live. But don't you regret it? Although I was human before, my current body is alien, and I have hundreds of millions of heirs. That makes me a high-powered empress. My daughters will carry on my will. They will hunt every living thing outside of their own pack, including aliens, and you will lose a planet, and one day you will die by their hands as well. Ha! The Mother of Queens was a bit staggered. It was an idea she hadn't heard before. She couldn't invade the hive consciousness. even though she knew how LV Qing usually educated her children. Not only did Lu Qing resent humans, but after a brief period of hunting activity, she equally resented her own kind. Her philosophy is simple and brutal: all but her own family are enemies. Hiss. I didn't realize it was so extreme. The fictional classroom gradually melted away and the surrounding area became deserted once again. The two were sitting on the edge of the cliff, while Lu Qing was cradled in her arms. I can't believe you escaped. What? No resistance? The lifting of the illusion didn't make Lu Qing ignite any fighting spirit. It's no use, sister. A borrowed body. You can run me over anytime you want. And even if I get away with it, that's just the beginning of the escape. It's too much trouble. It's a lot of posing. But honestly, good. You passed. It's just a self-identification test. Even the strongest seals aren't meant to trap your own children. And besides, I wasn't planning on doing anything to you in the first place. What happened? The world began to shake. Huge planets became fragmented. Meteor showers fell from the sky, and gravel from the ground flew straight up into the sky. In case you didn't know, once you break a high level of mind control, you can no longer be controlled. Ha? What does that mean? It means you're free. I can't interfere with you anymore. And now you can go home. What? Did she really have nothing better to do? What's with this scribbling trial? If you run into a guy who can break through the prison of consciousness, he could be a tricky enemy for you. We'll meet again someday. Green. Lu Qing's consciousness disappeared from this space, leaving the queen's mother crouching alone at the edge of the cliff, somewhat forlorn. After all, I'm not a bad person, but I just want to have some fun. Chapter 135, Mother of the Queen. Mom's pheromones continue to soar, and are not at all on the same level as the queen's. After rescuing Lu Qing back to her lair, her body immediately formed a red cocoon, and at this point, she had already been unconscious for 3 days. Despite the temporary loss of consciousness, the pheromone suppression effect was truly unprecedentedly powerful. Fufu was a little worried, feeling that with one more evolution, the pure mother-daughter relationship between them would be gone, and only absolute class suppression would remain. Maybe the gods are going to be born? Ray said obsessively. All the daughters were gathered together except Susu and Xin, who was out on a case, but they seemed to be more willing to submit to the absolute rule of the superior, and it didn't matter if they were mother and daughter. In the meantime, Suzu had led the alien army to capture Cerberus again. Of course, having inherited Lu Qing's talent, Su relied on her solid muscle to convince the local queen's family, and in this instance, she took on the role of savior. When a tidal wave of aliens floods the city, when everyone's eyes are closed and waiting to die, when death is kissing you on the cheek, hot women show up. Susu blocked the tide like a god, like a halberd breaking the waves, and wherever she went, the aliens fell like leaks. The alien queen in the lead was even punched in the head by Su. When she stood under the setting sun without fear of being covered in acidic blood, people mistakenly thought it was the Valkyrie descending. When the public first saw the alien queen, there were two voices in the folklore. The one was to persevere to the end, because they knew that with strong people like Lu Qing and Susu, there must be hope for humanity. The other is advocating to give up resistance. One or two people are ultimately difficult to change the overall situation, and Lu Qing was assassinated. Life and death is unknown. Against this kind of monster, it is better to find a comfortable position to die earlier. Unrest even broke out in various places, though such insurgents were eventually absorbed into the Xenomorph religion. Things only calmed down after the media revealed that LV Susu's abilities came from a new type of physique enhancer developed by LV Qing's team. The people are caught up in the dream of man-made gods, and Xin, as an elite of the FBI, is naturally assigned to investigate the murderer who assassinated Lu Qing. But several days of investigation did not get any effective information. The dear white leaf like a ghost out of nowhere. However, judging by her words and behavior, Xin had vaguely sensed that she was the lost LV Nian. The tricky thing was that the other party seemed to have grown into an empress, and they were helpless under the absolute suppression of their strength. Ka-ching. Lu Qing's cocoon cracked open. Still awake? Lu Qing heard a voice exactly like his own. Who are you? System Promax perfect. Grass. Sick. She felt that her body was expanding, and it wouldn't take long for her to complete her evolution. The system always likes to show up at inopportune times. Host, now here's a chance for you to do it all over again. Yo, to go back in time and return to and avoid the present thread forever. What does that mean? That I can't be an alien anymore? Yes, you'll return to that normal Lu Qing, and all those who died because of you will be brought back to life, and all misfortunes will be prevented. All misfortunes? That's someone else's misfortune. He or she will become that worthless 996 wage earner again and the wife will hide it in the refrigerator. You're asking me to reopen? You take me for a cutie. What? Is there another way? Of course, the second way. All of humanity will be in crisis and you'll save them. and as a reward, you'll become a $10 billion beauty queen with a dozen lovely daughters. The reward is very tempting and sounds like a great prayer. Holy Mother of God, the rewards are nice, but to be a Madonna, you need to be able to outlast all your opponents and teammates' strengths, and humans are no good. I think you have it in you. Yeah, why am I being a saintly mother when I'm better than everyone else? And I've already got all of this. So what do you think I'm stupid for rewarding me with what I've got? I'm kind of curious. Were you built by someone who's been alone for centuries? Would you be able to realize it if I did choose? Taking advantage of the system's silence, Lu Jin continued to output, trying to set it up. Yes, but I won't help you realize it is. Lu Jin sighed in relief. This guy seemed to be on the side of the aliens, because I'm just a passing god. That's a relief. What the hell? The guy who calls himself a god? Could it be the maker of the system? It was more trouble than it was worth, so she pretended she hadn't heard. Ahem, just now I was thinking, if you can do these things, I'll just have to do whatever it takes to obliterate you. The voice was a little shocked. Hey, you're going to get me killed if I just ask in passing? I'm a god. Yes, not to mention god. A passing dog would have to be slapped twice. That's right. Lu Jin didn't want to give the humans any possibility of flipping out, even if it offended the gods. He wanted to remove the threat. Mom, you're red. Lu Jin breaks out of her cocoon, and Fufu gives her a sentence that she won't be able to straighten out. His own body was red as blood, like some unnamed real mom. I blanch. The queen's ascendant is really the mother of queens. My head hurts, like the last evolution. She was feeling a bad headache again. The double-layered crown began to close, once again forming a long, striped head like that of a worker bee, retaining only part of the crown style at the end. 6 white tentacles sprouted from the lower jaw, and 2 white horns extended from the head, which appeared to be some sort of mind-controlled antennae. She also grew savagely to almost 20 meters tall. Behemoth. The prostrate queen shivered like a baby. Ding! Congratulations to the host for evolving into the queen's mother. Racial suppression has been fully lifted, and your spawn rate will increase to 1,000 spawns/hour. Mimicry. Camouflage has evolved to the highest level. You can mimic any creature you have seen or conceptual creature designed in your brain. Mental interference has evolved into mental control. You can dominate all creatures you can sense at the same time. Oh, got it. Is this the strength of the Mother of Queens? It can be said to do whatever you want, except for not being able to do mass energy conversion, which is almost as good as being a god. This is what the Mother of Queens relies on to rule the planet. Ding! This system has completed all its missions and will cease all services. Please confirm. Has the system really run away this time? That's not right. The final main thread isn't done yet? Why did you run away? The host's ability has surpassed the system. You no longer need the system's help, and it's only a matter of time before you complete your mission. It's not a big problem, and you can only use it as a statistical tool if you keep it, so you might as well get along. Confirmed. Service shutdown in progress. The system will retain the function panel for you. Thank you for the host's significant contribution to the prosperity of the alien race. Looking forward to the next reunion with you. Chapter 136. Fifi wants to have a baby. You're the one who talks too much. Lu Jin wrapped Fufu into his arms, rarefied until he rubbed sparks out of her brain. This child's karmic entanglement with himself could not be described as deep, so naturally he had to be pampered. Get up, all of you. What are you doing on the ground? It's cold. Seeing LV Ching or the look of a know-it-all mom, the daughters put down their hearts. Mom, you're, now. Sam was bleary-eyed and kept huffing and puffing, her harum dripping to the floor. Oh, it's the Queen Mother, the highest form of the alien. Just in case, she opened her personal panel. Name, LV Ching. Sex, female. Race, alien. Rank, 100. Evolution, 100%. Creature level, 6th order, Mother of Queens, Alpha. Skills, domination. Mimicry, camouflage, spawning, acid blood spraying, acid blood sniping, mind control, parasitic domination, black water parasitism, molecular self-healing. Sure enough, it's a satisfyingly full panel. Simply beautiful. Lei directly jumped onto Lu Jin, her 5-meter height looking exceptionally petite. Babies, do you know why we're called the Mother of Queens? Of course it's the ability to beat those dishonest queens to the ground and make them scream for their mothers. Indeed, but it's half right. That's because we can produce a queen. The cave was awfully quiet, though the evolution of the mother was bound to lead to the evolution of the pack, but they thought that the queen should be the apex, and that even further evolution would not benefit future generations. Not realizing that, I told you. Sam got excited again. What did I say? I told you Mom wouldn't just be a queen. I said, puff. Sam fell heavily to the ground. Little girl, why are you talking so much today? Lu Jin laughed and cursed, and Lei on top of him lost consciousness and rolled to the ground. Mom, what are you doing? What's wrong with them? Fufu took 2 steps back, a little heartbroken, but seeing the black cocoons forming on their bodies, she also knew that this was about to evolve. A bit of forced love from Mom today though. Mom, wait a minute. Fufu thought of the 400,000 fan welfare gallery promise today that hadn't been sent out yet, so I guess it's going to be pigeonholed. Plop. Fifi, what's wrong? Not happy? From the beginning, Fifi and Jin Ran were not very excited. Mom, I don't want to evolve, and I can't have kids, it's boring. So Fifi wants to have a baby. All the other sisters had hundreds, if not tens of thousands of children, and Fifi was the only one who had only 2 younger sisters to keep her company, which made her a little heartbroken. Fifi's a good kid, so she'll wake up with lots of little babies in her belly. Fifi wagged her tail pleasantly. Even though the aliens spawned in vitro, the cajoling bull ***** worked pretty well to fool her own kids. However, Lu Jin was already the mother of the queen and had absolute dominance over the queen, and she already had a vague feeling that evolving again should be able to lift the previous suppression. Even if you become an ordinary queen which is ordinary. Jin Ran, don't you want to evolve too? Aha. He himself had inherited Lu Jin Ran's appearance and memories, and fragments of her consciousness sprang up in his mind from time to time, and guilt were also inherited. This despicable woman actually betrayed Lu Jin for her own selfish interests. Simply a beast. Jin Ran often blamed herself from time to time in her spare time to no avail. Lu Jin saw through this little heart, feeling both cute and heartbroken. Lu Jin Ran is just a host, and has nothing to do with his own precious daughter. Besides, good kids can't be imploded. Jin Ran, the earth is big. We need more queens. One day we'll annihilate the human race. Baby, mommy needs you so much, and you don't want to hide behind your sisters, do you? I'm not a researcher. Since when do I have to be in the front? With this doubt, Jin Ran fell into a deep sleep, posing the child in a comfortable position. Lu Jin incidentally wiped out all of Lu Jin Ran's remaining consciousness. There was no need for the guy who annoyed his daughter to exist. All the children had fallen to the ground, and Lu Chang nodded in satisfaction. Mom, went out to run some errands. Somewhere in the large abandoned mines of the old Smyrna district, Dear Whiteleaf had sensed some sort of mutation. How did he suddenly appear in some strange lair? Didn't they kill all the humans? Why are there so many people here? It feels like playing through a game all night and realizing the next day that the archive is gone. Did something happen? Do you have a clue? The 2 queens and the dozen or so forbidden guards prostrate at her feet were equally dumbfounded, as if they had just woken up from a dream. Dear Whiteleaf shook his head. Forget about it. In a trance he remembered that he seemed to have assassinated an alien queen disguised as a human. It's just a pack rivalry. No big deal. But he's staying at home all right. Is it traveling or sleepwalking? A déjà vu was burrowing into her skull. Something terrible was fast approaching oneself. Boys, run! Without waiting for her to give a warning, Lu Jin appeared out of thin air in front of them to block the hole. Hey, what's the rush? Mom came and didn't say anything about introducing and entertaining her? It's not polite anymore. In the next moment, Lu Jin suddenly appeared behind Dear Bai Yi, her tail curling her tightly. No one noticed how she got here. Like she moved in an instant. The terrifying aura made her unable to move. Don't be afraid. Mommy won't hurt you. Nyan. Who's Nyan? There can't be some mother-daughter recognition drama at this point. Can there? Could it be that the queen she killed was named Nyan and her mom came over to take revenge? Yeah, that must be it. Without waiting for her to resist, Lu Jin unhurriedly yanked her tail off. The green acidic blood formed a shallow puddle on the ground. I'm sorry, does that hurt? Lu Jin seemed concerned that the effects of the queen mother were still being felt, so he gave pain to keep her awake. Next is the Lego don't be afraid. It doesn't hurt. After that, like dismantling a steak chicken, Lu Jin tenderly removed her legs and forearms, but the queen's physique was ultimately strong, and she didn't even die after this. That's a good performance. You didn't even make a sound when it hurt so much. If it were your sisters, they would have wailed. She was afraid to, for fear of dying faster if she made a sound. It's over. I'm dead this time. Feeling the intense pain in his limbs, Dear Whiteleaf had all the thoughts, not realizing that he had kicked the iron plate in a daze. Baby, it's time to recognize your ancestors and come home for dinner. She looked up slightly, but all she saw was a flash of red light. Sharp tail spikes slice through. Huge double-tiered crown rolls to the ground. As for you guys, go find a human base to attack and kill yourselves. Nyan stabbed herself because she was under the control of the queen's mother, and it was always possible to recover. And these children were born after that. Maybe they were plugged directly into the queen mother's hive, and it would be too hard to pick them out. And who knows if that guy would go crazy one day and stab himself again. That's why it's a good idea to use it as a deterrent to humans. Tugging up Nyan's tail, Lu Jin unhurriedly rushed towards home. That's right, everything before was just a hallucination she was seeing as she was being mind-controlled. LV Ching was afraid to come and really screw her over. Chapter 137, Let the World Know We Exist. God. Looking at the huge alien that was as high as 20 meters, Cui Shuai and the others knelt helplessly on the ground. Anomalous. ING more anomalous than anomalous. It's an unconventional alien queen, right? Archbishop Beach said in a pretense of composure. The Archbishop of the Worshipful Alien Church is at this time visiting the Xenomorph Church in downtown Sogmanston. Have you ever seen a 6'8" baby? Patriarch Albert couldn't care less about the face of his superiors and subordinates, and just started spraying. The holy sun within him stirred, and before him was the god he had seen in the lair underneath in the first place. Cui Shuai also clearly perceived that this was Lu Qing's true body. It's really magnificent and beautiful, and it was worth it to do the crazy thing I did in the first place. Gentlemen, I haven't seen you in many days. Thank the Lord for remembering. The congregation knelt in unison, leaving only the Archbishop and his party frozen on the spot. Talk? Although he is the supreme leader of the alien worship cult, he knows very well that such things as aliens are very dangerous, and it is too late to avoid them. You guys damn well have to really worship them, right? Come on, let's go inside and have a meeting. Lu Qing transformed into a halo of light, her figure gradually shrinking until she became a young girl. She was so beautiful, pure and unsullied as an angel, with red hair draped over her shoulders like a flame on a snowy mountain. The Archbishop looked up and saw that the young girl, though naked, was glowing and unbroken, like a god who could not be looked at directly. As a god, she wouldn't care what the bugs were looking at. Except, of course, 4 bugs with intelligence. There really is a god. Ha! The Archbishop was a little skeptical. This sect of yours is just a front, and you're playing for real? There weren't too many people coming and going around, but none of them stopped for a second. To them, the church door was nothing more than a few old guys whispering, "What are your orders, my lord?" Aside from Cui Shuai, everyone else was still in shock and hadn't gotten over it, especially Albert, who had guessed that Lei was a god before, but didn't realize that Lu Qing was the rightful owner. This thigh was hugged tightly, but one wouldn't be liquidated for taking her first blood, would one? No, the alien's blood is a strong corrosive. His brother is still there. That means, the Lord God has granted himself a beautiful dream. What a merciful God. In a few days I'll be attacking the Houses of Parliament, and you'll be there to spectate. These words were like a thunderbolt, causing the congregants who had just regained their senses to be confused once again. What the hell? You want to fight back? Seems pretty exciting. It's a human rape anyway. Lord. We just watch. Not really. You guys bring your cell phones and shoot some video. Remember, it must be cell phones. Try not to have professional equipment. Don't shoot what you shouldn't. I'll give you a signal. But what about the purpose of your doing this? Cui Shuai felt that messing around in the dark was the most appropriate path of development, and jumping out now was too risky. Just some humans, not enough to worry about. With these words they settled their hearts. The will of the gods could not be shaken by a mere human? After Lu Qing left, the Archbishop was still in the clouds, but he understood that his time as Archbishop had come to an end. On the other side, a National Guard base somewhere is being attacked by a dozen large aliens with heavy casualties. The killing power of the airplane's heavy artillery was limited, and the soldiers who rushed to support them were only adding to the casualties. Plus the forbidden aliens moved swiftly, hitting wherever they were pointed. The seemingly dominant humans were dragged hard for 2 days. In the end, Heing led the electromagnetic cannon chariot to arrive, and only barely managed to clean up the mess. Lu Qing was watching from the side, staggering. How did the National Guard pull it off so well? Afterward, in a conversation with Ying, we learned that the Yucca-Dayan Empire and the United States of Rosa had taken advantage of the Federation's internal crisis to move southward in a big way. The National Guard's best and brightest were drawn to the front, and those who remained were at the level of recruits. Taking advantage of people's danger is really a small man, but the Federation how to fight this battle. So many strengthened people cannot top. Really, is the advantage in me? Lu Qing lost interest. The humans could fight however they liked. They were picking the fruits themselves anyway. Back home, just in time for his daughters to come out of their shells shortly. Seeing their heads cracking in pain, Lu Qing couldn't help but be relieved. I told you, you can't just love me. But 5 queens surrounded by them can feel so good. That shock level far exceeds that of a queen. Of these, Fifi is the most alluring, with 4 pairs of auxiliary arms and a pair of wings that cover the sky. In addition to the queen's iconic appearance, this means that the suppression has been fully lifted and her heir will be a flying subspecies. This is probably what it would have been like if he himself had completely lifted the racial repression during the queen's time, but it's a bit crowded with them all in the queen's hall. Mom, who is that cocoon? Is big sister back? The familiar but completely unrecognizable pheromones made Ray blow up again. Hey, don't be afraid. It's Missy. I Blanche. Old 8. Lu Qing briefly talked about Nian Nian's experience, and the child's jaw dropped in shock. What an uncle's bureau. Nian Nian woke up, while Lu Qing was the first to access her into the hive. Realizing that she was surrounded by 5 queens who disliked her face, her mind broke down a bit. You're awake, little sister? Nian Nian is so cute. Buster, are the people of the subcontinent good to eat? Facing the warm greetings of several queens, Nian gradually came to her senses. Half a year ago, when the nest was in crisis, Lu Qing, as queen, gave birth to a royal egg-shaped bug and sent 2 worker bees across the ocean to open a new home. At some point in time, the link between herself and the hive consciousness was broken, and Nian knew that her mother, whom she had not met, had died, so she went mad and attacked humans that only 10% of this continent survived. Later, what happened later? Lu Qing tampered with her memories, and since she wasn't very good at making up stories, she just royally screwed up and let Nian Nian round herself. Hiss. Right. She was reminded of the worst Homo sapiens ever known to mankind. The day when hundreds of nuclear bombs exploded simultaneously and the intense EMP and ionized zone rendered her unconscious. It was at this time that she was taken under the control of the Mother of Queens, who, as far as she could remember, as her mother. Relinking the hive with her in a moment of crisis and transferring her consciousness into a face-hugging bug brought her back to life. What an ending! LV Qing couldn't help but sigh. You are so good at making up, why don't you go write a novel? Hi mom. Sisters. Well, it's good to be back. Opening the panel, Lu Qing receives a reminder. LV Nian Nian, heir, hunted and killed about 0.93 billion humans in the subcontinent, hatched about 270 million heirs, and the remaining survivors, totaling 43.65 million people, died in the nuclear explosion, with the surviving heirs at about 130 million. Good lord, that's really efficient. Mom, are all the people on this side going to be wiped out too? Nian Nian cocked her head and asked somewhat innocently, though his mother was still alive. The hatred of humans had long been etched into his bones. Of course, human beings, at all times, you have to purge. Otherwise who can stand it when you're eating your brains and singing and suddenly your clip is emptied? Fufu is combative and ready to go out and have fun though. Yes, children, let's go to the human's house for a visit. Leaving the nest with his 6 daughters, the group was so vast that the heavens and earth seemed to tremble. The passers-by were terrified. What kind of monster is this? However, Lu Qing let out a long whistle, but it drew them to follow from afar, not hesitating to lay down their lives to eat melons. Mom, no disguise this time? LV Qing had been a whip every time, but this time she made a big deal out of it instead, and Lei was puzzled. It's time to let the world know we exist. Chapter 138 Prelude to Disaster. Woo. The massive alloy projectile was accelerated to Mach 10, theoretically effective in destroying the alien queen. Ding. What, they hit me for a second? Who the hell threw that rock? Picking up the broken pieces on the ground, Lu Qing realized that it was a painless bite from the electromagnetic cannon. The words scared the onlookers. Despite the extreme panic in his heart, he couldn't suppress his desire to come over and watch the fun when he saw this monster. The congregants who had ambushed the crowd had already pulled out their cell phones to record the good moments, and on cue, the rest of the group began filming as well. After a couple of disasters, the council lords had long ago deployed a large number of EM guns near their premises. Not much use against rampaging monsters though. Little ones, dismantle it for me. As Lu Qing summoned, more and more aliens gathered here, and strangely enough, they didn't attack the onlookers. Under the leadership of the 5 queens, the defenses around the building were torn down cleanly. Bang! LV Qing slammed into several of the surrounding buildings so hard that the shorter ones instantly fell apart, and the taller ones were still standing despite their wreckage. Humph, you're down before I've even put forth any effort? After all, one is not Godzilla and cannot destroy a skyscraper as easily as kicking a cardboard box. At this moment, 3 small, fast-moving black dots appeared in the sky, and only when they got closer did people realize with horror that they were flying aliens. They were holding several green glass jars in their hands and were swooping down towards the council building. Royal Air Force Admiral Fifi Louis, applying for battle. Fifi let out a high-pitched cry and the 3 sisters smashed as many glass jars as they could on the building. In an instant, white smoke filled the air, and the 100-meter-tall building fluttered and shattered like the ashes of burning incense. Nah, we're dreaming, aren't we? It's a dream, right? Dreams? Can a dream be this terrifying? If it's a dream, why didn't Lord Lu Qing come? Even the EM guns can't break through the defenses, so the only way is nuclear flattening, right? It's impossible. There are still over 7 million living people. How can we explain to the world if a nuclear explosion takes them all? We're hopeless. In fact, a nuclear leveling would be the best way to give the world the best account of how many deaths it would be worth to be able to curb the development of the aliens. But human beings cannot make this kind of heroic realization and sacrifice. Lu Qing let out a roar, and the crowd's emotions neared collapse. she directly took over their brains, and the scene instantly quieted down, while everyone stopped filming. Boom! The huge red alien grabbed the ground with its head and couldn't get up again. It's Lu Jin. We're saved. God! The gods have come to our rescue. Lu Jin descended from the sky with a downward attack, directly rubbing the red alien against the ground. Seeing the situation, the aliens immediately surrounded and attacked, but they saw 6 young girls flash out behind Lu Jin, each tangling with those queens. The red alien rose again, facing this 20-meter tall monster. Lu Jin, who was only 1.7 meters, was like an ant. The onlookers couldn't help but break into a cold sweat. How the hell do you fight? Phew! The huge spike swept through, only to be cut in two by Lu Jin's gently raised hand, without giving it any chance to react. By virtue of his size advantage, Lu Jin directly scurried up to the alien's back and struck its neck several times, causing it to fall to the ground once again. Taking advantage of its brief moment of fainting, Lu Jin picked up the held tail spike on the ground and threw it with vigor, directly penetrating its head. The monster's body shriveled up extremely fast and finally disappeared into a red mist. Just this? That's it? It's just crushing. That monster doesn't seem to dare to fight back when it sees Lord Lu Jin. The queens wailed and retreated at the sight of the situation. The religious raised their cell phones again, this time to record the ebbing tide of fleeing aliens. Everyone, there's no need to panic. These monsters are no match for me. Humph. It wasn't for you guys that I cleaned up these aliens. My little daughter is not talented and would like to protect all beings. Shay, you awful guys, I don't want to save you. Different people heard different declarations from Lu Jin. While the corpses of the parliamentary dignitaries were not yet cold, the populace went into a frenzy. We're saved. Long live Lord Lu Jin. But from the time Lu Jin made his appearance until now, it was nothing more than a brainstorming session where they froze in place. So they only filmed the aliens rampaging and escaping, and the non-existent fighting in between was left to their word of mouth. Lu Jin himself had long since transformed into a worker bee and slipped away with the children. When they woke up, all that was left in front of them was a mess and the bodies of hundreds of worker bees. MS. Lu, we are very pleased with your recent performance. XIN, dressed in a black and white OL outfit, sat demurely on the sofa opposite her leader according to a workplace-appropriate posture, with a professional fake smile on her face. Nonetheless, a few moments of shallow murderous intent could be read between his brows. Can you stop going on missions? I'll give you a month's paid vacation, okay? It's only been half a month, and you've lost 4 of the squads you worked with. Are we still going to make it? Director, are you crazy? I deeply regret the death of my colleague in the line of duty, but all the remorse in the world is caused by the lack of ability of the person concerned, so why blame me? As the director of the Serious Crimes Unit, it's reasonable to say that you shouldn't believe in this kind of falsehood, but it's too risky to go on a mission with Lu Jin. You're right, but the FBI also needs a reputation. Now that the war on the front line is tight and the disasters in the rear are constant, you can just take away the avatar. Shin frowned, giving the expression of a middle-class 35-year-old about to face unemployment. I have a 20-year-old mother and a daughter who is under the age of 1. How am I going to live if you quit me? Good. It's good to have a claim. The kid is talking nonsense. He must be very short of money. MS. LV Shin, please don't worry. Even if you retire today, our FBI pension will be paid until you die. That's what the director said. Good. She said yes? Yeah. Forcing down the ecstasy in his heart, the director sent XIN away. Sacrificing his teammates was a minor matter. The main thing was that this rash agent had somehow managed to find out about Ample Corporation. The pressure from above is so great that it may be raised one day, and it is best to send this plague away to remove the relationship in a hurry. Is that kind of monster something the FBI can look into? The IRS wouldn't even dare ask. The target has appeared. Boss, please give me half of the deposit. Stick to a point. The gunman, holed up in the hotel bathroom, had his face screwed up into a daisy as he watched the $100,000 coming on his cell phone. Isn't it $1 million honorarium? Why is it so much less? There are 5 gunmen this time, and 1 million is the honorarium for all of you, as our contract clearly states. On the other buildings, 4 snipers were similarly ambushed. He opened the electronic deed and at the bottom it did say a small line. To ensure a smooth operation, the client may hire additional personnel on his own. And the document was edited from yesterday afternoon to this morning. You have no spirit of contract. I'm not doing this job. If you don't do it, there are plenty of others. The last thing the union needs is gunmen, but the others will turn their guns on you. So that's an extra $200,000 in commission for them. Ha ha. Grass. Thinking of his bedridden daughter, he gritted his teeth and pulled the trigger. 5 sniper rifles fired at the same time to make sure the damn agent made it to suicide. When Shin returns from work to the small apartment he rented, he notices the gunman around him and probably knows what's going on. Wasn't it just the discovery of evidence of collusion between Amperex and the federal hierarchy in an attempt to subvert the country? As far as that goes, sniper rounds hit the back and feel like sponges. Miscellaneous mouths. Boss, target was shot 10 times in the back. Confirmed killed. Okay, your money's been called. Mr. Slayer, am I worth $200,000? Shin smoothed out her skirt and crouched in front of the gunman, giving a warm and gentle smile. Bang! Without hesitation, he pressed the gun against the woman's chest and pulled the trigger. The smoke cleared and Hin remained smiling. Ah, it hurts. Looking at the flattened slug, he only felt his scalp numb. No wonder 10 shots didn't kill her. Is this ing human? The plan fell apart. Or saw a ghost. My dear lady, you are worth $1 million. Now it's all about saying the decent things and trying to walk the walk. In fact, the supervisor in charge of the extermination got $5 million in funding, and he kept 80% for himself. Mom, I'm not playing. They assassinated me. Hearing this, Lu Jin was startled. Who couldn't think of assassinating Xin? What's going on? Did they catch the killer? Seeing a severed leg in her hand, Shin was only slightly less angry. Sorry, didn't hold back and ate it. Chapter 139, Make her vice president. When the matter is over, brush off your clothes and hide your achievements and fame. That's what the public has been saying about Lu Jin lately. Mostly she had the red alien and ran away. The streaming video was all just the beginning and end. Even the TV station's aerial view. The middle part is true, but it's all brainwashed. So much so that it's been rumored to be more and more evil since then. Things such as she can magic the heavens and take the form of a giant to defeat monsters. Or she is a god descending and crushing them with one hand. Or she can control the aliens and forcibly drive them away. It's always the masses that go into an inexplicable frenzy. For this reason, Lu Jin purposely held a press conference at the presidential palace to clarify. Ms. Lu Jin, may I ask if you are a god? Ah, yes. In an instant, the internet was abuzz with all sorts of explosive news. Stone Hammer, the beautiful girl who comes along once in 3,000 years is a god. Shocked. In the face of catastrophe, mankind has been blessed by the gods. Breaking news, Lu Jin recognizes himself as a god, facing all the people from all walks of life whose jaws dropped. LV Jin was a bit embarrassed. Do you really believe it? Maybe brainwashed silly by the mother of queens? Ahem. Everyone, it's the 21st century. Believe in science. Don't believe in any weirdness. I'm just using a new body enhancer from biotechnology. No, we've seen fortified human soldiers, and they definitely can't do the law of the heavens. Yeah, can't control aliens either. How come these elites believe in folk rumors too? Or is it just a rumor they made up? Relax. I just thunk. Click boom, so common to knock monsters away. You may have been mentally affected by the alien, and your memories are scrambled. That's a very unusual guy. Even ordinary soldiers can be like this after reinforcement. The whole room was in an uproar. This is a ing technological seance. Yeah, Lu Jin, you're the ing savior. Poplon suddenly stood up and cheered. He's still so idle, despite the fact that it was possible to control their minds. However, Lu Jin didn't do so. She felt that letting them play out on their own might be more anticlimactic. After clearing up the rumors, Lu Jin's prestige seems to be even higher than before. After all, who can refuse someone who can make a god? Grab a few Imperial women soldiers today and let's have a party. Yes, bah, nasty. The soldiers inside the armored car were figuring out how to complete the mission efficiently and then have a good time. After all, the Imperial maidens had a reputation for being spirited and passionate, and all wanted to capitalize on the chaos. The female soldiers, on the other hand, spat. They wouldn't dare capture someone for fun. Captain, say something. These stinking chowderheads are so uncultivated. We're soldiers, not bandits. Speak with your head, and don't curse others along with yourself. Majestic snapped his steel helmet over his face and stopped listening to their antics. The front line is tight. He resolutely transferred to the army, and it seems that because of his colleague relationship with Lu Jin, he was directly appointed as the chief officer of an armored company. He believed that with his war service, he would be able to climb to a high position, liquidate the corrupt bureaucrats, and change the country from the top down. In a trance, he dreamed that he was led by Lu Jin up the red carpet to the capital. He took the oath of office as president of the XXX Confederation under the statue of the alien goddess with his hand on the alien-worshipping covenant in the hands of the archbishop. ********, what am I doing? Looking around at his familiar comrades, he felt that day was not far off. J7th Company, retreat immediately on the evacuation route. Your movements have been compromised. Enemy forces. Several of the enemy's unmanned attack drones swept in low and drove these armored vehicles straight into the can. Is anyone else alive? Anyone else? Help! After the huge explosion, only one female soldier from the entire company survived, temporarily, with a broken arm and leg, and her life was in danger. Vinyl tended to her wounds using the broken first aid kit, then hid in the wreckage and waited to die. Maybe a slower death would wait for help? The only dry food has all been burned. Looking at the charred body of her comrades, she really cannot get down the mouth. Anyway, she is going to die. Don't woe to others. From day to night, as if it had been 2 centuries, the rescue team finally arrived. Vital signs are still present. Are they still saved? Seeing death? Are you still human? There's little chance of survival. No point in saving it, but it can be used as an experimental sample to join the biotech soldier program. Vinyl's mind went cold as she confusedly experimented with the word sample, biotech. However, thinking that it might be a sample for Team Lu Jin, he was also slightly relieved, and then he completely passed out. Corporal Vinyl Ringer. Here, in her dream, it was as if she was back in her recruiting days, though she choked hard on the water before the word came out of her mouth. Cough, cough, cough. The staff fished Vinyl out of the healing bin filled with green liquid, and upon contact with air, she immediately coughed violently as if she were a child being born again. Corporal, how are you feeling? Can you walk? Walking? She was pleasantly surprised to find that her limbs were sound. Is it an experiment? Gee, nice reply. Vinyl, is it? Thank you for your cooperation. In front of her was a landmine-dressed teenage girl with a lollipop in her mouth that didn't fit in with the place. Corporal, this is Dr. Lu Jin Ran, the chief engineer of the soldier program. Your limbs, she developed the agent that saved them. This, for a moment, Vinyl could only kowtow one in place, but was stopped by Jin Ran. Doctor, thank you for saving me. Humans are such a pain in the ass. If you really want to thank me, go back to the battlefield and kill a few more Imperial dogs. Jin Ran still had a warm smile on his face. Although amputation regeneration is part of the research, it requires physically disabled people. But we can't cut off the legs of good people, can we? Your appearance can be a great help. Jin Ran wagged his tail and left. In the Federation, it's normal for some people to have long tails, right? Going to war again is a sure thing, but killing more enemies on your own probably won't do it. But subsequent tests turned her perceptions upside down. With 7 tons of grip strength, 4 tons of arm strength, 6 tons of punching strength, a vertical bounce of 7 meters, and a 100-meter sprint of 3 seconds. All of this metric is so far beyond human limits that it's almost superhuman. Compared to the previous physique enhancer, it was directly doubled, and I didn't expect that I would be chosen by such a counterintuitive program. In the evening, Vinyl was once again sent to the lab. There's no need to be nervous. It's a beta potion, a stabilizer for the previous medication as well as giving you superb self-healing abilities. That's right, stabilizers are pure mutant potions that allow enhanced people to transform into infected aliens at any time. Have you guys heard? Lu Jin is a true god. Cut. The other man was a bit disdainful. I've known about this kind of thing for a long time, and you have the nerve to call yourself a believer like this? Sorry, I'm the one who's been monstrous, so why don't you vote for LV Qing? The presidential election in the Federation was moved up by more than a month because the people just couldn't press on. In the face of an unprecedented crisis, only Lu Jin could lead them out of their predicament, and no one would complain even if they embraced her as the empress. Besides, the war in the north is being won by the potion. Is there any reason why this kind of person should not be the president? You don't understand. Lu Jin-sama is the kind of person who is idle. Becoming president rather limits her abilities. That's right, Halmaus is an old fart. She's a good sister to Lu Jin-sama and will naturally nominate the vice president after her re-election. The voting populace was abuzz, as many were, but missing out on the chancellor would make them feel resentful. As we all know, Halma's greatest role is to block the sword for Lord Lu Jin. The crowd immediately erupted in laughter. Those politician hearts, don't pollute the pure and unsullied Lord Lu Jin. Good, long live Momochi. Lu Jin blushed and his eyes were glaring out. The maid of the house, at the urging of Fu Fu, was putting on a citrusy, fresh scent in the parlor. Yuri in full bloom, with her stately yet playful maid's outfit and pure, mysterious white garter belt stockings. The maid's domain is nothing short of heaven. Chapter 140, Fluidization of Wealth. On October 19th, the day of federal independence, the results of the new presidential election were announced, and Lu Jin lost by a very narrow margin. Halmaus was re-elected and nominated Lu Jin as vice president. Although she herself was not directly involved, the countless credits and the standing of the current president in Poplan still gave her nearly 70% of the vote. Of course, Lu Jin artificially modified the voting results. How tiring it is to be the president. I was afraid that I would lose out by getting too few votes, but I didn't expect to be crushed straight away. With the population of the Federation decimated by war attrition, Lu Jin began his incendiary speeches before he even took office. Folks, where do you think we got the good life? Some say it's the deep cultural heritage of the Commonwealth. Some say it's the excellent federal system that. Some say it is self-improvement forced by countries in response to the embargo. What was said made sense, but it wasn't the answer Lu Jin wanted. National defense is the cornerstone of the people's happiness, and ultimately, with the federal military as a backstop guarantee, we can enjoy our lives at home in peace. In the eyes of the populace, the Confederates are nothing more than a group of professionally trained professional mercenaries with neutral sentiments. These words, however, resonated strongly with the military families and soldiers. The Federation has been established for more than 100 years, and there have been countless wars of various sizes. Without a strong military, the Federation would have been eaten up again by the nations long ago. So war attrition is inevitable. But with our physical enhancers, there won't be any major casualties in the future. Every soldier wants to be a Confederate captain, to be rewarded for his service, and to have a wife and children. So, for our country, we need a population explosion. The people are silent, and while this is true, the cost of raising future generations is so high that many young people can't afford to empty their 6 wallets, not to mention the scum who cheat on the bride price and dowry. Recently I heard a nursery rhyme that said, "You don't have a baby, I don't have a baby, and the good life is buried in a pit. The table is not set up, the banquet is not opened, and there is no way to beat up the lovebirds. 1 child for you, 1 child for her, and a happy life." Money has no interest, loans have no interest, and $1 million in debt is nothing. The stage is silent. What a bull ***** nursery rhyme. Isn't this driving people to the brink of extinction? Gentlemen, silence is your response, but it cannot be the answer. How wonderful it is to have a child, to continue the future of the human race. Isn't it just tens of thousands of dollars in tuition every year? Isn't it just a few $1 million for a house? For the sake of the Federation, isn't it just a few $1 million in back loans? Why are you guys so selfish? The silence of the crowd is even more deafening empty. What kind of words is this? In order to birth rate by any means? Sure enough, even if you're a god, sitting in that position, you end up as a karma leak? Protests immediately erupted, and the scene was a bit chaotic. If it weren't for the high level of security, some of the radicals would probably have ended up with her by now. You don't want to have a baby, I'll put you in debt so you'll want to have a baby. Hey, just kidding, don't get so excited. Like the nursery rhyme says, there's no interest on deposits, but there's no interest on loans either. It's just a few $1 million. I'm not screwing you guys over. I guarantee on my honor that within 5 years, everyone will be able to afford a house. The so-called debt is but a drop in the bucket for you in the future. The people who were used to being fooled naturally wouldn't be gullible. And even though it was what Lu Jin said, they were cautious when it came to their wallets. May I ask in what specific way? Brave reporter risks suicide by getting shot in the back to ask questions of the vice president-elect. Of course, I'll set up a wealth fluidization committee. Simply put, break up the existing distribution model, completely break up the social structure and then recast it, so that everyone can realize their due value and receive reasonable rewards. This kind of talk is usually a lie during election campaigns, and if Lu Jin says it at this time, there's no chance that he's really making a big move. But this idea is too naive for those old guys to agree. Don't worry, this is only a mild tactic. If it is obstructed, I will make an example of you by seizing the nation's wealth and distributing it equally to everyone. That's what fluidization means. It's also too extreme, and most people don't believe it, or are thinking about the downsides of doing so. Your Excellency, if this is done, the odds are that blood will be spilled. Are you serious? Do you not consider the consequences? Or are you just trying to fulfill some desire of your own? My heart and my actions are as clear as a mirror, and what I do is righteous. Lu Jin pondered for a moment and didn't answer him positively. The others felt that it made sense. Anyway, just hold the thigh tightly. Of course, there is no point in absolute averages, and after that it is up to each of you whether you become richer or poorer, each to his own fate. But rest assured, whenever there is an imbalance in the wealth of the community, the Commission will initiate fluidization at the degree to ensure that everyone has an equal opportunity. It's a lot like the rise and fall of a feudal dynasty. Big problem. Moderate means are again the coercive cosmos model, and no matter how you mess with it, the Federation is more likely to be tossed apart. Of course, this is exactly in Lu Jin's interest. After all, it was only by making humans happy and having children that he himself could gain an endless supply of hosts. The people are trapped in a vain fantasy. Anyway, we are going to die in poverty. Now there is a chance to fight. Future generations can be rich. Generation is a generation. The federal dignitaries, on the other hand, were appalled. Good guys, having struggled most of their lives to become human beings. The Why should we give it to those poor bastards? Why should their descendants be on the same starting line as them? LV Ching is quite prestigious in the military, supported by the public, and can't be moved easily. So if you can't, find someone to assassinate her. Don't worry, guys, I'll make everyone live happily ever after. The entire speech was broadcast live across the country as well as abroad, with the poor people jumping at the chance and the affluent class jealous, for whom the crisis posed by Lu Jin was far greater than that of the aliens. The foreign executives were equally shocked. How did the Federation produce a madman? It looks like it's time to gobble it up again. In the afternoon, Lu Jin changed his appearance and came to Nord-South. He was just too flashy. Regarding the morning's presentation, Marshal Choi had a more detailed plan. Now, though, they were about to head to the Marina Clubhouse east of downtown. There is a play facility where bloody games are played all year round just to get a laugh from the Gold Master. It was an underground building similar to the ancient Roman Colosseum, and the audience was filled with elites and tycoons from all walks of life from all over the city, the country, and even the world. The prison on the side of the Colosseum houses wolves, leopards, mastiffs and bears of all colors. On the other side of the cell were the gladiators involved in tonight's games. The first appetizer, a bare-chested man versus a gray wolf, went off without a hitch. He suffered some scratches, but bit the wolf's throat, and watched him gulp down the wolf's blood while the stage erupted in cheers. In the second match, the male brawny man took on the cheetah and won miserably. In the third game, two sturdy, wonderful girls took on the giant mastiff, and in less than 2 rounds, they were bitten with bloody holes all over their bodies, unable to resist. But instead of stopping them, the organizers let them become food for the mastiffs. The atmosphere was fired up as they watched the knot-up teenage girl, with the crowd cheering, whistling, and even some spilling large amounts of money. Finally, the grand finale. Guys, this is a sand bear found in the Great West Coast Desert and thought to be extinct. In the corner of the gladiatorial arena, the cage slowly opened and a giant sand-colored bear ran out with a growl. On the other side, 5 men with daggers in their hands also came out of the cell. That big bear was 4 meters in sight, and all the functions far exceeded those of the Antarctic bear, which was simply not something that a few gladiators could deal with. The scene was dismal. The first group dies out and the second group makes their appearance. Though they are unarmed and their daggers serve little more than to enrage the sand bears for a better viewing experience, the jackpot is still accumulating. No one could do any effective damage to Killbear until the arena was littered with corpses. Or maybe these spectators just came to see the abuse show. It's hard to imagine that this is 21st century entertainment. Is there any mistake? Close to the capital, and still engage in this kind of activity? Aren't they afraid of being investigated? My lord, you may be mistaken. It is the proximity to the capital that makes it so playable. A wealthy believer answered her question. The jackpot accumulated to $500 million, and LV Ching walked out of the audience, ignoring the staff's discouragement, and came into the venue. This lady wishes to participate in the gladiatorial combat as a spectator. Before the host could finish his introduction, Lu Jin threw an uppercut, and the sand bear flew out like a gyroscope. Little one, the dish is just more practice. Ahem, guys, do you think it would be more fun if the fruit rolls were swapped? Chapter 141, Metamorphosis. The jailed gladiator swaggers into the audience, and the spectators in the seats were driven to the center of the field. Ladies and gentlemen, what do you think their punishment should be? Dog duel. Dog duel. The atmosphere was once again high. These gladiators were either desperate paupers or vicious sinners, living here less well than pigs and dogs, and naturally not very kind. Lu Jin also cooperated by releasing the caged pack of wolves. In the face of the crowd of shivering people, the wolves did not swarm, but a small amount of testing, a touch to retreat. Cheers and whistles rang out from the audience, even as large bills were raised once again. Lu Jin couldn't tell the difference between these two groups of people. Hunting hundreds of 2-legged sheep was not a difficult task, but there were a lot of bodyguards mixed in with these people, and the man-wolf fight ended with the beasts all destroyed. There were boos from the audience. Cut the rush. Next up is the grand finale you've all been dying to see. 6 sand bears were released from their cells, and all that was left of those high and mighty was a wail of despair. My lord, you are truly a god in the world, saving the suffering. Having watched the bloody killings, the gladiators had a thrill of revenge, and were more grateful than fearful in the face of this mysterious maiden. But Lu Jin only saw sick desire in their eyes. Oh, you're getting happy too soon. Under Lu Jin's manipulation, they muddled on and were forced to fight the giant bear once again. My lord, you sure know what I want to do. Looking at the frenzied appearance of Cui Shui and a group of congregants, Lu Jin was a bit confused. I don't dao ahem, that's right, but I'd like to modify it slightly. Until then, you're keeping it brief. Cui Shui took a deep breath. The strong smell of blood did not affect him. My lord, this proposal should have been mentioned to you by Missy before, to eliminate all the poor and the rich, leaving only the commoners in the middle. This was something that Xin did say at that time in Cerberus, and Lu Qing didn't really recognize it. Why not just leave the poor? Wouldn't it be easier to control them by giving them enough wealth to be comfortable for a lifetime? Of course, they are the easiest to satisfy, but you need a constant stream of hosts, which means that leaving offspring behind leaves them nothing but dead. What you want to do is to be sustainable and to fish for the new wealth and freedom of the people who are willing to sacrifice their lives easily, and it is the lives of all future generations that will be sacrificed. They will rise up and the fish will die and the net will not be broken. Of course, but it's a destabilizing factor. No one wants to rebel when they can make do and live, and it's the barefooted poor who are the most dangerous. Obviously Lu Qing hadn't considered this, as unity could be controlled, but she wanted to see how far she could go without being open. She was also beginning to understand the playful mentality of the Queen Mother. Exactly how do you want to operate? Those who are not poor or rich, are you sure you can control them? Ha! Trish pushed up her flat lenses and grinned derisively. Most of these people, who have had a rough half-life, who are less than what they are, who can live but can't get a life, who aspire to be free but don't have the courage or the financial resources to do so, if you give them a good material life, they will surely be grateful and cherish it. Even if you explicitly say that it is the price of the host, they are willing to accept it. Even if they regret it, they will not dare to do anything. And if there are disobedient ones, making an example of them and setting up a few examples will suffice. They are easier to control than the rich, more timid than the poor, and never suffer from any loss, and as a basis for a plan, they are only too suitable. I blanch. Isn't this the status quo of a hitman with an old man and a young man who is pulling in all the loans in his middle age? Chui Shui he really understands perhaps in the parallel world, he is living so bitterly. I don't know if you're aware that the empire is infiltrating our public opinion, and that the middle class is the staunchest advocate of public knowledge. High-end brainwashing often requires only simple means. Casual, are you going to buy and then brainwash? Of course, my lord, you don't pay much attention to the problems of human society. I don't even need to play tricks. Just tell them to work a 5-hour day and take 2 to 3 breaks a week, and they'll absolutely have their heads in the sand. And this is the most basic benefit of being a host, that we will set up the church state and give refuge to all the people of the church, that secular values of marriage will be abolished in favor of free love, that newlyweds will be provided with houses and cars subsidized by the church state, and that all will have access to the best medical care. My humble servant has the audacity to tentatively set the life expectancy of human beings at 45 years of age, and must procreate at the age of 18 to 25 with rewards, and can voluntarily apply to become a host early at the age of 30 or above. I can't believe your boy is an idealist. It is indeed a life that many people have longed for, and the temptation to take it out now is great. My lord, I don't think you appreciated the mercy, so I limited the population to 20 million. The location was chosen to be an isolated island in the southwest of the continent, and only those who worked hard enough could become our parishioners. It's curling up again, isn't it, my lord? In conjunction with your comment about the fluidization of wealth, at this stage we can use the social practice of identity swapping to intensify the conflict. After that, Chui Shui spoke at length about his plans, and it was indeed quite interesting to see the poor and rich swap lives, similar to a retarded reality show he had watched in his early years. Under the guise of experiencing life, more people feel desperate. 3 days later, the swap life experiment initiated by Lu Qing started with a bang. You can see a lot of tycoon-like rich people driving luxury cars, going in and out of high-class clubs, and squandering their wealth extremely as much as possible. And you can also see lazy people who go to the neighbor's house and steal chickens and dogs in order to have meat. The rich people thought they could live an easy life by their own hard work, but they didn't know that they had a worse life than the original owner. In the end, they came to the conclusion that the poor are so miserable that they should never be given any chance to change their lives, and that they should just be consumed honestly. They are even beginning to regret the spread of higher education, even though undergraduate degrees are now the product of heavy emasculation. The poor class, on the other hand, is deeply fractured, with 30% advocating the fluidization of user wealth and 50% trapped in a dream of wealth that they don't want to wake up from. The remaining 10% of the population resented Lu Qing for letting them see such a harsh reality. The last 10% choose to continue to muddle along after realizing that reality cannot be changed. Less than a month later, near the end of the program was called off, and the Federation was already in disarray. Businesses everywhere are starting to cut costs and increase efficiency, with pay cuts reaching up to 35%, while the workload per employee has more than tripled. The school also raised tuition several times for the coming year. The cityscape overhaul has been carried out in parallel, and welfare agencies have been actively accommodating the homeless to the extent that the prisons are full. Poor people can be found everywhere, and the ensuing crimes of passion are increasing day by day, while the scantily clad ordinary wage earners have instead become the scapegoats of the conflict between the rich and the poor. Just one reality show has stirred up the Federation. During this period of time, Lu Jin's alien cafe was also successfully opened all over the place, with the aim of naturally examining those alternate parishioners. Chapter 142 Extortion. In response to the chaos within the Federation, the Empire once again sent troops south, but this time the Federals went against the grain and used the manowar tactics that had been phased out for 100 years. Even the Reformers were no match for the hot weapons, and soon the Confederates were falling back. These Federals are insane. One of the soldiers took a hard sip of his cigarette and a large gulp of his drink, which was slightly reassuring. Don't say it. Another soldier kept looking behind him. Che, what are you afraid of? It's not like a dead man is going to get up and beat the crap out of you. The feds believe in that. They guarded a morgue on the front lines of the Imperial Army, where a large number of corpses of Federation soldiers were piled up. Better be careful. Have you forgotten how the Federation captured the Chancellor and executed him? Ouch. Stop it. It's scary. The two had their hearts in their mouths. Regarding how to utilize this big fish to deter the Empire, Lu Jin gave the suggestion of utilizing alien parasitic executions and broadcasting the entire process publicly. The Federation had never thought that chestbreakers could be so adorable. While the Empire side was not doing so well, it was hard to block out the news. Now the whole nation knew about it, and for a while they thought that it was the Federation's biochemical weapon, and that the crisis in the subcontinent was also caused by them. Hey, did you hear any commotion? Are you drunk? It's full of dead people. Where's the movement coming from? He ignored his companion and walked in boldly. All the bodies were preserved in special coffins and then labeled with information and stacked like merchandise. The Confederates believe in the return of their leaves to their roots, and since ancient times it has been the custom to ransom the bodies of soldiers killed in battle. The Empire, on the other hand, took advantage of the situation to extort a ransom price of $600,000 for a body plus a special coffin. Cole, quick, there's an intruder. In the darkness, he saw a dark shadow with a red glow in its eyes, like it was wearing some sort of exoskeleton. In the face of imperial extortion, the Federation gave no reaction. The compensation price for a human life is only $120,000, and a soldier's pension is $300,000, and of course there is still no corruption. $600,000 for a useless corpse isn't worth it. The people of the Federation are also in despair, although they can't leave their families, but they can't get real money, and they don't care about the rich-poor confrontation that's going on right now. Hey, did you hear about the incident at the 124th's morgue? I heard the body was snatched, and a lot of people are missing. Is it haunted? Us. Also in front of the morgue, the two guards remembered their brother unit and couldn't help but feel a chill down their backs. The feds won't pay for it anyway, so why not just burn it? Fart. The chaplain who accompanied the army was likewise deployed here, and it was only right that he should be there to stabilize the army when the gods and ghosts spoke. God is on our side. No devil will do us any harm. The priest did a decent job of performing a set of exorcisms on the morgue, which put everyone much more at ease. Ha ha, Vinyl cursed in her mind. These idiots. Exorcisms against aliens are black. Earlier in the day, she had received a direct order from her superiors to infiltrate enemy-held territory to steal back the bodies of fortified soldiers, a secret weapon that would have dire consequences once it was in the hands of the Empire. One can only be thankful that technology is in the hands of civilization. Considering this, Jin Ran lied. The enhancement of the first generation requires a long-term injection of inhibitors. Beyond the time, a person may turn into an alien. Whereas the brand new inhibitors cause people to lose their superpowers after they die. Only the second generation of enhancers are free of safety measures. All Vernal had to do was recycle the soldiers. Anvina, Kulgan, Lupus, Zhang San. Vinyl found the bodies of 3 fortified soldiers. She pried the coffin lids right off and strapped them to her body. It stank, but she didn't care. Through a sling in the attic above, she got out easily and left behind an old radio with intermittent eerie recordings. 4 days on end, she stole hundreds of corpses with ease, and an inexplicable panic fell over the Imperial front. Could all those Confederate dogs go home when they died? After this job, you can go home. Vinyl thought as she did. It was the last part of the mission above, and after this single job, she would be promoted to officer. After practicing for the past few days, stealing corpses had become as easy as emptying her pockets. As she opened the first coffin, suddenly the alarm bells went off and the lights came on as dozens of armed Imperial soldiers surrounded her. I didn't expect the far-famed corpse thief is a wonderful young girl. It's like a graveyard rose. A major-like Imperial soldier, covering his nose with a handkerchief, slowly approached. Why don't we cooperate? There's an old saying in your Federation. It's called the succor of service. Wei Junjie, and with a beauty like you, promotion and wealth are not just a thought away? Stop working for the Federation. It's bullying to let you steal bodies, isn't it? The major laughed out loud, but the other soldiers couldn't. A girl who could do this kind of mission for her country. they admired. At least carrying corpses is something the vast majority of people don't want to do, let alone stealing from the enemy's hinterland. Cut. Vinyl dropped the weaponry she was carrying and raised her hands in surrender. Against dozens of heavily armed soldiers, the reinforcers would have trouble winning. That's right, pretty lady, please. She was taken to the interrogation room, which was simply furnished and not tortured, except for one of the officers who was gulping down a steak dinner. Just staring at him through the meal was a little awkward for the officer's bureau. Want a bowl? Vinyl nodded. It seemed that she was so hungry that she finished eating in 3 or 2 bites, and the interrogation afterward was very cooperative in giving a full account in her head. The other side also found it strange and summoned biologists to analyze it overnight, but the results were surprisingly good, and it was indeed a Federation-enhanced human. The Federation had lost more than 10,000 enhanced soldiers, and realizing the value of these corpses, the Empire quickly relocated all the bodies from the front lines to the hinterlands. For Vinyl, the defector, the Prince of the Empire himself went to the front and awarded the Medal of Honor and the rank of Lieutenant Colonel, though it has been under house arrest. I'm sure she'll be silenced when the Empire develops the potion. However, the confession was part of the mission, confirming that the Empire had housed the body, and that Federal agents would rescue her. 5 days later, a sharp alarm suddenly sounded in the Empire's border city of El Paso. What happened, sir? A large number of unidentified creatures have appeared in the city and are attacking the citizens. You should withdraw as well. Several guards escorted Vinyl to the car and transferred to the nearest military facility. Sir, please get some rest. Everything will be fine. The guard said a few words about the scene and left. There seems to be a lot of monsters out there. With this intuition, she became more and more panicked. Her eyelids seemed to become heavy, and her limbs were sore and aching. The situation in the city was getting worse and worse, and it was certain that hordes of aliens had attacked the place. Although there were military garrisons, they were hidden in the streets and alleys of private homes, and even the strongest artillery fire was a deterrent. The military bases are also at risk at this time because they are hosting a lot of refugees. Sir, we need to move quickly. Now. The guards pushed the door open and all that was left on the floor was a female uniform and a sticky film. Chapter 143. Lu Jin held another press conference and strongly condemned the Empire's crime of destroying the bodies. It also publicized the video she had taken at Coronos of the transformation of the reformed man's mutation. Instantly there was another uproar, and the Sogmundians remembered that the previous catastrophe had been remarkably similar. And the Empire, far to the north, is also annoyed to find this. The company they funded to use to split the Federation is actually screwing them over so much. From that day on, there was an additional 32-day countdown in every eye. At first no one cared, but more and more people were at their wits' end after noticing the uniform countdown. After all, it didn't do anything to their bodies. A month later, the war ended on its own accord. As the Empire was devastated by the alien attack, the United States of Rosa was equally afraid to act rashly, and traces of the aliens had been found within their country. The two companies are under rounds of investigation for treason and crimes against humanity. The conflict is further inflamed, and rioting populations can be seen daily going around shooting down company dogs. On December 25th, Lu Jin made his final televised appearance, announced fun Halloween activities across the country. She set up hundreds of thousands of eggs for people to find, each with a surprise gift. Amidst the celebrations of the people, she ended the broadcast with the words, "God will send punishment." Halloween is a traditional federal holiday. According to legend, 5,000 years ago, when the earth collapsed, the sky shattered, and countless evil spirits descended on earth. Certain humans suddenly awakened some kind of supernatural power and put the evil spirits to death. They replenished heaven and earth with their flesh and blood, and in the end, only tens of thousands of stone eggs were left to symbolize new life. And in their honor, Halloween was created. Egg hunts are even a custom that has been going on for thousands of years. It was a day of rejoicing, forgetting the annoying countdown, and the lights were on as they searched for the gift of Lu Jin. I found it! I found it! A man is removing an alien egg of about 30 centimeters from a flower bed in the Central Park. Lu Jin's delta egg-shaped bug is much smaller and highly disorienting. There is a certain immunity to alien spawn. After all, it has been entertained before. They gathered over. The egg opened in 4 petals, and did not scurry out of the face-hugging insects, which was a relief. At this point, 1 hour before the countdown returned to 0, and a large line appeared in the center of people's vision, the Great Sacrifice. No one cared. Though, even a mosaic of teenage girls wouldn't be surprising now. But there are no presents in here? Maybe redemption? Sound of escaping laughter. A black mist suddenly erupted from the egg. Finally, someone who gets it. Thanks to Lu Jin? What a stupid thing to do. That night, the millions of hosts that had been latently parasitized in various ways all ended their lives in their sleep. At this moment, the countdown that had plagued them ceased to exist. Federal Supersonic Strategic Bombers, 2, were deployed en masse at this time, and they were loaded with containers full of parasitic spores, which were dropped on a massive scale on major cities around the world. No one knew what threat the crumbs posed, and some even felt that it was the armed and disused Union that used the glass jars as aerial bombs. But at that moment, the whole world was filled with wailing and despair. The spores that came into contact with the human body quickly split into more spores, and the entire continent turned black. No more petty trysts. This time every human being will go to the end of their life. The goddess that people used to believe in has now turned into a demon that exterminates human beings, and I wonder what they think in their hearts. But Lu Chang planted a deep faith in their hearts. The so-called disaster is what saves lives. Being a paper's throw away from the truth and dying in confusion is the cruelest thing of all, isn't it? A year later, Lu Qing's children had exceeded 4 billion, and apart from the Church Kingdom, the vast majority of humans had turned into aliens, leaving only a few survivors and a very small number of humans who had fused with parasitic spores and gained an enhanced physique. These people are the biggest fun in the quiet life of Lu Qing's family. Killing each other, counting on each other is the basic operation. For a piece of bread can die several people. So the human race is wonderful. Lu Qing utilized mind control and disguised himself as a system to lead the reinforcers to save the survivors, and then went to the designated location to round up the survivors. The pleasure was no less than peeling a plate of melons and shoving them all in your mouth and chewing a pass. 20 years had passed. The human race had almost all died out in the Civil War, and the spawn of the Lu Qing family was spread to every corner of the world. With the exception of the isolated island of the church state, the rest of the world is instead revitalized by the absence of humans. Chapter 144, The Day After Tomorrow. Do you know how our country was founded? Me. The children scrambled to answer. Evil humans attempted to destroy the world, but the Savior descended from the heavens and led an army of fearless aliens to destroy humanity. Yes, very true. The teacher is a 20-year-old girl who was born after the disaster and grew up with this education. To them, that's the right answer. Her parents, on the other hand, are said to have been martyred fighting outside against the evil humans, and as a result she has led a very luxurious life. Sensei, aren't we human? One student's question drew extreme disgust from the others, and someone even hit him with a paper ball. We're aliens. Hearing the teacher's answer, Lu Qing smiled with satisfaction outside the classroom. It's not watered down at all. They got the answer by their own will. To be precise, we are the descendants of the aliens, given new life by the Savior. All of the children were relieved to know that they weren't dirty humans, but my dad said we're human. Those monsters. The teacher hurriedly covered his mouth. Saying such things in the teaching country was basically the same as booking a death sentence. That night, both of that child's parents disappeared from the teaching country. Although everything in the present is a compromise between the humans of the olden days, there will always be people who are nostalgic for the past and are willing to pay the price while getting the benefits. Such behavior will be resisted and reviled by the entire nation. After spending the night in the most luxurious hotel in the church country, Lu Qing felt very satisfied and everything was like a dream. Under the warm sunshine, Lu Qing and a few of her daughters strolled through the neat streets of the teaching country, filled with carefree, wantonly running children, whose parents were as beautiful as flowers and elegant in demeanor. There is no clear distinction between men and women, because there is no more fighting and danger. Life is better. People's aesthetics tend to be softer and more uniform, and beauty is their only pursuit. Though their lives are pegged at 45, they are far more exciting than before. How is this not a kind of cosmopolitan world? Mom, you seem happy, don't you? Fufu was a bit surprised. They had never seen Lu Qing so relaxed. Of course, everything here is something that has only appeared in my dreams, and I've done what I had to do. Lu Qing felt slightly lonely. It turned out that after achieving his goal there was only emptiness, but it was good that his daughters were in droves. Even if the universe comes to an end, her wish now is just to live well with her daughters. Fufu, how come you've been a delinquent girl for decades? Can't you change it? The sisters were all dressed appropriately, except for Fufu, who was dressed in a hot girl outfit that looked out of place in this elegant and dignified crowd. Slightly, I just love it. Fufu crossed her arms and made a face, then sprinted off into the crowd and disappeared. This dick, I think she just owes a beating. Mom, I'll go beat her up. Shin ran off after him. Mom, it looks like a roast whole beef has opened over there. I'll go book a spot. Soso wiped her mouth and headed toward the restaurant. Mom, the biotech research has hit a bit of a bottleneck, so we're going over there to check it out and won't be back for lunch. Good. Mom, Nian has an open class today. I'll go listen. Hey, come back early. Your third sister is ordering dinner. If you're late, there won't be any for you. Got it. Nian became a trainee teacher, and Ray seems to have an interest in it as well. Phew, hundreds of huge aliens streaked across the sky. It was Fifi leading her heirs as they patrolled the airspace of the Church Kingdom. The crowd erupted in cheers. Living legend. It was another unusual morning. and the church-state held a great funeral for the last of the people from the olden days, who had accomplished their mission on this day. The Xenomorph state moved into a whole new era. Lu Jin felt an agitation within his body. Something was about to gush out. No way? It's going to evolve? The human race is extinct and you've taken control of the entire planet. The voice seemed to come from the sky and from the bottom of her heart, like a final pronouncement. A silver light emerged from Lu Jin's body as her torso shattered and quickly grew larger until it stood like a statue in the sky. She became a person? It was a woman covered in a silver exoskeleton, with simple anthropomorphic features on her face and a queen-like crown on her head. Let me see how it goes. She opened her personal panel. Name, LV Ching. Gender, none. Race, alien. Rank, 0. Evolution, 0. Creature level, 0. Alien goddess. Skill, none. Level 0 unskilled? Is this back to basics? Lu Jin felt that his abilities were even more powerful than before. The so-called skills that seemed to be able to do anything as long as they wanted to. The crowd immediately crowded around at the sight of the unusual situation, but all of them couldn't help but kneel down at the sight of the gigantic object filled with majesty. She waved her hand toward the kneeling crowd, and they immediately underwent an incredible transformation. One of them turned straight into an alien. One was torn apart into several face-hugging worms. Some instantly aged a dozen years. Others turned into swaddled babies. She pointed at the tall building on the street, which immediately turned into a giant tree in the sky, while the people inside shifted to the street, and with a wave of her hand, the building returned to its original state. Fufu? With a thought, Fufu, who was walloping the young girl, appeared in front of her. Mom, let me explain. It's not like that. Mom, you're turning into an idol. Interesting. Is this a god? Lu Jin changed her form into a silver-haired girl and slowly landed in the air, while the huge idol still stood. The people seemed to realize something. Wasn't this descending god the same savior who had been there in the first place? She smiled unexpectedly, as if melting the ice and snow. An energy surged from her palms as countless long-extinct white pigeons flew into the sky like elves. It's really possible to mass energy convert. The people who had witnessed the miracle had long been in a frenzy. In the face of these devotees, who cannot be described as fanatical, even the gods can only hide. The next moment, Lu Jin was lying on the hotel bed. At this point she is devoid of consciousness, able to easily gain insight into everyone's thoughts, existing in every corner of the hive's consciousness, and can even talk to the dead if she wants to. TSK, somehow becoming a god. White hair is not bad at all. The evening sun is more appropriate in this situation. And so the morning became dusk. Lu Jin stood on the terrace and admired it all. Maybe it was just that she had stood there so long, blurring the time, thinking it was just a moment that had passed. If so, in what frame of mind should she pat away the time that had fallen on her shoulders? Like dust, Ryoga saw her past. The experience of stumbling in the first place had given her the urge to help herself to something that wouldn't be considered cheating, so she converted her uneaten breakfast right into a gaming console and turned on an interactive game. Ahem. Ding. System binding in progress. Please stay calm, host. End of book.